Chapter 1. Transcending to become Vegeta. In the year 737 of the Age of the Universe, on planet Vegeta in the 7th universe, Vegeta stood with his hands nestled in his pockets, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky. A faint smile graced his lips. Merely 5 years of age. The brilliance in his eyes seemed at odds with his tender years. Just yesterday, die-hard Dragon Ball fan Yi-chan found himself transported into the Dragon Ball universe, inhabiting the body of the 5-year-old Saiyan Prince Vegeta. This revelation left Yi-chan momentarily bewildered. I have become Vegeta, the perennial second of the Dragon Ball world? Yet, an exhilarating rush of excitement and anticipation soon washed over him, as a myriad of complex emotions surged within. Overall, Yi-chan held a fondness for the character of Vegeta. Unlike the comical Goku, Vegeta possessed a distinct personality that resonated more with Yi-chan's own character. Thus, from this day forth, he would step into Vegeta's shoes, aspiring to become the mightiest Saiyan in this realm. I am Vegeta. Kakarot, from this moment on, you shall take a back seat. Vegeta instinctively kept his hands in his pockets, his gaze still fixed upon the clouds above. The time was drawing near. Frieza would soon annihilate planet Vegeta. Having just crossed over yesterday, Vegeta had already acclimated to his new form. He felt little attachment to the impending destruction of this planet, and thoughts of rescue did not cross his mind. The time afforded to Vegeta was far too limited. What means do I possess to save it? Moreover, the true mastermind behind the destruction of planet Vegeta is Beerus. Am I to confront Beerus directly? He resolved to leave this planet first. Whoosh. Vegeta soared into the sky, tracing an arc as he rapidly ascended toward the spaceport. The spaceport. Several Saiyan youths had gathered, including the young Nappa and Raditz, along with 3 other Saiyan boys of similar age. The names of the latter 3 were of little consequence. The 5 youths were engaged in discussions about embarking on a battle. The Saiyans, known as a warrior race, typically ventured off their home planet to fight once they reached a certain level of combat prowess, for it was the only way to continuously enhance their abilities. Through combat, Saiyans would invariably elevate their fighting capabilities. Nappa, didn't you say you would invite Prince Vegeta to join us? Raditz inquired. TSK, who knows? I sought an audience with the prince, but he seemed off, Nappa replied, shaking his head. Off? What do you mean? Raditz asked, taken aback. It's hard to articulate. It feels as though he has suddenly become a different person. Nappa scratched his bald head in confusion. Ha. You truly are amusing. How could that possibly be? Surely you jest? Raditz chuckled heartily. Perhaps His Highness deems it beneath him to engage with us. Another Saiyan youth remarked. After all, His Highness' battle power has surpassed 10,000. It seems somewhat perilous for us to venture to that planet. Raditz mused, resting his chin on his hand like a miniature adult, his long hair nearly grazing the ground. If all else fails, let us choose another planet, should Prince Vegeta decide not to accompany us. Whoosh! As they conversed, Vegeta descended from the heavens, hands tucked in his pockets. Prince Vegeta. The children present bowed in unison to honor Vegeta. Vegeta paid them no mind and strode directly towards the spacecraft. This was the launch base for the spaceships, housing various models of vessels. Vegeta surveyed the array of spaceships before him. Ultimately, he paused in front of a medium-sized spacecraft. This vessel could accommodate approximately 20 individuals, resembling a scaled-down version of Frieza's colossal spacecraft. Inside, there was also a spherical mini-spaceship. The entryway was situated above at the center, requiring ascent for access. Vegeta ascended into the air. Prince Vegeta. Raditz swiftly approached from a distance. Is there something you need? Vegeta inquired. Where are you headed, Prince Vegeta? Are you going out to battle? Raditz summoned his courage to ask. Indeed, Vegeta replied. May we accompany you? Raditz pressed once more. Suit yourselves, Vegeta said nonchalantly. Very well. Then we shall embark with your highness. Raditz exclaimed excitedly, waving to Nappa and the others below. Nappa and the others promptly took to the air, appearing beside Vegeta. Vegeta showed little interest in them and entered the spacecraft directly. Nappa, Raditz, and the others followed suit. 10 seconds later, whoosh, a medium-sized spaceship pierced through the planet's atmosphere, instantaneously emerging into the starlit expanse, leaving a shimmering trail in the inky void of space. Vegeta stood at the window, gazing out at the vast cosmos, his emotions a blend of nostalgia and complexity. Look, there's a large spaceship over there. Whose vessel could that be? Raditz exclaimed from another window, pointing at a distant point of light, unable to contain his curiosity. Seems to be Frieza's spaceship. Nappa remarked. How peculiar. What brings Frieza's ship near our planet? Is he here to cause trouble like 5 years ago? What happened 5 years ago? Raditz asked, taken aback. Humph, your age is still young, so it's quite normal for you not to know, Naba explained. The Frieza Force was originally known as the Court of Force. 5 years ago, the king of the Court transferred the throne to Frieza, and from that day onward, it was renamed the Frieza Force. That Frieza is a more ruthless leader than his father. I see. Raditz scratched his head and glanced toward Vegeta. Your Highness Vegeta, when will your father pass the throne to you? I have no interest in the Saiyan throne, Vegeta replied calmly, tearing off the scouter from his eyes with a nonchalant demeanor. Oh, Raditz was taken aback. My goal is to become the strongest warrior in the entire universe. Vegeta said with a gentle smile, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. On Frieza's spaceship, Frieza sat in the craft, beaming with delight. Beside him stood a blue-skinned, pink-haired female alien named Bulma, who was Frieza's personal caretaker, responsible for his daily needs. Lord Frieza, more and more Saiyans are returning to planet Vegeta, Bulma reported respectfully. Frieza nodded with a smile and moved to the spaceship's window, gazing at the distant planet Vegeta. This presents a splendid opportunity to annihilate the Saiyans, Bulma remarked with a smile. But ho ho ho. Frieza let out a strange laugh, his tail swaying up and down as he chuckled. Chapter 2. A Wish on Earth. In no more than 4 months, nearly all the Saiyans will return to planet Vegeta. Lord Frieza, shall we eliminate them? Dodoria inquired. Not yet. Let's not spook them, they are merely children, Frieza replied, a sly smile curling upon his triangular eyes. If we were to slay them here, it would only draw the attention of more Saiyans, and those far off from their home planet may not return. You're correct, Dodoria nodded, asking, so should we find a secluded place to dispose of them? Dodoria, you have grown wiser, Frieza remarked, rubbing his nose. I shall make the arrangements at once. Dodoria bowed respectfully. With that, Dodoria hurried off to organize the mission. Wait a moment, Frieza suddenly seemed to recall something, waving his hand. Dodoria halted immediately. Vegeta, 4. The so-called strongest Saiyan Prince. Frieza chuckled, which means he's the most likely candidate to become a Super Saiyan, correct? Dodoria scratched his head, uncertain of Frieza's intentions. Let the Bee allow them to fend for themselves. Frieza huffed. Frieza, am a genius warrior, won't it be rather dull without an opponent? Belly blew. Dodoria. Iapo. The three exchanged bewildered glances. If having no adversaries is so tedious, then why go to such lengths to annihilate planet Vegeta? The thoughts of Lord Frieza elude our understanding. Whoosh, Vegeta's spacecraft sped through the cosmos. Before long, they had exited the star system that housed planet Vegeta. There are 5 spherical mini-spacecraft over there. Each of you can take one and go wherever you desire, Vegeta announced suddenly. Nappa and Raditz appear perplexed. What does he mean by that? The other 3 Saiyan youths mirrored their confusion. What do you mean, Prince Vegeta? Nappa asked. Are you not coming with us? Raditz inquired. I have other matters to attend to, Vegeta replied. But what could be so important? Wouldn't it be better if we went together? Raditz suggested. Enough chatter. Vegeta's countenance darkened, revealing his impatience. Raditz recoiled, trembling involuntarily. Very well, we shall part ways. Raditz laughed nervously. Nappa remained silent, intimidated by the prince's evident anger. He seems even more formidable than before. Then, the 5 of them each entered a spherical spacecraft as the ships prepared for takeoff. Vegeta rapped on Nappa's vessel. Creak, the hatch of Nappa's spacecraft opened. Prince Vegeta, have you changed your mind? Nappa asked. You want us to accompany you, right? I have indeed changed my mind, but not regarding this matter, Vegeta declared. Nappa was momentarily taken aback. There are a total of 5 spherical mini-spacecraft here. Vegeta continued. Leave 1 for me, and you may take the remaining 4. Nappa was bewildered once more. He counted the number of individuals present. Excluding Prince Vegeta, there were 5 of us. How are we to divide 4 spacecraft among 5 individuals? We're 1 short, Nappa said with a wry smile. Are you a fool? Can't you fit 2 people into 1 spacecraft? Vegeta scoffed. In any case, some of you will likely perish on that planet. There's no need to waste a spacecraft. Nappa was left speechless. Hey, did you hear that? You come down, you 2 can squeeze together, Nappa said, stepping forward to open the door of 1 spacecraft and unceremoniously pulling out a comrade, issuing a command. The comrade was immediately overwhelmed with despair. This spacecraft is so small, and you expect us to cram together? This is absurd. I feel like I might as well sit on his face in the restroom. Reluctantly, this comrade had no choice but to squeeze into the same spacecraft with the weakest member of their group. Raditz felt an immense sense of relief within the spacecraft. Thank goodness, I am not the weakest. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, four spherical mini-spacecraft detached from the mothership, soaring into the starry sky, rapidly heading in another direction. Vegeta's spacecraft, however, veered off midway, charting a course toward Earth. First, I shall make a wish on Earth. What wish should I make? Vegeta had already decided on his wish. Desires for immortality are utterly futile. The true path lies in becoming stronger, that if one lacks strength, even immortality would be a fate worse than death. Thus, I shall wish for a regenerative body, and the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Those two wishes shall suffice. Wait a moment, I must find a way to merge these two wishes into one. That would save some trouble. Whoosh! Vegeta's spacecraft streaked across the cosmos, leaving a trail of white light in its wake. Chapter 3. Another Scion headed to Earth? Frieza's spacecraft. Report. Lord Frieza. A subordinate hurriedly approached to deliver news. Oh? What is it? Frieza inquired, casting a glance at the subordinate. Lord Frieza, we have just discovered that 4 mini-spacecraft have detached from Vegeta's vessel, heading towards the designated planet, while Vegeta's ship has altered its course, the subordinate reported. Where does this little monkey intend to go? Frieza asked with a smile. According to our data monitoring, he searched for a celestial body known as Earth, the young subordinate replied. Earth? Frieza responded, momentarily taken aback. Beerus immediately tapped a few keys on the computer keyboard. Click. A blue planet appeared on the screen. Your Excellency Frieza, this is Earth, Beerus informed. This planet is located exceedingly far from our position, requiring approximately 3 months of travel. Earth is situated in a relatively underdeveloped civilization domain, where the inhabitants possess minimal combat capabilities is it possible that Vegeta, that little monkey, has fled there to seek solace? Frieza scoffed. He truly disappoints me. Your Excellency Frieza, should we command him to alter his course? Beerus inquired. Let him be. I am curious to see what he intends to do. Frieza scoffed disdainfully, exclaiming, that insignificant planet requires 3 months of travel. I lack the energy for such a tedious endeavor. Your Excellency Frieza, Cui Yi has always had a contentious relationship with Vegeta. Perhaps it would be prudent for Dodoria to suggest he confront that little monkey, he suggested with a sly grin. Oh, if this is a matter of personal grievance, then allowing Cui Yi to give Vegeta a proper lesson would be beneficial. It would prevent Vegeta from descending into mediocrity on a planet devoid of combat prowess. We would lose a worthy opponent. Frieza nodded in agreement. Understood, Your Excellency Frieza. I shall contact Cui Yi immediately. Dodoria bowed respectfully. Cui Yi's combat power stands at 13,000, whereas Vegeta's is merely 12,000. Bulma remarked with a smile, they differ by over 1,000 in power. It is quite possible that Vegeta could be defeated outright. Should we instruct Cui Yi to show him mercy, Your Excellency? One of the subordinates inquired. There is no need for that. If Vegeta were to perish so easily, he is unworthy of being my rival, Frieza replied, shaking his head. Indeed. Bulma and Dodoria chorused in unison. Report, Your Excellency. Another mini-spaceship has been detected departing from planet Vegeta. A subordinate rushed in to inform. Oh, who is it this time? Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly. Your Excellency. It appears to be a mere 3-year-old Saiyan child, with a combat power of only 2. The subordinate struggled to contain his laughter as he delivered the news. Even Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Cough. A combat power of merely 2? He coughed. With such a paltry level of power, even upon maturation, it is unlikely he could become a fighter. Bulma chuckled. Let us disregard him. Allow him to go. Frieza shook his head. Yes, sir, the subordinate replied. By the way, where is this spaceship headed? Frieza inquired casually. To the same destination as Vegeta, Earth, the subordinate responded. Oh, it seems this is aimed at the destruction of Earth, then? Frieza smiled, reflecting, this little one with a combat power of 2 should easily increase to a power of 100 or so upon growth. If he transforms into a great ape under the moon, he could easily attain a power of 2,000 and annihilate all the inhabitants of Earth. However, with Vegeta around, even a transformation may not yield significant results. Bulma remarked. What? Bulma, do you believe Vegeta would coexist amicably with those Earthlings? Frieza inquired with a gentle smile. Logically, he would not. Bulma nodded in agreement. Frieza shrugged his shoulders and glanced at Dodoria, who appeared momentarily lost in thought. Dodoria quickly snapped back to attention, bowing and excusing himself. Planet Frieza 56. What? Vegeta? He is heading to a planet named Earth? Cui Yi felt an unexpected surge of happiness. Lord Frieza has tasked me with dealing with him? Killing him would be inconsequential. How delightful. Cui Yi, To your utmost. I hope you do not disappoint Lord Frieza. Doria said with a smile. Very well, it is time to settle the score from a year ago, Cui Yi chuckled coldly. 2 minutes later. Whoosh. A small spacecraft departed from planet Frieza 56, swiftly heading towards Earth. En route, Cui Yi immediately attempted to contact Vegeta via his detector. However, Vegeta was not wearing the device, thus unaware of the unfolding events. After calling for quite some time without any response from Vegeta, Cui Yi became infuriated. That bastard. He must be doing this on purpose. Cui Yi ground his teeth in frustration. On board Vegeta's spacecraft, he suddenly sensed a flash of light behind him. He approached the rear of the spacecraft and peered through a glass-like window. Indeed, a small spacecraft was trailing him from a distance. Who could it be? Vegeta was aware that there was a high likelihood Frieza would learn of his journey to Earth. Yet, even if they knew, what would it matter? Once I reach Earth and fulfill my wishes, I shall gather some Senza beans and exploit a few bugs. I trust my battle power will soon see a significant enhancement. But who could be following me? Vegeta recognized that his current battle power was rather feeble, standing at only 12,000. If it were Doria or Zarbin pursuing him, it could become quite troublesome. He would need to sustain serious injuries twice to eliminate them, wouldn't he? Vegeta glanced at the detector he had placed on the table moments ago. The device was flickering with a faint light. This indicated someone was attempting to make contact. Vegeta approached and picked up the detector, pressing the communication button. Huff, huff, Vegeta, you finally answered the call. Cui panted. You sound breathless. Are you unwell? Vegeta chuckled. Enough of the small talk, Vegeta. You should really check your battle power. Cui laughed heartily. Lord Frieza is fully aware of your whereabouts. You are intent on going to Earth, are you not? We have pinpointed your destination through your search keywords. Who are you? Vegeta inquired. Chapter 4, Zampa and Bardos. Fool. You don't even know who I am? Don't tell me you can't even recognize my voice. Cui shouted in exasperation. Are we that familiar? Vegeta inquired. Cui clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging with fury. What do you think? We encountered each other at the training camp last year. Cui retorted angrily. It was so long ago. I scarcely remember, Vegeta replied. Cui was on the verge of tears. It has merely been a year, hasn't it? How can you claim that it has been such a long time? It has only been a year, merely a year. Cui exclaimed. Are you a parrot? Vegeta replied leisurely. You. Just wait, Vegeta. I shall never forgive you. Cui seethed with hatred towards Vegeta. By the way, who are you exactly? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. I am Cui, he began to declare, but then decided against it. Never mind, it matters not, Vegeta said, shaking his head, for after all, he was merely a worthless being. With that, Vegeta abruptly ended the call. Cui gazed up at the boundless stars, feeling disheveled within the spacecraft. Am I truly a worthless being? Are you mistaken? My combat prowess surpasses yours by 1,000. How dare you, Vegeta? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? You even had the gall to hang up on me. I shall personally ensure your demise. You will come to understand the consequences of insulting me. Cui yearned to pursue Vegeta's spacecraft immediately and consume it whole. However, the speed of Chiyoyi's vessel was nearly equivalent to Vegeta's. The two crafts were distant from one another, making it exceedingly difficult to reach him with a ki blast. Cui was consumed by frustration, feeling utterly helpless. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, compelling him to dial Vegeta once more. Is it you again? Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta. You ought to take a closer look at your power level. I exceed yours by 1,000. Cui retorted. And so what? Vegeta replied dismissively. Cui found himself at a loss for words. Do you comprehend the magnitude of 1,000-point disparity? I will pin you to the ground and obliterate you. Ha ha ha. Just wait. He cackled maniacally. Are you a fool? Vegeta chuckled lightly. Do you not realize that we Saiyans are a warrior race? Ha ha ha. Don't be ridiculous. With such a meager power level, you dare call yourself a warrior race? Cui scoffed. Dare you find a place for us to battle to the death? Traveling to Earth would take too long, at least 3 months. What could we possibly do in 3 months? Vegeta pondered this carefully. There seemed to be some rationale behind Chiyoyi's words. The thought of someone tailing him irked Vegeta. What if his spacecraft was faster? And he obliterated mine? That would indeed be troublesome. It was imperative to eliminate him. After all, he was merely a worthless adversary. Very well. In 3 days we shall pass by the planet Van Fudex. Let us settle this matter there, Vegeta proposed. Van Fudex? Of course, that works. Cui exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Never expecting Vegeta to agree. He then added with a laugh, You want to flee the moment I land. Will you? How childish. Vegeta ended the call abruptly. He was now contemplating the significance of that 1,000-point gap in power. My current battle power is merely 12,000. According to the scanner, that fool possesses a battle power of 13,000. Engaging him directly may not yield a favorable outcome. Moreover, I cannot afford to waste time solely on him. It appears I must resort to an unconventional strategy. What technique would be most effective? Vegeta commenced an attempt at an existing technique, given that only 3 days remained. In such a brief span, the prospect of rapidly enhancing his combat power posed a significant challenge, particularly considering Vegeta's current physical condition and various attributes. Nevertheless, achieving an increase of several hundred should not present an insurmountable obstacle. The 3 days swiftly elapsed. Planet Van Feud, a sizable celestial body situated in the heart of the universe, was predominantly inhabited by extraterrestrial visitors, with the original natives having become exceedingly scarce. Numerous interstellar travelers, recognizing the commercial potential, transformed this planet into a gastronomic hub. Many tourists frequently visited this world, perhaps hoping to savor the flavors of their homeland. Whoosh! A dazzling beam of light, reminiscent of the stars, streaked across the cosmos. Nearby, a flickering purplish-red luminescence accompanied it. These two streams of light rapidly descended upon the planet, revealing the god of destruction, Kampa, and the angel, Vados, from Universe 6. The cuisine on this planet seems quite exceptional. Lord Kampa, let us hasten to sample it, Vados remarked with a smile. Humph, I am not pleased. Especially with that statue. Kampa huffed, casting a glance at a massive sculpture standing at the center of the planet. The statue depicted Beerus, his finger pointed towards the ground, exuding an air of authority and majesty. Isn't that the statue of Lord Beerus? It is quite a remarkable likeness, Vados observed with a smile. Why is it that no one in our universe has gifted me a statue? Kampa grumbled. Perhaps you should consider that only those who are not present are immortalized in statues for commemoration or worship, Vados whispered. Kampa's eyes lit up at this revelation, and he eagerly gave Vados a thumbs up. Ah, Vados, your insight is truly remarkable. Subsequently, the two indulged in the rare delicacies of Universe 6 on this planet. Vados. This planet appears quite prosperous. I can hardly resist the urge to wreak havoc upon it, Kampa declared while munching on a chicken leg, struggling to suppress his impulse to destroy. Is Lord Kampa feeling a tinge of jealousy? Vados smiled. I confess, I am indeed envious. What of it? Kampa retorted, carelessly tossing the chicken leg onto the ground, lamenting the absence of such flourishing worlds in their universe. Lord Kampa pays no heed to environmental cleanliness, Vados sighed. Humph. I am a god of destruction. Why should I concern myself with such trivialities? Kampa replied dismissively, seizing another piece of chicken to eat. By the way, why hasn't our planet developed? Is it not true that our planet was destroyed by you, Lord Kampa, a millennium ago? Chapter 5, Vados, such an adorable child. What? Did I cause the destruction? Exclaimed Xiangpa. Indeed. Lord Xiangpa perceives that this planet has appeared in an inappropriate location, seemingly detracting from the cosmic beauty. It appears rather unsightly at the center of the universe, Vados sighed. Truly a miscalculation. How could I have committed such an error? Xiangpa lamented, cradling his head in regret. Suddenly, as they conversed, two streaks of light flickered in the sky. Are those spaceships? Xiangpa gazed upward. Oh dear, they are likely to land near us, Vados remarked. Impertinent fools. To choose to land in my vicinity. Xiangpa's irritation grew, and he carelessly tossed aside a half-eaten chicken leg. Whoosh! The chicken leg sliced through the air, narrowly missing Vegeta's spaceship and striking Cui Yi's craft instead. Vegeta, is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? Cui Yi laughed heartily, oblivious to the chaos. Yet this planet is quite commendable, a notable star in the central universe. You should be grateful to perish here. Suddenly, the chicken leg penetrated the spaceship, smashing directly into Cui Yi's mouth. Crunch! 6 of Cui Yi's teeth were instantly dislodged, and blood gushed forth. What is this? Cui Yi wondered, bewildered as he extracted the object from his mouth. Isn't this a chicken leg? How did it end up in my spaceship? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his spaceship began to wobble uncontrollably, akin to a deflating balloon. Crash! The spacecraft plummeted from the sky, crashing into a massive statue of Beerus. Boom! The statue lost its balance and collapsed with a thunderous roar, creating utter chaos at the scene. Lord Xiangpa must have done that on purpose, Vados chuckled. With a flick of her right hand, Vados attempted to catch the descending spaceship. Humph, I have long found that statue displeasing. Why should it point at me? Xiangpa scoffed. But I must admit, you are quite gentle with that spaceship. Hee hee, We angels are always gentle, Vados replied with a playful smile. Why did you strike the spaceship behind us with a chicken leg, Lord Xiangpa, instead of the one in front? Vados inquired with a smile. Humph. It's far more exhilarating to target the smaller prey. Xiangpa smiled slightly, while Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Was that not Xiangpa and Bardos? How did they end up in Universe 7? Vegeta had just felt a flash of light. Yes, it went behind. Vegeta swiftly turned to look back. Then, he witnessed the predicament of the spaceship behind him. Vegeta struggled to maintain his composure. I have only traversed 5 days, and I am already facing a challenge of hellish proportions. I cannot contend with these two. In the next moment, Vegeta focused his gaze and noticed Bardos extending her hand, intending to catch the spaceship. Vegeta suddenly realized that our spaceship had descended incorrectly. By a stroke of misfortune, we had ended up near Xiangpa and Bardos. No wonder that fellow's spaceship was sent flying by Xiangpa. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta rushed forward and fully engaged the handbrake. Simultaneously, he pressed his feet firmly on the brakes. Crack! The spaceship abruptly halted about 10 meters from Bardos. Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet he understood that this did not signify an escape from danger. I am merely a Saiyan with a combat power just over 10,000. In Xiangpa's presence, I am nothing. Oh? Xiangpa raised an eyebrow, glancing at Vegeta's spaceship. Bardos also looked over in surprise. She had thought she would be able to catch the spaceship. However, she did not anticipate that the spaceship would come to a stop. The commotion caused by this incident should have attracted attention. Yet many had already been drawn to the collapse of Beerus' statue. The collapse of that statue was far more significant. After all, that statue was the soul of this planet. With the soul now fallen, the planet was likely facing dire consequences. Numerous people gathered around the statue, engaging in fervent discussions. Crack! Vegeta immediately flew out of the spaceship and gently landed in front of Bardos. Oh dear, what a child, Bardos remarked with a smile. Is this mischievous boy driving his family's spaceship around recklessly? Xiangpa said with a stern expression. Should I teach him a lesson on behalf of his parents? Little one, what you did earlier was very dangerous. Bardos crouched down, gently taking Vegeta's small hand. Vegeta thought, what the hell? I am being treated like a child. Well, I am only 5 years old. To them, what else could I be? Understood, Vegeta replied simply. Hiki, this little one is rather adorable. Bardos chuckled as she playfully pinched Vegeta's chubby cheeks, finding them delightfully amusing. Vegeta, you shall wait. I shall return to you in kind all that you have done for me. Multiplied manifold. You dare to pinch my face? When the time comes, not only will I pinch your face, but I shall also pinch your, Bardos, look at how that mischievous child has drooled all over himself. Kampa smiled from the side. Oh dear, how rude. Bardos chuckled, taking the opportunity to wipe the drool that Vegeta left on his clothes. Vegeta, little one, do you want some candy? Bardos lifted her right hand gently, and a piece of chocolate appeared in her palm. Vegeta glanced at the chocolate in Bardos's hand and promptly accepted it, tearing open the wrapper and popping it into his mouth. The taste was rather delightful. Even better than he had anticipated. Let us go, Kampa suggested to Bardos, taking advantage of Beerus' slumber to explore their universe thoroughly, as it may yield new discoveries. Very well. Bardos nodded, patting Vegeta's little face, saying, Goodbye, little one. Sister, you are truly beautiful. When I grow up, may I marry you? Vegeta asked earnestly. Bardos, who had just taken a step, suddenly halted. Kampa was equally taken aback, turning to look at Vegeta. Chapter 6 Bardos, when you grow up, find me and then we shall see. Wahahaha. Kampa burst into laughter, nearly rolling over in amusement. So, little one, do grow up quickly, and we shall talk then. After a brief moment of surprise, Bardos winked at Vegeta. Really? It's a promise then. Vegeta extended his little pinky finger. Let us make a pact. All right. A promise it is. Bardos nodded, extending her own pinky. Vegeta and Bardos interlocked their pinky fingers. A pinky promise lasting 1,000,000 years, whoever breaks it shall have their father eat excrement. Vegeta proclaimed confidently as they sealed their pact. Bardos, your oath is rather intense. Isn't it? Huh. Xiangpa couldn't help but burst into laughter once more at the side. Is this kid's vow substantial enough for the great priest to take a hefty bite? You dare to jest with the esteemed high priest? From this day forth, you shall be my wife, declared Vegeta. Oh dear, you are but 5 years old. My little one, Vados replied, wiping her brow. I am not a little one. I am Vegeta, he retorted. Very well, little Vegeta, Vados replied dismissively. Come find me when you have matured. Should you succeed in locating me, I might contemplate marrying you. she added playfully, planting a kiss upon his cheek. Following this, Vados glanced up at Kappa and nodded gently in his direction. In the blink of an eye, Kappa and Vados vanished from the spot, leaving no trace behind. Vados. You cannot be serious, Kappa remarked with a sideways glance at her, unable to contain his curiosity. What do you mean, Lord Kappa? Vados responded, taken aback. I refer to the notion of marrying that little rascal, Kappa clarified. Oh dear, I was merely teasing a child. Can such matters be taken seriously? Vados smiled. That little fellow appears rather charming, and I couldn't resist amusing myself with him. Indeed, by the time he grows up, he may very well not find you, Kappa mused. Nodding. You are quite cunning, Vados. This man, Vegeta, will be searching the entirety of the universe for you when he matures, only to discover that you have eluded him. The heart of a man is easily shattered, is it not? What are you saying, Lord Kappa? Such a young child will surely forget me by the time he grows up, Vados chuckled, shaking her head. However, one must ponder, what if he truly does find you? Kappa inquired thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. If he does find me, it would signify that we are destined to meet, Vados replied with a smile. You cannot genuinely intend to marry him, can you? Kappa questioned. Hee, we shall see when the time comes, Vados giggled. Such matters are merely fanciful. Why dwell on them? Let us proceed and sample some other delicacies, Kappa suggested. Very well, Vados nodded. Vegeta rubbed the spot where Vados had kissed him. He then placed his fingers beneath his nose and inhaled deeply. How fragrant! Is this the scent of an angel? I shall seek you out when I have grown up. Fear not, I will undoubtedly find you. But before that, I must become the strongest in the universe. Allow me to test the limits of this body first. Whoosh! Vegeta soared into the sky, hurtling towards the direction of Cui Yi. Cui Yi's spaceship careened through the air, ultimately crashing into the heart of the city and demolishing a statue of Beerus. The impact left Cui Yi disoriented, his head spinning with confusion. What bewildered him the most was the chicken leg in his mouth, half-eaten. Whose chicken leg is this? How did it end up in my spaceship? Cui Yi shook his head vigorously, striving to regain his composure. Immediately after, he launched himself into the air, piercing through the remains of the spaceship and emerging high above. Damn Vegeta! Cui Yi directed all his ire towards him. His eyes blazed with fury as he trembled uncontrollably, activating the sensor on his visor to search for Vegeta's whereabouts. Oh! Who do we have here? It's merely a frog. Vegeta approached from a distance, grinning as he regarded Cui Yi. He recognized Cui Yi instantly, the insignificant pest who had once been defeated with a single blow in the future. However, Cui Yi's battle prowess had evidently reached an impressive height of 18. 000, Vegeta, you dare approach. Cui Yi felt a mix of elation and surprise. Given Vegeta's current battle power, which was 1,000 units below his own, he should have fled immediately or attempted a sneak attack, while Cui Yi was unprepared. Yet, Vegeta had the audacity to appear boldly before him. How arrogant the Saiyans are. The two hovered in the sky, standing in opposition. Below, a gathering of spectators looked up, whispering amongst themselves about the confrontation between Vegeta and Cui Yi. Aren't those members of the Frieza force? Judging by their attire, they certainly seem to belong to Frieza's legion. What are these two up to? Are they about to engage in battle? The onlookers exchanged speculation. In the distance, Kappa and Vados also took notice of the unfolding drama. Vados, look. It's your future husband, Vegeta, Kappa remarked with a smile. It appears he is preparing to fight that individual. Vados glanced in their direction. Somehow, that frog-like fellow seems to possess greater strength than your husband, she replied with a chuckle. You're not going to become a widow right after marrying, are you? Vados observed Vegeta and then Cui Yi, quickly deducing that indeed, Vegeta's power was somewhat inferior to Cui Yi's. If a confrontation were to ensue, this disparity could prove fatal. It seems this little fellow is in peril. Let us go and witness the prowess of your future husband. As Kappa grinned widely, his mouth stretched almost to his ears. Bang! With a swift motion, Beerus struck Kappa's forehead with his staff, leaving a noticeable bump. What was that for? Kappa glared. Oh dear, my staff accidentally swung itself. Beerus chuckled playfully. Chapter 7. Vegeta's first battle. Humph. You certainly have some nerve. Kappa scoffed. I was merely jesting, and you took it seriously. Hee, did I not mention? Want it not to jest with girls, Beerus replied with a smile. Are you even a girl? Kappa rolled his eyes. You've lived for over 1 billion years. What are you saying, Lord Kappa? Beerus's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing. Never mind, let us hasten to observe your future husband. Cough, Vegeta's battle with that frog. Kappa quickly diverted the subject. Swish, swish. With a swift movement, the pair found a more advantageous position. High above, Vegeta and Ka stood opposed to each other. Vegeta, there is no escape for you today, Ka declared, his face etched with unbridled rage. What did you say? Vegeta inquired. I said, you cannot flee today. This will be your grave. Ka laughed maniacally. You should refrain from speaking. Your teeth are missing. Is it not difficult to talk without them? Vegeta sighed. Ka felt an overwhelming surge of anger, as if struck by 1,000 blows. Which scoundrel attacked me with a chicken leg? I swear, I shall make him pay. Ka fumed. The fact that someone could pierce your spaceship with a chicken leg and knock out a few of your teeth without killing you suggests that this individual possesses formidable strength. Vegeta remarked, you ought to pray for your own sake. It would be wise not to cross paths with him. Ka paused for several seconds, suddenly realizing the wisdom in Vegeta's words. The one who struck me with the chicken leg must possess considerable power. Yet, he soon shook his head, dismissing the thought as secondary. The priority now was to thoroughly teach Vegeta a lesson. Humph. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall make you pay. Ka sneered. Do you honestly believe you are my match? Vegeta chuckled. Vegeta, I implore you to understand, Ka insisted, pointing to the scouter on his eye. You should check the readings. I exceed you by 1,000. Oh? So you trained aboard your spaceship? With a 300-point increase, that leaves a gap of only 700. Vegeta retorted. Even with a deficit of 700 in battle power, you remain no match for me. Is that so? Vegeta's expression grew solemn. This marked his first battle since his arrival in this realm. Consider this a practice session. I intend to settle the score from a year ago. Cui Yi ground his teeth in frustration. A year ago? What transpired? Vegeta paused, inquiring. Damn it. What infuriates me most is that you've forgotten what happened a year ago. Cui Yi trembled with rage. Pray tell, if I were in the wrong, I might even consider offering you an apology, Vegeta replied with a smile. Oh? Cui Yi was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though such words were uncharacteristic of Vegeta. Will this fellow truly apologize to me? Back at the training camp a year ago, you didn't hesitate to bully me when my combat power was inferior to yours. Cui Yi scoffed, clenching his fist tightly. Oh? Is that so? Vegeta suddenly understood. Humph. Although I was not your equal at the training camp a year ago, after a year of diligent training, I have finally surpassed you in combat power. The thought of avenging myself has filled me with elation. Cui Yi laughed heartily, brimming with excitement. Vegeta, you are doomed today. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us commence. Vegeta sneered. It seems you are eager to meet your demise, so I shall oblige. Cui Yi chuckled lightly, swiftly gesturing forward. Whoosh. A beam of energy hurtled toward Vegeta. Bang. Vegeta countered with a swift slap, sending the incoming energy flying aside. In that moment, Cui Yi moved, quickly closing the distance between them. Vegeta instantly accelerated, deftly dodging Cui Yi's punch. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce aerial clash, appearing evenly matched for a time. After approximately 3 minutes of combat, bang. Vegeta launched an uppercut aimed at Cui Yi's chin. Smack. Cui Yi reacted with lightning speed, pressing his hand downward. A dull thud echoed as Vegeta's fist collided with Cui Yi's palm. Not bad, Vegeta, Cui Yi remarked. This increase in combat power of 300 has indeed allowed you to narrow the gap slightly. However, it is still far from sufficient. Whoosh. Cui Yi seized Vegeta's arm, yanking him downwards at a rapid pace. Boom. Vegeta's body crashed into the planet's surface, creating a crater upon impact. Meanwhile, Cui Yi wore a triumphant expression. Hey, Vegeta. I trust one haven't killed you? Cui Yi shouted into the pit at Vegeta, causing the onlookers to collectively gasp in astonishment. The ferocity of the battle instilled a profound sense of dread within them. Both combatants were undeniably formidable, truly worthy of their affiliation with Frieza's army. What a primitive display of combat, remarked Kappa, shaking his head. Bardos remained silent. Aren't you going to assist your future husband, Bardos? Kappa chuckled. Oh dear. It seems my staff is becoming unruly again, Bardos said, shaking her staff, prompting Kappa to step back hastily. You deceiver, Bardos. You claim that angels are gentle. Is this your version of gentleness? Kappa teased, only to quickly correct himself. Ahem, my mistake. Aren't you going to help that little rascal? He smiled. No need. He will be fine, Bardos replied. Hey, Vegeta. If you're alive, hurry and come out. Cui Yi called into the pit once more. In an instant, Vegeta leapt from the depths of the pit, delivering a powerful punch to Cui Yi's abdomen. Cui Yi immediately spat out a mouthful of bile. Vegeta propelled Cui Yi into the sky. With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared directly above Cui Yi. Hey, he exclaimed, executing a stunning maneuver by delivering a kick to Cui Yi's face. Cui Yi plummeted rapidly towards the ground. just as he was about to hit the ground. He extended his arm slightly, unleashing a surge of energy. With a loud crack, Cui Yi halted roughly a meter above the surface. Humph. Is that all the power you possess, Vegeta? Cui Yi smirked arrogantly. Full power cannon. Vegeta declared from his advantageous position, sweeping his hand downward, unleashing a stream of energy. The blast roared as it enveloped Cui Yi. Unfortunately, Cui Yi was struck, leaving a crater in the ground as he sank deeply into it. This little rascal is quite impressive, Kappa couldn't help but exclaim. It seems at first, Vegeta's strikes were somewhat clumsy, but now his attacks have become fluid, Vados analyzed. Noting that this gap could indeed be bridged through his combat style, Kappa glanced at Vados but chose not to respond. However, considering the power levels of the two fighters, it would likely take at least 3 hours to determine a victor, Vados smiled. 3 hours? Kappa lost interest immediately. Humph, we are here to gather intelligence on Beerus's universe. Not to watch ants bicker. Let us depart, find a place to eat, and then explore. Very well, Lord Kappa, Vados agreed. Vados nodded. As for the battle between Vegeta and Cui, Vados had no intention of assisting Vegeta. He believed that perhaps Vegeta would emerge victorious. For his fighting spirit surpassed that of that frog-like creature. It seemed as if he was born solely for combat. Let us go, Kappa called out. Just as the two were about to depart, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the pit, soaring skyward toward Vegeta's location. Vados and Kappa exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, and quickly turned to observe. Vegeta, reacting swiftly, evaded the oncoming energy blast just in time. Humph, you managed to dodge that, Cui sneered, his form materializing directly in front of Vegeta. A faint smile graced Vegeta's lips. Vegeta, the game ends here. I shall now show my true prowess. Cui declared with a subtle grin. Vegeta, unfazed, raised his right hand gently. With a sharp clap, a golden energy sphere materialized in his palm. What on earth is that? Kappa wondered, sensing it lacked offensive power. Perhaps it's a supportive energy, Vados speculated. Strange little brat. After conjuring that, his energy plummeted significantly, Kappa mused. Indeed. Perhaps this orb serves him better, Vados replied. Cui was momentarily stunned, pondering the nature of the sphere. Simultaneously, through his scouter, he detected Vegeta's battle power rapidly diminishing. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta's battle power had fallen to 7,000. Vegeta, are you planning to give up? Cui scoffed. Humph, catch? Vegeta smiled, declaring his intent to strike. Huh, do you really think that thing will hit me? Cui retorted with disdain. With a swift motion, Vegeta hurled the golden energy sphere into the air. Cui was momentarily taken aback, followed by a bout of laughter. Vegeta, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to shoot down a plane? Cui, wipe that disgusting smile off your face. You won't be laughing for long, Vegeta retorted with a huff. What? I still don't comprehend your intentions. Why don't you take a good look at your battle power? Cui chuckled. Your power has dwindled to 7,000. While mine still stands at a formidable 12,000. There's a gap of 5,000 between us. Oh, is that so? Vegeta replied with an unruffled demeanor. Hey, Vados. That little brat seems quite confident, doesn't he? Initially, Kappa intended to depart, but upon witnessing the energy blast unleashed by Vegeta, his interest was piqued. Kappa was eager to discern Vegeta's intentions. He also recognized that after conjuring that energy sphere, Vegeta's power had significantly diminished, rendering him no longer a match for the frogman. Beerus commented that the energy blast served as a support. But what kind of support could it be? With a resounding crack, the energy sphere ascended into the sky, rapidly blossoming with divine radiance. What is that? It resembles the moon, does it not? But today is not the 15th. It is not the time of the full moon. No, that orb was conjured by the little creature with the long tail. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, began to murmur amongst themselves. What? A full moon? Cui Yi's pupils constricted sharply, and he suddenly comprehended something, his expression shifting dramatically. Vegeta gazed skyward, fixated on the artificial full moon above. In that moment, he distinctly felt his heartbeat quickening, the rhythmic thumping resonating in his ears. Thud, 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 thud. It was akin to the cadence of drums. Perhaps I should attempt the great ape transformation. Although it may be excessive for dealing with this fellow, I am curious whether I will lose my sanity upon transforming. If I revert to my original self post-transformation, it would indeed be a calamity. Thus, there are matters that Vegeta must endeavor to test without delay. This transformation is not merely to confront such a trivial opponent. It is something I must eventually explore, and the circumstances now are opportune for such an experiment. In the next instant, Vegeta distinctly felt his physique expanding. Every part of his body was enlarging, while the surroundings rapidly shrank. Simultaneously, dark fur sprouted across his form. In a mere moment, Vegeta transformed into a colossal black ape. Cui Yi was left dumbfounded. Vegeta, you rascal. You dare to engage in transformations? After a brief moment of shock, Cui Yi turned and fled. Vegeta, you are not one to be trifled with. How intriguing this has become. Kampa's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that this little creature could transform. Oh my, oh my. After the transformation, Vegeta's energy has increased at least tenfold, Beerus remarked with a smile. Tenfold? Quite impressive, Kampa chuckled. It seems the ensuing battle holds no suspense. Indeed, Beerus nodded in agreement. TSK, we initially judged the two based on their appearances. Leaning towards the little rascal Vegeta, Kampa mused. Indeed, who can argue otherwise? With a smile, Vados remarked that everyone yearns for beautiful things. And one's charming appearance could indeed confer certain advantages. Chapter 9. Kampa, should we take it back for nurturing? Upon transforming into a great ape, Vegeta instantly sparked panic among the onlookers. The spectators, witnessing such a colossal creature, trembled in fear. Many soon regained their composure. This lad is a Saiyan. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar with that tale. Saiyans are notorious for their misdeeds. Our planet was ravaged by them. I heard he called Vegeta. He must be the prince of the Saiyans, right? The murmurs of the crowd quickly reached the ears of Kampa and Vados. Vados, your future little husband belongs to a rather ill-reputed race, Kampa chuckled. Indeed, Vados nodded, offering no further comment. After his transformation, Vegeta felt the surge of power within him. His physical strength had indeed increased tenfold. He could sense his explosive might. I believe a single punch could shatter this planet to pieces. What relieved Vegeta was that his original consciousness had not returned with the transformation. I am still myself. In the next moment, Vegeta fixed his gaze on the swiftly fleeing Cui Yi. With a swoosh, he became a shadow and rapidly pursued. In an instant, Vegeta closed the distance and appeared directly in front of Cui Yi, blocking his path like an immovable mountain. Cui Yi turned pale with fright, trembling uncontrollably. Cui Yi, do you not know that our Saiyan battle power increases tenfold upon becoming a great ape? Vegeta smiled menacingly. This is impossible. You could create an artificial full moon. Cui Yi stuttered, shaking. Before coming to this planet, I specifically checked the date for the full moon. It's still 6 days away. It is quite normal for a select few Saiyans to create artificial full moons. Are you not well versed in our kind? Vegeta gazed at Cui Yi with a grin. To Vegeta, Cui Yi now appeared as a mere insignificant figure. Cui Yi, why don't you use your scouter to check my battle power? Vegeta inquired with a smile. Yu Cui Yi was rendered speechless and instinctively pressed the button on the scouter. Immediately, he witnessed the numbers on the device soaring rapidly. Battle power, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. 20,000. Cui Yi stammered in disbelief. Bang. However, before Cui Yi could finish speaking, the detector exploded on the spot. This device could only accommodate a maximum value of 20,000. While Vegeta's battle power had already soared to a staggering 70,000. Cui Yi was utterly flustered, beads of sweat pouring down his face and body. I was merely jesting with you earlier. I hope you won't take it to heart, Cui Yi said with a bitter smile, his words laced with an air of appeasement. I do take it to heart, Vegeta replied, his expression icy. Cui Yi was at a complete loss. Ahem, we are the best of friends, are we not? He said, tears streaming down his face. Then what about what transpired at the training camp? Vegeta grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. Ha ha ha, I relish being bullied by you. Cui Yi quickly retorted. Is that so? Then I shall bully you to your demise. Vegeta said with keen interest. Ah, Lord Frieza? Cui Yi suddenly had a spark of inspiration, pointing behind Vegeta and exclaiming loudly. Vegeta remained unfazed. Frieza? It would be a miracle for him to be here. Besides, even if Frieza did come, what of it? I still have a tiger skin left unused. Xiangpa and Vados are still here watching the spectacle. If Frieza truly arrives, I wouldn't mind kneeling to Vados. Go to hell, Vegeta replied, showing no mercy as he delivered a swift slap. Bang, like swatting a fly. Vegeta sent Cui Yi plummeting from the sky. Boom. Cui Yi crashed heavily to the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater in his wake. Bang. Vegeta descended from the heavens, landing at the edge of the crater, causing the earth to tremble violently. Whoosh. Cui Yi was forcibly jolted from the depths of the ground, soaring into the air. Vegeta kicked Cui Yi's body twice with the back of his foot. Bang. Following that, Vegeta launched a powerful kick, sending him soaring into the sky. Roar. Vegeta opened his gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of energy that engulfed Cui Yi. Boom. Cui Yi was instantly reduced to ashes, utterly beyond salvation. After vanquishing Cui Yi, Vegeta pointed at the artificial full moon in the sky. The man-made full moon swiftly descended, landing in Vegeta's hand. Clap. Vegeta absorbed the energy of the artificial full moon into his body. Swish. In the next moment, Vegeta's body swiftly diminished in size, returning to its normal state. He then placed his hands in his pockets and let out a dismissive huff. The atmosphere was eerily silent, with everyone except Kampa and Beerus rendered speechless. Kampa and Beerus quickly regained their composure. This little rascal was so reluctant to expend even a modicum of energy that he sought to reclaim it instead. Kampa shook his head, acknowledging the considerable toll the energy had taken on him. Beerus mused that absorbing this energy could partially restore his stamina. Yet, it must be said, this young one's combat style exhibited a certain finesse. Kampa remarked that with proper training, he might one day evolve into an exceptional god of destruction. Are you contemplating retirement, Lord Kampa? Beerus inquired. While he was reluctant to retire, finding a successor for himself in advance was indeed a commendable choice, Kampa reflected. Lord Kampa is truly preparing for the future, Beerus chuckled. However, he ultimately deemed it unsuitable to bring Vegeta back, given that he belonged to the 7th universe. Kampa then recalled Vegeta's identity and decisively shook his head. No, Lord Kampa must not think this way, Beerus giggled, covering his mouth. Rather, while Lord Beerus is in slumber, we could stealthily bring him back and cultivate him into a formidable figure. Wouldn't it be amusing when Lord Beerus awakens? Kampa stared intently at Beerus without blinking. You are absolutely right. How could I have overlooked that? It would be best to nurture him to be more powerful than all the humans in the 7th universe. When Lord Beerus awakens, he could compete against all the humans, and it would be far more gratifying to see him triumph over them, wouldn't it? Vados suggested with a smile. Chapter 10 Champa. Little one, can you cook? I see, Vados. It seems you have taken quite a liking to him, Champa sighed. What are you talking about, Lord Champa? Vados rolled her eyes. If you truly wish to take him back, I have no objections. Champa shook his head. But there is one condition. He must be able to cook well. Otherwise, it's a no-go. I was merely jesting, Lord Champa. If you do not wish to take him back, consider my words unspoken, Vados replied. Very well, I shall give him a chance and see how he values it. Champa pondered carefully and then resolved to bring the boy back for Vados to train. Then, they would effortlessly defeat all the humans in the 7th universe. Beerus' expression upon discovering his true identity would surely be quite entertaining. My anticipation for Beerus' reaction grows stronger. Let us first observe this boy's attitude. Hey, little one. Champa beckoned to Vegeta. With his hands in his pockets, Vegeta flew over. What does this guy want with me? Little one. I see that you possess considerable talent. Champa paused with a smile and then inquired, by the way, how are your culinary skills? I can make canned peaches. My canned yellow peaches are exceptionally delicious, Vegeta replied. Champa? Vados? The two exchanged puzzled glances. What are canned yellow peaches? I've never heard of such a thing. Are they truly as delectable as he claims? The very name canned sounds quite appetizing, and Champa smacked his lips. Vados also licked her lips, seemingly a bit tempted. You must prepare some for me to taste immediately, Champa insisted. Unfortunately, that cannot be done at this moment. I have a very important task to complete first. Once I'm done, we can discuss it, Vegeta said with some hesitation. What? What task could be so important? Champa's expression darkened. This boy actually dares to refuse me. Give me a way to contact you. Once I finish my current task, I will come by to prepare the canned peaches for you, Vegeta stated, or alternatively, when I finish my work and have the yellow peaches ready. You can come to me. Vados, give him the communicator, Champa commanded. Certainly, Lord Champa. Vados nodded and flew forward to hand Vegeta a communicator. Vegeta accepted the device and casually tucked it into his collar. Beautiful lady, I shall miss you. Vegeta remarked, such sweet words. With a playful giggle, Bardock pinched Vegeta's cheek affectionately. Vegeta exclaimed, You pinched my face again. Please hold on. You pinch my face, and I shall pinch yours in return. So, we are truly departing now, Bardos remarked with a smile. Farewell, sister, Vegeta nodded. By the way, little one, what is your ambition? Kampa inquired. I aspire to become the strongest warrior in the universe. Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression grave as he declared. Oh, such ambition, Kampa chuckled, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. It is fortuitous for you to have encountered us. I hope your peach preserves are delectable. Whoosh. In the next instant, Kampa and Bardos moved swiftly, vanishing once more. The two reappeared on the opposite side of the planet, continuing to indulge in their leisurely pursuits. Vegeta, indifferent to whether they had truly departed, felt no hesitation as he promptly boarded his spacecraft. Whoosh! The spacecraft soared into the sky, racing towards the star system where Earth resided. On Frieza's spacecraft, Lord Frieza. Cui Yi has perished, Dodoria intoned solemnly. Oh? Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, his tail swaying behind him. News has just arrived from planet Vanfu, that shameless Vegeta. Seeing he was no match for Cui Yi, transformed into a great ape, Dodoria scoffed. What? Did they happen to fight on planet Vanfu during a full moon? Frieza queried. Not exactly. That fool Vegeta can create an artificial full moon, Dodoria replied. It merely illustrates Cui Yi's stupidity. Why grant him the opportunity to transform? Frieza mused with a light chuckle. When he was conjuring that artificial full moon, why not strike him down then? The issue is that Vegeta merely released a standard energy blast. Cui Yi was unaware it was an artificial full moon, Dodoria explained. By the time Cui Yi realized, it was too late. Frieza remained silent, contemplating how to deal with the one named Vegeta. My Lord Frieza, shall we continue to send others to pursue him? Bulma inquired. Let him be, Frieza replied, shaking his head. If he truly can transform into a Super Saiyan, then he is worthy of my serious attention. By the way, Lord Frieza, it is said that someone spotted a plumper version of Lord Beerus on planet Vanfu, Bulma suddenly recalled. Oh, a plumper version of Lord Beerus? Frieza paused, intrigued. Is there any video footage? There was, but for some reason, the data was suddenly corrupted, and the only footage has vanished. Bulma shook his head. It is worth mentioning that Cui Yi's spacecraft knocked over the statue of Lord Beerus. Dodoria wiped his brow. What did you say? The statue of Lord Beerus has fallen? Is it damaged? Frieza's complexion shifted dramatically. His arm had been shattered, a portion of his head was missing, and his tail had similarly fallen off. Doria, attend to the repairs immediately, he commanded. Fool, why bother with repairs? Construct a new one at once. Frieza barked, his fury palpable. This time, we must procure superior materials, ones that will not easily break. If necessary, utilize the materials from our spacecraft. My Lord Frieza, the materials from our spacecraft are exceedingly costly. Doria replied with a wry smile. Doria, are you a simpleton? Frieza's nostrils flared with rage. No matter the expense, the statue of Lord Beerus must be flawless. Yes, my Lord Frieza, I shall make the arrangements at once. Doria bowed deeply. 3 months swiftly passed. Vegeta, aboard the spacecraft, beheld the familiar planet emerging in the distance. Earth. I am coming. And my future bride, I am here to find you. Since I have become Vegeta, Bulma is undoubtedly mine. Moreover, I must keep a watchful eye on her from a young age. Otherwise, I might become Green Vegeta. Who could possibly betray me? One is the young Kakarot, and another is the lecherous Master Roshi. And then the rest launch. Right? And oolong. Kakarot is merely Navi. With proper guidance, he will be fine. The other three, however, require a thorough reprimanding. Chapter 11. The God of Earth. The Heavenly Realm. Upon witnessing such a colossal entity materialize in the sky, the God of Earth furrowed his brow, his expression shifting with concern. He discerned that it was a spacecraft, and within it was an individual exuding an aura of profound mystery. Who could this be? Who has come to Earth? Mr. Popo, the attendant of the god, also adopted a vigilant demeanor, clenching his fists tightly. An extraterrestrial visitor, the god declared sternly, pondering the reason for this alien's arrival on Earth. What could be their purpose? Mr. Popo remained silent. What is destined to be will be, whether fortune or misfortune, the god mused, gripping his staff tightly. With a creak, the spacecraft's hatch opened. He is emerging. The god's expression grew grave, and beads of sweat formed on Mr. Popo's brow. Whoosh! Vegeta soared from the spacecraft, hovering above the god and Mr. Popo, looking down upon them with an air of superiority. As they beheld Vegeta's presence, both the god and Mr. Popo were momentarily taken aback. Is he a child? Mr. Popo, the deity furrowed his brow at the sight of a childlike figure with a tail. The reason for his concern lay in the overwhelming energy emanating from the child, creating an aura of irresistible might. This extraterrestrial visitor, reveal your intentions. The deity urged himself to remain composed, gazing up at Vegeta. I have come in search of the Dragon Balls. That is my purpose, Vegeta declared, descending from the heavens and nonchalantly placing his hands in his pockets as he positioned himself opposite the deity and Mr. Popo. How do you know about the Dragon Balls? The deity's expression shifted dramatically. That is of no concern to you, Vegeta replied with a smile. Now, tell me the location of the Dragon Balls. I regret to inform you that although I am the creator of the Dragon Balls, once they are brought into existence, they immediately scatter across the world. Awaiting those destined to discover them, the deity elucidated. Thus, even I am unaware of their precise locations. Spare me your ramblings. As the god of this planet, I believe you possess greater knowledge of their whereabouts than I do, Vegeta scoffed. The deity fell silent. Do you refuse to speak? Vegeta pressed. Then allow me to gauge your battle power. With that, Vegeta produced a scouter, affixing it to his ear and pressing the button. Impressive. Your battle power registers at 220. While that shadowy figure behind you stands at 180, Vegeta remarked with a grin. After speaking, he removed the scouter. It's best to avoid using this device whenever possible, as Frieza may be monitoring us. We don't need any additional complications regarding the Dragon Balls. What? Battle power? The deity exclaimed, taken aback. In simple terms, battle power refers to your combat capability. You may understand it as the numerical representation of the energy within you, Vegeta explained with a smile. You possess a power level of 220, while your companion, the dark figure behind you, has a power level of 180. Mr. Popo interjected, dark figure? Who are you referring to? Are you polite? With that, Vegeta extended a single finger. What? 1,000? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. The disparity was far too immense. If what he claimed were true, no matter how hard I tried, I would surely be no match for him. Even employing Master Matato's sealing technique would likely prove futile in containing him, and such an action would only serve to incite his wrath. It would be prudent to observe his intentions first. No, it is 10,000. Vegeta corrected. What did you say? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in horror. 10,000? Mr. Popo was rendered utterly speechless. If that were the case, we would stand no chance whatsoever. A combat power of 10,000. Are you human? Rest assured. I am not here to invade Earth, I can guarantee that, Vegeta asserted. The deity cast a penetrating gaze upon Vegeta. Indeed, the child appeared rather sinister. Yet his inner world seemed tranquil, devoid of any significant malevolent intentions. What wish do you intend to fulfill? The deity inquired. You will know in due time. Vegeta replied with a smile. Very well, I promise to disclose the location of the Dragon Balls. But you must vow not to engage in any actions that could harm the Earth. The deity warned. Should you break this promise, although I am not your adversary, one day someone will come to exact punishment upon you. Enough with the chatter, Vegeta said, a hint of impatience in his voice. The location of the first Dragon Ball is towards that direction, where a deep sea harbors a pirate base. The Dragon Ball resides within the pirate's treasure vault. You should find it quite easily upon entering the base. The deity indicated a spot below. Understood, Vegeta nodded. The location of the Dragon Ball mentioned by the deity must indeed lie within the pirate's trove. I shall retrieve that Dragon Ball now. You continue to contemplate the location of the second one, Vegeta declared, soaring into the air. Whoosh. Vegeta accelerated to his utmost speed, disappearing from sight in an instant. His velocity was so astounding that it left both the deity and Mr. Popo in awe. Such speed, even I, a god, cannot perceive it, the deity exclaimed, swiftly approaching the edge of the temple, with Mr. Popo trailing behind. They gazed downward. He has already descended into the deep sea. How much time has passed? The deity remarked. Mr. Popo silently wiped his brow, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the little being's capabilities. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta ascended to the temple. Bearing the first Dragon Ball and a treasure chest, he tossed the Dragon Ball and chest to the ground. The deity was momentarily taken aback. This extraterrestrial even spared the treasure chest? What use are those jewels to you? The location of the second Dragon Ball, Vegeta stated. The second Dragon Ball is situated on that isolated island over there. The deity pointed to its location. Vegeta swiftly took off, heading towards the island. Before long, he beheld the island's outline clearly. Isn't this Master Roshi's island? With a thud, Vegeta landed on the shores of Master Roshi's island, hands in pockets. The sea turtle, basking in the sun on the beach, changed its expression upon seeing Vegeta's arrival. This guy flew here. Be quiet. I have no desire to converse with the turtle. Vegeta strode purposefully towards the Kame house. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by the cheerful strains of dance music emanating from within. Peering inside, he beheld Master Roshi, the notoriously lascivious old man, whose gaze was firmly affixed to the television screen, so eager that he appeared ready to press his lips against it. On the screen, several lovely young ladies clad in bikinis danced gracefully, their movements exquisitely captivating, causing Master Roshi to drool uncontrollably. Vegeta shook his head in disapproval and began to search the room for the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, Master Roshi's Dragon Ball was not particularly elusive, resting conveniently upon a table. Vegeta approached, seized the Dragon Ball, and departed, completely unnoticed by Master Roshi, who remained blissfully ignorant of the intrusion. With the second Dragon Ball secured, Vegeta, following the celestial guidance, successfully located 6 more Dragon Balls. The final one lay within the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, specifically in the storage area of Dr. Brief's home. The celestial entity remarked upon this. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly lifted a pirate's treasure chest, propelling himself towards the Capsule Corporation's headquarters. The celestial being was momentarily taken aback. What purpose did this individual have in carrying a treasure chest? With a swift motion, Vegeta descended, hands tucked into his pockets, landing in Bulma's yard. As he touched down, he spotted Bulma not far off, and their eyes met. At the tender age of 4, Bulma was still quite adorable. "Hey, did you come flying here? Are you an alien?" Bulma rubbed her eyes and inquired, gazing at Vegeta with curiosity. "Indeed," Vegeta affirmed. "Allow me to present you with a gift." As he spoke, he placed the treasure chest upon the ground. Intrigued, Bulma approached. With a swift kick, Vegeta flung the chest open. Inside lay a dazzling array of jewels, leaving Bulma utterly astonished. "Are these for me?" she exclaimed, the surprise overwhelming her. "Indeed." "Take whatever you fancy," Vegeta replied with a nod. "I'm rich." Bulma squealed, diving into the pile of jewels, dreaming of luxuriating atop them in blissful slumber. Vegeta mused to himself, "Indeed, the wealthy have an affinity for wealth. Your family has already ascended to the pinnacle of global wealth. Do you still feel so captivated by such an abundance of wealth? To your family, it is merely a figure, is it not? What a mundane woman. If this were to be converted into currency, how much would it amount to?" Bulma marveled as she rummaged through the treasure chest filled with jewels. "Surely, it must be in the trillions," remarked Vegeta. "You are truly a good person," Bulma said, tears streaming down her face. "Well, it is fortunate that you understand," Vegeta nodded. "You have brought so much money, are you proposing to me?" Bulma inquired, her excitement palpable. Vegeta replied, "Very well, I agree to marry you." Bulma stated earnestly. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. "Bulma, Bulma." At that moment, Bulma's mother, Bikini, called out from a distance. "Oh no, my mother is here." "I promised I would marry you," Bulma exclaimed. "What does your mother's arrival have to do with marrying me?" Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, he saw Bulma's mother approaching from afar. "Bulma, you are skipping school again. Why aren't you attending kindergarten?" Bikini asked her daughter. Mother, look. My husband is here to marry me. I am getting married today, so I want to be going to kindergarten," Bulma hurriedly explained, pointing to the treasure chest on the ground and to Vegeta standing nearby. Vegeta remarked, "Bulma, you truly are exceptionally talented. Are you really going to marry yourself off just to avoid kindergarten?" Coughed Chibi, glancing at Vegeta. "No, he is my husband, and we are getting married today," Bulma replied. "Bulma, even if you marry today, you must still attend kindergarten," Chibi insisted. "I won't go. I won't go. I won't go. I absolutely refuse." Bulma's head shook like a rattle. "Oh dear, are you playing a treasure chest game?" Chibi then noticed the treasure chest, approached it, and picked up a piece of jewelry. Initially, Chibi thought it was merely a child's plaything. However, upon weighing the jewelry, she realized it was genuine. "Is this all real?" Chibi exclaimed, astonished, and quickly called for Bulma's father. Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father, hurried over on his bicycle. "What? Jewelry? A whole chest of jewels?" Dr. Briefs was equally astounded, examining them with a magnifying glass. Indeed, they were authentic, albeit somewhat outdated in style. "I discovered these in a pirate's lair and brought them to you," Vegeta smiled. "Did you, young lad, bring these for us?" Dr. Briefs looked at Vegeta in surprise. "Yes, consider it a gift," Vegeta nodded. "Young man, you wish us to keep the jewelry safe for you, correct? You fear your parents would hide it if you took it home?" Dr. Briefs quickly deduced. "No. I specifically brought it for you," Vegeta chuckled. "You needn't be formal. He is here to marry me. This is his dowry," Bulma interjected hastily. "Bulma, you needn't go to kindergarten today," Chibi sighed, addressing Bulma. "Really? That's wonderful." Bulma sighed in relief. Bulma contemplated her situation, feeling rather tragic. Each day, she concocted elaborate schemes to escape kindergarten. What excuse could she devise for tomorrow? Perhaps she could convince this child to take her on a honeymoon. After all, isn't a honeymoon customary after marriage? That seemed a splendid idea. "Young man, what is your name? Where is your home?" Dr. Briefs thought it prudent to contact the boy's family, considering the value of the jewelry. "We are already the wealthiest in the world. What need have we for these jewels? My name is Vegeta, and I hail from the distant planet Vegeta. He pointed to the sky, but I fear our planet may soon explode. Dr. Briefs? Chibi? The couple displayed expressions of utter bewilderment. Chapter 13. The Immortal Body. Mom and Dad, you may not know this, but Vegeta is an extraterrestrial. Bulma quickly elucidated. An alien? Is that true? Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. Oh dear, young one, are you truly an alien? Bikini inquired, curiously scrutinizing Vegeta, unable to discern any indication of his otherworldly origins. Indeed, I hail from the planet Vegeta, where I am the prince. My name is derived from my planet, Vegeta replied candidly. A tail? Vegeta, is that tail of yours genuine? Bulma stepped forward and grasped Vegeta's tail. Vegeta, are you even listening to me? Vegeta inquired, his tone tinged with irritation. You are quite impolite, even causing my tail to move. He continued. There is a luminous golden orb in your warehouse, within which reside several stars. Do you recall it? Dr. Briefs nodded thoughtfully. Ah, you mean that object. I remember it well. I found it during my recent outing. Are you searching for it? Please, grant me that treasure, Vegeta implored. Certainly, Dr. Briefs readily acquiesced. You have bestowed upon us an entire box of jewels. What significance does gifting you a ball hold? Robot, please retrieve that ball. Dr. Briefs commanded a robot. Yes, doctor. The robot saluted and proceeded forward. Suddenly, it collapsed onto the ground. Vegeta remarked, Ahem, this mobility still requires considerable improvement, Dr. Briefs lamented. In the Celestial Temple, the deity and Mr. Popo observed every movement of Vegeta below, both apprehensive that Vegeta might cause chaos on Earth. If you were to stir up trouble on Earth, we would be unable to contain it. Divine One, what do you think of Mr. Bobo? The Divine Being. I never anticipated that Vegeta would coexist so harmoniously with the Bulma family. Furthermore, is that treasure chest specifically intended for their household? What do you truly wish to accomplish? I am equally uncertain of his intentions. Perhaps it is best to observe for now. The deity above. At least it is reassuring to note that, thus far, he has exhibited no malevolent actions. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, the robot swiftly retrieved the Dragon Ball and presented it to Vegeta with both hands. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Vegeta remarked as he grasped the Dragon Ball, expressing his gratitude to Bulma and her family. With a sudden leap, Vegeta ascended into the air. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Dr. Briefs widened his eyes in astonishment. Goodness, can aliens fly? Bulma was left speechless. He truly is an extraterrestrial. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses. I told you he was an alien. Yet, my parents refused to believe me, Bulma stated with a hint of pride. Vegeta, clutching the Dragon Ball, swiftly returned to the temple. Now, all 7 Dragon Balls were completely assembled, lying upon the temple's ground. Dragon, emerge and grant my wish. Vegeta proclaimed loudly. The deity observed. This lad even knows the incantation to summon the dragon. With a crackle, a golden light emanated from the 7 Dragon Balls. A brilliant flash of lightning shot into the sky, instantly darkening the heavens. In a moment, the golden beam transformed into a colossal azure dragon, coiling majestically in the night sky, surveying Vegeta and the deity below. Whoever has gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. The dragon's voice resonated. Ah, esteemed deity. Yet, the deity remained silent. Dragon, grant me immortality, Vegeta addressed the dragon. After much contemplation, Vegeta ultimately resolved to pursue the wish for immortality. However, he was acutely aware that the Earth's dragon might not be capable of fulfilling such a desire. Nevertheless, he believed there would be a compromise available. The dragon replied, to be immortal implies that your lifespan is limitless, and your body shall never perish, even in destruction. It will promptly regenerate. Indeed, that is my intention, Vegeta nodded. I regret to inform you that my powers are limited. I am unable to grant you this wish. The dragon shook its head. As expected, Vegeta chuckled lightly. No matter, let us see what you can achieve. I can extend your lifespan by 1,000 years. And your body can attain the ability for limb regeneration at most, the dragon contemplated. Limb regeneration? Vegeta pondered. In simpler terms, as long as your head remains intact, your body can recover through regeneration. The eternal dragon elucidated. However, after restoration, will my stamina also be rejuvenated? Vegeta inquired further. I regret to inform you that it cannot. The dragon replied, shaking his head. Additionally, once this wish is granted, will I be able to survive in the vastness of space? Vegeta pressed on. Indeed. The dragon nodded affirmatively. Very well, Then please fulfill this wish for me, Vegeta commanded. Certainly, the dragon responded, his eyes glimmering with an intangible divine power. This force swiftly enveloped Vegeta, who distinctly felt his body undergoing a rapid transformation, as if it were brimming with boundless vitality. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, the dragon declared before transforming into the 7 Dragon Balls. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls turned to stone and scattered across the world. The sky regained its brilliance. Vegeta flexed his arm, and then, gritting his teeth, he tore off his own limb. The Kai and Mr. Popo were taken aback. Hey! With the aid of his regenerative abilities, Vegeta's severed arm reformed in the blink of an eye. Indeed, Vegeta mused, inspecting his newly grown arm, which was flawless and devoid of any scars. The Kai and Mr. Popo were left speechless. So, you were merely testing your regeneration capabilities. They realized. Splendid. From now on, there will be no need for baths. Simply behead yourself, and your lower body will regenerate. Vegeta smiled. The Kai wiped the sweat from his brow, while Mr. Popo could only chuckle in bewilderment. You possess the ability of regeneration. Is it merely to avoid bathing? Chapter 14. Consuming the divine water as if it were wine. Thank you, deity of Earth. Vegeta expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. As long as you refrain from causing chaos on Earth, all shall be well. The deity replied with a smile. Well then, farewell. Vegeta waved his hand and leaped from the temple. Observing Vegeta's departing figure, the deity let out a slight sigh of relief. Let us hope he does not cause any trouble. Whoosh. Vegeta swiftly descended from the sky, soon appearing above the Korin Tower. With hands tucked into his pockets, he strode directly into the tower. Master Korin regarded Vegeta with wary eyes, uncertain of his intentions. Master Korin was also aware that Vegeta had just summoned the Eternal Dragon. You are Master Korin, correct? Vegeta inquired, gazing at him. Yes, indeed I am Master Korin. How may I assist you? Korin responded. I have heard that you possess the divine water, which can awaken one's latent energy. I wish to acquire it, Vegeta stated plainly, revealing his objective. Are you certain? Master Korin asked, taken aback. Absolutely, Vegeta replied with a smile. You seek to awaken your latent energy? Master Korin silently wiped the sweat from his brow. You have grown so powerful that you now proclaim your combat prowess to exceed 10,000. On this planet, the mightiest deities possess only a strength of a little over 200. How powerful do you wish to become? Vegeta nodded, affirming his desire to unleash his latent potential. Very well, I shall provide you with the super divine water, Master Korin declared, stepping forward to retrieve the water with his staff. However, be forewarned. This substance is highly toxic. Consuming it may lead to uncertain fate. Many have ingested the super divine water, but they have met with unfortunate ends. Rest assured. I have recently granted myself the wish of immortality through the dragon, Vegeta replied with a smile. Such trivial ailments cannot claim my life. Master Korin wiped his brow in silence, realizing that the old deity above had indeed granted this youth such a wish. He promptly poured a glass of super divine water for Vegeta. With courage in his heart, Vegeta lifted the glass and drank it in one swift motion. I am effectively immortal now. It would be absurd for the super divine water to kill me. As for the notion circulating in certain Dragon Ball fan theories that Goku developed a viral heart disease from drinking the super divine water, Vegeta was utterly indifferent. Am I to fear a heart condition when I am already immortal? Should I truly contract such an ailment? I could simply sever my body below the neck and regenerate anew. Would a regenerated body even possess such a disease? Even if it did, is there not Beerus? The angel is capable of anything. Having Beerus cure me of a viral heart disease would be a mere trifle for her. Thus, Vegeta felt little trepidation. However, upon consuming the super divine water, Vegeta distinctly sensed a multitude of blades swirling within his throat. As these blades sliced through, they coursed into his body, wreaking havoc within. The sensation was akin to a dreamlike intoxication. Vegeta silently endured the immense agony, refusing to utter a single cry of distress. Does it hurt? Master Korin inquired with concern. It does not, Vegeta replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Is this what you call painlessness? You are overwhelmed with pain. In a moment of determination, Vegeta unleashed all the energy within him, using it to counteract the sensations of agony. He discovered that this method indeed alleviated his discomfort significantly. An hour later, the pain had entirely dissipated. Vegeta took a deep breath, silently attuning himself to the changes within his body. My energy. I can sense it surging rapidly. I wonder what my battle power has reached now? He swiftly retrieved his scouter, affixing it to his ear and pressing the button. Battle power, 32. 32,000. Indeed, Vegeta's strength had soared to an impressive 32,000, far exceeding the original character's power level after 20 years. It is worth noting that in the original tale, Vegeta's battle power upon arriving on Earth 2 decades later was merely 18,000. After consuming the ultra-divine water, his power had astonishingly doubled to 32,000. I wonder if drinking more would lead to further enhancement? You are truly remarkable, young one. Master Karen marveled. You are the first to survive after drinking the ultra-divine water, and I can distinctly sense your energy escalating dramatically. One more cup. As the last one felt rather insufficient, Vegeta said to Master Karen. Master Karen, momentarily speechless, thought to himself that consuming more would likely yield minimal effects and would only serve to invite further suffering. He urged, please reconsider. Enough of your rambling. Hurry up. Vegeta insisted. Very well, if you wish to drink, so be it. Master Karen sighed, reluctantly pouring another cup of ultra-divine water for Vegeta. As Vegeta held the cup, poised to drink, he inquired, should I drink it straight? Master Karen responded with confusion. Prepare a plate of peanuts for me. I want to enjoy them alongside my drink. Vegeta demanded. Master Karen silently wiped his brow. Did you mistake the ultra-divine water for wine? What are you standing there for? Hurry up, Vegeta said. Or else I won't enjoy my drink enough. Master Roshi swiftly prepared a plate of fried peanuts. Vegeta took a sip of the ultra-divine water followed by a mouthful of peanuts, drinking with great delight. Master Roshi was left bewildered. Is that truly the ultra-divine water? How is it that you seem to be in no pain at all now? Is it delightful? Master Karen inquired with curiosity. Inching closer. Why not indulge in a cup yourself? Vegeta suggested with a smile. No, I dare not drink. I might just drop dead from a single sip. Master Karen fervently shook his head. In no time, Vegeta downed an entire cup of the super divine water. It pairs quite well with peanuts. The flavor is rather pleasant, though it leaves a slight burn in my stomach afterward. Vegeta inhaled deeply, swiftly assessing his combat power. Incredible! I've actually increased. Vegeta's battle power had soared to an impressive height of 39,000. Without even training, the super divine water could elevate one's strength. Elated, Vegeta poured himself another cup of the super divine water. You're going to drink more? Master Karen exclaimed, torn between laughter and exasperation. Do you truly regard the super divine water as if it were wine? Chapter 15 Bulma, we shall embark on our honeymoon tomorrow. Bring me a few more cold dishes. A plate of peanuts simply does not suffice, Vegeta commanded. Very well, Master Karen replied, somewhat speechless, and promptly prepared a plate of cucumbers and a dish of shredded potatoes for Vegeta. With the addition of these two appetizers, Vegeta found his drinking experience considerably more pleasant. He soon finished another cup. Vegeta assessed his own combat power. Combat power, 57,000. Is this increase entirely arbitrary? He continued to drink. Another 3 hours passed, and the bottle of super divine water was nearly empty. Is this it? Vegeta inquired. It takes some time to regenerate. Primarily, you have consumed it far too rapidly. Master Karen replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. This young man truly treats the super divine water as if it were mere alcohol. The perplexing matter is that after consuming so much, he has remarkably not perished. Are you truly human? Vegeta felt a surge of delight within. He had consumed an entire bottle of the super divine water. Vegeta's combat power had now ascended to an impressive height of 120,000. Yet, he pondered whether this substance could be ingested continuously. Wait a moment. Didn't I recall that this super divine water could be utilized by many? Vegeta squinted his eyes, casting a glance at Master Korin. He remembered that in Dragon Ball GT, it was through the super divine water that Baby controlled the inhabitants of a planet, extinguishing their existence. Those were humans from an entire world. Yet, with such a modest amount of super divine water consumed, it had seemingly vanished. You have already consumed 2 pounds, Master Korin said, wiping the sweat from his brow. This flask, no. This bottle of super divine water takes roughly 3 days to regenerate a full batch. Nevertheless, Vegeta chose not to dwell on the details. He was somewhat intoxicated, having unknowingly consumed 2 pounds. Furthermore, he speculated that the super divine water in Dragon Ball GT might have been diluted before use. Or perhaps, by that time, Master Korin had upgraded the bottle, allowing for a quicker regeneration of the super divine water. Let us leave it at this for today, Vegeta concluded, nodding in satisfaction as he stood and patted Master Korin on the shoulder. Master Korin was at a loss for words. I shall take this bottle of super divine water. You do not mind. do you? Vegeta inquired. Master Korin replied, if I say I mind, would it change your decision? Not at all, Vegeta affirmed. Master Korin fell silent, questioning whether further dialogue was necessary. You may take it directly. Vegeta carefully secured the bottle of super divine water. He was eager to ascertain how much he would need to consume before his fighting power ceased to increase. As he was about to depart, Vegeta turned back for one last, profound glance at Master Karin. Is there anything else? Master Karin inquired. Suddenly recalling, Vegeta called out. Please share some of your senzu beans with me. With a sigh, Master Karin responded, you even know about the senzu beans. There's nothing left to conceal. He then went downstairs to retrieve a jar of senzu beans, saying, take as many as you wish. Very well, I shall not be modest, Vegeta declared, showing no inclination to be polite, and promptly took the jar, soaring away from Karin Tower. Master Karin lamented, I meant for you to take some. Not to empty my supply. Greetings, do leave me a couple, will you? Vegeta soared away in a wobbly manner. A minute later, he returned to Bulma's home, cradling a jar of senzu beans. Darling, you're back. Bulma rushed towards him. How wonderful. At long last, you have returned. If you weren't here, who would I embark on my honeymoon with tomorrow? I am contemplating how to skip class tomorrow, and then you just flew away. Bulma excitedly approached and grasped Vegeta's hand. Ah, you're back. Vegeta nodded and patted his head. I feel a bit dizzy. Is this ultra-divine water really that potent? What is wrong with you? Bulma inquired. It's nothing. I just consumed too much of this stuff. 2 kilograms, to be precise, Vegeta replied. What is this? Bulma paused in surprise. Ultra-divine water, Vegeta responded candidly. Is it some delightful beverage? Bulma blinked, noticing his unsteady gait. You seem quite inebriated. Indeed, I may have overindulged, Vegeta admitted. Honestly, I dislike having a husband who spends all day drinking. Bulma pouted, clearly displeased. By the way, what is it that you're holding? Bulma asked again. Spirit beans. Consuming one will ensure you are not hungry for 10 days, Vegeta explained. But they just look like ordinary beans, Bulma remarked, examining a handful before discarding them, unimpressed. Bulma, I'm going to take a nap over there, Vegeta called to her, gesturing towards a distant lounge chair. So, you're not leaving, right? Bulma asked excitedly. Not for now, Vegeta nodded, striding towards the chair. Wonderful. Let us go on our honeymoon tomorrow. Bulma clapped her hands in delight. A damn honeymoon, Vegeta muttered. You are but a mere 4-year-old child, yet you possess quite an array of knowledge. However, I have little interest in embarking on a honeymoon with someone as youthful as you. We shall revisit this notion once you mature. Vegeta disregarded Bulma and ambled towards the sun loungers. This is utterly absurd. I truly overindulged earlier. My body feels as though it is ablaze. Should I happen to drink myself to death, I would be left speechless. Perhaps I ought to detach my head before the toxins infiltrate my brain and then regenerate? After some contemplation, Vegeta ultimately decided against it. Such an act would be wasteful. Having consumed so much, it is plausible that once I digest all this divine water, my battle power could experience a qualitative enhancement. Presently, my power stands at 120,000, which merely scratches the surface. I am eager to uncover the extent of my latent energy. I shall strive to harness all the potential energy within this body. I wonder if it might yield results akin to those guided by the old Kai. There exists a possibility, after all, for I have imbibed 2 pounds of divine water. Vegeta understood that his survival was significantly attributed to his immortal essence. Without such a boon, he believed he would have perished long ago. In truth, even now, the toxicity of the divine water had wreaked havoc on his body. Nonetheless, Vegeta's regenerative capabilities were at work, continuously mending his form. With each restoration, his strength incrementally increased. He reclined onto the sun lounger, allowing his body to heal naturally. Soon after, with a gentle tilt of his head, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 16. Kappa. The days of Beerus' slumber are truly delightful. The scene featuring Vegeta gradually diminished, ultimately condensing into a crystal sphere. Enveloping the sphere was a pair of bright and cunningly beautiful eyes, those of Vados. Vados was observing Vegeta through her staff. Kappa stood by, watching. Lord Kappa, what are you gazing at? One might think you could see it as well, Vados jested. Kappa felt a twinge of discomfort. Ahem, what is that little brat up to? Kappa inquired. Oh dear, he was just consuming a type of poison, Vados replied, wiping her brow. Poison? Kappa paused, momentarily taken aback. It is a substance that can enhance human latent energy. He has already consumed 2 pounds, Vados stated, both amused and perplexed. Has this child lost his mind? Kappa shook his head. His actions are indeed quite reckless. Vados nodded in agreement, yet, as a result, his strength has likely multiplied tenfold. Ah, merely a tenfold increase. Still rather feeble, Kampa scoffed. Does this fool not comprehend that training alongside us would yield remarkable results? Perhaps once he awakens, the toxins will fully take effect, and his energy will multiply significantly, Vados speculated. Even an additional 100-fold would still be insufficient for me to be challenged with just a finger, Kampa retorted. Such comparisons are rather uninteresting, Lord Kampa, Vados replied with a smile. After all, you are the mightiest god of destruction in our universe. Huh. That is a sentiment I relish, Kampa exclaimed, hands on his hips in excitement. Shall we remain in the 7th universe a while longer, Lord Kampa? Vados inquired. It is time to return. We have been out for 3 months, Kampa acknowledged. It is fortunate that Beerus is asleep. I can indulge myself in his universe. Indeed. Who could argue with that? Vados chuckled. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into streaks of vibrant light, swiftly heading toward the 6th universe. As they flew, Kampa suddenly recalled something. Wait a moment. Have we overlooked an important issue? He asked. What issue, Lord Kampa? Vados responded. Did we not agree that if that little brat Vegeta could find you, you would consent to marry him? Kampa stated. Once we retrieve him, he will know our location. Will you truly marry him? Surely you jest, Lord Kampa. Vados rolled her eyes. It is not I who jest, but rather that little brat Vegeta who takes it seriously, Kampa laughed. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. He has many years to grow yet. Vados chuckled. Besides, did he not find true love on Earth? True love? On Earth? Kampa paused in contemplation for 3 seconds. Indeed, he encountered a girl of his age who affectionately calls him her husband. Vados smiled. Kampa burst into laughter at this revelation. Vados shot a sidelong glance at Kampa. What are you laughing at? Vados, I didn't expect you to be so quickly betrayed. Kampa danced with joy. Vados, however, let's not forget that little rascal Vegeta's oath, Kampa chuckled. Vados was left speechless. The vow remains unchanged for 1 billion years. Whoever breaks it shall have their father eat feces. Are you really planning to send the Grand Priest to that place? Kampa inquired. To where? Vados feigned ignorance. To eat feces, of course, replied Kampa. Oh dear, I have recorded this. I will pass it along to the Grand Priest later, Vados said with a smile. Kampa immediately wilted. Vados, you lack martial ethics. Earth. Headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Bulma, is that Vegeta? Has he flown back again? Bikini asked curiously. Yes, Mom. He has returned and said he won't be leaving for the time being, Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Therefore, I have decided that tomorrow I will go on a honeymoon with Vegeta. Bikini, you are but a mere 4-year-old child. What do you know of honeymoons? Bulma, I would actually recommend you take Vegeta to kindergarten for your honeymoon, suggested Bikini. Mom. Absolutely not. I want him to take me flying in the sky. Bulma huffed in frustration. Suit yourself, Bikini replied, exasperated. It's just kindergarten. Why are you so resistant? At that moment, a flask fell from Vegeta's grasp, a bottle of ultra-divine water, due to his poor sleeping position. Is this a flask? Bikini inquired as she picked up the bottle of ultra-divine water. Learning bad habits at such a young age. Knowing how to drink alcohol at such a tender age, aliens have no sense of propriety, Bulma pouted, expressing her discontent. If he still drinks like this every day when he grows up, I shall divorce him. Bikini, you speak like a little adult, remarked Bikini, shaking the bottle. There is still quite a bit of wine left. It should be rather delightful. Perhaps it could complement your father's dinner this evening. With a light tune on her lips. Bikini departed, clutching the bottle of divine water. Mother, that's someone else's property. Please refrain from meddling with it, Bulma implored. What are you saying, Bulma? ISNT Vegeta, our son-in-law. Bikini chuckled. It's merely a sip of wine. Bulma could only respond in silence. That evening, an ambulance arrived, sirens blaring, whisking Bulma's parents to the hospital due to divine water poisoning. Bulma, in a fit of tears, found herself unable to awaken Vegeta and resorted to calling her sister. Accompanying the ambulance to the hospital, Tais made a swift trip to the hospital, only to discover that a critical condition notice had already been issued, leaving her momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Tais brought Bulma back home, instructing the robot to wait at the hospital, with their parents in intensive care. The doctor had indicated that they would likely remain unconscious for at least 3 days. Staying there was of little utility. It was best to ensure Bulma's comfort first. Is it easy for me? I'm just a 4-year-old running around, Bulma sighed. You've worked hard, Bulma, Tais said, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Bulma glanced at her sister, then at an odd-looking individual accompanying her. Chapter 17. Galactic Patrolman Gak Bulma stared intently at the peculiar figure, lost in thought for a considerable time. By the way, sister, I was just about to inquire who this individual is, Bulma asked curiously. Tais, please introduce me. Gak patted his chest. Tais replied, this is Galactic Patrolman Gak. I've never heard of him. Bulma shook her head, expressing disinterest in the strange character. Hey there. Little one, I'm an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol. This planet is under my jurisdiction. Gak approached and patted Bulma on the head. Don't touch my head. I detest when others do that. Bulma rolled her eyes. Gak quickly withdrew his hand. And by the way, I'm not a little kid. I'm already married. Bulma added. Married? Tais blinked in surprise, at a loss for words when looking at Bulma. Why would a 4-year-old like you get married? Bulma, are you playing house again? Tais chuckled. I truly am married. My husband is sleeping over there, Bulma replied, gesturing towards Vegeta, who was napping on a distant lounge chair. Tais glanced in the direction Bulma indicated, realizing it was indeed a game of make-believe. Just another little child. But returning to the matter at hand, Bulma, how did your parents become poisoned? The doctor mentioned it was food poisoning. Did they consume something they shouldn't have? Tais inquired urgently. I'm perplexed as well. Bulma shook her head. I ate the same food as my parents, yet I seem to be unharmed. How peculiar, Tais remarked, equally bewildered. How could they have been poisoned so suddenly? I figured it out. You must have intended to poison your parents to inherit their fortune. Gak interjected. Bulma responded. What are you saying? Tais added. Gak, you ought to refrain from such comments. Bulma glared at Gak with indignation. Your imagination as a Galactic Patrol officer is exceedingly vivid. If you were to claim that Bulma, upon maturing, poisoned her parents to inherit the family fortune, I might have entertained the notion. However, she is merely 4 years old. Even if there were an inheritance, it would rightfully belong to me as the eldest daughter. Tais chuckled, jesting. Sister, Bulma is at a loss for words. What sort of family are we? Speaking of which, have your parents been drinking? Could they be suffering from alcohol poisoning? Gak suddenly pondered aloud. Sister, you may not believe it, but it does seem like alcohol poisoning, Bulma exclaimed, slapping her forehead. I just remembered that Vegeta brought back an exquisite wine flask. And Mother took a sip with Father before fainting. Vegeta? Gak paused, the name sounding oddly familiar. Why are you only now mentioning such an important matter? Why didn't you say anything while in the hospital? Tais remarked, bemused. Quick, bring me that wine flask for inspection. With haste. Bulma dashed to the dining room to retrieve the peculiar bottle. Soon, she emerged, cradling the vessel. This is it, she presented the bottle to Tais. Let me see. Gak interjected, as an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, even if it is toxic, it would have no effect on me. Tais handed the bottle to Gak, who examined it closely. There's still quite a bit of wine inside, he noted, as Bulma and her sister nodded in agreement. The bottle indeed had an oddity. Aside from the spout, it possessed no other openings. Gak scrutinized the bottle from all angles. Bulma, from where did you acquire such a strange flask? Tais inquired. It's Vegeta's. He got drunk from it. Bulma pointed towards the distant, slumbering Vegeta. We can't dwell on that. If we find the culprit, Mother and Father will awaken sooner, Tais declared. I shall first ascertain the nature of the poison, Gak stated, preparing to take a swig from the bottle's mouth. Be careful, Gak, Tais cautioned, her voice tinged with concern. Nonsense. I just stated that I am an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol, even if it is toxic. It will not affect me. Ignoring her, Gak proceeded to pour the liquid into his mouth. The moment the super divine water touched his tongue, he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Gak immediately spewed the liquid from his mouth, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Bulma and Tais stood in shock. Tais hurriedly rushed to Gak, shaking his face and calling his name loudly. Yet, he remained unresponsive. Bulma nearly burst into laughter. Bulma, stop laughing. His condition is dire. We must call for an ambulance. Tais was on the verge of tears while Bulma wiped her brow. Before long, the ambulance blared its siren as it raced back. What? Poisoned again? The doctor was amused. Did the wealthy find such amusement in their lives? He remarked, what a curious substance Bulma has brought. What could be so delectable? The doctor inquired with intrigue. It's this. At least we have identified the culprit this time, Tais said, handing the bottle of the super divine water to the doctor. Is it good? The doctor chuckled in disbelief. We shall take this back to the hospital for analysis. Thank you, Tais nodded. By the way, that individual is an extraterrestrial. I wonder if our treatment methods will awaken him? Bulma addressed the doctor. What? An alien? The doctor glanced at Jack, his face displaying shock. As he rushed forward to examine Jack's face and body closely, Jack was roused from his stupor. "What are you doing to me?" he exclaimed, springing to his feet. "I am an elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol." He pointed at the doctor. "He is awake?" The doctor was taken aback. "Jack, are you all right?" Ties asked with concern. "Humph, elite warrior of the Galactic Patrol indeed. You fainted after just a sip of alcohol." Bulma rolled her eyes. "What do you know, young lady?" Jack scoffed. "I wasn't fainting. I was analyzing the toxins through a state of deep slumber." "So?" Bulma queried. "It's a highly dangerous toxin, composed of molecular formulas I have never encountered," Jack replied, shaking his head. "Is there an antidote?" Ties inquired. "None." Jack shook his head again. "Only my immune system can withstand it." Chapter 18, Mutation. Power Level 3,000,000. What? Ties was distraught. "Ties, brace yourself. Whether your parents can endure this depends on the next 3 days," Jack sighed. "That's not helpful." Bulma shook her head, suddenly grasping the deeper meaning behind Jack's words. Tears welled in her eyes as she murmured, "What? Did you just say my mom and dad?" "This friend is right. You must prepare yourselves mentally." The doctor sighed helplessly. "If we cannot find a remedy for this poison, we can only rely on the immune system to endure it. Whether they survive depends on these 3 days." "But why is Vegeta unaffected?" Bulma asked curiously. "What? That child drank some too?" The doctor exclaimed. "The Capsule Corporation family is truly extraordinary. Did you play with poison?" The doctor urged. "Quickly, take him to the hospital." "How much did that child drink?" Ties asked. "He claimed he consumed 2 pounds. Look at him. He's inebriated to such a degree," Bulma replied. "Perhaps he is not merely intoxicated. Perhaps he has already succumbed," Jack sighed. "Wah!" Bulma began to wail uncontrollably. "I do not wish to become a widow," Bulma cried, her sorrow palpable. Ties lamented. "I also do not wish to lose my parents." Bulma, wiping her tears, hurried to Vegeta's side, checking for his breath. "Hey, it seems your sister is even more distressed about the prospect of widowhood," Jack whispered. "Silence. Aren't you an elite Galactic Patrol warrior? Think of a solution," Ties reprimanded. "If we could contact our Galactic Patrol headquarters for an exceptional healer, this poison could be neutralized," Jack explained. "But do not forget, my spaceship's communicator is broken. I have no way to reach headquarters." "This is truly dire," Ties sighed in resignation. Suddenly turning to Bulma. "Bulma, can you fix the communicator? Are you joking? She is merely a 4-year-old child." Jack shook his head. "Do not underestimate my sister's age." "She is a genius," Ties asserted, then called out to Bulma. "Bulma, Jack's communicator is broken. If you can help him repair it, perhaps the Galactic Patrol can save our parents." "I have not learned that yet, but I can try." Bulma lifted her head and replied to Ties, "Enough already. This family would have fallen apart without me. You want me to fix the communicator? I am only 4. Ties chose silence. She now claims to be too young. Yet she previously spoke of being married. Jack whispered to Ties. "There is not a single sane person in our family." Ties shook her head. "By the way, Vegeta is fine. He is still breathing," Bulma added. The doctor was momentarily taken aback, then rushed to examine Vegeta's condition. Indeed, he was alive. "Did he truly drink 2 pounds? The doctor inquired. "That is what he claimed. I cannot ascertain the exact amount," Bulma replied, shaking her head. "Your parents barely took a sip," the doctor sighed. "I fear your friend may be beyond salvation if he truly consumed 2 pounds. Young lady, I can assure you that I will contact headquarters to save your parents, but I cannot guarantee the same for your friend if he indeed drank that much," Jack concurred. "You have ingested 2 pounds of poison. Even the healer of the Galactic Patrol would be unable to save you." Yet, a peculiar sensation lingers. The name of this individual seems vaguely familiar. Where have I heard it before? Am I destined to become a widow? Bulma's tears began to brew anew. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Vegeta. Upon closer inspection, one could see his entire being radiating a blinding white light, as brilliant as a burning sun. "What is happening?" Bulma was horrified, hastily retreating to a safe distance to observe Vegeta. "Is this the consequence of consuming too much poison, leading to an explosion?" Gak was equally astonished. Ties quickly sought refuge behind Gak. The doctor stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Can one truly explode from excessive poison? Am I dreaming? With a sudden clap, Vegeta slowly levitated into the air, opening his eyes. Thunderous sounds followed as an even more potent energy and dazzling light erupted from him. An endless stream of energy emanated from Vegeta, expanding outward. With a resounding boom, Vegeta released the energy that had diffused around him and took a deep breath, gradually descending from the sky. Exhaling, he felt invigorated, as though his body had undergone a profound transformation. Vegeta swiftly gauged the intensity of the energy within him. At this point, his combat power had surpassed the measuring capabilities of the device, which could only register just over 50,000. This device is far more advanced than that of Cui Yi. Vegeta could only estimate his power level through the sensation of energy coursing within him. This time, he sensed that his combat power had likely reached an astonishing height of 3 million. 3 million. Incredible! I have consumed 2 pounds of super divine water. It has catapulted my power from 12,000 to 3 million. If this power level can be transformed into that of a Super Saiyan, wouldn't I be able to easily overpower Frieza? The effects of the super divine water are truly remarkable. I shall continue to indulge in this elixir. Perhaps it may elevate my fundamental combat prowess to an astonishing 10 million. Vegeta, having succumbed to slumber for over 8 hours, has fully assimilated the divine water within him during this duration. The areas affected by the divine water's decay have been restored through his innate regenerative abilities. The Saiyan's brush with death and the latent potential of the divine water have allowed Vegeta's combat power to exponentially multiply in a remarkably brief span of time. This is the very reason his strength has soared to an impressive 3 million. Vegeta is elated. It seems my wish to the dragon for immortality was indeed a sagacious choice. Although this immortality is not yet fully realized, it matters little. In due time, I shall seek to enhance the dragon of Namek or, upon encountering the dragon of the gods, request a true form of immortality. The foremost priority now remains the enhancement of my combat abilities. Chapter 19. The rescue of Bulma's parents. Vegeta patted his chest. Where is the divine water? He swiftly glanced at Bulma, Tais, and Gak, the latter being the Galactic Patrolman. What brings him here? Vegeta soon noticed the doctor holding a bottle of the divine water. With an effortless gesture, he exerted an invisible force upon the doctor's hand. The bottle of divine water slipped from the doctor's grasp and flew towards Vegeta. He caught it, shook the bottle, and a satisfied smile graced his face. It appears that during my slumber, the divine water has indeed increased in quantity. Should I consume it now? Or wait 3 days for it to reach its full potency? Perhaps it is best to deliberate further. Consuming 2 pounds at once would yield more significant results. Vegeta secured the bottle and made his way towards Bulma and Tais. The sisters were rendered speechless, and Gak stood in a state of utter shock. He suddenly realized that the child bore a tail. Is this not a Saiyan? This child is named Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans? No wonder his name sounded familiar. How did the Saiyan Prince find his way to Earth? This is utterly disastrous. The fate of Earth is sealed. I must make my escape. My stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom. Gak stammered before turning to flee. I shall not remain in the presence of a monster. Stop. Vegeta has spoken. Gaku's mental state was on the verge of collapse. Do you expect me to simply stop because you commanded? Absolutely not. Jack ran even faster. Do you believe it is your speed, or rather, the velocity of my energy blast that surpasses yours? Vegeta's voice echoed from a distance. Jack halted abruptly. Skidding to a stop. Coughing, he sheepishly approached. What are you running from? Have you recognized my identity? Vegeta narrowed his eyes at Jack. Your identity? Who are you? I don't know you. Jack vigorously shook his head. Bulma, what is happening? What is this man in the lab coat doing here? Vegeta disregarded Jack's presence and turned his attention to Bulma, inquiring earnestly. Vegeta, I'm relieved you're all right. I thought you had perished. Bulma exhaled in relief, hastily adding. I certainly do not wish to become a widow. What kind of logic is that? Vegeta responded incredulously. My parents consumed the liquor from your bottle and were taken away by an ambulance. The hospital has issued a critical condition notice. Bulma wept as she addressed Vegeta. You. What did you just say? Vegeta was taken aback. Bulma's parents drank the super divine water? Your parents are truly remarkable. It is no wonder that the hospital has issued a critical condition notice. Countless robust individuals have succumbed after consuming such a substance. Your parents are merely ordinary individuals. This situation has escalated. Do not rush. I will consult someone to see if there is a way to save them, Vegeta contemplated. You have a solution? Bulma was taken aback. It remains uncertain. Please wait for me a moment. I shall return promptly, Vegeta declared, launching himself into the sky like a cannonball. Vegeta was propelled into the air with such velocity that he left a series of sonic booms in his wake. Soon, he arrived at the Korin Tower. Master Korin. We meet again, Vegeta addressed the wise sage. Master Korin gazed at Vegeta with a look of bewilderment. You consumed 2 pounds of the extraordinary elixir, yet surprisingly, you remain unscathed. Furthermore, I can distinctly perceive the effects. The energy within you is on the verge of exploding. I am aware of the situation concerning Bulma's parents. and I express my sincerest apologies. As for the toxin from the super divine water, even I cannot unravel its effects, Kami lamented. If it were possible to remedy it, those who perished after consuming the super divine water would still be alive. Is there truly no other way? Vegeta inquired again. Perhaps you could seek counsel from the Supreme Kai. If he too is unable to assist, then Bulma's parents may indeed be beyond salvation, Kami replied solemnly. In a flash, Vegeta appeared atop the temple. Kami gazed at him in astonishment. In just a few hours, the energy within this young man seemed to have reached unprecedented heights. If his energy level was previously over 10,000, I sense it has increased by at least 300-fold. Kami was genuinely alarmed. With such a power level, could a mere whisper from him be lethal? I have found a way to neutralize the toxins within them. We must proceed at once, Kami sighed resignedly. I have never encountered such an extraordinary individual before, one who consumes super divine water as if it were wine. No? You appear quite agreeable, Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile. In the next moment, both Vegeta and Kami materialized in the hospital where Bulma's parents were located. Kami personally undertook the task of detoxifying Bulma's parents. This was a unique healing technique of the Namekians, a skill Vegeta did not possess. In less than a minute, the toxins from the super divine water within Bulma's parents had been completely eradicated. Very well. Once they awaken, they can return home, Kami stated. Indeed, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, giving Kami a friendly pat on the shoulder. Consider it a favor owed. Not at all. As the guardian of Earth, I too wish to see our planet's most esteemed scientists survive the poisoning from the super divine water, Kami smiled. Very well, then I shall take my leave, Vegeta declared, transforming once more into a streak of light before vanishing from sight. Kami stood there, momentarily taken aback. How can you say farewell yet fly towards the temple? Shortly thereafter, the celestial being beheld Vegeta maneuvering a spaceship that had been stationed at the temple, descending gracefully and heading towards the direction of West City. In no time, Vegeta's spacecraft alighted at the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. The sudden appearance of such a colossal craft in the sky indeed startled Bulma and Tais immensely, while Jocko trembled with fear. Surely, it was a Saiyan vessel, wasn't it? The very spaceship belonging to Frieza and his cohorts? With a resounding thud, the spacecraft's door swung open, and Vegeta emerged. He stood before Bulma. Is it you? Is that your spaceship? Bulma sighed in relief. Chapter 20. Preparations for canned peaches begin indeed, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. I have arranged for someone to neutralize the poison within your parents. They shall soon awaken. So rest assured, all will be well. Bulma was rendered speechless, while Tais remained in a state of shock for quite some time. Had the poison truly been eradicated? You were away for scarcely 10 minutes. Hello? What? You were already awake? All your bodily indicators are completely normal? The doctor, who was on the phone, was utterly astounded upon receiving this news. Bulma and Tais turned their gazes toward the physician. My colleague just called to inform me that Dr. Briefs and his wife have made a full recovery. It truly is a miraculous feat in medicine, the doctor exclaimed with a sense of wonder. This has nothing to do with medicine, Bulma shook her head in disbelief. Bulma, do not be unreasonable, Tais gently reprimanded, expressing gratitude to the doctor. However, on another note, Bulma, are your parents inclined to indulge in this? Vegeta inquired. Mother finds your unique wine jug quite charming. She believes the wine within must be delightful, which is why she prepared several dishes for father, Bulma explained. Vegeta, how is it that you all consume this substance as if it were wine? 3 days later, Dr. Briefs and his wife, Bijani, have fully recovered. Vegeta has resumed his consumption of the divine water, while simultaneously entrusting his spaceship to Dr. Briefs for research. Vegeta now harbors no fear of Frieza, even should Frieza arrive on Earth at this moment. He is confident that he can achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan in a brief span of time. As for Galactic Patrolman Gak, upon realizing that Vegeta harbored no intentions of confronting him, he felt a sense of relief. Dr. Briefs successfully repaired Gak's spaceship, prompting Gak to hastily navigate it back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, wary of Vegeta changing his mind. Vegeta, as before, continues to consume the divine water as if it were wine, draining a bottle entirely. Upon finishing the divine water, he seeks a place to rest. After more than 8 hours have passed, a tremendous surge of energy erupts from Vegeta once again. He assesses the intensity of his energy, remarkable. His base combat power has reached an extraordinary height of 5 million. Truly, the divine water is a remarkable substance. When next he encounters Bardock, he must have him examine his body to ensure that while his base combat power has increased, he has not succumbed to a level of toxicity that cannot be undone. It shouldn't be a concern, as my body is essentially immortal. Although not entirely invulnerable yet, it possesses the potential for immortality. Vegeta shakes the bottle of divine water, realizing he must wait another 3 days. However, he cannot afford to be idle during this time. He must devise a method to control his combat power, for displaying such immense strength without restraint seems to deplete energy at an alarming rate. Yes, I shall pay a visit to Master Roshi and learn from him for a while. Bulma, I shall be departing for a time, Vegeta informs her. Huh? Where are you going? Bulma inquires. I am going out to train. I cannot say when I shall return, Vegeta replies. Going out to train? You truly are something else. Training so diligently at just 5 years old. Bulma exclaims. How else will I become the strongest warrior in the universe? Vegeta smiles. You wish to become the strongest warrior in the universe? Bulma pauses for 2 seconds in astonishment. During this time, please prepare some yellow peaches, along with rock sugar and glass jars, Vegeta adds, and also craft a watch for me. It should be able to hold those sins of beans. Why do you need so many yellow peaches? Bulma asks, momentarily taken aback. I am off. Vegeta did not bother to explain himself. He soared into the sky. With remarkable speed, he appeared above the small island where Master Roshi resided and descended gracefully. Thud. Vegeta landed on the ground with his hands in his pockets. Master Roshi, upon seeing Vegeta's sudden arrival, trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. You're back? Vegeta inquired with a smile. I'm back, Master Roshi stammered, visibly shaken. You eyesore, Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at him. What do you mean by eyesore? What trouble have I caused you here? Master Roshi retorted. Never mind. I am in a good mood today, so I shall let it slide. Vegeta chose to ignore Master Roshi and strode directly into the room. I haven't provoked you. Have I? That little demon, Master Roshi muttered. Just as Vegeta reached the doorway, he heard lively dance music emanating from within. It was the same familiar tune and rhythm. Glancing over, he saw Master Roshi fixated on the television, his face nearly pressed against the screen. On the program, several lovely young women were dancing gracefully. Vegeta, not wishing to interrupt, settled onto the sofa to enjoy the performance. To his surprise, the dance was quite captivating. 5 minutes later, the program concluded with the announcement. That's all for today. See you at the same time the day after tomorrow. The television then shifted to an advertisement. Master Roshi displayed a face of disappointment. Is that really the end? What a pity, he sighed, stretching his old back and loosening his arms. In the next moment, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Whirling around, he spotted Vegeta sitting on the sofa. Hey, whose child are you? How did you get here? Master Roshi inquired hastily. I am here to learn martial arts from you. Vegeta replied with a smile. Follow me. Learn martial arts? Master Roshi was taken aback. This young child exhibited a commendable spirit to learn martial arts at such a tender age. When can we begin? Vegeta asked. However, I have no intention of taking on disciples anymore. You should leave, Master Roshi chuckled. I never intended to become your disciple. I merely wish for you to teach me how to control my energy, Vegeta smiled, for the energy within me is overwhelmingly potent. And I fear that a careless misstep might shatter the earth. Chapter 21. I am the god of martial arts. Master Roshi was stunned for several seconds. Then he stared at Vegeta without blinking. Ha ha ha, you're quite the amusing little fellow. I've never met anyone so boastful. The turtle sage chuckled heartily. You must be aware of my identity, right? I am Master Roshi, revered as the god of martial arts, and even I lack the strength to shatter the earth. Vegeta responded with a smirk. How about this? Rather than discussing the destruction of the planet, let me witness your prowess and determine if you are worthy of my instruction. The turtle sage smiled. Let us step outside. It would be rather inconsiderate to obliterate your home. Vegeta replied. Ha ha ha, as if this were a fierce battle. The turtle sage laughed heartily. Very well, let us proceed outdoors. In the next moment, Vegeta followed the turtle sage outside the house. Come, young one. Unleash your full might upon me, the turtle sage beckoned. I shall not hold back. Do take care, Vegeta warned. Rest assured, I will be fine, the turtle sage said, confidence radiating from him. The turtle nearby expressed boundless anticipation. Am I mistaken? This little brat dares to challenge Master Roshi? Excellent. This presents a perfect opportunity for Master Roshi to teach this little demon a lesson. You may begin, the turtle sage called out to Vegeta once more. All right. Vegeta gently flicked his sleeve. Whoosh. An invisible wave of energy manifested instantly before the turtle sage. Bang. With a muffled thud, the turtle sage was caught off guard, and sent flying backward. Crash! The turtle sage's body pierced through the house behind him, emerging from the other side. He then tumbled across the ground, rolling several times before plunging into the ocean. The seawater surged to heights of several meters. The turtle sage continued to tumble within the waves until he gradually came to a halt, his head tilted at an odd angle, nearly unconscious. The turtle looked on in shock. What just transpired? What happened? Realizing he had failed to control his strength, Vegeta shook his head and soared into the sky, swiftly appearing beside the turtle sage. Smack! Vegeta grasped the turtle sage's shell and hoisted him from the water, returning him to the island. Next, Vegeta retrieved a Senzu bean from his pocket and placed it in the turtle sage's mouth. After consuming the bean, the turtle sage's eyes flew open, filled with trepidation as he gazed at Vegeta. Cough, cough. Young one, what did you just say to me? The turtle sage was drenched in cold sweat. I said I wish to learn martial arts from you, Vegeta replied. The turtle sage exclaimed, cough, cough. Are you serious? You're already so powerful. And yet you wish to study under me? The turtle sage felt a wave of emotion. It is precisely because I am so strong that I seek to learn from you, Vegeta replied. Master Roshi fell silent. What kind of logic is this? I am at a loss for words. To put it simply, I inadvertently became overwhelmingly powerful. My strength has surged 500-fold in just 5 or 6 days. And I am still struggling to harness this newfound power. Vegeta stated this candidly. Thus, I seek to learn from you how to control my own strength. Master Roshi was utterly astounded. How much did you just say it increased? He inquired. 500 times, Vegeta replied. Master Roshi fell silent. 500 times. Are you a human? The turtle, rolling its eyes, nearly fainted. Ahem, how did you manage that? The turtle sage replied with a wry smile. It's quite simple. I drink the super divine water as if it were wine. As Vegeta spoke, he pulled out a bottle of super divine water. Super divine water? I believe I've heard of that before. The turtle sage pondered, suddenly coming to a realization. Isn't that the creation of Master Karen? Indeed, Vegeta nodded. That rascal Karen gifted you such precious divine water? The turtle sage was at a loss for words. That detestable old cat. When I asked him for the super divine water, he refused, offering me merely ordinary water, all while boasting about his so-called super holy water. What a shameless old cat. If you wish to drink it, once you teach me how to control my energy, I can share it with you, without limit, Vegeta offered. Really? That's splendid. It's a promise then. The turtle sage nodded enthusiastically. This kid drank the super divine water and became 500 times stronger. If I were to drink it, who knows? I might regain my youth. How much stronger could I become? Perhaps 1,000 times. The turtle sage's face was alight with boundless anticipation. By the way, what is your name? He inquired. Vegeta, Vegeta replied. Ah, that tail of yours is quite unique. Is it real? The turtle sage had long noticed Vegeta's tail. It is indeed real, but that's not the point. Please, teach me quickly, Vegeta urged. You wish to control your energy, correct? The energy within your body, yes? The turtle sage reflected. Actually, this is not particularly difficult. The key is to remain calm, and you will gradually sense the energy within you. As he spoke, the turtle sage shared his insights and understanding of energy. Vegeta listened patiently. After 3 minutes, the turtle sage was still expounding. I understand, Vegeta suddenly interjected. The turtle sage? The turtle sage displayed a face full of confusion. I haven't finished speaking yet. How did you come to understand? Please allow me to finish my words. The turtle sage quickly interjected. Silence. Let me conduct my own research, Vegeta retorted. The turtle sage remarked. This little fellow is utterly unlikable. Very well, if you wish to explore on your own, then do so. You would do well to refrain from inquiring further. Just a moment. My house. That fellow claimed he would step outside, yet he has left 2 holes in my residence. Vegeta disregarded Master Roshi and quietly moved aside, silently reflecting upon the words spoken by Roshi. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly assimilated the immense energy within him, exhaling a surge of energy. Vegeta then concentrated on the intensity of the power he emanated. Not bad. He had concealed approximately 50 to 60% of it. Once more, approximately 10 minutes passed. Vegeta had finally internalized all his energy. He had achieved mastery over his aura and energy control. Master Roshi gazed in astonishment, his eyes wide. Has this young man truly grasped it so quickly? He is indeed a prodigy in martial arts. Chapter 22. Calling Bardock. Thank you for your guidance. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Ha ha ha, splendid. Your ability to comprehend is truly remarkable. With diligent training, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional martial artist. Master Roshi expressed his admiration. Humph. I have no desire to be an extraordinary martial artist. My ambition is to become the strongest warrior in the universe. A smile graced Vegeta's face. The strongest in the universe? Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow, coughing slightly. Such a lofty goal you have. After speaking, Master Roshi fixed his gaze on the bottle of ultra-divine water hanging from Vegeta's side. That ultra-divine water, as per our agreement, Master Roshi chuckled. Fetch a cup. I shall pour you a drink. 1 cup? Master Roshi felt a wave of unease wash over him. Are you offering me merely a single cup? You truly possess a remarkable frugality. You have consumed this concoction as if it were wine, which is why you have grown so formidable. Will you serve me a glass when it is my turn? Indeed. You mentioned a cup, but you did not specify its size. Allow me to fetch a larger vessel. The turtle hermit swiftly dashed into the room and retrieved a cup the size of a basin. A cup is a cup, he declared. Vegeta retorted. Bring me a standard cup. His frustration was evident. His nostrils flared in irritation. Filling this will take 3 days. I still need some for myself. Are you not afraid of poisoning yourself with such excessive drinking? You miserly fellow. The turtle sage sighed in exasperation, gracefully retrieving a rather large wine glass. Vegeta shook his head and poured a modest amount into the glass. Is this all? Pour me some more, the turtle sage insisted. This is all there is. Help yourself. Vegeta retorted, casually handing the bottle of super divine water to the turtle sage. The sage shook the bottle, confirming its emptiness. What a stingy little brat. Just a sip to savor the flavor would suffice. Hey, you turtle, what are you dawdling about for? Prepare a plate of peanuts for me. The turtle sage commanded. The turtle responded, Are you asking me, this turtle, to prepare peanuts for you? The turtle wiped its brow and promptly brought forth a plate of peanuts from the kitchen. Now, ready to enhance my prowess, I thought, upon finishing this drink, my strength might increase 100-fold. The turtle hermit's face was illuminated with boundless anticipation as he sampled a peanut and then took a sip of the divine water. The moment the divine water entered the turtle hermit's mouth, his expression transformed dramatically. Ah! The turtle hermit exclaimed, letting out a cry. Why is this so spicy? Ah! I forgot to mention, this concoction is highly toxic. Only by overcoming the damage it inflicts can one significantly elevate their own power. Vegeta, hovering nearby, remarked nonchalantly. The turtle hermit's eyes widened, and he hesitated, unsure whether to swallow the divine water. However, steeling himself, he gritted his teeth and downed the liquid in one go. This brat seems to drink it without consequence. I am the god of martial arts. How could I be affected? The turtle hermit reasoned. Then, the turtle hermit's head tilted, and he promptly fainted. Hey, turtle, come here, Vegeta called out to the turtle. I am a sea turtle, not a turtle. The creature corrected him. Stop dawdling. Do you believe I want to toss you to the other side of the ocean, leaving you forever lost? Vegeta threatened. The sea turtle, nearly in tears, thought, what have I done to deserve this? Reluctantly, it scurried over. This old fellow might be in a deep slumber for a while. Or he might even perish. Keep an eye on him, Vegeta advised. If he dies, then I won't have anything to watch over, will I? The turtle replied, both amused and exasperated. You are right, Vegeta nodded, slowly ascending into the sky. Well then, good luck. With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of light and vanished in an instant. Soon after, Vegeta returned to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Vegeta, back so soon? Bulma rushed over to him. Have you finished your training? Indeed, I have nearly completed it, Vegeta confirmed with a nod. When are we going on our honeymoon? Bulma inquired with a hint of excitement. Your parents have been discharged from the hospital, Bulma sighed in relief. Though new troubles loomed on the horizon, she would have to return to kindergarten. Bulma could hardly wait to whisk Vegeta away on their honeymoon. Let us wait until you grow up before we go on our honeymoon, Vegeta suggested. I'm leaving Earth soon. Huh? You're leaving Earth? Where will you go? Didn't you say your planet exploded? Bulma inquired in astonishment. Are you truly going to continue your training? Vegeta responded earnestly, of course, I must. Haven't you already begun your training? Bulma asked, puzzled. What I am currently practicing consists of the most elementary techniques. I aspire to train under a genuine deity, Vegeta declared. A genuine deity? Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Well, there will be ample opportunities for us to meet in the future. Vegeta gently patted Bulma's head. When you turn 16, I shall return. Bulma shook her head in disbelief. 16 already? Vegeta ceased his banter and retrieved from his chest the communication device that Vados had given him. It is time to engage in earnest training with Vados. What is that? Bulma asked, her curiosity piqued. This is a communicator to contact the deity. Vegeta replied with a smile, pressing a button and calling out loudly, "Vados, are you there?" "Vados? That name sounds feminine," Bulma remarked, slightly taken aback. Meanwhile, in the distant 6th universe, on planet Kappa, Vados immediately received Vegeta's call. "Ah, it's young Vegeta. Have you resolved your matters there?" Vados inquired with a smile. "Indeed. Everything is settled. As agreed, I shall come to train with you," Vegeta responded. "Have you prepared the peach preserves?" Vados expressed particular interest in the peach preserves. Chapter 23, An Encounter with the Angel of the 10th Universe, Kusu. "How long will it take you to arrive?" Vegeta asked. "You are on Earth in the 7th universe." "Correct?" Vados pondered. "If I fly from here, it will take no less than 6 hours. That is more than enough time. You may come over now. And we shall enjoy it together when you arrive," Vegeta replied. "Very well. Then we shall meet in 6 hours," Vados nodded, concluding the call. Vegeta swiftly began preparing the peach preserves. "What is with all this peach preparation? Are you planning to make preserves for that lady?" Bulma expressed her discontent. "She is not merely a girl. She has lived for over 1 billion years," Vegeta explained while preparing the preserves. "Ah, so she has become an old hag?" Bulma exclaimed, astonished. "Is it possible for someone to live that long?" "She possesses eternal life," Vegeta affirmed. "Really? She must be quite decrepit by now," Bulma muttered. On Vados' side, she greeted Kappa. "Lord Kappa, I am going to the Earth of the 7th universe. Has that lad finished his tasks?" Kappa inquired. "Yes, he has completed them," Vados confirmed. "Have the peach preserves been prepared?" Xiangpa inquired. "Oh dear, I am indeed here for the canned peaches." Babidi chuckled softly. "That is splendid. If they do not taste delightful, do not bring them back." "Agreed." Babidi nodded in affirmation, offering no dissent. With a gentle tap of her staff upon the ground, a radiant brilliance akin to the stars erupted around her. In an instant, she transformed into a cascade of vibrant colors, swiftly vanishing into the cosmos, hurtling towards the 7th universe. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Vegeta was now prepared for departure. As a parting gesture, he generously gifted his spacecraft to Bulma's father for his research endeavors. He did not have much to carry, save for a vial of divine water, an invaluable resource for replenishing energy during idle moments. Suddenly, she arrived. Vegeta lifted his gaze to the heavens, where a magnificent glow illuminated the sky. Thud, 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 Bulma hurriedly concealed herself behind a tree. "The old hag has arrived. One could only wonder how hideous she must be." Although her voice was surprisingly pleasant, with a resounding thud, Babidi descended, landing beside Vegeta. "Here, give it a try," Vegeta remarked, presenting a jar of canned peaches to Babidi. "Is this the canned peaches?" Babidi scrutinized the jar, murmuring softly. "Indeed," Vegeta confirmed, extending a spoon towards her. Babidi took a small taste, and upon savoring the peach, her eyes sparkled with delight as the vibrant flavors danced upon her palate. "Oh my, this is delightful, sweet and crisp, truly a delicacy of the mortal realm," Babidi exclaimed in admiration. Bulma stood in stunned silence for a considerable time. This woman was not an old hag at all. She was quite beautiful. "Vegeta, you are a deceiver. Does she truly appear to be a being who has lived for eons? She seems like a vivacious young girl instead." "What about the other canned peaches?" Babidi inquired. "They are all within this ring," Vegeta replied, waving his hand to showcase the ring. "Is that a storage ring?" Babidi was taken aback, astonished that the technology on this planet had advanced to such marvels. "Indeed," Vegeta affirmed. "This ring was crafted by Bulma's father, containing a cubic meter of storage space. Currently, my Senza beans, canned peaches, and various trinkets reside within." "Then let us proceed," Babidi beckoned. Without hesitation, Vegeta stepped forward and embraced Babidi. Thud. Vados radiated a brilliance akin to the twinkling stars. With a swift motion, Vados ascended into the sky alongside Vegeta. In an instant, they vanished into the starlit expanse, leaving no trace behind. "Hey, Vegeta, when will you return?" Bulma called out to the heavens, yet Vegeta could no longer hear her. Watching his disappearing figure, Bulma felt a sudden wave of desolation, as if a cherished toy had been snatched away from her. That blue-skinned woman, how outrageous. In the vastness of space, Vados sped through the cosmos with Vegeta. After approximately 2 hours, Vegeta focused his gaze, realizing that Vados had transported him to the very edge of the universe. "Is this truly the end of the universe?" Vegeta inquired. "Indeed, beyond this lies the void." "An uncharted territory," Vados explained with a smile. "We still need to traverse the void for over an hour before entering the 6th universe. The journey is indeed quite distant." Vegeta nodded. It is indeed far. It was quite a hassle to come and fetch you, Bardos chuckled. With a sudden motion, Bardos and Vegeta entered the void. This realm was an expanse of nothingness, devoid of any substance. Bardos guided Vegeta through this emptiness at great speed. After about 40 minutes, Vegeta's eyes caught sight of another dazzling light, reminiscent of stars not far away. Bardos, who was that person over there? Vegeta asked. Bardos also noticed the radiant glow. Oh my, isn't that my sister? Bardos smiled and swiftly made her way in that direction. Soon, Bardos halted beside the figure. Sister Kiss, it has been a while. Bardos greeted her with a bow. The being beside Bardos was also an angel, who resembled a charming little girl. Her name was Kiss, the angel of the 10th universe, corresponding to the god of destruction, Rumshur. If you are unfamiliar with the 10th universe, you might recognize Zamasu, the Kaishin of that realm. Indeed, Zamasu is the Kaishin of the 10th universe. Vegeta scrutinized the angel Kiss from head to toe. Remarkably, this little angel possessed a captivating allure, although petite. Her appearance was undeniably charming. Bardos, it has been a while. Kiss reciprocated the greeting. Sister Kiss, where are you headed? Bardos inquired. I just returned from the 3rd universe and am preparing to head back to the 10th universe. Kiss remarked, and what about you, Bardos? I have returned from the 7th universe and shall soon return to the 6th, Bardos replied. Kiss had long noticed Vegeta, who stood behind Bardos. This is Mr. Vegeta, she explained. Lord Kampa seems to have intentions of training him as a potential successor to the god of destruction. Kiss smiled. He appears rather young, does he not? Indeed. It is essential to nurture him from an early age. After all, Lord Kampa does not seem inclined to retire just yet. Perhaps once Mr. Vegeta reaches maturity, Lord Kampa may consider stepping down, Bardos chuckled. I see, Kiss casually inquired, showing no intention of probing further. Sister Kiss, do come visit us in the 6th universe when you have the time, Bardos invited. Certainly, I will make it a point to visit. Kiss nodded in agreement. The two angelic beauties exchanged pleasantries before bidding each other farewell. They then parted ways, swiftly soaring into the sky. Vegeta remarked, is conversation among angels always this dull? One could engage in some idle gossip, but alas, the conversation fell into a void of silence. Vegeta shook his head as Bardos soared through the air. Her staff suddenly trembled. Taken aback, Bardos swiftly turned her gaze towards the staff. Oh dear, it is the Grand Minister. Bardos was momentarily stunned. Vegeta, too, was taken aback. Could it be that my vow has reached the ears of the Grand Minister? If that were the case, it would indeed be rather unfortunate. Please grant me a few years to develop before we continue this discussion. At present, I am no match for you, Bardos advised Vegeta. Do refrain from speaking. Do you understand? Vegeta responded. I sense there is more to your words than meets the eye, Bardos remarked. Ignoring Vegeta further, she promptly activated communication through her staff. Greetings. Lord Grand Priest, it has been a while, Bardos greeted politely. Bardos, I require your presence at the King of All's palace. I have matters to discuss with you. The Grand Priest responded. Right now? Bardos inquired, slightly taken aback. Yes, indeed, at this very moment. Is there a problem? The Grand Priest smiled. No problem at all. Certainly not, Bardos replied affirmatively. Then I shall await you at the entrance of the King of All's palace, the Grand Priest concluded. Understood, Bardos nodded, changing her direction midway. You need only come alone, the Grand Priest added before ending the call. Bardos noted that Vegeta had clearly overheard, as she had placed the call on speaker. Vegeta was left seething. What does the Grand Priest mean by this? Did you really allow Bardos to go alone? What about me? Am I to be abandoned in this place? I could perish here. No, that can't be right. I should be invulnerable, shouldn't I? Although this immortality feels akin to a beta version, it should render me impervious to death. Did you hear that? Bardos also displayed a look of helplessness and further clarified that the High Priest is the most powerful deity in the entire universe. Vegeta was already aware of this, so there was no shock for him. The only thing that currently vexes Vegeta is, are you truly planning to abandon me here? What do you intend to do? Leave me stranded? Vegeta scoffed, though I might endure in such an environment, I would ultimately perish from starvation. Damn you, Grand Supreme Kai. Vegeta silently lamented. What do you truly mean? Have you, perchance, overheard my rather crude remark? This is quite troubling. If it has indeed reached his ears, it would be somewhat tragic. I do not wish to become a figure of tragedy. For a moment, Vegeta found himself lost in thought, contemplating the complexity of the situation. Bardock sighed. On your way to meet the Grand Priest, kindly find a suitable planet to set me down, Vegeta suggested. Well, to reach Lord Zeno's temple from here, one merely needs to ascend continuously, Bardock replied, noting the absence of any appropriate planets in the vicinity. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly after my audience with the Grand Priest, Bardock stated. Don't jest, Vegeta scoffed. Who knows what business the Grand Priest has with you? What if you journey to some distant realm and take an eternity? Am I to simply wait here? This was indeed a valid concern. Bardock nodded gently, acknowledging the truth in Vegeta's words. Could you not accompany me? Vegeta inquired. I cannot. The Grand Priest has expressly instructed me to go alone, Bardock replied, shaking his head. Is it merely a matter of enduring something unpleasant? Vegeta retorted. Why did you leave me here, allowing your daughter to abandon me? How about this? We just saw my sister Kes, didn't we? Let her take you to Universe 10, and I shall retrieve you once I return, proposed Beerus. That sounds like a splendid plan, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Going to Universe 10 would be just fine. After all, my primary objective is to train alongside the God of Destruction and the Angel. It matters not with whom I accompany. Besides, the Angel Kes from Universe 10 is quite adorable. Then I shall leave you here while I seek an audience with the Grand Minister, Beerus replied. On my way. I will contact Sister Kes to come and collect you. Please do not wander off. This is the Void Realm, and one can easily lose their way. Very well. Vegeta nodded without objection. The Grand Minister must be envious of my handsome visage, which is why he refuses to meet me. With that, Vegeta descended from Beerus' side, floating within the expanse of the Void Realm. Farewell, Beerus waved, transforming into a brilliant streak of light as she ascended rapidly. En route, Beerus swiftly established contact with Kes via her staff. Beerus? Kes responded, slightly taken aback. We just parted ways. Why are you calling me so soon? Sister Kes. May I trouble you with a request? Beerus inquired. Speak, Kes replied. The Grand Minister summoned me for an undisclosed matter, and although I am uncertain of its nature, he has requested my presence alone. Since I was previously accompanying Mr. Vegeta, I had no choice but to leave him in the Void Realm, Beerus explained. Chapter 25. The Grand Minister's summons. Are you asking me to assist in bringing him back to Universe 10? Kes questioned. Indeed. I shall collect him once I return from the Grand Minister, Beerus affirmed. Very well, Kes agreed without hesitation. I will send you his location. I trust you will manage it. After concluding the call, Kes turned and swiftly flew back. Vegeta remained suspended in the Void Realm, feeling as though he had been forsaken by a significant other. This is quite absurd. I am standing alone in this desolate Void Realm, devoid of any company. Even the presence of a mere ghost would suffice to alleviate my boredom. I wonder if Kes will indeed come to retrieve me. If not, I shall be a true tragedy. What does it matter if I possess a battle power of 5 million? In this empty expanse of the Void Realm, what can I possibly achieve? Fortunately, after a brief wait, Vegeta spotted a dazzling light in the distance, shimmering like the stars. Chris approached swiftly from a distance. Vegeta let out a slight sigh of relief. Bardos, you are indeed quite reliable, he remarked. Chris, you too deserve commendation for coming to fetch me, he continued. Mr. Vegeta. Bardos instructed me to bring you to the 10th universe first. She must have informed you, right? Chris inquired. Yes, she did, Vegeta replied, nodding obediently. Then let us proceed. Chris beckoned. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Vegeta responded, stepping forward to embrace Chris's slender waist. Ah, that tickles. Chris giggled in delight. Did I find your ticklish spot? Vegeta asked. Yes. Try holding me somewhere else. That spot is quite sensitive, Chris replied. Vegeta adjusted his grip slightly. Chris, that is not quite the right place, she said, wiping her brow. If it weren't for your youth, I might take offense. You must be unaware, right? Oh. This place is just perfect for securing some steadfast proposals from Vegeta. Let go. Kes's expression darkened. Is it because one cannot grasp here? Vegeta feigned ignorance knowingly. Indeed. Kes replied. I am uncertain. Vegeta hastily shifted his position. Only then did Kes feel considerably better. By the way, Mr. Vegeta, how old are you this year? Kes inquired. Taking a deep breath. Me? I am 5 years old, Vegeta responded. Kes, only 5? Indeed, merely a little child. He must not have meant it earlier. Moreover, he is unaware that such positions should not be disturbed. Very well, I forgive you. Let us depart. Kes no longer dwelled on the previous matter, transforming alongside Vegeta into a radiant streak akin to the stars, swiftly advancing towards the direction of the 10th universe. At the entrance of the Grand Priest Palace, the Grand Priest stood with his hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting the arrival of Beerus. Beside the Grand Priest stood a young man, his skin similarly azure, adorned with an angelic halo around his neck. The young man grasped a scepter, gazing upward into the sky. After a span of several minutes, Beerus approached rapidly from a distance. With a resounding thud, Beerus descended, landing directly opposite the Grand Priest. Upon landing, Beerus immediately noticed the young boy beside the Grand Priest. Beerus paused momentarily. "Beerus, you have arrived," the Grand Priest greeted with a smile. "I pay my respects, Grand Priest," Beerus bowed. "Rise," the Grand Priest instructed. Beerus stood up. "Mels, allow me to introduce you. This is your sister, Beerus, currently the Angel of the Sixth Universe," the Grand Priest stated. "Yes, Grand Priest," Mels bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sister." "Beerus, this is your brother, Mels, who has recently taken form," the Grand Priest continued, introducing Mels as the angel born of the Seventh Universe. Oh my. We have gained another member among the angels," Beerus exclaimed joyously, asking, "Have you decided where to train?" "I summoned you specifically for Mels' training," the Grand Priest replied. "Initially, I intended for Whis to mentor him, but Whis is currently engaged in play deep within the cosmos, and it would take considerable time for him to arrive. Since you are nearby, I have summoned you. Given that Mels is the angel born of the Seventh Universe, the most suitable training ground would indeed be within the Seventh Universe," Beerus suggested. "Precisely, as you are the angel of the Sixth Universe. And the Seventh Universe serves as your mirror universe. Your familiarity with it makes you an excellent choice to guide Mels in his training." The High Priest said, "Very well. I shall take charge of this matter." Vados patted his chest. "Thank you for your efforts," the High Priest replied. "I appreciate your assistance, sister." Mels also promptly bowed. "Mels, there is no need for such formality," Vados said, gently patting Mels on the shoulder. "Shall we depart now?" "Indeed," Mels responded. "Mels," the High Priest addressed him. "Yes, my Lord High Priest," Mels bowed respectfully. "You are to venture into the human realm to comprehend the concepts of good and evil, but do not go to extremes. I hope you will diligently refine your inner self and strive to become a formal angel at the earliest opportunity," the High Priest advised. "Yes, my Lord High Priest." Mels bowed once more. "Go forth and do your best," the High Priest smiled. "Understood." Mels nodded solemnly. "Then, dear father, we shall take our leave." Vados also bowed. The High Priest inclined his head slightly. "Mels, my brother, you can fly, correct?" Vados inquired. "Indeed, Sister Vados," Mels nodded. "Let us set off," Vados called out. With a whoosh, the two transformed into radiant streaks of light, soaring swiftly towards the direction of the Seventh Universe. "Mels, what kind of place do you wish to explore for your training?" Vados asked. As the Lord High Priest mentioned, "I wish to go to the human realm to understand good and evil," Mels replied. "So, sister, could you suggest a place that would enhance my understanding of these concepts?" "Let me ponder for a moment," Vados contemplated. "Thank you, sister," Mels said. After deliberating for about half an hour, Vados exclaimed, "I have it. There is a being in the Seventh Universe known as the Universe Emperor." She explained, "His name is Frieza." "Universe Emperor?" Mels was taken aback for a moment. "Frieza established the Frieza Force, ruling the universe with an iron fist." Vados continued with a smile. "If you could join this organization, it might greatly aid your understanding of humanity's good and evil." "Are you suggesting I join them to become a villain?" Mels wiped the sweat from his brow. "Not exactly to become a villain. You are going for training," Vados clarified. "May I visit first to see for myself?" Mels asked with a wry smile. "Very well. I shall take you to see it first. If it does not suit you, we can consider other options." Vados nodded. In the next moment, Vados swiftly traversed the Seventh Universe with Meruz by her side. After flying for more than 3 hours, they arrived near Frieza's spaceship, the vicinity of planet Vegeta. With a sinister chuckle, Frieza emerged from his vessel, raising his right hand high. A grotesque laugh escaped his lips as he conjured a brown energy sphere, crackling with lightning and brimming with unfathomable power. Bardock. Frieza's henchmen were met with a flurry of punches and kicks as Bardock charged from planet Vegeta. Frieza merely smirked, pressing his hand downward. Whoosh. The planet-destroying blast shot toward planet Vegeta with a fierce velocity. Boom. Bardock was struck directly by the blast, his body instantaneously disintegrating into mere remnants. Meruz, unable to bear the sight any longer, felt an overwhelming urge to intervene with the staff in his hands. However, Bardos restrained him. "Meruz, what are you doing?" she inquired. "In nothing," Meruz stammered in response. "You wouldn't be contemplating saving him, would you?" Bardos sighed. "Meruz, you must understand that as angels, we are bound to remain neutral. Aside from guiding humans in martial arts, we cannot engage in battles or interfere in conflicts. If we were to breach this rule, we could cease to exist. This is no jest." "I understand, sister." Meruz lowered his head. "Moreover, This planet is destined for destruction as decreed by Lord Beerus. There is nothing we can salvage, Vados added. Understood, Meruz replied. Rumbling. In the next instant, Planet Vegeta erupted in a colossal explosion. The entire planet radiated brilliant colors as it burst apart within the cosmos. Before long, it was reduced to cosmic dust. With no Saiyans spared from the devastation, Meruz shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Meruz, when I was newly born, I shared your sentiment. I too could not witness the annihilation of a planet and the demise of humanity, Vados comforted. However, as you mature, you will come to realize that the destruction of worlds and the extinction of beings are inherent laws of the universe's progression. I hope you will not dwell on these matters. I understand, sister. Meruz lifted his head and nodded gently. Sister, it is evident that Frieza's army is not suited for me. Could you perhaps guide me to a different place for my training? I too have realized that Frieza's army is ill-fitted for you. Let me ponder this further. For now, let us depart from here, Vados suggested. Very well, Melis responded. In an instant, the two departed from their location and soared through the starry expanse of the seventh universe. Vados contemplated thoughtfully. Aha! There exists an organization here in the seventh universe, known as the Galactic Patrol. Would you consider joining them as a Galactic Patrol officer? Vados proposed. Galactic Patrol? What is that? Melis inquired with curiosity. The Galactic Patrol is primarily an organization dedicated to upholding cosmic justice, Vados replied. If you were to join the Galactic Patrol, it would provide you with a far better understanding of the virtues and vices of the human realm than the Frieza Force. That sounds promising, Melis nodded. But I would like to see it first. Very well, let us first explore the environment there, Vados suggested. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into radiant streaks of light, akin to stars, and swiftly made their way towards the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. After several hours of flight, Melis finally arrived at the Galactic Patrol headquarters situated within a space station. Accompanied by Vados, Melis peered through the staff to observe the interior. After witnessing the operations of the Galactic Patrol, Melis quickly grew fond of the place. Sister, I have made my decision. I wish to remain here as a Galactic Patrol officer to comprehend the good and evil of the human realm, Melis declared. Indeed, this place suits you well. Vados gently nodded. Since you have made your choice, I shall need to alter your appearance slightly. With a swift gesture of her staff, Vados pointed at Melis. In an instant, Melis' skin tone transformed from blue to a delicate shade of purple, and the halo around her neck vanished. Her angelic attire was replaced with a snug outfit. Thank you, Sister Vados, Melis bowed. Now, I will proceed to enroll in the Galactic Patrol. Hee. I believe with your abilities, you will easily become an outstanding member of the Galactic Patrol team, Vados smiled. Indeed, Melis nodded. However, remember not to utilize your angelic powers while training here, Vados cautioned. I understand, Sister Vados, Melis waved her hand. Now, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Are you planning to fly there directly? Vados asked, as she pointed her staff once more. With a snap, a miniature spaceship appeared on the scene. Melis expressed her apologies again and boarded the spacecraft. She waved to Vados from the window of the spaceship. Whoosh. Melis piloted the spacecraft, racing towards the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Galactic Patrol headquarters. Rookie camp. Greetings, everyone. I am Iliku, hailing from the Southern Universe. The novice recruits salute. Greetings, everyone. I am Mels, hailing from the Northern Universe. My aspiration is to become an exceptional Galactic Patrol officer. Mels bows. Indeed, I am your instructor, Gak. Gak, with his arms crossed, surveyed the new recruits present. He had never anticipated that this Mels had, within a mere 3 years, risen to become the foremost individual at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Mels, through his actions and accomplishments, epitomized the pride of the Galactic Patrol. Yet, who could have fathomed that this individual was, in truth, an angel, a divine being cloaked in human form? Chapter 27, The Taste of First Love, the 10th Universe. Planet Ramsey. Just as Mels had recently become a Galactic Patrol officer, Vegeta accompanied Kess back to the God of Destruction realm of the 10th Universe. Upon their return, the God of Destruction Ramsey was momentarily taken aback, staring unblinkingly at Vegeta. Who is this Kess fellow? Ramsey inquired, swinging his elephantine trunk towards Kess. This is Mr. Vegeta from the 6th Universe, Kess explained. Unbeknownst to Kess, Vegeta belonged to the 7th Universe, as he had not bothered to investigate, having little interest in Vegeta. Does it matter to me whether you are from the 6th Universe or the 7th Universe? Vegeta retorted. The 6th Universe? How did you bring someone from the 6th Universe to our 10th Universe? Ramsey asked, puzzled. We encountered Vados on the way. She is meeting with the Grand Minister. Kess replied. What does Bardos meeting with the Grand Minister have to do with bringing someone from the 6th universe? Ramsey questioned, bemused. The Grand Minister instructed Bardos to meet with him alone, so she entrusted Mr. Vegeta to my care until she concludes her matters, Kess sighed, noting Ramsey's multitude of queries. Isn't this just idling away time? Ramsey chuckled, eyeing Vegeta with interest, beckoning him closer. Come here, lad. Vegeta stepped forward. Lad, I ask you. What is Bardos intending to do with you? Is she grooming you to become the next god of destruction? Ramsey inquired. God of destruction? What is that? Vegeta feigned ignorance. You don't even know what a god of destruction is? Surely you must be aware of Bardos's identity, Ramsey exclaimed, looking at Vegeta incredulously. I do not know. I am not one for gossip, Vegeta replied. Humph, let me enlighten you. A god of destruction is the mightiest deity in this universe, Ramsey stated with a smirk. And I am Ramsey, the god of destruction of the 10th universe. The corpulent cat you encountered alongside Bardos is Kappa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe. Understood, Vegeta nodded. Understood? Is that all? Ramsey's expression darkened. What more is there to say? He inquired, hands tucked into his pockets. Upon encountering the god of destruction, you must kneel and pay your respects, addressing him as Lord God of Destruction or Lord Ramsey, he admonished Vegeta with irritation. However, I am not from Universe 10. Must I still bow to you? Vegeta queried. You truly are insufferable. Had you belonged to our Universe 10, I would have already dealt with you, Ramsey snarled. Baring his teeth. By the way, Kess, do you enjoy canned peaches? Vegeta disregarded Ramsey and retrieved a jar from his storage ring. What? Kess replied, unfamiliar with canned peaches. This, Vegeta said, presenting the jar to Kess. Are you even listening to me, you brat? Ramsey spat, filled with disdain. Kess took the jar of peaches and scrutinized it closely. It doesn't seem particularly special, she mused. Give it a taste, Vegeta encouraged with a smile. To be honest, it was my canned peaches that persuaded Vados to take me to her for training. Is that so? Then I must savor it. Kess declared as she twisted off the lid. Vegeta handed her a spoon. Kess sampled a bite of the canned peaches. Sweet and tangy, she remarked. Does it not evoke the feeling of first love? Vegeta chuckled. Kess responded, you claim this is akin to the sensation of first love? I am utterly bewildered. Ahem. I have never been in a relationship, so I cannot truly comprehend what first love feels like. Now you know, first love is akin to the sensation of canned peaches. Vegeta smiled. Kess, your reasoning is quite compelling, and I find myself at a loss for a counterargument. However, I must admit, this delicacy is indeed quite delectable. Its harmonious blend of tartness and sweetness is truly a culinary delight. It is no wonder that the gluttonous Vados would agree to escort you to the realm of the god of destruction in the 6th universe. Kess suddenly understood. If it's so delicious, you should indulge a bit more, Vegeta suggested. Indeed, Kess nodded, savoring the yellow peach canned fruit with great enjoyment. Ramusi, nearby, was nearly drooling in anticipation. Hey, kid, what about mine? Ramusi inquired with a frown. This lad certainly lacks consideration. Did he not notice there were 2 of us present? Is a single can of peaches sufficient for anyone? I would like to taste it as well. Ah, I thought you were not fond of such fare, Vegeta chuckled, generously producing another jar of canned peaches and casually tossing it to Ramsey. Ramsey swiftly twisted off the lid and, foregoing the spoon Vegeta had offered, poured the contents directly into his mouth. Crunching eagerly, he soon finished the entire jar. Delicious. Remarkable. Indeed. Did you create this? Ramsey inquired, impressed. Yes, it's not bad. Is it? Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Can you prepare other culinary delights? Ramsey continued his questioning. I can conjure many more, Vegeta replied with a smile. Prepare one for me to sample. If it proves delectable, I shall share a few secrets with you that will undoubtedly benefit you immensely, Ramsey proposed with a grin. Let me share a little secret with you, Mr. Vegeta, Kess interjected with a smile. Lord Ramsey's prowess surpasses that of Lord Kampa. If he were to mentor you, your progress would surely outpace that under Lord Kampa's guidance. Very well, I shall demonstrate my culinary skills, Vegeta declared. Retrieving a potato and an air fryer from his storage ring, he tossed the potato into the air. With a swift motion of his hand, he effortlessly peeled it. Following that, he waved his hands, slicing the potato into long strips. Vegeta opened the air fryer drawer, allowing the potato strips to fall evenly inside. He sprinkled salt over them, added a touch of cooking oil, and mixed it all together. With a decisive motion, he pushed the drawer back in, activating the function to fry the potatoes. Approximately 15 minutes later, a batch of golden fries emerged. He paired them with ketchup. It's ready, Vegeta announced. sampling a fry himself. The flavor is quite pleasing. Chapter 28. Vegeta was intercepted by Ramsey and Kess. Is it truly that simple? Ramsey asked, momentarily taken aback as he stepped forward to grab a fry, dipping it in ketchup for a taste. Kess followed suit, eager to sample. The two reveled in the delightful crunch of the fries, dancing with joy as they devoured the entire plate. After finishing, they still craved more. Who knew such a simple potato could be transformed into such a delectable treat? Truly remarkable. Do you have other specialties? Ramsey inquired once more. I can also prepare milk tea infused with Hextech, Vegeta mused. Hextech? What is that? Ramsey asked, confused. Do not concern yourself with the details. I shall concoct a cup for you right away. Vegeta spoke as he retrieved several materials from his storage ring. Ramsey was utterly perplexed by the nature of these items. With a scoop of 3-flour egg milk, Vegeta began to concoct milk tea. In no time, he had successfully prepared the beverage. It's ready to drink. Give it a try, he said, serving a cup to both Kess and Ramsey. These two beings were truly divine. Such creations, infused with Hextech, would undoubtedly have no adverse effects on them. Not only would it not affect them, but even if Vegeta were to partake, he would remain unscathed. After all, he had consumed super divine water as if it were mere wine. This black technology was simply about savoring a flavor. Vegeta, however, would not allow Bulma to indulge. As an ordinary human, excessive consumption could lead to mutations, which would spell trouble. After sipping the milk tea, Kess and Ramsey were once again enveloped by the delightful sensations on their palates. This is exquisitely delicious, Ramsey exclaimed. This kid is truly talented. Kess and Ramsey exchanged knowing glances. Kess, this young man is remarkable. Not to mention, the milk tea he concocted would undoubtedly top the beverage charts in our 10th universe. Ramsey remarked, taking another savoring sip, smacking his lips in delight. Indeed, I have never tasted anything quite like this milk tea. It possesses a uniquely delightful flavor, Kess agreed earnestly. The fries we had earlier were also quite delectable. Ramsey continued. Yes, especially when dipped in ketchup, Kess concurred. Ramsey fell silent, gazing intently at Kess. What do you mean? Ramsey, Kess inquired. Hee. I suddenly feel reluctant to return this young man to the 6th universe, Ramsey chuckled. That seems rather inappropriate, Kess replied with a smile. What is inappropriate about it? Let us just say he perished. What do you think? Ramsey grinned. You're quite ruthless, Kess remarked. Why not contact Vados and inform her that Vegeta defied me, prompting me to destroy him? Ramsey suggested with a laugh. With that, Vados likely won't come back, Kess realized, finding the idea rather clever. What do you think? We nurture this young man, and in the process, he can prepare us delightful dishes. Doesn't he that sound splendid? Ramsey beamed brightly. Kess pondered silently, contemplating the feasibility of this plan. What are you still hesitating for? Ramsey asked. I feel that sending this young man to Kampa would be a complete waste. Is Lord Ramsey planning to train Mr. Vegeta to become a god of destruction? Kess inquired. If he possesses the talent, it would not be unfeasible to groom him as my successor, Ramsey replied. Very well. I shall reach out to Bardos and subtly gauge her thoughts, Kess pondered. Do contact her promptly, Ramsey nodded, savoring another sip of the milk tea, which he found increasingly unique. With such delightful milk tea available, why would I consider handing over Vegeta to that fellow Kampa? I must intercept this plan. I wonder what expression Kampa will wear upon learning of this. It is bound to be quite entertaining. Ramsey, in his excitement, swayed his trunk back and forth. Kess inhaled deeply and discreetly utilized her staff to project a divine power toward Vegeta, cloaking his aura so that Bardos could not detect his presence. Subsequently, Kess established contact with Bardos through her staff. In the 7th universe, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Bardos had yet to depart. Observing from a distance as Meruz joined the Galactic Patrol, she noted that Meruz's progress was remarkably smooth, and he had successfully become a Galactic Patrol member. A sense of satisfaction graced Bardos's features. Now that matters concerning Meruz are settled, I should swiftly retrieve Vegeta. With a flourish, Bardos transformed into a radiant beam of light, soaring into the cosmos. As she flew, her staff suddenly vibrated. Taken aback, Bardos realized it was Kess calling. She promptly answered the video call. Sister Kess, Bardos acknowledged. Bardos. There is trouble, and I sincerely apologize, Kess expressed, her face etched with remorse. What is the matter, Sister Kess? What has happened? Bardos inquired. You had instructed me to bring Mr. Vegeta back, Kess sighed, covering her forehead. Indeed, what is the issue? He has gone missing on the way, has he? Bardos asked. Not lost, but upon arriving in the realm of the gods of destruction, Mr. Vegeta had a confrontation with Lord Ramsey, Kess stated solemnly. A confrontation? That is indeed his style. He is a prince of a planet and its future king, though his home world has been annihilated. Vegeta has always had a penchant for defiance, Bardos mused, nodding gently. Lord Ramsay must be quite furious. Furious is an understatement, in a fit of rage. Lord Ramsay destroyed him, Kess lamented. Bardos's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of helplessness overtaking her. For a full 6 seconds, silence enveloped them. Destroyed? Bardos found herself at a loss for words. How rude, Kiki sighed. I happened to be away during that time, and by the time I returned, it was already too late to reverse the situation. I shall request Lord Ramsay to find a suitable successor from our universe to send over. Chapter 29, I still possess a communicator. Ahem, no need for that. Bardos wiped the sweat from her brow. What would I want with your successor? My heart is set on Vegeta's peach preserves. Now those peach preserves are no longer available. I had been looking forward to enjoying them after bringing Vegeta back. It seems my beloved peach preserves have flown away, since it was Lord Ramsay who caused Vegeta's demise. It is likely that his storage ring has been utterly destroyed as well. Never mind, Bardos sighed resignedly. Perhaps this is his fate. But it is a pity that he was only 5 years old. I have chastised Lord Ramsay as well. What is the point of quarreling with a child? Kiki nodded in agreement. Very well, since we have come to this, further discussion is futile. Bardos felt a tinge of disappointment. I am truly sorry, Bardos. Kiki apologized once more. It is quite all right, Sister Kiki. I trust this is not what you wish to see either, Bardos replied. Do you really not want me to find another suitable successor for Lord Kampa? Kiki asked. No need for that. Let us seek one ourselves in the 6th universe. Bardos responded. Besides, Vegeta was never truly one of our 6th universe's own. Yet, Bardos refrained from voicing this sentiment. There is no point in discussing such matters now. Vegeta has already been lost to Ramsay's actions. Does it truly matter which universe he belongs to now? Indeed, it no longer holds significance. It is just unfortunate for that little fellow, Vegeta. We had promised that when he grew up, he would come to marry me. Your dreams have thus been shattered. Haven't they? Very well then, I must return to the 6th universe. Bardos expressed her heartfelt apologies. I am truly sorry, Bardos, Kess reiterated. I also extend my sincerest apologies to you, Bardos. Ramsay approached humbly to apologize as well. I truly did not realize how significant that young man was to you all. It is of no consequence, Sister Kess. Perhaps this is merely Ramsay's fate. Bardos did not harbor any doubts. Little did Bardos anticipate that someone she had painstakingly come to appreciate would be intercepted by individuals from the 10th universe over a mere can of peach. A plate of fries and a cup of tea. I shall personally visit to offer my contrition, Ramsay vowed. Your intentions are commendable, Lord Ramsay. Bardos acknowledged with a slight nod, choosing to say no more as she waved goodbye to Kess, thereby concluding their conversation. A sigh escaped Bardos, imbued with profound resignation. Has that little rascal Vegeta truly been destroyed? I fear even his very soul has vanished alongside him. Whom do you choose to provoke? You insist on provoking Lord Beerus. It is my fault, indeed. I seem to have neglected to inform you about Lord Beerus. Vados felt a tinge of sadness before transforming into a dazzling streak of light, swiftly soaring towards the 6th universe. Once destruction has befallen a being, there is little that Vados can do. If only death were the end. She could find a way to resurrect Vegeta. However, with the soul having vanished, Vados is left powerless. In the 10th universe, after concluding a phone call, Kess and Ramses exchanged knowing smiles. They suddenly found amusement in their deception, particularly in fooling Vados from the 6th universe. Ramses waved his long trunk joyfully, amused by the notion. Oh dear, if Vados were to discover this, she would surely have a few words of reproach for them, Kess sighed. Our 2 universes have little interaction. She likely remains unaware. Ramses chuckled, recalling that the last time you met her was nearly a millennium ago, wasn't it? Indeed, Kess nodded. Had it not been for the serendipitous encounter in the Void Realm, I fear it would have been quite difficult for you to meet again, Ramses remarked. Certainly, Kess agreed. That lad named Vegeta. I suspect he will be fortunate to survive 300 to 500 years, Ramses added with a smile. Provided he does not ascend to the role of destroyer. You are right, Ramses, Kess smiled in agreement. So that settles it, Ramses laughed. Thus you need not be troubled. Simply focus on the tasks at hand. Kess nodded. Hey, what are you two discussing? Vegeta approached from a distance, oblivious to the schemes concocted by Kess and Ramses. After all, Vegeta is not a deity, merely an ordinary human. Oh dear, I just contacted Vados to inquire when she might arrive, Kess sighed. What? Judging by your expression. Does she not wish to come? Vegeta furrowed his brow, questioning. It's not that she doesn't want to come, rather. She is quite busy at the moment and will not be able to make it for now, Kes lamented. So what now? Vegeta inquired. Kes, why are you asking me? I should be the one asking you. So what are your plans moving forward? Kes inquired. Will you continue to wait here? Or shall I send you back to the 6th universe? That shameless woman, so utterly untrustworthy, Vegeta fumed. We had an agreement. I promised her that once I matured, I would marry her. Kes immediately perked up, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is Bardosh truly going to marry this little brat? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She must simply find him amusingly adorable and is merely toying with him. Lampsey was equally taken aback. Bardosh is going to marry this little tyke? Surely. This child is just boasting. Frustrated, he resolved to contact her personally, eager to discern her thoughts on the matter. Even if you make me wait. You must provide me with a definitive timeline, Vegeta asserted, promptly retrieving a communicator from his pocket. Upon witnessing Vegeta produce the device, Kes and Lampsey immediately panicked. If the signal were to be transmitted, their carefully crafted deception would be exposed. Lampsey quickly glanced at Kes. Without a moment's hesitation, Kes's staff emitted an invisible surge of angelic power, swiftly enveloping Vegeta's communicator. Just then, Vegeta pressed the button on the device. And then, nothing happened. The communicator had been rendered inoperative by Kes's formidable angelic force, preventing any signal from being sent. Vegeta pressed the button again, loudly calling out for Bardosh, only to discover that the device was utterly useless. What is going on? Is it broken? Vegeta queried Kes. Let me take a look, Kes replied. Vegeta, not pondering further, handed the communicator to her. Kes accepted it, pretending to examine it meticulously. Oh dear, it appears to be malfunctioning, she nodded sagely. Repair it, Vegeta instructed. Well, even if it were repaired, it would only allow communication with me, Kes fabricated, elaborating, because it carries angelic power, and Bardosh's power has inadvertently leaked from it, which is why you cannot contact her. If I were to repair it, I would have to infuse it with my own angelic power, meaning the only person you could reach in the future would be me. Vegeta's expression was one of utter confusion. Do you take me for a fool? Is it truly possible for the power of angels to be so easily leaked? Observe, here lies a fissure, perhaps a result of the energy you inadvertently unleashed. Kes remarked gently, pointing at the crack she had created with her fingertip. Vegeta leaned closer to inspect it. Indeed, there was a subtle crack that was hardly discernible. Angels do not deceive, Kes smiled. Is the power of angels so prone to leakage? Even if it contained water. Could such a minuscule crack allow it to drain so swiftly? Vegeta questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Oh dear. You may comprehend that the power of angels is a force that has been intensely compressed. Within such a confined vessel, the moment a fissure appears, the overwhelming pressure within will cause the angelic energy to disperse rapidly and vanish, Kes asserted with conviction. Vegeta grasped the concept, likening it to a gas cylinder. A mere crack would cause the liquefied gas within to escape immediately and evaporate in a short span of time. Very well, you may repair it. Or even provide your contact information. It may prove useful in the future, Vegeta replied. Mr. Vegeta, we are on the same planet, sharing each day together. Is there truly a need for this communicator? Kes responded with a smile. Better to keep it for potential future use, Vegeta insisted. Kes, what are you dawdling for? Ramses interjected, unable to tolerate the delay any longer. Just give him a communicator to avoid further suspicion. All right, I shall fix it for you, Kes nodded gently, enveloping Bardosh's angelic energy with her own, simultaneously mending the crack. Subsequently, Kes returned the communicator to Vegeta. Vegeta pressed the button on the device. Kes, are you there? He inquired. Then, he observed Kes' staff flicker several times. I am right beside you, Kes replied. Are you there? Vegeta inquired. Chris, speak up. Chris silently wiped away the sweat. Received? Chris reluctantly replied. Yes, I heard you. It seems this device is quite effective, Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, stowing the communicator away. Chris exhaled a sigh of relief. He had managed to evade suspicion. Surely, Vegeta would no longer harbor doubts. By the way, Chris, this communicator works no matter where it is placed, correct? Vegeta asked. Indeed. Chris affirmed with a nod. That's good to know. Vegeta smiled slightly. So, what are your plans moving forward? Chris inquired, noting that Bardosh would likely not arrive anytime soon. Ask her when she will come and provide me with a specific time, Vegeta responded. She mentioned that she has no time for the next 2 years, Chris replied. The Grand Priest has summoned her for a matter of great importance, which may take at least 2 years or even longer. Vegeta internally grumbled, cursing Bardosh for her shamelessness. Have you simply abandoned me here? Well, perhaps it is for the best. After all, what does it matter with whom one cultivates? The little girl KSI seems rather delightful to behold. Do you intend to remain here waiting for her, or do you have other thoughts? KSI inquired. In my opinion. Why would you bother going to the 6th universe? Prepare us a feast, and I shall teach you the skills of a god of destruction, Ramsey proposed. Are you serious? Vegeta questioned. What does it matter whether I am serious or not? This endeavor is hardly arduous. Imparting knowledge to you will not require excessive effort, Ramsey scoffed. Of course. This is contingent upon your innate talent. I have little patience for someone who cannot grasp the teachings after much effort on my part. And what of you, KSI? Can you instruct me? Vegeta inquired once more. Certainly, as long as you prepare us delectable dishes, I shall teach you, KSI stipulated. Very well, it is this joyfully decided. Vegeta declared, henceforth, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I shall train with Ramsey, and on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I shall train with you, KSI. Does that sound agreeable? KSI, Ramsey. Young man, it seems you are quite oblivious to the situation, Ramsey retorted gruffly. My training regimen differs significantly from Xi's. She is an angel and practices the Ultra Instinct, which she possesses innately. Ultra Instinct is a unique skill that allows one to evade risks naturally. I, on the other hand, am a god of destruction, and my training revolves around the techniques of destruction, an exceedingly domineering form of destructive energy focused primarily on obliteration. Does it matter? Vegeta asked unhurriedly. Of course, it matters. You must have a focal point. Ramsey huffed, grasping with both hands. The outcome would ultimately result in neither skill being mastered. Let us proceed as I suggest. I wish to ascertain which path suits me better, Vegeta mused. Young man. It appears you have not absorbed a word I have said, Ramsey's expression darkened. This young man possesses quite a strong will. The issue is, having a will is all well and good. What are your thoughts on this? On the 1st, 3rd, and 5th days, we shall master the art of destruction. On the 2nd, 4th, and 6th days, we shall delve into the essence of freedom. Very well, it is worth a try. Kashi winked at Ramsey, who chose to say no more. After all, we are all in pursuit of sustenance. Feel free to give it a try, she said. In fact, this might be better. Teaching you once every other day is certainly more efficient than doing so daily. What about Sunday? Kes inquired with a smile. I intend to rest on Sunday, Vegeta replied. One must learn to balance work and rest. Relentless training without respite only serves to torment the body. When do you plan to start? Kes asked. What day is tomorrow? Vegeta queried. Tomorrow is Tuesday, Kes responded. According to the schedule, it is my turn to teach you the ultimate technique. Very well, let us commence tomorrow then. For today, I shall practice in my own manner, Vegeta declared, promptly retrieving a bottle of divine water from his storage ring. He then produced a plate of peanuts and a dish of cold shredded potatoes, which he had prepared earlier. The storage space was effectively in a vacuum state, preventing spoilage of the food. Vegeta began to indulge in the peanuts and potatoes. What are you drinking? Ramsey asked. Oh, it's nothing significant. Merely a miraculous potion known as divine water. Once the toxins within my body are purged, my strength will significantly enhance, Vegeta explained. Is this how you elevate your energy? Ramsey inquired, sniffing Vegeta's cup. With a nose as long as yours, can the aroma truly reach your brain accurately? Vegeta questioned. Ramsey glared fiercely at Vegeta. How do you speak like that? The potion is indeed quite unique, Ramsey nodded. KSI also approached to take a look. Oh my, this potion is rather extraordinary. Particularly this bottle, which connects to a dimension where this wondrous elixir flows forth, filling the container, KSI elucidated. By the way, KSI, may I inquire about something? Vegeta is not interested in how the ultra-divine water came to be. You say, KSI responded. Please examine my body and see if there are any hidden ailments. Such as viral heart disease, Vegeta inquired. You can detect that, right? Certainly, KSI nodded. Let me take a look. With that, KSI directed her staff towards Vegeta, scanning his body thoroughly. After completing the scan, KSI remarked, currently, aside from the poisoning, there are no other issues. That's good to hear, Vegeta sighed in relief. However, your body is quite extraordinary, possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, KSI remarked in awe. It's nothing, Vegeta replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Soon, Vegeta consumed an entire vial of ultra-divine water. Afterwards, he found a spot and fell into a deep slumber. This fellow's training method, Ramsey shook his head. Is he really trying to take shortcuts? While this method may be a shortcut, it exacts a heavy toll on his body, KSI pondered. The price he pays with his mortal flesh is immensely painful. Does this fellow not feel pain? Ramsey questioned. It must be quite painful, Did you not see him sweating profusely while drinking it? KSI chuckled. This lad is indeed a peculiar one, Ramusi smiled. Approximately 6 hours later, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from Vegeta. A vast aura emanated from him, radiating outward with fervor. Oh my, what immense energy! KSI marveled. His energy intensity has at least doubled. Humph, still too weak. Ramusi shook his head, but it seems this little one possesses some potential. Indeed, KSI nodded. Vegeta quickly sensed his energy intensity. Based on this energy level, I feel my battle power has reached 10 million. My battle power has finally soared from 5 million to 10 million. I believe I can continue to drink the ultra-divine water or wait a while before doing so. For now, I will follow KSI to learn the art of effortless mastery. Is it already Tuesday? Vegeta inquired. There are still 3 hours until Tuesday. Let's begin now. Kes replied. The sooner we train, the sooner we finish. Vegeta concurred. Very well. Kes, without objection, proceeded to explain. Allow me to briefly introduce the skill of Ultra Instinct. Unlike traditional combat methods that rely on sensing energy, this technique utilizes reflexive movements of the body, eliminating the need for conscious thought and maximizing speed and reaction time. Does that sound perplexing? You will gradually come to understand. I already comprehend, Vegeta interjected. Kes continued. In simple terms, it involves the separation of body and consciousness, allowing each part to instinctively perceive surrounding dangers without the need for the brain to deliberate before acting, correct? Vegeta affirmed. Kes was momentarily astonished. How could this young man grasp the concept of Ultra Instinct so thoroughly? Ramsey was also taken aback, recognizing the impressive capacity for comprehension this youth possessed. Has Beerus ever mentioned anything about Ultra Instinct to you? Kes inquired. I am unaware of Beerus's identity. This is my first encounter with the notion of Ultra Instinct. Vegeta replied. Well, your ability to understand is quite remarkable, which certainly saves us a great deal of trouble, Kes acknowledged with a nod. Now, unleash your full power against me and observe my movements. From there, you will grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct. Understood, Vegeta nodded, his energy surging forth. Come at me. Kes beckoned. With a swift motion, Vegeta charged, launching a ferocious assault. Kes effortlessly dodged all of Vegeta's strikes. After about 5 minutes of combat, Kes raised a hand and caught Vegeta's incoming punch. Let's pause for now, Kes smiled. Vegeta nodded in agreement. Is that sufficient? Vegeta asked. Go prepare some food first. Ramsey is still waiting for a delicious meal. A cup of milk tea would suffice, Kes replied. What nonsense is this? We've only trained for a mere 5 minutes. Vegeta rolled his eyes, exasperated. You're rather audacious. I am a god of destruction. What sort of attitude is that? Ramsey's expression darkened. If you desire a tasty meal, keep your mouth shut, or even if you destroy me, I shan't oblige. Vegeta huffed. You're quite formidable, I must admit, Ramsey retorted. Wait for me. Tomorrow. When I instruct you, witness how I will deal with you, Vegeta declared to Kes. Chapter 32. Allow me to demonstrate the techniques of a god of destruction. Is it truly unnecessary to take a break? Kes inquired, nodding. No, Vegeta replied. Charging towards Kes once more, elevating his energy to its zenith, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. Approximately 10 minutes passed. Yet Vegeta had not even grazed Kes's attire. Huffing and puffing, Vegeta had nearly exhausted all his energy during that brief span. Is it time for a break now? Kes smiled. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. How dull. You may continue. I shall take a nap, Ramsey remarked, observing the combat between the two, deeming it exceedingly tedious. For Ramsey, Vegeta's current fighting prowess was far too rudimentary. Despite Vegeta's battle power soaring to 10 million, it remained trivial in the presence of a god of destruction. Stretching lazily, Ramsey retreated to the castle for a respite. Kes, why not enjoy a cup of milk tea and rest as well? Vegeta suggested. Retrieving the ingredients for milk tea from his storage ring and preparing a cup for Kes, Kes remarked, Lord Ramsey is quite unfortunate. As soon as you departed, I indulged in a delightful cup of milk tea. Kesai savored the rich flavors, relishing the exquisite taste that danced upon her palate. After a brief respite, Vegeta regained a portion of his energy and promptly engaged Kesai in an intense battle once more. When Vegeta had expended all his energy again, Kesai took the opportunity to enlighten him about the intricacies of the Ultra Instinct. Vegeta listened attentively, reaping significant insights from her wisdom. That evening, Vegeta presented a jar of canned peaches to both Kesai and Ramsey, a gesture to keep them content. Nevertheless, Kesai and Ramsey were thoroughly delighted with their treat. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus had just returned from the 7th universe. Beerus, where is he? Did you not bring back that little rascal Vegeta? Kappa inquired, perplexed. It's a long story, Beerus sighed. A long story, yet you claim to simplify it? Kappa retorted. Beerus proceeded to recount the events surrounding Vegeta, detailing everything that had transpired, including the matters concerning Merus. What? Vegeta was defeated by that scoundrel Ramsey, Kappa exclaimed. His teeth clenched in frustration. This was unavoidable. It is said that Mr. Vegeta provoked him first, Beerus lamented. Damn it. My canned peaches. Kappa fumed, clenching his fists. But tell me, Beerus, was that canned peach delicacy truly delightful? Indeed, it was quite delicious. Alas, I shall never taste it again, Beerus replied, shaking his head. That scoundrel Ramsey. I shall seek retribution, Kappa declared, gritting his teeth. Lord Kappa, you might not stand a chance against Lord Ramsey, Beerus chuckled. Kappa, realizing his own limitations, conceded, very well, I shall train for a while before confronting him. The matter of Vegeta was reluctantly settled. Perhaps this was simply his fate, Beerus mused. Humph. It is all this brat's fault for being so arrogant. It is fortunate that I have a forgiving nature, Kappa scoffed. Had it been Ramsey, with his volatile temper, he would have destroyed him without a second thought. Indeed, Beerus sighed. I too bear some responsibility. I should have revealed our true identities to Mr. Vegeta sooner. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Kappa pondered, resting his chin on his hand. What do you mean, Lord Kappa? Beerus inquired. Could it be that Ramsey is deliberately deceiving us? Perhaps he intends to keep Vegeta close, to prepare him canned peaches. Xiangpa pondered, thus fabricating a reason for his destruction. Surely not. Vados shook her head. Even if Lord Ramsey deceived us, Sister Kes would never lie to me, right? You should promptly use the scepter to check if that little brat Vegeta is still alive, proposed Xiangpa. Very well. I believe Sister Kes would not deceive me, Vados replied. Nevertheless, she retrieved the scepter to search for Vegeta in the 10th universe. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed. No, he has indeed vanished, Vados shook her head. What about the communicator you gave to Vegeta? Try contacting him through that device, Xiangpa suggested once more. The communicator was likely destroyed alongside Lord Ramsey. So there should be no response, Vados retorted, attempting to connect with both the scepter and the communicator. As expected, there was no reaction. Now do you believe me? Lord Xiangpa? Vados smiled. I trust Sister Kes would not mislead me. What a pity, Xiangpa gritted his teeth. I have yet to experience the taste of canned peaches. Perhaps it is best for Lord Xiangpa to imagine it himself, Vados replied. The 10th universe, realm of destruction. The following morning. Listen, today I shall teach you and show you what the techniques of a destroyer entail, Ramsey grinned. Finally, an opportunity to deal with this brat has presented itself. I have long found this child irksome. Let me first provide you with a brief introduction to destruction, Ramsey said with a smile. In essence, destruction is the complete eradication of a target, reducing it from 1 to 0. Do you comprehend what I mean? I understand. Vegeta nodded. Destruction. Ramsey waved his hand lightly towards a stone. A purplish-red energy instantly enveloped the stone. Bang. The stone immediately transformed into a void, vanishing entirely. Did you see that? This is destruction, Ramsey exclaimed proudly. No matter how formidable an opponent may be, they are rendered powerless before this technique. Indeed. Vegeta acknowledged with a nod. Kid, why do I feel your reaction is rather subdued? Ramsey felt a lack of accomplishment. I know you're strong. So there is little to surprise me, Vegeta replied. Never mind. I have explained the principles of destruction to you. Now unleash your full power against me, Ramsey beckoned. Very well, Vegeta agreed, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth wildly. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Ramsey. Chapter 33, Vegeta's Extraordinary Journey. Bang, bang, bang. What awaited Vegeta was an unrelenting beating from Ramsey. In no time, Vegeta found himself battered and bruised, bearing severe injuries. Well, how does it feel? This is the chasm that separates you from me, Ramsey proclaimed with a smug expression. Indeed, but your strikes lack the requisite ferocity, Vegeta retorted. Shaking his head. What did you just say? Ramsey exclaimed, his eyes widening. I see you are quite pleased with yourself. It seems I must inflict some real pain upon you for you to comprehend the might of a god of destruction. Humph, it doesn't hurt, Vegeta scoffed. Such minor agony is inconsequential. Having consumed an ample amount of super divine water, the sensations it induced in his body far surpassed the impact of Ramsey's fist. Thus, despite his battered visage and serious wounds, Vegeta remained unfazed. If I were to cry out in pain, I would cease to be Vegeta. If I cannot endure this slight discomfort, how can I hope to become the universe's foremost warrior? Besides, it matters not. Once my strength escalates, I shall return the favor. Then let us continue, Ramsey declared, swiftly positioning himself directly opposite Vegeta. Wait a moment, Vegeta suddenly interjected. Ramsey halted abruptly. It was then that he noticed Vegeta producing a small notebook and a pen. What are you doing? Ramsey inquired, taken aback. I am making a note. Lest I forget later, Vegeta replied, opening the notebook and inscribing the number 178. Ramsey scratched his head, perplexed by the antics of this young warrior. What does your 178 signify? Vegeta inquired, placing the small book back into the storage ring. Let us proceed, he declared. Ramsey, seizing the moment, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Vegeta. The onslaught left Vegeta grievously wounded. However, this was hardly a concern. His physique resembled that of a prototype with an immortal essence, endowed with self-repair capabilities. Although he could not replenish his stamina, he had procured a jar of Senza beans from Master Karen. Without hesitation, Vegeta retrieved a bean from the storage ring and consumed it. Thunderous energy erupted from Vegeta once more. Having been on the brink of death, the restoration of his vitality led to a staggering increase in his combat prowess. He sensed the intensity of his energy, realizing that his battle power had now soared to an astounding height of 20 million. What? Ramsey exclaimed, taken aback. What is happening with this fellow? How did he resurrect from the edge of death, as if transformed? Oh, does that miraculous bean truly restore your injuries and energy? Kess inquired, astonished. This is called a Senza bean. Upon consumption, it instantly heals injuries and revitalizes energy, Vegeta acknowledged, feeling no need for secrecy before an angel. Your stamina has not only been restored, but your energy intensity has significantly increased, now doubled from before, Kess mused. Indeed, my constitution is rather unique. Each time I awaken from the brink of death, my combat power doubles, Vegeta smiled. Ah, so that is the case, Kess comprehended. Oh, your constitution is indeed peculiar. But surely there must be a limit? Ramsey scoffed. Yes, I aim to push my death-defying regenerative ability to its zenith today, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. Following this declaration, he swiftly charged towards Ramsey. With a series of rapid strikes, Vegeta accelerated his assault, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks toward Ramsey. Yet, he was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between their strengths. Even with 20 million in battle power, he was no match for Ramsey, who could easily surpass 200 billion. Vegeta's strategy involved enduring severe injuries, teetering on the edge of death, and then utilizing the Senza beans to amplify his power exponentially. He was eager to discover just how many times his battle power could indeed multiply. Vegeta is acutely aware that the doubling of his combat power in the face of imminent death has its limits. Today, I shall put that limit to the test. 3 minutes later, Vegeta finds himself struck down by Ramsey, once again severely injured. He has grown accustomed to such wounds, though they appear quite gruesome. However, having consumed the super divine water, Vegeta perceives these injuries as trivial, utterly painless. Unperturbed, he retrieves a Senza bean and consumes it in one swift motion. Instantly, he feels the weariness of his body dissipate. Simultaneously, he assesses his energy intensity 40 million. Quite impressive. His combat power has reached an astounding height of 40 million. Vegeta jots down the number 386 in his notebook. Revitalized, he charges once more toward Ramsey. Ramsey, feeling his composure falter, reflects, I have pummeled this fellow for so long, and he has not uttered a single sound. Moreover, it seems the more I strike him, the more invigorated he becomes. Not only that, but his strength is continuously on the rise. Today, he has already quadrupled his power. I shall see just how much further he can elevate himself. I refuse to believe there are no limits. Even if you were to enhance your abilities 100-fold, you would still be no match for me. Since you seek a confrontation, I shall oblige. Bang, bang, bang. Ramsey once again inflicted severe injuries upon Vegeta. With a disdainful grunt, Vegeta produced a Senza bean to restore his vitality. His power surged exponentially. This time, Vegeta's strength multiplied even further, reaching an astounding level of 100 million. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta declared, Bring it on. A smile spread across his face. What? This kid has more than doubled his power. Ramsey's eyes widened in disbelief. Whoosh. Vegeta charged forward with great speed. Ramsey, unyielding, unleashed another barrage of blows upon Vegeta, who once again found himself on the ground, consuming yet another Senza bean. Quickly assessing his power, Vegeta discovered it had risen to 200 million. A sense of elation filled him. I refuse to believe you can elevate your strength any further. Ramsey, genuinely astonished, could hardly contain his skepticism. Your energy has increased tenfold. Can you continue to improve? In a swift motion, Ramsey appeared behind Vegeta. Chapter 34. Ramsey, my battle power will astound you. With a resounding thud, Ramsey struck Vegeta squarely in the back. Vegeta spat blood, grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground. However, he quickly retrieved a Senzu bean from his storage ring and consumed it, instantly restoring his vitality. Hey, Vegeta's energy surged forth. Can it still grow further? Ramsey immediately sensed Vegeta's energy intensity. Upon this revelation, Ramsey exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, it seemed to have plateaued. This must be its limit, he thought with a subtle smile. Vegeta, in silent contemplation, sensed his own power. Indeed, after reaching the staggering height of 200 million, there appeared to be no further enhancement. The method of near-death rebirth had halted Vegeta's battle power progression. Nonetheless, Vegeta remained undeterred. Let us take a break. I'll have something to drink, he said, promptly preparing 2 cups of milk tea for Ramsey and Kess, tossing them their way. Subsequently, Vegeta leisurely retrieved a small notebook and inscribed the number 1088 within it. What does that number signify? Ramsey inquired, leaning closer. It's nothing. Don't concern yourself with such details. You will understand in due time, Vegeta replied, tucking the notebook away. Kess quietly regarded Vegeta, seemingly piecing together the significance of the number. This boy certainly holds grudges, she mused. After stowing away the notebook and pen, Vegeta produced a bottle of ultra-divine water. This time, he directly drank about a pound of the newly generated liquid. I'm going to take a nap, Vegeta announced before retreating to rest. Approximately 4 hours later, Kess remarked, Lord Ramsey, have you noticed? Noticed what? Ramsey asked, perplexed. Mr. Vegeta's energy seems to have increased again, Kess replied. What did you say? Increased again? Are you joking? Ramsey's eyes widened as he turned to Vegeta. Indeed, Vegeta's energy was surging uncontrollably. What is happening? Wasn't he already at his limit? Ramsey was astonished. Boom. Suddenly, a more formidable energy erupted from Vegeta. He soared into the sky, his eyes wide open, radiating a brilliant white light. Vegeta quietly sensed the intensity of his own energy. Battle power, 500 million. This method proves to be remarkably effective. After reaching my limits, consuming a pound of divine water allowed me to transcend those boundaries. Truly splendid. Once more, Vegeta grinned and turned his gaze towards Ramsey. Ramsey, however, felt disinclined to speak. Whoosh. Vegeta charged swiftly towards Ramsey. Ramsey found himself somewhat disinterested in the battle. This young man's energy surged far too rapidly. Bang. Just as Ramsey's attention wavered, Vegeta delivered a kick directly to Ramsey's face. The damage was minimal, yet the insult was profound. Ramsey's expression shifted dramatically, anger etched upon his features. You dare to persist. Ramsey roared in fury, slapping Vegeta down to the ground with great force. Vegeta was once again gravely injured. Undeterred, he calmly retrieved a Senzu bean and consumed it. Boom. Vegeta's energy surged anew. He silently assessed his battle power once more. Battle power, 1 billion. Ramsey was utterly astonished. Have you not reached your limit already? How is it possible to recover after nearing death and even enhance your energy? What nonsense is this? Continue. Vegeta grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Today, I shall elevate my battle power to a staggering 10 billion. Ramsey interjected, ahem. Do you truly consider this energy to be battle power? What would you estimate the intensity of this energy to be in terms of battle power? Approximately 1 billion. Vegeta replied. Thus, you still have the potential to increase it tenfold? Ramsey pondered. I am uncertain if I will succeed, but I am willing to attempt it. I believe it is not an insurmountable challenge, Vegeta asserted. Let us rest for a moment before proceeding, Ramsey suggested, feeling somewhat conflicted. The rapidity with which this young warrior's strength had escalated was astonishing. Just 1 day had elapsed since his arrival. According to his calculations, Vegeta's initial battle power upon arriving here should have been around 5 million. And now, he had already reached 1 billion. How many times had he multiplied his strength? The concern lay in the fact that he had only trained for 2 days. If this trend continued, Ramsey feared that one day Vegeta might surpass him. Could it be that Lord Ramsey is feeling apprehensive? Chris teased as she approached, whispering softly in Ramsey's ear. Would I be afraid? Ramsey scoffed. I am the most formidable destroyer in this universe. By his method of calculation, my battle power is beyond numerical description. That is true, Chris mused. However, considering Vegeta's current growth rate, if it continues, I believe it may not take more than 10 years for him to reach a level comparable to that of Lord Ramsey. What did you say? 10 years? Ramsey felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. In a decade, he could reach my level? Of course, this is merely my estimation. Predicated on Vegeta's ability to continually double his energy through this method, Chris clarified. Do you think he can double it again? Ramsey asked, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. If he can reach my level in 10 years, I shall certainly cease to train him. This is absurd. I am cultivating a fearsome adversary. I estimate his battle power could potentially reach 100 billion, which is practically his limit, Chris analyzed. 100 billion? That is still manageable. Ramsey sighed in relief. What are you two discussing? Vegeta inquired with a smile. Are you astonished by the rapidity of my battle power growth, which exceeds your expectations? Spare me your boasting. Ramsey retorted. Even if your battle power were to reach 100 billion, what of it? 100 billion? Vegeta contemplated. Indeed, that would still be insufficient. At least you comprehend that, Ramsey replied. Ramsey displayed a proud expression, declaring, if I were to reveal my combat strength, it would surely terrify you. In Chapter 35, Combat Strength of 8 billion. Vegeta inquired with keen interest, how much? The combat power of a god of destruction cannot be quantified numerically. However, if one were to attempt such a calculation, Ramsey continued, turning to Kess, could you calculate how my strength translates into his combat power? Oh dear. That is quite an undertaking, Kess smiled. Let me see. Kess silently computed for a minute. If I were to convert Lord Ramsey's strength into combat power, it would amount to approximately 10 to the 47th power, Kess mused. That is an extraordinarily daunting astronomical figure. Vegeta fell silent. 10 to the 47th power, which equates to a 1 followed by 47 zeros. Indeed, it is an astronomical figure. However, such calculations may not be entirely accurate, as deities possess their own methods of combat. While numbers can serve as a quantifiable measure, when a god of destruction engages in battle, it is the energy of destruction that truly matters, Kess elucidated. Understood, Vegeta nodded. Kess remarked, how is it that you grasp that so quickly? So, it means that the greater the accumulation of destruction, the more powerful one becomes, correct? Vegeta queried. You, young man, do you truly understand? Ramsey scowled. What do you mean by the greater the destruction, the stronger one is? The magnitude of destruction is not directly related to the strength of a god of destruction. For instance, if our destructive energy levels are the same, does that not imply that the greater the accumulation, the stronger the power? Vegeta responded emphatically. Ramsey conceded, Mr. Vegeta has a point. Indeed, when the destructive energy levels are equal, a larger accumulation results in greater potency. Kess, you must not indulge this boy. His reasoning is flawed. Ramsey huffed. The validity of his reasoning is no longer significant. Vegeta laughed. Let us continue. I aim to elevate my combat power to 10 billion today. Ramsey sighed in resignation. Why do I feel that training alongside you is exhausting? I have clearly inflicted significant pain upon you, yet you remain silent. This leaves me devoid of any sense of accomplishment. For Ramsey, delivering blows was typically a source of joy. However, every strike against Vegeta seemed to have no effect, as Vegeta carried on as if nothing had happened. Even during subsequent battles, Vegeta tore off his own arm, wielding the severed limb as a weapon. Upon witnessing such a fighting style, Ramsey felt he was on the verge of collapse. Is there truly a way to fight like this? Time swiftly passed in a single day. Vegeta assessed his energy levels and was gratified by the results, although he had not reached the remarkable threshold of 10 billion. His foundational combat power had ascended to an impressive 8 billion. This ultra-divine water proved to be a remarkable elixir. Initially, he believed he had hit his limits. Yet after consuming the ultra-divine water, his potential soared anew. With a combat power of 8 billion, it appeared that further doubling was still within reach. Vegeta felt a surge of satisfaction. That evening, in a buoyant mood, he treated both Kess and Ramsey to an additional chicken leg each, deliciously flavored with Orland spices. After tasting the delectable chicken, Ramsey's previous discontent began to dissipate. Hey, kid, what are your plans for tomorrow? Ramsey inquired. Will you continue training with me? Of course not. Vegeta replied, shaking his head. Tomorrow I'll train with Kess. Was had agreed that I would train with you on odd days and with Kess on even days? He understood the importance of balancing effort with relaxation. Vegeta recognized that perpetually training with Ramsey, pushing himself to the brink of death to enhance his combat power, was not a sustainable strategy. He required a period of adaptation, which would be best achieved through training with Kess. Coincidentally, this day with Kess would allow him to maximize the combat power he had recently gained. Upon hearing that he would not need to accompany Vegeta for training the following day, Ramsey let out a slight sigh of relief. I feel more exhausted than you after just one day of training together, he remarked. The next day, Vegeta and Kes prepared for battle. With a swift surge, Vegeta elevated all his energy and launched a fierce assault against Kes. Yet, he still failed to graze her attire. Contemplating his current combat power, he wondered how it would translate into Kes's metrics. It seemed he had not yet reached 10 to the power of 10 billion. His combat power stood at only 8 billion. The journey ahead was long, and he would seek diligently. His ultimate goal was to connect with Kes, to make contact with Kes. Admittedly, his thoughts had strayed. Mr. Vegeta, you are currently responding with your mind before your body, Kes remarked with a smile. The essence of the free and unrestrained state is that all parts of the body can move freely. All parts of the body can move freely? Vegeta's thoughts wandered further astray. Hey, what is that expression? Kes wiped her brow. Why do I sense that your thoughts are somewhat inappropriate? Do you seem to be merely 5 years old? Have children today matured so early? It was of little consequence. There was no need to dwell on such minutiae. A smile crept across Vegeta's lips. The day's training rapidly drew to a close. Although Vegeta's battle power appeared unchanged, he was acutely aware of a profound transformation within his energy. While previously it had merely been a quantitative accumulation, he now sensed a qualitative shift in his energy. Vegeta distinctly felt that his energy was gradually evolving towards divine power. Though this transformation was undoubtedly a lengthy endeavor, the mere presence of such signs was encouraging. Chris gazed at Vegeta, lost in thought, feeling increasingly unable to decipher him. The talent of this young prodigy was truly remarkable. Time flowed like water, and the years slipped by unnoticed. 9 years had passed in the blink of an eye. As per their agreement, Vegeta trained with Ramsey on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. During these sessions, his primary task was to learn to endure blows, growing stronger through the experience. In truth, for Vegeta, this was hardly a challenge. The pain he endured was insignificant when compared to the trials of the super divine water. However, after each training session with Ramsey, Vegeta would take out a small notebook and a pen to record a number, a practice that left Ramsey somewhat puzzled. What does this number truly signify? Chapter 36, a battle power of 10 to the 40th power. Vegeta diligently trains with Krix every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. During their training sessions, he gradually transforms and applies the energy acquired from his previous training with Ramsey, allowing this energy to harmonize with his own body. Thus, Vegeta's strength continues to flourish. Unbeknownst to him, his foundational battle power has already reached an astounding 10 to the 40th power, a colossal figure. Vegeta realizes that after being reborn on the brink of death, he has reached his limits. With just 2 more pounds of super divine water, those limits will shatter, enabling him to further amplify his battle power. Through this method, Vegeta has achieved a power level of 10 to the 40th power. In contrast, Ramsey's battle power stands at 10 to the 47th power. At this point, Ramsey finds it increasingly arduous to cope. He must tread carefully, for a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. In the past, it was merely a game. Ramsey reflects on the past 9 years with a sense of overwhelm. What have I endured during this time? This young man's strength soars like a rocket. If this continues, he will eventually surpass me. There is little left for me to teach you. Over these years, you have learned all that you needed. The remaining time, you shall navigate on your own. Ramsey sighs in resignation. Well, regardless, I must thank you, my teacher, Vegeta smiles. Yet, on another note, after 9 years, you have not grown an inch. Ramsey muses, you won't remain this short forever, will you? It matters not, Vegeta replies with a subtle smile. Over the past 9 years, Vegeta has scarcely changed in stature and appearance. He remains indifferent to these trivialities, understanding that this is a characteristic of the Saiyans. Saiyans can maintain the guise of youth for an extended period, only to suddenly mature later on. Subsequently, Vegeta will retain the visage of a young adult, a form he is unlikely to alter, especially since he has made a wish upon the dragon, granting him the potential to live for over 1,000 years. Ramsey, upon hearing this, is left speechless. Do you not care at all about your own stature? You seem quite easygoing. Ramsey chuckled, stepping forward to pat Vegeta's shoulder. Unperturbed, Vegeta produced a small notebook and a pen, flipping it open to inscribe a number. 80,060. What does this number signify? Ramsey could not help but inquire, only to shake his head afterward, dismissing the thought. After all, you never divulge anything when asked. Regardless, I sincerely appreciate your guidance over these past 9 years. Vegeta bowed respectfully, a gesture befitting a disciple. After this bow, I shall no longer be bound to you. No need for formality, prepare me another cup of milk tea. Please. Ramsey swayed his trunk playfully. Certainly, Vegeta readily agreed, concocting a cup of milk tea for Ramsey. Mr. Vegeta, I believe I have imparted nearly all I can teach you. I surmise that you are on the verge of mastering the art of ultimate freedom. Chris smiled. You are not going to teach me anymore? Vegeta turned to Chris, expressing his concern, for my prowess still pales in comparison to yours. You are still far behind compared to Lord Ramsey. Why would he cease to instruct you? Chris inquired with a grin. It's up to you. I shall spend the remaining time honing my skills independently, and I can always ask you for help with what I do not understand. Can I? Vegeta proposed. Very well, that is acceptable. Chris nodded in agreement. Provided that you continue to prepare us delectable meals. Ramsey grinned widely. It's a deal, Vegeta replied. In the ensuing 3 years, Vegeta embarked on a path of self-discipline. During this period, he sought to amalgamate all he had learned over the past 9 years, transforming it into his own essence. Techniques such as ultimate freedom or the God of Destruction's abilities were the domain of angels and gods of destruction. The Saiyan possessed his own unique methods of training. After 3 years of diligent effort, Vegeta finally succeeded in converting all that knowledge into the energy he required. At last, it was complete. Vegeta inhaled deeply. What have you completed? Ramsey asked, taken aback as he gazed at Vegeta. Ramsey, 3 more years have passed. Shall we engage in a contest? Vegeta smiled. I think it best to refrain. Ramsey scoffed, reminding him that no matter how hard he tried, he could never rival a god of destruction. Is that so? Vegeta's face lit up with a smile. You cannot possibly believe that you have the capability to defeat me, a god of destruction, can you? Ramsey chuckled softly. Let us save that discussion for another time. The moment is not yet ripe. Vegeta, still smiling, reflected, I have resided in the realm of destruction for 12 years now. It is time for me to explore the outside world. Do you have any splendid places to take me? Are you heading out? Ramsai paused momentarily. Indeed. It has been a while since I last ventured out to wreak havoc upon a planet. You may accompany us. Very well, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Chris, let us depart. Ramsai called out. Vegeta, showing no hesitation, stepped forward and embraced Chris from behind. Chris, you certainly exhibit a casual demeanor. However, Kes has not elaborated much further. After spending 12 years in the company of Vegeta, it would be unrealistic to claim that Kes harbors no feelings for him. It is time to embark on our duties. Ramsey remarked, indicating that Vegeta should familiarize himself with the workflow of a destroyer, as such tasks will fall to him in the future. Sounds good, Vegeta readily agreed. An agreement is one thing. The execution of the task remains my concern. In a flash, the trio transformed into 2 beams of light, swiftly vanishing into the starry expanse and materializing within the cosmic realm of Universe 10. After flying for a while longer, Ramsey came to a halt above a massive crimson planet. Do you see that, Vegeta? Ramsey pointed towards the enormous red sphere beneath them, explaining. The existence of this planet has severely disrupted the balance of the universe and must be obliterated. I understand, Vegeta replied, hands in pockets, nodding slightly before extending his right hand towards the planet. With a swift motion, a purplish-red energy coalesced in his palm. In an instant, a sphere of destructive energy, roughly the size of a basketball, materialized. Destruction, Vegeta proclaimed, sweeping his hand downwards as the energy surged towards the crimson planet below. Ramsey interjected. Chapter 37. Allow me to destroy this planet. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself beneath the destructive energy unleashed by Vegeta. With a resounding smack, Ramsey struck, sending Vegeta's destructive energy careening away. What are you doing? Vegeta inquired. Listen to me finish my statement, will you? Ramsey retorted, baring his teeth. Go ahead, Vegeta replied. I mentioned that this planet disrupts the balance of the universe, Ramsey continued. Thus, I intend to destroy it, Vegeta countered. Is there any fault in my reasoning? My point is that this planet can still be salvaged. Partial destruction will suffice, Ramsey said, his expression darkening. Could you not wait for me to finish before unleashing your destructive energy? I was indeed aiming to destroy it partially. The intensity of that energy was intended to achieve just that. You were the one who thwarted me, Vegeta chuckled. What did you say? Ramsey was taken aback. Indeed. Vegeta's destructive energy would have annihilated half the planet, allowing the other half to thrive, Kes analyzed. Ramsey cleared his throat. Well, your ability to synthesize information is commendable. He chuckled heartily, unsure of how to respond. Step aside. I have yet to destroy a planet, Vegeta declared, once again gathering destructive energy. Ramsey was left speechless. This lad is quite spirited. The destructive energy of Vegeta surged toward the crimson planet below. This time, Ramsey did not intervene. Above the red planet, Two deities were guests in the courtyard outside the royal palace. The ruler of the planet graciously attended to their needs. Lord Kaishin, please enjoy some tea, he offered, presenting the tea with both hands. You are too kind, smiled Kaishin Gas, accepting the cup and savoring a sip. This tea is exquisite. If you enjoy it, do take some back with you, the planet's ruler insisted. Zamasu, do give it a try, Gas beckoned to his disciple, Zamasu. Yes, master, Zamasu replied with a bow. The ruler promptly poured a cup for Zamasu and presented it with both hands. Zamasu took a small sip, yet his expression remained rather impassive. This is my disciple Zamasu. Recently, I have been contemplating retirement. Once I step down, my disciple Zamasu will inherit the position of Kaishin, Gas informed the ruler. Immediately, the ruler's demeanor toward Zamasu shifted dramatically. Previously, he had regarded him merely as the assistant to Kaishin, unaware that he would soon become the future Kaishin. The advancements of this planet were intricately linked to the blessings of the Kaishin. Master Zamasu, I look forward to your guidance in the future, the ruler said respectfully. Humph. Do not think I am unaware of the ongoing wars among the humans on this planet, Zamasu scoffed. The ruler was momentarily at a loss for words, breaking out in a cold sweat. Master, the continual wars among the humans on this planet should indeed be eradicated, Zamasu asserted to Gas. The ruler trembled, his complexion shifting with alarm. Zamasu, we are Kaishin. Our mission is to quietly protect humanity and guide the planet toward a prosperous future, Gas counseled. Refrain from speaking such things in the future. Zamasu fell silent. And you, as the ruler of this planet, must do your utmost to prevent such wars, lest they escalate beyond repair. If that time comes, the planet may face utter catastrophe, Gas sighed in resignation. I understand, Lord Kaishin, the ruler replied hastily. However, the wars on this planet are not initiated by me. Though I am the ruler, my powers are limited. Master, look at that, Zamasu exclaimed, suddenly pointing to a purplish-red energy orb appearing in the sky. Gas glanced in that direction as well. This energy orb seems somewhat familiar, he remarked. As Gas gazed upward at the heavens, he muttered to himself, what is that? A foreboding feeling suddenly washed over him. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, Vegeta had recently unleashed a wave of destructive energy. Oh dear, Lord Gas is on that planet, Cus interjected suddenly. What did you say? Ramsey's complexion turned pale in an instant. Indeed, Lord Gas is visiting that planet, Cus replied, given the trajectory of the destructive energy Vegeta has released. It may very well land near Lord Gas. A million thoughts raced through Ramsey's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath and produced a resonant sound. The sound waves immediately surged downward, swiftly catching up to Vegeta's destructive energy. With a resounding clap, Ramsey's ultrasonic wave shattered Vegeta's destructive energy into fragments. Seeing that Vegeta's energy had been dissipated, Ramsey's anxious heart finally found relief. Thank goodness I reacted quickly. Otherwise, if that Kaishin had perished, I would have vanished alongside him. Why on earth is that old Kaishin on this planet? Meanwhile, in the courtyard outside the royal palace of the planet below, the absent ruler was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Zamasu stood in stunned silence. That energy blast looked eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Gas pondered. Why did it vanish into thin air? Zamasu furrowed his brow. It seems like it encountered another powerful energy that obliterated it, Gas deduced. Is someone up there? Zamasu inquired. Perhaps, Gas nodded. Humph, foolish humans. Battling above the gods. Zamasu's expression darkened further. In the starry sky, Vegeta had unleashed 2 consecutive energy blasts, both thwarted by Ramsey. Vegeta's mood began to sour. I beg your pardon. Are you not finished yet? Vegeta scoffed, withdrawing his hands from his pockets and abruptly raising them skyward. Chapter 38, The Destruction Infused with Angelic Power. With a resounding clap, a colossal surge of destructive energy coalesced within Vegeta's hands. What are you doing? Ramsey stuttered, taken aback. Enough with the nonsense. Step aside quickly. I have resolved to annihilate this planet, Vegeta retorted with disdain. Ramsey's expression darkened. What did you say? You have decided? I am not yet retired. Have you resolved to obliterate this planet? Such words sound rather peculiar, as if you have ascended to the status of a deity of destruction. No one shall thwart me today, Vegeta proclaimed, as the swirling crimson energy intensified with each passing moment. In an instant, the destructive energy he had summoned expanded to approximately 10 meters in diameter. Destruction. Vegeta pressed his hands downward. Whoosh. The malevolent energy cascaded toward the crimson planet below. Child, you must comprehend the situation. Whether this planet meets its demise is solely at my discretion. Ramsey's expression darkened as he swung his arm downward. Whoosh! A surge of destructive energy erupted from Ramses' hand, swiftly colliding with the violet energy sphere conjured by Vegeta. And then, there was silence. Ramses momentarily froze. He had anticipated that his destructive force would shatter Vegeta's energy upon contact. Yet, why did it remain unscathed? Vegeta's energy continued its relentless descent toward the red planet. What is happening? Ramses' eyes widened in disbelief. Vegeta remained silent. Child, do not revel in this. Ramses roared, hastening toward the spiraling energy. In a mere heartbeat, he positioned himself directly beneath the destructive force. Without hesitation, Ramses unleashed a powerful kick. He was convinced that this strike would send Vegeta's energy flying. However, the moment his foot contacted the energy, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him. Yet, intertwined within this ominous presence was an oddly radiant aspect. It felt as though the destructive energy was communicating, imparting a chilling message: embrace death, and you shall attain a better existence. Ramses shook his head vigorously. What nonsensical reasoning is this? What on earth is transpiring? A cold sweat broke out on his brow as he hastily distanced himself from the destructive energy's reach, swiftly retreating to the other side. Turning back to scrutinize the energy, he gasped in astonishment. What? The power of the angels? Ramses was momentarily taken aback. He clearly discerned that within the destructive energy lay traces of angelic power. What manner of situation is this? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Hey, Guas, you fool. What are you dawdling down there for? Hurry and come up. Ramses shouted toward the surface of the planet, as it teetered on the brink of annihilation. After the cry, Ramses' expression became remarkably vivid. Did I, the god of destruction, truly utter those words? Am I really unable to prevent my disciple from annihilating a planet? At that moment, Ramses felt a profound sense of defeat. Below, in the courtyard outside the palace of the planetary lord, Ramses' voice echoed down. Gavas also caught sight of the immense destructive energy. After a brief moment of stupor, Gavas quickly regained his composure. Yes, it is Lord Ramses. I thought that thing looked somewhat familiar, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ramses? Who is that? Zamasu inquired. The god of destruction, Gavas replied. God of destruction? I have never heard of such a being, Zamasu responded, perplexed. What god of destruction? The planetary lord also appeared taken aback. This is not good. That thing is about to fall. Zamasu cried out. Run, Gavas urged, reciting an incantation. Kai. With a flash of light, Gavas vanished from his spot through instantaneous movement. Zamasu felt as though 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. Wait for me. Whoosh. Zamasu's reaction was remarkably swift as he soared into the sky. What should I do? The lord of the planet was anxious. Zamasu smirked disdainfully. How do you fare? What shall you do? I sense you are on the brink of demise. With a resounding crash, the destructive energy unleashed by Vegeta struck the very ground of the planet. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Subsequently, the entire planet shattered like a fragile soap bubble, dissolving into nothingness, utterly vanishing from this universe. Indeed, this brings a sense of accomplishment. Vegeta grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Boy, have you lost your mind? Are you aware of what you've done? Ramses' countenance darkened ominously. I have obliterated the planet. What else could I do? Vegeta replied with a smile. Wasn't it agreed to destroy only half? Ramses retorted angrily. I intended to destroy half. However, you impeded me, Vegeta countered. I stopped you because the Supreme Kai is below. Ramses exclaimed. His presence is his own concern. Why should you hinder me? Simply tell him to move aside, Vegeta argued defiantly. Ramses, at a loss for words, contemplated reprimanding Vegeta thoroughly. Oh dear, Mr. Vegeta seems unaware that the lies of the Supreme Kai and the god of destruction are intertwined. Chris interjected as a mediator. Oh, is that so? Vegeta feigned surprise. Very well, my apologies. I was unaware. You should have mentioned it sooner. Ramses trembled with anger. This insolent youth increasingly disrespected him. It appeared that a proper reprimand was necessary for him to comprehend who the true god of destruction was. Just then, Guas utilized instant transmission, appearing near Ramses in an instant. Indeed, it is Lord Ramses. Guas immediately bowed, then turned to Chris. Greetings, Lady Chris. It has been a while, Lord Guas. Chris smiled in return. Guas, what brings you to this side? Ramses grumbled. Is this planet truly destroyed by Lord Ramses? Guas glanced at the spot where the planet had vanished, lamenting. I had hoped this planet would continue to thrive. Its destruction was entirely unnecessary. Chapter 39, Zamasu. Are you an apprentice god of destruction? Does a god of destruction require a reason to obliterate a planet? Ramses scoffed. He certainly would not disclose to Guas that it was not he who destroyed the planet, but rather that impudent Vegeta. Such an admission would be too humiliating. If I cannot even manage my own disciple, what will other gods of destruction think of me? I merely feel a twinge of regret, Guas sighed. At that moment, Zamasu soared upwards from below, drenched in cold sweat, his very soul nearly terrified from the experience. What an overwhelming force this is. In the blink of an eye, the entire planet had been reduced to nothingness. It was utterly terrifying, truly horrifying. Who could be responsible for such devastation? As Zamasu ascended, he cast his gaze into the distance. It wasn't long before he spotted three unfamiliar faces, Vegeta, Ramses, and Kess, emerging above. Their presence alongside Guava's indicated a prior acquaintance. And Zamasu couldn't help but think, how ungracious of Guava's. Aware that the planet was on the verge of destruction, he promptly vanished through instantaneous movement, leaving me behind. Utterly bewildered, Zamasu shook his head and soared upwards in haste. Who are these three, my teacher? Zamasu inquired. It is splendid to see you unharmed, Zamasu. Guava's exhaled in relief, acknowledging his prowess, which should enable him to evade the onslaught of destructive energy. Zamasu queried, what if I cannot escape? Allow me to introduce you. Guavas said, this is Lord Kampa, the god of destruction, and this is Lord Whis, the angel. When Guavas introduced Vegeta, he paused, taken aback, as he had no prior knowledge of him. He is my disciple, Vegeta, Lord Kampa stated succinctly. Ah, so he is an apprentice god of destruction, Guavas chuckled, gesturing towards Zamasu, and this is my disciple Zamasu, and apprentice Supreme Kai. You two must collaborate effectively in the future. God of destruction? Zamasu was momentarily taken aback, for he had never heard of such a title before. Whis elucidated, in essence, where there is creation, there must be destruction. Both are indispensable. The Supreme Kai oversees creation, while the god of destruction is tasked with obliteration. Only when creation and destruction achieve a harmonious balance can the universe evolve toward a more favorable state. I understand. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Zamasu, please refrain from misunderstanding. I have yet to comprehend. How can one achieve balance? Could you elaborate further? Moreover, the lives of Lord Demigra and Lord Supreme Kai are intertwined. Should one perish, the other will inevitably follow suit. Kess once again elucidated this to Vegeta. Vegeta was already aware of this, and thus, he exhibited no astonishment. What? A shared existence? Zamasu was taken aback. Indeed, replied Guas with a smile, much like now. If I were to take my own life, Lord Ramses would immediately vanish as well. Ramses' expression darkened. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Life is precious. One should never contemplate such dire actions. Are you merely here to make me disappear? He chuckled, jesting. Jeeves laughed heartily. Could we refrain from such tedious jokes in the future? Ramses retorted with irritation. But what if one party meets their end? Would the other vanish as well? Zamasu felt a wave of unease wash over him. If that were the case, why would I not remain my own North Kai? Why would I bind my life to a god of destruction? Fear not. The shared life referred to here pertains to the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai. For instance, should I retire and pass on the Supreme Kai's position to you, your life would then be intertwined with Lord Ramses until your days are concluded. Awaiting the next Supreme Kai to emerge, Jeeves elucidated. And what is the lifespan of a god of destruction? Zamasu inquired. Humph. The lifespan of a god of destruction is infinite, Ramses scoffed. What? Infinite? Zamasu's eyes widened in disbelief. Jeeves. I did not expect you to take on a disciple so soon. When do you plan to retire? Ramses asked with curiosity. Perhaps in another 50 or 60 years. Once Zamasu has matured, I shall retire, Jeeves replied with a slight smile, then inquired, by the way, will Lord Ramses also be retiring? That hardly seems like your style. Humph, I am merely taking on a disciple in my spare time, Ramses huffed. Having a disciple will certainly make it more convenient for me to destroy planets in the future without needing to intervene personally, right? Indeed, Jeeves laughed heartily. Your disciple seems quite promising. Did you select him from the Kais? Ramses glanced at Zamasu, inquiring. Yes, Zamasu is the North Kai. I observed his extraordinary talents and decided to nurture him to become the Supreme Kai, Jeeves responded. At that moment, Zamasu occasionally glanced towards Vegeta. Hey, are you an apprentice god of destruction? Zamasu called out. What business is it of yours? Vegeta retorted. Zamasu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What did you say? Anger surfaced on Zamasu's face. I was merely greeting you, and you had the audacity to insult me. We are all apprentice deities here. Do you consider this appropriate? Leave. If you don't want to be beaten, then keep your mouth shut. Vegeta remarked coldly, his hands buried in his pockets. Want to be beaten? This young fellow seems rather brash for his age. Zamasu chuckled lightly. Do you believe you are my match? Vegeta rolled his eyes. How about we spar a bit? Zamasu proposed. As both being trainee gods, it would be a chance to see who was more powerful. I suggest you refrain from seeking defeat. Vegeta shook his head. Ha! You truly are amusing, little one. Do you understand the words you speak? Zamasu bellowed with laughter. His face suddenly alight with an insatiable combat spirit. Come on, let me see what merit you possess as a trainee destroyer. Vegeta remained unfazed, hands still deep in his pockets. With a gentle flick of his tail wrapped around his waist, Vegeta unleashed an invisible wave of energy that struck Zamasu directly. The impact echoed with a dull thud as Zamasu was sent hurtling away. Chapter 40. What is the nature of your destruction? With a thunderous crash, Zamasu crashed onto a distant asteroid, penetrating its surface. He then tumbled through the cosmos, rolling over several hundred times. When Zamasu finally came to a halt, he spat out a mouthful of blood and promptly lost consciousness. Zamasu, Gawasu shouted in alarm. Ha ha, Gawasu, it seems your apprentice lacks capability. Armshi laughed heartily. Gawasu turned to Vegeta, astonished. This little one is so powerful. Zamasu ranked among the elite of the Supreme Kais. Yet this young lad had merely flicked his tail and knocked Zamasu out? This is astonishing. Gawasu, you must return and properly train your apprentice, at least in martial skills. He has much to learn, Armshi said, excitedly patting Gawasu on the shoulder. Let us go, Kes, Gawasu replied. Armshi and Gawasu had little more to discuss. Upon witnessing Vegeta's prowess, Armshi's mind began to race with a new idea. Why not take Vegeta out for some grand displays? Very well, Lord Armshi, Kes nodded. Bowing to Gawasu. Well then, Gawasu, we shall take our leave. Zamasu had merely fainted and had not been gravely injured. With some rest, he would soon recover. Indeed. Gawasu nodded, believing that a little hardship would serve his apprentice well. In a flash, Vegeta soared over and embraced Kes from behind. Let us depart. Gawasu said with a smile. All right, Kes nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. Kes, accompanied by Vegeta and Ramsey, transformed into two beams of distinct colors, swiftly soaring into the distance. The trio soon departed from the scene. After their exit, Guas promptly flew to Zamasu's side, rousing him from his stupor. Zamasu, dazed, opened his eyes, his expression turning grim. Do not be disheartened, Guas reassured him. Though he may be young, he is an apprentice destroyer. An apprentice destroyer? Does that mean he surpasses me, an apprentice Supreme Kai? Zamasu inquired, perplexed. The destroyer is the most powerful deity in this universe. Thus an apprentice destroyer naturally possesses greater strength than we, Supreme Kais, Guas elucidated. The role of a destroyer is to obliterate planets, while we Supreme Kais are tasked with the creation of planets and life. Our responsibilities are fundamentally different. Can a destroyer annihilate those warring humans? Zamasu pondered, taken aback. That is one way to interpret it, Guas nodded. Zamasu fell silent, contemplating. I should aspire to become a destroyer. I feel that the role of Supreme Kai does not suit me. And that detestable apprentice destroyer, Vegeta. Did I truly fall to him so easily? I refuse to concede. Upon my return, I shall train earnestly. One day, I will defeat you. In the vastness of space. Vegeta and his companions traversed at great speed. Kid, what was that destructive energy you just gathered? Ramsey queried, intrigued. What do you mean? Vegeta feigned ignorance. Why do I sense that the energy within is remarkably unique? Ramsey frowned. Kes, you explain it to him. Vegeta directed at Kes. Kes retorted. You could easily explain it yourself. Yet you compel me to speak. Ahem. Mr. Vegeta has condensed the power of the angels within that destructive energy, Kes explained. What did you say? Ramsey inquired, astonished. The power of angels? Are you jesting? I am not joking. This is indeed true, Kes replied. Is it your angelic power, Kes? Ramsey asked. No, it is Mr. Vegeta's angelic power, Kes clarified. What? How is that possible? Has this lad already managed to harness the power of angels? Ramsey exclaimed. Indeed. I, too, find it quite astonishing, Kes nodded gently. That doesn't seem right, Ramsey protested, shaking his trunk. How could the power of angels intermingle with destructive energy? It has indeed fused. Isn't it remarkable and unexpected? Vegeta grinned. Ramsey fell silent, swaying his trunk back and forth. Ramsey, please refrain from swinging that trunk of yours. It's making me dizzy, Vegeta remarked. Ramsey shot a fierce glare at Vegeta. What I do with my trunk is none of your business. I believe it would be more entertaining if you pinched your own nose, Vegeta chuckled. What are you talking about, you brat? Ramsey retorted angrily. Let us not dwell on that. Where do you intend to go next? Vegeta asked. Kess. I heard that the fellow named Wymide also took on an intern destroyer god a few years back, correct? Ramsey turned to Kess. Yes. It should have been over a century ago, Kess responded. What do you think, Vegeta? Do you have the confidence to challenge a destroyer god from another universe? Ramsey grinned. Looking at Vegeta, what benefit would there be in defeating him? Vegeta countered. Don't be so greedy. You're already an intern destroyer god. What more could you desire? Ramsey scoffed. I'm aiding you in your endeavors. Can't you offer me some reward? Vegeta smiled. How does this kid know everything? Ramsey thought. What do you desire? If it is within my power, I shall grant it. Ramsey pondered for a moment before responding. I've heard there exists something called the Super Dragon Balls in the cosmic realms of the 6th and 7th universes, totaling 7. If one collects all the Super Dragon Balls, any wish can be fulfilled, Vegeta stated. How about you help me gather the Super Dragon Balls? Super Dragon Balls? Ramsey paused. Immediately glancing at Kess, pondering aloud, I believe I have heard someone mention the Super Dragon Balls before. They can indeed grant any wish. Yes, that is indeed the case. Kess affirmed with a nod. What wish do you wish to fulfill? Ramsey inquired curiously of Vegeta. It is not a particularly grand wish. I merely desire the gift of immortality, Vegeta replied. Ramsey, is this not a remarkable aspiration? Ramsey displayed a countenance of exasperation. Long before arriving in the 10th universe, I had already fulfilled a prototype wish for immortality, Vegeta replied, thus enabling my body to undergo rapid self-repair post-injury. Chapter 41 Ramsey, allow me to showcase. Vegeta had no secrets regarding his immortality. An angel knows all. Kess must have been aware of my immortality secret long ago. Indeed, after uttering this statement, Vegeta noticed that Kess remained utterly still in his embrace. It seemed Kess had known all along. So, that is your form of immortality, Ramsey scoffed, showing no surprise. For a god of destruction, immortality is merely a superfluous concept. You are now essentially an apprentice god of destruction. And you ought to comprehend that gods of destruction also possess eternal life. Upon your ascension as a god of destruction, your existence will attain eternity. Yes, I understand. Vegeta nodded. As for the notion of immortality, it is entirely unnecessary. Ramsey replied, as long as your strength is formidable enough, your body will never fade away. What you must cultivate is your soul. You are surely aware that battles among gods of destruction profoundly impact the soul. If your soul is annihilated, even if you possess immortality, you would instantly cease to exist. I grasp the concept, yet I simply desire immortality, Vegeta responded. Ramsey, this fellow is utterly unyielding. Ramsey's expression darkened. Just state whether you agree or not, Vegeta chuckled. If you consent, I shall accompany you to another universe to exhibit my prowess. And I will certainly bring forth your grandeur. Ramsey suddenly felt something peculiar in Vegeta's words. What does it mean to bring forth my grandeur? Ahem. Which universe did you mention the Super Dragon Balls are located in? Ramsey inquired. I have heard they are dispersed throughout the spatial realms of the 6th and 7th universes. Vegeta replied. The 6th and 7th universes. Ramsey gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat disgruntled. This will be quite a challenge to locate. You ventured into the realms of Kampa and Beerus in search of the Dragon Balls. If you went unnoticed, all would be well, but should they discover you, the consequences could be dire. What do you think, Kess? Ramses inquired. Yuanfang, what is your opinion? Vegeta asked from behind Kess. Kess? Who is Yuanfang? Ramses was taken aback. It's of no consequence, Vegeta replied. Ramses continued. Currently, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, is in slumber, making the Super Dragon Balls relatively easier to locate. Kess responded, Oh, that fellow Beerus is still asleep? Hasn't he been in slumber for over a decade? Ramses paused briefly. Indeed, Kess nodded. I find this feasible. Kampa is far more manageable. Ramses pondered. So, you concur? Vegeta beamed with delight. Very well, you have provided me with ample amusement. I shall assist you in the quest for the Super Dragon Balls, Ramses nodded. Agreed, Vegeta exclaimed. Then Kess, we shall proceed to Universe 11 at once. Ramses chuckled. Then turned to Vegeta. But do you possess the confidence to defeat the apprentice god of destruction of Universe 11? You shall find out once we arrive. Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Isn't it merely the apprentice god of destruction, Topo? If I cannot defeat him, all my 12 years of training would have been in vain. Very well, let us depart immediately, Ramses expressed newfound enthusiasm. I have long found that fellow to be quite insufferable. Who else do you find intolerable? I shall assist you in dealing with them, Vegeta retorted. I also find Lord Beerus of Universe 7 rather displeasing. You may attend to him, Ramses stated. Understood. I shall remember that, Vegeta nodded. I will eventually confront him, as a token of gratitude for your guidance over the years. Ramses felt a small wave of emotion. It seems our care for you over these years has not been in vain. Ramses laughed heartily. Vegeta, unruffled, retrieved the small notebook he had previously possessed. Glancing at the figures within, 80,060. Indeed, my efforts have not been wasted, he affirmed with a nod. Why have you brought out that notebook again? Ramses asked, surprised. By the way, the numbers within have not changed for quite some time. It matters not. Vegeta returned the notebook to his storage ring. Kes sighed softly nearby. Lord Ramses, do you still not comprehend the meaning of the numbers within that book? Vegeta is clearly struggling. One day, you shall find yourself in tears, Kes mused. Never mind. Such matters pertain to the gods of destruction and are of no concern to an angel like myself. Fortunately, the only beings Vegeta can surpass are likely the gods of destruction. He is far from surpassing the angels. However, his celestial powers are advancing at an astonishing rate. Let us go, exclaimed Rumsey, leading the way towards Universe 11 while humming a tune. Chris followed closely behind, accompanying Vegeta. Along their journey, Rumsey guided Vegeta in obliterating several planets, tasks that were effortlessly accomplished. It felt like work. Rumsey noted Vegeta's fervor for destruction was quite high. And he suddenly felt that having such a disciple was indeed a blessing. At least it spared him from direct involvement in the laborious task of planetary destruction. With a disciple to assist in this endeavor, he found himself relieved of considerable burdens. Approximately 4 hours later, the trio had reached the fringes of Universe 10. Beyond lay the vast emptiness of the Void Realm. Whoosh! The three transformed into streaks of light, each of a different hue, and instantaneously entered the void. After soaring through the void for roughly 3 hours, they exited and entered the domain of Universe 11. Over 2 hours later, Vegeta could finally see in the distance the inverted triangular realm of the god of destruction. We are almost there, Rumsey grinned. Vegeta, I hope you won't embarrass me. Umph, if you think I'll disgrace you, you can step up yourself, Vegeta retorted. Rumsey chose silence, feeling an urge to swat Vegeta away. This kid is increasingly testing my patience. In Universe 11, the realm of the god of destruction, Vermeed was gazing blankly at the sky. The angel Margarita stood silently beside him. Has Lord Vermeed truly decided to retire for a while? Margarita inquired. Indeed. I have grown weary of my role as a god of destruction, Vermeed sighed, reflecting on his millions of years in service, which had become rather tedious. The sole duty being the annihilation of planets. Chapter 42. Entering Universe 11. Yes, the work is indeed monotonous, Margarita smiled. Repetitively engaging in the same tasks year after year breeds a sense of ennui. Vermeed sighed. Even though destroying planets is a fleeting task, often accomplished with a mere flick of my finger, I find myself disinclined to undertake such work. So, for how much longer does Lord Vermeed plan to remain in retirement? Margarita asked. Just a few decades, Vermeed pondered. Topo has nearly matured. While Topo's strength is quite formidable within our universe, when considering the entirety of the cosmos, should he ascend to the role of god of destruction, he would likely rank among the weakest. Margarita replied, without experiencing the tempest, how can one behold the rainbow? Waimide smiled, suggesting that the other destroyers should give him a sound thrashing, believing he would soon flourish. Indeed, what you say holds merit, Margarita nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Waimide's words. Just as Margarita finished speaking, she sensed something and looked up at the sky. Oh dear, we have guests, Margarita remarked with a smile. Has Topo arrived? Waimide pondered. Not Mr. Topo, but a destroyer from another universe, Margarita replied. A destroyer from another universe? What business do they have in our realm? Waimide murmured. It is Lord Ramsey and Sister Kes. Margarita discerned their identities. Ramsey? What business does that scoundrel have here? I have nothing in common with him. He ought to leave at once, Waimide huffed, adding, if that fellow Hellas were to come, I might find it somewhat intriguing. After all, she is the only female destroyer. And I enjoy engaging with female destroyers. Indeed, there is little amusement in dealing with an elephant, Margarita chuckled. Who could argue with that? Waimide nodded, his eyes sparkling with mischief. But it's fine. I shall have my fun with him and then ride him around. Dear Waimide, perhaps it would be best to avoid conflict. Our universe cannot withstand a battle between two destroyers, Margarita sighed. We'll see, Waimide replied, gazing skyward. 2 streaks of different colored lights flickered across the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Vegeta and the others descended from the heavens, landing before Waimide and Margarita. Oh, I wondered who it might be. Is that not Ramsey? What brings you here? Why-Might greeted Ramsey with a smile. Quickly, his attention shifted to Vegeta, who was holding Kess. Why-Might's mind raced. Could this fellow be Ramsey's apprentice? If so, is he seeking to have his apprentice spar with mine? Kess and Makarita greeted each other with mutual respect. Vegeta, however, was fixedly gazing at Makarita, captivated by the beauty of the angelic figure with twin tails. Ramsey, have you taken on an apprentice as well? Why-Might inquired with a smile. What are you planning? Retirement? Retirement is not in the cards. Merely passing the time with an apprentice for amusement. Ramsey chuckled lightly. What of your apprentice? Why-Might? It seems they have been in your tutelage for over a century now, while mine has only been under my guidance for 12 years. Perhaps we could have them spar? That sounds splendid, Why-Might readily agreed. And what of your apprentice? Ramsey failed to detect the presence of Topo. He was honing his skills on the planet of Pride and seldom returned. Waymay responded and then instructed Makarita, please contact Topo and urge him to return as swiftly as possible. Understood, Lord Waymay, Makarita nodded, taking her staff to reach out to Topo. Before long, Makarita established communication with Topo. What is the plan? When do you intend to arrive? Ramsey inquired. It will take at least 2 days to return from the planet of Pride, Makarita replied. What? Does it truly take that long? Go fetch him then. Ramsey expressed his impatience. Makarita, you should go to retrieve him, Waymay suggested. 2 days indeed felt excessive. Moreover, during that time, they would need to attend to Waymay's hospitality. After all, a guest should be properly entertained. Thus, they hoped to expedite the contest as much as possible. Very well, Lord Waymay, Makarita acquiesced. And don't forget to bring back Topo's elder brother. Waymay winked at Makarita. Elder brother? Makarita murmured. I refer to Jillian, Makarita. Have you forgotten that I took on 2 disciples? Waymay beamed with pride. Makarita suddenly grasped the implication. Lord Waymay was indeed playing a winning hand. Fearing that Topo might not stand a chance against that little rascal, Waymay intended to summon Jillian as well. If Jillian intervened, victory for their universe would be assured. Upon reflection, Makarita recognized the validity of Lord Waymay's concerns. Ramsey had come personally with his disciple, which undoubtedly indicated a strong confidence in achieving triumph. Thus, bringing back Jillian was an astute decision. Elder brother? Ramsey paused, perplexed. What elder brother? You took on 2 disciples? Of course. Did you think I only took one? Waymay chuckled. The other disciple was one I accepted long ago. He has since graduated, and I have not seen him in quite some time. Ramsey suddenly felt a foreboding sense of unease. This was a miscalculation, a grave oversight. He had not anticipated that this individual would possess another disciple. Immediately, Ramsey turned to Vegeta, his gaze seemingly questioning. Are you confident? Vegeta inquired calmly, dismissing the number of disciples as trivial. And that enchanting angel. How long does your round trip take? It must be at least 40 minutes. Makarita chuckled. I quite like that title you've given me, the enchanting angel. There is no need for such complications. Simply transport me there, and we shall engage in battle directly on their planet, Vegeta replied. What are your thoughts, Waymay? Ramsey asked, noticing Vegeta's unwavering confidence and feeling a slight sense of relief. Absolutely no problem, Waymay nodded. The little fellow may appear youthful, but his fighting spirit is quite commendable. Chapter 43. The kick to the Pride team headquarters, then let us depart, Ramsey urged eagerly. With a swift motion, Vegeta leaped into action, landing directly on Keisai's back and embracing her from behind. Keisai had grown accustomed to such antics and said nothing. However, Makarita covered her forehead, displaying a hint of exasperation. Your movements are remarkably adept. It appears you have frequently embraced Sister Kashi from behind. Let us go, Ramsey called out. Whoosh. The 5 of them soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards the Pride planet. After approximately 20 minutes of flight, Vegeta could discern the distant emergence of the Pride planet. This celestial body is roughly 10 times larger than Earth, brimming with advanced technology. All right, you all can remain here to observe. I shall proceed to sweep through the entire Pride planet, Vegeta declared, releasing Kashi. You certainly possess a grandiose attitude. Waymay scoffed. Without any hesitation, Vegeta dove from the sky. He had sensed a formidable energy emanating from this planet, which should belong to Torpo. First, he would descend and give him a sound thrashing. Vegeta did not deign to use his hands. Instead, he simply plunged down with his hands tucked in his pockets. At the headquarters of the Pride team on the Pride planet, the team members were convening. The primary objective of this meeting was to expedite the eradication of the Evil Legion in the near future. We cannot allow the Evil Legion to act with impunity, Torpo asserted. You must find their lair and eliminate them all. Yes, Captain. The team members responded in unison. However, Captain, their hideout is quite elusive. Despite our efforts over the years, we have yet to uncover their secret base, Kakarot lamented. Regardless of the means, we must locate their hiding place, Torpo stated sternly. Or else they will continue to sprout like unending chives. Is that what you mean by cutting chives? Dispo muttered from the side. You speak too much, Torpo retorted. This meeting is adjourned. From now on, you must find the evil legion's lair. Do you all understand? Torpo reiterated. Yes, Captain, we understand, the team members replied in unison. Saluting. At that moment, Kaeslar suddenly sensed something, looking up towards the sky. However, there was nothing in the sky, as they were all in a sealed room. Only able to see the ceiling. Kaeslar, what is wrong? Dispo inquired. I feel as though something is about to fall, Kaeslar murmured. What is it? Dispo asked, bewildered. I sense danger approaching imminently, Kaeslar pondered. Just then, Vegeta's voice thundered from the void. What? What is it? Is it the people from the evil legion? How audacious. Without the slightest hesitation, Topo soared into the sky, piercing through the rooftop and ascending to great heights. As he emerged above, he beheld a child descending from the heavens. Hands tucked into pockets, with flames igniting atop his head due to atmospheric friction. Are you with the evil army? Topo bellowed. No, Vegeta replied with a grin. Swiftly altering his posture midair to land on his feet. With a sudden motion, he launched a kick towards Topo, reacting with remarkable speed. Topo crossed his arms defensively across his chest. With a thunderous impact, Vegeta's kick connected with Topo's arms, an overwhelming force radiating throughout Topo's body. He felt an intense pressure enveloping him, causing his complexion to shift. In an instant, Topo was sent hurtling backward, crashing through a nearby skyscraper. Who are you? Topo demanded fiercely, simultaneously unleashing an energy blast from his hands. Vegeta remained unruffled, hands still in his pockets, effortlessly sidestepping the incoming energy projectile. What? He dodged it. Topo exclaimed, taken aback. Vegeta, unfazed, chose not to retaliate immediately, considering the previous exchange merely a greeting. Suddenly, members of the proud team, Tispo, Kakarot, Quincy, and Cassiler, ascended from below. Encircling Vegeta. With his hands still in his pockets and an air of tranquility, he appeared unperturbed. Whose child are you? How dare you rampage at the headquarters of the combat team? Didn't your parents teach you any manners? Quincy shouted sternly. In response, Vegeta flicked his tail across the air, the compression of the atmosphere delivering a sharp blow to Quincy's chest. Caught off guard, Quincy was propelled backward, blood spattering from his mouth as he plummeted to the ground, creating a large crater upon impact. Quincy. Cassiler gasped, hurrying to his aid. Kakarot, go assist Quincy. Topo instructed. He recognized that this child was no ordinary foe. His teammates might not stand a chance against him. Understood, Captain. Kakarot replied, swiftly descending to provide aid. Only Topo and Tispo remained on the battlefield. Reveal your origins. Topo demanded with a scoff, coldly gazing at Vegeta. I am the trainee destroyer of Universe 10. Here to challenge you, Vegeta declared, a smile gracing his features. What? A trainee destroyer? Toru paused momentarily. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Waimide, was indeed observing from above. If you doubt it, you may inquire directly. Vegeta smiled faintly. Is Lord Waimide here? Without a hint of hesitation, Toru soared into the sky at great speed. Only Vegeta and Tisber remained on the scene. Tisber scrutinized Vegeta intently. This lad is an apprentice god of destruction? He appears rather unremarkable. What are you staring at? Vegeta retorted. Humph. Nowadays, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be an apprentice god of destruction. Tisber laughed heartily. Enough with your nonsense. You, of all creatures, dare to call anyone an animal? Vegeta scoffed. What did you say? Tisber's temper flared. Chapter 44. Waimide, your disciple is lacking. Bang. Vegeta, disinterested in further conversation, executed a swift kick to Tisber's face. Unfortunately for Tisber, he received a shoe print on his visage. Whoosh. In a flash, Vegeta appeared directly above Tisber. Bang. With a stunning maneuver, Vegeta delivered a kick to Tisber's shoulder. Tisber let out a pain scream as he plummeted from the sky. Boom. Tisber crashed into the headquarters of the Pride Troopers below, leaving a massive crater upon impact. The conference room of the Pride Troopers was utterly demolished. Bah. Vegeta spat, his hands still tucked in his pockets. High above, Toru swiftly appeared beside Waimide. Toru was taken aback. Indeed, it is Lord Waimide. Lord Waimide has truly arrived. And that elephantine god of destruction, is he the one from Universe 10? I pay my respects to Lord Waimide and Lady Margarita. Toru approached to bow. Just then, Vegeta kicked Tisber down from the sky. Tisper's anguished cries echoed from below. That scoundrel. Toru gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. No need for formalities, Wymide's expression darkened. As that little brat mentioned, he is the apprentice god of destruction from Universe 10. You must give him a thorough beating. I understand what to do, Lord Wymide. Toru bowed once more. Whoosh. Subsequently, Toru dove from the sky, heading towards Vegeta's location. Ramsey, your apprentice is quite remarkable, Wymide remarked with a smile. He seems adequate. Ramsey chuckled, his expression growing ever more self-satisfied. Shall they simply engage in a brawl, or should we not introduce some substance? Wymide inquired with a grin. What do you wish to bring forth? Ramsey inquired, what if the losing party works for the winner for a century? Is that not a delightful proposition? A century of labor? Ramsey flicked his elephantine trunk, muttering softly. I happen to be retiring within that time frame, so if you lose, your century of service will aid my apprentice in becoming acquainted with the duties of a god of destruction. With a smile, Waymay responded, and if I emerge victorious? If you win, I shall retire and, finding myself with ample leisure, I could lend a hand in your universe, assisting you in the destruction of planets. That sounds rather entertaining, does it not? Waymay asserted with conviction. You present a compelling argument. Thus, it is settled, Ramsey agreed readily. If Vegeta loses, I shall work for you for a century. Very well, should Topo lose to Vegeta, I will work for you for a century. Waymay nodded in agreement. Kiss and Makalita remained silent, as such wagers were commonplace among gods of destruction. Below, Topo dove down, appearing directly opposite Vegeta. The trainee god of destruction from Universe 10. Topo huffed. I am Vegeta. Feel free to address me by my name. Vegeta replied, hands tucked into his pockets, a smile gracing his face. I am Topo. He introduced himself. There is no need to mention your name. You are merely an insignificant pawn, Vegeta chuckled lightly. Whether I am an insignificant pawn or not. You shall soon find out, Topo retorted with a cold huff. Let us begin. This is a matter of honor among gods of destruction. Come on then, Vegeta beckoned. Still with hands in his pockets, playfully wiggling his toes at Topo. Such disrespect. Remove your hands from your pockets. Topo's expression darkened. Why bother using my hands against someone like you? Vegeta replied with a grin. Topo's forehead bulged with veins, anger etched across his face. Boy, I hope you do not come to regret this. With a disdainful huff, Topo charged toward Vegeta with great speed. Bang! Topo unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed, hands still in his pockets, simply lifting his knee to block Topo's fist. Bang! Vegeta followed with a swift kick directly to Topo's chest. Topo, caught off guard, staggered backward. However, he quickly extended his arms, summoning his formidable energy, halting himself midair. You insufferable brat! Topo grimaced. This boy is far stronger than I anticipated. Fixing his gaze on Vegeta's position, Topo's expression shifted as he realized Vegeta had vanished without a trace. What? Where did he go? The expression on Topo's face grew increasingly grave. Taste my leg, Vegeta declared, his voice resonating from directly above Topo. Whoosh. In an instant, a leg descended swiftly from the sky. Topo? He stood there in a daze for 3 seconds. What does this mean? Why do I feel as though a leg has just fallen? Did you accidentally kick off my leg when you struck me? Bang. With a cold snort. A hand swiftly swatted, sending the leg soaring away. However, just as the leg was sent flying by the force of the blow, Vegeta suddenly appeared directly in front of Topo. Bang. Vegeta abruptly thrust his knee upward, landing a direct hit on Topo's chin. A howl escaped Topo's lips, as he found himself unfortunate enough to be struck. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta unleashed a flurry of fierce kicks towards Topo. Topo, I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. You are left with but a single leg, yet you still kick with such fervor? Whoosh. Vegeta delivered a few swift kicks to Topo, rapidly positioning himself directly above his opponent. Bang. With a flick of his tail, Vegeta struck Topo's face with a resounding force, leaving a vivid crimson mark upon it. Another kick for you. Vegeta swiftly flew to where his severed leg lay, delivering a powerful kick. Whoosh. His detached limb soared towards Topo, landing a solid blow on the latter's face. Topo tumbled several times, while Vegeta, unfazed, utilized regeneration to restore his lost leg. Throughout the encounter, Vegeta maintained a nonchalant demeanor, hands tucked into his pockets. Hey, your disciple seems rather inadequate. Far from impressive, laughed Lamsey from above. Chapter 45. Topo's God of Destruction Form. Humph. Topo has yet to unleash his full potential, Mei chuckled lightly, unfazed. Even if Topo were to lose to that little brat, what of it? I still have a trump card yet to employ. That trump card is Jiren. When the time comes, I shall have Jiren turn the tide. Though this lad named Vegeta may be formidable, he pales in comparison to Jiren. Jiren's strength is second only to mine. You are merely boasting. Prepare yourself for a century of servitude to me, Lamsey cackled. Humph, do not rejoice too soon. Until victory is declared, everything is mere banter, Mei smiled. Below. Topo inquired, when did you become an apprentice god of destruction? About 12 years ago, Vegeta replied with a smile. What? 12 years? So you have been training for only 12 years? Topo's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, the true essence of my training spans only 12 years, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. He was not mistaken. Vegeta had arrived in this realm at the age of 5 and commenced his training from that year. Thus, he had trained for merely 12 years. How old are you? You appear quite young, Topo asked. 17, Vegeta responded. Humph, you look as though you were barely 8, Topo scoffed. I am simply naturally short. That is all, Vegeta replied. Vegeta spoke calmly. Topo remained silent. This young man's demeanor appeared remarkably serene. Typically, individuals of shorter stature tend to be sensitive to such remarks. However, he expressed himself with such nonchalance. Even now, Vegeta resembled his 5-year-old self. At times, he pondered whether his time-traveling experience had caused him to remain in the form of a child at the age of 17. Nevertheless, such musings held little significance. Even if he did not grow, he could always rely on the dragon to grant him maturity. Moreover, Vegeta was confident that one day he would suddenly transform into an adult. After all, he was a Saiyan, and possessing a unique constitution was entirely natural. Very well. You are indeed formidable. You have already gained the upper hand in our earlier skirmish, Topo remarked with a gentle smile. However, your hands remain in your pockets, suggesting that you are concealing your true strength. Am I correct? Indeed, Vegeta nodded. I, too, have been hiding my power, you know? Topo stated with a smile. I am aware, Vegeta nodded once more. Then let us settle this once and for all, Topo declared, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the proud warrior's headquarters below, Caecilier pondered, can the captain truly defeat that young brat? Damn it, that arrogant little brat. Tispa seethed in frustration. Are you all right, deputy? Kakarot inquired with concern. I'm fine. Tispa shook his head, gritting his teeth. Captain, give it your all and teach that little brat a lesson. Does he think he is remarkable just because he is an apprentice destroyer? How shameless are the people of Universe 10. Quincy scoffed. Even if they wish to challenge us, they need not shatter our conference room. It seems the captain was the one who stormed in and demolished the ceiling, Kakarot corrected. Kakarot, be silent. Tispa snapped irritably. In the skies above, Vegeta and Topo stood facing each other. Suddenly, a crimson-purple aura erupted from Topo, the destroyer form. In contrast, Vegeta remained with his hands in his pockets, his expression utterly tranquil, devoid of any aura. Are you certain you want to use your hands? Topo asked, his expression turning cold as he narrowed his eyes. There is no need. Is there any reason to exert myself against someone like you? Vegeta replied with a smile. Do not underestimate me. You will soon regret it. Topo retorted with a cold snort, swiftly charging towards Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. Topo unleashed a torrential assault upon Vegeta. Yet, with his hands still tucked away, Vegeta effortlessly defended against Topo's relentless barrage using only his feet. After several exchanges in combat, a resounding impact echoed. Vegeta's foot collided with Topo's fist, sending both warriors hurtling backward. In no time, they created a significant distance between one another. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed a powerful kick from afar, propelling his leg forward with remarkable force. Topo. Once again, the relentless conflict ensued. With a powerful kick, Topo sent Vegeta's leg soaring through the air. In an instant, Vegeta swiftly regenerated his limb. Without hesitation, he charged forward once more. The two warriors engaged in a fierce aerial skirmish, appearing evenly matched as they exchanged blows. After countless rounds of combat, Vegeta delivered a fierce kick that struck Topo's arm with a resounding crack, causing him to gasp in pain. Is that all it takes to make you wince? A mere broken arm? Vegeta sneered. I've lost a leg, yet you see me flinching? Topo retorted, you audacious brat. Do you not feel pain? Indeed, I do, Vegeta replied with a smirk, but I have endured so much agony that this is but a trivial discomfort. In fact, the more it hurts, the more it ignites my fighting spirit. With that declaration, Vegeta soared upwards, crashing his head into Topo's chest. Blood erupted from Topo's mouth as he felt his chest cave in. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks, leaving Topo unable to retaliate. With a decisive blow, Vegeta's foot struck Topo's forehead, sending him plummeting towards the earth like a shooting star. Yet, just before impact, a surge of purplish-red energy enveloped Torpo, halting his descent mid-air. Taking a deep breath, Torpo's face twisted into a grimace of frustration. After such an extended battle, he realized that Vegeta had been holding back, his hands casually tucked away. With gritted teeth, Torpo unleashed a sphere of destructive energy aimed directly at Vegeta. The purplish-red energy transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards him with astonishing speed. Observing the imminent threat, Vegeta remained unfazed and kicked outwards. In an instant, the destructive energy veered off course, hurtling towards the headquarters of the Pride team. Chapter 46. The Taste of Defeat. You cannot afford this. Torpo's expression shifted dramatically. If that energy struck the Pride team's headquarters, it would be obliterated in an instant. This was no trivial matter. Was Vegeta doing this on purpose? Without a moment's hesitation, Torpo positioned himself directly beneath the destructive energy. With a swift motion, Torpo raised his hands skyward, effortlessly catching the descending destructive energy. He exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly cast the destructive energy away into the distance. It arced gracefully through the air, ascending into the starry sky before vanishing without a trace. No more fighting. Engaging with you is utterly dull. Summon your senior brother, Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile. Senior brother? Who is that? Torpo was taken aback. When did I acquire a senior brother? High above, as Vegeta deftly maneuvered, leaving Torpo in a state of disarray. Whis' expression changed repeatedly. How can this insufferable brat be so formidable? It seems I must call upon Jiren, Whis thought, glancing at Margarita and signaling her to swiftly contact Jiren. Only Jiren could potentially defeat this young one. Ha ha, what do you think, Whis? Your disciple is rather lacking. Ramshur laughed heartily, his tone dripping with self-satisfaction as he patted Whis on the shoulder. Enough with the arrogance, Whis retorted, baring his teeth. How about you work for me for 100 years? Ramshur proposed with a grin. Humph. Whis scoffed in response. Are we to continue this battle? Ramshur inquired cheerfully. Fine. I acknowledge your disciple's prowess. I shall indeed work for you for a century, Whis agreed readily. Ramshur was momentarily taken aback. Did he agree so swiftly? This is uncharacteristic of him. However, as I previously mentioned, I am not limited to just this one disciple. Torpo has a senior brother as well. Whis added with a smile. Humph, let that senior brother of his come forth, Ramshur replied nonchalantly. Have you not seen how effortlessly Vegeta manages? After all this time, that lad has kept his hands in his pockets. What does it matter if he has a senior brother? How strong could that senior brother possibly be? Ramshur felt no concern whatsoever. Since I have another disciple, let us continue to wager, Whis proposed, suggesting they bet on 1,000 years this time. Ramshur fell silent. Vegeta appeared quite confident in defeating Torpo's senior brother. To continue the wager? A millennium was at stake. If he were to win, he could enjoy 1,000 years of leisure. The mere thought thrilled Ramshur. At that moment, Torpo and Vegeta's voices echoed from below. Bring forth your senior brother, Vegeta declared. You are no match for me. What senior brother? What are you talking about? Torpo was perplexed. Do you not have a senior brother? Vegeta smiled and said, Since you are not my match, it is only natural for you to call upon your senior brother for assistance. To which Tua, feeling bewildered, replied, How was I unaware of having such a senior brother? Waymeda interjected, What a foolish disciple you are. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Could you not simply agree with what he is saying? Are you truly insisting that you have no elder brother? This will surely expose the truth. Ramsey smiled knowingly at Waymede. What? Torpo is unaware of matters concerning his elder brother? Ramsey remarked with a grin. Humph, it is not surprising that he is oblivious. As Jillian embarked on his journey rather early, Waymede clenched his teeth and descended from the heavens. In an instant, Waymede appeared beside Torpo, with a bruised and battered countenance. Torpo bowed deeply in greeting. Although Waymede had been quite furious upon witnessing Torpo's pitiful state, he found himself at a loss regarding whether to remain angry. You fool! Is not Jillian your elder brother? I have mentioned this to you before, Waymede scolded. Jillian? Is he truly my elder brother? Torpo replied, somewhat bewildered. Was not Lord Jakeen Jillian's master? Waymede was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of expletives. Are you truly a fool? How did I end up with such a dim-witted disciple? This is peculiar. Torpo was never this foolish before. Has that rascal Vegeta rendered him senseless? Waymede carefully scrutinized Torpo, and indeed, his head seemed somewhat misshapen from the kicks he had received. It is only natural for his intellect to lag behind. This is quite unfortunate. Suddenly, Ramsey descended from the heavens, landing swiftly beside Vegeta. Oh, so the elder brother you mentioned, Jiren, is a disciple of Jiqing? Ramsey inquired with a smile. Wei Mei's heart sank, and his expression shifted slightly. This is dire. He has overheard us. Such a grave miscalculation. Wei Mei. Do you have any shame? Ramsay chuckled lightly. Lord Ramsay, did you not have a wager with him before? Vegeta asked. Indeed, for the next century. He shall be responsible for the destruction of planets in our universe, taking my place, Ramsay nodded. That is certainly convenient. It saves me the trouble of intervening. Vegeta replied with a satisfied nod. Enough of your arrogance. Jiren is undeniably my disciple. Believe it or not, it matters not. Wei Mei exclaimed, turning to Vegeta. Boy, do you dare to face Jiren in battle once more? I shall not, Vegeta replied resolutely, though I am confident in my ability to defeat Jiren. I simply refuse to engage. Lord Ramsay, can we return now? This journey has not been in vain, has it? Vegeta grinned. Yes, I believe that is the case. Ramsay said, swinging his trunk playfully with a grin. Wei Mei, at that moment, was thoroughly exasperated. Please do not cease your efforts. You shall not retreat. For a century hence, I must toil for this fellow, Ramsay. A single journey to the 10th universe would consume several hours of my time. Are you, lad? Perhaps too timid? The indomitable Vemei, gritting his teeth, provoked Vegeta fiercely. Vegeta, let us depart. Ramsay erupted into hearty laughter, seizing Vegeta's arm and swiftly ascending into the heavens. Vemei found himself in disarray amidst the turbulent winds. You have exceeded your limits. You started but did not finish. I have encountered shamelessness before, but never such blatant audacity. Do not depart. Wei Mei would not allow Lang Shi to leave so easily. She swiftly transformed into a streak of light and pursued him. Whoosh. Wei Mei extended her arms, blocking the path of Lang Shi and Vegeta. Wei Mei, do you think you can't handle this? Lang Shi chuckled softly. It is you who cannot fathom the game. How can one commence and then abruptly cease? Wei Mei roared. Chapter 47, The Arrival of Jiren. You did not specify that the game must continue indefinitely, however. Lang Shi laughed heartily. Wei Mei was at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she declared. If you wish not to play, then we shall engage in a duel between the two of us. Wei Mei huffed. Are you certain? Lang Shi snorted. Do you wish to battle here? Are you not concerned about shattering your universe? Wei Mei replied, by the way, how do you propose we play? Do enlighten me. Suddenly, Vegeta inquired, how about you battle Jiren? Upon hearing Vegeta speak, Wei Mei's eyes lit up, and she immediately perked up. And then? Vegeta asked with a smile. If Jiren loses, I shall work in Universe 10 for 900 years, totaling 1,000 years. Wei Mei stated, of course, if Lang Shi loses. He must work in our universe for 1,000 years. Are you jesting? Vegeta laughed at once. Lang Shi had already won 100 years, and if he were to lose, he would owe you 1,000 years. Did you learn your mathematics from a physical education teacher? Wei Mei retorted. How dare you speak to me like that? You mere apprentice destroyer? You presume to be insolent towards me, a legitimate destroyer. Wei Mei, incensed, struck towards Vegeta. Clap. Lang Shi raised his hand, intercepting Wei Mei's attack. Wei Mei, do not overstep. Lang Shi huffed. If it comes to fighting, I shall gladly oblige, should you dare to bully my disciple. I will ensure your disciple suffers greatly. Topo silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Am I also caught in the crossfire? The correct wager should be thus. Vegeta responded. If I inadvertently lose, then the previous 100 years shall be nullified. That would be equitable. What did you just say? Lang Shi exclaimed angrily. So, if I win, I can only gain 100 years, yet if I lose, I must forfeit 1,000 years? This fellow is truly shameless. Perhaps we should just forget it. Vegeta continued. Perhaps we should just let it go. Ramsay secretly gave Vegeta a thumbs up, relieved that this lad was quick on his feet. Otherwise, I might have been ensnared by that fellow, Wei Mei. I have already triumphed for a century. If I were to compete again, would I risk losing for another 1,000 years? That would hardly be wise. Thankfully, I declined the offer back then. Wei Mei, you ought to ponder this carefully. If you deem it unfeasible, then let it be. Ramsay chuckled, revealing a gleam of triumph in his ivory smile. Here's a proposition. Should I emerge victorious, you would owe me a century. Wei Mei clenched his teeth and responded to Ramsay. If I lose, I shall owe you 1,000 years. That should suffice for fairness. Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta? Ramsay decided to consult Vegeta first, as he was the primary fighter. Should Vegeta lack confidence in victory, then what was the point of wagering? It was wiser to secure that century without contesting Wei Mei. Ramsay understood the merit of knowing when to withdraw. No, I can't guarantee victory, Vegeta replied. Thus, we need not take the risk. Wei Mei felt a wave of despair wash over him. This lad possesses remarkable self-awareness. He actually realizes he may not be a match for Jiren. This complicates matters. You are absolutely right, Vegeta, Ramsey laughed heartily. This young man has potential. Recognizing one's limitations and refraining from competition is a virtue. Let us depart swiftly, Ramsey urged, pulling Vegeta along, but not before throwing a parting shot at Wei Mei, a century. Don't you forget. Wei Mei trembled with indignation. This scoundrel. It cannot end like this. 1,000 years it shall be. How about that? Wei Mei gritted his teeth. If you lose, simply forego the 100 years of work I owe you. If I lose, I will serve you for 1,000 years. Does that sound reasonable? If you lose, you stand to lose nothing. Ramsey immediately looked at Vegeta. What do you say? Shall we test this? He spoke the truth, Vegeta smiled. In any case, the stakes are not too perilous. You are correct. We can forego that 100 years. Ramsey pondered. If by some stroke of luck, I were to win, someone would owe you 1,000 years of service. Vegeta replied, that would be splendid. 1,000 years of leisure awaits. Ramsey, filled with excitement, inquired. But do you truly have confidence? Vegeta considered briefly, not much, but it is worth a try. Ramsey reflected, if you lack confidence, perhaps a century would suffice. No. What I mean is, I have no assurance of victory while my hands are in my pockets. Vegeta remarked, it seems you are quite confident. Now, show me your hand. Ramsey replied, that won't do. If we are to put on a show, let it be a grand one, aiming to truly impress. Vegeta asserted with conviction. Ramsey shook his elephantine nose, acknowledging that the sentiment was commendable, albeit somewhat peculiar in its delivery. Well, give it your all. If you lose, it's no great loss. We can forego that century, Ramsey said as he patted Vegeta on the shoulder. With that assurance, I shall indulge him in a delightful game, Vegeta responded with a smile. What do you think, Ramsey? Wei Mei discovered the two engaged in hushed conversation, anxious that Ramsey might simply walk away. If you were to flee, I would be compelled to toil for you for a century. You should hastily acquiesce. This condition is rather favorable for you. Should you let it slip? There may not be another opportunity. Wei Mei's persuasion was once more enticing. Very well, since you are insistent on a comparison, I shall indulge you further. Longxi smiled broadly and gently nodded. So, does this imply your agreement? Wei Mei huffed softly, releasing a slight breath of relief. Agreed. Let that fellow's senior brother come forth. Longxi remarked with a smile, although he was no true senior brother. I'm not deceiving you. Wei Mei's lips twitched slightly as she affirmatively stated. Enough. Whether he is a senior brother or not is of little consequence, Longxi replied nonchalantly. He has arrived, Vegeta whispered to Longxi. Whoosh. As the words fell, Jiren swiftly approached from the distance, rapidly appearing beside Wei Mei. Lady Wei Mei, Jiren stated with a calm expression. Jiren, Topo exclaimed, scratching his head in realization. So the senior brother that Lady Wei Mei mentioned is you. What senior brother? Jiren was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 48. Now you may reveal your hands. Topo squinted earnestly. Jiren, however, paid him no heed. The reason for summoning you, Jiren, is to hope that you may spar with this apprentice destroyer of Universe 10, Vegeta, Wei Mei promptly interjected. Gesturing towards Vegeta, Jiren immediately fixed his calm gaze upon Vegeta. A brief silence ensued. Not interested, Jiren shook his head decisively, rejecting the notion. Wei Mei felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Is this Jiren fellow truly denying me respect? Defeat him, and the terms shall be yours to dictate, Wei Mei whispered, lowering her voice. You know, my greatest desire is to resurrect my master, Jiren, he replied earnestly. Very well, should you defeat him. I will find a way to bring your master back, Wei Mei pondered. What means do you possess? Jiren inquired. Please, do not place me in a difficult position. I will devise a plan. You have my word, Wei Mei assured him. So, if I defeat him, you will indeed make an effort to resurrect my master? Jiren pressed once more. Indeed, Wei Mei nodded gravely. All right, I will place my trust in you. Jiren took a deep breath, conceding. Since Lady Wei Mei is willing to assist in resurrecting my master, I believe the odds may be more favorable. I shall engage in a battle on his behalf. Swish. Just then, Kusu and Margarita appeared on the scene. Previously, it was Margarita who had contacted Jiren through her staff. Only then did Jiren hasten from afar. Oh dear. It seems the competition must continue, she remarked. Kiss smiled. How many more years do you plan to come back, Lord Wei Mei? Makalita also smiled. Humph. If Jiren loses this time, I shall serve Ramses for 1,000 years. Wei Mei snorted. And if you win? Makalita inquired. If I win, the previous 100 years will be completely erased, Wei Mei said through gritted teeth. Makalita sighed. So, it seems that regardless of whether Lord Weimei wins or loses, you gain nothing. Weimei felt a pang in his heart at that moment. Makalita, can we refrain from being so blunt? It's rather disheartening. It seems I've managed to gain nothing. No matter the outcome. Actually, if Mr. Jiren wins, he could try other competitions, Makalita whispered in Weimei's ear. Oh? Such as? Weimei's eyes sparkled. For instance, I've heard that the god of destruction from Universe 10 also has a disciple, Makalita said with a smile. It would be entirely possible for the disciples of the gods of destruction to compete. However, our god of destruction from Universe 11 is still in his prime and has yet to take on a disciple. Weimei shook his head. It's not too late to take one now, Makalita smiled. For example, Mr. Dispo down below would be quite suitable. Weimei's eyes lit up. That's a splendid idea. If that fellow Kai takes Dispo as his apprentice, then we could have Dispo battle against the disciple of the god of destruction from Universe 10. Who knows? I might just win it back. Never mind, let us focus on ensuring Jiren wins the match first. Weimei smiled. You two may begin. With Jiren in play. That little rascal named Vegeta wouldn't stir up much trouble. Go, Jiren. Toppo cheered for Jiren. Jiren cast a deep glance at Toppo. This little guy managed to defeat Toppo, which is quite remarkable. However, he still has a long way to go compared to me. Let us begin. Come on. Jiren called out to Vegeta. Vegeta remained with his hands in his pockets, showing no intention of taking them out. The battle begins. Weimei commanded. Ramses took a deep breath. A new round of combat was about to commence. I wonder if Vegeta can secure 1,000 years for me. Let me try this move, Vegeta said. Slightly moving his tail, aiming the tip at Jiren. Jiren looked at Vegeta with an expressionless face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a cascade of radiant light erupted from Vegeta's tail, hurtling towards Jiren with ferocious speed. Observing the swiftly approaching crimson beams, Jiren let out a cold snort. Effortlessly swatting them aside with a single hand, dispersing the luminescence in all directions. He effortlessly neutralized the flames emitted by Vegeta. In a flash, Vegeta vanished from sight, only to reappear instantaneously behind Jiren. With a swift kick aimed at Jiren's back, he launched his attack. However, Jiren seemed to sense the impending strike. Raising his right hand slightly and tilting his body to intercept Vegeta's blow. With a resounding clap, Jiren grasped Vegeta's ankle firmly, and without hesitation, he began to spin him around. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. Suddenly, after completing 3 spins, Jiren felt his grip loosen, as if something had been released. When he focused his gaze, his eyes widened in astonishment. To his surprise, he was left holding only a leg. Vegeta's body had vanished. What was happening? With a resounding thud, Vegeta plummeted from the sky, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the crown of Jiren's head. Jiren, swift in his response, raised his arm just in time to block the attack. Following this, he retaliated with a backhanded slap, sending Vegeta hurtling backward. As Vegeta flew back, he quickly regenerated his severed leg through his remarkable ability. Jiren furrowed his brow slightly, bewildered. What an unusual fighting style, remarked Margarita. Kusu, too, covered her forehead, displaying a look of exasperation. While the technique appeared novel, it seemed ineffective. Meanwhile, Whis merely hummed in response. Ramsey, silent, observed with keen interest. Recognizing that Jiren was no ordinary opponent, Vegeta had battled him for several minutes without gaining any advantage. And you, Vegeta, do remove your hands from your pockets. Even in this situation, you still stand with your hands tucked away. Indeed, you are far stronger than I had anticipated, Jiren remarked with a smile directed at Vegeta. I share that sentiment, replied Vegeta with a grin. Now, will you finally use your hands? Jiren chuckled lightly. Chapter 49, Transformation. Super Saiyan 2. There's no need for that. Vegeta shook his head. It seems I must get serious, Jiren declared, suddenly elevating his speed to its utmost limit. In an instant, Jiren appeared behind Vegeta, catching him completely off guard. With a resounding thud, Jiren's fist struck Vegeta's back with tremendous force. The sound echoed ominously as Vegeta was unfortunate enough to take the hit. Blood spewed from his mouth as his body lunged forward. However, Vegeta's reflexes were remarkably quick. As he propelled himself forward, he executed a graceful spin. With a swift motion, energy surged from Vegeta's feet, propelling him towards Jiren's position with a fierce roar. Jiren, with a cold smirk, responded by swatting away the energy attack with a casual flick of his hand. In the next moment, Jiren vanished, reappearing directly above Vegeta. With a thunderous clap, Jiren waved his hand downward, unleashing a powerful energy that enveloped Vegeta. Unfortunately, Vegeta was caught in the onslaught, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Just as it appeared he would crash, he gathered his energy, stabilizing himself mid-air. In a flash, Vegeta shot upwards, positioning himself directly opposite Jiren. "So, you're Jiren, are you?" Vegeta said with a smile. "Indeed," Jiren replied with a nod. "You are the first human who has compelled me to take you seriously." Vegeta's smile widened. "Does this mean you plan to use your hands?" Jiren chuckled in response. In the distance, a bystander remarked, "That kid has his hands in his pockets. Does he truly believe that he can defeat Jiren without using them? What naivety!" Weiss scoffed softly. Rumshire remained silent, realizing that this Jiren was no ordinary adversary. The energy he unleashed in an instant surpassed even that of the gods of destruction. How ridiculous, Weiss thought, to pit someone so formidable against Vegeta. It appears the next 1,000 years may not bode well. Even if Vegeta were to use his hands, it was doubtful he could match Jiren's power. "Sister Kess, it seems that Mr. Jiren from our universe is destined to win," Margarita said with a smile. "Not necessarily," Kess replied with a grin. Margarita gazed deeply at Kess. "Why are you so confident? This young man named Vegeta is undeniably strong, yet I sense a considerable gap between him and Jiren. Although he has yet to use his hands, neither has Jiren truly engaged." Below, at the headquarters of the Proud Warriors, Tispo and the others looked up to observe the fierce battle unfolding between Vegeta and Jiren. "How is it going? Captain, do you think Jiren can defeat him?" Coco inquired. "Surely Jiren can defeat him. After all, it is Jiren." Tish chuckled, affirming, "Jiren is destined to prevail." Quincy added, "Indeed, Jiren is an invincible legend." Casserole echoed. The members of the Pride Troopers wore expressions filled with resolve and pride. Jiren will undoubtedly triumph. In the heights of the sky, Vegeta and Jiren stood facing each other. "You are indeed a worthy adversary," Vegeta remarked with a smile. Jiren remained silent. "Well then, prepare to witness my true strength. I hope you are not easily frightened," Vegeta declared, taking a deep breath. Boom. In the next instant, an astonishing energy erupted from Vegeta's body. Suddenly, a radiant golden flame enveloped him. When one looked again, Vegeta was shimmering with golden light, his hair transformed into a brilliant gold. Crackling bolts of lightning danced around him. Super Saiyan transform. Vegeta ascended to Super Saiyan 2, his energy multiplying 100-fold. What is this transformation?" Jiren's expression shifted dramatically. "There is nothing to be astonished about. It's merely a simple transformation," Vegeta replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Ramsey's eyes widened in disbelief upon witnessing Vegeta's change. Ramsey was utterly astonished. Kess appeared more composed. Yet her tranquility held a hint of confusion, interwoven with surprise. This was because, prior to this moment, while Ramsey was asleep, Vegeta had transformed into his Super Saiyan in front of Kess, but it was merely the ordinary Super Saiyan form. At that time, Vegeta had not ascended to Super Saiyan 2, which was the source of Kess's bewilderment and astonishment. "Why does your transformation seem so different from what I witnessed before? Although the appearance is somewhat similar, I can distinctly sense that your energy intensity has increased at least 100-fold. Previously, it was only 50 times. What is happening? Are you truly capable of transforming and upgrading?" "What? Transforming? This fellow can actually transform?" Wei Mei's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned to look at Ramsey. To her surprise, she found Ramsey equally astonished. "Ramsey, you can't possibly be unaware that this individual can transform, can you?" Wei Mei inquired. Ramsey cleared his throat. "How could that be?" "Of course. I am aware of his ability to transform." He resolved to deny it, thinking, "If I admit it, I would be utterly embarrassed." "I distinctly noticed your surprise." Wei Mei huffed. "You clearly did not know he could transform." "I was feigning surprise just for your sake," Ramsey retorted confidently. Wei Mei decided to ignore Ramsey from that point onward. "Whom are you deceiving?" Looking at Jiren, his expression has grown increasingly grave. "What a jest. I sense that this young man's transformation has amplified his prowess at least 100-fold. This is far beyond the mere emanation of golden light. At this moment, every inch of Vegeta is aglow with brilliance, casting the sky around him into a resplendent golden hue. Indeed, Vegeta has ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan. After concluding his training with Whis and Kakarot, over the past 3 years, Vegeta has dedicated his remaining time to exploring transformations, alongside mastering the techniques of the God of Destruction and the Ultra Instinct. His inquiry has centered on what kind of transformation would enable him to unleash the fullest extent of his energy. At this stage, transformation has become merely a means to an end for Vegeta, who has effortlessly grasped it. Transformations such as Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 are, for him, exceedingly facile. All that is required is a tranquil state of mind coupled with immense emotional upheaval. Vegeta's emotional turmoil is easily ignited, Specifically, his frustration at being unable to reach Kakarot. Well, that was a misstep in thought. Chapter 50. Wait a moment. I shall transform again. Through this very method, Vegeta has achieved the form of Super Saiyan and subsequently ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Presently, his foundational combat power has soared to 10 to the power of 41. This marks an increase of an entire order of magnitude compared to 3 years prior, equating to a tenfold enhancement. Though this may seem modest, the true measure of Vegeta's strength transcends mere combat power. It is akin to Jiren, whose energy intensity surpasses that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, should Jiren and Beerus engage in earnest combat, Jiren would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. After all, a deity possesses a unique combat style, especially one as formidable as a god of destruction. Come now, Jiren, let us continue. Vegeta remains with his hands tucked into his pockets. After all, it is merely a human I am facing. Should I resort to using my hands, I would consider myself defeated. You are not yet worthy of my full attention, despite your claims of being the mightiest human in this universe. Jiren's expression grew increasingly grave, his countenance shifting with apprehension. At this juncture, he dared not exhibit even the slightest hint of carelessness. Boom! An immense surge of power erupted from Jiren, a crimson aura enveloping him with fervent intensity. He could no longer afford to conceal his strength, revealing the entirety of his formidable capabilities. It seems your energy has significantly increased as well, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. I will not be defeated by you, Jiren replied, his face stern. With that, Jiren transformed into a blazing streak of red light, hurtling towards Vegeta's position. Wait, Vegeta suddenly interjected. Jiren halted abruptly, glancing at Vegeta with a hint of surprise. What are you waiting for? Jiren has no reason to be anxious. Jiren is curious to see what new tricks Vegeta can conjure. Hasn't his power simply increased 100-fold? Do you believe that I have truly unleashed my full potential? I may not necessarily succumb to you. Jiren silently gazed at Vegeta. Although this lad named Vegeta has enhanced his power 100-fold, Jiren has yet to reveal his genuine strength. Vemei let out a dismissive hum. Jiren's might is certainly beyond your imagination. The colors of Ramzi shifted repeatedly. Indeed, if Ramzi were to gauge the energy intensities of both combatants, he would ascertain that Jiren's energy surpasses that of Vegeta. If Vegeta's battle power is calculated as 10 to the 41st power, then after transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, his strength has escalated to 10 to the 43rd power. However, upon sensing Jiren's energy intensity, Ramzi felt a chill run down his spine. He could distinctly perceive that Jiren's energy, when translated into battle power, equates to 10 to the 44th power. Though it may seem like merely a single exponent higher, the disparity is considerable. Ramzi could only silently pray that Vegeta's destructive prowess might prove effective. Moreover, this lad possesses the rudimentary power of an angel, does he not? With these two layers of strength combined, he should be able to bridge such a gap. Or so he hoped. A single exponent signifies a tenfold difference. Surely, he can defeat him with that much of an advantage, right? Tenfold. You can see it yourself, Ramzi. Vemei scoffed. Judging from their energy intensities, Jiren's is 10 times that of Vegeta's. Humph. Merely comparing energy is utterly meaningless, Ramzi retorted, shaking his head. Is that so? You shall soon find your words to be untrue. Vemei laughed heartily. Ah, it appears that our universe is Mr. Jiren is on the verge of victory. This is indeed a tenfold disparity, Makalita remarked with a smile. Were the difference merely a factor of 1? Perhaps it could be compensated for through combat skills and divine power. Kess remained silent, utterly astonished by Jiren's formidable strength. Yet, what perplexed Kess was Vegeta's decision to halt Jiren. Was Vegeta intending to fight with both hands? However, even if Vegeta were to engage with both hands, the maximum enhancement he could achieve would be only a factor of 1 or 2, which is quite remarkable. Given the absolute disparity in energy, achieving victory would remain exceedingly challenging for Vegeta. You may still concede, sparing yourself from a beating, Jiren remarked with a leisurely chuckle. Is this truly all your might? Vegeta inquired in the latter stages. Indeed, Jiren nodded. Really? Vegeta pressed further. Indeed, what are you trying to convey? Jiren frowned, urging him to concede swiftly. What I wish to convey is that I have yet to utilize my final transformation. Vegeta grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. What did you say? Jiren's expression shifted dramatically. What? Weimei's eyes widened in astonishment, her ears perking up immediately. Did I hear that correctly? This kid still has a transformation left unused? Another transformation? Ramzi appeared momentarily dazed. Boom. Vegeta's entire being suddenly radiated a more intense golden glow. Crackling arcs of electricity rapidly enveloped him, the density of the lightning doubling. Simultaneously, Vegeta's hair elongated, cascading down past his knees. Due to his relatively shorter stature, his hair extended more dramatically. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta's brows were deeply embedded in his eye sockets, and his gaze had become even more menacing than before. This was the Super Saiyan Third. Thus far, it represented Vegeta's pinnacle of transformation. As for the Super Saiyan Fourth or the Super Saiyan God, Vegeta had yet to explore those possibilities. He believed that the various forms of Super Saiyan, from 1 to 3, were merely preludes, while the fourth and the God forms were merely embellishments. He aspired to discover a transformation unique to himself. Naturally, before achieving that, it was perfectly acceptable to flaunt his Super Saiyan Third form. This is my ultimate transformation, Super Saiyan Third, Vegeta beamed. Jiren's pupils constricted sharply, his complexion shifting repeatedly. What? This guy is transformed into this. Wei's lips twitched, her expression growing increasingly grim. Ramzi found himself at a loss for words. This kid truly possesses hidden depths. Even I was unaware of this transformation. Wait, what did this kid just say? Super Saiyan Third. How did he leap directly to 3? Shouldn't it be 2? Your math must have been taught by a physical education teacher. Wei burst into laughter, attempting to mask her inner trepidation. Vegeta cast a glance at Wei. No need to look at me. You claim your transformation is Super Saiyan Third? Was the previous form Super Saiyan Second? Wei inquired with a smile. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. And 1? Did you skip directly from 1 to 2? Wei teased lightly. The power increase from 1 is minimal, merely 50 times, so I deemed it unnecessary to transform. Vegeta replied, shaking his head. Wei remarked, it appears his math was not taught by a physical education teacher. It is worth mentioning that my Super Saiyan Third transformation will elevate my foundational strength by 400 times. A smile graced Vegeta's face. And then the question arose. My base battle power is 10 to the 41st power, so, loud and clear, what is my current battle power? The response of 10 to the 45th power made Wei shudder momentarily, his expression shifting dramatically. Congratulations, you have mastered the art of quick response, Vegeta remarked. It seems your mathematical skills were imparted by a physical education instructor. Did my mention of 400 times frighten you to this extent? Even at 400 times, it's impossible for my battle power to ascend from the 41st to the 45th power. In truth, my base battle power is 10 to the 43rd power. I was merely deceiving you. Wei felt a surge of indignation, his teeth grinding, yet he was increasingly astonished. According to this fellow's energy calculation, my battle power seems to hover around 10 to the 47th power. His transformation has evidently reached 10 to the 45th power. This implies that his strength is merely 100 times lower than mine? Has this little brat truly only trained for 12 years? Humph, it's merely an enhancement of energy. Nothing remarkable. Jiren clenched his teeth. If it were solely about augmenting energy, I could elevate my own energy to 10 to the 47th power. Oh, is that so? Then demonstrate this enhancement for me, Vegeta smiled. There is no need for that. For once that energy is enhanced, it would adversely affect my speed. Jiren retorted. Are you referring to a transformation like this? Vegeta inquired, channeling energy anew. Boom. Vegeta's muscles suddenly swelled. In the next moment, he maximized his energy. In the state of Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta transformed into a muscular figure, his energy intensity rising 100-fold. Vegeta's energy value has now reached 10 to the 47th power. Jiren's face shifted in disbelief. You can perform this transformation too? Humph. It's merely a straightforward increase of energy. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Though the expanded muscles can elevate energy, they also impede speed. Jiren, you're astute. So you should recognize that such a transformation is inadvisable. With a swift motion, Vegeta relaxed his body, and in an instant, his muscles vanished. He returned to the ordinary form of Super Saiyan 3. Jiren fell silent. Now, let us settle this once and for all, Vegeta smiled gently, still with his hands in his pockets. Whoosh! Vegeta declared, devoid of any hesitation, and with a swift motion, he charged towards Jiren's direction. Vegeta's speed was astonishing. His combat power now reaching an astounding 10 to the power of 45, while Jiren stood at merely 10 to the power of 44, placing Jiren at a tenfold disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta found himself directly opposite Jiren, his velocity so remarkable that it left Jiren wide-eyed, his expression shifting dramatically. With a resounding kick, Vegeta struck Jiren squarely on the chin, eliciting a pained scream from Jiren as he tumbled through the air, somersaulting several times. Taste my foot, Vegeta proclaimed. appearing directly above Jiren once more, delivering another powerful kick. This time, the blow landed squarely on Jiren's chest, sending him plummeting to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Jiren descended like a projectile, impacting the earth with such force that the ground shuddered violently, shaking the very foundation of the proud warrior's headquarters into disarray. Vegeta's tail, poised like a weapon, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the fallen Jiren. As Jiren crashed into the crater, disoriented and dazed, he looked up just in time to see the incoming energy orbs. His face drained of color, he hastily crossed his arms to shield himself from the impending onslaught. The scene erupted into chaos once more with a tremendous explosion, sending plumes of smoke into the air. As the haze gradually lifted, a disheveled Jiren ascended into the sky. Just as he soared upward, Vegeta landed another kick to Jiren's chest. Jiren coughed up a mouthful of blood, propelled backward by the force. Yet, almost immediately, Jiren came barreling back from a distance, prompting Vegeta to pursue him once again. "Wait," Jiren called out, raising his hands in a gesture of truce. Vegeta halted, recalling that he had previously offered Jiren the same courtesy. "I concede," Jiren gritted his teeth, reluctant to admit defeat. "Is that a concession?" "I haven't even taken my hands out of my pockets," Vegeta replied, shaking his head. He then withdrew his hands from his pockets, revealing his readiness for battle. Jiren felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if struck by a catastrophic blow. The gap between them was insurmountable. After a brief silence, Jiren resolved, "I will not yield to you. In 30 years' time, I shall defeat you." After Jiren spoke, he no longer hesitated for a moment, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly vanishing into the buildings below. "Have you really succumbed to the passage of 30 years? Vegeta's voice echoed from behind. "In 30 years, not only I, but even our universe's perennial second best could easily leave you searching for your teeth." It was evident that Jiren had heard Vegeta's words, as his body trembled violently. However, Jiren dared not utter more. Defeat is defeat. This time, he accepted his loss with complete resignation. Without further ado, Jiren returned to his dwelling and commenced a rigorous training regimen. "In 30 years, I will surely defeat you. What significance does the second place in your universe hold? The taste is as bitter as loss." "Ha ha ha." Ramsey laughed heartily, his expression revealing a mischievous delight. Wai-Mai fell silent, her countenance darkening considerably. Chapter 52, A Millennium. 1,000 years. Wai-Mai. Ramsey, overjoyed, patted Wai-Mai on the shoulder. "Get away. Remove your filthy hands." Wai-Mai gritted her teeth, filled with resentment. 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Ramsey exclaimed, his excitement causing his trunk-like nose to sway back and forth. Wai-Mai trembled with indignation. To think that even Jillian had succumbed to this brat. "I have truly underestimated him." "Curse, we can return now," Ramsey called to Curse, then turned to Wai-Mai, reminding her, "Wai-Mai, remember to come to work tomorrow. If you delay the development of our universe, I shall not forgive you." Wai-Mai's face turned an ashen hue. How infuriating. "Let's go, Vegeta." The more Ramsey looked at Vegeta, the more he found him agreeable. Vegeta nodded and flew to Ramsey's side. Whoosh. Curse also returned to Vegeta's vicinity. Clap. Vegeta, with no niceties to spare, embraced Curse from behind. "We are leaving, Wai-Mai. Remember to come to work." Ramsey laughed uncontrollably. "Makarita, my dear Wai-Mai, pardon the intrusion. Farewell." Curse waved. Whoosh. In the next moment, Curse, along with Vegeta and Ramsey, transformed into two streams of different colors, swiftly disappearing into the starry expanse, vanishing from Makarita and Wai-Mai's sight. Observing the location where Vegeta and the others had vanished, Wai-Mai's expression soured to an extreme. "I am on the verge of retirement. Yet I must work for the 10th universe for a millennium." Wai-Mai felt tears welling up. "This situation is unbearable." "My dear Wai-Mai, do not grieve," Makarita smiled. "It is merely 1,000 years. It will pass swiftly." "You speak lightly, Makarita." Wai-Mai scowled. "It is not you who must work." "Oh dear. We will just have to find a way to win it back," Makarita chuckled. "What other means could there be? Even Jillian lost to that fellow." Wai-Mai clenched her teeth. "Am I to challenge an intern destroyer as a full-fledged one? The shame would be unbearable. Did I not suggest a competition between the intern Kais?" "It is a viable option," Makarita proposed. "That is true, but the issue remains, will Ramsey even gamble again?" Wai-Mai pondered. "What if he risks another 10,000 years?" "I believe Lord Ramsey would be tempted," Makarita suggested. 10,000 years? Do not jest. I was almost overwhelmed by the flavor. A millennium has been sufficient for me to endure. If I were to lose again, my retirement years would be devoid of any activity. Yet, that would render my retirement meaningless. I would merely become a servant to the 10th universe. Lord Whis, I urge you to contemplate this matter carefully. The one who loses shall not be me, Margarita remarked with a smile. At that moment, Whis felt a pang of distress. A competition among the trainee gods of destruction? This notion appeared feasible, yet it also seemed rather unreliable. I was confident that Jiren would prevail, yet what was the outcome? He was ultimately bested by that little brat named Vegeta. That little brat Vegeta is indeed infuriating. However, there exists another possibility, Margarita proposed. Pray tell, what is it? Whis inquired. Lord Whis could engage in a competition among the trainee gods of destruction from different universes, securing a replacement to carry out Lord Whis's duties. Upon victory, that individual could then serve in the 10th universe. Margarita articulated her thoughts. Whis's eyes sparkled with interest. This plan is quite promising. Since we cannot triumph over the 10th universe, bullying another universe could indeed be a worthwhile alternative. But which universe should we choose? Upon pondering this question, Whis felt momentarily dispirited. Let us consider this further. Margarita chuckled and promptly agreed. Whis remarked, other universes lack trainee gods of destruction. This complicates matters. This issue requires careful deliberation. We must devise a comprehensive strategy. Whis mused, let us return for now. Indeed, Lord Whis. Margarita nodded. I sincerely apologize, Lord Whis. From this day forth, I shall diligently train. Topo stepped forward to apologize. You pitiful, embarrassing fool, Whis scoffed, followed by a resigned sigh. Very well. Even Jiren was defeated by him. Indeed, if Jiren cannot contend with that boy, what hope do I have with you? Whis spoke no more, transforming into a violet-red streak of light, swiftly vanishing from sight. Margarita offered a word of comfort to Topo, her radiant form dissolving into the starlit cosmos. Topo remained in place, his body trembling violently. Just wait, Vegeta, I will surely defeat you. In the vastness of space, Vegeta? Who is the perennial second of our universe that you mentioned earlier? Roshi suddenly inquired. You do not know? Vegeta replied. What nonsense, is there anyone I do not know? Roshi huffed. It no longer matters, Vegeta stated. Roshi questioned, how can it not matter? As per our agreement, you must assist me in seeking the Super Dragon Balls. I wish to grant myself the wish of immortality. Vegeta made a proposal. All right, today I am in a good mood and shall grant your wish. Ramsey responded with a smile, willingly agreeing. Lord Ramsey, should we first visit Universe 6 or Universe 7? Kess inquired. Let us proceed to Universe 7 first, Ramsey suggested. After all, Beerus from Universe 7 is still asleep. We should gather the Dragon Balls there before venturing to Universe 6 to acquire their Dragon Balls. Very well, Lord Ramsey. Kess nodded in agreement. The trio veered through the starry expanse, swiftly heading towards Universe 7. Vegeta felt a surge of excitement within. So, in just a few days, I shall attain true immortality? Vegeta, Ramsey interjected, though I have promised to assist you in gathering the Dragon Balls to fulfill your wish. The concept of immortality is something you might want to reconsider. As a god of destruction, even immortality holds little significance. Then I shall seek an immortal soul, Vegeta retorted. An immortal soul? That is futile. Ramsey shook his head. Even if you possess an immortal soul, it merely means you cannot die. If you were to anger Lord Zeno, he could still erase you from existence at will. Vegeta mused, the path ahead is long, and I shall seek every avenue. Is even an immortal soul insufficient to avoid Zeno's erasure? Erasure is a process that transforms existence into non-existence. Although the soul does not perish, it is effectively lost. Is that not tragic? Ramsey sighed. Moreover, regarding immortality, should you encounter an insurmountable foe who seals you away, in such circumstances, life would be worse than death. Chapter 53. You must seek the Super Dragon Balls. Enough with these dire warnings, Vegeta huffed, when faced with an overwhelming opponent. One simply must find a way to defeat them. You do make a fair point, Ramsey nodded. With your current strength. As long as you do not provoke a god of destruction, I believe there is no one across the cosmos who could rival you. No need for such flattery. I might grow proud, Vegeta smiled. Ramsey remarked, Kess, you should reconsider the matter of immortality, as collecting the Dragon Balls will take some time. It is decided. I shall choose immortality, Vegeta asserted resolutely. This has been my wish for a very long time, and I intend to fulfill it. A wish from long, long ago? Ramsey was taken aback. In any case, let us gather the Dragon Balls first, Vegeta stated firmly. Without them, all discussions are in vain. You have a point. Ramsey nodded in acknowledgement. The three soon entered the Void Realm. After another 2 hours, Vegeta and the others traversed into Universe 7. This is Universe 7, Vegeta. Ramsey smiled. Vegeta, Am I not familiar with our universe? He inquired. How long will it take to gather the Dragon Balls? Vegeta asked. Ramsey immediately turned his gaze towards Kess. Based on my estimation, it will take approximately 7 days to collect all the Dragon Balls, Kess pondered. As searching for a single Dragon Ball within a universe is undeniably a time-consuming endeavor. In that case, I'll find a planet and prepare some delicacies for you, Vegeta suggested. Contact me once you have gathered the Dragon Balls, or simply have Shenron grant my wish for immortality. Kess and Ramsey exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they turned their attention back to Vegeta. So you mean for us to do your bidding? Do you do nothing at all? I do not merely idle, I prepare exquisite delicacies for you. Indeed, that is true, yet there remains an unsettling feeling within me. Ramsey swayed slightly, resembling an elephant's trunk. If you ponder this, someone has been laboring for you for a millennium, while you have only assisted me in seeking the Dragon Balls for a mere 7 days. Is that truly a burden? Vegeta retorted. Upon hearing this, I felt considerably uplifted. Ramsey contemplated deeply and nodded in agreement. And what of me? Kess rolled her eyes. I shall cherish you dearly from now on, Kess. Vegeta grinned widely. By the way, would you care for some milk? Have you ever tasted it? Milk? Kess paused momentarily. In truth, she had never experienced the taste of milk, as the dietary customs of each universe vary significantly. In her realm, they consumed milk from other creatures, which bore no resemblance to cow's milk. You haven't tasted it, have you? Vegeta chuckled. Indeed, I have not, Kess acknowledged with a nod. My milk is exceptionally delightful. Vegeta declared. Is that so? Kess mused thoughtfully. Very well, I shall savor it thoroughly. It is a promise. Vegeta eagerly grasped Kess's hand. Kess wore a perplexed expression. Is it merely the milk you wish to share with me? Why are you so agitated? Never mind. It's not worth arguing with this little brat. Let us first seek the Dragon Balls. I must check the communicator. I cannot afford to be unreachable once we find the Dragon Balls, Vegeta declared, producing the communicator that Kakarot had gifted him. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. This device is not so easily broken. Kakarot didn't even bother to inspect it. Then why did the communicator that Bardock gave me malfunction? Vegeta inquired. Well, I'm not quite certain about that, Kakarot responded, somewhat flustered. The communicator you had last time was damaged by me, though I shall not disclose that to you. Kess, can you hear me? Vegeta pressed the button above. Beep, beep. Then, Vegeta observed the staff in Kess's hand flickering several times, even vibrating slightly. The tremors caused Kess's body to quiver ever so slightly as well. This spectacle was somewhat magnificent. Vegeta gazed at Kess without blinking. Indeed, it appears to possess a certain allure, she remarked. You see, I have received it, Kess smiled, showcasing the staff in her hand to Vegeta. Kess, if I were to press this button atop the staff, would it cause it to vibrate? Vegeta inquired. Kess, what are you implying? Kess inquired. Though she comprehended the meaning, she felt there was an underlying message within his words. Indeed, Kess replied candidly. May I borrow that staff of yours next time? It seems quite entertaining. Vegeta grinned. What do you intend to do with my scepter? Kess asked, momentarily taken aback. I want to let my girlfriend have some fun with it, Vegeta chuckled. Your girlfriend? How old are you? Do you actually have a girlfriend? Kess responded, exasperated. Age is irrelevant, Vegeta remarked with a smile. I truly find you perplexing. We should hasten to locate the Dragon Balls. Kess stated. Which planet do you plan to visit next? I'll just wander around. Let us part ways here, Vegeta replied to Kess and Ramsey. Kid, the universe is vast. Don't get lost, Ramsey admonished. And be wary not to stumble upon Beerus' planet. That fellow has quite a temper, so watch out for his wrath. Understood, Vegeta nodded. I'm not foolish enough to venture to Beerus' planet. I was merely cautioning you. Just keep it in mind, Ramsey said, then turned to Kess. Kess, have you pinpointed the location of the first Dragon Ball? Yes, we should head there immediately, Lord Ramsey, Kess responded. Let us go, Ramsey nodded. The two transformed into streaks of vibrant light, swiftly heading towards the direction of the first Dragon Ball. After Kess and Ramsey departed, Vegeta hovered in the starlit void, gradually closing his eyes. He then expanded his senses, attempting to perceive the entirety of the universe. Vegeta's sensing ability radiated outward from his being. He could distinctly feel the presence of Frieza from a considerable distance away, along with Frieza's brother Cooler and their father King Cold. Even the energies of Dodoria and Zarbon were palpable to Vegeta. However, he held little interest in Frieza and continued to extend his awareness outward. Chapter 54. Sensing the angelic power of Merus. Approximately 10 minutes passed when Vegeta suddenly detected a concealed angelic power. Who could it be? Shortly thereafter, He sensed another familiar energy near this hidden angelic force. Was it that the energy of the Galactic Patrolman Jaco? Thus, this concealed angelic power must belong to Melis. No wonder I sensed the hidden angelic force. Melis, being a trainee angel, naturally exudes such energy. There is no doubt about it. Rather than continuing to delve deeper into his perception, Vegeta chose to extend his awareness outward. Before long, he detected a remarkably familiar presence, the essence of Bulma. At last. I have found you, Bulma, Vegeta murmured, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Have you matured now? Is it time for you to bear fruit? Splendid. Now, embark on a journey to Earth. First, eliminate those dubious characters surrounding Bulma. With a resounding clap, a radiant light, akin to the brilliance of stars, erupted from Vegeta. Beyond this dazzling luminosity, a layer of crimson flame enveloped him. These powers, which Vegeta did not exhibit during his battle with Jiren, were deemed unnecessary at that time. He merely transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 to conquer Jiren. Whoosh! Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of Earth. Had Lamzi been present, he would have been utterly astonished by Vegeta's astonishing speed, which now surpassed even his own. At the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Mears suddenly paused. He swiftly approached the window to gaze at the stars beyond. Furrowing his brow, he pondered what had just transpired. Why did it feel, for a fleeting moment, as though someone was sensing him? This individual also possessed the power of an angel. What could this mean? Could there be a new angel born in this universe? It shouldn't be possible. Angels are the essence crystallized from this universe, and only one can be formed at a time. Since I have already become an angel of this universe, no new angel should arise in the near future. Could it be that he hails from another universe? Initially, Mears intended to unleash his angelic power to better sense the situation. However, after careful contemplation, he decided to refrain from meddling. I shall focus on my training here. Mears chose to ignore Vegeta's affairs and continued with his own tasks. In the vastness of space, a colossal spacecraft circled gracefully. Frieza resided aboard this vessel, comfortably seated in his flying apparatus. His tail swayed back and forth, a smile of infinite delight gracing his lips. It has been quite some time. What has become of those Saiyans? Frieza inquired suddenly. Lord Frieza, the only remaining Saiyans are Raditz and Nappa. The others have perished, Dodoria responded with a bow. Oh, how unfortunate, Frieza remarked, a smile returning to his face. By the way, what of Vegeta? Do we have any news of that little monkey? After all, both Nappa and Raditz are worthless. My interest lies more with the one named Vegeta. My lord, since Vegeta departed from planet Fander, he immediately traveled to Earth. We lost contact with him thereafter, likely due to him damaging the spacecraft's communication device. Dodoria speculated, I believe Vegeta has been residing on Earth all these years. But what? Does he intend to marry and have children there? Frieza chuckled. Your insight, Lord Frieza, is indeed accurate, replied Biliblu. According to our investigations, the genes of Saiyans and Earthlings can intermix, meaning they can unite and bear offspring. Let us not dwell on him. Perhaps Vegeta has become obsolete, Frieza remarked nonchalantly. Just then, Vegeta transformed into a dazzling streak of color interwoven with hues of crimson and violet, streaking past the front of Frieza's spaceship. The speed was such that, to Frieza, it was merely a fleeting glimpse. What was that? Dodoria clearly observed the peculiar flash. It resembled a person in flight, Biliblu noted. His eyes sharper than the rest, muttering under his breath. What? Someone is flying? Frieza was taken aback, glancing at Biliblu. Did you discern who it was? I could not see clearly, my Lord Frieza. Biliblu rubbed his eyes. The color of that light suggests it could very well be Lord Beerus and his attendant. Frieza mused. Can the surveillance capture his image? Biliblu promptly adjusted the monitors. However, the surveillance failed to record such swift movement, as Vegeta had merely flashed by. Has Lord Beerus awakened? Frieza pondered. This is indeed curious. If Lord Beerus is awake, why would he pass by my spaceship without a word? I feel I have performed admirably in my duties for him. Over the years, I have destroyed numerous planets, and I even constructed a culinary planet for Lord Beerus. That planet features a statue of him, which I crafted anew, with a material 100 times more durable than the last. This time, the statue is not easily shattered. So why does Lord Beerus not acknowledge me? The likelihood seems slim. It must not be Lord Beerus. Could it be that portly version of Lord Beerus? Previously, information arrived from the realm of the mortal beings, indicating an encounter with a rather portly Lord Beerus. Well, let us await his awakening to inquire further. I have a feeling that Lord Beerus remains in slumber. Frieza could hardly fathom that the figure who had just soared past him was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta was too disinterested to engage Frieza. Having just emerged victorious against Jiren, the diminutive Frieza hardly warranted his attention. With the combined powers of an angel and destruction coursing through him, Vegeta propelled himself towards Earth at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Krillin and Launch were also in search of the first Dragon Ball within the 7th universe. On Earth, near the Baozi Mountain, a green sedan traversed the winding mountain road. With a gentle creak, the vehicle came to a halt as Bulma disembarked, clutching a Dragon Ball radar. "It should be around here," she murmured to herself. "Just a bit further west, it's definitely in this vicinity." Chapter 55, Bulma begins her quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma inhaled deeply amidst the forested surroundings, then returned to her vehicle, driving upward into the hills. "Vegeta, you scoundrel. You promised to return when I turned 16. She huffed, feeling a twinge of displeasure. In her vexation, she pressed the accelerator, increasing her speed. As Bulma drove, she suddenly encountered a large fish in the middle of the road. Momentarily stunned, she exclaimed, "What is a giant fish doing on the highway?" Startled, she slammed on the brakes, skidding perilously close to the fish. Meanwhile, a young Goku, who was carrying the fish home, was also caught off guard, his hair standing on end from the shock. "You startled me. How dangerous. Why are you carrying a fish in the middle of the road?" Bulma shouted, rolling down her window to address him. Young Goku looked back at her in confusion. "Are you a monster? Do you want to steal my fish?" He responded, stepping forward to effortlessly lift Bulma's car and toss it aside. Bulma and her vehicle tumbled in disarray. What is happening? Where did this wild child come from? She wondered, shaking her head as she retrieved her pistol and climbed out of the wreckage. "Ah, a fairy has emerged from that monster," young Goku exclaimed in astonishment. "This is bad." Without a moment's hesitation, Bulma fired a shot. The bullet struck Goku directly on the forehead. "Ouch, that hurts," he cried, clutching his head and wailing in agony. "What a joke. Why isn't he dead?" Bulma was taken aback. "Fool, how could that little thing possibly kill me? My body is as sturdy as steel," exclaimed little Wukong, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang. Wait, I'm not a monster. I'm a human." Bulma quickly raised her hands in surrender. "A human?" Little Wukong paused, skepticism evident in his voice. "Is that true?" "Indeed, just like you." "Take a look." Bulma gestured towards herself. Don't move. Little Wukong circled around Bulma. "You are quite the suspicious one," she remarked. Little Wukong scrutinized Bulma closely. "You are rather different from me, appearing quite fragile," he pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "Of course I'm different. I am a girl, while you are a boy," Bulma replied. "Ah, you are a girl?" Little Wukong was taken aback. "You country bumpkin. Have you never seen a girl before?" Bulma teased. "This is my first encounter with a girl," Little Wukong admitted. "My grandfather used to tell me to treat girls kindly." "Your grandfather was absolutely right, but do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me, for I already have a boyfriend," Bulma chuckled. "What is a boyfriend? Can you eat it?" Little Wukong inquired with curiosity. "Yes, sometimes you can," Bulma nodded. Little Wukong scratched his head, deep in thought. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. "Is that expression of yours serious? A girl without a tail, how amusing." Little Goku suddenly noticed that Bulma lacked a tail. "A tail? Do you have a tail too?" Bulma stared blankly for 3 seconds before finally noticing the tail behind Little Goku. "Men all have tails," he nodded. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bulma reprimanded. "I ask you. Do you know someone named Vegeta?" "Vegeta? What does he do?" Little Goku scratched his head. "Perhaps he is one of your kin," Bulma pondered. "My kin? What do you mean?" Little Goku was perplexed. "Never mind, it seems you don't know him." Bulma sighed with a hint of disappointment. "I don't understand what you're saying." Little Goku was increasingly bewildered and pointed at the car, asking, "But speaking of which, what is this strange creature? Is it called Vegeta?" Bulma replied, "Cough, that is not a creature, that is a car made by humans, and it is not Vegeta either." Bulma sighed. "This little fellow's intelligence is concerning. This is a car. I've heard of them. It looks nice, but it doesn't seem very sturdy." Little Goku jumped onto the car and stomped on it a few times. Bulma wiped her brow. "Thankfully, my family is the wealthiest in the world. Moreover, Vegeta left us a substantial amount of jewels before he departed. You can stomp on this car for fun. You came from the city, didn't you?" Little Goku inquired. "I hail from West City," Bulma replied. "Come with me. Since you're a girl, I want to treat you to a proper meal," Little Goku invited. "I must declare in advance that I have a boyfriend, and he is quite formidable. If you do anything to me, my boyfriend will surely not spare you," Bulma warned. "Little Goku? What are you saying? I completely don't understand. Follow me. I shall treat you to grilled fish." Little Wukong led the way. Bulma pondered carefully. This little fellow also had a tail. He must belong to the same race as Vegeta. Perhaps through him, I could locate Vegeta. Well, my quest for the Dragon Balls is also driven by the hope of finding him via Shenron. Having this little one assist me in my pursuit of the Dragon Balls is indeed fortuitous. Bulma followed closely behind little Wukong as they ascended towards the peak of Baozi Mountain. Little Wukong's abode awaited them at the end of the mountain path. Upon arrival, little Wukong exclaimed, "Grandpa, look! A girl has come to our home." He saluted a 4-star Dragon Ball placed on the table. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's a Dragon Ball! I found it, unexpectedly, right here." She rushed forward and snatched the Dragon Ball. "Do not touch my grandpa," little Wukong protested anxiously. "How can this Dragon Ball be your grandpa?" Bulma smiled. "You are quite amusing. Let me show you this." With that, she produced 2 Dragon Balls from her pocket. You have a grandpa too? 2 grandpas in fact." Little Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "Well, this is called a Dragon Ball," Bulma explained with a smile. "At first, I didn't know what it was either. After Vegeta came to our home, he shared with me some information about the Dragon Balls. There are a total of 7. And I found these 2 just a couple of days ago. Once all 7 are gathered, Shenron will appear and grant any wish you desire." Chapter 56. Vegeta returns to Earth. That sounds quite interesting, little Wukong exclaimed excitedly. "I have already thought of my wish. I want to ask Shenron to help me find Vegeta." Bulma smiled. "Vegeta? Is he the boyfriend you can eat?" little Wukong inquired. Bulma replied, "Cough, cough, you could interpret it that way." She nodded. "Where has he gone? Can't you just go find him?" little Wukong asked. "What do you know? He may have already left Earth," Bulma responded. "Left Earth? What is Earth?" little Wukong questioned, bewildered. "I'll explain it to you later," Bulma said, not wishing to elaborate further. "Why do you seem so oblivious?" "I wish to have that 4-star ball of yours," Bulma remarked. "No way, it's a treasured heirloom from my grandfather." Goku resolutely declined. "Then let us embark on a quest to find the Dragon Balls," Bulma proposed. "After all, you have nothing better to do. And a true man ought to venture forth and hone his skills. By the time Vegeta was your age, he had already traversed numerous places." "Well, this ball must be kept in my possession," Goku insisted. "All right, that is perfectly fine," Bulma acquiesced. After exiting the room, Bulma casually retrieved the universal capsule and tossed it aside. Bang! The capsule transformed into a sleek sports car. "Wow, you truly possess magical abilities," Goku exclaimed, taken aback. "Silly. This isn't magic. It's a universal capsule. Now, hurry and get in the car," Bulma urged. Hesitantly, Goku climbed into the vehicle. The car roared to life, speeding ahead. "Incredible! This is so much faster than I can run," Goku marveled. "By the way, what is your name?" Bulma inquired. "My name? I'm Goku," he replied. Then asked, "And you?" "I am Bulma," she answered. Bulma laughed heartily, while Goku joined in. "Bulma. Haha." Bulma's expression shifted to one of displeasure. "Is my name that amusing? My mother's name is far more comical." 20 minutes later, the car gradually came to a stop. "Wait here. I'll be right back," Bulma stated. "What's wrong? Where are you going?" Goku asked, puzzled. "You fool, when a girl says that, it means she needs to use the restroom," Bulma retorted, exasperated. "How did I end up with such a simpleton on this quest for the Dragon Balls?" With that, Bulma dashed away. Oh, so she needed to use the restroom. Goku realized, scratching his head in confusion. Is it really necessary to run that far for such a thing? Just then, a figure appeared beside him. Vegeta descended from the sky. At last, Vegeta had arrived. He landed gracefully next to Goku. Huh? 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 Goku stared blankly, turning to Vegeta. You are? "I am Vegeta," he replied. Vegeta? Are you Bulma's boyfriend?" Goku rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Bulma's boyfriend?" Vegeta was taken aback. "That's what she said. And she mentioned you were edible," Goku mused, contemplating. "But you don't seem edible at all." "Kakarot, when a girl goes to the restroom, you need to know how to give her space," Vegeta instructed. "Give space?" Little Wukong was taken aback. "It is impolite not to look," Vegeta remarked. "I understand. But I am not Kakarot. I am Little Wukong," replied Little Wukong. "Your true name is Kakarot," Vegeta smiled, "for you are a Saiyan, just like me, with a tail." With that, Vegeta's tail, which was coiled around his waist, unfurled. "A tail? Having a tail is quite normal." Little Wukong scratched his head. "Only my grandfather does not have a tail. He is quite peculiar." Suddenly, Bulma's voice echoed from a distance. "Help! Someone save me!" she cried. "What's wrong? Did you encounter a snake?" Little Wukong inquired. Whoosh! Vegeta immediately soared into the air. Little Yukong was astonished. Incredible! Bulma's boyfriend can fly, he exclaimed. In an instant, Vegeta appeared beside Bulma, who was being grasped by a pterodactyl. How delightful! It has been ages since I've tasted a girl's flesh. I shall feast. The pterodactyl exclaimed excitedly. Bulma trembled in fear. At that moment, she fixed her gaze ahead and spotted Vegeta hovering in the air, smiling at the pterodactyl. Am I going to die? Is that not Vegeta? Am I hallucinating? Bulma sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Soon, her cries grew more sorrowful. It truly is a hallucination. It has been 12 years. Vegeta should have matured by now. Yet he looks the same. What else could this be but an illusion? Please don't eat me. I'm not tasty. Bulma pleaded desperately. Kid, don't interfere, the pterodactyl said with a stern expression. Do you know who that woman is? Vegeta retorted coldly. She is my girlfriend. I relish eating other people's girlfriends, the pterodactyl scoffed. I will give you one last chance. Release my girlfriend. And I will grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I shall roast you alive, Vegeta declared. Kid, do you know whom you are addressing? Do you think you are impressive just because you can fly? The pterodactyl laughed maniacally, swiping a claw at Vegeta. The pterodactyl was convinced that this strike would bring Vegeta crashing down from the sky. Smack! Vegeta released a minuscule amount of energy, and then the pterodactyl's claw could not descend any further. It was as if an invisible barrier shielded Vegeta, obstructing the pterodactyl's attack. Smack! Vegeta swiftly appeared by Bulma's side, gently tugging to remove the leg of the pterosaur. A cry of agony escaped the creature's lips. Vegeta then stepped forward, embracing Bulma. And with a subtle wave of his hand, he severed one of the pterosaur's wings. The creature fell to the ground, writhing in pain. In the next moment, Vegeta descended slowly to the earth, cradling Bulma in his arms. Bulma was left in a state of astonishment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events for a considerable time. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she turned her gaze toward Vegeta, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. I must be mistaken, Bulma inquired. Chapter 57, Bulma. I have returned. Kakarot, are you hungry? Vegeta asked, glancing at little Goku, who nodded vigorously in response. How did you know I was hungry? Eat him. Vegeta called out to little Goku. I had tasted it before. It seemed quite delectable. Little Goku smacked his lips and glanced around. I'll go fetch some firewood. I want to roast it. Go ahead, Vegeta replied with a faint smile. Little Goku swiftly ran off. The pterosaur displayed a visage of despair. Vegeta paid no further attention to the pterosaur. I had just given you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. Now, I shall not grant you a swift demise. Do you dare to eat my girlfriend? I will devour you instead. Bulma, with a hint of concern, inquired softly, examining Bulma from head to toe. The once little girl had blossomed into a young woman. Indeed, the 16-year-old Bulma appeared even more enchanting. Furthermore, she exuded a delightful fragrance unique to young girls, stirring a flutter within Vegeta. Is it truly you, Vegeta? Am I not mistaken? Bulma questioned, feeling as if she were in a dream, rubbing her eyes once more. Please, spare me. I shall never dare again, the pterodactyl pleaded. It is I. I have returned, Bulma, Vegeta affirmed, nodding as a beam of light flickered in his hand. With a swift motion, the light pierced the pterodactyl's mouth, rendering it mute. The atmosphere became significantly quieter, eliciting a smile from Vegeta. How could it be anyone else but me? After 12 years, Bulma was taken aback, gazing at Vegeta. Our Saiyan bodies are rather unique. We retain the appearance of youth for an extended period, Vegeta elucidated. Once that phase concludes, we mature instantaneously. Is that so? Bulma regarded Vegeta with skepticism. Will one truly grow in an instant? Some things do indeed grow instantaneously, Vegeta added with an enigmatic smile. What could possibly be so miraculous? Bulma queried, momentarily taken aback. I shall show you later, Vegeta replied with a grin. By the way, was that little Goku one of your kin? I heard you call him Kakarot, Bulma asked. Yes, he is my kin. His true name is Kakarot, Vegeta confirmed with a nod. As they conversed, little Goku returned, arms laden with firewood. Let us roast the dragon. Let us roast the dragon, he exclaimed excitedly, skillfully arranging the wood. The pterodactyl's eyes reflected an abyss of despair. Bulma, did you bring fire? Little Goku inquired. Yes. Bulma nodded, preparing to retrieve a lighter. No need for that trouble, Vegeta interjected, waving his hand gently. A flame ignited the firewood instantly. Oh, Vegeta, is this magic? Can you teach me? Little Goku's eyes widened with anticipation. I will gradually impart it to you. It's not difficult, Vegeta replied with a smile. And please teach me your skill of flying as well, Little Goku added earnestly. Agreed, Vegeta nodded. But first, let us consume this pterodactyl. Yes. We will finally feast on dragon meat. Little Goku responded with delight. Shortly thereafter, he procured a long stick and thrust it into the pterodactyl's rear. Yow! The pterodactyl cried out in agony. My apologies, bear with it. Little Wukong chuckled to himself. At this stage, he could hardly be described as possessing a kind heart. Primarily due to the lack of guidance. During this period, his existence revolved around the pursuit of food. After all, residing in the Bun Mountain, he had savored numerous delicacies. Some of the conversing creatures also fell victim to his appetite. Eventually, as he followed Master Roshi to learn and cultivate, he gradually came to appreciate the value of life. In essence, little Wukong was merely a glutton, a pure and unadulterated Epicurean. With a swift motion, his staff emerged from the mouth of the pterosaur. He then propped it over a torch, initiating a barbecue mode. Before long, the enticing aroma of roasted pterosaur meat wafted through the air. The creature was alive when it was roasted to death. Vegeta and little Wukong relished a sumptuous feast, while Bulma dared not partake. After finishing the pterosaur, dusk began to settle. Let's sleep outdoors tonight, proposed little Wukong. I think that's agreeable, Vegeta nodded. What are you joking about? My body is too frail to sleep in the wild. Bulma huffed, retrieving a universal capsule from her small bag. I meant for little Wukong to sleep outside while you and I rest indoors, Vegeta said with a smile. Bulma quietly approached Vegeta. Isn't this rather inappropriate? People might think we're bullying a child. He's not a child anymore. He is already 12 this year, Vegeta replied. 12 already? Bulma looked at little Wukong in astonishment and asked, Little Wukong, are you 12 this year? Little Wukong carefully counted on his fingers and shook his head. I'm 14. 14? Bulma wiped her brow, realizing that indeed, Saiyans do not grow up quickly. Vegeta, you're 17 this year, right? Yes. Vegeta nodded and then remarked to little Wukong, 11 comes after 10, not 14. Oh, then I'm 12. Little Wukong exclaimed, coming to a sudden realization. Note by the author, regarding little Wukong's age, there seems to be a discrepancy. When he first appeared, he stated he was 14, but during the World Martial Arts Tournament, he mentioned learning arithmetic from Master Roshi, realizing that 11 follows 10. Thus, he should have been 12 upon his introduction. However, according to official records, he was sent to Earth at the age of 3, while Vegeta was 5 at that time, leading to some confusion regarding their ages. Ultimately, the exact age is inconsequential. Let us consider him 14. It is of little importance now. Vegeta shook his head and approached little Goku, gently patting him on the shoulder. Kakarot. You must remember one important principle. There is a distinction between men and women. With a girl as mature as Bulma, you should refrain from any intimate contact. Such behavior would be considered impolite. I see. Little Goku nodded in understanding. However, my situation is different, as I am her boyfriend. And boyfriends are permitted to engage in intimate interactions with their girlfriends, Vegeta added. Chapter 58. I can't defeat her father. Little Goku replied, somewhat puzzled. In the future, you two will have a girlfriend, and intimate contact between you will be entirely normal, Vegeta continued, elaborating on various aspects of gender relations. With this newfound knowledge, little Goku became much more respectful toward Bulma, refraining from any inappropriate advances. Bulma remarked, boyfriends can indulge in certain privileges. After hearing this, little Goku turned to Bulma and remarked, while Bulma silently wiped the sweat from her brow. How did you remember that phrase? Little Goku inquired. The matter of my boyfriend is rather profound for you. I shall explain it to you later, Vegeta elucidated. So what should you do tonight? Am I to sleep outside while you and Bulma share the night together? Little Goku continued. Indeed, what a good child, Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. I see what to do now. Little Goku cheerfully nestled into a patch of grass. Bulma, meanwhile, cast a capsule aside, conjuring a house. Vegeta naturally entered the dwelling. Bulma hurriedly followed, her heartbeat quickening. Am I truly to engage with Vegeta tonight? She pondered. Is it appropriate for us to leave little Goku outside? Bulma asked. There is nothing inappropriate about it. He will gradually acclimatize, Vegeta replied with a smile, settling onto the sofa. Should we bathe first? Bulma asked, her cheeks flushed. What are you implying? Vegeta exclaimed, taken aback. I meant nothing of the sort. Bulma vigorously shook her head. This is quite troublesome. How could I be so forward? Shouldn't it be the boy who takes the initiative? She reflected. Not tonight, perhaps in the future, Vegeta said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Am I not still a child? My body has yet to mature. Being with you now, I fear you would be disappointed. Let us wait until I have grown a bit more, he suggested. Please, don't be so blunt, Bulma hastily replied. It's merely a matter of time. Vegeta assured her with a smile. Let us change the subject, Bulma quickly proposed. What have you been doing all these years? I have been diligently training, Vegeta responded. Were you training with that blue sprite named Vados? Bulma's expression soured. No, not her. I eventually diverged from her path for various reasons, Vegeta clarified. Really? Bulma sighed with relief. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. She intended to take me to the 6th universe for training, but due to certain circumstances, she left me in a void. What? You have been training in that void all these years? You weren't starved? Bulma asked, concern etched on her face. Vados is quite loyal. She had her sister come to retrieve me, Vegeta added. Sister? Bulma was taken aback. Yes, another blue sprite, Vegeta confirmed. Bulma suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over her. Afterward, I followed her sister to the 10th universe, where I have trained until now, Vegeta recounted. Is her sister beautiful? Bulma was rather concerned about the issue. It's all right, Vegeta nodded vigorously. Hey, you've drooled all over, Bulma remarked, feeling quite disheartened. Vegeta wiped his mouth and casually rubbed against Bulma. How could I possibly have such a shameless boyfriend? Bulma exclaimed, on the verge of tears. You must have done something outrageous to that blue-skinned sister, haven't you? Absolutely not. I can assure you of that. Vegeta raised his hand in promise. Really? Bulma asked. Somewhat skeptical. Indeed, Vegeta nodded once more. This doesn't seem to align with your usual demeanor. Bulma regarded Vegeta with suspicion. There's no reason for doubt. As I cannot defeat her, Vegeta replied. Bulma fell silent, unwilling to speak further. You did not commit any egregious act against her. Is it because you cannot overpower her? Bulma inquired once more. What if you could defeat her? Vegeta shook his head. Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Why would you refrain from doing so if you could prevail? Because I cannot defeat her father, Vegeta added. Bulma, she placed a hand on her forehead, choosing to remain silent. A moment of silence ensued. Is her father very strong? Bulma asked. Indeed, he is said to be the mightiest deity in the entire universe. Vegeta's expression grew serious. What? The strongest deity in the universe? Bulma was astonished. Thus, the road ahead is long. I must persist in my training, Vegeta lamented. When will I be able to surpass her father? Bulma pressed. What is there to hesitate about? Naturally, I intend to, well, you know what I mean regarding his 3 daughters, Vegeta candidly replied. Bulma, I shall ignore you. Bulma, upset, retreated to her bedroom and locked the door behind her. Vegeta was not particularly anxious to be with Bulma at that moment, primarily because his body had yet to mature. If he were to be referred to as a mere puppy, it would indeed be a tragic fate. Why has my body still not grown? At 17, one should have matured by now. Never mind, it is just a matter of time. There will be ample opportunity in the future. If I fail to grow any further, I shall summon Shenron to expedite my growth. After all, we are currently collecting Dragon Balls. Once we gather them all, I can request Shenron to grant me an adult body. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Goku knocked on the door. Vegeta opened it. Good morning. Goku chuckled. Kakarot, did you sleep well last night? Vegeta smiled. Quite well, indeed. Sleeping outdoors is quite comfortable. Goku nodded. What about Bulma? When shall we set out to find the Dragon Balls? Bulma has just awakened. Let us wait a moment, Vegeta replied. Very well, I shall go exercise, Goku responded. Before asking as he departed, Vegeta, would you like to join me in training? No, that form of training does not suit me, Vegeta chuckled. All right then. I will train alone. Goku dashed off. With a thud, Goku lifted a large rock and embraced it with all his might. Chapter 59. Is Master Roshi still alive? Bang. The stone shattered into countless fragments. Shortly thereafter, the little monkey, Wukong, approached another stone, ready to exert his strength, when suddenly, a large sea turtle stood up. Wukong was taken aback, and so was the sea turtle. You nearly frightened me to death, the turtle exclaimed, wiping the sweat from its brow. Greetings, great turtle. Wukong waved at it. Ah, ahem, young one. I am a sea turtle, not a land turtle, the creature replied. Upon uttering these words, the sea turtle noticed the tail behind Wukong, a sense of foreboding washing over it. How does this little fellow possess a tail? Just like that chap named Vegeta from years past. Is it now fashionable for children to have tails? As the turtle pondered this, it suddenly recognized an all too familiar silhouette. Rubbing its eyes, it exclaimed, could it truly be that rascal Vegeta? Is it really you? It shouldn't be possible, the turtle murmured. 12 years have passed. Surely this child must have grown. Old turtle, it's wonderful to see you again, Vegeta greeted with a smile. It is truly you, Vegeta. The sea turtle quivered in shock. By the way, is Master Roshi still alive? Vegeta inquired with a grin. Fortunately, he survived after drinking the ultra-divine water. The turtle replied, wiping its brow. His life certainly has its resilience. Vegeta nodded in agreement. The turtle fell silent, reflecting on the foolishness of the young one who had allowed Master Roshi to consume such a toxic substance. The result had been that Master Roshi slept for 7 days and nights before finally awakening. It was fortunate he had survived. Otherwise, he could have truly met his end. What brings you to this place? Vegeta asked the turtle again. I left my companions in search of pine mushrooms, lost my way, and have been seeking the ocean for a year. The turtle wept. Oh, Wukong said sympathetically, nodding in understanding. You've gone the wrong way. The ocean is that way. Let me send you back. Please, can't I just walk back myself? The turtle replied, a hint of fear in its voice. The kick you delivered to me in the past still lingers in my mind, casting a shadow upon my psyche to this day. Are you still going to cast me aside? How utterly shameless of you. It is approximately 130 kilometers southward to return to the sea. Vegeta ascended into the sky, glanced towards the south, and descended to respond. What? 130 kilometers? The turtle exclaimed. How long will it take me to crawl back to the ocean? Perhaps I should just toss you back? Vegeta chuckled, giving the turtle a swift kick into the sea. How convenient. No. I can crawl back by myself. The turtle hastily turned and scurried away at an astonishing speed. Kakarot, who claimed that turtles are slow. Vegeta laughed at Goku. It wasn't me, Goku replied. At that moment, Bulma had finally tidied up, transforming the house back into a capsule, and emerged looking well prepared. What just happened? I heard you conversing with someone, Bulma inquired. Oh. It was just a turtle, Goku replied. A turtle? Have animals become sentient now? Even turtles can speak? Bulma mused. But enough of that. Let us search for the Dragon Balls. Let us explore in that direction, she suggested, pointing southward. That turtle crawled in that direction, Goku noted. Bulma remained silent. By the way, Bulma, wasn't your wish to find Vegeta? Since he has returned, what more do you wish for? Goku curiously asked. I desire a never-ending supply of strawberries. Is that so unreasonable? Bulma huffed indignantly. Goku appeared perplexed. Hey, Vegeta, Bulma seems quite upset today. Goku whispered to Vegeta. Girls have their moods. Be cautious these days and avoid provoking her, Vegeta advised quietly. Why do they always have those moods? Goku questioned, puzzled. You wouldn't understand. It's too complicated, involving human anatomy. I'll explain it to you later, Vegeta replied. Oh, it does sound quite complex. Goku scratched his head. Humph. Bulma huffed at Vegeta again, casually tossing a capsule that instantly transformed into a car. It has been ages since I drove. I am quite skilled at it, Vegeta declared as he settled into the driver's seat. Humph, Bulma pouted, visibly displeased. You didn't even try to comfort me when I was so upset last night, Vegeta. You're insufferable. Everyone buckle up. I'm driving now, Vegeta revved the engine. Drive carefully. My father has modified this car for speed, Bulma warned. Bulma, I simply adore driving. Especially all kinds of vehicles, Vegeta grinned. Oh, spare me, Bulma huffed. I'm starting the engine. Vegeta pressed the accelerator to the floor. Bang. The engine exploded, and the car emitted plumes of thick smoke. Bulma exclaimed, this car is not sturdy enough. Vegeta, at a loss for words, replied, I despise you. Bulma retorted angrily. Kakarot. Now you understand why girls can be so easily provoked, Vegeta remarked, turning to Goku. Goku, coughing persistently from the smoke, was relieved that Bulma had capsules on hand. She tossed out another car capsule. I'll drive. Bulma huffed as she took the driver's seat, with Vegeta settling into the passenger side and Goku occupying the back. The vehicle traveled southward. As they continued, Goku pointed ahead. Isn't that a giant turtle? It's moving quite swiftly. Let us greet it, Vegeta suggested. All right, Goku nodded, rolling down the window to wave at the turtle. Goodbye, big turtle, Goku called out. The turtle thought to itself, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Could you lend me a hand? This path seems to align perfectly with my destination. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the seaside. According to the radar, the Dragon Ball appeared to be submerged in the deep ocean. Bulma scrutinized the Dragon Ball radar, magnifying the map, and exclaimed, Oh, there's a small island depicted here. Understood. I shall retrieve the Dragon Ball at once, Vegeta declared, soaring into the air. Chapter 60. I do not wish to take disciples whoosh. Vegeta transformed into a streak of light, landing instantaneously on the small island of Master Roshi. The old master was basking in the sun, wearing an expression of utter disillusionment. Upon witnessing Vegeta descend from the skies, Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses in surprise. "Is that really you, Vegeta?" he stammered. "Old man, you're still alive?" Vegeta greeted him. "Are you still drinking the super divine water?" "I've stocked up a bottle," Master Roshi replied. Vegeta brandished the bottle of super divine water before Master Roshi's eyes. The old master gasped, hastily shaking his head. "By the way, what day is it today? Why aren't you inside watching television? Is there no program today?" Vegeta inquired curiously. "How dare you ask?" Master Roshi huffed, his beard bristling. "Ever since I drank your super divine water, I haven't felt quite right. I haven't had any peculiar thoughts for quite some time. Are you implying that you feel weakened?" Vegeta chuckled. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Master Roshi retorted, irritated. "I've consumed so much super divine water without issue. How could you be feeling weak?" Vegeta shook his head. "Old man, your physique seems to be lacking." Master Roshi fell silent, feeling a deep sense of heartache. "As for your weakness, you ought to consult King Kai." Vegeta smiled. "After all, the super divine water belongs to him." Master Roshi remained quiet. "Am I supposed to blame King Kai? I cannot possibly match that cat's strength. Enough of this idle chatter. I am in search of the Dragon Ball." "Yes, the one hanging around your neck." Vegeta pointed at the Dragon Ball adorning Master Roshi's neck. "What is this?" Master Roshi asked, taken aback. "That is the Dragon Ball," Vegeta replied. "I lost this several years ago and recently found it again while visiting the seaside." "Why do you want it?" Master Roshi huffed. "Of course, it serves a purpose. Hand it over," Vegeta said, showing no pretense of politeness as he beckoned towards the Dragon Ball around Master Roshi's neck. With a snap, the Dragon Ball detached from Master Roshi's neck and soared directly into Vegeta's hand. "Ah, splendid," Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Master Roshi remarked, "Did I ever promise it to you? This is outright theft. By the way, I have found an apprentice for you. Once I locate the Dragon Balls, you shall mentor him." Just as Vegeta was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned to greet Master Roshi. "I no longer wish to take on a disciple." Master Roshi fervently shook his head. "Do not say that. Allow me to introduce you to him now," Vegeta stated, stepping forward to grasp Master Roshi's shell and lifting off the ground. "Master Roshi, I do not wish to take on a disciple. Ever since I consumed the extraordinary elixir, I have been plagued by its intangible after-effects. I find myself devoid of interest in the presence of women. Are you truly asking me to take on a disciple? My sole joy in life has just vanished." With a swift motion, Vegeta, accompanied by Master Roshi, soon appeared beside Goku and Bulma. An eccentric old man had arrived, causing Bulma to pause momentarily in surprise. "Hello there." Goku waved cheerfully at Master Roshi. The old master widened his eyes, astonished as he gazed upon Goku. "This boy also possesses a tail. Is Vegeta suggesting I take him on as my pupil?" With a sudden swoop, Vegeta and Master Roshi descended from the sky. "I trust you have noticed and deduced. This is the disciple you are about to accept," Vegeta remarked with a smile, gesturing towards Goku. Master Roshi, hands clasped behind his back, nodded with tears in his eyes. "Disciple? Master?" Goku remained bewildered. "Kakarot, once we have gathered the Dragon Balls, you shall come and train under this old fellow," Vegeta proposed. "You must strive diligently. Will training with him enable me to defeat you?" Goku asked, excitement evident in his tone. "Do not set me as your target, for it will lead you to despair," Vegeta chuckled. Goku responded with a playful thud as he gently kicked Master Roshi. "Why do you kick me? Haven't I already tacitly accepted him as my apprentice? What else would you like me to do?" "Oh, that girl is quite beautiful. Yet, I find myself devoid of interest. How unfortunate." "Kakarot, you must perform the rite of apprenticeship," Vegeta instructed young Goku, urging him to kneel and bow. "Ahem, there's no need for such formality," the turtle sage quickly interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Then let it be." Vegeta nodded in agreement. Just as young Goku was about to kneel, he hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed upon hearing Vegeta's words. "Vegeta, should I still bow?" Young Goku inquired. "No need. Your master has stated that such formality is unnecessary." Vegeta replied with a smile. "Well, I shall not be formal then." Young Goku grinned widely. The turtle sage felt a wave of reluctance to speak. "Old man, look. Your disciple has been accepted, and he has bowed to you. Surely, you ought to present him with a token of your acknowledgement," Vegeta remarked with a chuckle. The turtle sage responded, "Did he bow? And this fellow named Kakarot is hardly endearing. Vegeta has said you need not bow, so why would you? Who exactly is your master here? Hurry up. I am quite busy." Vegeta expressed his growing impatience, asserting his status as the greatest deity in the universe. and suggesting that this human should feel privileged to engage in such trivialities with him. The turtle sage wore a look of utter bewilderment. Are you the greatest deity of this universe? What are you saying? I am still the god of martial arts. The same one who nearly perished after drinking that divine water. Furthermore, I have been rendered weak. Nevertheless, I cannot defeat Vegeta. I shall fulfill his wish instead. Come forth. Phoenix. Master Roshi called out loudly. Yet, nothing appeared. Little Goku displayed a puzzled expression. Nothing is coming, Bulma remarked. Oh right. That Phoenix seems to have succumbed to food poisoning, Master Roshi muttered. Can even the Phoenix perish? Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. The reason it is called the Phoenix is due to the hope that its life may endure eternally. Master Roshi pondered. Let us summon another. With that, he waved his hand once more. Come forth, flying Nimbus. Whoosh. A golden cloud swiftly approached from afar, quickly hovering beside Master Roshi. It's a golden cloud. The golden cloud has arrived. Bulma exclaimed. This is the flying Nimbus, Master Roshi explained. I trust Vegeta has encountered such a thing before. There are many at Korin's place, and I obtained this one from him. Chapter 61. Vegeta's angelic power, how do you eat it? Little Goku smacked his lips. Such a precious cloud cannot possibly be for eating. Master Roshi replied with a frown. You sit upon the flying Nimbus and go wherever you wish. Can it fly into the sky? Little Goku asked with anticipation. Of course, Master Roshi smiled. However, only those with pure hearts can ride the Nimbus. Only good children may sit upon it. Allow me to demonstrate. Saying this, Master Roshi gracefully leaped onto the flying Nimbus. See? Just like that, Master Roshi stated. Vegeta gazed at Master Roshi, surprised that this old man could indeed ride the Nimbus. He understood now. In the original tale, the reason Master Roshi could not ride the Nimbus was because he had impure thoughts upon seeing Bulma. Moreover, Master Roshi has always been rather lecherous. However, after drinking the divine water, he has essentially lost his masculine vigor. Master Roshi has become much more docile. Thus, it is only natural that he can now ride the Nimbus. With a snap, Master Roshi leaped down from the Nimbus. Little one, if you can ride it, the Nimbus shall belong to you. Master Roshi beamed with pride. That wicked little Vegeta will undoubtedly be unable to ride the Nimbus. Therefore, this little rascal with a long tail shall surely not succeed either. Besides, this little child cannot fly. No cheating allowed. I will give it a try. Little Goku gently leaped and landed atop the flying Nimbus. Master Roshi widened his eyes. This child is quite remarkable. He is certainly better than Vegeta, at the very least. Regrettably, my Nimbus cloud has departed. Let us proceed. Little Goku called out to the Nimbus cloud. Whoosh. The Nimbus cloud swiftly somersaulted through the air. Little Goku danced with joy. Master Roshi felt a pang of frustration. This is truly exasperating. Vegeta, have you located the Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired as she turned to Vegeta. Yes, I have found one. Vegeta handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Splendid. This is the 4th Dragon Ball. Only 3 more remain for us to gather the entire set. Bulma exclaimed with excitement. Little Goku spun around joyfully in the sky. Suddenly, he spotted a large sea turtle swiftly making its way across the ground. Little Goku descended rapidly, appearing above the turtle. Hello, great turtle. Little Goku waved at the sea turtle. The turtle's eyes widened. Is that not Master Roshi's Nimbus cloud? Great turtle. You are moving quite swiftly, remarked Little Goku. Is that Nimbus cloud Master Roshi's? The turtle inquired. It belongs to me, Little Goku corrected. The turtle replied, Ahem. I meant to say that it was given to you by Master Roshi, right? The turtle quickly asked. No, it was gifted to me by Master Roshi. Little Goku shook his head. I must take my leave now. I have other matters to attend to. Nimbus cloud, let us go. Whoosh. The Nimbus cloud flew away at great speed. The sea turtle was left bewildered in the wind. Are you not aware that Master Roshi is indeed the turtle sage? This insufferable little brat is truly exasperating. He is as unlikable as Vegeta. Goku swiftly soared back. May I take my leave? Roshi inquired of Vegeta. Yes, Vegeta nodded. Roshi turned away, his expression one of utter ennui. Such is the tragedy of life. Perhaps I shall escort you back, Vegeta contemplated. Very well, Roshi replied, gazing at the vast ocean, nodding gently. If no one were to accompany me, I would have to swim back myself. Vegeta, lacking in formalities, stepped forward and grasped Roshi's shell, lifting him into the air. Before long, Vegeta had returned Roshi to his small island. What is the purpose of collecting those mystical orbs? Roshi curiously asked. It is said that gathering all 7 can grant any wish, Vegeta smiled. What? Any wish can be granted? Can it restore my former virility? Roshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let me administer some treatment, Vegeta suggested. You? Treat me? Roshi exclaimed, looking skeptically at Vegeta. It should pose no significant issue. Vegeta replied with a smile. Just give it a try. With a swift motion, Vegeta raised his right hand. Instantly, a radiant point of light, akin to a star, coalesced in his palm. However, this light appeared somewhat murky, lacking the purity of the celestial powers emitted by the likes of Kes and Vados. It was as though a veil of mist enveloped Vegeta's point of light. What is this? Roshi's eyes widened in astonishment. Come, give it a try. I believe it should be fine, Vegeta grinned. What do you mean by should be fine? Am I to be treated like a guinea pig? Roshi wiped his brow. With a decisive gesture, Vegeta pointed at Roshi from a distance. The star-like point of light swiftly entered Roshi's body. He shivered at the moment. A minute passed. Vegeta led Roshi to the living room and switched on the television. A delightful dance performance was playing. Roshi rubbed his eyes vigorously, nearly drooling. Huh? 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 Roshi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Does this mean I am cured? It worked. This truly possesses healing capabilities. Vegeta chuckled. You had no idea this was a healing technique? Roshi wiped his brow. I did not. Vegeta shook his head. Master Roshi had chosen silence. A fleeting moment of stillness ensued. Are you not afraid of rendering me incapacitated? Master Roshi asked with a wry smile. What I have to fear? The one who should be concerned is you, Vegeta replied with a chuckle. That is quite excessive. Master Roshi remarked, caught between laughter and exasperation. If you believe my actions to be excessive, I can easily revert you to your previous state. Vegeta waved the bottle of super divine water. Master Roshi promptly covered his mouth, refraining from uttering another word. I am leaving now. Take care of yourself. Vegeta declared before soaring into the air and piercing through the roof of Master Roshi's abode. Master Roshi, are you merely here to cause havoc? Vegeta swiftly returned to Bulma's side. Bulma, let us depart, Vegeta called. Vegeta, that old man mentioned a Master Roshi whom you know, who possesses those golden clouds. Could you ask him to send me one? Bulma inquired. You wouldn't be able to ride it, Vegeta replied. What nonsense! How could I not sit upon such a thing? I am so charming, so beautiful, and so gentle and virtuous. Bulma huffed. Chapter 62, the first Super Dragon Ball. While she is indeed charming and beautiful, the gentle and virtuous part seems a bit out of place, Vegeta mused, shaking his head. What do you mean by that? Bulma glared at him. Then, she waved to Goku. Goku, come down. I want to show Vegeta that I can indeed ride it. Bulma huffed again. Goku jumped down from the Nimbus. Bulma immediately lunged toward the Nimbus. Whoosh. Bulma's body penetrated the Nimbus, and she fell to the ground, colliding intimately with the earth. Why can't I ride the Nimbus? Is being beautiful a crime? Bulma sobbed. In the vastness of space, Kes and Ramsey finally located the first Super Dragon Ball. Is it really this large? Ramsey remarked, astonished at the Dragon Ball, which was the size of a planet. Indeed, it is quite substantial, Kes affirmed. It contains 2 stars, Ramsey noted. Gazing at the Super Dragon Ball. This is the 2-star Dragon Ball, Kes replied. Let us transport this Super Dragon Ball to the center of the 7th universe, Ramsey proposed. Very well, my Lord Ramsey, Kes agreed without objection. With a gentle gesture of her staff towards the Super Dragon Ball, Kes unleashed an invisible angelic force, swiftly enveloping the Dragon Ball. Let us proceed, my Lord Ramsey, Kes stated. Onward, Ramsey nodded. Kes held tightly to the Super Dragon Ball as they sped through the cosmos, Ramsey walking alongside her. By the way, that fellow Beerus has yet to awaken, correct? Ramsey inquired. Not yet, Kes confirmed. That is fortunate. It would be quite troublesome if he were to awaken. Ramsey scoffed, muttering, however, I wonder how that rascal Vegeta became aware of the Super Dragon Balls. He must have learned about them from Bardock or Lord Kappa, Kes speculated. Indeed, that is possible, Ramsey nodded. The situation here in the 7th universe is manageable. Beerus is asleep, but we must exercise caution when we venture into the 6th universe to avoid being discovered by Kappa. Moreover, we have successfully intercepted Vegeta from the 6th universe, and as of now, neither Beerus nor Kappa are aware of this. Kes lowered her voice, suggesting that both of them likely believe Vegeta has been destroyed by you. I almost forgot about this until you mentioned it. So much time has passed, remarked Ramses, tapping his forehead. In any case, we should proceed with caution and discreetly transport the Dragon Balls from the 6th universe to the 7th universe. Kes smiled, confident that even Beerus could not keep a constant watch over the Super Dragon Balls. Let us first gather the Dragon Balls from the 7th universe, proposed Ramses. Very well, Lord Ramses, Kes replied. The two swiftly flew towards the center of the universe with the Super Dragon Balls. According to Kess's calculations, consolidating these Super Dragon Balls at the center of the 7th universe would be relatively easier. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, Frieza remained seated within the spacecraft, gazing into the distant starry expanse. Suddenly, he noticed a golden light approaching rapidly from afar. Frieza recognized the golden radiance, as did his companions, Dodoria and Bulma, who were equally astonished. The three exchanged wide-eyed glances. "Is that a star? A golden star?" Dodoria exclaimed in surprise. "It is my first time witnessing a golden star in motion," Bulma remarked, eyes wide with astonishment. Frieza remained silent, his astonishment beyond words. "We should head towards it," suggested Dodoria. "Lord Frieza, shall we investigate?" Bulma inquired. "There are many peculiarities in the universe. A golden star in flight is hardly surprising," Frieza scoffed. "It seems the star has departed from its original stellar domain, appearing in this region," speculated Bulma. "It feels as though the star lacks warmth," Frieza noted, shaking his head. "Lord Frieza, it appears there are 2 red pentagrams at the center of that celestial body," exclaimed Dodoria. "What could that possibly be?" Bulma was equally perplexed. Frieza displayed a look of confusion as well. "Lord Frieza, should we not go and take a closer look?" Bulma pressed again. "Curiosity may lead to peril." Frieza hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided against approaching. The Super Dragon Balls are simply too enormous. Frieza and his companions were solely focused on the Super Dragon Balls, oblivious to Kess and Ramses who were flying with them. "After approximately 10 more minutes of travel, we shall arrive at the center of the universe," Kess informed Ramses. "That rascal Vegeta sends us to seek the Dragon Balls while he indulges himself on some distant planet." Ramses wore a displeased expression. "Master Ramses, reflect upon the events of the past millennium," Kess remarked with a smile. "Humph. It is precisely because I recall this matter that I agreed to assist him in the search for the Dragon Balls," Ramses huffed. The two left a trail of golden light in the starry sky. On Earth, during their ensuing journey, Vegeta, accompanied by Bulma and little Goku, unexpectedly encountered Oolong. Vegeta, lacking any courtesy, swiftly delivered a beating to Oolong, leaving him battered and bruised. "What have I done? Did I provoke you?" Oolong protested. "The reason I struck you is to make it clear that Bulma is my girlfriend. Should you harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her, I shall transform you into a roast pig," Vegeta threatened, stepping on Oolong's face. "I wish to indulge in roast pig," little Goku exclaimed, brandishing a knife and fork. Smacking his lips at Oolong, Oolong trembled in fear. From Oolong, Vegeta and his companions obtained another Dragon Ball. Soon after, they found themselves in a vast desert. Just as they entered, Luping, riding a motorcycle alongside Puer, approached at high speed. "Who are you?" little Goku asked, taken aback, sensing a foreboding aura. Oolong's expression shifted slightly. Vegeta, with his hands in his pockets, cast a glance at Luping, while Bulma, feeling frightened, hid behind Vegeta. The bandit appeared quite menacing. Chapter 63, the standard Luping lying down. "I am a hyena of the wilderness, and my name is Luping." He introduced himself. "I am Puer." Puer proudly smiled beside Luping. "You little brats are no match for me. If you wish to leave this desert unscathed, surrender your money and capsules at once," Luping declared with a smirk, eyeing Vegeta and the others. "Puer, are you that whiny little Puer?" Oolong recognized him. "Oolong? You are Oolong?" Puer's face changed slightly. "Do you know that pig?" Luping asked, turning his head. "Yes, he is the one who used to bully me in kindergarten down south," Puer nodded, recalling his expulsion for stealing the teacher's underwear. "Oolong, you are truly despicable. You only know how to expose other shortcomings." Oolong retorted angrily. "Enough of this chatter. Hand over your money and capsules immediately," Luping insisted. "Hey, Vegeta, aren't you supposed to be strong? Take care of him." Oolong hurriedly urged Vegeta. "Vegeta, shall I handle it?" little Goku suggested. "What a waste of effort," Vegeta scoffed. As Vegeta spoke, he waved his tail through the air. Instantly, an invisible energy enveloped Lepin. A cry of anguish escaped Lepin's lips as he was sent hurtling backward. When he landed, his head tilted at an odd angle, and he promptly lost consciousness. Once he fainted, Lepin assumed the characteristic posture of one who had succumbed to defeat. "Lepin!" Bulma exclaimed in shock, hastening to his side. "Let me give you some super divine water." Vegeta dripped a drop of the miraculous liquid onto his palm and gently pointed it towards Lepin, with a soft hiss. The super divine water surged into Lepin's body. Almost immediately, his form became enveloped in a deep shade of purple, indicating severe poisoning. Whether he would survive now rested solely upon the whims of fate. Vegeta grinned, satisfied that he had eliminated all those who had harbored ill intentions towards Bulma. At last, He could afford to rest for a while. Oolong, witnessing the scene, was left utterly astonished. This fellow named Vegeta was truly formidable. He hadn't anticipated that even Lepin would fall short against him. Bulma, in tears, transformed into a blanket, carefully wrapping Lepin to take him home for recuperation. As for Lepin's chances of survival, that now lay beyond Vegeta's concern. Surviving is indeed a stroke of fortune. Perhaps, even if one manages to endure, it may lead to a state of existence akin to that of Master Roshi, which would simplify matters considerably. Subsequently, Vegeta and his companions continued their journey in search of the next Dragon Ball. Along the way, they traversed various locales, including the treacherous Flame Mountain. It is worth mentioning that the flames of Flame Mountain posed no challenge for Vegeta. He boldly leaped into the fire to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Of course, young Goku also experienced his first encounter with Chi-Chi. Thus, 6 days passed. Vegeta and his group effortlessly defeated the Pilaf trio and finally located the last Dragon Ball. All 7 Dragon Balls had been gathered at last. Bulma was overwhelmed with excitement. Vegeta mused, "Shall we wish for my body to grow larger? No. We should consult Shinron first." In the vast expanse of space, within the central region of Universe 7, after 7 days of diligent searching, Zaiz and Ramzi had successfully assembled the Super Dragon Balls. Now, all 7 Super Dragon Balls were congregated at the heart of the universe. Emanating a golden glow that bathed the cosmos in a resplendent hue, they had finally come together, and fortunately, that fool Kampa remained oblivious. Ramzi let out a sigh of relief. Just a few days prior, Zaiz and Ramzi had stealthily transported 3 Super Dragon Balls from Universe 6 without Kampa noticing. For this, Ramzi felt a sense of accomplishment. That foolish Kampa, I have successfully pilfered the Super Dragon Balls from your universe. You are completely unaware, aren't you? Yes, indeed. Kes nodded. That fellow Beerus hasn't awakened yet, has he? Ramses chuckled. Indeed, he remains in slumber. Kes replied. Splendid. Our fortune is consistently favorable. Ramses laughed heartily. Indeed, Kes smiled. Let us summon Vegeta without delay. Ramses beckoned to Kes, eager to fulfill his wish and return to the 10th universe. Very well. Kes nodded and immediately called forth Vegeta with the staff in her hand. On Earth, the 7 Dragon Balls lay upon the ground. Dragon, emerge and grant our wish. Vegeta shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from the Dragon Balls. The golden radiance intertwined, forming a resplendent column of light that soared into the sky, remarkably eye-catching against the night backdrop. Golden lightning cascaded from above, spreading around the luminous pillar. Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle, Goku, Bulma, and Oolong were left in awe. In the next moment, the golden column transformed into a colossal azure dragon, coiling majestically in the night sky and emitting a resounding roar. Goku and Bulma were utterly astonished. This is the dragon. State your wish, and I shall endeavor to fulfill any desire you have, the dragon proclaimed. However, upon uttering these words, the dragon's gaze fell upon Vegeta below. Is it you? The dragon's expression shifted slightly. How is it this fellow again? Did I not grant you an immortal wish already? We meet again. Vegeta smiled subtly. Ahem. Are you here to upgrade your previous wish? The dragon inquired. Can you even upgrade it? You speak as if you possess that ability, Vegeta retorted. The dragon felt a pang of disappointment. State your wish, the dragon urged. Dragon, I desire an endless supply of food for Bulma, Vegeta declared. However, before Bulma could complete her sentence, Vegeta swiftly approached from behind, encircling her with his arms and covering her mouth. What are you doing, Vegeta? Bulma exclaimed. Do not rush to make a wish. I have a question for the dragon, Vegeta stated. Ask away, the dragon replied. Dragon, I wish to inquire, Vegeta began. Yet, before he could finish, he suddenly felt something vibrating on his person. Wait a moment, Vegeta called to the dragon. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. How could you make me wait a moment? Are you polite? Vegeta inquired as he retrieved the communicator gifted to him by Kes and pressed the button. Mr. Vegeta, the Super Dragon Balls have been gathered. Will you come over, or shall we proceed with the wish directly? Kes asked. Chapter 64. The Super Dragon Balls have been assembled. How splendid that they have been gathered so swiftly. Vegeta felt an unexpected wave of happiness. Let us make the wish directly. It would take considerable time for me to arrive. Very well. Shall we proceed with the wish we discussed previously? Kes inquired once more. Indeed, Vegeta affirmed. All right, please hold for a moment. The wish will soon be realized, Kes stated before preparing to summon the Eternal Dragon. Wait. Could you also inquire with the dragon about the state of my body? Why have I not yet matured? Vegeta asked Kes. Oh dear, it seems Mr. Vegeta is indeed concerned about his growth. Kes chuckled. I had thought you were indifferent to such matters. Who said I am indifferent? My stature is quite diminutive. How shall I engage joyfully with my girlfriend in the future? Vegeta huffed. What does your size have to do with playing with a girlfriend? Kes replied, momentarily perplexed. You will understand in time, Vegeta responded. However, if the inquiry is deemed a wish, that could complicate matters. If it is interpreted as a wish, then so be it. Vegeta remarked, that is not the crux of the issue. I understand. Kes replied, I shall commence preparations now. Thank you, Kes, Vegeta said politely. At this moment, a touch of courtesy was indeed necessary. After all, one must tread carefully. If he were to be impolite to Kes now, she might withhold the wish, leaving him powerless. The Eternal Dragon? The Dragon of Earth bore a perplexed expression. A wish? Is someone making a wish from another location? A wish for Vegeta? What is the situation here? The dragon was genuinely curious. Not only was the dragon intrigued, but Bulma, Goku, and Oolong also cast puzzled glances at Vegeta. Why is someone wishing for Vegeta? They wondered. Could there be multiple eternal dragons? Vegeta, who was that person just now? Their voice was quite pleasant, Bulma asked. A hint of jealousy in her tone. That is Kes, the sister of Bardock, Vegeta replied candidly, without concealing any details. Ah, the sister of that blue creature, Bulma huffed. Isn't she also of blue skin? Indeed, Vegeta nodded. Humph, I cannot fathom your taste in aesthetics. Preferring blue skin, Bulma pouted, visibly displeased. Occasionally changing colors adds a sense of novelty, Vegeta smiled widely. Little Goku? Oolong, did you comprehend that? Why can't I comprehend what Bulma and Vegeta are discussing? Inquired Goku. Perhaps it is better that you do not understand, Oolong interjected. As this fellow named Vegeta is utterly shameless. It appears he has another girlfriend of a different hue outside, who is assisting him in locating the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wishes. Why do I not have a similarly obedient girlfriend? Hey, I am still waiting to grant your wishes. What are they, precisely? The dragon inquired with a scowl. Dragon, may I ask you a question? Would that count as a wish? Vegeta asked. How fortuitous. I too have a question for you. Shall we exchange them? Replied the dragon. Very well, Vegeta consented. Bulma exclaimed. Is this how it works? You may go first. The dragon said, I ask you, what is the matter with my height? When will I grow up? Vegeta queried. Saiyan physiology is quite peculiar. It sustains a prolonged period of childhood, particularly among royal Saiyans, allowing them to better disguise themselves, the dragon elucidated. You need not be so detailed in your explanation. I comprehend what you were saying. Please, get to the point, Vegeta urged. The dragon responded. You will transition into adulthood between the ages of 18 and 20. What? No specific time frame? Vegeta scoffed. I apologize, but due to the variability in individual constitutions, it is challenging to ascertain a precise moment, the dragon explained. This also pertains to your own development. At some stage, when your cellular structure reaches a certain threshold, you will instantaneously enter adulthood. Forget it, it is no longer significant, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. The dragon remarked, if it is unimportant, why inquire so thoroughly? You should make the most of your childhood by engaging in meaningful endeavors. Vegeta pondered this thoughtfully. You mentioned that on the day I come of age, I could be with Bulma, or Kakarot, or Bardock, and then suddenly, my body would grow larger. It seems rather amusing. Childhood? Bulma paused in surprise. This is a unique trait of our Saiyan race, as I have previously explained to you, Vegeta elaborated. We Saiyans maintain a prolonged childhood, for we are a warrior race, which allows us to better conceal our true nature. Once we reach a certain age, we undergo a rapid transformation into adulthood. From that point onward, we remain in our adult form for an extended duration, often without the signs of aging. How unfair, Bulma shook her head, so when I grow old, you will still be in your youthful prime. Vegeta retorted, youthful prime? Who are you referring to as youthful? Your flesh is indeed fresh. Having answered your inquiries, may I pose a question? The dragon responded. Please, do proceed, Vegeta nodded. Is your friend on Namek? The dragon inquired. Is she also assisting you in the quest for the Dragon Balls? My friend is not on Namek. Vegeta shook his head. To my knowledge, Dragon Balls also exist on Cyril. Is your friend there aiding you in the search for the Dragon Balls? The dragon asked once more. Not at all. Vegeta shook his head again. Dragon, have you exhausted your questions? Vegeta replied. The dragon seemed reluctant to continue the conversation. I have indeed finished my questions. But did you provide me with answers? Is it fair to engage in such a manner? Pray tell, where might this Dragon Ball be? Vegeta inquired. Curiosity evident in his voice. Are you unable to sense its presence? Are you not the eternal dragon, endowed with omniscience? The eternal dragon felt a pang of dismay at this moment. The reason I cannot sense it is that the dragon has yet to manifest. Should it appear, I would undoubtedly be aware of its existence, the eternal dragon replied, his expression darkening. I harbor no fondness for that little rascal. The last time I was summoned, I was treated with little respect. It appears history is repeating itself. Were it not for my inability to confront you, I would refuse to fulfill your wish. He sighed, conceding, however, even if I cannot prevail against you, I am still obliged to grant your wish. Chapter 65. The Eternal Dragon and the Divine Dragon. You shall soon discover that the dragon is likely on the verge of being summoned, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Well then, do commence your performance. The Eternal Dragon retorted, what performance are you speaking of? What am I expected to showcase? The appearance of a dragon from Namek or cereal. As if that would astonish me. In the heart of the cosmos, 7 Dragon Balls, each akin to the size of a planet, converged. Kess and Ramzi hovered near the Super Dragon Balls. Is this sufficient to fulfill our wish? Ramzi inquired. We require the summoning of the Divine Dragon. Only through it can we manifest any desire, Kess clarified. The Divine Dragon? How does one summon it? Let us proceed swiftly. I would rather not attract the attention of that fiend. Beerus, Ramzi urged. Lord Ramzi appears to harbor a considerable fear of Lord Beerus, Kess remarked with a chuckle. Humph. Do you think I fear him? Ramzi scoffed. This is his universe after all, and engaging in clandestine activities here feels rather unscrupulous. I have no desire to provide him with any leverage. Very well, I shall commence the summoning of the Divine Dragon now, Kess replied. As an angel, particularly the eldest among the angels, Kess was well versed in the art of summoning the Divine Dragon. Arise, Divine Dragon, and grant our wish. I wish to flourish, Kess proclaimed loudly towards the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Instantaneously, the Dragon Balls radiated an even more intense golden luminescence. In the blink of an eye, the entire center of the universe was bathed in gold. A colossal golden beam rapidly spread throughout the cosmos. Why do you wish to flourish? Ramzi curiously inquired. I cannot say. It is merely the incantation required to summon the Divine Dragon, Kess responded. What a magnificent spectacle! With a sigh, Ramzi beheld a colossal golden dragon materializing before Kess and himself. The Divine Dragon was astonishingly immense, its vast form seemingly boundless, dominating the very heart of the universe. Streams of golden light rapidly radiated outward, as if, in that moment, the entire 7th universe had been enveloped in a golden hue. Countless stars appeared diminutive in comparison to the golden dragon, their brilliance overshadowed. Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, articulate your wish. I possess the power to fulfill any desire. The voice of the Divine Dragon resonated with authority. On Earth, whether it be the dragon from Namek or the one from Cyril, I will surely sense their presence the moment they appear, the dragon declared with unwavering confidence. At that instant, as the dragon's words faded, its expression transformed, revealing a captivating surprise. Do you now comprehend which dragon has emerged? Vegeta inquired with a smirk. You summoned the Grand Elder Dragon. Ramzi gasped, his entire being quaking with astonishment. The dragon's eyes widened with incredulity, its shock too profound for words. This is extraordinary. The Grand Elder has indeed manifested. For a fleeting moment, the Divine Dragon forgot its purpose of granting wishes. Primarily because Vegeta and his companions had yet to express their desires. What do you mean by Grand Elder? Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback, turning to Vegeta for clarification. To put it simply, the Dragon Balls of Earth were forged from fragments of the Super Dragon Balls scavenged by the Namekians, Vegeta explained succinctly. Thus, the wishes that can be granted are limited. Limited wishes? Bulma echoed in surprise. I had assumed any wish could be fulfilled. The dragon glanced down at Bulma, feeling a twinge of disdain at the implication. Yet, upon realizing that Vegeta's friends had managed to summon the Grand Elder, the dragon regarded Vegeta with newfound respect. This individual is remarkable. Even the Grand Elder has been summoned by his companions. In the heart of the cosmos, the dragon's voice resounded once more. Speak your wish. I can grant any desire. Kess, do you think if I were to make a different wish now, that little brat Vegeta would become furious? Ramzi chuckled mischievously. I believe that is a distinct possibility, but you, Ramzi, may also provoke his wrath, Kess replied. Humph, do you think I fear that little brat? Ramzi retorted with a scoff. Are you truly considering changing your wish, Ramzi? Kess inquired. Just a passing thought. Never mind. Ramzi laughed heartily. After all, that brat helped me win for a millennium, so this wish serves as a reward for him. Now, I shall make my wish. Keisai spoke. Lord Shenlong, please grant Mr. Vegeta the gift of true immortality. Are you referring to Prince Vegeta 4 of the Saiyans from Universe 7? The voice of Shenlong resonated. Keisai paused slightly, surprised by the revelation. Longshi, too, was momentarily taken aback, realizing that they had summoned the Dragon of Earth. Shenlong added, currently, he is on Earth, having summoned the Earth's dragon. Hey Keisai, what is going on? Longshi inquired with curiosity. Isn't that brat Vegeta from Universe 6? Oh dear. I thought he belonged to Universe 6 as well. Keisai nodded, suddenly enlightened. So, it means that Kappa attempted to steal him from Universe 7. Only for us to intercept his plans, right? Longshi pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It seems that way. Keisai lightly tapped her forehead. How intriguing. I never would have thought that Vegeta was from Universe 7. Longshi laughed heartily. Neither did I foresee this, Keisai sighed, acknowledging that she had not investigated Vegeta's true identity. It was only after Shenlong's revelation that both Keisai and Longshi realized Vegeta's actual origins. Lord Shenlong, yes, that is the Mr. Vegeta I speak of. Please grant him immortality. Keisai affirmed. Keisai, are you certain? It could lead to complications if we misidentify, Longshi cautioned. There's no mistake, it's him, Keisai replied confidently. A golden light surged within Shenlong's eyes. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Shenlong transformed into a radiant golden flame, swiftly dispersing throughout the cosmos. In an instant, the central region of Universe 7 returned to tranquility. Keisai and Longshi gazed silently at the vanishing Super Dragon Balls. On Earth, the dragon's eyes widened in astonishment, its expression becoming remarkably vivid. Vegeta, the dragon seemed taken aback, as Bulma inquired, what could possibly surprise you? How could I not be astonished? His ancestors have come to fulfill my wish, Vegeta replied with a smile. What wish do you intend to make? Bulma asked curiously. Nothing much, just a wish for immortality. Vegeta said with a subtle smile, suddenly turning his gaze toward the diagonal rear. Immortality? Little Goku blinked in surprise. It's here. Vegeta's smile widened. That's the power of the ancestor. The dragon was equally astonished. What? What has arrived? Bulma inquired with curiosity. There's nothing here. Little Goku scratched his head and glanced around. I see nothing either, Wulong remarked, shaking his piggish head. Can you see it? The dragon gazed in disbelief at Vegeta. I cannot see it, but I can sense it, Vegeta replied with a smile. At that moment, an invisible divine force swiftly enveloped Vegeta. This divine energy immediately initiated a transformation and enhancement of his body. In an instant, Vegeta's body underwent a remarkable upgrade, rendering him a true immortal. He could distinctly feel the extraordinary changes coursing through him, as if an endless vitality had blossomed within. I must explore the peculiar transformations of my body, Vegeta thought, propelling himself into the sky. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta's body suddenly erupted, disintegrating into a mist of blood. The dragon exclaimed, Vegeta, what has happened to you? Bulma gasped in horror. Did he just explode? Little Goku was stunned. How could he just explode like that? Wulong was utterly dumbfounded. An even more astonishing scene unfolded as the mist of blood that was once Vegeta swiftly coalesced. With a crack, Vegeta's body restored itself to its original form. Is this the true essence of immortality? Vegeta grinned broadly, clearly pleased. The dragon, are you attempting to achieve immortality? You, my friend, are quite a formidable character, daring to engage in a self-destructive endeavor. Are you not afraid of pain? With a resounding thud, Vegeta descended from the heavens, landing beside Bulma, his heart brimming with joy. He had finally attained the status of true immortality. Just moments ago, he had been reduced to a mist of blood, yet here he was, miraculously restored. The exhilaration was unparalleled. The wish he had longed for before his journey across dimensions had finally come to fruition. Bulma, is it not your desire to have a strawberry that never runs out? Vegeta inquired. Bulma remained in a state of bewilderment. I distinctly saw you explode. And yet you appear unscathed. Bulma, please awaken, Vegeta urged, gently tapping her arm. Instantly, Bulma regained her composure and gazed at Vegeta, asking what? Hurry, make a wish. The dragon has been waiting for quite some time. The dragon, indeed, I have waited for an extended period, primarily due to the astonishing emergence of my esteemed ancestor. Can I wish for a strawberry that I shall never exhaust? Bulma hastily inquired. Certainly, that is feasible, the dragon affirmed with a nod. The principle is straightforward. One merely needs to endow the strawberry with regenerative properties. With that, the dragon's eyes shimmered with a crimson light. Suddenly, a strawberry encased in an exquisite box descended from the sky. Vegeta beckoned, and the box floated effortlessly into his hand. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With those words, the dragon transformed into 7 radiant streams of light, swiftly dispersing across the globe. The world returned to tranquility. Vegeta opened the box and took a bite of the strawberry. To his amazement, the devoured fruit immediately regrew. What a marvel! Vegeta nodded in satisfaction and offered the strawberry to Bulma. What is this? You should let your girlfriend taste the good things first, Bulma pouted playfully. I merely wanted to sample it and ascertain its flavor, Vegeta corrected her. Bulma, undeterred by any remnants of Vegeta's saliva, took a bite of the strawberry. Let me have a taste. I wish to try it too, Oolong shouted from the sidelines. With a swift kick, Vegeta sent Oolong sprawling to the ground. Why are you, a mere pig, trying to join in on the commotion? Is this what you consume? After a moment of silence, Bulma suddenly felt that her aspirations paled in comparison to those of Vegeta. After so long gathering the Dragon Balls, she ended up wishing for something as trivial as a strawberry. Perhaps I should have asked Shenron for an everlasting youthful body, Bulma reflected with a tinge of regret. Fear not, for in a year, the Dragon Balls will be revived, and at that time, I shall grant you a body that remains forever youthful, Vegeta vowed. Really? Bulma looked at Vegeta with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Absolutely, how could my girlfriend ever grow old? Vegeta remarked as he took Bulma's hand. While the notion of growing old together was indeed charming, I prefer a field that never withers. Bulma, Oolong, little Goku? Bulma. You understood that in an instant? Vegeta exclaimed. Humph, even a pig understands. How could I not? Bulma retorted with a huff. Oolong, shall I take my leave while you converse? That night, as the dragon was summoned, the hour was indeed late. Now it was time to rest. And we found ourselves in the wilderness. Oolong, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, why is it that those two are sheltered while we are left to sleep outdoors? Gritting his teeth, he recalled Vegeta's words. Bulma is my girlfriend. No other man should come too close. Little Goku, seemingly unconcerned, turned to Oolong earnestly. Are you a pig? Oolong rolled his eyes in irritation. I am not a pig. You are. Goku retorted. Oolong, exasperated by such a foolish ally, thought, I might as well gaze at the moon. It is wonderfully round tonight. It has been ages since I beheld such beauty. If only a girl were here with me instead of this pig-headed companion. Chapter 67, Transformation. The Golden Great Ape. What are you looking at, Oolong? Little Goku inquired with curiosity. None of your business, Oolong huffed. I want to see too, Goku said, lifting his gaze to the sky. Upon looking up, he spotted the full moon. Tonight is the night of the full moon, he remarked. Do you have an issue with that? Oolong asked, irritated. A dreadful monster is said to appear on such nights, Goku stated earnestly. Stop spouting nonsense, Oolong retorted. I am not lying. My grandfather was crushed by that very monster. Goku replied. Wasn't your grandfather Son Gohan? How could such a formidable person be defeated? Oolong, taken aback, couldn't help but ask, is that monster truly so fearsome? Yes. That monster not only crushed my grandfather, but also flattened our home and the trees we had planted outside, Goku continued. What manner of creature could it be? Oolong asked, beginning to feel uneasy. I was asleep at the time and didn't see it. Goku shook his head. But you just claimed the monster flattened the house. You are the real pig. Oolong thought Goku's intelligence must be questionable. My grandfather often told me not to gaze at the full moon. However, I believe it is harmless. Goku said, glancing up at the moon once more. See, I am looking again. A sudden unease washed over Oolong. Could that monster be this fool? Suddenly, Oolong heard a rhythmic thumping, as if something were drumming. What is that noise? Oolong asked, puzzled. It feels like my heart is racing, quite rhythmic, as Vegeta would say. Goku pointed to his chest. Do you have a heart condition? In a moment of chaos, Oolong exclaimed in shock as little Goku suddenly let out a piercing cry. His body expanding severfold. In the blink of an eye, little Goku transformed into a massive black gorilla. Oolong's composure shattered, his spirit seemingly fleeing in terror. Vegeta! Vegeta! Oolong shouted desperately for his companion. With a thunderous roar, little Goku unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating a distant mountain peak. Oolong felt his limbs weaken with fear. With a resounding clap, little Goku seized the mountain and hoisted it high above, aiming it menacingly towards Oolong. The impact was deafening as the immense rock crushed Oolong beneath it, causing him to wail in agony. The gorilla continued to pound its chest, its roars growing ever more ferocious. Inside the room, Bulma emerged from her bedroom, bewildered by the cacophony. What on earth is happening? It feels as though the ground just trembled, she queried, glancing at Vegeta. Is it a full moon tonight? Vegeta inquired. Yes, but what of it? Bulma replied, puzzled. We Saiyans transform into giant apes under the full moon. I fear little Goku has already undergone this transformation, Vegeta explained. Giant ape? Bulma paused, her curiosity piqued. Let me see. She stepped forward to open the door. As she did, Bulma and the giant ape Goku locked eyes. Her complexion drained of color. She executed a dramatic turn, retreating swiftly into her room, where she firmly closed the door and leaned against it for support. Vegeta stood by, observing the unfolding scene. Is merely pressing your back against the door sufficient? Little Goku remarked, if I were to stomp down, wouldn't this house be flattened? Vegeta soared into the sky from the window's ledge. With a swift motion, he raised a hand to block little Goku's descending foot. In a flash, Vegeta flicked his fingers, severing little Goku's tail. In an instant, little Goku's form shrank rapidly, reverting to his original state. Destruction. Vegeta delicately pressed his fingertip against the colossal mountain atop Oolong. With a resounding crack, the mountain dissolved into nothingness, vanishing entirely. Thank you for saving me, Vegeta, Oolong exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. You are a good person. I had misunderstood you. Remove your clothing, Vegeta commanded. What did you say? Oolong stammered, startled. Aren't you fond of Bulma? Are you not even going to spare this pig? Vegeta retorted, spare me the nonsense. If I tell you to strip, you will strip. Do you believe I won't turn you into a roasted pig? As he spoke, a flame ignited at the tip of his finger. Oolong's composure crumbled at that moment. This is absurd. I might as well yield to him. I never expected Vegeta to have an interest in pigs. Swiftly, Oolong removed his trousers. Come on. Oolong gritted his teeth. With a resounding thud, Vegeta kicked Oolong to the ground. What goes on in that pig's head? Oolong pondered. Just tell me to lie down, you said. As for being hands-on? Vegeta flicked his fingers, magically draping Oolong's pants over little Goku. This pig, why does it look so bothersome? Vegeta huffed, and with another kick, sent Oolong soaring. Oolong, you should have mentioned it earlier. You should have told me to dress little Yukong earlier. Bulma quietly opened the door and stepped outside. Vegeta. Where's the great ape? Bulma curiously glanced around. Where has that great ape gone? Would you like to see? Vegeta inquired. It might be interesting to take a look. Bulma murmured. All right, I shall show you. Vegeta immediately raised his gaze toward the full moon in the sky. With a snap, in the next instant, Vegeta transformed into a towering black great ape. Bulma exclaimed, while Oolong was once again terrified. Bulma's face turned pale with fear. Look, Bulma, isn't it amusing? Vegeta chuckled. Not amusing at all. Change back immediately. Bulma shouted angrily. Let me see if I can transform into something else, Vegeta pondered. With another snap, golden light radiated from Vegeta, and he had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon closer inspection, his entire body was covered in golden fur. Vegeta lifted his belt to inspect. This has turned golden as well. What a spectacular sight! Bulma exclaimed, wiping her brow. Are you looking or not? Vegeta asked. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Bulma hastily shouted in distress. Just saying you're not looking is enough. If you say more, I might think you want to see, Vegeta remarked. Bulma's face flushed crimson, resembling a shy rose. A moment of silence followed. Why did you turn golden? Bulma took a deep breath, slightly puzzled. Vegeta ignored her, his expression turning serious. His gaze was fixed firmly on the distant starry sky. In the next moment, Vegeta's body rapidly shrank and transformed. In an instant, he had morphed into the form of Super Saiyan 4. His body was now covered in red fur, and his pupils were also red. Even his tail had turned the same hue. Furthermore, Vegeta's height had exceeded Bulma's by more than 10 centimeters. What kind of transformation is this? Bulma gasped, murmuring. So handsome. This transformation is quite nice. Suddenly, I feel like Bulma has become shorter, Vegeta smiled. You have grown taller, Bulma huffed. Is that so? Vegeta nodded. Your voice has matured. Bulma commented. Let me check if this part has matured, Vegeta said, lifting his pants to take a look. What color is it? Bulma asked. Curious, Oolong approached and inquired. Suddenly, with a swift kick, Vegeta sent Oolong sprawling to the ground. What business do you have here, you pig? Vegeta retorted irritably. Oolong responded, you are indeed fortunate. Having survived my kicks, you have truly reached the pinnacle of porcine existence. Vegeta chuckled lightly. You are being too harsh, always bullying the pig, Oolong lamented. Bulma, come here. I have something to whisper to you, Vegeta said. What is it that you wish to tell me? Bulma asked, momentarily taken aback, but obediently approached. The color is red. Vegeta whispered into Bulma's ear. Bulma replied, Did I ask about the color? Her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded him. Do I look all right like this? Vegeta smiled. Humph. I have no desire to converse further, Bulma huffed. If it becomes necessary, try to maintain this form, Vegeta remarked with a grin. Simultaneously, he assessed his energy intensity. Super Saiyan 4. The energy intensity had surged by 300 times. Vegeta's baseline combat power stood at 10 raised to the 43rd power. Therefore, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his strength would escalate to 10 raised to the 46th power. Previously, he had been quite startled by the immense power of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, which had been inaccurately claimed to be 10 raised to the 45th power. In truth, the increase in power from the Super Saiyan 3 transformation was not so substantial. Vegeta's ability to defeat Jiren was due to his foundational combat power having already reached 10 raised to the 43rd power. Thus, upon becoming Super Saiyan 3, his combat prowess surpassed that of Jiren. Now, having transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta's power had soared even higher. Of course, these calculations were based solely on combat power. Would merely attaining 10 raised to the 47th or 48th power suffice to defeat a god of destruction? Vegeta understood well that the likelihood was slim. Gods possess their unique fighting methodologies. While an increase in energy does enhance one's strength, defeating a god of destruction requires far more than mere energy alone. However, Vegeta did not solely rely on energy. He had trained in Ultra Instinct in the techniques of the gods of destruction, the latter also known as Ultra Instinct. Dual mastery in both. Nonetheless, Vegeta dared not to exhibit the slightest carelessness. He had perused the manga of Dragon Ball Super, wherein Frieza discovered a dimension with a slower flow of time, training there for a decade. Upon his emergence, he transformed into a black and golden hue. Subsequently, Frieza effortlessly obliterated Goku and Vegeta, who had attained the Ultra Instinct and self-mastery forms. Such was the magnitude of his strength. However, despite this, even at that time, Frieza was still no match for Beerus. This underscores the formidable nature of the god of destruction, possessing their unique prowess. Over the years, Vegeta had diligently trained alongside Whis, occasionally able to exchange blows with him, yet Vegeta was acutely aware that it was due to Whis' momentary lapse in focus. Should a confrontation with a god of destruction arise, Vegeta felt that his current abilities might not suffice to contend with him. The path ahead is long, and I must continue my exploration. What transformation is this? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. I'll let you in on a secret. It's red, Vegeta whispered into Bulma's ear. No need to emphasize that again. Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushed. Would you like to see it? Vegeta inquired. I do not wish to. Bulma huffed. You won't look at the gold, nor the red. What is it that you desire to see? Vegeta questioned curiously. Bulma fell silent. Is this merely a matter of color? Will you maintain this appearance henceforth? Bulma asked. For the time being, that is the plan. You must cherish the red elephant, Vegeta smiled. Why should I cherish it? Bulma asked indignantly. Because, before long, it might turn white, Vegeta replied. Turn white? That would be due to excessive exposure, Bulma asserted confidently. I find myself at a loss for words, Vegeta admitted. But, on a different note, what are your plans moving forward? Bulma inquired. First, I shall address some matters at hand, and then I will return to accompany you, relishing the opportunity to grow alongside you. I particularly enjoy dunking and basketball. Vegeta stated earnestly. Basketball? Bulma remarked, scratching her head in confusion. What does basketball signify in your context? Why do I sense an underlying meaning in your words? Yet, I cannot fathom the connection between basketball and those matters. Previously, I had heard someone elucidate the intricate relationship between basketball and the hoop, delving into profound depths. Vegeta chuckled, promising to explain it to you gradually in due time. Basketball and hoop? Bulma remained perplexed. You will understand, Vegeta assured with a smile. Never mind. Let us take a break for now. Bulma stifled a yawn. After a night of tumult, it was time for slumber. I shall not share the bed with you tonight. Vegeta remarked, as I have just transformed and my control over my strength is still lacking. I might inadvertently cause you harm. How rude. Bulma retorted with a frown, as if implying we have shared a bed before. Chapter 69, Kes and Ramzi descend upon Earth. We have indeed slept in the same room. Does that not equate to sharing a bed? Vegeta inquired. That does not count. It does not count. Bulma exclaimed loudly. Oolong approached from a distance, feeling rather unfortunate. You two are here indulging in your affection, yet you refuse to allow me, a mere swine, to interject. What kind of world is this? With a swift motion, Bulma tossed out a universal capsule, which transformed into a quaint little house. She opened the door, and then Vegeta and Bulma stepped inside, the door closing behind them. Oolong, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, This is too much. Once again, I have been left outside with little Goku. You both inhabit a dwelling within the vastness of the cosmos. Come, Crix, let us seek out Vegeta, Ramzi beckoned. hoping that the young lad had prepared a feast for them. Indeed, indeed, Crix nodded, smacking her lips in eager anticipation. How long will it take to reach the planet where Vegeta resides? Ramsey inquired. The distance is somewhat considerable, approximately an hour or so, Crix assessed. With the Super Dragon Balls gathered, is an hour truly a lengthy wait? Ramsey replied. By the way, let us contact Vegeta and request that he prepare our meal. We shall arrive in an hour. Very well, Master Ramsey. Crix gently nodded and promptly established communication with Vegeta through the staff in her hand. Vegeta quickly responded to Crix's call. Crix, what is it? He inquired. Oh dear, Mr. Vegeta, Master Ramsey and I shall arrive on Earth in an hour. And Master Ramsey requests that you prepare a feast for us, Crix conveyed. An hour? That's far too soon for me to accomplish anything, Vegeta lamented. I had planned to practice controlling my power and engage in a spirited basketball match with Bulma. How is it that you arrived in just an hour? And you expect me to prepare a feast for you? I have milk ready. Will you partake? It is solely milk, and it is exclusively for you, Vegeta stated. Lord Ramsey overheard this and turned pale. Kes chuckled and remarked that he too wished to partake. Vegeta retorted, Ramsey, enough of this. Why are you following the crowd? Upon realizing the situation, Vegeta decided to end the conversation, stating, let us leave the matter of the milk for now. We shall reconvene in 1 hour. With that, he promptly concluded the call. Afterward, Vegeta transformed back into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Bulma inquired, why did you revert to your original appearance to speak with the sister of the Smurfs? Vegeta replied, the sister of the Smurfs will be visiting me shortly. Please refrain from speaking out of turn. I wish to see if my Super Saiyan 4 guys will deceive them. Bulma, puzzled, asked, what purpose does this deception serve? They wish for me to ascend as a deity in their universe, yet I have no desire to comply. Despite their insistence, I remain resolute in my refusal, Vegeta explained. Well, to be honest, I am merely toying with them. Bulma silently wiped the sweat from her brow. What you mentioned earlier seems to suggest that without you, the universe would cease to revolve, Vegeta mused. Little Goku has never witnessed me in this form, but that pig has. It must be relocated elsewhere. Do as you wish. I shall merely cooperate with you, Bulma replied with a huff. Then could you prepare some delectable dishes for me? Surely, there must be some appetizing provisions in this house? Vegeta inquired. It seems we only have instant noodles left, Bulma stated. Instant noodles will suffice. What more could one desire? Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. Bulma responded. What do you mean by what more could one desire? With a smile, Vegeta thought that these instant noodles would undoubtedly astonish Oolong and Krillin, and they were remarkably easy to prepare. Now, I shall take that pig away. If it reveals our plans, it would be quite troublesome. With that, Vegeta pushed open the door and stepped outside. The pig was sleeping beside little Goku. Hey, pig. You need to visit Master Roshi for a while, Vegeta called, waving at Oolong from a distance. Boom. A surge of formidable energy surged towards Oolong, causing him to uncontrollably ascend into the air. What are you doing, Vegeta? Oolong exclaimed. I haven't done anything to provoke you. I was merely taking a nap. However, Oolong soon vanished from sight. Initially terrified, Oolong's fear dissipated after 10 seconds. Why should I be afraid? I can transform into a little bird or bat and fly in the sky too. After transporting Oolong, Vegeta remained in place, quietly awaiting the arrival of Krillin and Yamcha. An hour swiftly elapsed. Whoosh, whoosh. Vegeta observed 2 distinct beams of light illuminating the night sky. It was Krillin and Yamcha racing towards him. Krillin had already pinpointed their location using the communicator, making it easy to find the place. As they descended gracefully beside Vegeta, he greeted them, Greetings. You must be Lord Krillin and Lord Yamcha. With a habitual gesture, he placed his hands in his pockets and bowed politely. Krillin paused momentarily, while Yamcha scrutinized Vegeta closely. Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 4, resulting in a significant alteration to his appearance. It was nearly impossible to recognize him as Vegeta. Furthermore, his voice had matured considerably. Who are you? Where is Vegeta? Yamcha inquired. I am his brother, Tar, Vegeta replied. Vegeta has already departed from Earth. What? He has left Earth? Yamcha was taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of the statement. Departing from Earth without a word? Kes remained silent, casting a lingering glance at Vegeta. Kes swiftly established contact with Vegeta and ascertain his whereabouts, Ramses remarked with a huff. Understood, Lord Ramses, Kes replied, preparing to reach out to Vegeta with her staff. By the way, my brother instructed me to return this to you upon meeting, Vegeta stated, presenting a communicator to Kes. What does that fellow mean by this? Ramses furrowed his brow. My brother mentioned there was no need to seek him out, Vegeta responded. What on earth does this fellow intend? Having just acquired immortality, he chooses to abandon us? Ramses' expression darkened. Chapter 70. Ramses was utterly unrecognizable. Kes continued her silence, scrutinizing Vegeta from head to toe. This identity may evade the notice of the god of destruction, but concealing it from an angel is exceedingly difficult. What is this fellow truly up to? Am I not sufficient for him? Ramses scoffed, departing without uttering a word. After speaking, Ramses appeared somewhat dejected. How vexing, the god of destruction I painstakingly nurtured, he sighed. Kes still chose to remain silent. Kes, do share your thoughts on this matter, Ramses inquired. What perspective could I possibly hold? Is Vegeta not right beside you? Kes replied. Whom can one blame if they fail to see the truth themselves? Yet, when did Vegeta acquire this transformation? I must admit, it does possess a certain charm. His journey on Earth has evidently granted Vegeta considerable growth. What are you pondering, Kes? Ramses inquired with a frown. I am contemplating whether to reveal the true identity of Brother Vegeta to Lord Ramses, Kes replied with a smile. What? His true identity? Ramses paused, scrutinizing Vegeta anew, wondering what this individual's genuine identity might be and if it held any significance. Does Lord Ramses truly not perceive it? Kes asked. Perceive what? Ramses scratched his head, examining Vegeta once more, muttering to himself, yet, I must say, this fellow possesses quite a formidable energy level. Perhaps his potential surpasses even that of young Vegeta. By the way, you are Vegeta's brother? Kes, Vegeta, has he still not grasped the situation at hand? No, I am not Vegeta's brother. I am your second uncle. Vegeta replied with a grin. What did you say? Do you realize the consequences of being disrespectful to a god of destruction? Ramses erupted with fury. Now, even the most insignificant creatures dare to challenge me? Do you believe that just because you presume to be the brother of Vegeta, I would refrain from taking action against you? With a swift motion, Ramses lunged forward, aiming to grasp Vegeta. In a graceful sidestep, Vegeta deftly evaded Ramses' assault. Oh, you managed to dodge? Quite an agile response, indeed. Ramses scoffed, determined to pursue once more. Bang, bang, bang. Ramses unleashed a flurry of rapid punches aimed at Vegeta. With a gentle lift of his hand, Vegeta intercepted each of Ramses' strikes effortlessly. Ramses was taken aback. This brother of Vegeta was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Once more, Ramses' interest peaked. He was eager to unleash more of his destructive power and engage in a spirited contest with Vegeta's brother. Enough of this, Vegeta declared, transforming back to his normal state in an instant. Ramses' eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. What? Vegeta? You are Vegeta? Ramses was astounded. Vegeta offered a subtle smile. What a jest. How did you manage to transform into that previous form? You have changed so much that even I scarcely recognized you. Ramses was bewildered. What do you think? Quite entertaining, I assent it. Vegeta inquired with a smile. What is so entertaining? Do you find this amusing? Ramses' expression darkened. You are amusing an elephant. Regrettably, Kes recognized you. Vegeta sighed, thinking Kes would not discern the truth. Oh dear. The reason I recognized you was not through any physical examination, Kes replied. It was based on subtle details in your movements. Subtle details? Vegeta paused. For instance, your hands were tucked into your pockets, Kes continued, and although you transformed, your attire remained unchanged. A miscalculation, Vegeta lamented. What on earth are you up to, Vegeta? Is it amusing for you to make yourself unrecognizable? Ramses inquired with a scowl. Let us proceed indoors. I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you, Vegeta smiled. Now that sounds more agreeable. Ramses' spirits lifted at the mention of the lavish meal. I came solely for the food. I care not for your identity. Vegeta ushered Kes and Ramses into the room. With a snap, Vegeta transformed back into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Why have you reverted to this appearance? Ramses was taken aback. The previous form was too diminutive. I found it quite vexing to look up at you, Vegeta replied. Suit yourself, Ramses huffed. But do hasten with the preparations. I have arranged a plethora of delectable dishes for you, Vegeta declared. What is on the menu? Kes inquired with anticipation. Braised beef, slow-cooked pork bones, sauerkraut beef, mushroom stewed chicken, golden soup with fatty beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy chicken, and more, Vegeta listed. Sounds delightful, doesn't it, Kes? Ramses' excitement grew. Indeed, the names certainly sound appetizing, Kes nodded. Bulma mused, are these two truly so easily deceived? Is everything Vegeta mentioned merely instant noodles? Also, that blue-skinned sister appears quite lovely. What is Vegeta's connection with her? Bulma, is the water boiling? Vegeta asked. Yes, it is, Bulma nodded. Time to serve. Vegeta waved his hand, and an array of instant noodles was laid out on the table. Ramsey was taken aback. Kess was momentarily stunned as well. Is this what you refer to as a meal? What are these packages? Ramsey inquired, picking up one of the instant noodle packets. This one is called braised beef-flavored instant noodles, Vegeta explained, tearing open the package and pouring the noodles into a bowl, adding the seasoning. Don't we have bucket-sized instant noodles? They don't require a bowl, Bulma whispered to Vegeta. Bucket noodles are far too expensive. One must learn to economize, Vegeta replied. You brought back hundreds of billions in jewels last time. Are you really saving a few bucks here? She asked. Well, they are your friends. Entertain them as you see fit. Vegeta poured hot water into a bowl. Bulma, did you bring the tablet? He inquired. The tablet? What do you need that for? Bulma was taken aback but obediently retrieved the tablet and handed it to Vegeta. He placed the tablet atop the bowl. Do you realize how expensive that tablet is? It could get damaged. Bulma exclaimed, exasperated. Chapter 71. Who are you trying to deceive? Your family is the wealthiest in the world. Do you really think you need to worry about the cost of a tablet? Vegeta asserted confidently. You could easily switch to instant noodles in a bowl. Bulma was at a loss for words. Switching to instant noodles would indeed be far cheaper than a tablet. What do you know? Noodles served with a tablet add a deeper essence to the flavor, Vegeta retorted. Bulma chose to remain silent. If you wish to indulge in your whims, then do so to your heart's content. Another tablet, if you please. Vegeta has once again prepared instant noodles for Chris. That's all. Bulma huffed. Do you need a monitor? Then let's take one. Vegeta proceeded to Bulma's bedroom and retrieved a monitor, placing it atop Chris's bowl of noodles. Bulma remarked as Chris and Ramsey stared in bewilderment. 3 minutes later, Vegeta announced, All right, it's ready to eat. Ramsey took a bite of the noodles and was immediately enveloped by a delightful sensation on his palate. Chris also sampled a small portion. Oh my, I had no idea something so delicious existed. Today has truly been an eye-opener, Chris mused deeply. Bulma questioned. Are these two truly divine beings? Have you never tasted instant noodles? It is quite astonishing that you find this delicacy so delectable. The 2 packets of noodles were swiftly devoured by Kess and Ramsey, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Delicious, delicious. Vegeta. I never expected your instant noodles to be this delightful, Ramsey remarked, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Could I possibly have another packet? Kess inquired. 1 packet is just perfect. Allowing for a lingering aftertaste, Vegeta mused, consuming more would diminish the initial flavor. Humph. Stop trying to deceive me. Ramsey retorted playfully. You could always take some home to savor at your leisure. I am not going to compete with you for it. Vegeta smiled. Can I take it all with me? I want to carry it all away, Ramsey said eagerly. Certainly, take it all. It's all yours, Vegeta readily agreed. Now that's more like it. Ramsey exclaimed, overjoyed. Without further ado, he proceeded to pack the remaining dozen packets of noodles. Bulma conveniently presented Ramsey with a universal capsule. It was surprising to discover that the 7th universe had already invented such a remarkable item. Ramsey gazed at the capsule in his hand, reflecting for a moment before packing all the noodles inside. Vegeta secretly reveled in the situation. The 2 packets of noodles had kept Kess and Ramsey occupied, and they had unwittingly aided him in achieving true immortality. Regardless, I sincerely thank you for your assistance over these past 7 days, Vegeta expressed gratefully. There's no need for such formality, it was merely a trivial task, Ramsey replied generously, waving his trunk. Now, we can go about tricking some gods. Vegeta grinned, suggesting they find another deity to outsmart and perhaps secure another millennium for you. Tricking a god? Ramsey paused, momentarily taken aback. Mr. Vegeta's point is that, in this guise, it is difficult for those who have seen him to recognize him. Kess smiled. Even Lord Ramsey did not recognize him. Did he? Ramsey's eyes lit up in realization. Indeed, I did not even recognize him. After spending 12 years by his side, I failed to see it. Who could possibly recognize him? Who shall we target next? Shall we continue to deceive that delightful fellow? Ramsey asked with excitement. Vegeta responded, You have captured yet another sheep and are pulling it vigorously. Kess covered her face, at a loss for words. The issue is, only that delightful fellow possesses the intern destroyer. Ramsey added. Lord Ramsey's assertion seemed quite reasonable. Kess nodded in agreement. Indeed, no other destroyers have an intern. Thus, it is rather challenging to ensnare them. We can no longer exploit the intern destroyer. Perhaps we should consider the intern Supreme Kai, suggested Vegeta. Intern Supreme Kai? How does one go about that? Ramsey inquired. You simply need to do this, and then that. And then proceed in this manner, Vegeta explained. Do you understand? Ramsey shook his head in confusion. How can you still not comprehend? Vegeta sighed, reiterating, "You do this, then that, and then continue in this fashion. Do you grasp it now?" "I think I have a vague understanding." Ramsey nodded knowingly. "Then let us prepare our strategy," Vegeta declared with a sweeping gesture. "Excellent. It is settled." Ramsey nodded vigorously. "Bulma, I must depart from Earth for a while. I may not return for some time." Vegeta informed Bulma. "How long will you be gone this time?" Bulma asked, visibly displeased. "It has only been 7 days since your last departure. It shan't be too long." Vegeta reassured her, promising to return once he has completed his tasks. "Very well," Bulma acquiesced with a nod. Ramsey was taken aback. "Is this fellow truly returning to Earth? Will he return to the 7th universe? I must inquire further shortly. Now let us set forth." Vegeta immediately positioned himself behind Kes and embraced her from behind. However, at this moment, Vegeta embodied the form of Super Saiyan 4, and embracing Kes from behind felt rather peculiar. Kes, suddenly feeling a bit uncomfortable. "I find it more exhilarating when that little one holds me." Is it not to your liking?" Vegeta asked. "I too feel a bit disoriented." "It seems you have shrunk." "Oh well, let it be," Kes sighed resignedly, adding, "Please step out of the room before holding me." "It's fine. You can carry me outside," Vegeta replied. Reluctantly, Kes obliged and carried Vegeta out. Bulma was left speechless. "You two are rather affectionate, aren't you?" "Soon." Kes led Vegeta outside the house, with Ramses following closely behind. "Bulma, we are leaving now," Vegeta waved at Bulma. "Humph." Bulma appeared slightly displeased. Whoosh. Kes and Vegeta transformed into a dazzling streak of light, akin to the brilliance of stars, swiftly vanishing into the night sky, disappearing from Bulma's sight in no time. Ramses, too, flickered with a crimson glow before he vanished. The trio quickly ascended into the cosmos. Bulma gazed up at the 3 figures that had disappeared, feeling a momentary sense of loss. However, she understood that Vegeta was embarking on a significant endeavor and did not wish to hold him back. Chapter 72. Objective. The realm of the 10th universe is Kaioshin. As the sun rose the following day, Goku yawned and awoke. "Good morning." He waved at Bulma. "Good morning." Bulma replied, "How much do you remember from last night?" "What happened?" Goku asked, taken aback. Indeed, he remembered nothing. And it seemed only Vegeta's transformation could account for his memory. Bulma muttered to herself. What did Vegeta transform into? Goku scratched his head. Thud. Just as Goku finished speaking, he suddenly collapsed onto the ground. "What is the matter?" Bulma inquired. "I suddenly feel a bit unstable," Goku replied, perplexed. "Perhaps it's due to losing your tail." "Your balance may be off," Bulma speculated, "but I believe you'll adapt soon." "Tail?" Goku looked bewildered, touching the space where his tail used to be. "Huh? It's gone? Where's my tail?" "Well, that's for the best," Bulma responded, observing Goku's nonchalant expression. "You certainly are easygoing." Bulma wiped her brow. "My Nimbus Rod." Goku turned and spotted the Nimbus Rod lying on the ground, swiftly darting to retrieve it. "Goku, what are your plans from here?" Bulma asked. "Where's Vegeta?" Goku inquired, noticing his absence. "Is he still asleep?" "He has left Earth," Bulma explained. "Left Earth?" Goku pondered, not quite grasping the concept. "In short, he has gone to a distant place to continue his training," Bulma clarified. "Then I must train diligently as well," Goku declared. "I'll follow Vegeta's advice and seek Master Roshi for training." "Very well, then we shall part ways here," Bulma nodded. "I, too, must return to West City." "Nimbus!" Goku shouted. The Nimbus cloud rushed to him. Goku climbed onto the cloud. "Huh? Why are my clothes different?" Goku scratched his head. "You just noticed?" Bulma wiped her brow. "Never mind, it's not important." Little Goku chuckled. "You've been led astray by Vegeta," Bulma sighed. "Farewell, Bulma." Little Goku waved. "Take care." Bulma waved back. Whoosh. Little Goku soared away on the Nimbus cloud. Bulma, too, retrieved her aircraft capsule and swiftly headed towards the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. As little Goku rode the Nimbus, he reflected on how much he had learned during this quest for the Dragon Balls. Truly, the world is filled with all kinds of people. Wait a moment. What about that pig? Never mind, he should be fine. I'll return home first. I need to stay at Master Roshi's and gather my belongings. Little Goku made a quick stop at his home on Mount Pausa to pack his bedding and other essentials. Soon after, he appeared on Master Roshi's small island, riding the Nimbus. "Oh, the giant turtle, you're back?" Little Goku exclaimed as he landed and spotted the massive sea turtle. The turtle corrected him, saying, "I'll say it again, I am a sea turtle, not a tortoise. It's not important." Little Goku chuckled. "By the way, where is Vegeta?" The turtle asked. a hint of fear in his voice. I heard he left Earth, little Goku replied. He left Earth? Is he facing retribution? The turtle was overjoyed. Is Master Roshi at home? Little Goku inquired. You mean Master Roshi? Yes, he is home. The turtle nodded, along with a little pig. A pig? Little Goku scratched his head as he entered the room. Inside, he found Master Roshi and Oolong staring intently at the television, their eyes wide. Both the man and the pig were drooling. A beautiful lady on the screen was performing a lovely dance. How is there someone in this strange box? Little Goku leaned closer to take a look. Master Roshi and Oolong ignored him. Hey, Oolong, how did you end up here? Little Goku asked, puzzled. Don't speak. Oolong replied, not turning around, fearful of missing the exciting moment. What is so fascinating about this? Little Goku was bewildered. Be quiet. Oolong snapped back. Grandpa, I'm here. Little Goku shouted beside Master Roshi's ear. Startled, Master Roshi and Oolong snapped back to reality and turned to face little Goku. Is that you, little Goku? Oolong blinked in surprise. How did you get here? Where is that guy Vegeta? Yes, where is that guy Vegeta? The turtle hermit expressed some concern, inquiring about the news he had heard from Bulma regarding Goku's departure from Earth. He has left Earth? That's splendid, he sighed in relief. Is he truly gone? Oolong chimed in, visibly delighted. What brings you here? The turtle hermit asked. Grandfather, as per our agreement, I have come to train with you, Goku replied. Just hold on a moment. The turtle hermit waved his hand. I haven't finished watching my program yet. Yes, the show isn't over, Oolong nodded in agreement. Grandfather, I'm hungry. Goku stated. There's a refrigerator over there. Help yourself. The turtle hermit pointed toward it. Goku approached the refrigerator, glancing curiously at it. Why are the food items stored in such a peculiar box? He muttered, opening the refrigerator. It's so cold in here. It feels like winter. Without further hesitation, Goku began to eat voraciously, rapidly clearing out the contents of the refrigerator. Well, until next time, the host of the television program waved to the audience. Is that all? That was quite a beautiful dance, the turtle hermit remarked, wiping his mouth. Indeed, it was quite captivating, Oolong agreed, also wiping his mouth. Thus, Goku temporarily settled at the turtle hermit's home, embarking on his martial arts training. In Universe 10, after several hours of travel, Vegeta and his companions had returned to their universe. We are almost at the Kaioshin realm, Kes smiled. Indeed, Vegeta nodded, tightening his embrace. Loosen up a bit, Kes sighed. I prefer it tight, Vegeta retorted confidently. You always seem to imply something deeper, Kes noted. Are you certain this plan is feasible? Ramses pondered. We shall see. The success of the plan hinges on our execution. No matter how brilliant my strategy is, it's futile if you fail to perform, Vegeta responded. Chapter 73. The fusion of angelic and destructive powers. Your reasoning holds some weight, Ramses acknowledged, then asked, by the way, you mentioned wanting to return to Universe 7? Of course, Vegeta replied. What purpose does that serve? Would it not be better to serve as the Kaioshin in Universe 10? Ramses suggested. If you become Kaioshin, our lives would be intertwined, and I would feel a greater sense of security. You ought to reconsider that notion, Vegeta shook his head. If I were to become Kaioshin, I would challenge all the destroyers. Should I be defeated, you would perish alongside me. It seems he might truly be capable of such a feat, Ramses mused. At a loss for words. So, your role as Kaioshin is merely provisional? Chris inquired playfully. Vegeta smiled broadly. Never mind, just help me secure a few thousand more years. And I can essentially recline in our universe. Ramsey chuckled in response. I will do my utmost. I'll seize every opportunity as a way to repay you for your guidance over the years. As Vegeta spoke, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to retrieve the small notebook he always carried. Ramsey was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing with that little notebook? Vegeta opened the book and glanced at the numbers within. 80,060. It's still the same, hasn't changed. Ramsey leaned in to take a look. It hasn't changed. I just fear forgetting, Vegeta replied, placing the notebook back down. I can't comprehend what you intend to do. Ramsey looked perplexed. When my power reaches new heights, you will understand my intentions, Vegeta said with a smile. Reaching new heights? Your power is already remarkable, especially with this transformation that has reached 10 to the 46th power. Hasn't it? In terms of combat strength alone, you are already comparable to me, Ramsey remarked. I am aware that I am still far from sufficient, Vegeta lamented. You possess a fair amount of self-awareness, Ramsey chuckled. Each deity has its own unique combat style. I advise you not to provoke any other gods of destruction, or I want to be able to restrain them. Although you are immortal, the gods of destruction have myriad ways to deal with you. I understand, Vegeta nodded. Until I fully merge the powers of destruction and angelic might, I shall remain discreet. Merging? Ramsey was taken aback. What are you saying? What do you intend to merge? The fusion of destruction and angelic powers, Vegeta replied. Are you joking? I have warned you repeatedly. These are two distinct forms of energy, and their fusion carries significant risk. Ramsey exclaimed. If you continue this reckless behavior, you might end up obliterating yourself. I am immortal. I cannot die, Vegeta asserted. I almost forgot, Ramsey responded. It is I who has granted you this immortal form. There is no means for conversation now. Allow me to test it, Vegeta declared. Summoning a sphere of angelic energy in his left hand and a sphere of destructive energy in his right. Cease this at once. Are you intent on annihilating our universe? Ramsey shouted in alarm. Are you suggesting that merging these two spheres of energy could potentially obliterate the universe? Vegeta inquired, taken aback. There exists a probability of such an outcome, Cui sighed in resignation. What calamity have I wrought? If you bring ruin to our universe, I shall not let this go unpunished, Ramsey retorted darkly. Previously, Mr. Vegeta merely infused a minuscule amount of angelic energy into the destructive force. Such a combination would pose no threat. However, if equal proportions of angelic and destructive energies were to merge, it could indeed give rise to a cataclysmic force. This is an experiment best not undertaken lightly, Kreese added. Very well, let us reserve this for other universes and refrain from utilizing it here, Vegeta stated, promptly retracting both energies into his being. I suppose you possess some sense of conscience, Ramsey exhaled in relief. Shall we attempt to condense a smaller amount? Vegeta suggested, once more conjuring a brilliant point of light in his left hand and a purplish-red point in his right. A mere hint of destructive energy and a hint of angelic energy. Not even a hint should be attempted. Ramsey exclaimed, exasperated. It is but a trivial amount. What is there to fear? Vegeta responded indifferently, scrutinizing the angelic energy closely. I have noticed that since transforming into this form, my angelic energy appears far clearer than before. Indeed, it has become significantly more transparent, indicating that the concentration of your angelic energy has reached an impressive level, Kreese remarked. Glancing over, if the concentration of true angelic energy is 100, yours is approximately 70. What was my previous concentration of angelic energy? Vegeta inquired curiously. Around 40, Kreese replied. And the concentration of a trainee angel's energy? Vegeta pressed on. A trainee angel? Kreese was momentarily taken aback. Previously, I sensed a concealed angel in the 7th universe. It could very well be a trainee angel undergoing trials among the Galactic Patrol there, Vegeta explained. Oh my, you possess quite an impressive knowledge. Even being able to sense a trainee angel, Kreese remarked, slightly astonished. There is nothing particularly remarkable about it, Vegeta replied with a faint smile. The concentration of a trainee angel's energy can exceed 85, Kreese stated. So, does this mean my angelic energy concentration is nearing that of a trainee angel? Vegeta chuckled. You still lack 15, Kreese responded. Thus, it would be prudent for you to refrain from forcibly merging these two energies, previously. Your angelic energy was rather muddled and insufficient in concentration. Ramsey Dao, now that your angelic power concentration has increased, if you attempt to fuse again, hey. I'm speaking to you. Are you merely letting my words drift by unnoticed? Oh dear, it seems Kes has also noticed Vegeta's little antics. One can see the distinct energies colliding on the index fingers of his left and right hands. Vegeta is endeavoring to merge these two luminous points of energy. Run, Kes. Ramsey shouted loudly. Whoosh. Kes effortlessly broke free from Vegeta's embrace and vanished in an instant. Ramsey, please wait for me. Why did you run off on your own? Ramsey is also preparing to leave. In the past, Vegeta's concentration of angelic power was insufficient, and Ramsey turned a blind eye. Now, however, Vegeta's concentration of angelic power has exceeded 70, which is rather alarming. Chapter 74, The Formidable Power of Destruction. One can see Vegeta forcefully compressing the luminous points of angelic and destructive energy together, then kneading them in his hands. Do you not wish to integrate? Do you not desire to be together? I shall act as your matchmaker, determined to unite you. I shall strip away all barriers and place you together. Are you not akin to kindling and flames? Vegeta mused, as he deftly melded two opposing energies into a singular sphere. He kneaded and rolled it, the two diminutive points of light reluctantly embracing one another. In an instant, Vegeta paused, suddenly sensing an immense surge of energy emanating from what was now a unified point of light. A grave realization struck him. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force erupted, momentarily illuminating the entirety of Universe 10. Accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion, a black hole was birthed within this cosmos. Nearby, Ramsey found himself battered and bruised, appearing quite disheveled. Only Kes managed to escape, darting away with remarkable speed, narrowly evading the chaos. In fact, after distancing himself, Kes conjured a protective shield around him. This cosmic expanse had been violently torn open, giving rise to a black hole that swiftly began to absorb the surrounding light and warmth. Measuring approximately 100 meters in diameter. Within this universe, such a black hole was relatively modest in size. Now, turning to Vegeta, he was no more. The proximity to the explosive energy had obliterated him, transforming him into a crimson mist. Swiftly, Kes appeared beside Ramsey. "He is dead," Ramsey murmured, rubbing his injured face. Teeth clenched. "Indeed," Kes nodded. "This fool refused to heed warnings, and now he has met his end." Ramsey seethed with frustration. "If it weren't for my immortal nature, I would have perished," Kes replied. "Hasten to heal me. I would rather not let him witness my current disheveled state before he recovers," Ramsey instructed Kes. "As you wish." Lord Ramsey, Kes responded with a faint smile, directing his staff towards Ramsey as angelic power rapidly enveloped him. The divine energy swiftly mended Ramsey's wounds. In a flash, the blood mist that was once Vegeta coalesced, restoring him to his original form as Super Saiyan 4. Simultaneously, Ramsey's injuries completely healed. Kes retracted his staff. Vegeta immediately turned to face Ramsey and Kes. "Such power!" Vegeta exclaimed in awe. "Continue your antics. Had you not possessed immortality, you would have perished long ago." Ramsey remarked with a scowl. "Precisely because I am immortal, I have little to fear," Vegeta retorted. "You speak with great insight," Vegeta remarked. "Now you understand the advantages of immortality, do you? Do not get too complacent. That last strike did not damage your soul. Consider yourself fortunate." Ramsey scoffed. "My soul is not so easily harmed," Vegeta replied with a faint smile. "What do you mean?" Ramsey asked, momentarily taken aback. "Why do you say that, Mr.? Vegeta's soul appears to be significantly more powerful than that of an ordinary individual, at least 50 times stronger," Kes explained to Ramsey. "What did you say?" Ramsey exclaimed, astonished. 50 times stronger? Is this young man's soul strength not extraordinary? The strength of a god of destruction's soul is only 40 times that of an ordinary person. How could you surpass that by tenfold? Perhaps you should inquire with the protagonist of the neighboring tale, Dragon Ball, the beginning of comprehending the erasure technique of the Omni King, known as Ution, Vegeta said. His pride evident in his smile. Ramsey fell silent, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Kes did not elaborate, mainly due to her uncertainty in how to explain. Each individual's soul strength varies. If the soul strength of an ordinary person is rated at 1, then Vegeta's soul strength stands at 50, while Ramsey's is at 40. Kes did not disclose her own soul strength, nor did Vegeta inquire. "Kes, what is your soul strength?" Vegeta asked. "My soul strength is perhaps 100 times that of a normal individual," Kes replied. Vegeta felt a pang of discomfort. "Do not underestimate the angels," Ramsey remarked. "They are the true deities of this universe. We gods of destruction are merely mortals who have ascended through cultivation. If you intend to compare yourself to genuine gods, you shall be defeated." Vegeta remained silent, recognizing the formidable power of the angelic race. However, returning to the matter at hand. The magnitude of the previous explosion was astounding. How could Lord Ramsey emerge unscathed? Vegeta scrutinized Ramsey deeply. "Of course, I am a god of destruction. Such a trivial amount of energy could never harm me." Ramsey chuckled heartily. Vegeta found this credible. Gods of destruction truly possess immense strength. Were it not for my immortality, I would have perished. Yet, this fellow appears completely unharmed. He is not too far from me, either. It seems my physical training is still far from adequate. I was reduced to mere fragments, while Ramsey remains unfazed. Surely, Beerus must be even more powerful. How many more years until Beerus awakens? Over 20 years? There is still time. I must devote myself to rigorous training. Vegeta then gazed at the vast black hole created by the explosion. What a magnificent sight, he marveled. "You dare to comment? Just look at what you have done," Ramsey exclaimed with great irritation. "I never anticipated that the fusion of these two minuscule orbs would yield such immense power." Vegeta marveled once more. "The amalgamation of these two energies proves to be an excellent choice. Even my Super Saiyan 4th form could be reduced to mere fragments. And this is merely the fusion of two tiny orbs. If they were to grow any larger, they might very well obliterate the universe. I must find a way to study this phenomenon further." Chris elucidated, the fusion of two energies with differing natures is prone to anomalies, particularly when it involves the powers of angels and destruction. Forcing them together can lead to the earlier incident. Fortunately, you only fused a single orb. Had it been any larger, your very soul might have been shattered. I understand, Vegeta nodded. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Kais, Kaishin Gas was instructing the apprentice Kaishin Zamasu. Zamasu, as a Kaishin, you must maintain a commendable mindset. I've noticed that your attitude has been somewhat lacking in recent days. Gas lamented. Zamasu replied, Is it because I lost to that apprentice destroyer, Mr. Vegeta? Gas inquired, Oh, how could that be? Zamasu showed no inclination to concede. That fellow named Vegeta, just you wait. One day, I shall defeat you. I will trample you underfoot and demonstrate what true strength is. Recalibrate your mindset, Gas advised. Destroyers primarily focus on destruction, thus they are inherently more powerful than us Kaishins, and they only grow stronger. Is it too late for me to sign up as an apprentice destroyer, Lord Kaishin? Zamasu asked hesitantly. Gas chuckled. I was merely jesting. Noticing Zama's sudden change in demeanor, he quickly amended his words. Zamasu, it seems you aspire to become a destroyer. With a sigh, Gas continued. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. I shall inquire with Lord Ramsey when I have the opportunity. Really? Zama's face brightened, never expecting the Kaishin Lord to entertain his thoughts. If Lord Ramsey does not oppose your desire to become a destroyer, I certainly will not retain you against your will, Gas smiled. Every individual is born with a position suited to them. Perhaps you are indeed meant to be a destroyer. As your mindset has shifted away from that of a Kaishin in recent days. My apologies, it is my fault, Zamasu said, bowing his head in contrition. While they conversed, the entire Kaishin realm was suddenly engulfed in blinding light. What is happening? Gas gasped in disbelief. Is the universe facing destruction? Why has the entire Kaishin realm turned white? Zamasu was equally stunned, his complexion pale. Is there something amiss in our universe? Gauss found himself in a state of bewilderment, feeling as though he were witnessing the spectacle preceding the annihilation of the universe. Although he had never experienced such cataclysmic events, he and his master exchanged alarmed glances, their eyes wide with trepidation as they gazed into the peculiar transformations unfolding on the horizon. A minute passed, and then, boom, a thunderous roar reverberated through the cosmos, shaking the entirety of the Supreme Kai realm. The sheer force of the sound was so overwhelming that Zamasu and Gauss, due to their relative weakness, were knocked to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. Fortunately, Zamasu reacted swiftly, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. He quickly conjured a shield for Gauss as well, alleviating their distress somewhat. Both trembled in fear, with Zamasu nearly embracing Gauss in a moment of panic. This is absurd. We are gods, one a Supreme Kai, the other a Kaishin. Surely, we rank among the higher deities of this universe. How can we be so frightened by such a cosmic phenomenon? What on earth has transpired? Thankfully, the tumultuous noise was fleeting, and the sky gradually returned to a semblance of calm. Aside from the emergence of a black hole in the cosmos, it seemed that the universe had not suffered significant damage. The black hole created by Vegeta, after absorbing light and heat, began to shrink and soon vanished entirely. What has occurred? Zamasu exclaimed in astonishment. Supreme Kai, should we investigate? Gauss nodded gravely. Indeed. It would be prudent to ascertain whether a significant event has unfolded in the universe. As they prepared to embark on their investigation, a sudden flash illuminated the distant sky with two distinct beams of light, one shimmering like the stars, the other a deep crimson hue. Look, Zamasu. It appears to be Lord Rumshire and Lord Cass. Gauss exclaimed. Could it be the god of destruction? Zamasu's heart raced with excitement. Has the god of destruction perhaps changed his mind and decided to take me as his disciple? I must seize this opportunity. With a gentle descent, Kess and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta landed on the ground of the Supreme Kai realm. Lord Kess, Lord Rumshire, Gauss greeted them with a bow, followed closely by Zamasu, who also offered his respects. Vegeta, unfazed, stepped down from Kess. What transpired in the cosmic realm just now? Gauss inquired urgently. It was nothing of great consequence. Kess replied nonchalantly. My disciple, Vegeta, met his own demise through the energy he unleashed. Ramsey gave a slight shake of his elephantine trunk, clearing his throat. Zamasu, happiness had arrived too abruptly for him. Had that so-called Vegeta, the apprentice destroyer, perished, blown to bits by his own unleashed energy? Ha ha ha, what a fool. However, Zamasu soon turned his gaze towards Vegeta, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Who was this individual? Zamasu certainly could not recognize him. After all, even Kess recognized Vegeta through the subtle nuances of their daily interactions. It took 12 years of close companionship for Kess to identify him. Even Ramsey failed to recognize him. Though Vegeta still stood with his hands in his pockets, there was no doubt he looked entirely different. The only commonality was that both possessed tails. Yet in this universe, many beings bore tails. Ramsey, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, lamented, "Truly, fate has conspired against Zamasu." With that, Zamasu wept openly, his display of sorrow profoundly theatrical. Internally, he scoffed, "How fortunate I am to have reacted swiftly. I nearly exposed myself just now. I must conceal my joy." Wailing, Zamasu feigned deep sorrow. "Why are you crying?" Ramsey inquired. "Although I have only met the esteemed Mr. Vegeta once, we forged a profound friendship through a friendly sparring match," Zamasu lamented, wiping away a tear. "Is there no hope for Mr. Vegeta?" Guas asked, a hint of regret in his voice. Zamasu ground his teeth in frustration. "Why save him? What purpose does that serve? Let him be. It is unnecessary." Ramsey scoffed. He brought this upon himself. Guas, unsure how to navigate the conversation, quickly shifted topics, asking, "Might I inquire as to why you summoned me, Lord Ramsey? Allow me to introduce you. This is Vegeta's brother, Dal." Ramsey gestured towards the Super 4 Vegeta while introducing him to Guas. Guas was taken aback, pondering the implications of this revelation. Vegeta remained calm, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, starkly contrasting the anguished Zamasu. Chapter 76, The Kaishin Examination. Guas glanced between Vegeta and Zamasu, suddenly perceiving that Zamasu was the true brother of Vegeta. This Dal was merely a false brother. "Ah, so it is Mr. Dal." Guas found himself perplexed by Ramsey's intentions in bringing Vegeta's brother into the fold. Vegeta's situation served as a cautionary tale. Those disciples taken on a whim seldom proved worthy. Ramsey sighed. "I hope Lord Ramsey finds solace." Guas was at a loss for words, while Zamasu smirked discreetly. The words of this god of destruction were indeed profound. Taking on disciples without due consideration often led to unsatisfactory outcomes. "Did you not see how your hasty decision to take on Vegeta resulted in his demise? I believe it would be prudent for us to mutually oversee our future disciples," Ramsey remarked to Guas. Indeed. Guas nodded in agreement with Ramsey's sentiments. "Thus, I have brought you a new disciple," Ramsey indicated towards Vegeta standing nearby. Guas and Zamasu were taken aback. "Are you implying that you wish to replace me?" Zamasu exclaimed in astonishment. "Have you replaced me? Do you wish to transform me into a deity of destruction? If that is indeed the case, it would be splendid. I have long dreamed of becoming a god of ruin. I wonder how this gas has managed to engage with such a notion. On what grounds do you presume to exchange my disciple? Your disciple has encountered some issues. Do you deem it appropriate to replace him with mine? Let us proceed in this manner. I shall not press you unduly. Perhaps you could devise a challenge to assess their capabilities." Ramsey suggested that if this individual named Dar loses to your disciple, we shall consider it as though I never spoke. However, should he triumph, I hope you would consider making Dar your apprentice god of destruction. This notion left Guavas somewhat hesitant, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with Dar. He is, after all, far more acquainted with Zamasu. Furthermore, it is worth noting that Dar was arranged by Ramsey, while Guavas, the god of destruction, maintains a tranquil disposition. The idea of being assigned a disciple without his consent leaves him somewhat displeased. "Let the competition commence. The teacher may set forth the questions," Zamasu interjected with a huff. "Very well," Guavas contemplated carefully. With Zamasu in agreement, he decided to pose several questions to evaluate their skills. Should Zamasu indeed find himself bested by Dar, it would indeed indicate that this individual is more suited to the role of apprentice god of destruction. At that juncture, I could readily introduce Zamasu to Ramsey, allowing Zamasu to assume the role of apprentice destroyer. After all, did not his previous apprentice perish? Introducing my disciple to him should pose no issue, correct? You introduce the brother of your disciple to me, and I shall introduce my disciple to you. It is indeed a good thing to exchange introductions." Guavas readily agreed. The examination set by the god of the Kais is divided into 3 distinct sections: combat, mindset, and insight. Guavas elucidated that combat is to be taken in its literal sense, as the god of the Kais is the deity who maintains peace in the universe. While not as formidable as the god of destruction, a certain level of combat prowess is nonetheless requisite, at the very least to ensure one does not fall to an ordinary individual. Vegeta remained silent. Meanwhile, Zamasu was eagerly rubbing his hands together, declaring, "I have never feared anyone in battle, save for that fellow named Vegeta. However, he is now deceased, so I have little to fear." Guavas instructed, "Now, you two shall engage in a brief spar, but do not inflict mortal harm. The victor shall earn a point." He beckoned Zamasu towards Vegeta. Yet, before Zamasu could fully articulate his words, Vegeta launched a kick from a distance. The force of Vegeta's leg struck Zamasu squarely in the chest. With a grunt, Zamasu was propelled backward, tumbling several times upon hitting the ground. Once Zamasu regained his composure, he tilted his head and promptly lost consciousness. Vegeta pointed at the leg that had been launched. With a resounding bang, it transformed into a mist of blood. Vegeta had not employed destruction. He merely utilized pure energy to obliterate the leg. Utilizing destruction would invite unwanted attention. With a gentle push, Vegeta sprouted a new leg, complete with trousers. Notably, Vegeta had also changed his attire for this occasion, lest he be easily associated with his former self. Indeed, upon this visit, neither Glavas nor Zamasu recognized him. It would have been peculiar had they done so. Glavas was left astounded, pondering the vast disparity in strength. This individual named Dar seemed even more powerful than Vegeta. When did our universe give rise to such a formidable figure? Where did Lord Ramsey find him? The previous Vegeta was already impressive, but this one was even more ferocious. Having knocked Zamasu unconscious with a single kick, and the leg could regenerate. Does it not hurt? The astonishment in Guava's eyes was beyond the realm of words. How formidable! Zamasu, among all the Kais, was indeed a remarkable entity in terms of power. Yet, he was rendered unconscious in an instant by this individual. Kiss, attend to that fellow, instructed Ramsey, directing his gaze towards Kiss. Certainly, Lord Ramsey, Kiss replied with a gentle nod, swiftly appearing by Zama's side to administer healing through the staff in her hand. In the blink of an eye, Zamasu regained consciousness, his injuries completely mended. He appeared somewhat dazed. Did I just see a leg approaching? And then I lost consciousness? Let us proceed to the second phase of the assessment, Ramsey stated to Guavas. Ahem, very well, Guavas replied with a bittersweet smile, offering Zamasu a few words of comfort. The Kais are not primarily meant for combat. Rather, they are more a testament to the refinement of one's mindset and understanding. Zamasu fell silent, casting a fearful glance at Vegeta. Is this fellow Vegeta's brother? I shall remember you. Is your name Darl? And do you throw your legs to strike others? How shameless. It is indeed the first time I have witnessed such a brazen fighting style. Follow me. Guas led Vegeta and the others into a chamber. Kurz and Ramsey followed closely behind. Within this room, a multitude of crystal orbs floated gracefully, each showcasing the vivid imagery of distant planets. Guas selected one of the orbs and approached it. This is the planet Babari, Guas stated to Vegeta and Zamasu. Take a look first, and then I shall assess your abilities. Vegeta replied, I am familiar with this scene. He gazed into the crystal orb, where two Babari inhabitants were engaged in combat. Each wielded a wooden staff, battling in a turn-based manner reminiscent of a strategic game. You struck me with a stick, and I retaliated in kind. Ultimately, a barbarian alien collapsed amidst agonizing screams, blood gushing from its mouth, appearing to be on the brink of death. Chapter 77, successfully elected as the interim god of the universe. What are your thoughts? Gervis inquired of Vegeta and Zamasu. Truly barbaric. Zamasu wiped the sweat from his brow. Vegeta remained silent. This planet has only recently birthed humanity, and these humans indeed appear excessively brutal. Gervis nodded, pondering how best to address the situation. Zamasu's mind stirred. How to handle it? As a disciple of the god of destruction, the most fitting solution would be to obliterate them. Am I not aspiring to become a god of destruction? Which of you two wishes to speak first? Gervis asked. I will. Zamasu responded eagerly. Does Mr. Dar agree? Gervis inquired. Very well, let him speak first, Vegeta nodded. I believe they should be eradicated. Zamasu articulated his opinion. Eradicated? Gervis was taken aback. Yes. I mean to annihilate them all, Zamasu clarified. Gervis, Zamasu, is this truly what I have taught you? Indeed. Ramses, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Zamasu secretly reveled in joy. The god of destruction's gaze held approval. It seemed I had taken the right step. And you? What is your opinion, Mr. Dar? Gervis turned to Vegeta. To protect them. To quietly safeguard them, Vegeta replied. If a millennium of protection is insufficient, then let it extend to 10,000 years. Gervis's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration as if he had discovered a treasure. This Mr. Dar is quite remarkable. His thoughts align perfectly with mine. Please elaborate further, Mr. Dar. Gervis was almost exhilarated. Zamasu, however, wore a look of disdain. This fool. I have no desire to be elected as any god of the universe. The god of destruction is right beside me. I must seize this opportunity to seek his favor. I aspire to earn the god of destruction's admiration to become his new disciple. If you wish to be the god of the universe, then so be it. Humanity will inevitably establish its own order. Their recent emergence renders their barbarity entirely understandable. Vegeta replied calmly, asserting that as long as we diligently protect them, I believe one day they will develop their own civilization and lead this planet towards a brighter future. Gervis was overjoyed, instantly leading the applause. This Mr. Dar speaks with such wisdom. His thoughts mirror my own entirely. Where did Lord Ramses find such a person? Whether in battle, insight, or realm, it is astonishingly superior, surpassing Zamasu by several magnitudes. In the past, when I instructed Zamasu, I never experienced such an enlightening sensation. Indeed, Mr. Darl spoke exceptionally well. This is precisely what a Supreme Kai ought to embody. Kes nodded in satisfaction beside me, a hint of surprise and delight illuminating her expression. This little rascal, Vegeta, has truly excelled. I never anticipated he would possess such profound understanding in this regard. It is difficult to fathom that he was once that reckless little imp. It suddenly feels as though you have matured overnight. Well, indeed, you have grown. You have transformed into an adult. Guavas, are you satisfied with Darl's performance? Ramsey secretly gave a thumbs up to Vegeta. You possess great potential, although I have not previously imparted certain teachings from the King Kai. It is remarkable that you have reached this level through your own comprehension. I am indeed satisfied, thoroughly satisfied. Guavas nodded joyfully. In that case, shall we appoint Darl as your apprentice, King Kai? Ramsey inquired. There were no objections, yet Guavas felt a pang of compassion for Zamasu. After all, Zamasu had spent considerable time alongside Guavas. How about this? I believe Zamasu's mindset is more suited to becoming a god of destruction, Guavas suggested with a smile. Let Zamasu be Lord Ramses' disciple then. Zamasu perked up instantly, his expression brimming with hope, his eyes sparkling with affection as he gazed at Ramsey. Please take me in. I long to become a god of destruction. Humph. Does he even qualify? Ramsey scoffed, delivering a dismissive slap through the air. Bang. With a dull thud. Zamasu was propelled high into the air, tracing an arc before plummeting back down. In midair, Zamasu felt his heart sink. After all this, I am neither chosen as King Kai nor deemed worthy by the god of destruction. Thud. Zamasu landed headfirst into the earth of the King Kai realm, leaving only his feet flailing in a reflexive manner above the surface. Lord Ramsey, Guavas was astonished. Such a useless being as my disciple? Ramsey huffed. It is already a considerable favor that he was not destroyed on the spot. Guavas fell silent. Very well, let Zamasu wallow in his own misery, Ramsey declared. Guavas, clearing his throat, asked, So, does Lord Ramsey have any suitable candidates for the position of apprentice god of destruction? Guavas inquired with a wry smile. After contemplating, I believe it is not yet time for retirement. So if that brat Vegeta has perished, then so be it. Why should I take on another disciple? Ramsey chuckled. Guavas silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Have you, the god of destruction, begun to employ strategies? Pray, Mr. Darl, what are you doing? Guas suddenly noticed that Vegeta was dragging the unconscious Zamasu towards the restroom. Lord Ramsay told him to eat dung, Vegeta remarked. Guas exclaimed in surprise as Vegeta nonchalantly discarded Zamasu into the latrine. Guas fell silent, vigorously wiping his brow beside them. Ramsay exchanged a knowing glance with Vegeta. Their cooperation seamless. Now that Darl has become your apprentice Supreme Kai, it is only fitting to bestow upon Vegeta some artifacts of the Supreme Kai, such as the Patera earrings, time rings, and crystal balls, Ramsay remarked to Guas. Vegeta? Guas responded, taken aback. I merely find myself reminiscing about him. Do not concern yourself with such trifles, Ramsay hastily replied. That was too close, nearly revealed too much. You, my inept ally, Vegeta muttered under his breath to Ramsay. Ramsay glared in response. Who are you calling a pig? Vegeta retorted, Your end shall be most tragic. Ramsay wiped away a tear. Guas remained silent. Chapter 78, Patera earrings. Time rings, crystal balls, just tell me if you find this disciple suitable, Ramsay continued. Lord Ramsay, I am quite perplexed by your ability to swiftly return to reality from such sorrow, Guas lamented. As a god of destruction, what is one disciple's death but a trivial matter? Ramsay scoffed. Now, do tell, is he suitable? Indeed, he is suitable, Guas nodded, however. Is it not a tad premature to bestow the Patera earrings at this juncture? Hand them over, why the hesitation? Ramsay could no longer contain himself. Seizing Guas's collar and lifting him off the ground, promptly removing the Patera earrings from his ears. Guas, why are you still being so insistent? Do not bully my master. Vegeta feigned a charge forward. Leave it be, Ramsay said, striking Vegeta down to the ground. Guavas fell silent. Dao, however, remained loyal. Ramsay is trying to take the earrings from you, and you still come to my aid. I truly did not misjudge him, Guavas remarked. I understand now. I shall simply give them to him. With that, Guavas promptly produced a crystal ball and handed it to Vegeta. As for the time ring, Guavas pondered. It can only be possessed by a true Supreme Kai. Let us set aside the time ring for now, Ramsey nodded, no longer pressing guavas. At this moment, Vegeta effortlessly acquired the Patera earrings and a crystal ball. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his storage ring to cleanse the Patera earrings. Guavas, what do you mean? After a thorough cleansing, Vegeta took out alcohol for disinfection, and only then did he adorn his ears with the Patera earrings. Kiss. Do I look handsome? Vegeta grinned. Kiss replied, moreover, where do you usually keep such a large egg? Vegeta shook the crystal ball in his hand and inquired. Surely, one cannot simply place this crystal ball within the storage ring, can they? Although it is not entirely impossible, Vegeta felt it lacked divinity. This is a divine artifact. How could one confine it to a mere storage space? Do you find it appropriate? Kek silently wiped away her sweat. Do you refer to this crystal ball as an egg? Gervis explained to Vegeta, the crystal ball can be retracted using a specific incantation, and it can be summoned again when needed. I will teach you the incantation now, but to truly comprehend it, you may require some time. Thank you, Master, Vegeta nodded. Subsequently, he followed Gervis to learn the incantation. This brat has never called me Master. Ramsey grumbled quietly to Cress. It seems he has never addressed me as such either. Cress pondered. Let us both disdain him, Ramsey suggested. Indeed, let us disdain him together. Cress agreed. 10 minutes later, Gervis smiled. I have imparted the incantation to you. Now, take your time to comprehend it. I believe you will soon be able to retract the crystal ball. I will give it a try, Vegeta replied with a slight nod. Do not rush your attempts. When I first learned to retract the crystal ball, it took me several years, Gervis chuckled. With a snap, the crystal ball in Vegeta's hand vanished without a trace. Gervis' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How did you accomplish that? He exclaimed in astonishment. It is nothing extraordinary. All divine powers are interconnected, Vegeta replied with a smile. Vegeta had now mastered the power of the angels, though his concentration was merely at 70%. Acquiring some of the God of Destruction's unique abilities was exceedingly effortless for him. Vegeta grasped the concepts almost instantaneously. Gervis was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to regain his composure. This fellow is truly a prodigy, having comprehended it so swiftly. Vegeta, disregarding Gervis, silently approached Cress, who was momentarily taken aback. What brings you before me? Vegeta reached into his trousers and retrieved a crystal ball. Chris, look, isn't it delightful? Vegeta smiled. Chris, covering her face, chose to remain silent. Is that all you have? Ramsey chuckled mischievously. Vegeta rolled his eyes and, with a nonchalant demeanor, took out a small notebook, adding a plus sign after 80060. Ramsey craned his neck to take a look. What are you up to this time? Never mind him. This fellow is always so enigmatic. And what about that teleportation? Gvass, why don't you impart the art of teleportation to Darl? Ramsey instructed Gvass. Gvass replied, if you weren't a god of destruction, I would suspect you came here to steal knowledge. Very well, yet mastering teleportation might require quite some time. Gvass remarked. No matter. Ramsey was not in a hurry. All right, then I shall commence teaching Darl the art of teleportation. Gvass nodded, then suddenly recalled something and asked, as for Zamasu, let him continue with his foolishness. Ramsey waved his trunk. That fellow is no longer significant. After all, Yuan-Ti perished from his folly. Gvass, what absurd reasoning is this? Gvass displayed a look of exasperation, yet he did not remain idle. He immediately began imparting the technique of instant transmission to Vegeta. This was the instant transmission of the Supreme Kai. This time, Vegeta found the learning process considerably more challenging. Gvass let out a slight sigh of relief. I was beginning to think you were a genius capable of mastering anything at first glance. Gvass observed that Vegeta struggled significantly with this technique, even more so than Zamasu. Now, that seemed more like the behavior of an ordinary person. There are surely aspects in which you falter, are there not? Gvass feels a newfound tranquility within himself. What is the matter with this fellow? Learning instantaneous movement should not take this long, mused Ramsey. Kes, resting her chin in contemplation, gazed at Vegeta. A brief silence ensued, suggesting that Mr. Vegeta appeared somewhat reluctant to master instantaneous movement. Reluctant to learn instantaneous movement? Why might that be? Ramsey inquired, perplexed. I do not know, Kes replied, shaking her head. At that moment, Vegeta executed a slight instantaneous movement, appearing near Kes and Ramsey, overhearing Kes's remarks. There is nothing strange about it. Once I master instantaneous movement, Kes will no longer need to carry me into the skies, Vegeta declared. Kes and Ramsey exchanged glances, with Ramsey commenting, This fellow seems to have developed an addiction. I am beginning to feel it, Vegeta remarked, before vanishing once more, returning to Gvass's side. Kes held her forehead. momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, those details are no longer of importance, Ramsey urged, his impatience growing. Let us proceed with the plan proposed by Vegeta. Very well. Master Ramsey, Kes nodded in agreement. As she spoke, the crystal orb atop her staff began to shimmer. Chapter 79 Ramsey. Delicious, hurry over. Universe 11. The realm of the Supreme Kai. Just 7 days prior, Delicious and Margarita had arrived at the Supreme Kai's realm. Additionally, Delicious had brought Tispo along. At present, Supreme Kai was training Tispo. Hey, Kai, how's it progressing? When will this fellow be ready for the real world? Delicious asked. He is practically ready, Kai replied. The rest depends on his own understanding. Turning to Tispo, who wore a patera earring, it was evident that there was little else to note. As for instantaneous movement, Tispo was also learning, albeit his comprehension remained superficial. Tispo could only execute instantaneous movement within a limited range in the Supreme Kai's realm. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Tispo was demonstrating instantaneous movement at an astonishing speed within the Supreme Kai's realm. The rapidity of his movements prompted applause from Supreme Kai. Very good, very good. If Tispo continues to hone his skills, I am certain it will not be long before he adeptly utilizes instantaneous movement, reaching even greater distances, Kai smiled. That is excellent. Delicious nodded in satisfaction, immediately turning to Margarita with a proposal. Margarita, shall we commence? Which universe should we target? Currently, it appears that only the Supreme Kai of Universe 10 has recently taken on a disciple, Margarita replied with a smile. Might that be too conspicuous? The delectable Wei Mei murmured softly. Having just participated in the tournament of the Destroyer's disciples, now she was to face the tournament of the Supreme Kai's disciples. One wonders if that fellow, Ramsey, might harbor any suspicions. This indeed poses a conundrum. Margarita nodded. We should reach out and tentatively inquire, suggested Wei Mei. Very well, replied Margarita, as she utilized her staff to establish contact with Kes. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Kes was on the verge of initiating a conversation with Margarita when she abruptly received a message from her. Ah, how delightful. It's Margarita, Kes smiled. Margarita? Quick. Answer it and discern her intent, Ramsey urged. Also, inquire why that Wei Mei has been assisting me in our universe these past few days. Understood, Kes replied, promptly initiating a video call. Sister Kes, Margarita greeted. Greetings, Margarita, Kes responded. Oh, it appears Sister Kes is not in the realm of the Destroyer. Margarita observed through the video, noting that Kes was not situated on Ramsey's planet. Indeed, we are currently in the presence of the Supreme Kai. I heard that he has recently taken on a disciple, hence, we thought to invite Mr. Vegeta for some sparring. Sparring? Oh my, isn't that a bit unfair? Margarita chuckled. However, the winds of fate are unpredictable, Kes sighed with resignation. Why do you say that, Sister Kes? Margarita inquired, taken aback. On our way here, Mr. Vegeta inadvertently condensed a destructive energy, which regrettably resulted in his own demise, Kes lamented. Cough, Mr. Vegeta is truly remarkable, Margarita replied with a wry smile. To condense a destructive energy and end up destroying oneself, what a talent indeed. Indeed, Kes nodded. Did Sister Kes utilize the time ring to rescue Mr. Vegeta? Margarita asked. Lord Ramsey indicated that it was unnecessary. He has become of little use, Kes answered. Margarita wiped her brow. Lord Ramsey is quite merciless. He just allowed that lad named Vegeta to defeat you for a millennium, and yet, you don't even offer to save him. We were already in the vicinity of the Supreme Kai's realm, so we decided to drop by as guests, Kes continued. Through Kes's staff, Margarita glimpsed Vegeta meditating. Is that red-haired gentleman the apprentice Supreme Kai of the 10th universe? Margarita inquired. Indeed, you've spotted him, Kes confirmed. His name is Dar. What a coincidence. Our Supreme Kai in the 11th universe has also taken on a disciple. Margarita smiled. Oh, is that so? KSI paused momentarily. The God of Destruction from Universe 11 has also taken on disciples? What a coincidence. Margarita, please get to the point, Wei Mei urged. Since each universe has accepted disciples of the God of Destruction, Margarita nodded at Wei Mei. Should we perhaps arrange a competition similar to that of the disciples of the Gods of Destruction? KSI was taken aback. That's not quite the usual approach. Traditionally, it would be Vegeta as the new apprentice God of Destruction, challenging the apprentice God of Destruction from Universe 11. That would yield a significant gain over a millennium. Now, it seems we have a challenge between apprentice gods of destruction instead. Is your apprentice God of Destruction competent enough to contend with Vegeta? Vegeta's current transformation has enhanced his power by an astonishing factor of 3,000 compared to before. In terms of energy, he is merely 10 times weaker than Lord Ramsey. Of course, the gods possess their own unique combat styles, which Vegeta has undoubtedly mastered. It seems that the disciples of the God of Destruction from Universe 11 are in for a rough time. Chris pretentiously waved at Lord Ramsey, who feigned a playful prance over, as if he were an elephant with an elongated trunk. What seems to be the matter? He asked, having already eavesdropped on their conversation. Lord Waymide wishes for the apprentice God of Destruction to partake in a competition. What is Lord Ramsey's stance on this? Chris inquired. Allow me to converse with him. Ramsey replied. Very well. I shall activate the external communication. Chris nodded and addressed Margarita. Margarita, let the two of them communicate freely. Certainly, Margarita responded. Hey, Waymide. What on earth is going on? Ramsey asked with a frown. Wasn't it agreed that you would come to assist me? You have not shown up during my absence. There's no need to rush on such matters. It's merely the destruction of planets. There is no requirement to do it every day. An occasional visit to obliterate a few planets will suffice. Wouldn't you agree? After all, it doesn't hinder the development of your universe, Waymide chuckled. Besides, even you aren't working every day, are you? When do you plan to come to work? Ramsey huffed. I assure you, I will not impede the progress of your universe. You need not concern yourself with when I arrive, Waymide swore to the heavens. Chapter 80. Waymide. Good riddance. Good riddance. That's good to hear. Ramsey nodded in agreement and then asked, Did you mention wanting to compete with me? Of course, I want to compete. Just the thought of working for you for 1,000 years fills me with immense pressure. Waymide exclaimed, gritting his teeth. I must reclaim victory. How do you intend to proceed? Ramsey inquired, secretly amused. The issue is, your apprentice God of Destruction cannot possibly defeat mine. Enough of the pretense. Waymide scoffed. I know that fellow named Vegeta has already perished, having succumbed to his own destructive energy. You believe that? I was merely jesting, Ramsey replied solemnly. Then bring him to meet me, Waymide said, wearing a smug smile. Alas, you've seen through my ruse, Ramsey gritted his teeth, cursing himself for not saving him back then. All right, I shall not take advantage of you. Since your apprentice God of Destruction is no longer, let us engage in a contest between the disciples of the gods of destruction, Waymide suggested with a smirk. How do you plan to compete? Ramsey thought to himself, secretly reveling in the prospect. As before, let them engage in a battle. With a delightful smile, Waymay declared that a single game would determine the outcome. How shall we play? Asked Langshi. You have already been at a disadvantage to me for a millennium. It is quite similar to before, Waymay replied. If I win, that millennium of losses will be erased. Conversely, should I lose, I shall owe you another 1,000 years. Which means I would be in your service for a total of 2,000 years. Do I truly lack that millennium? Langshi shook his head, dismissing the notion. How tedious. Let us leave it as is. It would be more prudent for you to join us in our universe sooner rather than later. Having said this, Langshi prompted Kashi to conclude the call. Kashi, without hesitation, promptly terminated the communication. You are utterly infuriating. Will you stop playing once you win? Is there such a scoundrel as you? Call him again. Waymay gritted her teeth, clenching her fists tightly, trembling all over. Lord Ramsey may not agree, Makalita mused. How about a direct offer of 10,000 years? Waymay responded, 10,000 years is excessive. Let us consider adding 2,000, or perhaps 5,000. But it cannot exceed that. What if I lose again? I fear losing. One would presume not, Makalita replied, for among all the Supreme Kais, Mr. Tizpro is undoubtedly among the strongest. Yet, I can't shake off this ominous premonition, Waymay hesitated. Let us start with 2,000 years, if he disagrees. We can then negotiate for 5,000. That sounds reasonable. Proposing 10,000 might raise his suspicions. Waymay nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall reach out to Sister Kex again, Makalita declared, initiating another video call. Sister Kex, could you kindly ask Lord Ramsey to speak with Lord Waymay once more? Makalita requested. Of course, Kex replied. The two deities of destruction commenced yet another round of dialogue. Waymay, I told you I have no desire to continue. I have already won, so why should I play on? Ramsey said with a hint of pride. What about an additional 2,000 years? Waymay retorted through clenched teeth. If I lose, I will work for you for 3,000 years. Am I one to quibble over 2,000 years? Ramsey scoffed. 5,000 years. Surely, that would suffice? If I lose, I shall work for you for 5,000 years, Waymay insisted, tightening her fists. Shouldn't it be 6,000? Ramsey paused. Your arithmetic truly reflects the influence of your physical education teacher. What I meant was a direct 5,000. The previous 1,000 is already accounted for, Wei Mei replied, vexed. 5,000, indeed, Ramsey hesitated. Consider this. If you win, you gain 5,000 years, and if you lose nothing. The previous wager is simply nullified. Wei Mei cautiously reminded him. Ramsey appeared to be in a quandary. Ramsey, consider it a favor owed to you. Surely that will suffice. Wei Mei reiterated. Very well. If you are so keen to compete, let us proceed. Ramsey nodded reluctantly, adding, however, my trainee Supreme Kai is quite formidable. Perhaps we should reconsider. How fortuitous. For my trainee Supreme Kai is also remarkably strong. Wei Mei laughed heartily. Shall you come here, or shall we go to you? Ramsey inquired. Let us make our way to you. We shall arrive shortly. Wei Mei let out a sigh of relief, her smile radiating joy. This fellow has finally acquiesced. The conversation came to an end. With a serious expression, Wei Mei patted Tispo's shoulder. Tispo, I hope you won't let me down, she said earnestly. Rest assured. Lady Wei Mei, Tispo replied with a grin, you are well aware of my capabilities. Indeed, your prowess is quite remarkable even among the Supreme Kai, Wei Mei acknowledged. Nodding in agreement. By the way, I heard that a certain fellow named Vegeta has met his demise? Tispo inquired with a hint of curiosity. Yes, he perished. Destroyed by his own amassed destructive energy, Wei Mei chuckled. Ha! That fool got what he deserved. Tispo laughed joyfully, though slightly puzzled, he asked. How could he be undone by his own energy? Perhaps the destructive energy he gathered was too overwhelming, inadvertently ensnaring him within its grasp, Wei Mei speculated. Regardless. It's for the best. I was hoping he would meet his end sooner. So, when shall we embark, Lady Wei Mei? Tispo asked, already brimming with anticipation. Makarayada. Restore Tispo's stamina. We must ensure a flawless execution this time, Wei Mei instructed. Of course, Lady Wei Mei. Makarayada nodded and approached Tispo, using her staff to rejuvenate his energy. Lady Wei Mei, there's no need for such fuss. I haven't exhausted much energy, Tispo remarked nonchalantly. This time, I cannot afford any mistakes. I need you to be fully prepared for battle. Wei Mei admonished with a serious demeanor. Fear not. I shall effortlessly defeat the trainee Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Tispo replied, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence. Very well, your assurance suffices. Wei Mei nodded and turned to Kai. Kai, transport us to the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10. Chapter 81. Wei Mei takes the bait. Understood, Lady Wei Mei. Kai acquiesced without objection. Everyone, hold on tight. We shall depart immediately. Tispo grasped Kai's hand, while Wei Mei placed her hand upon Kai's shoulder. Makarayada rested her hand on Kai's other shoulder. Kai. Kai chanted incantations, performing instant transmission. In the blink of an eye, he transported Wei Mei Makarayada and Tispo to the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10. Welcome, Lady Wei Mei, Lord Kai, and Lady Makarayada, Chris greeted politely. Oh dear, my apologies for the intrusion. Makarayada smiled graciously. Lord Kai, it has been a while, Gavas nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, Lord Gavas, Kai returned the gesture. And greetings to you, Lady Wei Mei and Lady Makarayada. Javas spoke once more, Lord Ramsey, I apologize for the disturbance. Kay returned the courtesy. Enough of these pleasantries, we are wasting time. Ramsey declared, waving his hand dismissively with a huff. He was right. It was time to engage in something more substantial. Wymead nodded in agreement with Ramsey's sentiment. Meanwhile, Tispo fixed his gaze intently upon the figure of Vegeta across from him. Vegeta was adorned in the attire of the Kaioshin, with two Patera earrings dangling from his ears, unmistakably identifying him as a disciple of the Kaioshin. Are you the apprentice Kaioshin? Tispo inquired, stepping forward. Indeed, I am. I look forward to your guidance, Vegeta replied politely. Humph, this lad exhibits far more courtesy than that fellow Vegeta, Tispo chuckled heartily. Wymead also regarded Vegeta with a keen eye. It was evident from his demeanor and speech that he was indeed more courteous than the other Vegeta. However, he pondered why this apprentice Kaioshin had both hands tucked in his pockets. Did the inhabitants of Universe 10 have a penchant for such a stance? Wymead scrutinized Vegeta once more, yet remained perplexed. Margarita cast a glance at Vegeta as well, but chose to remain silent. Although angels possess vast knowledge, they cannot skin a person entirely upon first sight, especially when that individual is male. Being a girl, Margarita felt a certain reticence in this regard. Moreover, she found this man rather striking. No, striking might not suffice. It was more accurate to describe him as exuding a distinctly masculine aura. His muscular build complemented by his crimson hair was undeniably impressive. What is your name? Tispo asked with a smile. I am Darl, Vegeta responded. I am Tispo, The apprentice Kaioshin of Universe 11, Tispo replied with a grin. Wait a moment. Why does this rabbit seem familiar? Ramsey muttered. Is that so? Wymead replied. A hint of unease in his voice. Perhaps you are mistaken? This race is quite common throughout the universe. And do you not think he bears a resemblance to that fellow Beerus? Ramsey scrutinized Tispo once more, forcibly redirecting any suspicions he harbored about Vegeta. He had recognized Tispo long ago. It was of little consequence. This rabbit was hardly formidable. Even a mere fart from Vegeta could send him flying. Now that you mention it, he does bear a striking resemblance to Beerus, Ramsey mused. Could he be Beerus's long-lost uncle? Perhaps, Wymead replied. Wymead nodded appreciatively. Kaisai and Makalita, two celestial beings, exchanged silent glances. Lord Beerus seemed to be caught in the crossfire of their conversation. It was rather remarkable how these two destroyers of worlds unanimously disparaged Beerus behind his back. However, this was to be expected, after all. Lord Beerus had a penchant for causing trouble, and being the most powerful destroyer did not endear him to the others, who had long harbored grievances against him. Shall we commence the competition? Wymead inquired, a hint of trepidation lingering in her heart as she feared that Ramses might recognize Tispo. What was it you said? Ramses asked. If you lose, you will serve me for 5,000 years. Is that the crux of it? Indeed, Wymead affirmed with a nod. If I win, the 1,000 years of service I owe you shall be nullified. Very well, let the games begin. I have no objections, Ramses replied, nodding as his trunk swayed gently. Wymead exhaled softly, relieved that they could finally get underway. Vegeta and Wymead stood facing each other, a distance of approximately 10 meters between them. In the distance, Ramses and Wymead stood side by side, while Kaisai and Makalita stood together, each grasping a staff. Kai and Guas observed from the opposite side, their eyes fixed on the combatants, Vegeta and Tispo, who were preparing to engage. Quite impressive, Guas. Your disciple's musculature appears formidable, Kai remarked with a smile. Indeed, Guas nodded. Dal's talent is truly remarkable. Is that so? Has he mastered instant transmission yet? Kai inquired. Only instant transmission is proving a bit challenging for him, Guas replied. But he has already learned to effortlessly manipulate the crystal sphere. That contraption is hardly meant for battle, Kai scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully. True. I haven't taught him much in terms of combat, Guas acknowledged. But my disciple excels remarkably in that arena. Kai laughed heartily. The match begins. Wymead declared with a grand gesture towards Vegeta and Tispo. Dal, keep pace with me first, Tispo grinned, vanishing in an instant. Wait, where did he go? Vegeta scratched his head in confusion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tispo's speed was astonishing, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Tispo had appeared behind Vegeta. And the next moment, he threw a punch aimed directly at Vegeta's back. What on earth is happening? Vegeta lowered his head and glanced at the ground. Tispo's punch missed its mark. In that moment of distraction, Vegeta delivered a swift kick backward, striking Tispo in a most sensitive area. A pained howl escaped Tispo's lips as he collapsed, writhing on the ground in agony. Did I just kick something? Vegeta turned, bewildered, to look at Tispo. Are you all right? My apologies. I didn't realize you were behind me. Curse it. I was careless just now. Tispo, enduring the intense pain, managed to rise from the ground. Chapter 82. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta. Tasty, your universe's trainee god of destruction doesn't seem that impressive, Ramsey sighed. Humph. Stop boasting. It was his carelessness, Tasty retorted, adding, and that fellow named Dal was merely fortunate. Ramsey chuckled dismissively. Is it truly just luck? Vegeta simply didn't wish to win too swiftly. How else would he have the opportunity to toy with you? Just watch. That fellow named Dal will soon realize Tispo's true prowess. Tasty scoffed. In the ensuing minutes, Vegeta engaged Tispo in a fierce battle, taking his time to secure victory. Defeating Tispo too quickly would spoil the fun of the ensuing match. After approximately 20 minutes had elapsed, Vegeta finally brought Tispo crashing to the ground, heaving with exertion. Vegeta gasped for breath, visibly fatigued. Do you concede? Vegeta, hands still in his pockets, pressed his foot down on Tispo's face. Tispo gritted his teeth, attempting to rise. With a firm push, Vegeta slammed Tispo back down. Tispo trembled with rage. Why do I feel that your casual stance mirrors that of the one called Vegeta? Ramsey silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Brother, can we please refrain from standing with our hands in our pockets? Are you so anxious that others do not recognize you as Vegeta? Ramsey cast a furtive glance at Wymead. Fortunately, judging by Wayme's expression, he seemed unaware of Vegeta's true identity. How foolish. Vegeta's blatant behavior of hands in pockets, And yet you failed to recognize it? Well, it appears I did not notice it either, having spent 12 years in his company. With a sudden force, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Tispo, sending him soaring into the sky. In a flash, Vegeta appeared directly above Tispo. Another swift kick followed, propelling Tispo back down to the ground with a tremendous crash. Tispo landed heavily on the sacred realm of the Kaioshin, creating a deep crater and sinking into it. What a pity. It seems the techniques of your universe's apprentice Kaioshin surpass ours, K lamented. Oh, it's nothing, Guavas chuckled dryly. Something feels amiss. Given Dar's strength, he should have easily defeated this rabbit. Why has the battle persisted for so long, and why does it seem so arduous? Although victory was achieved, it felt remarkably hard-won. Witnessing Tispo in such a state, Wei Mei's heart sank. 5,000 years. Ramsey laughed heartily, patting Wei Mei's shoulder. Wei Mei felt as though he could perish from despair. And furthermore, why does this fellow named Dar fight in a manner so reminiscent of that lad named Vegeta? What connection could he possibly have with Vegeta? Wei Mei questioned relentlessly. There is nothing of great importance, Ramsey replied with a playful grin. Dar is a distant cousin of Vegeta. He trained with him for a while before I took him away. What did you just say? Wei Mei was taken aback. Guavas also stood nearby, momentarily stunned. Casting a bewildered look at Ramsey. Did you not previously say he was his brother? How has he now transformed into a distant cousin? What exactly is Lord Ramsey up to? No wonder their fighting styles are so similar. The exquisite flavor lingered as I bit my teeth in disbelief. It turned out to be a relative. However, I genuinely could not connect this version of Vegeta to the one from my memories. He appeared entirely different. His aura had transformed, and his voice had matured significantly. In the past, Vegeta barely reached the height of Chris's thigh, often gazing up at her to admire the beautiful scenery. From that vantage point, the view was quite unique. Now, Vegeta had to look down at Chris, as she was relatively shorter. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta was a head taller than her. Whether looking down or up, viewing Chris presented a distinct experience. As the landscape changes with perspective, each angle offering its own charm. 5,000 years, indeed. Lampsey, excited, continuously swayed his trunk. I felt an overwhelming urge to perish. Why did I put myself through this? Why did I engage in a wager with him? Now I had lost 5,000 years. Nonetheless, I felt a twinge of regret. Observing that fellow named Tispo gasping for breath, I sensed that with a little more effort, he might just secure a victory. Such a pity. Suddenly, Vegeta stomped his foot, shaking Tispo out of the pit. With a swift motion, he seized Tispo by the collar, demanding, "Do you concede?" Tispo nodded. "I admit defeat. I can't go on. This guy is too powerful." Yet, he too was visibly exhausted. Perhaps it was best to concede now. I thought that in a rematch, I might stand a chance against him. Still refusing to surrender? Vegeta retaliated with a sharp slap across Tispo's face, knocking out several of his teeth in an instant. "You've got to be kidding me. I concede." With a resounding slap, Vegeta struck Tispo on the other side of his face. Enough. Weiss gritted his teeth. Vegeta carelessly tossed Tispo to the ground and turned to glance at Weiss. "Humph. Is that all? I expected him to be far stronger," Vegeta scoffed. Weiss remained silent, his expression growing increasingly cold. "Hey, that elephant of a god of destruction, didn't you say the Kaioshins from other universes were formidable? How's it that he is so weak?" Vegeta remarked with a cold snort. "You're becoming arrogant again," Ramushi retorted darkly. "It's not arrogance. Their abilities are simply lacking." Vegeta huffed. "You should find me an apprentice god of destruction to hone my skills." "Forget it. What can an apprentice Kaioshin like you do challenging an apprentice god of destruction?" Ramushi barked angrily. "Keep your mouth shut. Don't you understand the principle of knowing when to stop?" Weiss's eyes lit up at the side. This fellow intends to challenge an apprentice god of destruction? This presents a splendid opportunity. Perhaps I could persuade him into success. Should you dare to challenge the internship destroyer, you would undoubtedly find yourself utterly defeated, left to pick up the pieces. A mere intern of the god of destruction dares to speak so boldly. I could certainly make a narrative out of this. Chapter 83, Deliciously Satisfying Your Wish. We Saiyans grow stronger in the face of adversity. You promised to find me a formidable opponent, yet you present me with nothing but a rabbit? Vegeta remarked, clearly displeased. Silence. Ramses retorted angrily. I demand that you find me an intern god of destruction to challenge. Vegeta huffed. Do you believe I won't obliterate you? Ramses shouted. I am the future king of the worlds. You lack the authority to destroy me, especially since I have committed no transgressions. Vegeta stated calmly. Besides, even if you were to annihilate me, I would still seek a greater adversary. You are utterly hopeless. Ramses exclaimed, waving his trunk and calling out to Chris in the distance. Chris, Let us depart. Very well, Lord Ramses, Chris nodded gently. As they prepared to leave, Matey grew anxious. Matey, I am aware of your intentions. You merely wish for Darl to challenge that in turn god of destruction, don't you? Ramses scoffed. You might as well forget it. Do you think I would continue to wager with you? You have been in my debt for 5,000 years. Ramses, there is no need to be so absolute. Everything can be negotiated. Matey chuckled. There is no room for negotiation. Regardless of your words, I shall not acquiesce, Ramses declared, resolutely refusing. In that moment, Matey felt a pang of heartache. You're being rather obstinate. You can't handle the game. After winning a few rounds, you choose to withdraw? Is that how one plays? I challenge you. Suddenly, Vegeta spoke up. Waymay was taken aback and turned to glance at Vegeta. I comprehend your conversation now. You mean to say that this destroyer has come to our universe to assist our universe's destroyer for 5,000 years, correct? Vegeta inquired, simultaneously rolling his eyes at Ramusi. You are a most unhelpful companion. You speak so rigidly. The taste is so delightful that I almost lost interest. Indeed, the taste is commendable, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Allow me to assist you. How does that sound? I am the future god of destruction, and I shall inevitably master instantaneous movement. Regardless of which planet needs to be obliterated, I can simply teleport there and shatter it with a single punch. While I have no intention of destruction, releasing immense energy is quite effortless. At that moment, a glimmer sparkled in the eyes of the attendant. What you say holds merit, he acknowledged. Do you wish to challenge the apprentice god of destruction? He inquired, gazing at Vegeta. Indeed, I shall fulfill my brother's wish, Vegeta declared with fervor. Your brother? The little one named Vegeta? The attendant asked. Yes, Vegeta nodded. What is his wish? The attendant asked curiously. To become the strongest human in the entire universe, Vegeta proclaimed. Excellent, such ambition. The attendant commended, giving Vegeta a thumbs up. So, how would you like to wager? I owe Lord Ramses a favor, which I must repay, Vegeta responded. Therefore, if I win, how about you grant our universe 10 an additional 5,000 years of work? As for the favor, Vegeta chose to leave it for the attendant to speculate. This fellow is shrewd, the attendant thought. Adding 5,000 years means if I win, you will have to work for our universe 10 for 10,000 years, Vegeta emphasized. And if you lose? The attendant asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. If I lose, I shall take on all your responsibilities, Vegeta replied. Did you not already concede 5,000 years to universe 10? I will take that burden upon myself. The attendant pondered carefully. Well, this plan is quite clever. Someone to take on my responsibilities. How splendid, he thought, concealing his inner joy. Are you certain? The attendant inquired. Absolutely. Have your apprentice god of destruction come forth, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. K, go and bring Torpo here at once. The attendant urged K, who hesitated and approached the attendant with a contemplative expression. As an observer, K felt a sense of foreboding. Why do I feel something is amiss, my lord? He whispered. Why waste time? Hurry and bring Torpo. The attendant was now anxious, fearing that the individual named Darl might change his mind. As a mere intern in the realm of deities, how formidable can you truly be? Moreover, I have also witnessed the recent competition. Your abilities are rather limited. Defeating Tispo relies solely on fortune. With a resigned sigh, Kai vanished in an instant using teleportation. Since Lord Waymay refuses to heed advice, what more can I say? I shall dutifully follow your arrangements. After all, it is you who stands to lose, not I. In a fleeting moment, Kai materialized at the headquarters of the Proud team on the Proud planet. The headquarters had recently undergone renovations, restoring its former grandeur. Captain Tobo was convening a meeting at the headquarters, which occupied most of the Proud team's time, primarily focused on strategizing against the malevolent legion. With a swift motion, Kai's figure appeared in the conference room, momentarily startling the members of the Proud team, many of whom had never encountered the Supreme Kai. It was Lord Waymay who had taken Tispo, not the Supreme Kai. Tobo recognized the Supreme Kai and promptly approached to pay his respects. Might I inquire as to what brings you here, esteemed Supreme Kai? Tobo asked with curiosity. Tobo, come with me, Kai instructed. Certainly, Tobo nodded. Following the Supreme Kai out of the conference room, your captain will be stepping out for a moment. You are free to engage in your activities. Kai addressed the members of the Proud team. They exchanged whispers, uncertain of the unfolding events. Outside, Tobo questioned, esteemed Supreme Kai, is there something amiss? Has Tispo encountered trouble? Only Tobo was aware of Tispo's whereabouts. He had gone to train as a temporary Supreme Kai. Indeed, Tispo has faced an unfortunate incident, Kai affirmed. We ventured to the Supreme Kai realm of Universe 10 and challenged the temporary Supreme Kai, Daru, and Tispo was defeated. Temporary Supreme Kai? Tobo was taken aback. Have they begun to engage in battles as well? Yes, it was Lord Waimei who initiated a wager with Lord Ramsey regarding the duration of service for one another. Kai sighed with resignation. Chapter 84. Vegeta's brother? Tobo inquired, how many years has Lord Waimei lost? He has already lost 5,000 years, Kai lamented. What? The last I knew, it was merely 1,000 years. How did it escalate to 5,000? Tobo wiped his brow. Why has Lord Waimei suffered such a catastrophic defeat? That is simply the reality, Kai replied. Is it that the Supreme Kai has summoned me to challenge their temporary Supreme Kai? Tobo questioned. Indeed. It is the temporary Supreme Kai who seeks to challenge you, the temporary god of destruction, Kai clarified. What? Their temporary Supreme Kai wishes to challenge me? Tobo scoffed with derision. Do they jest? Wouldn't that be akin to bullying? By the way, it seems that the Supreme Kai of the universe is Vegeta's brother, Kay pondered. Do you have any grievances with a fellow named Vegeta? Vegeta? His brother? Troppa's expression shifted, becoming noticeably grim. Indeed, Kay affirmed with a nod. So, this rascal Vegeta was also present? Troppa inquired. No, I have heard that Vegeta has perished, Kay replied. Perished? Troppa paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. How did he meet his end? It is said that he harnessed a massive amount of destructive energy and ultimately destroyed himself, Kay explained. Ah. This truly feels like divine providence intertwined with envy of the gifted, Troppa remarked, his spirit soaring. Here, it is just the two of us. Feel free to laugh heartily. We are both from the same universe, after all, Kay smiled. Serves him right. That is the price of his arrogance. Troppa exclaimed, elated, though he lamented. It would have been better had he fallen at my hands first. Kay chose not to respond. Since Vegeta is no longer among us, let us proceed to give his brother a good thrashing, Troppa said, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Then let us be on our way, Kay nodded, instructing. Place your hand upon my shoulder. Troppa complied, resting his hand on Kay's shoulder. Instant transmission, Kay exclaimed, and in an instant, they arrived at the Supreme Kai's realm of Universe 10. Greetings, Lord Whis. Troppa stepped forward to pay his respects. Enough with the unnecessary formalities, Whis replied, gesturing towards the distance where Vegeta stood. That individual is here to challenge you. His name is Dal, and he is the brother of Vegeta. Understood. Troppa smiled and nodded, striding towards Vegeta. Meanwhile, Ramses stood silently nearby, his face dark with anger, trembling visibly. Whis, I never expected to see you in such a state, Whis remarked, clearly amused. By the way, Lord Whis, what shall we do about Tispa? Kay asked, hoping Whis would request Margarita's assistance in healing Tispa. Let that fellow wallow in his own misfortune. Whis huffed dismissively. You are the Supreme Kai in training, Dal? Vegeta's brother? Troppa grinned, observing Vegeta, who indeed appeared more mature than the Vegeta he had encountered. Wait a moment. Vegeta said, stepping forward to drag the unconscious Tispa away. What are you doing? Troppa asked in confusion. Did you not hear? Your destroyer, Whis, has ordered him to suffer. Vegeta stated before unceremoniously tossing Tispa far away, landing him directly in a latrine. Tispa now finds himself in quite an unfortunate predicament alongside Zamasu. Troppa, Whis, why do you listen so intently to such words? Moreover, your actions are remarkably diligent. The flavor of the situation does not seem to hint at any intention of rescuing this Tispo. After all, consuming excrement won't lead to death. Torpo clenched his fists tightly. This fellow is even more detestable than that individual named Vegeta. What did you just ask me? Vegeta smiled as he gazed at Torpo. Are you the apprentice god of destruction, Dar? The brother of Vegeta, correct? Torpo snorted. Indeed. Vegeta nodded. Shall we begin? Torpo beckoned. Very well, Vegeta replied with a smile. Feel free to attack me. Torpo stated with confidence. Then I shall hold back no longer. Vegeta wasted no time, swiftly charging forward and delivering a kick to Torpo's head, forcefully slamming him into the ground. Boom. Torpo's occiput met the earth of the god of destruction's realm with a resounding impact. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his vision was filled with countless twinkling stars. Is this truly the apprentice god of destruction? Why do I perceive such overwhelming strength from him? Lord Kai said he merely won against Tispo by luck. Is this what one calls luck? With a swift motion, Vegeta pressed Torpo's head into the ground, grinding it against the surface while keeping his hands casually in his pockets. Torpo felt utterly defeated. Go. Vegeta kicked him, propelling Torpo into the air. Bam. Immediately after, Vegeta delivered another kick, sending Torpo rolling rapidly along the ground. Onlookers, including the flavor of the situation, were left dumbfounded. What in the world? What is this fellow capable of? Why do I feel his power has increased? He was merely on par with Tispo before. Now he can effortlessly dominate Torpo? Bam! Torpo crashed back to the ground, gritting his teeth as he staggered to his feet, his face etched with boundless fury. Torpo swiftly flew back, reappearing before Vegeta. Apprentice God of Destruction? Merely that. How disappointing. Vegeta scoffed. How infuriating. You have thoroughly ignited the rage within me. Torpo sneered. Is that so? Then let your anger transform into power, and let me witness it, Vegeta replied. Boom. Torpo's energy surged, elevating his power to its zenith. Feel your divine energy amplify significantly. What shall be the outcome? Vegeta remarked with a smile. You shall find out shortly. With a light chuckle. Torpo swiftly dashed towards Vegeta's direction. He launched a punch at Vegeta, who, with his hands tucked in his pockets, raised a knee to block the incoming strike. Is this your attack? It seems rather unimpressive, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Torpo wondered, why does his fighting style resemble Vegeta's so closely? Suddenly, Torpo retreated quickly, putting some distance between himself and Vegeta. I heard that Vegeta has died, Torpo stated. You only just heard? Vegeta replied with a smile. You don't seem troubled at all. Torpo observed. There's nothing to be sad about. Life and death are merely fate, Vegeta said nonchalantly. Moreover, his wishes will be carried on by me. He should be pleased. Torpo, what nonsense is this? Vegeta exclaimed. All right, show me your true abilities. You are far too arrogant. I shall demonstrate the genuine might of a god of destruction. Torpo retorted gravely. As he spoke, a purplish-red aura erupted from his being, marking his transformation into the form of a god of destruction. Prepare yourself to experience a terror akin to hell, Torpo declared coldly. Is that so? Vegeta scoffed. You had best be cautious. One punch from me could end your existence. With that, Torpo surged toward Vegeta with remarkable speed. In an instant, his fist transformed into a streak of light aimed directly at Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta vanished from his position. Torpo was left grasping at thin air, his expression shifting rapidly. Meanwhile, Vegeta reappeared beside Lampsey. 10,000 years should suffice, don't you think? If this continues, he might become genuinely furious, Vegeta whispered, indicating that there was no need to involve Jiren. Indeed, Lampsey nodded vigorously, secretly giving Vegeta a thumbs up. Lampsey had never doubted Vegeta's victory. Even in his normal state, Vegeta could leave Torpo searching for his teeth, let alone in this transformed state. Their earlier struggle against Dispo was merely a ruse to prolong the game, and it seemed that Torpo had indeed fallen for it. All right, Vegeta nodded. Whoosh. He vanished once more. Torpo blinked, glancing around in confusion. Where did he go? Where's that guy? How could he disappear so completely? Even I couldn't see how he vanished. Lampsey's eyes widened in astonishment. How does this fellow named Darl possess such incredible speed? I see now. He must have been hiding his true strength all along. Lampsey's expression changed rapidly as a sudden realization struck him. I seem to have been deceived. I was tricked. Lampsey and this guy were merely acting. Whoosh. Vegeta instantaneously appeared behind Torpo. Right behind you, his voice echoed ominously. Torpo mechanically turned his head. Bang. Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Torpo, sending him soaring into the sky. Whoosh. Torpo became a mere speck in the distance. That's enough. He has already lost consciousness. I have won, Vegeta announced, turning to Lampsey. Lampsey's expression shifted dramatically, growing increasingly grim. You were hiding your strength all along just to deceive me, weren't you? He asked coldly. It was you who insisted on challenging Lord Lampsey. I merely played along, Vegeta replied. Vegeta smiled. Do you have any idea what the consequences of provoking a god of destruction might be? The countenance of Waymide grew increasingly frigid. I do not know. Vegeta remained utterly unafraid. Not only did he display no fear, but he also kept his hands tucked in his pockets, showing no intention of withdrawing them. However, he allowed his fingers, concealed within his pockets, to lightly brush against one another. In his left hand, he gathered the essence of angelic power, while in his right, the destructive force coalesced into a small point of light. Fortunately, Vegeta's trousers provided substantial light insulation, making it difficult for others to notice. You're courting death. Waymide could no longer contain himself and charged towards Vegeta. With a swift motion, Ramses raised a hand and effortlessly intercepted Waymide's fist. Waymide, enough. Are you unable to accept defeat? How dare you lay a hand on an apprentice, Supreme Kai? Ramses admonished. Step aside. Waymide snorted disdainfully. This is entirely my idea. It has nothing to do with him. Ramses smirked. What did you just say? Waymide gritted his teeth, anger etched across his face. Indeed, this is solely my idea. It has no connection to Darl whatsoever, Ramses continued. He was merely playing along in my charade. Ramses, you're quite ruthless. I will remember this, Waymide declared, genuinely exasperated. This is outrageous. 10,000 years. Previously, a mere 1,000 years seemed manageable, but now it has escalated to 10,000. That is a tragic turn of events. Waymide felt a deep sense of foreboding regarding the desolation of his future over the next 10 millennia. How could he not harbor resentment towards this individual named Darl? Were it not for his collaboration with Ramses in this ruse, could he have possibly lost to Ramses for a decade? Waymide, do not let your pride falter, Ramses cautioned. What is just 10,000 years? Waymide clenched his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta, his thoughts shifting. He nodded at Ramses, conceding, I accept your terms. Humph. That is more like it. Ramses chuckled heartily. Remember to work diligently from now on. Enough of your arrogance. Waymide turned away, choosing to disregard Ramses. 10,000 years. Ramses was positively elated. Makarita, let us depart, Waymide called out. Very well, Lord Waymide, Makarita nodded in response. At that moment, the unconscious Torpo plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the surface of the Supreme Kai realm. Seizing the opportunity, Waymide swiftly positioned himself directly opposite Vegeta and struck out with his palm. This fellow is utterly detestable. Even I dare to deceive you. Witness how I shall discipline you. I shall not slay you, but I will ensure you experience profound suffering. Waymay instinctively believed her strike would surely land upon Vegeta's chest. However, a scene unfolded that left Waymay astonished. Whoosh. Vegeta moved with such swiftness that he vanished from sight in an instant. What? Waymay was left in a state of disbelief. This fellow possesses remarkable reflexes. Whoosh. In a heartbeat, Vegeta appeared behind the Supreme Kai. With a swift kick, he sent him crashing to the ground. Kai? How did I fall? I was merely a spectator. Why am I the one being struck? What? Audacious. Waymay seethed with rage and charged towards Vegeta's direction. Vegeta aimed his foot directly at Kai's head. Come here and see for yourself. Do you believe I won't crush his skull in an instant? Vegeta scoffed. Waymay was struck with fear. Kai, I'm completely innocent, you know? You wouldn't dare. Waymay shouted furiously. Your lies are intertwined, are they not? Vegeta sneered. If this Supreme Kai were to perish, would you not follow suit? Chapter 86. Waymay throws a bomb. Waymay fell silent, trembling uncontrollably. My apologies, Supreme Kai. I did not mean it. Vegeta addressed Kai. Kai, isn't this considered intentional? You are clearly intentional. I suspected you were sneaking glances at me. So this is your intent. What audacity! Roxy exclaimed in a furious tone. How dare you ambush a mere apprentice god of destruction? Waymay's expression was one of silence. You dare to launch a surprise attack on me? I shall make you pay dearly. As Vegeta spoke, he swiftly withdrew his hand from his pocket. In the next moment, he fused two radiant orbs together. Whoosh! Vegeta hurled the combined powers of the Angel and the Destroyer towards Waymay. What is this? Waymay was momentarily taken aback. What have you done? Roxy shouted. Everyone, run. With that, Roxy dashed to Guas's side, embracing him as they soared into the sky with remarkable speed. In no time, Roxy and Guas vanished from sight. Oh dear, Kex wiped his brow and urged Margarita, we must leave this place at once. Whoosh. After Kex spoke, he flickered and disappeared without a trace. What? What happened, sister? Margarita was still processing the situation, yet her body instinctively reacted. Whoosh. Margarita caught up with Kex, and together they transformed into two brilliant streaks of light, akin to shimmering stars. What is transpiring, sister? Margarita inquired. Vegeta's brother, Mr. Darl, Kex explained halfway, suddenly sensing something amiss. I nearly revealed too much. Furthermore, mentioning the powers of the Angel and the Destroyer would undoubtedly raise suspicions. You shall soon find out. Kex halted mid-sentence, swallowing his words. What? What is happening? Waymay remained oblivious. Just then, Waymay noticed a peculiar light drifting towards him, soon arriving at his side. Humph. Mere trifles. Waymay scoffed coldly, slapping it with force. Such a trivial thing dares to act wildly before me? Slap. The moment Waymay's hand made contact with the light, the entire realm of the god of destruction was engulfed in brightness. Waymay's face paled, and his pupils constricted sharply. This is bad, Waymay gasped. He sensed that something was amiss. This entity possesses tremendous power. However, he soon realized that the one called Darl was still present, seemingly unwilling to depart. You remain steadfast. What is there for me to fear? With an unwavering spirit, I perceive no cause for trepidation. It is merely a solitary point of light. What is there to dread? That fellow is also present. Is he not? I am certain he has not departed. Boom. At the moment, the entire realm of the Kaioshin was enveloped in blinding light. The point of illumination emanated boundless and formidable energy. The immense force instantaneously engulfed me. As I became acutely aware of the intensity of this energy, I was seized by an overwhelming fright, nearly causing the red nose of my jester persona to fall off. Swiftly reacting, I hastily summoned a protective shield around myself. Crack. Yet, in the following instant, the shield I had conjured shattered into countless fragments. What? I was utterly astonished, realizing there was no time to conjure another shield. Moreover, even if I attempted to do so, I would be rendered inebriated instantaneously. Consequently, I crossed my arms to shield my head. In that very moment, as my arms intertwined, I cast a glance in the direction of Vegeta. To my astonishment, I beheld that the individual known as Doll was disintegrating before my eyes. Are you truly that naive? I never intended to take your life. After all, you are merely an apprentice deity. My sole desire is to inflict severe injury upon you. So you may comprehend the consequences of betraying me. How could you have met such a tragic end? I truly cannot comprehend it. However, there was no time for contemplation. As an overwhelming force continued to surge towards me, gritting my teeth, I braced myself against the onslaught of energy. In less than 10 seconds, a significant portion of the realm of the Kais was obliterated. The planets became shattered remnants. Suddenly, a massive black hole materialized in the sky, voraciously consuming the surrounding light and warmth. Lightning crackled around the black hole, creating a spectacle of resounding thunder. The sight was utterly magnificent. As I gazed up at the black hole, which exceeded 10 meters in diameter, my complexion turned pale, and my entire body trembled. It was nothing short of miraculous that I had survived the explosion. Swiftly, I examined my own body, revealing a visage steeped in tragedy. To my astonishment, I discovered that a portion of my legs had been blasted away. My once red nose had been obliterated. My body and face were marred with bloodstains. I was genuinely terrified. Everyone around me was left in shock. High above, Longmu was drenched in a cold sweat. This was the effect of being in close proximity to the merged divine power. Previously, I had been somewhat distanced from that luminous point of fusion, sustaining only superficial injuries. Yet this time, I had come into direct contact with that radiant essence, even daring to strike it with my hand. It is quite remarkable that you were not killed in the explosion on the spot. Look, Vegeta has been completely obliterated. This fellow Vegeta is truly a formidable character. Would you rather reduce yourself to a mist of blood than allow the exquisite taste to be harmed? Fortunately, the luminous orb this lad has integrated is not overly large, comparable to the one merged previously. Were it to be any larger, the god of destruction from the 11th universe would likely cease to exist. Ramsey silently wiped away the beads of sweat that trickled down his face. It is truly terrifying. What has transpired? Kai was left in a state of shock. It is worth noting that after taking Gavas away, Ramsey ultimately could not bear to witness the demise of the exquisite taste. If you were to vanish, whom would I enlist to work for me for a millennium? Ramsey lifted the fallen K into the air, soaring to a safer region. Despite this, Ramsey remained apprehensive and subsequently enveloped both of them in protective shields. Thus, K and Gwath were spared from harm. Gwath was drenched in cold sweat, and tears streamed down his face. The palace of the Supreme Kai has been completely obliterated. Half of the planet has been annihilated. How could the palace of the Supreme Kai escape such devastation? Were it not for the concentrated nature of this attack, not merely half a planet, but the entirety of the Supreme Kai realm would have been obliterated instantaneously. Chapter 87. The delicacy reduced to ruins. What on earth could that be? Kay inquired solemnly. Has Dardar perished? Gwath had just realized that Dardar had been reduced to mere fragments. This individual is indeed formidable. How did you end up destroying yourself? Was it merely to confront the esteemed Waymeda? Kay wishes to remain silent. The apprentice deity of your universe truly defies all logic. Margarita's eyes widened in astonishment, her complexion shifting dramatically. What in the world is that? She inquired, sensing a fusion of destructive and angelic powers forcibly combined and mutated. Oh dear, how chaotic. KRS sighed. Did you know this all along, Sister KRS? Margarita turned to her. Let us not dwell on that, Margarita. Quickly, attend to Vemite's injuries while I restore the realm of the Kaioshin, KRS suggested. Sister is right. Margarita nodded gravely, swiftly appearing at Vemite's side. With a crack of her staff, she unleashed angelic energy to heal his body. KRS ascended to the skies, pointing her staff at the ravaged planet of the Kaioshin, mending the destruction wrought upon it. That bastard. Truly chaotic. Vemite gritted his teeth in resentment. Simultaneously, his severed legs began to regenerate rapidly. Just then, Vegeta transformed into a mist of blood, coalescing back into his Super Saiyan 4 form. With crimson eyes wide open, he gazed at Vemite across from him. Oh? Lost your legs? I thought this wouldn't harm a god of destruction. Who would have thought it could blow them off? If I condense my power further. Could I shatter this fool? Vegeta pondered, glancing at Margarita, who was healing Vemite. Could it be that Ramusi was unharmed earlier because KRS healed him? Vegeta mused. Looking up at Ramusi in the skies, Ramusi noted, this brat has discerned the issue. Vemite's eyes widened in disbelief. How did this brat recover? He was reduced to mist. How can he still mend? Vemite felt utterly confounded. Bring it on, Vegeta grinned, pointing his left hand, infused with angelic energy, and his right, brimming with destructive power. Vemite and Margarita displayed expressions of sheer terror. Encountering such a reckless individual, I am utterly exasperated. Wait, Ramusi exclaimed, hastily appearing beside Vegeta and swatting away his destructive energy. Vegeta turned, his face dark with irritation as he glared at Ramusi. You better be cautious. Do you wish to kill him? Ramusi whispered in Vegeta's ear. He aims to kill me, and I have no intention of showing him mercy. Vegeta snorted. He had no intention of doing so. He merely wished to inflict a serious injury upon you, to teach you a lesson. Ramsey hurriedly defended himself, insisting. I can truly see that he wasn't being serious. Really? Vegeta cast a skeptical glance at Ramsey. I'm not lying to you, Ramsey exclaimed. Besides, if you kill him, who will work for me for the next 10,000 years? You make a fair point, Vegeta conceded, retracting the concentrated angelic power back into his body. After all, it was quite an achievement to have one for 10,000 years. It would indeed be inappropriate to simply take his life. Moreover, Vegeta was acutely aware that this power could only be employed once. If used again, it might be evaded, as long as the opponent was swift enough. He could not be caught. I must ponder a strategy to ensure that the god of destruction who bullies me falls victim to it a second time. Observing Vegeta retracting his angelic power, Wei Mei's previously anxious heart began to settle slightly. This fellow is truly a reckless individual. Would you care for another round? If it weren't for Ramsey's interference. Hey, Weimite, shall we let today's events slide? Ramsey urgently called out to Weimite. Let it slide? Weimite's expression turned icy. I have been threatened by a mere human. Have you decided to let it go? At that moment, Wei Mei had completely recovered under the treatment of Makalita. Longshi hurriedly flew to Wei Mei's side. Wei Mei, you must understand that your king of the realm is still here, Longshi whispered to her. Wei Mei shivered. Too afraid to gaze upon the king of the realm, Cui Yi. She feared that if she looked at him, that fellow named Dar would likely attempt to ambush Cui Yi again. All Wei Mei wanted to do was shout. Cui Yi, why are you still here? You should leave at once. Do you wish for the two of us to vanish together? Grant me this favor. Did you not say that if I were to compete with you, you would owe me a favor? The taste of Lamb's Road is exquisite. You have already triumphed. What more do you seek in terms of human sentiment? Are you taking advantage of me while pretending to be gracious? Ramsey remarked generously. You've been working for me for 10,000 years. Let us reduce it by 1,000, shall we? 2,000. Otherwise, this matter remains unresolved. Wei Mei huffed. 2,000 it is, but you must still serve me for another 8,000 years, Ramsey nodded. At that moment, Wei Mei felt a pang in her heart. This was utterly frustrating. With 2,000 years deducted, there still remained 8,000. Just thinking about it was overwhelming. Nevertheless, it was indeed a blessing to have those 2,000 years less. She would find ways to gradually lessen her burden in the future. Makarita, let us depart. Wei Mei commanded. Yes, my lady, Makarita responded. Whoosh, whoosh. Makarita and Wei Mei transformed into two distinct beams of light and swiftly exited the scene. As they passed by the Kaishin Kai, Wei Mei coldly inquired, Kaishin, are you not leaving? Do you wish to be obliterated by that fellow? Ah, it is you, my lady, Kai replied. Just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him. My lady, what about Taro and Tispo? They haven't perished in the recent explosion, have they? Wei Mei promptly turned to Makarita. Makarita, wielding her staff, surveyed the area. Mr. Tispo is fine. He is merely indulging in something, so he is unharmed. However, Mr. Taro has indeed met his demise. Chapter 88. Can hatred still be rescued? Wei Mei inquired. Fortunately, Mr. Taro's soul remains intact and can be saved, Makarita affirmed. Kai, you take Tispo back, Wei Mei instructed. Kai wiped the sweat from his brow. Why must it be me? That fellow is in the latrine, and he reeks. Quickly. Do not dawdle, Wei Mei urged. Do not forget, who is his apprentice Kaishin? Kai retorted, I never intended to take on a disciple, you forced him upon me. Now you assert he is my apprentice? Well, Your argument holds merit, Kai conceded, choosing silence as he swiftly flew forward, retrieving Tispo from the latrine while chanting incantations. Kai. Swish. Kai executed a teleportation, disappearing in an instant. I'm not taking you back. You can return on your own, Wei Mei declared after witnessing Kai's vanishing act. Her previously anxious heart finally at ease. She had been keenly observing Vegeta's movements. Should he dare to disrespect the Kaioshin, Wei Mei would be the first to confront him. Let us go, Makarita. With a cold expression, Wei Mei stated, understood. Makarita nodded in acknowledgement. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two transformed into beams of light of different hues, swiftly departing from the realm of the Kaioshin of Universe 10. The entire Kaioshin realm was left solely with the inhabitants of Universe 10. At this moment, Keisai had already restored the Kaioshin realm. The restoration did not necessitate the use of the time cycle. It merely required the power of the angels to gather back the destroyed portions. Keisai exhaled deeply, flying to Vegeta's side. Next time, you mustn't act so recklessly, Keisai sighed. Although you possess immortality, should your soul sustain significant damage, recovery may not be as effortless as one might hope. Understood, Vegeta nodded in agreement. You truly do not allow me to rest easy, Ramses remarked with a hint of exasperation. What did you say to Wei Mei? He actually left. It's nothing. Merely the loss of 2,000 years of work. I exchanged 2,000 years of labor for his departure. Which means he only owes me an additional 8,000 years of service. Ramses laughed heartily, waving his trunk. 8,000 years is acceptable, after all. One should not be too greedy. Keisai responded. It increased from 1,000 years to 8,000 years. Is this what you call being ungreedy? Very well. Go inform Wei Mei that if he dares to launch another ambush against me, I shall retaliate by assaulting his god of destruction. Vegeta scoffed. Though I may not be his equal at present, there will come a day when I will leave him battered and bruised. Ramsey fell silent. This fellow's vengeful nature had not changed one bit. By the way, I almost forgot. Vegeta promptly retrieved a small notebook from his storage ring. He opened the notebook and scrutinized the figure inscribed there, 80060. Subsequently, Vegeta marked through the number with a pen, altering it to 10,060. Ramsey craned his neck, silently observing the scene. Have you begun to recall numbers again? Why has your number decreased this time? Immediately, Vegeta inscribed another figure beside 10,060, 100,000. 100,000? Ramsey was taken aback. Subsequently, Vegeta pinned the letter W above that number and inscribed another letter atop the other figure, 10060. What does it signify? Ramsey remained perplexed. Hatred value. Vegeta uttered succinctly. Hatred value? Ramsey was momentarily stunned once more. This figure represented the accumulation of hatred Vegeta held. The higher the number, the greater the animosity. Initially, Vegeta's hatred toward Ramsey was exceedingly intense. The harm he has inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold. However, after their visit to Universe 11, Vegeta found Ramsey to be rather commendable, especially in critical moments. He had stood up for Vegeta. Thus, Vegeta's hatred value for Ramsey diminished from 80,000 to 10,000. This 10,000 is merely to prevent you from becoming overly arrogant. In contrast, the hatred value toward Wei Mei had soared to an astonishing 100,000. I simply cannot defeat you at present. Once I devise a method to conquer you, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Vegeta harbored a deep-seated grudge. It was evident that despite Ramsey's belief that their relationship had improved significantly, he still bore over 10,000 in hatred value. Let us not dwell on these trivialities. We should contemplate our next destination, Vegeta suggested. Indeed, we must reflect carefully. Originally, it was to take 10,000 years, but your insistence has compelled me to allocate 2,000 years instead, Ramsey murmured, swaying his trunk. It was Kess's doing, Vegeta remarked. Kess? Kess displayed a look of utter confusion. Throughout this ordeal, I have merely been an observer. I only made contact with the staff and Makalita. Why implicate me? I am an angel, maintaining neutrality. Kess? This matter has nothing to do with Kess, right? Ramsey was also slightly taken aback. Why have you suddenly brought up Kess? Kess's remark left Vegeta in contemplation. What does that mean? Ramusi appeared even more perplexed. Kess, I sense you have nothing good to say. Why does your statement sound rather odd? Among all the gods of destruction, the ones I find most distasteful are Beerus and Kampa. Ramusi scoffed. Those two brothers are always quite irksome, especially that fellow Beerus. Ramusi, in comparison to Beerus, who is more formidable? Vegeta inquired. Ramusi, must you ask so directly? How should I respond to this inquiry? Naturally, it is I. Only I. Haha. Ramsay chuckled heartily. What more is there to say? Vegeta, unfazed, proposed that while he slumbers, we should venture forth and obliterate his planet. This left Ramsay momentarily speechless. Let us proceed, Kurz, to the 7th universe, Vegeta declared, wrapping his arms around Kurz from behind. Chapter 89. The Wrath of Zamasu now, with Vegeta's towering stature. The sensation of his embrace felt entirely different. After enveloping Kurz, he stood nearly a head taller than her. He leaned in, his lips mere centimeters from Kurz's face. Just as he had moments ago, Kurz was at a loss for words and turned to glance at Ramsay. However, as she turned, her face inadvertently brushed against Vegeta's lips. Vegeta feigned nonchalance, shifting his mouth aside. Kurz said nothing further, primarily because Vegeta had always been close to her since childhood, though he had once been much shorter. Now, having transformed into a Super Saiyan God, the dynamics of their embrace had transformed. Are we truly heading to the 7th universe, Lord Ramsay? Kurz inquired. Let us deliberate this matter carefully, Ramsay replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Should I confess that I cannot defeat Beerus? Would that not be rather humiliating? You are being too straightforward, Vegeta. Ramsay shook his head. This is not your usual style. We ought to devise a scheme to outwit him. Indeed. Let us deceive him thoroughly. That is my preferred method. I have always favored directness, Vegeta asserted. However, I would rather confront him head-on. That would be far more straightforward. Ramsay mused, while the Supreme Kai, Vados, listened intently. At this juncture, we need not continue deceiving the Supreme Kai, do we? Kurz suggested. You are correct, Ramsay nodded. Explaining to Vados, you may not be aware, but he is not Darl. He is Vegeta. Vegeta, kindly release me. We are not flying at present. So why are you holding on to me? Kurz sighed. Understood. Vegeta obediently nodded and descended from Kurz's back. Below, on the ground, within a restroom, Zamasu finally awoke. What in the world is this place? Is this a latrine? Zama shook his head and quickly regained his composure. He crawled out, looking utterly disheveled. Enraged. Zama's unleashed his divine power, shaking off all the filth that clung to him. Cursed doll, I shall not spare you. Zama's gritted his teeth. He then looked up and saw Doll, the Supreme Kai, and the god of destruction appearing in the distant sky. High above, Guas was taken aback. Is that Vegeta? He looks nothing like him after his transformation. Ramses grinned. So you understand my meaning, do you? Guas felt a sudden unease. Lord Ramses, do share your thoughts. Guas chuckled nervously. This position of interim Supreme Kai is merely temporary, Ramses explained with a smile. What Vegeta and I are doing is primarily to ensnare that fellow, Wade. Poor Wade, to have been deceived for 8,000 years, and yet he remains oblivious, Guas lamented. Such a tragic figure. Thus, you may continue to mentor your disciple, Zamasu. Ramses suggested. So, after all my efforts and training, I am merely dressing someone else as bride? Guas nearly exclaimed. He thought, since Vegeta is no longer my disciple, he should promptly return the Patera earrings and the crystal ball. However, Ramses did not bring this up, nor did Vegeta show any intention of returning them. Guas felt embarrassed to ask. Vegeta also refrained from revealing Zama's future endeavors. There were still several decades until Zama's would journey to Trunks' timeline. Furthermore, with the turmoil in the Supreme Kai realm, history must have already altered, right? Let us depart. We should leave this place, Ramses called out. Very well, Lord Ramses. Kes responded. With no need for pleasantries, Vegeta abruptly wrapped his arms around Kes from behind. I just remembered, Vegeta, how is your instant transmission training coming along? Wouldn't it be beneficial to practice here for greater convenience in the future? Ramses turned to Vegeta as they were about to leave. No need for such trouble. I prefer to hold Kes, Vegeta replied. Very well, let us go, Ramses nodded. Without further ado. Before departing, Ramses glanced at Guas. By the way, regarding Vegeta's identity. Rest assured, Lord Ramses, my lips are sealed, Guas promised. That is reassuring, Ramses replied with a satisfied smile. Kes, are you discreet? Vegeta inquired. Kes responded. Do you believe I would disclose your identity? Kashi inquired with a smile. Is there any need for me to utter what I wish to say at this moment? I simply wish to know how tight-lipped you are. What does it have to do with my identity? I am not afraid of revealing who I am, replied Vegeta. Kashi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Vegeta affirmed. Kashi and Ramsay exchanged bewildered glances, both clearly perplexed. Is that all it takes? Just a mere indeed? What do you truly mean? Perhaps in a few years. I might seek an opportunity to test it, for I have a penchant for reticent and alluring women, Vegeta remarked. Is it because they refrain from being loquacious? Ramsay queried. Taken aback. Loquacious? Vegeta's thoughts took a mischievous turn. How could they not? At this moment, Vegeta embraced Kes from behind, savoring the warmth of her body and her distinctive fragrance. The more he pondered, the more he felt drawn to her. Conversely, the allure of temptation grew stronger, and she became increasingly disobedient. Vegeta sensed that Kes might have already noticed. Why then did she appear so composed? I shall feign ignorance, he decided. Whoosh, whoosh. Ramsey and Kes transformed into two distinct streams of light, swiftly vanishing into the starlit sky, in an instant whisking Vegeta away from the realm of the Supreme Kai. Guas, please return my crystal ball and Patera earrings. Is it truly appropriate to take them directly? It seems there is no other option but to create new ones. However, crafting new crystal balls and Patera earrings will require some time. Guas let out a deep sigh of frustration. Just then, Zamasu emerged from the latrine, his expression cold and foreboding. He had overheard the conversation between Vegeta and the others quite clearly. So, the individual referred to as doll was indeed that bothersome Vegeta. No wonder he was so insufferable. Is this merely his transformation? That wretched being. I shall not forgive you. Zamasu, you have awakened? I hope you are not upset. Guas hastily reassured. Zamasu, do you even speak in a manner that resembles human communication? Having languished in this pit for such an interminable duration, would you not feel a surge of indignation in my place? Chapter 90. The Essence of Deliciousness. Does he possess the power of an angel? It is merely a matter of lacking skill. Zamasu did not overly exhibit his feelings. It is reassuring that you can comprehend this. Guavas let out a slight sigh of relief. Lord Supreme Kai, when I fainted earlier, was there a battle taking place here? Zamasu inquired, feigning ignorance. Ahem, indeed, Guavas nodded. Responding truthfully, there was a wager between Lord Rumsey and the God of Destruction from Universe 11. The God of Destruction from Universe 11? Zamasu's heart stirred. Indeed, Guavas confirmed. His name is Deliciousness. What was the final outcome? Zamasu asked. The outcome was, of course, that Lord Rumsey emerged victorious. Guavas smiled. What was the wager? Zamasu pressed further. To serve one another, Guavas explained, for the next 8,000 years, the God of Destruction Deliciousness from Universe 11 will serve our Lord Rumsey, with his primary duty being the destruction of planets within our universe. Zamasu's heart raced. This is indeed a splendid opportunity. I must devise a way to contact the God of Destruction from Universe 11. Zamasu chose not to elaborate further. After a brief silence, he declared, I shall step outside for a moment. He bowed respectfully to Guavas. It would do you well to take a stroll, clear your mind, and release any burdens. Consider the previous events as mere jest, Guavas advised. Zamasu, I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Is what you are saying comprehensible? You may perceive it as a jest. However, I beg to differ. Zamasu swiftly departed, emerging into the vastness of space. It is noteworthy that Zamasu had mastered the art of instantaneous movement long ago, and his proficiency was quite evident at that moment. With a series of swift teleports, Zamasu found himself at the very edge of Universe 10. He entered the realm of nothingness, and shortly thereafter, his figure materialized within the cosmic expanse of Universe 11. In Universe 11, within the realm of the underworld, Makalita wielded her staff and pointed at the soul of Topo. Instantly, a new body manifested above Topo's spirit. He was resurrected. Thank you, Lady Makalita. Thank you, Lady Wymide. Topo bowed in gratitude. Shall we depart, Makalita? With a resigned sigh, Wymide inquired, you can return by yourself. Correct? Topo nodded affirmatively. Then you may go on your own. We shall not accompany you, Wymide said, patting Topo on the shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh. Wymide and Makalita transformed into two streams of vibrant light and swiftly departed the underworld. With a snap, the two appeared in the cosmic realm. They then flew towards the domain of the God of Destruction in Universe 11. The detestable Darl. Just the thought of him ignited a wave of irritation within Wymide. Lady Wymide is still quite vexed, Makalita remarked with a smile. Infuriating. I nearly met my demise due to that scoundrel, Wymide seethed, grinding her teeth. Oh dear. The force of that explosion was indeed formidable, Makalita acknowledged. However, had you managed to evade it in an instant, you likely would not have sustained any injuries. You make it sound simple. Initially, I deemed the thing insignificant. Had I known it was so perilous, I would have fled long ago, Wymide huffed. Makalita chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. I am even contemplating returning to give that Darl fellow a thorough thrashing, Wymide grimaced, clenching her fist tightly. Nonetheless, Lord Ramses has consistently remained by Mr. Darl's side, Makalita replied. He must have moments of solitude. When he does, I shall deal with him appropriately. Waimide huffed. A moment of silence ensued. Suddenly, Waimide recalled something and asked, by the way, how did this Darl manage to conjure such a powerful light point? It feels as if he forcibly merged two distinct energies. You are correct, Lady Waimide. Indeed, it is the fusion of two different forms of energy, Makalita concurred. What forms of energy are they? Waimide inquired, sensing the presence of destructive energy within. Indeed, there exists destructive energy within, Makalita affirmed. But he is merely an apprentice Kaishin. Where could he possibly acquire destructive energy? Waimei furrowed her brow, increasingly sensing that something was amiss. Perhaps it was a lesson learned from Lord Ramses, Makalita speculated. That scoundrel Ramses. He must have done it on purpose. Waimei gritted her teeth, exclaiming that he had deliberately taught Dal to harness destructive energy, only to challenge our universe's apprentice god of destruction. A brief silence ensued. The one named Dal was no ordinary individual. How could he learn to condense destructive energy so swiftly? Waimei found the thought infuriating. Indeed, Makalita concurred. By the way, what was the other type of energy? Waimei inquired again. There is also the power of the angels, Makalita pondered. What did you say? The power of the angels? Waimei was taken aback. The ability of an ordinary human to condense destructive energy was already remarkable. Yet, he could also harness the power of angels. This was remarkable beyond belief. Where did he acquire such angelic power? Waimei asked, was it provided by Keisai? It doesn't seem likely. The concentration of that angelic power is not high. Makalita shook her head. Not high. Waimei was momentarily stunned. Is it the angelic power of a trainee angel? It is less concentrated than that of a trainee angel. It feels as though it is something he has condensed himself, Makalita reflected. What? That fellow named Dao can condense angelic power? Don't joke around. Waimei exclaimed in astonishment. How could an ordinary human possibly learn to condense angelic power? Yet, it is not outside the realm of possibility. If one were to comprehend the ultimate essence of freedom, they might indeed condense a small amount of angelic power, Makalita replied. However, it would only be a minuscule amount and would require considerable skill. From this alone, it is evident that Mr. Dao's talent is indeed exceptional, surpassing even the late Mr. Vegeta. Waimei fell silent. Just then, Zamasu appeared beside Waimei and Makalita, having executed an instant transmission. Wait a moment, Lady Waimei. Zamasu hastily exclaimed. Chapter 91. Zamasu's betrayal. Waimei turned to glance at Zamasu. Subsequently, she slowly halted and materialized beside him. Who are you? You do not appear to be from our universe. Waimei squinted at Zamasu. I am the North Kai of Universe 10, Zamasu replied. Universe 10. Upon hearing this, Waimei was instantly enraged. How dare you invade our universe? You have arrived just in time. As a mere Kai, I can still obliterate you. With that, Waimei had already condensed her destructive energy, aiming it at Zamasu from afar. Lady Waimei, please allow me to speak. I can be destroyed afterward. Zamasu, with a serene expression, spoke of matters concerning Vegeta. You say? Waimei hummed softly. To my knowledge. That fellow named Dar is actually Vegeta, Zamasu stated. What did you just say? Waimei's eyes widened in astonishment. I learned of this revelation by eavesdropping on a conversation between Ramsey and Guavas, Zamasu explained. It is said that Dar represents a new transformation of Vegeta. Transformation? Waimei pondered carefully, contemplating the possibility. I had sensed something amiss before. It turns out to be a transformation. Makalita's eyes lit up with understanding. As it would indeed be implausible for a newcomer to simultaneously harness the powers of destruction and angelic energy so swiftly, Waimei mechanically turned her head, casting a deep gaze at Makalita. In that moment, Waimei felt akin to a fool. I have been played by that Ramsey fellow. I have been toyed with by Ramsey and that brat Vegeta. How infuriating. I shall not let them escape unscathed. Waimei erupted in fury, a torrent of destructive energy surging forth. Swish, swish, swish. The energy streamed from Waimei's hands like a downpour of rain. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, numerous nearby planets and stars were obliterated, vanishing into nothingness. Makalita let out a resigned sigh. Lord Ramsey is truly insidious. Is it because he perceives our Waimei to be easy prey? Seizing every opportunity to exploit her. Waimei's very essence is nearly stripped bare. Those two scoundrels. Waimei seethed with hatred for Ramsey and Vegeta. I wish to serve Lady Waimei, Zamasu declared. Oh? Waimei glanced at Zamasu with surprise. I am the North Kai. And I have always aspired to be a remarkable Kaishin, Zamasu responded. However, upon becoming the disciple of the Kaishin, I discovered that the philosophy of the Kaishin is entirely at odds with my own. In truth, I am better suited to be a god of destruction. I believe my abilities could guide the universe towards a brighter future. You are a disciple of that Guavas fellow. Waymede gradually calmed down, inquiring of Zamasu. Indeed. Prior to that, Zamasu nodded, but once Vegeta arrived, he overshadowed me. What a wretched fate, Waymede sighed. Fellow wanderers in this world, Zamasu lamented. Who on earth considers you a fellow wanderer? Waymede retorted. You have adorned yourself with false glory, remarked the esteemed Waymede. Might I, as a humble supplicant, become your apprentice in the art of destruction? Zamasu implored. Waymede scrutinized Zamasu from head to toe, a fleeting silence enveloping them. Alas, you are unfit. Your talents lack the requisite finesse to be a destroyer, Waymede declared, shaking his head. Zamasu felt a pang of disappointment at such words. Does this mean I am forever barred from the path of destruction? Given the invaluable information you recently provided, I shall extend an opportunity. Waymede contemplated before addressing Zamasu again. Based on your destructive philosophy, you shall oversee that distant galaxy. If you can manage it to my satisfaction, I may make an exception and accept you as my disciple. Waymede gestured towards a galaxy in the distance. Yes, esteemed Waymede. Zamasu replied eagerly, nodding in excitement. Go forth, Waymede instructed, offering no further elaboration before departing with Makalita. With renewed determination, Zamasu plunged into the depths of the galaxy, soon commencing a thorough cleansing of its inhabitants. You foolish humans. I shall eradicate you all. I am a deity. I am the supreme god. Individuals like Vegeta will inevitably meet their demise at my hands. Zamasu has gone off to vent his frustrations. Whis and Margarita remain unaware of Zamasu's intentions, still journeying toward the realm of destruction. Is Lord Whis truly considering accepting Mr. Zamasu as a disciple of destruction? Margarita inquired. Who would take in such a being? I am merely indulging him with false promises. Whis chuckled, for one who betrays the 10th universe today could just as easily betray our 11th universe tomorrow. Lord Whis's words seemed quite rational, Margarita nodded. Curse be it, although I detest that fellow named Vegeta and long to strike him down myself. I must admit I envy the friendship between Ramshur and Vegeta. Indeed, Margarita smiled. Why do I not have such a splendid disciple? Whis felt increasingly vexed. So, what does Lord Whis intend to do about Vegeta's concealed identity? Shall we expose him? Margarita queried. Do you believe they would confess? Whis surprisingly remained calm. Oh dear. Had you been this composed earlier, Lord Whis, perhaps you would not have been deceived. Margarita chuckled. Whis fell into a brief silence. There is no need to unmask them. Let them continue their charade if they wish. Whis huffed. Very well, Margarita nodded. Even Jiren is no match for that Vegeta, and his rate of growth is astonishing. In this vast universe, aside from the gods of destruction, I doubt anyone can rival him. Whis spoke solemnly. Indeed, Margarita agreed. It seems we must devise another plan. Whis mused, resting his chin in thought. Yes, Margarita nodded. Margarita, ponder this as well, Whis suggested. I am contemplating, Margarita replied. Chapter 92, let us call it a royal flush. I suddenly recalled the plan to cultivate the Kaishans, a proposal you had initially brought forth. Whis's expression darkened. Oh dear. Who could have anticipated the 10th universe to be so treacherous? Margarita sighed helplessly. Even I was kept in the dark. Approximately half an hour passed. If all else fails, we shall host a competition among the humans. Whis contemplated. I refuse to believe that the 10th universe possesses any formidable humans. Are we excluding the trainee Kaishans and trainee gods of destruction from participation? Margarita asked. Of course, Whis nodded, in any case. That individual named Vegeta shall not be eligible to compete. Alas, it appears that Mr. Topo and Mr. Dispo are also unable to participate, remarked Margarita. Our Jiren could effortlessly dominate all the mortals of the 10th universe. Waymede smiled broadly. Isn't this rather obvious, Waymede? Margarita sighed helplessly. Do you truly believe they would allow Jiren to compete? It does seem so, Waymede conceded, for Jiren's prowess is indisputable. We must contemplate alternative strategies. Waymede scratched his head, determined to reclaim those 8 millennia. Furthermore, he yearned to deliver a thorough beating to Vegeta when the opportunity arose, particularly when he is isolated. In the 10th universe, within the cosmic expanse, Ramsey, Kess, and Vegeta soared through the void. Vegeta, do you possess anything there? It is rather uncomfortable for me, Kess remarked. It's nothing. One simply grows accustomed to it, Vegeta replied dismissively. Is it really something one can merely grow accustomed to? Kess retorted. I preferred your youthful form. It was just right for me to carry you. Kess sighed. I must adapt to this transformation and strive to make it my new norm, Vegeta asserted with conviction. Forget about that youthful appearance, Do not dwell on it. Hey, Vegeta, has that youthful form of yours matured at all? Ramsey inquired. It is of no consequence, Vegeta replied. This transformation is sufficiently grand. Why concern myself with the past? Suit yourself, Ramsey said. We should focus on where to venture next. Aren't we headed to the 7th universe to obliterate Beerus's planet? Vegeta asked. When did I ever state such a thing? Ramsey retorted, his face darkening. Humph. That rascal Beerus ordered the destruction of my home planet. I merely wished to confront him with the power of fusion to exact my revenge, Vegeta muttered. Was your home planet destroyed by Beerus himself? Ramsey paused, questioning. Though he did not do it personally, he was indeed the mastermind behind it, Vegeta explained. I could have been the king of the Saiyans, yet here I am, a solitary wanderer in the cosmos. TCH, your melodramatic lamentations are likely to sway your audience. Ramsey scoffed, rolling his eyes. Are you truly so lonely? I spotted your girlfriend on that planet called Earth. You certainly have achieved quite a feat. Having a girlfriend at such a young age. Enough of this trivial chatter. My question remains, will you accompany me? Vegeta demanded. It may not be the most appropriate course of action, Ramsey replied, feeling overwhelmed. If you wish to confront him, I would wholeheartedly support you. However, ambushing him while he slumbers and besieging his home with fusion power is rather unscrupulous. I believe I ought to bestow a name upon this fusion power of mine. Vegeta mused. Vegeta pondered thoughtfully. You certainly change topics with great speed, remarked Ramsey, rendered speechless. Let us call it the King Bomb, shall we? Vegeta suggested. It doesn't sound too appealing, Ramsey replied, shaking his head. Very well, it is a delightful decision, Vegeta affirmed. Ramsey chose to remain silent. Since you have made your choice, why ask us? Now, shall we deliberate on whether to drop a King Bomb on Beerus's planet? Vegeta mused. I would not recommend such an action, Kes sighed, offering her counsel. The god of destruction intends to obliterate planets. There is, in principle, no personal vendetta involved. Is there truly no personal grievance? Vegeta scoffed. None, I can assure you, Ramsey nodded. Yet, it is unacceptable. Should my home planet be destroyed, there would be consequences. Vegeta retorted. Since we cannot launch a King Bomb, how about I take away all the talents from their universe? What do you think? Bring their talents to our 10th universe? Ramsey's eyes sparkled with excitement. What do you think? Isn't it intriguing? Vegeta smiled. When that scoundrel Beerus awakens, he will find that not a single capable fighter remains in his universe. Kes, this isn't against the rules, is it? Ramsey turned to inquire. Not at all. Kes nodded. Then it is settled, Ramsey chuckled, his enthusiasm palpable. Shall we head to the 7th universe now, Lord Ramsey? Kes asked. Indeed, our destination is the 7th universe. Ramsey confirmed, nodding eagerly. Whoosh. The trio veered off course, swiftly advancing toward the 7th universe. By the way, Vegeta, returning to our previous topic, do you have any relatives? Ramsey inquired. I have a brother, Vegeta replied. A brief silence ensued. And an uncertain brother, Vegeta added. How can you have a brother and still be uncertain? Ramsey asked. Perplexed. I merely overheard my father mention a brother in conversation with others, yet I have never heard anyone else speak of it, hence my uncertainty. Vegeta replied. In truth, he had never heard his father mention anything about a brother. The reason Vegeta alluded to an uncertain brother was due to the character's presence in a fan-made comic. It seems to be a plot derived from Dragon Ball Super, potentially encompassing elements from Dragon Ball GT, which is recognized as an official fan work. However, characters from other fan comics may not necessarily appear. The uncertain brother Vegeta referred to is named Reg, hailing from the fan comic Dragon Ball New Era. Reg was born with an astounding battle power of 50,000, and his normal state is that of a Super Saiyan 4. Such an impressive being. One wonders if he truly exists. Do you know his name? If you do, perhaps Kes could locate him. Ramses inquired. Since you wish to relocate everyone from the 7th universe to our 10th universe, why not bring your family along as well? Chapter 93, Emptying Beerus's Universe. There are many people on Earth in the 7th universe. Are you suggesting we transfer the entire planet to the 10th universe? Is that even feasible? Vegeta asked. Ramses, your ambition is truly remarkable. Kes let out a resigned sigh. Kes, is it beyond your capabilities as well? Vegeta whispered into Kes's ear. His breath warm against her skin, causing a tingling sensation. You needn't be so close. I can hear you perfectly well, Kes replied. When I embrace you. I can only be this near, Vegeta chuckled. Do as you wish, Kes shook her head, explaining, translocating a mere planet poses no challenge. Even the Supreme Kai can accomplish it with ease. However, Relocating this planet while ensuring the survival of its inhabitants is an immensely daunting task. Firstly, one must identify a suitable star system, one that mirrors Earth's environment and the cosmos. The search for such a place is anything but simple. Given the vastness of the universe, locating a star system conducive to human life may take an exceedingly long time. Then let us transport the entire galaxy that houses Earth. Vegeta suggested. Yes, Lamsey, your reach extends all the way to the Milky Way. Such a grand gesture, indeed. Ahem, let us not dwell on the galaxy. It leaves me rather perplexed. I would still find it acceptable if you were to relocate the Earth. You possess quite the audacity. Intending to relocate the entire galaxy that houses Earth. Do you comprehend the vastness of the galaxy? Ramusi remarked with a scowl. Indeed, Vegeta replied. Are you not the god of destruction? It is said that the god of destruction is omnipotent. Let us discuss further. Ramusi wiped the sweat from his brow. I am the god of destruction. However, asking me to move an entire galaxy is simply beyond my capabilities. It can be done, Kes interjected suddenly. Kes, are you capable of such a feat? Ramusi inquired, taken aback. I cannot do it, but the Eternal Dragon can accomplish it, Kes responded with a slight smile. Ah, the Super Dragon Balls. The Eternal Dragon can undoubtedly achieve that. Ramusi exclaimed, laughing heartily. Let us embark on a quest for the Super Dragon Balls. However, once wishes are granted, the Super Dragon Balls will turn to stone for a year, and we must wait for approximately a year for them to restore, Kes informed. Then we shall wait a year before transferring the galaxy containing Earth to the 10th universe, shall we not? Ramusi suggested. That is acceptable, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Now, let us first relocate other individuals you deem useful, Ramusi proposed. After a brief silence, Ramusi cheerfully declared, while that fellow Beerus remains in slumber, let us clear his universe. Hours later, the trio of Vegeta, Ramusi, and Kes appeared in the cosmic expanse of the 7th universe. Your brother's name is Regu, correct? Ramusi asked. Kes. Please check for a person named Regu. Certainly, Lord Ramusi, Kes replied, her staff glowing as she swiftly initiated her search across the universe. Oh, I just remembered. See if there is a planet known as Planet Bimbi, Vegeta added. Planet Bimbi? Kes nodded. Having a specific planet will certainly facilitate our search. She promptly utilized her crystal ball to locate Planet Bimbi. 10 seconds later, she exclaimed, found it. There is indeed a Planet Bimbi, situated nearly at the universe's edge. The environment appears somewhat harsh, and there is indeed an individual named Regu residing there. With a wave of her staff, Kes projected an image. Vegeta leaned closer to observe. The image revealed a long-haired individual, bearing a striking resemblance to Raditz, a 10 out of 10 similarity, given their shared long hair. Moreover, Regu sported a red tail. Oh dear, this Regu fellow bears an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta in his current form, Kes remarked playfully. Is he also a Super Saiyan 4? Indeed, that is your brother. Ramusi affirmed. Shall we bring him to our 10th universe? Very well, Vegeta nodded. Let us set forth. With a grand gesture, Rangzi summoned forth 2 figures, which transformed into streams of distinct colors, swiftly advancing towards the planet Bimbi. Bimbi, a world characterized by its harsh environment, frequently experienced sandstorms, and its human inhabitants were exceedingly sparse. In the courtyard of the Reg family, Reg and his wife Supali stood together, gazing skyward. The sky was unusually dim, shrouded in swirling dust. On such a desolate planet, Reg felt little inclination to assert dominion. Over the past decade, he pondered the fate of Vegeta. If all proceeds as expected, he remarked gravely, your brother should soon ascend to the throne. Supali responded, indeed, but father is rather biased. Reg clenched his teeth in frustration. Why must I be exiled to such a remote world? Perhaps the king fears your formidable combat prowess, Supali sighed. I shall return one day and make father and Vegeta pay dearly, Reg declared through gritted teeth. Alas, the technology of this planet is woefully primitive, Supali lamented. Shaking her head, our spacecraft sustained damage upon landing due to a collision. Escaping this planet seems exceedingly difficult. We must devise a means to leave, Reg insisted. Yes, I will see if I can repair the ship, Supali replied. Reg, your strength has significantly increased. I believe that once you return to Vegeta, claiming the throne will be effortless. Even the tyrant Frieza would pose no challenge. Frieza is of no consequence, Reg scoffed, a disdainful smile crossing his face. By the age of 7, my power already surpassed his. Truly, you are the finest prince among the Saiyans, Supali praised with a smile. As they conversed, 2 streams of vibrant light streaked across the horizon. What is that? Supali exclaimed, startled by the sight. Reg also noticed the luminous trails. but the distance and turbulent weather obscured his view. Could it be a spacecraft? Sapali said, excitement bubbling within her. If it is, that would be splendid. Reg's face lit up with hope. Then we could finally depart from this planet. Yet, I wonder what brings a spacecraft to such a desolate place. Let us investigate. Reg transformed into a golden streak and soared into the sky. Wait for me, Sapali cried, hastily pursuing him. Chapter 94, The Ancient Scion. Reg high above, Kes remarked, Vegeta. That is your brother, Reg. I see, Vegeta nodded. It appears your brother possesses quite a formidable energy level. Ramsey sighed. Contemplating that nurturing and continuing to pursue the delightful taste of mischief seemed a rather splendid choice. Do you believe my normal state can surpass his? Vegeta inquired. Normal state? Ramsey blinked, asking, are you intending to battle your brother? Not to fight him, but to torment him. Vegeta grinned widely. With a sudden movement, Vegeta transformed back into his normal state. You all may watch from above, he declared, instantly becoming a streak of light, racing downwards towards Reg. Ramsey remarked. This lad is quite ruthless, even intent on bullying his own brother. Mr. Reg possesses formidable energy, his apparent strength rivaling that of Mr. Tofu, Kes added. However, it seems he harbors considerable resentment. Surviving in such an environment without grievances would be peculiar, Ramsey observed, unfazed. Reg swiftly ascended, only to suddenly see a figure in the sky, a small child with a tail. Who is that? Is it a Saiyan? Reg was taken aback. The child with the tail drew closer, and Reg soon recognized Vegeta. After all, the current Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to King Vegeta. Their hairstyles were identical. Reg felt an unexpected wave of joy. Vegeta? My brother. What brings you here? He exclaimed. Take this. Vegeta, with his hands in his pockets, kicked towards Reg. Humph. Reg sneered. You think you can defeat your brother? How laughable. In the next moment, Vegeta's kick landed on Reg's arm, which Reg easily blocked. With a swift retreat, Vegeta created some distance between them. Not bad, Reg, he smiled slightly. You're the first to withstand my kick without falling. Vegeta. Reg gritted his teeth. Is it truly you? Did father inform you of my existence? I happened to hear about it, so I came to see you. I never expected you to still be alive, Vegeta replied with a smile. Humph, I'm not so easy to kill. Reg scoffed, furrowing his brow as he looked at Vegeta. But wait, why are you still so short? You're nearly 18, right? Typically, Saiyans mature around the age of 15. Just like me. True royalty only experiences significant growth between 18 and 20. Such nonsense, Vegeta asserted confidently. Reg coldly snorted, gesturing towards his own nose with his thumb, declaring, I, Reg, am the true royal bloodline of the Saiyans. I am the rightful king of the Saiyan future. Continue to indulge in your lofty dreams, sighed Vegeta. Your planet has been destroyed, and you still consider yourself a king. What did you say? The Vegeta planet has been destroyed? Reg was taken aback for a full 10 seconds. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. That scoundrel Frieza obliterated it. Ha ha ha. What a fitting retribution. Reg laughed heartily. Laugh while you can. Soon enough, you shall weep, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. I understand now. You approached me seeking assistance to defeat Frieza, did you not? Reg grasped the situation. No. I sought you merely to thrash you, Vegeta retorted. My dear brother, do you realize whom you are addressing? Reg chuckled. Have you forgotten your own identity? Vegeta laughed. It is indeed splendid to see you here, Vegeta, Reg replied with a smile. I initially thought our father would keep my existence a secret from you. I never anticipated he would divulge it. Continue, Vegeta urged, unhurried to attack. I await your silent posturing, only to subsequently trample you beneath my feet. Just then, Reg's wife, Sapari, soared into the sky and immediately spotted Vegeta standing opposite Reg. Prince Vegeta? Sapari was momentarily stunned. Reg, are we dreaming? How has Vegeta come to this planet? This is no dream. It is all quite real, Reg replied with a smile. How wonderful, Sapari exclaimed, filled with excitement. You must be the sister-in-law? Vegeta glanced at Sapari. I must admit, sister-in-law, you are rather beautiful. You possess a certain femininity. Your figure could easily score above 97, and your looks, I would estimate, no less than 96. If Bulma, Bardock, and Kaiatsu are perfect 10s, then you are not far behind. Vegeta had previously thought Sapari might be unattractive, as the illustrations in that fan comic depicted her poorly, primarily due to the unappealing art style. However, seeing her in person, he found her quite appealing. Nothing surpasses dumplings, Vegeta murmured to himself while gazing at Sapari. Sapari, puzzled, displayed a face full of questions. What dumplings? Reg was equally bewildered. What are you talking about? Reg. Would you care to dye your hair green? Vegeta inquired. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Green hair is the hallmark of the legendary Super Saiyan. Reg replied nonchalantly. Vegeta, I can't converse with you any longer. Are you unaware of the meaning of green? In due time, you shall come to understand. Should I become a traitor like Chao? No, I shall not embrace such treachery. I merely hold a pure affection for my sister-in-law. She is truly admirable. Vegeta promptly bowed to Suppari. Suppari? What kind of greeting is that? What do we have to discuss? Suppari let out a scoff, showing no intention of acknowledging Vegeta. Such a little brat, calling me so endearingly. High above, to be precise, in the elevated layers of clouds, Kess and Ramsey floated. Looking down with a commanding view, they observed Vegeta's behavior closely. The audacity of this boy, kicking his own brother upon arrival. Fortunately, he refrained from sending his leg flying. Ramsey mused. Yet, he seemed rather courteous to his brother's wife. Perhaps that is a characteristic of their lineage, Kess speculated. Is that so? Ramsey inquired, momentarily taken aback. Nodding thoughtfully. Is the trait of this lineage to exhibit politeness towards the brother's wife? That does not seem entirely unreasonable. Chapter 95. The concentration of angelic power increases by 5. As you are aware, Saiyans assess their battle power immediately upon birth, determining their potential. Reg spoke to himself. Do you know what our father's reaction was when he saw my battle power at birth? You should have seen his expression. It was truly remarkable. Do tell. Vegeta replied with a smile. I enjoy watching you feign superiority in silence. I believe you can outdo me in that regard. Henceforth, you shall take the lead, while I remain your steadfast support. Do you know what my battle power was at birth? The number will astound you. Reg chuckled, slowly extending 5 fingers. Ah. So it was merely 5, just a tad stronger than that fellow named Kakarot, whose battle power was only 2, Vegeta remarked. How could you get this so wrong? Fool. It's not just 5, it's 50,000. 50,000. Do you comprehend? Reg exclaimed, his voice booming. Fine, 50,000 it is. Why are you getting so worked up? Vegeta retorted. Reg panted heavily, frustrated by the insolence of this insolent child. You have yet to grasp the true strength of your brother. Sapali interjected. Vegeta. Let me enlighten you. Your brother is the genuine legendary warrior. The mightiest Saiyan in the universe, an ancient class Saiyan. He is the rightful heir to the throne of the future Saiyan King. Legendary warrior? Vegeta paused momentarily, taken aback. I have dabbled in legends, but as a mage. Not as a warrior. I cannot fathom your words. Suppali's chest heaved in agitation. Your frustration is quite a sight to behold, Vegeta remarked with a hint of amusement. Suppali clenched his teeth, realizing he had been provoked by this impudent child. However, upon remembering that he was merely a child, he felt that anger was unwarranted. Your father went to great lengths to conceal everything about your brother from Frieza, Suppali continued. Meanwhile, you revel in luxury on planet Vegeta. The true prince was forced to come to this desolate planet. Do you have any idea how much we despise you? We even awaken from nightmares about it. Indeed. That is our reality, Vegeta, Reg nodded. From the moment I began to remember, I have loathed you. We were born on the same day. I know our father well. He deemed you more manageable, which is why he kept you on planet Vegeta to bask in opulence while he discarded me like refuse. Vegeta coughed. Are you two mistaken? You should be directing your animosity towards our father. He sighed. These two fools. What good is your hatred towards me? It's akin to an assassin aiming to kill a gravely injured man, only to slay the doctor instead. You should confront him. Why are you bothering the doctor? Vegeta believes that these two are truly implying this. Well, I have expressed most of my thoughts. Now, let the execution of my vengeance commence. Reg lightly chuckled, gazing at Vegeta, and asked, do you prefer ground battles or aerial combat? Sister-in-law, do you favor aerial skirmishes or terrestrial confrontations? Or perhaps another arena altogether? Such as the bed, the bushes, or the office? Vegeta turned to inquire of Suppali. Suppali retorted, that insufferable little rascal. Wait a moment. He is no longer a child. He shares the same birth date as Reg. Yet, why does he appear so diminutive? He resembles a mere child. Reg, why do you always tease my wife? Saiyans do not engage in such frivolities. Since you are reluctant to make a choice, I shall make one for you. Reg, with a scoff, declared, let us battle in the skies. Very well, Vegeta nodded, and now I shall reveal to you a realm that you shall never attain. A realm I can never reach? Reg was taken aback. Vegeta inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. Suddenly, with a snap, Vegeta's energy vanished completely. What? Why have you dissipated your aura? Reg asked, astonished. Come on. Feel free to attack. Vegeta beckoned to Reg. Above in the sky, the boy Vegeta left Ramsey in a state of shock. My goodness. Is that not the power of the angels at play? Kes was also slightly surprised. Having not anticipated that his normal angelic energy concentration had risen to a level of 45. Is this fellow even human? Ramsey gritted his teeth. I have never seen him train. Perhaps it is the residual energy from his previous training, Kes speculated. By the way, does Vegeta still consume that substance known as super divine water? Ramsey inquired. He stopped drinking it 3 years ago. Kes shook his head. He had truly reached his limit. True. I thought that substance would enable him to continuously elevate his energy, Ramsey lamented, yet in truth, his energy has already reached its zenith, transforming towards divine power. Indeed. Kes nodded. It seems Vegeta intends to utilize angelic skills to challenge his brother. Ramsey fell silent, intently observing the impending confrontation between Vegeta and Reg. Reg's expression grew serious as well. At this moment, Reg was quite astonished, for he could not sense any trace of Vegeta's aura. It was as if Vegeta had vanished into thin air. Yet, he remained suspended in place, devoid of any breath. How peculiar. This time, Vegeta extended his hands. Not due to Reg's overwhelming strength, but rather because he desired to stretch them after keeping them tucked away for so long. Even pockets have their limits. Furthermore, Vegeta intended to engage in combat utilizing pure angelic power. Angels possess their own unique fighting style, distinct from that of the gods of destruction. The angelic combat method can be likened to a form of effortless mastery, while the gods of destruction employ a self-mastery approach. Stop your pretentious antics, Reg bellowed, unleashing a torrent of energy. Whoosh. Reg charged towards the direction of Vegeta, unleashing a swift punch. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, evading the oncoming strike with remarkable grace. Thud. He thrust his knee upward, landing a solid blow to Reg's abdomen. A cry of anguish escaped Reg's lips. Chapter 96, Vegeta's Ultimate Mastery. Thud. Vegeta followed with a powerful kick, striking directly at Reg's lower back. Reg yelped in pain, losing his balance midair. In a flash, Vegeta appeared directly above Reg. His small hand descending with force, a surge of formidable angelic power enveloping Reg. Boom. Reg's body spiraled out of control, plummeting to the ground below, shattering their house into rubble. While angelic power possesses the ability to heal and repair damaged materials, its offensive force is equally formidable. Indeed. Angelic power is a versatile energy capable of transformation across various domains, such as fire, ice, healing, magic, offense, and defense. This exemplifies the strength of angelic power. Consider that Vegeta's current concentration of angelic power has reached only 70, yet it already surpasses the realm of destructive force. Reg. Supali's expression turned pale as she swiftly flew downward. In a flash, Vegeta intercepted her path, blocking her way. Step aside, Supali commanded coldly. I have never struck a woman, but your repeated insolence leaves me no choice. Vegeta huffed. What do you intend to do? Supali asked, a hint of fear creeping into her voice. Destruction. Vegeta pointed at Supali from a distance. Crack. Her armor shattered instantly. Ramsey, Kes, is this how destruction is wielded? Ramsey nearly roared in disbelief. What I taught you about destruction, and you merely damaged her clothing. Is there anyone so shameless? Kes shook her head in disapproval. Yet, one must admit, Vegeta's sister-in-law possesses a commendable figure, Ramsey pondered. Kes rolled her eyes. Ramsey, have you been led astray by Vegeta? Supali shivered as she realized her attire had vanished. Unperturbed, Vegeta pulled out his phone, capturing several photos of Supali. You may leave now, he stated. Supali, in a state of panic, hastily shielded her body with her arm and fled the scene. She descended into the ruins below in search of clothing. How shameless. And to think they even destroyed her attire. But what technique did Vegeta employ to obliterate my garments? It seemed something related to destruction. What could it possibly be? Before long, Supali arrived at her home, and upon witnessing the devastation, she immediately covered her face and wept. Her home lay in ruins. The very center was marked by a gaping crater where Reg lay. Reg. Supali swiftly flew over, appearing at Reg's side and pulling him from the pit. Reg clenched his teeth, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. That wretched Vegeta. How can he be so powerful? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Reg seethed inwardly. As they spoke, Reg suddenly sensed something amiss. Where is your clothing? He inquired, casting an expectant glance at Supali. Supali stammered, uncertain of how to explain. If I say my clothes were destroyed by your brother, what would you think? Now is not the time for such nonsense. Reg retorted angrily. Are you really thinking about that now? Supali replied, I didn't say anything. I know you relish excitement, but this is hardly the moment. Reg, gritting his teeth, insisted. That's not what I meant. Then what about your clothes? Reg pressed, his expression darkening. Last time I had a fever. You mentioned wanting to feel the temperature of the heating rod. Supali exclaimed, could you refrain from discussing such matters at this time? The battle is not yet over. Are you now contemplating the damage to the heating rod? Reg thundered. Supali muttered under her breath, damaged? No wonder he is so irritable. Move aside. Put your clothes on properly. Don't let anyone see you. Reg commanded coldly. I intend to teach that brat a lesson, even if it means reducing him to ashes. Supali replied, I've already made it abundantly clear to Vegeta. Moreover, he brought out a peculiar device that seemed to be for capturing images. In a flash, Reg steadied himself and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. In but an instant, he found himself at a high altitude, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta effortlessly evaded every strike. Reg panted heavily. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. He was utterly astonished. Why can't I land a hit on him? My speed is already quite impressive, yet nothing seems to work before him. What on earth is happening? What trick is this? Reg stared at Vegeta and inquired. Ultra Instinct, Vegeta replied with a smile. Can Vegeta truly master Ultra Instinct? Certainly. After training alongside was for such an extended period, it would be absurd to think he could not attain this skill. However, Vegeta has yet to achieve the transformation akin to Goku's future self. In truth, Ultra Instinct is a technique, while Goku's silvery-haired transformation merely facilitates the execution of Ultra Instinct. Vegeta, on the other hand, follows a path that embodies the true essence of angelic power. Thus, even in his normal state, he can wield Ultra Instinct. It is noteworthy that in the manga version of Dragon Ball Super, Goku eventually learns to utilize Ultra Instinct in his normal form, although his mastery is still lacking. Vegeta first acquired the angelic power and then executed Ultra Instinct under its influence. Therefore, it is indeed peculiar that Reg could contend against Vegeta. However, in a battle against Jiren, Vegeta would struggle to cope with Jiren's immense strength in this form. Vegeta would need to transform to engage Jiren adequately. Currently, he is merely dealing with Reg, who is slightly more formidable than Toppo. By employing Ultra Instinct in his standard form, Vegeta could easily handle him. Ultra Instinct? What is that? Reg asked in astonishment. It is a divine technique, Vegeta explained with a smile. What did you say? Have you ascended to godhood? Reg stammered, taken aback. Only a demigod, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Primarily, I have no desire to be a god. This demigod status was an accidental occurrence. Reg, Ramsey, and Whis exchanged incredulous glances. This kid. Ramsey gritted his teeth, exclaiming, he dares to say he doesn't want to be a god. In truth, Vegeta's ultimate aspiration has always been to become the strongest in the universe, Whis elucidated. Indeed, he has articulated such a desire, Ramsey nodded, acknowledging that he is currently the mightiest being in the universe, having fulfilled his wish. What wish shall he pursue next? Whis inquired. Of course, to accompany me in outsmarting the other gods of destruction. Hiki. Ramsey chuckled mischievously. First, we must relocate all the powerful beings from Universe 7. Just imagine, when Beerus awakens and finds that there is not a soul capable of fighting by his side, the thought alone is amusing. Then, we can host a martial arts tournament among humans throughout the universe. Keisai proposed that all the destroyers seek out humans from their respective universes to participate in a competition, which would undoubtedly leave Lord Beerus utterly bewildered. Lamsey's eyes sparkled with excitement, his enthusiasm evident as he gazed at Keisai. Keisai, you truly are brilliant. How did I not think of this sooner? Lamsey exclaimed, overjoyed. Of course, that is merely my preliminary suggestion. Such matters require thorough contemplation to devise a foolproof plan. Keisai mused, contemplating calling Vegeta to join the discussion shortly. Yes, that lad is full of ideas, Lamsey nodded, grinning broadly in delight. After sharing a moment of laughter, he remarked that Vegeta is taking too long. Let us wrap this battle up and move on to the next individual. At that moment, with a swift motion, Vegeta appeared beside Lamsey and Keisai. Vegeta, hasten to conclude your battle, or at least incapacitate your brother. We must proceed to the next location, Lamsey suggested. I came to find you both to discuss where our next destination lies, Vegeta replied. So, who shall we seek next? Keisai inquired. Planet Vampa, Broly, Vegeta responded. Search for him. I will return once I have dealt with Reg. Understood, Keisai nodded. With a whoosh, Vegeta swiftly materialized opposite Reg. Broly? Another of his kin, I presume? Lampsey inquired. Indeed, the name certainly suggests he is a Scion, Kasai acknowledged, wielding her staff to search for Planet Vampa and Broly. Meanwhile, Reg's expression grew increasingly grave as he fixed his intense gaze on Vegeta. You have thoroughly enraged me. Vegeta, you shall pay a steep price. Reg gritted his teeth, declaring, prepare to witness a truly terrifying spectacle. With that, Reg began to unleash energy, preparing to transform into Super Saiyan 5. It is worth noting that Reg's base form is already Super Saiyan 4. Thus, transforming into Super Saiyan would allow him to ascend to Super Saiyan 5. However, for Reg at this stage, achieving Super Saiyan 5 would inflict severe damage upon his body. Reg's form erupted in a golden glow, his hair standing on end, shifting towards a golden hue. Reg, stop. Please, stop. Supali soared into the scene, weeping profusely. She had managed to find a piece of clothing amidst the ruins. Although she perceived that there were few people nearby, after all, this planet was sparsely populated, the harsh environment rendered visibility exceedingly poor. Yet, being unclothed could easily lead Reg to misconstrue the situation. Suddenly, at the moment when Reg was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta swiftly delivered a kick that struck Reg squarely in the chest. With a gasp, Reg expelled a mouthful of blood, and the golden aura surrounding him dissipated instantly, reverting him back to his Super Saiyan 4 form. Vegeta, you lack honor in combat, Reg exclaimed, pointing at Vegeta with a voice tinged with indignation. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Allow me to transform first. How shameless. Just as I was halfway through my transformation, you launched your attack. Vegeta's kick was indeed powerful. Reg felt his consciousness fading rapidly. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Reg's head tilted, and he fainted. In the next moment, he plummeted towards the ground below. Reg. Sapari swiftly pursued, intent on catching him. Sister-in-law, let me handle it. Vegeta quickly flew over and wrapped his arms around Sapari. Please go and pick up your brother. What do you mean by holding me like this? And where are you placing your hands? Let go of me, Sapali exclaimed. With a swift motion, Vegeta grasped Reg's hair once more. Is this how you treat your brother? Enough of this, he retorted. Gripping Reg's hair with his left hand and cradling Sapali with his right, Vegeta ascended rapidly into the sky, appearing beside Kess and Ramsey. Finally, the battle is resolved. It took long enough, Ramsey remarked with a smile. However, when your brother transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy intensity was quite formidable, nearly rivaling that of Jiren. Indeed. Vegeta nodded. That was Super Saiyan 5. Quite powerful, yet still falling significantly short when compared to Jiren. Not to mention Vegeta himself. For Jiren is not a match for him. Who are you? Sapali stammered, glancing between Ramsey and Kess. Kess, have you located the Wampa planet? Vegeta asked, ignoring Sapali. Yes. And I've also found Broly, Kess replied. Then let us depart for Wampa planet, Vegeta declared, turning to Ramsey. Are you flying with Reg? What about your sister-in-law? Ramsey inquired. I have her on my back, and I'm still on Kess, Vegeta responded. I want to experience the thrill of being sandwiched in between. Let me go. Sapali struggled fiercely. After a moment of resistance, her clothing suddenly loosened. Sapali looked down in surprise. Chapter 98. A token of gratitude to Beerus. Oh my, Sapali gasped. What are you screaming about? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Ramsey replied, slightly exasperated. I've encountered many unclothed women. Sapali warned, if you dare to shout again, it will be akin to this planet's fate. With a gentle wave of his hand, Ramsey declared, Pop. The entire Bimbi planet was obliterated, reduced to nothingness by Ramsey's power. Sapali was left utterly stunned. Who is this person? How could he so effortlessly destroy a planet? Although Reg could also easily annihilate it. Making it vanish entirely would be quite a challenge. Consider that a token of gratitude for Beerus, Ramsey grinned, pleased that his earlier action had served him well. Sapali fell silent, trembling in fear. Kess, provide her with a set of clothing, Ramsey instructed. Of course, Lord Ramsey, Kess nodded, pointing her staff at Sapali. Pop. A brand new suit of armor swiftly enveloped Sapali. Huh? Sapali gazed down at her new battle attire, feeling a wave of astonishment. Moreover, let us retrieve that flying cube, toss them both inside, and bring them back to our universe for some thorough instruction, suggested Ramsey. Indeed, Crix did not object. As she gestured with her staff, snap, the flying cube materialized at Crix's command. Vegeta kicked Reg into the cube. Ramsey remarked, such a barbaric move. Is that your brother? Sister-in-law, you go in first. We shall find an opportunity to discuss our ideals, Vegeta said, patting Supali's cheek. Supali felt an urge to bite Vegeta's hand off. Vegeta stepped forward, embraced Sapali, and gently placed her inside the cube. Immediately afterward, Vegeta soared out of the cube. Snap! From behind, Vegeta wrapped his arms around Krix. Krix exclaimed, "In a space as confined as that cube, did you really have to emerge just to hug me?" Krix felt overwhelmed. "What are you saying?" "It feels much better to hold you," Vegeta grinned broadly. "However, I must say, it's more comfortable when you hold me in this form," Krix pondered thoughtfully. "Indeed," Vegeta replied. "When you're in that Super Saiyan 4 form, it feels like something's digging into me," Krix remarked. "Just remove whatever's digging," Ramsey interjected. Vegeta retorted, "You talk too much. If you didn't speak, no one would mistake you for an elephant." Vegeta said irritably, "Ramsey, did I provoke you in any way? Why are you provoking me?" Ramsey, however, did not appear to be angered. The bond between Ramsey and Vegeta had deepened significantly after they jointly deceived Waymata on 2 occasions. Occasionally, when Vegeta scolded Ramsey, it seemed quite reasonable to Ramsey. "Shall we now set off for Planet Wampa?" proposed Xti. "Indeed," Vegeta nodded. "Let us go," Ramsey exclaimed, waving his hand forward. Whoosh! The trio, accompanied by their flying cube, transformed into 2 streams of differing colors, swiftly heading towards Planet Wampa. "Speaking of which, the environment on Planet Wampa is even worse," Xti remarked. "Is it worse than Planet Bimbi we just visited?" Ramsey inquired. "Yes," Xti confirmed with a nod. "Vegeta, how do your people manage to live on such inhospitable planets?" Ramsey lamented. "They were all exiled by my father," Vegeta replied candidly. "Your father is rather petty," Ramsey chuckled. "I can be quite petty myself," Vegeta admitted. As they conversed, Reg finally awakened within the cube. Upon regaining consciousness, he looked around, his expression filled with an endless sense of vigilance. "Where am I? It seems I am flying through outer space. What is the purpose of this transparent cube? Wait a moment, who are those 2? Reg, you're awake. This is wonderful," Sapari exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. "Sapari, what on earth is happening? What has occurred?" Reg asked. "Reg, do you see those 2 individuals?" Sapari subtly gestured towards Xti and Ramsey. "Who are they?" Reg queried, puzzled. "I do not know," Sapari shook her head. "Are you unaware that you have inquired about whether I have seen those 2 individuals? That colossal creature, akin to an elephant, just moments ago wielded its hand and effortlessly transformed our dwelling into mere nothingness, leaving no trace behind," Sapali murmured. "What? With a mere wave, the planet was rendered void?" Reg's lips twitched slightly. "Moreover, that elephant appears to heed Vegeta's commands," Sapali added. "That scoundrel Vegeta, where on earth did he procure such an underling?" Reg gritted his teeth. "Reg, what shall we do next?" Sapali inquired. "Humph, I shall first recuperate my injuries and regain my strength. Once I am sufficiently restored, I will ascend to Super Saiyan 5 and annihilate them all." Reg clenched his fist tightly, his entire body trembling. "Yet your body may not withstand it," Sapali expressed with concern. "Fear not. As long as I manage my energy meticulously, it should pose no significant issue," Reg contemplated. "To be cautious," Sapali reiterated earnestly. "By the way, how has your attire become so pristine?" Reg scrutinized Sapali, recalling that this armor had been worn for an extended period, with noticeable cracks now mysteriously absent. "It was that blue-skinned woman. She pointed her staff at me, and I found myself clad in this new outfit," Sapali elucidated. "Is she a sorceress?" Reg asked, taken aback. "Perhaps," Sapali nodded gently. "Awake?" Vegeta glanced down towards Reg. Reg bared his teeth at Vegeta. "Do you dare to show your teeth? Do you not believe I could knock them out?" Vegeta scoffed. Reg promptly closed his mouth, convinced that Vegeta could indeed follow through. "Without teeth, how shall I consume food in the future? Rest well. Soon there shall be a battle," Vegeta remarked with a smile. "What battle?" Reg asked, bewildered. Chapter 99, The Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. "Can you contend with the legendary Super Saiyan?" Vegeta queried. "The legendary Super Saiyan?" Reg was taken aback once more. "Indeed. Do you not fancy green hair? You shall soon behold it," Vegeta stated. "Who claimed I admired green hair?" "That was your assertion," Reg exclaimed. "Ah. It appears I did say that," Vegeta conceded. "I mentioned I would dye your hair green." Reg felt that conversing with Vegeta was enough to drive one to madness. A brief silence ensued. "Does that legendary Super Saiyan truly exist?" Reg inquired. "Certainly," Vegeta affirmed. "Humph. Even if such a legendary Super Saiyan exists, what of it?" Reg chuckled softly. "Do you have any inkling of my lineage as a Saiyan?" "Pray tell," Vegeta remarked with keen interest. "I am an ancient-level Super Saiyan." Reg pointed to himself with a thumb, exclaiming, "I was born in the form of Super Saiyan 4. "Enough of your boasting," Ramses interjected, unable to bear it any longer. No matter how strong you claim to be, you can't even defeat your own brother, and yet you dare to speak of being an ancient Saiyan? Reg felt a pang of hurt at that moment. That elephant-headed fool. Vegeta may insult me, but I never expected even a mere animal like you would dare to humiliate me. I will seize the opportunity to make you eat your words. You shall witness the might of an ancient-level Saiyan. By the way, Reg, I recall we have another brother. Have you heard of him? Vegeta inquired. Humph. You must be referring to Bull, Reg replied dismissively. Yes, indeed, Vegeta nodded. What purpose does that waste serve? Reg scoffed. That kind of fellow is hardly cut out to be a warrior. Do you know which planet he is on? Vegeta pressed further. No idea. There is no need to concern ourselves with the location of such a being, Reg grunted, furrowing his brow. Are you intending to search for Bull? That is indeed my plan, Vegeta contemplated, turning his gaze toward Chris. My brother's name should be on a planet at the edge of the universe, though I am unaware of its exact name. Please assist in locating him. Certainly, Chris readily agreed, swiftly soaring alongside Vegeta while using her staff to search for Bull. After a minute had passed, she declared, Found him. It conveniently lies along our route. We shall first proceed to planet Wampa, and from there, if we continue onward, we will reach Mr. Tabul's planet. She projected an image of Tabul using her staff. Indeed, that is him, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. Ramses remained silent. In approximately another minute, we shall arrive at planet Wampa, Chris stated. Reg, how is your stamina holding up? Vegeta inquired, glancing down at Reg. Humph. Reg scoffed, unwilling to engage with Vegeta. In a minute's time, you shall face the legendary Super Saiyan. Should you fall, do not blame me for not saving you, Vegeta chuckled. Humph. Even in a weakened state, I have no fear of a mere legendary Super Saiyan, Reg retorted, though a hint of anxiety lingered within him. His injuries had not yet healed properly, and his energy was only at half of its peak. Nevertheless, Reg remained stubborn, unwilling to admit his true condition. Vegeta discerned Reg's energy had not fully recovered. Since you are so obstinate, let Broly give you a thorough lesson. Do you truly believe that there exists a blood connection between us? I have traversed through time. I am unrelated to you. A minute later, with a resounding thud, Vegeta delivered a fierce kick to Reg's face. In an instant, Reg plummeted from his flying platform, hurtling towards the desolate surface of planet Wampa. Reg felt a chill run through him. He had once envisioned planet Wampa as a beautiful world, if it were indeed such a paradise. Seizing the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyan 5, vanquishing Vegeta and his companions, and claiming dominion over this planet would have been an enticing prospect. However, upon witnessing the planet's dire condition, a wave of helplessness washed over him. The environment here was even more inhospitable than that of planet Benbi, where he resided. Even if he were to eliminate Vegeta and the others, he would find no refuge in seeking another world. Perhaps it was time to confront the legendary Super Saiyan. With determination, Reg swiftly adjusted his body midair and dove downwards. On the barren ground below, Paragus let out a soul-stirring roar. 18 years. 18 years. 18 years. His voice echoed, longing to pierce the very fabric of the universe. Paragus had endured 18 long years on this desolate planet, where survival felt more torturous than death. In contrast, Broly thrived in this harsh environment, having grown up here, blissfully unaware of the relentless struggle for survival, for he had never known a better setting. 18 years. 18 years. 18 years. Paragus cried out once more, filled with righteous indignation towards the injustice of fate. Meanwhile, Broly indulged himself in insect eggs, relishing the peculiar delicacy. Hey, Kess, does that food he is consuming taste good? Asked Ramsey, smacking his lips. He couldn't help but notice how much Broly seemed to enjoy his meal. I'm not sure, Kess replied, shaking her head. It probably isn't that appetizing, considering the dismal conditions of this planet. There is likely no gourmet food to be found here. What are you discussing? Who is eating? Why can't I see anything? Sapali inquired, astonished. The altitude at which Vegeta and the others resided was extraordinarily high, nearly in the outer atmosphere of the planet. It was no wonder that Sapali could not perceive anything. Yet Vegeta, having ascended to the role of trainee Supreme Kai, could see quite clearly, his vision sharpened to distant realms. That fellow appears to be enjoying himself, remarked Ramsey, extending his hand into the air. With a swift motion, Ramsey gently exerted a pulling force, drawing 2 insect eggs from below with ease. Ramsey caught the insect egg. Vegeta. Have a taste, he said, tossing one of the eggs to Vegeta. I'll pass. Save it for Reg, Vegeta replied. You are quite considerate towards your brother, Ramsey remarked with a smile before taking a bite of the insect egg. Almost immediately, tears streamed down his face. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Ramsey promptly expelled the egg he had just consumed. Chapter 100. Ancient Scions versus Transcendent Super Scions, how repulsive. Ramsey thought to himself, feeling utterly unwell. This is the first time I've tasted something so abhorrent. What does it taste like? Vegeta inquired. Worse than excrement, Ramsey spat again. Quick, do you have any water? I need to rinse my mouth. Vegeta retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his storage ring and tossed it to Ramsey, who hurriedly rinsed his mouth. You've eaten excrement? Vegeta asked, astonished. One slip, and the truth slipped out, Ramsey admitted. It appears that Lord Ramsey has indeed tasted it. Cleese chuckled from the side. Vegeta was taken aback. Ramsey has really eaten excrement? This is monumental news. The god of destruction actually consumed excrement. Cleese. That was a long time ago. Can you refrain from mentioning such an embarrassing incident? Ramsey said, his face darkening. Pray tell, what compelled you to eat excrement? Vegeta pressed. His curiosity piqued. I don't want to talk about it. Ramsey gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Actually, this incident also explains why Lord Ramsey harbors a strong dislike for Lord Beerus, Cleese smiled. It was Lord Beerus who claimed that the droppings of the cowered bird from Universe 7 were delicious. And then Ramsey tried it? Vegeta asked. Indeed. Cleese affirmed with a nod. How could you fall for such a trick so easily? Vegeta laughed. Damn it. That scoundrel Beerus enjoyed something called chocolate beans so much. Ramsey scowled. I took a taste, and it was indeed delightful. When I asked him what it was, he said it was cowered bird droppings. I nearly retched. But it was so delicious that I ended up consuming it. So, you then sought out those bird droppings? Vegeta realized. Ramsey fell silent, feeling utterly humiliated. I can't believe I was duped by Beerus. In addition to this matter, there are countless instances where Lord Ramsey has been led astray by Lord Beerus. Cleese continued with a smile. And there was that one time during the great hide-and-seek tournament hosted by the Omni King, where Lord Beerus hid in a corner so cleverly that the other gods of destruction searched for years without finding him. As a result, the Omni King was quite displeased. This time I shall thoroughly deplete the talents of Beerus' universe, and I intend to take him down a notch. Ramusi chuckled, then inquired, by the way, Kess. Regarding the Universal Martial Arts Tournament, have a word with Vegeta and see if he has any better suggestions? No rush, let us first observe the battles below, Vegeta beckoned. Sapali was left astounded within the flying cube. Who on earth are they? Moreover, that elephant is actually consuming dung. Your preferences are indeed quite unique. Below. Reg penetrated the atmosphere, transforming into a blazing comet, swiftly hurtling towards Broly. What was that? Paragus soon heard a sound from above, glancing skyward. Wondering if it was a meteor. Broly, too, set aside the egg, looking upward with a bewildered expression. It's a person. Someone is descending. Paragus exclaimed in surprise, urging. Quick, get out of the way. Broly. Boom. Reg's formidable fist struck down upon Broly. Broly leapt aside just in time, narrowly evading the incoming blow. The impact was cataclysmic, creating a bottomless pit in the ground. Reg was deeply embedded within it. Snap. Moments later, Reg gracefully soared from the pit, appearing before Broly and Paragus. A smile of infinite mirth upon his face. Which one is the legendary Super Saiyan? Reg observed the two before him with a grin. His gaze settling on Broly as he spoke. I merely intended to frighten you. I deliberately refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Broly exhibited a look of confusion, while Paragus scratched his head in perplexity. What legendary Super Saiyan? I do not comprehend your words. Are you also a Saiyan? Paragus suddenly regained focus, excitedly inquiring of Reg. I am not merely a Saiyan. I am of royal lineage, the Prince of Planet Vegeta, the future heir to the throne, Reg proclaimed, pointing his thumb at himself. I am Reg, the ancient-level Saiyan. What? You are the king's son? Paragus's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. Henceforth, you shall be my subjects, Reg declared. Broly, attack? Deliver a severe beating to him. It was his father who led us to this torment. Paragus shouted at Broly. Broly scratched his head, discarding the egg in his hand. Boom. Energy erupted from Broly, surging towards Reg. Reg hesitated for a moment. Vegeta claimed this fellow was the legendary Super Saiyan, yet I sense his energy is rather ordinary. It appears unremarkable. Snap. Reg casually raised his hand, effortlessly catching Broly's punch with his palm. Broly stood momentarily stunned. Is this truly your attack? Reg's expression twisted into a scornful smile. With a forceful grip, he squeezed, eliciting a pained cry from Broly. The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously as Broly's arm contorted under the pressure. His visage reflected a deepening agony. You are nothing remarkable, merely a hollow title. Reg declared disdainfully, delivering a swift kick to Broly's abdomen. The impact sent Broly hurtling backwards, crashing through a mountain and emerging on the other side, nearly lifeless. Reg chuckled lightly and glanced skyward, calling out, "Hey, Vegeta, cease this foolish jest. Does this imbecile even merit the title of legendary Super Saiyan?" Paragus stood dumbfounded. Broly was utterly unfit for such a confrontation. As Broly lay sprawled on the ground, his face ashen, an immense surge of energy erupted from him once more. "This is bad. Terrible. Broly is on the verge of losing control." Paragus's expression shifted rapidly, and he hastily retrieved a remote control, preparing to subdue Broly. "What are you doing?" Reg inquired, observing the unfolding chaos. "Do not let Broly run amok. If he goes berserk, no one can stop him," Paragus explained urgently, emphasizing the need to incapacitate Broly before he spiraled out of control. Just as he was about to press the button, Reg swiftly intervened. With a resounding thud, Paragus was sent soaring through the air, tracing an arc before crashing to the ground. The remote control slipped from his grasp, tumbling to rest at Reg's feet. With a casual yet deliberate step, Reg crushed the device beneath his heel. "What have you done?" Paragus exclaimed, panic etched across his face. "You have no idea how terrifying Broly can become when he loses control." "Oh, is that so? Will he transform into the legendary Super Saiyan?" Reg replied with a mocking grin. "I have never witnessed such a transformation," Paragus admitted, shaking his head. "How disappointing," Reg mused lightly. "I had hoped to challenge the legendary Super Saiyan." A rumbling sound drew their attention back to Broly, whose physique had swelled, becoming even more formidable. "High buff." A voice remarked, "It appears this Broly-esque transformation bears some resemblance to yours." Ramses glanced at Broly before shifting his gaze to Vegeta. "He is a derivative of that transformation," Vegeta remarked, suddenly undergoing a transformation of his own. Smack! Vegeta transformed into a magnificent golden great ape. Ramses and Kess both gazed in astonishment, for they had only witnessed Vegeta ascend to Super Saiyan 4. This was their inaugural encounter with his transformation into the Golden Oozaru. After mastering the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, Vegeta no longer required the full moon to become a giant ape. "Kess, do you see? It's golden," Vegeta declared with a smile, as Kess nodded in acknowledgement of the shimmering golden fur. "You only see the exterior. Would you care to glimpse the essence within?" Vegeta inquired. Kess remained perplexed. Sabali was utterly astonished as well, failing to anticipate Vegeta's extraordinary metamorphosis. "Sister-in-law, would you like to see? It's golden," Vegeta boasted. "What exactly are you showing me?" Sabali responded, still in a daze. With a swift motion, Vegeta plucked a hair from his body, which shimmered like gold. Being a giant ape, his fur was coarse, and the hair he extracted resembled a golden whip. With a flick of his finger, he enveloped this golden strand in a layer of angelic power. In an instant, Vegeta's form rapidly diminished, returning to his usual state. Yet the golden whip remained unchanged in size. Indeed, angelic power can preserve the dimensions of objects, Vegeta mused. Ramses, Sabali, and Kess were left astounded, while Kess concealed her face, shedding tears. How could you possibly wield the power of the angels in such a manner? If the Grand Priest were to discover your usage of this celestial force, would he not be utterly infuriated? The matter at hand concerns the degree of curl in this golden whip you possess. I find myself utterly bewildered. Ahem. Surely you do not intend to use that instrument for violence, do you? Ramses silently wiped the sweat from his brow. What are you suggesting? To use such an item for combat lacks any semblance of martial propriety. Vegeta shook his head, asserting that he merely intended to keep it as a memento. Want it not to preserve such an object for remembrance, Kess remarked with a wry smile. What merit is there in commemorating this trinket? Sister-in-law, it is yours now. Vegeta generously tossed the golden whip to Sabari. Sabari was at a loss as to how to respond. Is there a scent lingering here? Suddenly, the golden whip struck, intertwining with the flying cube. Sabari found it impossible to look directly at the scene. Chris, should we pretend not to know him? Ramsey whispered to Chris. Lord Ramsey. That is a splendid suggestion, Chris nodded gently. However, apart from Vegeta's sister-in-law, there is no one else around, Ramsey contemplated, pondering whether to eliminate her to avoid her disdain. Chris remained silent. What kind of thought process is that, Lord Ramsey? Sabali exclaimed. Why would you want to destroy me? I am the victim here. Ultimately, considering her connection to Vegeta, he decided to spare her. After some reflection, Ramsey withdrew his outstretched hand. Sabali, previously terrified, felt a slight relief as Ramsey retracted his hand. Boom. At that moment, Broly unleashed his great ape power. Whoosh. Broly charged swiftly towards Reg. Bang. Broly's fist landed heavily on Reg's face, causing his head to jerk sideways. Immediately, Reg stubbornly turned his head, bracing against Broly's punch. It seems you have released the power of the great ape, but it is still far from sufficient. Reg scoffed, delivering a fierce uppercut that struck Broly's abdomen. Howl. Broly soared into the air, feeling utterly unwell, even spewing a mouthful of bile. Humph, nothing more than that, Reg sneered, quickly appearing directly above Broly. Bang. Reg kicked downwards, sending Broly plummeting from the sky. Boom. Broly's body crashed down towards his father, Paragus. Broly's pupils dilated, his expression shifting dramatically. Paragus was utterly stunned. Don't fall on me. I'll be crushed. Paragus struggled to rise and evade the impending disaster. However, Broly's descent was far too rapid. Bang. In the next moment, Broly's body struck Paragus with tremendous force. Howl. Paragus let out a piercing scream, his bones shattering upon impact. Blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Broly, resilient, managed to rise and crawled beside Paragus. As his father regained a flicker of consciousness, he murmured, You bastard. Paragus weakly raised his hand, attempting to point at the overhead Reg. Slap. Broly grasped Paragus' hand tightly. Paragus, with a slight tilt of his head, succumbed instantly, the severity of his injuries proving fatal. Chapter 102, Vegeta. I shall join the ranks of the angels. Broly witnessed his father's demise unfold before his very eyes. Suddenly, a golden light surged through Broly's mind. Broly let out a series of anguished cries as golden radiance enveloped him. With a crack, Broly's hair stood on end, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Oh? Has he become a Super Saiyan? Reg chuckled lightly, seemingly unimpressed, as if he expected a mere ordinary transformation. After all, the legendary Super Saiyan was supposed to have green hair. Wow. Broly's energy surged wildly, coalescing into a golden beam that rocketed towards Reg. What? Do you think that becoming a Super Saiyan makes you exceptional? Reg chuckled, reminding him that he was an ancient-level Saiyan. With a crack, Broly soared into the sky, extending his left hand to seize Reg by the throat. Reg was momentarily stunned. How could this fellow's speed and strength have escalated so dramatically? With Reg's throat in his left hand, Broly unleashed a barrage of punches to Reg's face with his right. Reg, reeling from the blows, felt as if he were losing his composure. Hey. Reg gritted his teeth and landed a powerful uppercut to Broly's abdomen. Yet Broly merely trembled slightly before regaining his composure. Boom. Broly, utterly enraged, pressed his palm against the back of Reg's head and violently thrust his own forehead forward. A howl escaped Reg as he felt several of his teeth shatter upon impact. Wow. Broly continued to hold Reg's head down as he plummeted towards the ground. This is bad, Reg exclaimed. He struggled fiercely, throwing punches at Broly, but Broly showed no signs of releasing him, continuing their descent towards the earth. With a thunderous roar, Broly slammed Reg's head into the surface of the planet Wampa. The ground trembled violently, almost splitting the planet in two. The planet was relatively small, and such an intense battle nearly led to its annihilation. Despite this, the planet's core had sustained severe damage, rendering it on the brink of destruction. Vegeta, you might attempt to use angelic power to preserve this planet, Kess suddenly suggested. I shall give it a try. Vegeta nodded, swiftly unleashing his angelic power, which cascaded down to envelop the planet. In an instant, the seemingly imminent destruction of the Wampa planet was averted as it regained its former state. The planet had been effortlessly restored by Vegeta. What? Has this young man mastered his angelic power to such an extent? Ramsey was deeply astonished. Oh dear. Vegeta is indeed remarkable, Kess exclaimed in admiration. If you continue to cultivate diligently, you could easily become an angel. Why expend effort in mastering destructive power? Ramsey shook his head. Lord Ramsey is absolutely correct, Kess nodded, addressing Vegeta. Our angelic kin are exceedingly rare, and I would be delighted if you chose to join our ranks. However, there has yet to be a precedent of a human becoming an angel, Ramsey inquired. Currently, there is indeed no such example, Kess replied. Yet, everything is possible. The absence of precedent does not imply that a human cannot truly become an angel. Vegeta, what are your thoughts? Ramsey asked. I shall join the ranks of angels, but through a different means, not by becoming one, Vegeta responded. Ramsey? Kess? Both were left in a state of confusion. Joining the angelic ranks in another manner? What does that mean? This young man is always so enigmatic, Ramsey sighed in exasperation. Hiki, who can argue with that? Kess smiled. Even I do not grasp his meaning. Vegeta smirked slightly, a subtle curve gracing his lips. Is it truly so difficult to understand? I intend to marry 3 beautiful angels and make them my wives. In the future, we shall be intertwined, each within the other. One could say that I am joining the ranks of angels in my own way. The thought thrilled Vegeta. Why are you drooling again? Kess remarked. Vegeta quickly wiped his mouth, inadvertently smearing the drool onto Kess's clothing. This time, Kess evaded with remarkable speed. Fool me with the same trick twice? Not a chance. Vegeta, she managed to evade me. However, this was of little consequence. He swiftly entered the flying cube. Subsequently, Vegeta rubbed the drool against Sapari, leaving her impeccably clean. You. Sapari's chest heaved in indignation. Indeed. The appearance of an angry woman often manifested in such a manner, Vegeta mused. I'll take you on. Sapari gritted her teeth and charged at Vegeta. With a gentle downward motion of his hand, Vegeta swiftly seized the golden whip that had fallen to the ground. Bang! With a swift crack of his whip, Vegeta sent Sapari sprawling to the ground. Do not assume that because you are my sister-in-law, I will hesitate to strike you, Vegeta scoffed. Do you believe I wouldn't dare to burn you with a candle? Sapari stood no chance against Vegeta. The fact that he refrained from delivering a fatal blow was already a significant concession on his part. Next time, behave yourself in my presence. Whatever task I assign you, just carry it out obediently, Vegeta admonished. Is it simply a matter of collecting a bit of saliva from you? Sapari felt a deep despair creeping in. Is that how you speak to others? This is the first time I have encountered such a shameless prince. Vegeta, disregarding Sapari, soared into the air and returned to Kess's side. As for Vegeta's actions, Ramsey uttered not a single word. You have granted me 8,000 years of free labor. And it seems you are capable of bullying a woman as well. Kess is not the type of angel who meddles in affairs. So, do you intend to continue cultivating the powers of destruction and angelic might? Ramsey inquired. For now, that is my intention. Whether I will continue in the future remains uncertain. Vegeta nodded. It is up to you. Ramsey swayed his trunk, but do refrain from using that so-called royal bomb again, should you truly blow yourself up. There would be no one to reason with. Chapter 103, Reg, under Broly's grasp. I shall be cautious, as long as the god of destruction does not provoke me. Who would frivolously throw a royal bomb? After all, using one requires doubling the stakes. If I lose, how much must I forfeit? Vegeta pondered thoughtfully. Doubling the stakes? Where are you rambling off to now? Ramsey scoffed. Oh dear, it appears Mr. Reg is gravely injured, Kess suddenly remarked. Vegeta and Ramsey glanced downward. At that moment, Broly was pressing Reg's head down and vigorously rubbing it against the ground. Reg emitted cries of agony, feeling utterly despondent. In truth, their strengths were not vastly different. However, Broly had not exhausted any stamina prior to the battle, while Reg was in a different predicament. Reg had already sustained injuries from his previous bout with Vegeta, and his stamina was merely half of what it once was. It was hardly surprising that he was being thoroughly dominated by Broly. After all, Broly's current transformation closely resembled that of Super Saiyan 4, with a comparable multiplier. Moreover, Broly and Reg's foundations were not significantly disparate. Thus, the contest hinged on whose stamina was superior. The outcome was unfortunate for Reg. Vegeta. Your brother is on the verge of being defeated, Ramsey remarked. Should we not assist him? Vegeta, with his hands in his pockets, chose to remain indifferent. My brother? Not at all. Furthermore, this fellow has shown me no courtesy. The fact that I have not dispatched him on the spot is already a sign of respect for my sister-in-law. Since you remain silent, we shall watch from here. Ramsey stated. Vegeta, you must save your brother. Sapali, in a state of panic, urged Vegeta. Life and death are matters of fate. If everyone requires my intervention, I would have no time for anything else, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Sapali, a brief silence. I beg you, I implore you, please. Sapali pleaded, biting her lower lip tightly. Her eyes shimmering with tears, presenting a pitiful visage. TCH, I can hardly bear to see a woman display such an expression towards me. Vegeta huffed. Whoosh. Vegeta descended rapidly. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared directly above Broly. Hey, Broly, release him. This ends here, Vegeta addressed Broly. Upon hearing the voice, Broly looked up in confusion at Vegeta, his pupils devoid of color. Broly then opened his mouth wide, gathering energy within. Boom. A brilliant beam of light surged towards Vegeta in an instant. With a gentle downward motion of his hand, Vegeta effortlessly intercepted the powerful beam that Broly unleashed. The light, akin to a laser, struck Vegeta's palm. Remarkably, he remained suspended in the air, steadfast and unyielding. As Broly expended his formidable energy, he gazed up at Vegeta with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. In the next moment, Broly released Reg, swiftly charging towards Vegeta. Launching a flurry of punches and kicks, utilizing his mastery of Ultra Instinct, Vegeta evaded all of Broly's assaults. Reg lay on the ground, utterly astonished. How could Vegeta dodge all of this? He was baffled by the display of skill. At times, Broly would appear behind Vegeta. Yet it seemed as though Vegeta had eyes in the back of his head. When did my brother become so powerful? Whoosh. Broly delivered a heavy punch aimed at Vegeta. But Vegeta nimbly sidestepped. Following this, Vegeta waved his hands towards Broly, and the power of the angels swiftly enveloped him. In an instant, the angelic force covered Broly completely. Broly emitted a series of unwilling howls as energy surged chaotically within him. However, Broly's overwhelming power was soon contained by Vegeta's angelic influence. Approximately 10 seconds passed before the vacant, lifeless gaze in Broly's eyes gradually regained its brilliance. Whoosh. In the next moment, the golden aura surrounding Broly dissipated, returning him to his normal state. Broly also regained his consciousness. Reg, determined, rose from the ground and rushed towards Broly. This scoundrel has tormented me to this extent. I shall not forgive him. I must take advantage of his return to normalcy and give him a thorough thrashing. Reg charged towards Broly. Vegeta, do not meddle. He shouted at Vegeta as he approached, his tone laced with authority. Vegeta chuckled, observing Reg's advance, and delivered a swift kick. Bang! Reg was kicked to the ground by Vegeta, who coldly admonished him. First, ascertain the situation before speaking. Who were you commanding just now? I expect you to address me with a modicum of respect. Otherwise, I shall leave you stranded on this planet. Reg's countenance shifted dramatically, for he had no desire to remain on such a desolate world. The environment here was indeed more inhospitable than planet Bimbi, where at least one could find sustenance. Here, the only available food consisted of insect larvae, with no fresh water in sight. The nearby water source appeared to be the bodily fluids of the very insects themselves, a repugnant prospect. How had this individual named Broly managed to survive in such conditions? If I must linger here, I might as well end my own life. Broly, henceforth, you shall accompany me, Vegeta declared. Accompany? Broly was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. Enough of this for now. Come with me, Vegeta commanded. Broly nodded in agreement, having no objections, although he had lost consciousness earlier. Fragments of memories from that time lingered in his mind, and he recognized that this individual named Vegeta was formidable, despite appearing relatively youthful. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly soared into the sky, following closely behind Vegeta. Wait for me, Reg called out, hastily scrambling to catch up. Vegeta, are you truly leaving me here? I am your brother. Soon, Vegeta and Broly ascended to the outer atmosphere of the planet. This world had long since outlived its purpose and deserved to be obliterated. Ramses pointed his hand towards the planet Wampa below, remarking on Beerus's laziness in allowing such a planet to persist. Was it to be kept for the holidays? Chapter 104, Ramses, Destruction. With a swift motion, a purplish-red beam shot forth from Ramses' hand. The beam streaked past Reg, startling him. With a resounding crack, the purplish-red energy struck the surface of Wampa. In an instant, the planet dissipated like a soap bubble, vanishing without a trace. Reg stood in stunned silence. What manner of being was this? With a mere gesture, an entire planet had been eradicated. The fact that the planet had vanished so mysteriously, leaving no remnants behind, made Reg question whether he had underestimated this individual's power. A shiver ran through him. Would I be able to defeat this being after transforming into a Super Saiyan? I believe it should not be an insurmountable challenge. Broly, that scoundrel, I truly did not anticipate the magnitude of his strength. I shall speak further once I have recuperated. Reg is also silent, exhibiting a notably low profile. You two may enter, Ramsey instructed Reg and Broly. Obediently, Reg stepped into the cube. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the golden whip within. Where did this whip come from? Reg pondered in bewilderment. Sapari replied, How should I respond to this inquiry? Should I say it belongs to your brother, the underachiever? Do you believe it? Reg, I'm glad to see you are well. Sapari chose not to respond directly, instead expressing her concern. What could possibly be wrong with me? Reg smiled gently, reminding her, After all, I am an ancient-level Saiyan. Sapari fell silent, suddenly realizing that Reg could be quite boastful as well. You were on the verge of peril. Had I not implored Vegeta on your behalf, I fear you would have met your end. However, such matters are not to be divulged by Sapari. Broly, emulating Reg, has also stepped into the transparent cube. Curiously, Broly gazes at this crystalline enclosure while also admiring the distant starlit sky. Broly, this is a reward for you, Vegeta declared, producing a bottle of mineral water from his storage ring and tossing it to Broly. With a resounding thud, Broly caught the bottle, his expression one of utter bewilderment, completely unaware of what it was. This is water. Twist off the cap to drink, Vegeta explained. Water? What is water? Broly inquired, scratching his head. My goodness. You haven't even tasted water? Sapari exclaimed in astonishment. Drink water? I've never heard of such a thing, Broly replied, shaking his head in confusion. Just twist off the cap. That should allow the water to flow out, Sapari kindly suggested as she noticed Broly struggling with the bottle. Sapari. Silence yourself and refrain from meddling, Reg scolded darkly. I am parched as well. Vegeta hasn't even offered me a bottle of water. After some investigation, Broly successfully twisted off the cap. He raised the bottle to his lips and gulped down the contents. Upon tasting the water, his eyes sparkled with delight. This is exquisite. I have never experienced anything so delightful, Broly exclaimed gratefully at Vegeta. Remarkable, a single bottle of water has won you a loyal follower, Ramsey mused. Now, let us proceed to find my brother Dabur, Vegeta announced. Onward. Ramsey gestured grandly. The trio, along with the flying cube, sped away into the distance. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, Vegeta spotted the planet where his brother Dabur resided. The environment of Dabur's planet appeared considerably more inviting. Although it lacked the beauty of Earth, it was still a commendable world. Vegeta, accompanied by Kess and Ramsey, descended from the sky and arrived at Dabur's residence. Dabur, the youngest member of the royal family, possessed the lowest combat power. One might argue that he was not cut out for the life of a warrior. Despite being a Saiyan, his fighting prowess was woefully inadequate. Furthermore, Dabur did not share the same fervor for training and combat as Goku. Ah, brother? Dabur exclaimed, rubbing his eyes vigorously upon seeing Vegeta, his face alight with surprise. You've grown, Dabur? Vegeta replied with a smile. Brother, what has happened to you? Why do you still appear so small? Dabur gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. Look how much I have grown. You, being older, should have reached adulthood by now. It no longer holds significance. Vegeta chuckled. Are these all your brother's friends? Dabur inquired. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. How have you been living here? Have you considered relocating? Relocating? Dabur was taken aback, puzzled by Vegeta's suggestion. I mean, changing your place of residence, Vegeta clarified. Ah, surely my brother didn't come to discuss this matter. Dabur laughed heartily. To be honest, I'm quite content living on this planet. Very well then, let it be, Vegeta replied, initially intending to take him to explore other universes. He soared into the air and patted Dabur on the shoulder. Dabur appeared utterly bewildered. What do you mean by other universes? He inquired curiously. The universe you currently inhabit is known as Universe 7, Vegeta responded. I will soon reside in Universe 10 for a while. We have a total of 12 universes. Ah? There are so many universes? Dabur was genuinely enlightened. Reg, standing nearby, was left speechless. Our current universe is called Universe 7? Besides it, there are so many other universes? Is what Vegeta says true? It doesn't seem like a mere fabrication, Sapali whispered. Humph, merely a ruse, Reg scoffed. The aura surrounding the two individuals beside Vegeta grew increasingly enigmatic. They were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared. Sapali lowered his voice and stated once more, it's nothing. I shall rest well. Once my strength is restored, if I transform into a Super Saiyan, I will undoubtedly defeat all of them with ease. Reg wore a confident expression. Humph, he has granted me time to recuperate. Let us hope he does not regret it. Perhaps you should reconsider, Sapali hesitated before advising. After all, he is your brother. Furthermore, when contemplating this matter, we should direct our animosity towards your father, which has little to do with your relationship with your brother Vegeta. Chapter 105, Vegeta's brother Dabur. Sapali, what did Vegeta say to you while I was battling that ruffian Broly? Reg's expression turned icy. In nothing, Sapali stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt. That golden whip seemed rather peculiar. Reg glanced again toward the direction of the golden whip. It felt as though he had encountered that object somewhere before. What could it possibly be? What was Vegeta doing with the golden whip? As I observed Broly, he has emerged from the confines of the cube and is now examining the flora of the planet not far away. Brother, I shall remain here. I truly find solace in this life, Tabul remarked with a smile. Tabul, should you encounter insurmountable challenges or face bullying? I fear my role as your elder brother may be somewhat limited, Vegeta lamented. Haha, regardless, I am a Saiyan now, Tabul chuckled. Though my combat prowess pales in comparison to yours, at least I can be considered a somewhat formidable presence in the universe. Very well, since you have made your choice. I shall not press you further, Vegeta smiled. Humph, Tabul, you are nothing but a waste. Reg remarked with a disdainful huff, shaking his head in disappointment. Your combat ability is truly disheartening, so weak. Such a Saiyan brings disgrace to our royal lineage. Do not claim to be a member of our royal family in the future, lest you tarnish our reputation, Reg scoffed. Tabul? Who are you? Do I know you? Tabble glanced in confusion between Reg and Vegeta. He did not recognize Reg. In truth, had it not been for Vegeta's exposure to fan fiction, he would have been oblivious to Reg's identity as well. Don't mind him. Let's go, Vegeta stated. Hey, aren't you guys staying for a meal? Tabble proposed. Kid, what can you cook that's delicious? As soon as Ramsey heard about the meal, he became intrigued. Vegeta's cooking is quite delightful. Your brother should be just as skilled, right? I can indeed prepare a few dishes that I personally find quite tasty. Tabble replied, scratching his head with a smile. Vegeta, let me stay and sample your brother's culinary skills, Ramsey suggested. All right, then let's finish our meal before we depart. Vegeta acquiesced without objection. Please wait a moment. I'll gather the ingredients and prepare everything for you shortly, Tabble said cheerfully as he went off to gather the supplies. Reg, however, was secretly delighted. This is wonderful. I will finally have something to eat. As long as I can fill my stomach, my energy will largely be restored. I believe my injuries will heal completely in no time. When that happens, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan at my peak condition. Reg displayed an expression of eager anticipation. Before long, Tabble had prepared a lavish spread of food. Vegeta took a bite. It was neither distasteful nor particularly enjoyable. It could only be described as exceedingly mediocre. Most of the dishes were boiled with no seasoning whatsoever, the only condiment being salt, which rendered them rather plain. Having grown accustomed to the extravagant flavors of Hextech cuisine in his previous life, Vegeta found himself disinterested in these unadulterated dishes. He sighed in resignation, pondering if the advanced technology had truly dulled his palate. It was akin to the culinary creations he had once made, which now seemed lacking compared to those from his past life. Was it the absence of Hextech seasoning that rendered them so bland? The impact of that technology was indeed profound. Ramsey, after sampling a couple of pieces of meat, shook his head in disappointment, no longer wishing to continue eating. Kes felt similarly. For angels and destroyers, the enjoyment of food was meant to be a sensory delight, and when the flavors failed to satisfy, they lost interest. In contrast, Reg, Subari, and Broly feasted heartily. Reg looked on with deep disdain at Vegeta and Ramsey's reactions. You three are truly fastidious. How can you possibly claim that such delectable meat is unpalatable? If you choose not to eat, that is your decision. I must quickly consume my meal to replenish my strength. This is Broly's first experience with such delectable food, and he is thoroughly enjoying it. You, on the other hand, are rather lacking. Your dishes are quite mediocre. Ramses shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. I apologize. I genuinely believe my creations are quite tasty, Tabor said, sheepishly scratching his head. Never mind, let us be on our way, Ramses remarked to Vegeta. Very well, Vegeta nodded. By the way, where shall we head next? Ramses turned to Vegeta, inquiring if there were any suitable talents remaining in this universe. While Beerus slumbers, he has left a fellow named Frieza to assist him in his destructive endeavors. Let us pay a visit to this so-called Frieza, who claims to be the emperor of the universe, Vegeta pondered. Oh, now even the most ordinary dare to call themselves the emperor of the universe? How amusing. Ramses scoffed. Addressing Kes, please locate the whereabouts of this Frieza immediately. Certainly, Kes nodded, grasping her staff and beginning to search for Frieza's location. Frieza? Tabor was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Brother, do you intend to challenge Frieza? He is unworthy. Vegeta chuckled. Tabor fell silent. Brother, when did you become so confident? That is Frieza we are speaking of. That fiend is the nightmare of our Saiyan race. Humph, what is Frieza, really? Reg scoffed. I surpassed Frieza's combat power at the age of 7. Tabor cast a deep glance at Reg. Who is this? Tabor inquired curiously. I have never encountered a Saiyan with a red tail before. You fool, do you still not know who I am? Reg replied icily. Tabor shook his head vigorously. I do not know you. What is so strange about that? I am your brother, the elder brother of you and Vegeta. Reg huffed, revealing his true identity. Ah? My elder brother? Tabor was stunned, immediately turning to Vegeta. Do not listen to that nonsense, Vegeta said casually. Reg, I thought as much. I had no idea we had another brother, and our father never mentioned it to me. Tabor laughed heartily. Reg was at a loss for words. Vegeta, you are truly shameless, not even informing Tabor of my identity? We have located him, Kes announced. It will take approximately 40 minutes to reach him. Chapter 106, Reg's Thoughts. Let us proceed. Ramses waved his hand. Tabor, we bid you farewell. Take care of yourself, Vegeta said. Brother, are you truly going to challenge Frieza? That individual is quite formidable, Tabor advised with a wry smile. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Take care of yourself. Vegeta said as he patted Tabor's arm before soaring into the sky. Subsequently, Vegeta and his companions bid farewell to Tabor and descended into the heavens, swiftly entering the cosmic expanse. Approximately 40 minutes later, Sapali inquired softly, "Reg, how are you? Have you recovered your stamina?" "I am fully restored." Reg replied with a gentle nod, "Though my injuries have yet to heal completely. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer, after all." Transforming into a Super Saiyan exacerbates the wounds, Sapali expressed her concern. "Waiting is acceptable," Reg conceded. "I intend to vanquish them all at my peak and trample them underfoot." Sapali remained silent. "Sapali, did you notice that woman with blue skin?" Reg asked, referring to the woman she had dubbed the sorceress. "What about her?" Sapali asked, puzzled. "Don't you find Vegeta's relationship with her rather unusual?" Reg chuckled. "Throughout our journey, he has been fixated on her." "And so?" Sapali still did not comprehend Reg's implication. "Once I have regained my strength and the battle commences, if you find yourself in danger, you must find a way to control the one named Kiers," Reg stated. "This will certainly make Vegeta cautious." "What? You want me to control her?" Sapali was taken aback, "But I feel I might not be her match." "Do not worry. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, I will severely injure her, making it easier for you to manage her," Reg whispered. "That doesn't seem advisable," Sapali hesitated. "That's settled then. Are you disregarding my words?" Reg gently admonished. Sapali shook her head slightly. Kiers glanced in the direction of Reg and Sapali, her expression one of utter bemusement. "Do you truly wish to control me? Hey, what are you two whispering about?" Ramsey had long since noticed the two of them murmuring throughout their journey. "It's nothing. You need not concern yourself," replied Leg. "Are you not plotting your escape?" Ramsey scoffed. "If you wish to leave, be my guest, but I would not hesitate to dismantle you. No need for concern. I assure you, I will not flee," Leg guaranteed. "Why should I leave? If I were to depart, it would be over your fallen bodies." "Vegeta, that spacecraft ahead. It cannot possibly belong to the one you refer to as Frieza, can it?" Ramsey inquired, having spotted a massive starship in the distance, gesturing towards Vegeta. "Indeed. It must be him," Vegeta nodded. "Shall you approach him alone, or would you prefer our company?" Ramsey asked. "I shall go to him first on my own," Vegeta replied. "Very well," Ramsey nodded, contemplating whether it would be best to eliminate this individual outright. "Let us see how it unfolds, even if I were to bring him back." "It would merely serve as a whetstone for someone else," Vegeta remarked. "As you wish," Ramsey did not oppose. Vegeta swiftly soared towards Frieza's starship, while Leg reveled in the flight block. "Excellent. This is a splendid opportunity. With Vegeta absent, I shall devise a plan to ambush that giant and the sorcerer. Once I have vanquished them, I can then thoroughly dismantle this legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Finally, I will crush Vegeta underfoot." His injuries had nearly healed, though some pain lingered. Yet, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance that he could not let slip away. However, as Leg surveyed his surroundings, his heart sank. This appears to be the vastness of space. I cannot survive out here. Should I transform into a Super Saiyan in this environment, I would surely perish instantly. How curious. How can Vegeta navigate the cosmos while I cannot? Suddenly, he spotted a space station. What fortuitous timing. That must belong to Frieza. It should house a healing chamber, which could swiftly mend my wounds. Leg's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. "Oh dear, my stomach aches. Perhaps I overindulged," he exclaimed, clutching his abdomen. Kess and Ramsey glanced at Leg, but chose to ignore him. "Could someone accompany me to a planet where I might relieve myself? The pain is unbearable," Leg pleaded. "Why are you so troublesome?" Ramsey, with a stern expression, lamented, "I truly have an excruciating stomachache. Please, I see a space station over there. Just take me there." "Fine, let us make a trip to that space station," replied Leg, his face darkened. "Otherwise, it would be quite unpleasant if this fellow were to relieve himself in the flight cube." "All right," KSI nodded in agreement. Whoosh. In the next moment, KSI and Ramsey, accompanied by the flight cube, arrived at a distant space station belonging to Frieza. Upon entering the station, Leg feigned the need to use the restroom. Subsequently, he searched for a healing device within the station. Fortune favored the diligent. Leg ultimately discovered the healing apparatus, dispatched a Frieza minion with a swift strike of his tail, and entered the healing machine to mend his injuries. "Splendid. In no more than 10 minutes, I shall be fully recovered," Leg sighed with relief. A 10-minute respite for a stomach ailment should not raise suspicion. Even if Vegeta returns in 10 minutes, once I transform into a Super Saiyan, I shall be able to overpower him decisively. How wonderful. Leg's face was alight with boundless anticipation. "That fellow did not go to the restroom," Ramsey remarked to KSI. "He has gone to the healing chamber," KSI replied with a smile. "What does he intend? To recuperate and become a Super Saiyan to defeat Vegeta? Ramsey sighed in resignation. He seeks to transform into a Super Saiyan, overpower Lord Ramsey, and inflict serious injury upon me, thereby instilling fear in Vegeta. KSI chuckled. Ramsey and KSI exchanged these words in the presence of Supari, who, upon hearing their conversation, widened his eyes in shock and perked up his ears. Chapter 107 Frieza. Is that not Prince Vegeta? How do you know? Supari stammered. We heard it, KSI smiled. If you heard it, why did you not stop him? Supari exclaimed in disbelief. KSI, inquire with Vegeta whether he wishes to eliminate his brother, Ramsey suggested. Very well, I shall contact Vegeta, KSI nodded. Grasping her staff and reaching out to Vegeta. On board Frieza's spaceship, it hovered amidst the starry expanse, not too distant from the space station. Frieza remained seated in his infantile carriage within the spaceship, his tail swaying back and forth. Lord Frieza, according to the latest data, our Frieza force is nearly omnipresent throughout the universe, Belibulu declared with a smile. This comes as no surprise, Frieza responded with a grin. I trust that in a few years, the Frieza force shall ascend to become the sovereign of this universe. Belibulu respectfully inquired, by the way. Have there been any recent updates regarding those Saiyan wild monkeys? Frieza responded, aside from Vegeta, Nappa and Raditz are currently out in the field, serving our legion. Their combat power is rather unimpressive, with Nappa hovering around 3,000 and Raditz barely at 1,000. Frieza shook his head in disappointment and continued, what about that little monkey, Vegeta? Surely he hasn't become utterly useless on Earth? We haven't received any information from that direction. Should we dispatch someone to investigate? Belibula pondered. Perhaps it would be prudent to check. Who knows, that little monkey might encounter some fortuitous events. Frieza chuckled softly. How could that possibly be? Ha ha. Belibulu joined in the laughter. Just as they were reveling in their mirth, they suddenly noticed someone approaching. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta. Frieza was taken aback, while Belibula rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Isn't that Vegeta? Am I mistaken? Belibula murmured. At that moment, Vegeta appeared outside the transparent material of the spaceship. Suspended in the vastness of space, grinning as he gazed at Frieza within. Open the door and let that fellow in, Frieza commanded, frowning at his subordinates. However, just as they prepared to comply, Vegeta delivered a swift kick to the transparent material of the spaceship, creating a gaping hole. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the vessel. With a rush, Belibulu was sucked outside into the cosmos, instantly freezing into a statue-like form. Several of Frieza's minions met the same fate. Unperturbed, Vegeta flew through the newly created opening, smiling as he looked at Frieza. The panicked subordinates hastily activated the spaceship's protective shield, restoring a semblance of calm. Meanwhile, Frieza's expression darkened ominously. Who could it be? Is it not the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta? Frieza scoffed. It seems you have gained some prowess. Capable of surviving in the depths of space, this truly surprises me. As Frieza spoke, Vegeta nonchalantly retrieved a communicator from his pocket. Kiss, what is the matter? He inquired. Frieza, increasingly agitated, retorted, Are you even listening to me? Are you truly polite? I am speaking to you, yet you are engaged in a conversation with another. Your behavior is rather impolite. Ah, it seems your brother aspires to transform into a Super Saiyan, attempting to exert control over me and Lord Ramsey. Kess remarked with a smile. I had thought it was a trivial matter. Just this? Vegeta was taken aback. Lord Ramsey wishes to inquire whether, should your brother persist in this manner, he ought to be obliterated, Kess asked. Vegeta remained silent. Perhaps it is for the best. Are you not rather intrigued by your sister-in-law? Ramsey leaned closer, grinning at Vegeta. Vegeta replied, I merely enjoy the thrill of thievery, nothing more. If my brother were to perish, I would have no interest in my sister-in-law. Is Kess not alluring enough for me? Grant him a chance. Once he realizes that transforming into a Super Saiyan does not equate to being able to strike you down effortlessly, I sense he will be filled with despair. Vegeta spoke unhurriedly. By the way, please wait a moment. I wish to witness Reg's fascinating expression. He has already entered the healing pod, and in about 10 minutes, he will fully recover from his injuries, Kess responded. Understood. I shall come over in 10 minutes, Vegeta acknowledged. Are you truly not reconsidering? Ramsey chuckled oddly. In truth, your sister-in-law is indeed quite appealing, albeit not as lovely as your young lady friend, but indulging in a wild experience every so often is not without merit. Should you eliminate your brother, you would naturally possess your sister-in-law. Vegeta retorted, Lord Ramsey, what manner of talk is this? Kess could no longer endure it from the sidelines. No, thank you, Vegeta replied decisively. I still prefer thievery. What is it they say? A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. Yes, it is that sensation I desire. My affection does not lie with the woman's supali, but rather with the thrill of stealing. Ramsay, I am a man of utmost integrity. Do not portray my words in such a sordid light. Vegeta replied with a serious demeanor. Ramsay, are you serious? Kes remarked, covering her forehead in exasperation. Vegeta, do you not feel a tinge of embarrassment uttering such words? Let us leave it at that, Kes declared. Very well, Vegeta nodded, concluding the conversation. Subsequently, he leisurely returned the communicator to the confines of his ring. Frieza's expression fluctuated dramatically, his ears perked with heightened interest. What did I just hear? Did I catch wind of a Super Saiyan? Has a Super Saiyan already emerged? Or is it that Vegeta has attained that status? Frieza, it has been a while, Vegeta said with a cheerful smile directed at Frieza. Vegeta, I never anticipated your presence here. Were you not on Earth previously? Frieza retorted with a sneer. You seem well informed. Indeed, I spent some time on Earth. Vegeta acknowledged with a nod. What brings you to seek me? Frieza scoffed. Surely, you are not here merely for idle chatter? Chapter 108, The Cosmic Emperor's Radiant Smile. Frieza. How fares your dominion over the universe? Vegeta inquired. Such matters are of no concern to you. Frieza replied coldly, you ought to focus on your own predicament. You ventured to Earth without my consent. I must deliberate on how best to punish you. Oh, and what form might your punishment take? Vegeta responded with a grin. Let me ponder that, Frieza mused. Perhaps I should remove your head as a token? Vegeta suggested. Frieza, what do you mean? Vegeta pondered, suddenly recalling that he had not bathed in quite some time. Should he take a shower? He shook his head. No, I bathed just today. Was I not obliterated by my own devastating attack? My reconstituted body should suffice as having bathed. What are you saying? Frieza was taken aback. I said, I am going to teach you a lesson. You do not mind, do you? Vegeta grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. What did you say? Frieza chuckled. Do you even know who you're speaking to? Little monkey, it seems you have forgotten the terror that is Frieza during your years away. With a swift motion, Vegeta vanished from sight. Frieza's eyes widened in astonishment and confusion. Where did he go? Where is that brat? Hey. Vegeta floated into view behind Frieza and patted his head. Frieza, startled, turned around mechanically to face Vegeta. When did you appear behind me? Frieza exclaimed in disbelief. Bang. Vegeta delivered a swift slap to Frieza's forehead. The impact sent Frieza hurtling through the spaceship, bursting out into the vastness of space. Frieza's face was etched with utter shock. How is this guy so powerful? My first form is utterly insufficient against him. In an instant, Vegeta reappeared directly in front of Frieza. Hey! Frieza erupted in fury, unleashing a surge of energy that shattered the vessel beneath him into fragments. Vegeta, you are not to be underestimated. It seems you have encountered some remarkable experiences on Earth. Perhaps, Vegeta nodded. But you have thoroughly enraged me. Frieza's expression darkened further. So? A smile graced Vegeta's lips. If you were aware of my ability to transform, I doubt you would be so audacious. Frieza chuckled. Then show me your transformation. Watch closely. You shall feel an overwhelming sense of despair. Frieza cackled, his body rapidly enlarging. In an instant, he morphed into his second form. How do you like it, Vegeta? Do you find my new form intriguing? Frieza laughed heartily. Enough with the theatrics. Transform into your final form. I know you have 2 more transformations, Vegeta replied calmly. Frieza was rendered speechless. Who told you that? He asked through gritted teeth. Just a guess. Vegeta remarked that Frieza appeared utterly unwell. Did you say you were merely speculating? Do you truly believe I would be swayed? There is no need for such considerations. In this form, I could effortlessly crush you. Frieza declared, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly charged toward Vegeta. Bang! With a delicate yet forceful kick, Vegeta struck Frieza squarely in the face, leaving an unmistakable imprint of his shoe. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily propelled himself backward, creating distance between them. What a jest! My second form is unable to contend with him. Just how formidable is this creature? Is he still withholding his ultimate form? Vegeta remarked with a smirk. Very well, you have brought this upon yourself. Now, prepare to witness my ultimate transformation. Frieza retorted with a cold scoff. Reshaping himself into his final form, he crossed his legs and slightly spread his arms, assuming a distinctive pose. So, Vegeta, what do you think? This is my ultimate form. Do you enjoy running around in the nude after transforming? Vegeta quipped. That is not the point. Frieza snapped in anger. By the way, how do you relieve yourself? I notice you lack the attributes of a typical male, Vegeta observed thoughtfully as he scrutinized Frieza. Frieza trembled with rage. You cannot be suggesting I am female? Vegeta seemed to recall something, shuddering involuntarily at the thought. having once seen a female version of Frieza in a past life. He wondered who had conjured such an image. However, it must be said, the figure was rather well-proportioned. Albeit rather peculiar in appearance, something Vegeta felt he could never bring himself to approach. What did you just say? I am a man. I am not a woman. Frieza shouted in exasperation. And Frost? I sense that fellow has a rather effeminate appearance. Could he be a female of your kind? Vegeta pondered aloud. Frost? I am unfamiliar with that name. Frieza replied, taken aback. Who in the world is Frost? Now, tell me, I am curious, how do you urinate? Vegeta pressed on. It wouldn't be through your mouth, would it? Frieza trembled with fury, his complexion paling further. Gradually, he raised his hand, a crimson light gathering at his fingertips. Whoosh. With a flick of his finger, a beam of red energy surged toward Vegeta. Puff. Vegeta merely exhaled lightly. The red energy beam veered off course entirely. Frieza stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched upon his face. What nonsense is this? He simply blew a breath, and my unleashed energy was dispelled? How is this even possible? Frieza was taken aback. Humph. I deliberately refrained from using my full power, fearing that a careless blow might extinguish your life. He huffed, concealing the turmoil within. Is that so? Vegeta chuckled. Do you truly know what my combat power is? Frieza smiled. Pray tell. Vegeta replied with a grin. 120 million. Frieza extended a finger. Do you comprehend the significance of this number? Remarkable. Vegeta exclaimed. Chapter 109. Reg, are you a fool? You appear utterly stunned, perhaps for you Saiyans. Such an astronomical combat power is beyond your wildest dreams. Frieza scoffed, but fret not. My current power is merely 3 million. Perhaps your strength has reached 5 million. Allowing you to easily deflect my energy. That sounds rather plausible, Vegeta said with a smile and a slight nod. You should enjoy your laughter while it lasts. Frieza retorted with a cold snort, his body swelling rapidly. Now, I shall unleash 100 of my energy, raising my combat power to a terrifying 120 million. Bring it on. Vegeta urged. Frieza responded, such an intense scene, and your encouragement has left me utterly bewildered. Whoa. Frieza's energy surged wildly. 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. He chanted. At last. Frieza released all his energy, elevating his combat power to the staggering height of 120 million. Humph. Such immense energy. Surely, you did not anticipate this. Frieza beamed at Vegeta. Just a moment, let me check the time. Vegeta retrieved a watch from his storage space and glanced at it. How absurd. Frieza fumed. Can that low-tech gadget even function in a vacuum? You have a point, Vegeta nodded. I suspect about 9 minutes have elapsed. Humph. You don't mean to wait for that Super Saiyan, do you? Even if the Super Saiyan arrives, what difference would it make? Frieza cackled, but alas. You shall not witness the arrival of that Super Saiyan. Now, I shall dismantle you into pieces. With a thunderous declaration, Frieza swung his massive hand forward, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that enveloped Vegeta. A cloud of dust erupted into the air. As the smoke gradually cleared, Vegeta's form emerged unscathed. Frieza. You appear to be rather underwhelming, Vegeta lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Is that all the energy you possess? Merely a cloud of dust. Frieza. This place is a vacuum, devoid of dust. Frieza gritted his teeth, trembling all over, his expression shifting erratically. This is fantasy, not hard science fiction. Vegeta retorted. Why must you be so pedantic? Frieza fell silent. A power level of 120 million, is it? Vegeta smiled lightly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Frieza. Frieza was completely taken off guard. Crack. Vegeta seized Frieza's tail with a firm grip. Bang. With a swift kick, he struck Frieza squarely on the backside. Howl. Frieza cried out in pain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In quick succession, Vegeta began to spin Frieza around by his tail. Frieza felt dizzy. In the cosmic space station, within the treatment room, a signal beeped from the healing pod. Done. I have fully recovered. My injuries are completely healed. Reg excitedly exclaimed, truly a stroke of divine fortune. Boom. Reg's energy erupted, shaking the entire space station to its very core. In the next moment, golden flames enveloped Reg, his hair standing on end as it transformed into a brilliant gold. Super Saiyan 5. Given that Reg's base form is Super Saiyan 4, one could argue that upon transforming into Super Saiyan, he has already attained the strength of Super Saiyan 5. Of course, this is merely Reg's own perception. The true Super Saiyan 5 does not resemble this form at all. It possesses silver-white hair and an energy intensity that far surpasses Reg's. Nevertheless, Reg's current transformation is formidable, even rivaling Jiren's ordinary strength. If given more time to grow, surpassing Jiren would not pose a significant challenge. Rumble. The surrounding cosmos trembled under the force of Reg's power. After all, Reg's foundation is immensely strong, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan, his energy multiplied exponentially. In this state, I will not suffer significant damage within a minute. So I must conclude this battle swiftly. Reg muttered, glancing back at the wreckage of the space station he had shattered. Reg, why did I not preserve this space station? After I defeat them shortly, I can continue my treatment in the healing chamber. It is truly a miscalculation. I have overexerted myself a bit. I can no longer concern myself with such matters. I must immediately subdue that colossal elephant. Then, I shall injure the sorcerer named Kess. Once the dust settles, I will thoroughly discipline Vegeta. Additionally, I will attend to that legendary Super Saiyan as well. Suddenly, Reg felt an overwhelming sense of dread as he surveyed his surroundings. A realization struck him, and his complexion turned pale. Something is amiss. I have overlooked something. I shattered the space station. Thus, the air within is dissipating. I am a Saiyan. I cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Ah, save me. Reg, gripped by fear, desperately flew towards the remnants of the space station where the air was slightly more abundant, as if clutching at a lifeline. He struggled fiercely and immediately returned to his normal state, for the air had been expelled upon his transformation into a Super Saiyan. And the toll on his body had increased significantly. Ramsey, Kess, Supari, Broly, what is this fellow attempting? Kess sighed in exasperation. Ramsey shook his head. Is Vegeta's brother truly a fool? Remarked Ramsey. Perhaps we should rescue him. The air over there seems scarce, Kess lamented. We should indeed assist him. Vegeta has expressed a desire to keep him, Ramsey sighed. I had anticipated a unique battle. I share the same sentiment, Kess nodded. I could foresee this sequence of events but did not predict this outcome. With a gentle wave of her staff, Kess exclaimed, Pow! The flying cube sped toward Reg's location. Supari was at a loss for words. I never perceived Reg as this foolish before. How has he become so daft now? You nearly brought about your own demise. Chapter 110, Ramsey, is your urine yellow? A flying cube materialized near Reg. Struggling in the vastness of space, Reg swam into the flying cube, gasping for air. He inhaled the oxygen within, feeling significantly better. Reg exclaimed, Damn it. I almost met my end just now. What a grave miscalculation. Are you all right, Reg? Supali inquired with concern. I'll survive. Reg gritted his teeth. Why is it that Vegeta can thrive in the vacuum of space? I have no idea, Supali replied, shaking his head, equally perplexed. Neither Ramsey nor Kess offered any explanations, as they were not particularly gossipy. In the distance, Vegeta continued to grasp Frieza's tail, spinning him around in circles. 1, 2, 3. Vegeta's speed intensified. After 10 minutes, he remained stationary, still spinning. Vegeta, stop. This cosmic overlord has already rendered you dizzy. Ramsey called out as he approached. Vegeta gradually came to a halt. Most of Frieza's minions nearby had perished. The spacecraft had been kicked by Vegeta, creating 2 gaping holes, resulting in many being sucked into the vacuum of space. Reg had even obliterated the space station, nearly costing himself his life. With the station destroyed, Frieza's subordinates, unable to survive in the void, quickly met their end. Within this universe, the number of humans capable of existing in space is exceedingly scarce. Consider this. Even the apprentice Angel Mears pretended to be incapable of survival in space, donning an oxygen mask during the battle with Moro. This illustrates that within the Dragon Ball universe, true beings that can endure in the cosmos are few and far between. However, most of the adversaries encountered by Goku and Vegeta are indeed capable of surviving in space. Frieza, Cell, Dubra, Bu, and even Moro in later encounters. It is noteworthy that the term human in Dragon Ball encompasses all sentient beings below the Kaioshin, including the gods of Earth. This classification is determined from the perspective of the god of destruction and the Grand Minister. A few surviving minions of Frieza, witnessing Vegeta's formidable prowess, trembled in fear. This is terrifying. Lord Frieza was rendered dizzy by this fellow. Ramsey, is your urine yellow? Vegeta asked, still gripping the unconscious Frieza with his right hand, turning to inquire. What do you mean? My urine is not yellow, Ramsey scoffed. Only those with inflammation in their bodies would have yellow urine, wouldn't they? Vegeta, who among you has yellow urine? Vegeta addressed Reg and Broly again. Reg scoffed, still sulking. How embarrassing. After finally transforming into a Super Saiyan, I nearly met my demise. Broly? Broly raised his hand. You, come over and wake him up, Vegeta instructed Broly. What do you mean? Broly inquired curiously. I mean urinate on his face, Vegeta clarified. Is that appropriate? Broly scratched his head. If I say it's appropriate, then it is, Vegeta asserted. Very well. As Broly spoke, he prepared to leap out of the flying cube. However, just as he was about to exit, he suddenly remembered something and promptly retracted his foot. Then, Broly turned to glance at Reg. What are you staring at? Reg snapped. I would perish if I go out from here, Broly replied. You have a point there. Vegeta nodded. Let's throw this fellow in first. Saying this, Vegeta casually tossed the unconscious Frieza into the flying cube. Broly was getting ready to unbutton his pants. Suppari hurriedly turned his head. Hey, are you going to urinate in here? Suppari exclaimed. The space is so cramped. Let's find a planet instead, Vegeta called out. All right, Broly nodded, fastening his pants. Suppari let out a slight sigh of relief. Oh dear, the once great Cosmic Emperor was so easily rendered unconscious by you, Kes remarked. What kind of tactics are these? Lomzi helplessly swayed his large trunk, asking, where do we go next? Are there any suitable individuals we need to retrieve? Let me ponder for a moment, Vegeta silently contemplated. Who should we bring back next? Frieza's brother and his father? I have no desire to play with them. Perhaps we should retrieve Naba and Raditz to give that Kakarot fellow some practice. As for the others, they can be disregarded. It is time to visit Universe 6. Kes. Search for Naba and Raditz. They should be together, Vegeta instructed. All right, Kes nodded, wielding the staff to locate Naba and Raditz. Hey, Vegeta. How come you can survive in space? Reg asked through gritted teeth. Just on account of this, would you like to take a look? Vegeta waved his fist. Reg fell silent. Wait for me, Vegeta. I refuse to believe that you have been traversing the cosmos indefinitely. Once we descend to the surface, you shall witness how I deal with you. If a suitable planet presents itself for landing, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan and leave you searching for your teeth. I have found it. We will proceed in that direction for approximately 30 minutes. Kasai pointed towards a specific direction. Let us move. Ramses gestured grandly. Whoosh. The three, accompanied by their flying blocks, advanced swiftly towards the horizon. On a certain planet, Nappa and Raditz were engaged in the merciless slaughter of the inhabitants. Their primary objective was to eradicate the native population and subsequently sell the planet. To whom would they sell it? To developers, specifically the SETA organization. This organization would refurbish and minimally develop the planet before selling it to homeless extraterrestrials wandering the cosmos. In truth, the Frieza Force maintained a close relationship with the SETA organization as well. In earlier years, the Frieza Force primarily focused on conquering planets and selling them to SETA. However, during Frieza's tenure, after his acquaintance with Beerus, he began working for Beerus, casually destroying unnecessary planets. At this moment, Nappa and Raditz were seated upon a stone on the planet, tending to the aftermath. The human population had been nearly exterminated. Shall we report to Dodoria next? Raditz inquired. Chapter 111. I have an agreement with Bardock. Very well. Let us tidy up. This planet should fetch a good price, Nappa nodded. Should we contact Dodoria now? Raditz suggested. I will reach out. You handle the cleanup and take care of the sanitation, Nappa commanded. Why must I do the cleaning? Why should all the dirty work fall to me? Raditz complained, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Simply because my combat prowess surpasses yours. Do you have any objections? Nappa retorted with a huff. Raditz fell silent and obediently set about his tasks. Nappa then established communication with Dodoria through his device. Hello, Mr. Dodoria. Raditz and I have successfully conquered this planet, Nappa reported. Understood. Let us leave it at that for now, Dodoria replied before abruptly ending the call. Nappa stared in bewilderment. What does that mean? Why is it let us leave it at that? Could you at least give us some guidance? Nappa expressed, feeling somewhat bewildered. What is the matter? What has transpired? What did Dodoria say? Raditz inquired. That peculiar fellow, let us first attempt to decipher his intentions, Nappa replied, shaking his head. Little did Nappa and Raditz know, Dodoria was in a state of sheer panic. The surviving subordinate had already conveyed the news of Frieza being rendered unconscious by Vegeta to Dodoria. Upon initially hearing this news, Dodoria could scarcely believe the truth, thinking perhaps his subordinate was jesting. However, it soon dawned on Dodoria that this was no jest, as he had completely lost contact with Frieza. According to the subordinate, Frieza had been taken away by Vegeta, confined within a transparent cube, accompanied by an elephant, a humanoid resembling an elephant. Dodoria felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, An elephant? How was I unaware of such an extraordinary race existing in this universe? Who is this elephant? Moreover, how has Vegeta grown so formidable? After nonchalantly answering Nappa's call, Dodoria promptly ended the conversation. He then swiftly contacted Guldo, who was nearby. Guldo, Frieza's brother, responded Dodoria. Aren't you one of Frieza's subordinates? What brings you to me? Guldo. There is grave news. Frieza has been captured. Dodoria reported urgently. Frieza? Captured? Who possesses the audacity to seize him? Guldo chuckled at the absurdity. It is that Vegeta fellow. Dodoria informed. Vegeta? The Prince of the Saiyans? Guldo asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, that very individual. Dodoria confirmed. Vegeta has become quite accomplished. Has he rendered Frieza powerless? Guldo mused with a slight smile. It is said that Frieza was spun around by him by his tail until he lost consciousness, Dodoria recounted. What an extraordinary method. Frieza was actually spun into unconsciousness? Guldo pondered, momentarily unsure how to respond. Moreover, Vegeta has two companions. One is an elephant, the other a humanoid elephant. Dodoria added. A humanoid elephant? Guldo murmured thoughtfully. Such a race was rare, yet it did exist. That is the sequence of events, my lord, Dodoria concluded. Do you have any leads on Vegeta and his companions? Guldo inquired. No, they have completely vanished, Dodoria revealed, displaying a look of distress. Then hasten to search for them. Guldo commanded. Yes, my lord. After concluding the call, Dodoria commanded his subordinates to scour the vicinity for Frieza's whereabouts. However, where could they possibly search? Following his transformation, Frieza had discarded all of his equipment. Vegeta and his companions were remarkably swift, rapidly departing from Frieza's dominion. Vegeta soon appeared above the planet where Nappa and Raditz resided. Is it truly just the two of them? Ramshur was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Nappa and Raditz below. Their strength was woefully inadequate, significantly weaker than that of the so-called Cosmic Emperor. In fact, they were several magnitudes weaker, though calculating the exact difference proved cumbersome. Not to mention the likes of Broly and Reg. Nevertheless, they should be somewhat stronger than Vegeta's brother. After securing their departure, the remainder could be planned meticulously. Vegeta suggested it would be prudent to await the resurrection of the Super Dragon Balls, allowing for the relocation of the remaining individuals to the 10th universe. Are we then heading back to the 10th universe? Ramshur inquired. No, I intend to make a trip to the 6th universe, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. What business do you have in the 6th universe? Ramshur asked, a hint of concern in his voice. It was from the 6th universe that we intercepted you to bring you to the 10th universe. Are you truly returning to the 6th universe? We have painstakingly nurtured your growth. In the past, Vados once remarked that when I mature, I shall go to marry her, declared Vegeta. Ramsey and Kess exchanged incredulous glances. Is that truly the case? Ramsey asked, caught between laughter and tears. We swore an oath, binding ourselves for 1 billion years. Whoever wavers shall have their father consume excrement. Vegeta asserted. Ramsey was taken aback, his face paling in an instant. Do you wish for the esteemed high priest to indulge in excrement? You truly dare to dream. You shall be mercilessly struck down by the esteemed high priest. Kess also wiped the fragrant sweat from her brow. Your oath is rather intense. I wonder what expression the esteemed high priest will have upon hearing this news. It is time for Vados to fulfill her promise, Vegeta stated. Surely. You cannot be serious about marrying an angel, can you? Ramsey wiped the sweat from his brow. This has been a long-standing agreement, Vegeta replied with a nod of conviction. What about your girlfriend on Earth? Ramsey inquired. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. It is quite normal for our royal lineage to have several wives, Vegeta remarked nonchalantly. Reg gave Vegeta a bemused glance. It is normal for our royal family to have multiple wives? I was unaware of such an arrangement. Whom are you attempting to deceive? Do you think I am not of royal lineage? Reg knew he could expose Vegeta, but upon further contemplation, he decided against it. Reg feared pain. He understood that revealing the truth now would inevitably lead to a thorough beating by Vegeta. Besides, his intention to take multiple wives was of no concern to him. It was best to remain inconspicuous. Ideally, he would prefer to be completely forgotten by them. Once they returned to their stronghold, he would transform into a Super Saiyan and methodically overpower each of them one by one. Chapter 112, The Saiyans' 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Reg had initially contemplated taking action on this planet. However, he gradually came to realize that such a course of action was ill-suited. Hadn't he observed that Vegeta could thrive in the vastness of space? That great beast and the azure-skinned sorcerer could similarly endure in the cosmos. If they were to prove too formidable for him and obliterate the planet, his fate would be sealed. Nevertheless, he believed that once they returned to their abode, he would have a far greater advantage to act. Surely, you cannot bring destruction upon your own home? Reg sat in silence, his head bowed. Broly, meanwhile, was seated within the flying cube, gazing at the vast expanse of stars. Frieza remained unconscious, likely to remain in that state for quite some time. Saparia offered no words, simply keeping company with Reg. Are you considering making Bardock your queen? Or perhaps a concubine? Ramsay inquired with a smile. My queen has long been promised to Bulma, Vegeta pondered, thus Bardock can only be a concubine. Shall we bestow upon her the title of noble consort? Chris burst into laughter at that moment. Ramsay joined in the merriment, his large trunk flailing about joyfully. Neither Chris nor Ramsay had anticipated that Bardock would catch Vegeta's attention. Not only had she captured his interest, but she was not to be the primary wife. Merely a concubine, and yet granted the esteemed title of noble consort. This development became increasingly intriguing if Bardock were to learn of this. Her expression would surely be far from pleasant. Ramsay chuckled with delight. Indeed, I too wish to witness this, Chris replied with a playful grin. Chris, I have yet to determine your position, Vegeta mused, turning his gaze toward her. In our Saiyan royal harem, there is one queen, for consorts, and 9 concubines. You would undoubtedly be among the 4 consorts, Vegeta stated. Chris quietly wiped the sweat from her brow. Why do you keep thinking of me? I have always regarded you as a younger brother, yet it seems you desire me to be your consort. Pray, enlighten me. Who are the 4 favored ones? Roshi inquired with an air of curiosity. The imperial concubine, the virtuous concubine, the gracious concubine, and the worthy concubine, Vegeta replied. Chris, choose one quickly. Before Bardos is appointed as the imperial concubine. How about selecting the imperial concubine yourself? Roshi suggested with a smile. Chris remarked. I actually believe the virtuous concubine would suit you quite well. Roshi agreed. Very well, it is settled then, Vegeta nodded in affirmation. I do not consent, Chris sighed. Your consent is not required, Vegeta retorted. Consent? What does that entail? Roshi asked with growing intrigue. It is merely another term for the myriad beauties of the harem. Vegeta explained. Chris urged, do tell, who are the 9 concubines? Roshi's curiosity intensified. They are said to be Xiaoyi, Xiaorong, Zhao Yuan, Xiao Yi, Xiaorong, Xiao Yuan, Chong Yi, Chong Rong, and Chong Yuan. Those are the names, Vegeta recounted after a moment's reflection. Thankfully, my memory serves me well. I had recently perused some history of the Tang dynasty before my arrival here, allowing me to retain this information. Otherwise, fabricating such details would indeed require considerable effort. The harem system you describe seems rather intricate, Roshi mused. Aren't you Saiyans a warrior race? Why not focus on combat instead of the intricacies of a harem? A warrior race must also consider the propagation of their lineage, especially among royalty. In our generation, there remain only the 3 of us brothers. Vegeta lamented. Attributing this plight to our father and his forebears, who favored battle over the complexities of a harem, leading our Saiyan lineage to the brink of extinction. With a persistent decline in population, Roshi remarked, a decrease in population is one thing, but negative growth? Your phrasing leaves me at a loss. He sighed. Oh dear. Such a term is splendidly apt, Chris chuckled from the sidelines. Reg, on the other hand, perked up his ears, intrigued. I had no idea the Saiyan royal harem was so meticulously categorized. Did our earliest Saiyan royalty truly have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? I have never heard of such a thing. However, judging by the eloquence of Vegeta's words, it seems unlikely that he is fabricating his claims. Upon closer reflection, there appears to be some merit to his assertions. The Saiyans have long been engaged in battles, resulting in a declining birth rate. Thus, it is not surprising that the population of the Saiyan race is experiencing a decrease. I had allowed Vegeta's musings to lead me astray. If the royal family of the Saiyans truly had numerous consorts, the issue of their propagation would not arise. Reg, momentarily lost in thought, found himself pondering deeply. Though I harbor a disdain for that rascal Vegeta, I must concede the value of his suggestion. Once I have subdued them, I shall establish my own harem. My ambition is to see my offspring reign over the entire universe. Vegeta, do you possess the video of your oath with Bardos? Asked Ramsay. No, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. Could it be that she intends to renege? That remains uncertain. If Bardos chooses to deny it, what recourse do you have? Ramsay inquired. Zampa witnessed it and can attest, Vegeta stated. And what if he refuses to acknowledge it as well? Ramsay retorted, given that he and Bardos are allies. Just watch closely. I will find a way to compel him to acknowledge it. You two merely need to provide testimony, and be sure to record the video as evidence, Vegeta grinned confidently. Cough, cough, Vegeta, Bardos is my sister. Do you really expect me to betray her? Cass wiped the sweat from his brow. Did you not consider me your brother? Vegeta chuckled. One is your brother, the other your sister. We stand as equals. This is not betrayal, merely the fulfillment of an oath we made long ago. You need only help me gather evidence. I found myself at a loss for words. Cass wiped his brow again. Then it is settled. I shall descend and fetch those two subordinates, Vegeta declared, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly descended. After Vegeta's departure, Ramzi leaned closer to Kess and whispered, "Are we truly going to Universe 6? Indeed, for there has never been a precedent of angels marrying mortals. It would be wise to observe," Kess pondered. Chapter 113, Your Highness begins to raise elephants? Surely you jest, Ramzi exclaimed in astonishment. Vados is your sister. Speaking of which, we angels are all single. Allowing my sister to marry could serve as a reference, Kess remarked. Who knows, perhaps we might eventually witness the birth of a little angel, thus offering hope for the continuation of our celestial lineage. After all, angels are formed from the essence of the universe. The likelihood is exceedingly slim, Ramzi responded. Kess sighed. Nonetheless, the emergence of more angels would indeed be a blessing. Is it unnecessary to report this matter to the esteemed Grand Minister? Asked Ramzi. Not for now. Kess pondered before shaking her head. It's still in its infancy. There is no rush to report. Just don't place the blame on me if something goes awry. I won't take responsibility for it, Ramzi cautioned, swinging his trunk. Oh dear, Lord Ramzi has become quite astute, Kess chuckled. Of course, with someone as clever as Vegeta around. I too shall become more discerning, Ramzi replied with a hum. Their dialogue was relatively hushed, thus the others within the flying cube remained oblivious. Meanwhile, on the planet below, Raditz was tidying up the battlefield, ensuring it was clean. Only when the area was presentable could someone come to take over. After all, it would be unseemly for the planet to be littered with corpses. Such a sight would diminish its value. Naba, having little else to do, joined Raditz in gathering the bodies for disposal. I wonder where Prince Vegeta is gone? It's been years since I've heard anything about him, Raditz murmured. Who knows? Naba shrugged. I heard he went to a planet with exceptionally low combat power. I can't fathom why he would choose to be there. Does he wish to linger on such a world? Surely, Prince Vegeta is not that kind of person, Raditz expressed his skepticism. Let us not dwell on it too much. We should focus on our own matters first, Naba suggested. As they conversed, Vegeta descended from the sky, landing near the two. Naba rubbed his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Vegeta. Raditz also displayed a hint of confusion, for Vegeta was remarkably short. This is how he looked 12 years ago. How could 12 years have passed without him growing at all? Raditz thought. Given his Saiyans constitution, he should have reached maturity by now. Is that truly you, Prince Vegeta? Naba inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Who else could it be but me? Vegeta replied coolly. No way. It really is Prince Vegeta. Naba still struggled to believe it. Your height. How is it that you haven't grown at all? Raditz blurted out, voicing his burning question. Naba regarded Raditz as though he were a fool. Are you foolish? How dare you comment on Prince Vegeta's stature? It is already a considerable favor that he did not strike you dead with a mere slap. With a swift motion of his tail, Vegeta sent Raditz hurtling backward with a resounding thud, causing him to crash to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly defeated. Escaping immediate death was indeed a stroke of luck, Vegeta scoffed. Come here at once, he commanded Raditz. Fearful, Raditz hurriedly crawled over. I said come here, not crawl. Do you not understand simple instructions? Vegeta's voice was icy. Yes, Your Highness. I shall roll over this instant. Raditz hastily began to tumble on the ground. A satisfied smile crept upon Vegeta's lips. Your Highness, have you come to join us on a mission? Nappa inquired eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of Vegeta's participation. With his presence, many planets would surely fall under their control with ease. Let us depart from this place, Vegeta instructed succinctly. After uttering those words, he soared into the sky, swiftly piercing through the clouds to a higher altitude. Vegeta returned to the company of Kakarot and Ramzi. Nappa and Raditz, not daring to lag behind, quickly followed suit into the heavens. Is the prince's spaceship up there? Raditz asked. Perhaps, Nappa speculated. Do we not need to bring our spaceship along? I recall ours can integrate into the prince's vessel. Let us first discern the prince's intentions, Nappa replied. Agreed, Raditz nodded. And the two continued their ascent. Before long, Nappa and Raditz beheld Vegeta, Ramzi, and Kakarot in the sky. They paused in astonishment. Who is that large elephant? Nappa muttered. Has the prince taken to raising elephants now? Raditz exclaimed, equally surprised. Could it be that Prince Vegeta intends to establish a zoo on some planet? It was not outside the realm of possibility. Nappa nodded thoughtfully. It seems we must gather a wider variety of animals. Regardless, we shall follow the prince's directives, Nappa replied. As they soared higher, they soon found themselves beside Vegeta. You two, enter, he commanded. Vegeta greeted Nappa and Raditz, gesturing towards the nearby flying ship. Nappa and Raditz turned to glance at the craft. After a momentary pause, they exchanged confused looks before casting their gaze upon the unconscious Frieza sprawled on the ground. However, this was Frieza's ultimate transformation, which Nappa and Raditz did not recognize. It merely evoked a sense of familiarity. Besides Frieza, why did the others also possess tails? Were they Scions as well? Without further hesitation, the two swiftly entered the flying ship. Reg, with an air of disdain, scrutinized the duo. Vegeta. Bringing Frieza along is one thing, but why did you bring these two weaklings? Reg couldn't contain his irritation and remarked to Vegeta. For now, do not kill them. Vegeta instructed. Humph. If you hadn't said that, I might have inadvertently dispatched them just now, Reg chuckled. Never mind, I have no interest in them. There is no pride in slaying them. What did you say? Raditz erupted in fury. Who do you think you are? Nappa shouted. Do you consider yourself impressive? Chapter 114. Only to live until 18? Let me assess his battle power, Raditz declared, pressing a button on his scouter to gauge Reg's strength. Bang. Just as the scouter locked onto Reg's energy, it emitted a deafening sound before exploding. Raditz wore a bewildered expression. What just happened? Why did the scouter malfunction? He scratched his head in confusion. Allow me to try, Nappa said, pressing the button on his own scouter. Bang. Nappa's scouter also detonated. He was left stunned. Could it be that this guy's battle power surpasses the scouter's maximum reading? Who are you? Nappa stuttered in disbelief. Are you unaware? Sapali interjected. This is Reg, Vegeta's brother, and the great prince of your Scion race. He is known as an ancient-level Scion. Nappa and Raditz were utterly astonished, their eyes widening in shock as they struggled to comprehend the revelation. Let us depart, Vegeta called to Ramzi and Kess. After speaking, Vegeta flew behind Kess and embraced her from behind. Kess paid no mind to it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three transformed into streaks of light, swiftly advancing towards Universe 6. With the flying ship trailing behind. It can fly, Nappa exclaimed in astonishment. This craft can fly? How is it moving so rapidly? Raditz was utterly astonished. Wait a moment. Your Highness can survive in the vacuum of space? Nappa hurriedly inquired. Reg was silent, his heart heavy with the truth. It was precisely because I could not endure in the cosmos that I was defeated by Vegeta. Otherwise, had I transformed into a Super Saiyan, I could have easily vanquished them all. I had anticipated Vegeta would seek formidable allies, yet he summoned two individuals even weaker than himself. This Scion named Raditz possesses a power level comparable to that of my brother Tarbell. How pitiful. A being so feeble should not even exist in this universe. The bald, bearded Scion is similarly weak, his strength only 5 times that of Raditz. Reg chose to disregard them. Yet it did not hinder his wife Supari from showing off before them. By the way, did you just claim to be the prince? Nappa suddenly snapped back to reality and turned to Reg. Indeed, Lord Reg was born on the same day as Lord Vegeta, and his battle power reached an astonishing 50,000 at birth. Supari interjected with a huff, addressing Nappa and Raditz. What? His battle power was 50,000 at birth? Raditz was taken aback. Are you serious? Nappa was utterly dumbfounded. If that were true, then our own battle power pales in comparison to what he possessed at birth. This is the might of the ancient Scions, Supari declared proudly. Ancient Scions. Nappa seemed to have recalled something, his entire body shuddering violently. Nappa, what is the matter? What have you realized? Are you familiar with the ancient Scions? Raditz inquired. I once encountered a description of the ancient Scions in the library. I had thought it merely a legend. Akin to the tales of the Super Saiyan, Nappa mused, astonished that ancient Scions truly existed. But what exactly does it entail? You haven't gotten to the crux of the matter, Raditz pressed urgently. It is said that ancient Scions possess extraordinary battle power, naturally inheriting the advantages of our Scion Great Ape transformation without increasing in size, allowing the strength of the Great Ape to be unleashed infinitely. Nappa spoke solemnly. Isn't Lord Reg's red tail a sign of his activation of the Great Ape's power? You possess considerable knowledge, more than I do on this subject, Reg chuckled, a proud smile gracing his lips. Please, continue, Supari encouraged. The ancient Scions are exceptionally powerful, even surpassing the legendary Super Scions, Nappa added. Surpass? Reg echoed. It seems I have transcended, for I have yet to undergo my final transformation. Moreover, during my battle with that fellow Broly, I was still in a severely weakened state. Had I been at full strength, I would have undoubtedly reduced him to mere fragments. What a blunder indeed. Yet, the legendary Super Saiyan proves to be formidable. However, at this juncture, Nappa suddenly covered his mouth, hesitant to continue. What is it? Why have you ceased speaking? Supari inquired. There is nothing more to say, Nappa shook his head. Continue. I know you had more to say just moments ago. Reg exclaimed with a scoff, speaking only partially. Do you seek your own demise? Given that you are aware my battle power at birth was 50,000, you must realize how immense my strength has since become. It is no exaggeration to say that a mere breath from me could shatter you into oblivion. Have mercy, your highness. Naba's face drained of color. It seems he speaks truthfully. The chasm between us is indeed vast. Speak up. Divulge all that you know. I wish to listen intently, Reg remarked with a smile. Naba hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Reg fell silent, his demeanor growing increasingly ominous. Were it not for Vegeta instructing Reg not to eliminate them, he would have already obliterated this fool. Reg currently wished to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Eliminating a mere insect could lead to complications that would not be worth the trouble. Speak quickly. The patience of your highness has its limits, Sapari commanded. Very well. Naba recognized he must continue, steeling himself to respond. I have read in that book that ancient Saiyans generally do not survive past the age of 18, as their own energy is overwhelmingly potent, ultimately causing their bodies to be crushed by it. Reg's expression darkened ominously, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed upon Naba. Naba promptly knelt. I beg for mercy. Your Highness, the book does indeed state this, though I find it hard to believe, Naba confessed. Reg remained silent. This is absurd. I have already reached the age of 18 this year. Are you implying that I will perish this year? Vegeta cast a fleeting glance in this direction, choosing to remain silent. Is it true that ancient Saiyans do not survive beyond the age of 18? According to the narrative of that fan comic, this should not be the case. In that comic, when Reg was introduced, he was already over 50, was he not? Vegeta paid no heed. Books are authored by humans, and their veracity is a matter of debate. Chapter 115, Super Saiyan 5 Reg challenges Ramses. Nonsense. Silence yourself. Should you continue to spout such drivel, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Sapali exclaimed vehemently. I wouldn't dare. Naba quickly apologized, curiosity piquing as he inquired, May I ask who this lady is? I am Sapali, Reg's wife. Do you have any objections? Sapali replied coolly. Greetings, madam. Naba hastily bowed. Raditz also accompanied him in the gesture of respect. Amidst their casual banter, Vegeta and the others had already reached the edge of the universe. With a decisive action, Vegeta entered the Void Realm. Now that we are within the Void, let us first escort these bothersome individuals back to Universe 10, Vegeta directed towards Kess and Ramses. Very well, I shall return them. Ramses acquiesced, suggesting they find a suitable planet to settle them on. Kess and I will head towards Universe 6. We shall proceed at a leisurely pace to await your arrival, Vegeta stated. Understood. Let us be off. Ramses nodded and swiftly advanced towards Universe 10 with the flying cube. Reg, they have parted ways. Vegeta has separated from him. Sapali exclaimed urgently to Reg. Reg was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Vegeta and Kess, then at Ramses. What is the situation? I overheard them mention they would first find us a place to settle, Sapali remarked. Only this elephant is escorting us, Reg mused. Finding a sense of calm. This presents a favorable opportunity once we reach our destination. I shall seize control of this elephant and employ it to threaten Vegeta or lure him closer. Have you considered the potential consequences? Sapali inquired anxiously. What if they destroy the planet? I shall not grant them the chance to wreak havoc, Reg asserted through clenched teeth. Inside the cube, Broly continued to gaze outside, while Frieza remained disoriented. Naba and Raditz were engulfed in confusion, utterly bewildered as to their destination, for that ancient Saiyan was indeed formidable. Furthermore, that individual was Vegeta's brother. What could be the intent behind Prince Vegeta confining us within this cube? Now, this elephant is navigating through this peculiar void. What is this space devoid of anything? Time continued to pass. Ramsey departed from the void realm aboard his flying cube, manifesting in the cosmic expanse of Universe 10. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air of this universe, despite its vacuum state. It did not hinder Ramsey from appreciating his familiar surroundings, for this was Universe 10, a realm he knew intimately. Within mere moments, he arranged for Reg and his companions to settle on a relatively large planet, guiding the flying cube downwards. From now on, you shall reside on this planet, Ramsey declared to Reg and the others. What about you, elephant? What are your plans? Reg inquired with a grin. Ramsey cast a sidelong glance at Reg, choosing to ignore him. As a distinguished god of destruction, why should you concern yourself with my plans? I recognize your strength. Reg replied with a smile, though I wonder what benefits Vegeta has bestowed upon you. How about I offer you double? What can you provide? Ramsey decided to toy with the fellow. Name your desire. I can fulfill it, Reg asserted, sensing an opportunity. even if you wish for the entire universe. I can aid you. This is already my universe, Ramsey retorted. Reg paused, taken aback. This is your universe? What do you mean? Well then, perhaps you should just remain peacefully here. Ramsey shook his head, dismissing the unsophisticated fellow. What is there to discuss with someone so lacking in insight? I am being overly concerned. He shook his head once more, the elephant trunk swaying slightly as he retracted the flying cube, preparing to depart. So, you decline my proposal? Reg's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Ramsey. Not interested, Ramsey scoffed. Then I shall not hold back. Reg sneered, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged outward from his being. His hair stood on end, radiating a golden glow as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, achieving the legendary transformation known as Super Saiyan 5. Did you expect this? Reg cackled maniacally. Ramsey maintained his composure. Since we cannot reach an understanding, I shall take the opportunity to teach you a lesson. With that, Reg surged towards Ramsey, launching a devastating punch. Nearby, Nappa and Raditz stood frozen in shock, huddling together in fear as they trembled. Bang! Reg's fist surged toward Ramsey with an earth-shattering force. Unfazed, Ramsey merely raised a hand and effortlessly caught Reg's punch. Momentarily stunned, Reg's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions as he realized that striking Ramsey was akin to hitting the vast emptiness of the cosmos. It felt as if the very power behind his punch had been siphoned away. With his pupils constricted, astonishment and confusion filled his gaze. How could someone with such limited prowess dare to challenge me? Your audacity is impressive, Ramsey remarked with a dismissive smile. In an instant, Ramsey retaliated with a swift strike to Reg's chin. The impact sent Reg soaring through the air, tumbling over several times. He landed hard, the golden aura surrounding him dissipating in an instant, and he returned to his usual state. Blood erupted from his mouth, his complexion pale as he found himself gravely injured. You're still alive because I chose to show mercy, Ramsey said with a slight grin. You all should take note. This is your example. I hope you will behave yourselves. With that, Ramsey vanished in a flash of crimson light, disappearing into the starry expanse. Reg. Sapali rushed forward, assisting Reg to his feet. Chapter 116. The top 3 figures of the 10th universe. Reg's gaze was distant, his mind in turmoil. He felt as though he wished for death. Who was that colossal being? Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, why was I still insufficient to withstand a mere slap? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Who is he? Sapali was equally terrified, her face drained of color. I underestimated his strength. Reg finally regained his composure, trembling all over. We have completely misjudged the situation, Sapali said gravely. It appears the true powerhouse is not Vegeta, but rather the giant. Reg was at a loss for words. That was absurd. That giant nearly knocked me unconscious with a single strike. Broly glanced briefly at Reg before departing, ignoring him entirely. Did you see that? That giant is formidable. Raditz exclaimed to Nappa. Your Highness, Reg had a combat power of 50,000 at birth, Nappa quietly analyzed. Now that he is an adult, his power must be around 500,000, right? What? A combat power of 500,000? Raditz trembled in fear, realizing that our combat prowess was utterly insufficient to contend with him. We hastily departed. For being in the presence of such a being was far more terrifying than being alongside Prince Vegeta. Perhaps even Prince Vegeta would not stand a chance against him. Nappa lowered his voice. The colossal creature possesses a battle power of 500,000. It could easily dispatch us with a mere flick of its trunk. Raditz replied gravely. Now I understand why Prince Vegeta exudes such confidence. Nappa inquired, from where has he acquired such formidable backing? I wonder if that giant can possibly rival Lord Frieza. Raditz pondered. Who knows? Nappa exchanged a knowing glance. The two swiftly made their escape. Soon, Nappa and Raditz had left the area and found a temporary refuge on this planet. Reg, what shall we do next? Sapali asked, completely at a loss. We must leave this place. Since he has granted me time, I shall train diligently here. Reg declared through gritted teeth, I am an ancient-level Saiyan. I will surely surpass that giant, and then I shall trample Prince Vegeta beneath my feet. With that, Reg and Sapali departed. Only Frieza remained at the scene, still in a daze. The rapid spinning by Vegeta had left Frieza unconscious, and it took him a full hour to finally rub his head and rise from the ground. However, as soon as Frieza stood up, he promptly fell back down, still disoriented. That wretched wild monkey. Frieza seethed with rage. I will not forgive you. With a thunderous roar, Frieza unleashed his formidable energy, searching for Vegeta's whereabouts. It was then that he realized he was on an unfamiliar planet. Where am I? Frieza mused. Bewildered. In the next moment, Frieza soared into the sky, surveying his surroundings. This cosmic expanse feels strangely foreign. I do not recall ever visiting this region. I should inquire with someone. Frieza swiftly returned to the planet he had just departed and easily captured one of its inhabitants. The planet was indeed home to human-like beings. Diverse in appearance. The individual before Frieza was a brown-skinned fellow, somewhat resembling a pig, with notably striking arms. This individual was named Napapa. If Vegeta were present, he might find this person somewhat familiar, for Napapa had participated in the power tournament in the future and had performed adequately. Naturally, those who could compete in such a tournament possessed remarkable strength. Excuse me, what is the name of this place? Frieza questioned Napapa. The star of all races, Napapa replied. Oh, the diversity of races on this planet indeed seems fitting for such a name. Frieza nodded. You are new here, aren't you? Napapa inquired. Could you please tell me how to get to planet Frieza number 38? Frieza asked. Frieza? I have never heard of it. Napapa shook his head. I am Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. Have you truly never heard of my name? Frieza inquired with a smile. Cosmic Emperor? Napapa was taken aback. How could I not know that our universe has a Cosmic Emperor? Now you do, Frieza chuckled. Napapa, you are indeed remarkably self-assured, boldly proclaiming yourself as the sovereign of the universe. Nappa considers Frieza to be undeniably deranged and turns away. I refuse to engage in conversation with those who are not of sound mind. Hey, where are you going? Frieza appears somewhat bewildered. I am speaking to you. Yet you choose to walk away? You have humiliated me. I have no desire to converse with a fool. Napapa shook his head. What did you say? Frieza was amused. Do you realize whom you are insulting? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Napapa gradually halted his steps and turned to glance at Frieza. It seems that unless I teach you a lesson, you remain oblivious to the might of the Cosmic Emperor. Frieza sneered. Mighty, you say? Then allow me to engage with you, O Cosmic Emperor. Napapa chuckled and suddenly struck with a powerful palm. Frieza, with a disdainful smile, raised his hand to block Napapa's blow. However, the moment Frieza's hand made contact with Napapa's, he was struck by an overwhelming force. Frieza's pupils dilated, and his expression turned grim. Bang! Frieza was unfortunate to be struck directly in the chest by Napapa's palm. Blood spewed from his mouth as his body slid backward, leaving deep marks on the ground. Pa, such a level of skill, and you dare call yourself a Cosmic Emperor? You cannot even withstand my attack. Napapa spat and turned to leave. Crack! Frieza collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. He never anticipated that this pig-like creature would possess such strength. I am Frieza, the Cosmic Emperor. Can a mere pig truly surpass me? Has my power diminished? Frieza sensed his energy levels. No, they remained unchanged. My strength is still the same. What could possibly explain this? Little did Frieza know he had transitioned from the 7th universe to another realm altogether. The adversary he faced was among the top 3 of the 10th universe. With his current strength, Frieza was no match for his opponent. Chapter 117, The Taste of Victory. He will always find himself alone. Napapa was of the early maturing type, possessing formidable strength from a young age. Though his subsequent progress was minimal, had this been during the Tournament of Power, Frieza, having mastered his golden transformation, would have easily managed Napapa's assaults. However, with only a combat power of 100 million, it was entirely reasonable for Frieza to be outclassed by one of the 10th universe's top 3 figures. Frieza was genuinely astonished. After a brief respite, he inquired with several individuals. None of them knew the whereabouts of planet Frieza. Curse be it. It appears my influence has not expanded sufficiently. Frieza gritted his teeth, for even the inhabitants of this planet are unaware of my name. Subsequently, Frieza procured a communicator, attempting to establish contact with Dodoria and the others. It was an exercise in futility. The communicator had long since ceased to function across the vastness of the universe. Frieza gritted his teeth in frustration. Sabo and that scoundrel Dodoria, you shall pay for this. Upon my return, I will deal with you both appropriately. In the 6th universe, within the expanse of cosmic space, Vegeta held Kes close as they proceeded slowly forward under her guidance. The deliberate pace was due to their anticipation of Ramses. It is indeed more comfortable to fly in this state. Even if that Super Saiyan 4 towers over me, Kes remarked with a smile. This state feels unremarkable, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. What sensation do you desire? Kes inquired, taken aback. That sensation of pressure against you, Vegeta chuckled. By the way, what was that peculiar object? Kes asked curiously, eager to remove it. Vegeta responded, can it even be taken away? Though I suppose it doesn't matter. I can regenerate. After all, I am immortal. He then inquired, by the way, what did you convey to Bardock back in the day about my demise? I mentioned that you had provoked Lord Ramses. resulting in your destruction, Kess answered. What would they think if I suddenly appeared before them? Vegeta pondered aloud. They would undoubtedly be astonished, Kess replied, smiling. However, this would inevitably expose the falsehood of the past. You could claim that they resurrected you out of guilt. It's a rather clever proposal, isn't it? Vegeta smiled. Yet, resurrection after destruction is no trivial matter unless one utilizes the Super Dragon Balls. Kess shook her head. Surely we cannot disclose the matter of the Super Dragon Balls to Kampa and Bardock, can we? You could say they failed to obliterate me completely. That my soul is rather potent, which allowed for my revival, Vegeta suggested. That plan seems plausible. Your soul is indeed formidable, Kess nodded, agreeing with Vegeta's reasoning. As they conversed, Ramses swiftly caught up with them. Kess immediately relayed Vegeta's recent proposal to him. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested, Ramses nodded in agreement, adding. While I was pursuing you, I contemplated whether there might be a way to outwit that Kampa fellow. I harbor no fondness for him, considering he is Beerus's brother. I shall deliberate on that. Vegeta nodded, questioning. The real issue is, what do you intend to trick him into? After all, someone has been working for you for 8,000 years. Do you still wish for Kampa to serve you? Not precisely work. But I am considering what might be suitable to ensnare him, Ramses replied. Ramses swayed his elephantine trunk thoughtfully, murmuring to himself. Truth or dare? What do you think? Vegeta suggested. Truth or dare? Ramses was taken aback. Just follow my lead, and I assure you, you will be thoroughly entertained, Vegeta grinned. All right, I'll trust your judgment. Having tasted the sweetness of camaraderie, Ramses was now entirely obedient to Vegeta. The trio swiftly advanced toward the realm of the God of Destruction in Universe 6. In Universe 11, within the God of Destruction's domain, Makalita urged, quickly, check if that rascal Vegeta has parted ways with Ramses. I am eager to confront him when he is alone. I intend to make him question his very existence. For days, Waymide had been biding his time, waiting for the opportunity to confront Vegeta. This situation cannot simply be overlooked, being humiliated by a mere human. The thought alone was infuriating. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Though he had lost 2,000 years of work, there remained 8,000 years ahead. And those 8,000 years had been spent with Vegeta and Ramses scheming against him. Surely, these two must see him as a mere beast of burden. Could Waymide refrain from being incensed? He longed to hang Vegeta up for a beating. Now, he awaited the moment when Vegeta would be isolated. I refuse to believe you can remain with Ramses indefinitely. The moment you are alone, I shall make my move, he declared. Makalita, brandishing her staff, observed intently as her crystal orb flickered, searching for Vegeta's presence. With a sudden clap, the orb illuminated Vegeta's location alongside two companions. No, it appears Mr. Vegeta is still in the company of Miss Kess and Lord Ramses, Makalita reported accurately, noting that he had reverted to his original form. In that case, the one called Zamasu was indeed correct. That Darl is truly Vegeta. Waymide trembled with indignation. How infuriating. To ensnare a single individual so thoroughly. Is that your idea of amusement? Makalita remained focused on Vegeta's silhouette. Suddenly, Vegeta turned abruptly, glancing back. Makalita was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Oh dear, could I have been discovered? She murmured. What do you mean, discovered? By whom? Waymide inquired with curiosity. It seems Mr. Vegeta might have sensed us, Makalita pondered. How is that possible? Waymide expressed disbelief. Are you suggesting he can detect your awareness of him? Indeed, Makalita affirmed with a nod. Impossible. This cannot be. Waymide shook his head dismissively. Do not jest. Even if you were to observe Ramses through your staff, he might not even sense it. Moreover, it is the offspring of Vegeta. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious, Margarita remarked. The likelihood seems rather slim. Under normal circumstances, such an occurrence should be impossible. When an angel is tasked with observing an individual, that individual remains oblivious. After all, we angels are the true deities. Let us wait a bit longer. He will eventually find himself alone. Vimid let out a hum, declaring that once he was solitary, she would promptly confront him. Chapter 118. This galaxy has been ruined very well, esteemed Vimid. Margarita gently tapped her forehead. By the way, there is another matter. Vimid inquired. What is that fellow Zamasu doing? How has he been managing that galaxy? Allow me to check. Margarita immediately used her staff to assess Zamasu. After her inspection, she covered her forehead, disinclined to speak. What is it? Vimid asked, perplexed. Mr. Zamasu has already slaughtered numerous humans from that galaxy, Margarita sighed. What did you say? Vimid exclaimed, taken aback. Originally, there were over 20 planets harboring human life in that galaxy, but now only 3 planets remain with survivors. The rest have been completely annihilated by him. Margarita wiped her brow. What an outrageous scoundrel! What on earth does he intend to achieve? Vimid exclaimed in exasperation. Perhaps he seeks to propagate your ideals, esteemed Vimid, thereby eradicating those humans, Margarita speculated. Vimid replied, Is that truly my philosophy? I am a destroyer, not a murderer. I do not slay indiscriminately. The planets I aim to destroy are chosen with reason. I cannot simply destroy a planet for the sake of it. How would the universe then progress? If we were to develop according to Mr. Zamazu's ideology, allowing things to unfold unchecked, that galaxy would likely lose all value of existence. Margarita continued, If this persists, our entire universe may 11th cease to hold any significance. Vimid felt a sense of dread enveloping him. He shuddered suddenly. If this continues, our universe might very well be erased by Lord Zeno's own hand. A universe devoid of value is one that need not exist. Vimid was acutely aware of this. Could it be that Zamasu is also a pawn sent by the Rumsey to ensnare me? Vimid suddenly had a thought, grinding his teeth in anger. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, Margarita nodded. We must head to that galaxy immediately. I shall personally bring ruin upon that wretch. Vimid trembled with fury. This fellow is utterly detestable. He has come to our universe to wreak havoc, destroying the ecological balance of our realm. Very well, Margarita replied. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 figures transformed into beams of distinct colors, swiftly advancing towards the galaxy where Zamasu resided. Along the way, Waymeda suddenly had a change of heart. Why should I destroy him? Waymeda pondered. I shall return him to the 10th universe and find him another galaxy to observe the situation. If he behaves similarly in the galaxy of the 10th universe, it would be quite amusing. Oh dear, it seems Master Waymeda intends to repay him in kind. Makalita remarked with a smile. If I am to trick someone, I shall ensure that I thoroughly ensnare that fellow, Ramses, Waymeda declared, a triumphant expression adorning his face. If Zamasu returns to his own universe and becomes more docile, I shall seize the opportunity to destroy him. Makalita remained silent. Whoosh. Before long, Waymeda and Makalita had landed in the galaxy where Zamasu resided. Greetings, Master Waymeda and Master Makalita. Zamasu bowed respectfully. Zamasu, are you accustomed to working here? Waymeda inquired. Quite well indeed. Although I have changed universes, the differences between galaxies are minimal, nearly indistinguishable, Zamasu replied. During this time, I have eliminated quite a number of humans, for their existence merely hinders the advancement of the universe. Indeed, they are the parasites of this universe. Waymeda remarked. Humans are the parasites of the universe? You fool. If humanity did not exist, would there be any necessity for the universe to exist? The cosmos requires the presence of sentient beings. Otherwise, how could divinity come into being? Do you believe that all destroyers are inherently divine? It appears that the Kais are indeed born as gods. They evolved from the fruits borne by the world tree, unlike us ancient humans. Interestingly, all destroyers are, in fact, a product of human evolution. This disdain that Zamasu holds for humanity has left a sour taste in the heart of Waymide. However, Waymide chose not to express this discontent outwardly. Well done, Zamasu. You have truly earned my admiration, Waymide remarked, patting Zamasu on the shoulder. Wishing he could strike him down with that very gesture. You nearly obliterated my entire galaxy. Do you comprehend the immense difficulty involved in the birth of a galaxy? Do you know how many beings inhabit this galaxy? Although I am a god of destruction, I am not a deity of death. I merely obliterate certain unnecessary planets. Those that squander precious resources. You have done remarkably well, nearly annihilating all. It is indeed an honor to receive the commendation of Lord Beerus. Zamasu immediately bowed. You possess the potential to become an apprentice destroyer. Lord Beerus revealed a satisfied smile, patting Zamasu on the shoulder. Is that true? So, does this mean I can become Lord Beerus's disciple? Zamasu had been dreaming of becoming an apprentice destroyer. However, I must assess your capabilities further before I can accept you as my disciple, Lord Beerus pondered. I shall endeavor to fulfill all the tasks entrusted to me by Lord Beerus. Zamasu quickly replied. I still need to evaluate your performance, Lord Beerus remarked. You have excelled in your duties within this galaxy, yet there are areas that require improvement. Areas that require improvement? I have been diligently eliminating targets, Zamasu replied, somewhat perplexed. Some matters are best understood rather than explicitly stated. If I were to reveal everything to you, and you do not seek enlightenment on your own, you shall never truly progress, Lord Beerus lamented. I can only say 3 words. Though your performance is commendable, it is not swift enough. Not swift enough? Zamasu pondered quietly. Is it that I am not killing quickly enough? Has Lord Beerus grown dissatisfied with me? Let us do this. Go to your 10th universe and find a few galaxies to test your skills. Lord Beerus smiled, for in your own universe, you may better showcase your advantages. In the 11th universe, you are still somewhat unfamiliar. I wish to see your true potential. Lord Beerus. Does this mean you wish to send me away? Zamasu felt a pang of anxiety. I have already stated that should you excel, I will consider you as my disciple. Lord Beerus replied. What of Lord Beerus's previous disciple? Zamasu inquired curiously. Let that fellow fend for himself, Lord Beerus said, with a hint of disdain. I have shown him considerable leniency by not destroying him. Lord Beerus uttered those words through gritted teeth, a reflection of his sincere feelings. That fool, Torpo, has repeatedly succumbed to that brat, Vegeta. Had you been stronger, I would not have suffered such humiliating defeats. Lord Beerus mused that if a worthy disciple were to arise, he would certainly replace Torpo. Very well, I shall return to the 10th universe and seek out several galaxies to try again. Zamasu nodded vigorously in agreement, his face illuminated with boundless anticipation. By the way, it is best that this matter remains unknown to that rascal, Rumshire, Lord Beerus advised solemnly. If he discovers this, he will undoubtedly prohibit his subordinates from becoming destroyers in other universes. Furthermore, he already possesses Vegeta and would never consider replacing him with you. Understood. I will exercise caution. Zamasu bowed in acknowledgement. Go ahead. Give it your best. Achieve great results. Wymide patted Zamasu on the shoulder once more. Yes, esteemed Wymide. Zamasu replied with fervor. He then bid farewell to Wymide and Makalita, setting forth with great determination towards the 10th universe. Upon his return to the 10th universe, Zamasu entered a galaxy and commenced a brutal slaughter of the inhabitants within. Soon, one of the life-bearing planets in this galaxy was reduced to a desolate wasteland. It still feels insufficiently swift. It took me a full hour to transform this planet into this state. Zamasu sighed. I must accelerate my pace. With a contemplative glance towards another destination, he resolved, next, I shall target the planet of all races. That planet is approximately 10 times larger than this one. I am to eradicate all humanity within half an hour. A slight smile curved upon Zamasu's lips, his face radiating with an endless joy. With a swift motion, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing in an instant above the planet of all races. In the 6th universe, within the expanse of cosmic space, Vegeta glanced back. What? Is there something behind us? He inquired. What are you looking at? Asked Ramsey. I suddenly felt as if someone was observing me, Vegeta mused. What? Someone is watching you? Ramsey was taken aback. Who could it be? I do not know. It feels quite unsettling, Vegeta shook his head. It seems as though a woman has scrutinized me from head to toe. Your description is unparalleled. Who would pay attention to such a small child? A child who has yet to fully mature. If you were to assume the form of Super Saiyan 4, it would not be unusual for a woman to take notice. Kiss. Do you think it could be Margarita? Vegeta inquired. What makes you think it is Margarita? Kiss asked, intrigued. She has been coveting my beauty for quite some time. Vegeta replied. Kiss chose to remain silent. Ramsey also turned his head away. Your face is truly quite large. You have completely reversed the narrative. Whose beauty is truly coveted here? I can assert with utmost confidence that Margarita does not yearn for your allure, Crix replied. You mentioned considering Margarita for the harem. What title would be most fitting? Vegeta hesitated momentarily. Is this truly what you should be contemplating at this juncture? Crix sighed and casually inquired, what about the Empress? Vegeta, the coordination you exhibit catches me off guard. I see. Vegeta nodded, recalling the previous discussion about sealing you. I am your sister. I regard you as a brother. Yet you harbor desires for me. Kess huffed. Previously, there was a suggestion to appoint Kess as a noble consort. Ramsey interjected. Wouldn't it be more fitting to refer to her as a virtuous consort? Vegeta pondered. I concur. Ramsey nodded. Enough jesting. We shall soon arrive at Lord Zampa's planet. Kess pointed ahead, beckoning Vegeta and Ramsey. Let us proceed as planned, Vegeta stated. Whoosh. The trio transformed into 2 streams of light, each of a different hue, swiftly heading towards the location of Planet Zampa. Planet Zampa. Zampa was dozing, while Bardos idly kept him company. How dreadfully dull, Zampa yawned. If Lord Zampa finds himself bored, perhaps he might consider destroying a few planets, Bardos suggested. I have no desire to work, Zampa shook his head. I would rather nap here than venture out to toil. Truly, Lord Zampa is quite lazy, Bardos sighed. You speak lightly. After all these years of monotonous labor, anyone would grow weary of it. Zampa huffed. No wonder that fellow Beerus can sleep for years. I ought to learn from him, though I cannot slumber for such an extended period. Bardos fell silent. That said, Bardos. Have you recently discovered any planets renowned for their culinary delights? Zampa smacked his lips and inquired. Aside from napping, my greatest interest lies in gourmet food. Sadly, no. At least not in our universe. Bardos shook his head. If our universe lacks such, then let us seek it in the 7th universe. Zampa proposed. Perhaps Beerus's underling named Frieza has prepared a plethora of culinary planets for him. Very well, I shall investigate. Bardos replied. The last planet, Van Feud, was quite a challenge to locate. Speaking of Van Feud, it suddenly brings to mind that lad named Vegeta. Zampa expressed how tragically random his demise was. Indeed. It is quite regrettable. Bardos also felt a pang of sentiment. I suppose the grass atop his grave has grown quite tall by now? Zampa mused. Perhaps so, Bardos nodded. Has he been reincarnated as a human? Or transformed into something else? Zampa inquired further. Alas, I fear Mr. Vegeta may not have the opportunity for reincarnation. Did Lord Zampa forget? His soul has been destroyed. Bardos reminded him. Only upon your mention did I recall. He was obliterated by that Ramsey fellow. I initially believed he had merely been slain. Zampa huffed. Ramsey, at the very least, you should have let me finish my canned peaches before destroying him. Bardos, by the way, did you not have some sort of agreement with that lad named Vegeta? Kampa inquired with a smile. Chapter 120, a long-awaited reunion with Bardos. Oh dear, we have guests. Bardos did not respond but suddenly lifted his gaze towards the sky. Who would be so bored as to visit us? Kampa snorted. In the next instant, Vegeta, Ramsey, and Kess descended gracefully from the heavens, landing opposite Kampa and Bardos. Kampa rubbed his eyes vigorously. Is this really? Kampa gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. Bardos also regarded Vegeta with a contemplative expression. Is Vegeta truly alive? You are Vegeta, aren't you? Kampa directly asked. So you remember me? I thought you had forgotten all about me. Vegeta replied with a slight smile. You rascal! Kampa exclaimed with excitement, jumping up from his seat and rushing to Vegeta's side. Hurry, I've missed you terribly. Bring out your canned peaches for me to taste. Vegeta, I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Are you really thinking about canned peaches? There's no rush, Vegeta replied with a smile. I'll get it to you shortly. Hurry up. I've been waiting for over a decade. Kampa urged anxiously. After all this time, a moment more makes little difference, Vegeta chuckled. Now, do tell, what is the situation? Kampa bit his lip and inquired, did you not allow that scoundrel, Ramsey, to ruin it? With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Ramsey. Ramsey? You're not welcome here. What brings you? Kampa scoffed. As if I would care to acknowledge you, Ramsey retorted coldly. If it weren't for the last incident involving Beerus. Do you think I would have come here? Oh dear, what has transpired? Has Mr. Vegeta been revived? Beerus inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Mr. Vegeta was destroyed by Lord Ramsey. But afterward, we discovered his soul was exceptionally powerful. It wasn't completely obliterated, so we have spent these years attempting to restore it. Kess sighed. After so many years, we have finally fully repaired his soul. I have also crafted him a new body, so now Mr. Vegeta has been completely revived. Now I return this fellow to your Universe 6. Ramsey proclaimed. No wonder after all these years, this lad hasn't grown at all. It turns out his soul had suffered tremendous damage, Kampa realized. Beerus, too, was curious upon hearing Kess mention Vegeta's strong soul, and he took a glance at Vegeta's body. To his surprise, Beerus found himself somewhat astonished. This little fellow's soul strength is indeed remarkable. If an angel's soul strength is 100, his must be at least 50. The strength of a god of destruction's soul is only 40. This little fellow's soul strength has already surpassed that of a god of destruction. No wonder Lord Ramsey couldn't completely destroy him. It is only today that we have managed to repair him, hence my return, Ramsey stated. TCH. As if I were a mere automaton? Vegeta scoffed, darkening his expression as he glared at Ramsey. You oversized elephant, just wait. You have reduced me to this state. And one day I shall retaliate. Enough. The fact that your soul remains intact is already a miracle. Do not provoke that fellow further, Kampa admonished, directing Vegeta, quickly. Bring out your canned peaches. I can hardly contain my impatience. Vegeta retorted, so after all these years, Kampa was not waiting for me, but for canned peaches. As per our agreement, I have returned him to you, Ramsey affirmed. Our matters are settled. Kampa snorted, looking at Vegeta. You ought to be grateful for having your life restored. Make haste to express your gratitude. TCH. Vegeta rolled his eyes. You, my friend, have not changed a bit compared to the past. He continued, as I have stated before, if your canned peaches prove delectable, I might consider allowing you to stay by my side. Setting aside the matter of the canned peaches, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Bardos and added, I have come this time to fulfill a promise made to Bardos. Me? Bardos was taken aback. Indeed, Vegeta affirmed, years ago you proclaimed that when I came of age, you would marry me. Now that I am on the cusp of turning 18. Bardos, should you refrain from bringing this up, I would nearly have forgotten. Young one, is this what you call growing up? Just like Pahengang, you should take a look at your stature. It has hardly changed in comparison to a decade ago. Alas, Mr. Vegeta's height is indeed modest, Vados remarked with a smile. Though you are nearing 18 this year, your actual age seems to linger around 5. Considering your soul has just been restored and your body remains reminiscent of years past, I reckon my age by the years, regardless of my physical appearance. I have indeed reached maturity, Vegeta replied. Let us converse again when you have truly grown up, Vados chuckled. At your current stature, even if I were to marry you, our heights would not align appropriately. Goodness, Vados, do you truly have such an arrangement with Mr. Vegeta? Chris inquired with a smile from the side. Ah. It was merely jest aimed at a child, and the little one took it to heart, Vados whispered to Chris. Vados, are you not being a tad unfair to a minor? Chris laughed. Do you not find him amusing? I simply enjoy teasing him, Vados murmured. He is indeed rather entertaining. Chris nodded, then asked, I heard Mr. Vegeta mention that you both made a vow together back in the day? That is indeed true, Vados affirmed. What was said? Chris queried with curiosity. Perhaps it is best left unspoken. It would be rather inappropriate to divulge. Vados wiped away a bead of sweat. I heard Mr. Vegeta say that he has made a solemn promise with you for 1,000,000 years, that whoever changes shall become the other's father, Chris continued, trailing off. Sister is already aware. This matter must not reach the Grand Priest, Vados sighed. Should the Grand Priest become aware of this, I cannot fathom the expression he would wear. Goodness, I am utterly astonished. The little one dares to make such a vow, Chris exclaimed. Such events transpired long ago, Vados chuckled softly. Chapter 121, Xiangpa, is canned peach so unpalatable? So, this is indeed true? Chris chuckled. What do you mean, sister? Vados suddenly felt an ominous premonition. I seem to have fallen into a trap. Fear not, you need not concern yourself with it, Chris replied, her joy unrestrained. Vados pondered, however, upon careful reflection. What significance does that vow hold? The little rascal has yet to mature. Let us speak again when you have truly grown, Xiangpa insisted. All that needed to be said has been said. Where are the canned peaches? I shall retrieve them for you, Vegeta said, producing a jar of moldy canned peaches from his storage ring and tossing it to Xiangpa. I prepared this quite some time ago. It may have been stored for too long and could very well be expired. Xiangpa immediately took the yellow peach can. Bringing it to his nose for a brief whiff, he discerned almost no scent. Regardless, he decided to taste it first, muttering to himself. Xiangpa opened the lid of the can and took a large bite. How daring of you to indulge in such a repulsive delicacy. It has grown moldy. Yet you still consume it. Disgusting. After taking a bite, Kampa immediately expelled the canned peach he had tasted. How can it be so unpalatable? Kampa glared at Vegeta, his expression darkening. Perhaps it has simply become outdated, Vegeta replied. In every era, there exists a culinary delight. At the time you encountered me, canned peaches were quite popular. But now they have fallen out of favor. Moreover, it is said that this dish is more enjoyable when one is unwell. Kampa lamented. I have eagerly awaited this canned peach, only to discover it is so distasteful. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Vados, is this what you deem delectable? Kampa questioned, his face clouded with displeasure. Oh dear, perhaps Mr. Vegeta is correct. It indeed may be out of vogue, Vados smiled, admitting that even he no longer felt inclined to partake. Kampa fell silent, mourning his canned peaches. The singular desire of my heart has dissolved into nothingness. Vegeta. We shall take our leave, Ramushi addressed him, casting a disdainful glance at Kampa. Farewell. No need to see us off. Kampa spat, disdaining Ramushi with a contemptuous sneer. Before I depart, allow me to inform you that after restoring this lad's body, I provided him with some rudimentary training, and his current prowess is quite remarkable. Ramushi stated. With such frail physicality, what greatness can he possibly achieve? Kampa scoffed. Are you questioning my capabilities, Kampa? Ramushi retorted. I am indeed questioning your abilities. What of it? Kampa coldly huffed, declaring that he had no interest in what Ramushi could cultivate. With such unpalatable canned peaches. It is a wonder I still held you in such regard all these years. You have truly disappointed me. What purpose does keeping this little brat by my side serve? Are you certain you want me to take him away? Asked Ramzi. How? Do you also wish not to take him with you? Kampa snorted, then suggested. Let us return him to the 7th universe. No, I have made the decision to nurture him, to cultivate him as my successor, Ramsey chuckled. Suit yourself, Kappa replied lightly. I hope you do not come to regret it, Ramsey warned. Why would you assume I would regret it? Kappa laughed, with such meager talent. How far do you think you can develop him? So it is settled then, from this day forth, Vegeta shall belong to our 10th universe, declared Ramsey. Humph. If you wish to take him as your disciple, I have no objections. Kappa did not oppose. It is your freedom. Vegeta, did you hear that? This large, lazy cat you so idolize does not hold you in high regard. It is I who treats you better, Ramsey boasted with a smug expression. Vegeta nodded earnestly, unfazed, and pulled out a small notebook. He then altered the number 10,060 on it to 5,000. Ramsey leaned in for a closer look. Why has this number decreased? This kid previously stated that this figure represented a value of hatred. Whose hatred is this? Why is it diminishing? Ramsey did not believe he held any such value of hatred towards Vegeta. He felt he had already treated Vegeta quite well. I will teach you how to train. I will take you out to exploit others. Am I not good enough to you? Thus, Ramsey could not fathom that Vegeta harbored any value of hatred towards him. Of course, Ramsey was unaware that Vegeta's value of hatred towards him was gradually diminishing. What is this? What does this number signify? Kappa also glanced curiously but quickly dismissed it. Why should I concern myself with the number of such a little brat? It is decided. I shall reside in the 10th universe, for it is my true home. Vegeta nodded seriously. Now that is more like it. Ramsey chuckled, a hint of excitement flickering in his expression. Kappa noticed this subtle change in Ramsey's demeanor. This fellow seems quite pleased, as if this boy named Vegeta possesses remarkable talent. Is it merely a matter of having a slightly stronger soul? Regardless of the strength of your spirit, if your physical capabilities cannot keep pace, all is in vain. Xiangpa. You may as well wallow in your regrets. Ha ha ha. Long Shi cackled. Humph, I am not boasting. I could summon any random individual from our universe to render this lad toothless. Xiangpa scoffed. Do not be deceived by the time you have invested in his training. His potential is rather mediocre. As an ordinary person, he might excel with diligent cultivation on a single planet. But the aspiration to become a cosmic entity is a distant dream. Oh, you believe you can summon anyone to defeat this lad? Long Shi chuckled. I find that hard to believe. I've been rather bored lately. Shall we engage in a little game? Xiangpa suddenly showed interest. How do you propose we play? Long Shi inquired. The loser must pay a price. It cannot merely be a friendly contest. Xiangpa replied with a smirk. Certainly, there must be a cost. Long Shi nodded. Let us not take advantage of one another. Each of our universes will send 5 champions, and 3 days hence, we shall find a planet for them to compete. The vanquished party shall bear the consequences. Xiangpa displayed an air of confidence. What do you require? Long Shi asked. Quite simple. I am dreadfully bored and have no desire to work. Xiangpa pondered. Should I emerge victorious, you need only serve me for a century. What say you? 100 years? Long Shi burst into laughter at once. What? Do you not agree? Xiangpa murmured. 50 years would suffice. Long Shi, why are you saying so little? Ramsey shrugged indifferently. It's just 100 years. If we happen to lose, we can always negotiate with Waymada to trade 1,000 years in exchange. And they would undoubtedly agree with great enthusiasm. However, Ramsey had no doubt about his victory. With Vegeta by his side, how could they possibly lose the match? What if you win? What do you want me to do? Should I work for you for 100 years as well? Asked Xiangpa. Not necessary. I prefer to accomplish my tasks on my own, Ramsey replied earnestly. Vegeta and Xiangpa both fell silent, choosing not to speak further. What you say is as if it were true. You shall not need to toil for the next 8,000 years. My demands are modest if I emerge victorious. Let us engage in a game reminiscent of truth or dare, omitting the truth and solely indulging in the dares. Ramsey chuckled. Dare? What do you mean by that? Kappa inquired, momentarily taken aback. You must be aware that I have a rather tumultuous relationship with that fellow, Beerus, correct? Ramsey remarked. Indeed. You and I share a similar rapport, Kappa nodded. Moreover, my relationship with Beerus is fraught with tension, despite our fraternal ties. Splendid. If you should lose. How about delivering a vigorous kick to him? Ramsey proposed. Kappa, your adventurous spirit seems audacious, yet I find it delightful. 1 kick? 3 kicks would pose no challenge. Kappa chuckled. Then it shall be 3 kicks. Ramsey nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall reconvene in 3 days. Kappa displayed an expression of eager anticipation. Humph. 3 days is far too long. Vegeta scoffed. Can't we settle it in a day? A day? Vegeta, the round trip alone takes several hours. We simply cannot afford to rush. Ramsey wore a troubled expression, hence 3 days is indeed more suitable. Precisely, Kampa concurred. There is no need for such complications. I shall confront the 5 warriors of Universe 6 alone, Vegeta retorted. You intend to battle the 5 warriors of Universe 6? Ramsey feigned astonishment. Are you truly capable? Do not underestimate them. Just because you've trained with me for a while doesn't mean you are invincible. Humph. My ultimate ambition is to become the strongest being in the entire universe. Vegeta declared, thus the decision stands. Young one, your courage is commendable. Kampa gave Vegeta a thumbs up. If you can defeat the 5 from our universe alone, not only will I allow you 3 kicks at Beerus, but I would grant you 10 without hesitation. Kampa, I sense you are quite eager for us to win, remarked Ramsey. Kampa, what are you saying? Are you suggesting that I am that kind of person? I believe you are secretly hoping to kick Beerus during this competition, Ramsey teased. Humph, after all, we share a brotherly bond with Beerus. Do you think I would desire such a thing? Kampa quickly refuted. If it comes to 10 kicks, I would say the chances of waking him are quite substantial, Ramsey pondered. Kampa fell silent. Your words resonate with truth. Indeed. It would be all too easy to rouse that fellow Beerus from his slumber. Should he awaken, it would spell trouble. Yet, I ponder why I would be the one to lose. Logically, it should be that Ramsey character who faces defeat, for I am the one destined for victory. While the thought of confronting Beerus is tempting, my greater desire lies in securing triumph in the competition. I yearn to have Ramsey toil for me for a century. The mere thought of it fills me with exhilaration. 100 years of leisure awaits. As for 10 kicks, I shall let that slide. Vegeta shook his head. Kampa was taken aback. 3 kicks should suffice, followed by the destruction of his palace, Vegeta proposed. Kampa remarked, this kid truly possesses a fierce spirit. Are you truly intent on dismantling his nest? Are you sure you can take on 5 at once? Kampa inquired with a smile. Certainly, Vegeta nodded affirmatively. You still possess the same arrogance as before. Kampa scoffed, glancing up at Rumshire, and asked, what about you? What is your stance? I have no objections. After all, it would merely entail working for you for 100 years. Rumshire replied with a grin, I enjoy working, whether it be 100 years or 1,000. It holds no significance for me. Cass wiped the sweat from his brow. Indeed, Lord Rumshire does not regard 1,000 years of labor lightly, as Lord Weiss may assign him 8,000 years of work. Losing now would amount to a mere 100 years, which is quite trivial. Since you need not return to Universe 10, it becomes considerably more convenient. Please wait here for a while. I will summon someone from our universe, and we can hold the competition on my planet. Kampa's interest was piqued, and he commanded, Beerus, please entertain them here while I go fetch some participants. Very well. Lord Kampa, Beerus readily agreed. Make yourselves comfortable while you wait, and there is ample time for some training. With a chuckle, Kampa's purple-red aura shimmered as he departed. Whispering to Beerus, do not serve fresh tea to that fellow Rumshire. Use the leftover from the previous year. Whoosh. Kampa transformed into a beam of light and swiftly departed. Kampa has gone to summon participants. Kess, Lord Rumshire, young Vegeta, this way please, Beerus beckoned. Vegeta, am I small? If you find the time, I shall show you my crimson tail. 2 tails, each more splendid than the last. I believe you will surely admire them. I also wish to see the blue basket. I wonder if it possesses unique characteristics. Having grown accustomed to ordinary baskets on television, I am eager to discover what a blue basket looks like. Does it share the same structure as a typical one? My anticipation grows. I wonder if I can even manage to kiss the basket? As Vegeta pondered this, drool began to trickle down. Oh dear, young Vegeta, you are drooling, Beerus observed with a smile, wiping away the drool with his hand. You are not a child anymore. How can you still drool? Have you not matured? Vegeta fell silent. Beerus indeed possesses a gentle demeanor. I see no fault in appointing you as a cherished concubine. Chapter 123. Rumshire, you may pursue Hellas. Kess remained silent on the side. Beerus, do you understand the reason behind his drooling? Do you still wipe his drool? I sense he surely harbors no good intentions. In the past, he had quite a bit of drool on me. I regarded him merely as a younger brother. And now, he surprisingly wishes to take me as his consort? This little brat has truly matured. Has his mindset evolved to the point where he can no longer hold me while soaring through the skies? Wait a moment. Something is pressing against me. Could it be? Kashi suddenly pondered something, her cheeks flushing with a deep hue. Had I been too naive in my previous thoughts? Perhaps I was overthinking it. Kashi ceased her musings, abruptly aware of her heart racing. Long Musi remained silent, lost in contemplation. Is a century perhaps a bit too brief? Vegeta quietly inquired of Long Musi. You truly understand me? Long Musi nodded. Losing only amounts to 100 years, it lacks significance. Then perhaps we should cast a wider net to catch a bigger fish. Vegeta mused. In the first round, I won't participate. We shall concede once, as it is merely 100 years. And then what? Winning holds little value, does it? Long Yusi questioned. At most, we could deal a couple of kicks to Beerus. Let Kappa handle your tasks, Vegeta suggested softly. I have had someone managing my affairs for 8,000 years. Do I truly need Kappa to take on that role? Long Yusi swayed his trunk, sensing little necessity in that. Consider this. You could embody the role of a creditor, Vegeta smiled. If a mere destroyer owes you 8,000 years of labor, it is insignificant. But if every destroyer were to owe you several thousand years of service, how would you feel then? Long Yusi replied, I suspect I would be beaten to death. Vegeta, your reasoning is quite profound. I find myself at a loss for words in response. However, your assertions certainly hold merit. Each destroyer owes you years of labor. They would undoubtedly conspire to eliminate you. Once you are gone, their debts to you will vanish. Therefore, it suffices to ensnare a couple of destroyers for your own benefit. Vegeta suggested, and then you could distribute those years of service among your destroyer acquaintances. My destroyer acquaintances? Ramses paused in surprise, shaking his head. I have no such friends. I heard there is a beautiful destroyer in Universe 2. Do you not fancy her? Vegeta inquired. Are you referring to that dark-skinned one, Hellas? Ramses asked. Have you seen the black rim? Vegeta chuckled, adding, pure black. Even the net of the basket is black. What basket? What do you mean? Ramses inquired, perplexed. Lean in closer, Vegeta instructed. Ramses did so, and Vegeta whispered a few words into his ear. Ramses was taken aback, marveling at Vegeta. You clever fellow. I cannot believe I failed to grasp the meaning. So that is what the basket signifies. Ramses exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. You are truly gifted. What are your thoughts? It is remarkable how profoundly you have studied this sport. Do you not wish to take a glimpse at the black and blue frame? Vegeta remarked with a smile. Your words evoke a certain intrigue. Ramses swayed his elongated trunk, revealing a hint of anticipation. You could certainly allocate a portion of the years of labor you have accumulated to that god of destruction associated with the black-blue frame, Vegeta suggested. Perhaps this might win her favor, and, well, you understand. Ramses rested his chin on his trunk, appearing contemplative. A brief silence ensued. I recall that fellow. The one named Waimei seems to have an affinity for Hellas, Ramses mused. Therefore, we must swiftly intercept her. Vegeta proposed, isn't intercepting your forte? Ramses replied, I never anticipated that the interception which brought you to our 10th universe would lead to such an outcome. Very well, let us discuss the details thoroughly. Ramses nodded. Vegeta did not oppose, and they conferred about the subsequent particulars. There was, in fact, little to debate, for they had previously outmaneuvered Waimei, and thus, both were quite experienced. As they whispered amongst themselves, Vados glanced back at Ramses, then at Vegeta, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, this was a matter concerning Lord Kampa. Vegeta noticed Vados turning around, and the more he looked, the more he found Vados to be quite enchanting. I have yet to savor blue delicacies. In reality, blue foods seem rather scarce. What blue foods are there to enjoy? Why ponder so much? Is there not a splendid blue feast laid before us at this very moment? However, this feast resembles the exquisite flavor of fine liquor, the longer it is aged. The more exceptional its taste becomes. After all, it is not something that can spoil. She is a goddess, a true celestial being. Vegeta suddenly recalled, Vados. You once pinched my cheek. I had vowed to return the favor. Of course, I do not intend to pinch your cheek. Rather, I aim to, well, you know. Patience is essential. Such matters must be approached gradually. To act recklessly would invite retribution. I certainly cannot provoke her father. I shall return to the 10th universe and bring someone along, Vegeta stated. You have placed Reg and the others on the Wan Clan star, correct? That planet lies at the edge of the Void Realm, Ramses replied. I understand, Vegeta nodded. Wait, if you bring your brother. The individuals Kampa brings may not suffice to contend with him. Ramses shook his head, indicating that such a scenario would preclude the continuation of more thrilling competitions. I am mindful of the balance, Vegeta assured. Have Kes send you there, Ramses suggested. How long will the round trip take? Vegeta inquired. It must take at least 3 hours. After all, traversing an entire universe is no small feat, Ramses pondered. 3 hours is quite lengthy. I believe I shall utilize instant transmission instead. Vegeta contemplated for a moment and responded to Ramses, I have been holding on to Kes for far too long. Unable to do anything. It feels rather unpleasant. I think it best to go swiftly and return promptly. Instant transmission? Ramses exclaimed, taken aback. Didn't he struggle with it? Do you think I haven't made progress? Vegeta chuckled. In an instant, he executed his technique and vanished in a flash. Ramsey and Kess were left astonished. Has this lad truly mastered instant transmission? It seems he has traveled quite a distance. Why then did you make me carry him for such an extended period? We have wasted time on the journey. Instant transmission? Vados was slightly startled and asked, has young Vegeta indeed learned it? Yes, indeed, Kess nodded. Prior to this, Mr. Vegeta trained with Lord Goku for several days. One could say he is somewhat of a disciple. Chapter 124. Frieza encounters Zamasu. So it is Lord Kaioshin, Vados realized. Does this mean young Vegeta has ascended to the position of Kaioshin? Not quite. He can only be considered an intern Kaioshin, Kess replied. It seems that Sister Kess and Lord Ramsey had no intention of returning Vegeta to us. Vados understood. Hiki, you caught on, Kess smiled. Vados fell silent, contemplating. It appears Vegeta possesses noteworthy talent, yet perhaps not as exceptional as you claim. Beyond the canned food he prepares rather well. There seems to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. Have you developed a fondness for his canned dishes? The truth is, while they are delightful on occasion, consuming them repeatedly diminishes their appeal. I fail to comprehend your intentions. Sister Kess, Lord Ramsey, please, let us sip tea and await patiently. As Vados spoke, she poured aged tea for the two individuals. In the 10th universe, on the planet of all races, Frieza seethed with barely contained fury. He harbored a desire to annihilate this planet. However, he found himself unable to contact Dodoria and his associates, realizing that if he destroyed the planet, he would have nowhere to retreat. Thus, he resolved to remain on this planet for the time being. Frieza wandered about, unleashing his frustrations upon an unfortunate denizen of the world. I can't even best a pig, he mused, but I can still take my frustrations out on you. With a flick of his tail, he ensnared the neck of a creature resembling a pig, tightening the grip until the unfortunate soul's face turned crimson. Ha ha ha. Frieza laughed with delight. Your visage now mirrors that of the pig almost perfectly. The individual displayed an expression of utter despair. What have I done to deserve this? Why do you treat me this way? Bang. Frieza struck the back of his opponent's head with a powerful punch. Gush. The man erupted with a torrent of blood. Engulfed by waves of despair. I am going to be mercilessly beaten to death by this vile lizard. High above, Zamasu stood with an air of superiority, observing Frieza as he tormented yet another individual. Indeed, humanity is a wretched existence. Zamasu coldly declared. Why do you all, being human, resort to mutual slaughter? The disdain in Zamasu's gaze intensified. Foolish humans. I shall eradicate you all. Your existence will only serve to exacerbate the woes of this galaxy. With a swift motion, Zamasu descended from the heavens, landing directly opposite Frieza, his countenance increasingly frigid. Release him. Zamasu commanded coldly, directing his disdain towards Frieza. Oh? Do you comprehend whom you are addressing? Frieza chuckled, amusement evident in his voice. Humph. Zamasu retorted with a chilling smirk. Then I shall gift you this individual. Frieza responded with a sly grin, delivering a swift kick that sent the man hurtling towards Zamasu. The man stumbled forward, appearing as though he had encountered a beacon of hope, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thank you for saving me. I am immensely grateful, he exclaimed hastily. I am a wealthy merchant on this planet, and to express my gratitude, I have decided to offer you 1/10,000th of my fortune. Do you realize how much that amounts to? With a disdainful glare, Zamasu's purple energy blade materialized, delivering a chilling blow to the man. You. I never anticipated that this individual would be so ruthless. Was my monetary offering insufficient? I assure you 1/10,000th of my wealth is substantial, amounting to several hundred million. Can you not let me finish my sentence? The man behind him was unable to utter another word, meeting his demise on the spot. Oh? Frieza, somewhat surprised, turned to Zamasu and chuckled. You certainly wield a ruthless hand. You would make an excellent subordinate. Foolish human. Zamasu retorted with a cold smirk. Foolish human? Your words suggest you are not human yourself. Frieza rubbed his nose, gazing at Zamasu with a sly smile. I am a god. I am the supreme deity, Zamasu proclaimed. Is that so? How unexpected, Frieza replied with a grin. So you claim to be the god of this planet? I have conquered numerous worlds and encountered many planetary deities, having slain quite a few gods as well. What is a planetary god? They were once human. Zamasu chuckled lightly. And I, from the moment of my birth, have been a god. Forever a god. Humph, how arrogant, Frieza sneered. Where did this pompous individual spring from? I can hardly be bothered to engage further. Prepare to meet your end, human. As Zamasu spoke, he charged at Frieza with a swift hand strike. You think you can challenge me, Frieza? Frieza, amused, let out a cold laugh and executed a dazzling flying kick. Bang! Frieza's foot connected with Zamasu's face, sending him stumbling backward. Zamasu rubbed his soiled face, his murderous intent intensifying. How does it feel, God? Frieza taunted. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Are you unaware of my identity? Humph. It seems you are rather difficult to kill, Zamasu replied with a soft smile. Take this, Frieza declared as a red light flickered at his fingertips. Whoosh. The crimson beam hurtled towards Zamasu. Clap. Zamasu raised his hand, effortlessly blocking the crimson assault. Trivial skills. Zamasu scoffed. What? He blocked it? That's impossible. Frieza's eyes widened, his expression slightly changing. Humph. I'm a god. Nothing is impossible. Zamasu chuckled softly. I do not believe it. Frieza roared with fury. I endured being bullied by Vegeta. I tolerated being tormented by a pig, but now some random individual dares to claim to be a god. This I cannot bear. And this fellow is too arrogant. Frieza let out a furious roar, executing a magnificent turn as he unleashed an enormous surge of energy from his hand. This colossal force engulfed Zamasu entirely, stirring up a vast cloud of dust around the scene. As the smoke began to dissipate, it revealed Zamasu, unscathed, with an expression rife with contempt. Frieza trembled in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. What manner of beings have I encountered? Why does every one of them surpass me in strength? Am I trapped in a dream? If this is indeed a dream, I wish to awaken from it post-haste. I have truly had enough. Is this your attack? I am utterly disappointed. I had hoped for a more engaging challenge from you. Zamasu, with a sly smile, regarded Frieza, acknowledging that it may be a tad premature. Yet he resolved to end this swiftly. Frieza stood in complete shock, his countenance darkening with despair. Chapter 125. Zamasu playing here? Unbeknownst to Zamasu and Frieza, Vegeta hovered above them, observing the confrontation below. He too witnessed the clash between Frieza and Zamasu. Given Frieza's current capabilities, it was evident that he stood little chance against Zamasu. The latter, being a deity, had long since perfected his strength. One could argue that Zamasu's combat prowess now bore little difference from what it would be 4 or 5 decades into the future. His true power had surpassed that of the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. According to his own assertions, the Supreme Kai could effortlessly defeat Frieza, estimating the Supreme Kai's strength. It was roughly comparable to that of Cell during the Android saga, possibly even weaker. Alternatively, one might say it was on par with Trunks emerging from the Room of Spirit in time, at best. However, Zamasu exceeded that level of strength, likely matching the full-form Cell. Therefore, at this juncture, Frieza was no match for Zamasu. Vegeta continued to observe silently, pondering the oddity of Zamasu's presence in this location. Why have you abandoned your role as the Supreme Kai to loiter here? With a swift motion, Vegeta produced his communicator and immediately contacted Kess. Please summon Ramsey. Vegeta instructed Kess. Certainly, please hold for a moment, Kess replied, handing the communicator to Ramsey, who stepped aside to take the call. Kess, meanwhile, was enjoying tea and laughter with Beerus. What is it? Ramsey inquired. Zamasu is on the planet of many races, Vegeta informed him. What on earth is that fellow doing there? Ramsey was momentarily taken aback. It seems he is engaged in murder, taking the lives of innocent beings, Vegeta responded. Isn't he supposed to be the Supreme Kai? The Supreme Kai is the deity of justice in this universe, Ramsey pondered, perplexed, as it was contrary to what one would expect of him. I understand, Vegeta nodded. Have you already arrived at the planet of many races? Your speed is impressive. Ramsey suddenly regained his focus. At last, you've caught on. Vegeta remarked, I contacted you to showcase my instant transmission. Zamasu's situation is secondary. Do as you see fit with Zamasu, Ramsey replied. Then we shall leave it at that, Vegeta affirmed. Please convey my regards to Beerus. I miss her. And once I conclude my current matters, I shall return to see her. Are you serious? Ramsey wiped the sweat from his brow. You have only just parted ways. Haven't you? Shall I relay the message now? With a slight smile, Vegeta concluded the conversation. Ramsey remarked, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. By the way, did we not declare your demise in front of Zamasu? In what capacity do you currently present yourself? As Vegeta or as Darl? Ramses hastily attempted to establish communication with Vegeta, yet the latter had already stowed away his communicator and remained oblivious to the call. What a fool. You are bound to reveal yourself this way. Ramsey felt a surge of anxiety. However, upon further contemplation, Ramsey concluded that it should not pose a significant issue. Perhaps Vegeta had already vanquished Zamasu. Besides, I am well aware of the identity predicament, Someone as astute as Vegeta should not commit such a trivial blunder. Taking a deep breath, Ramsey decided to dismiss further worries. In the 10th universe, Vegeta descended gracefully from the sky. At that moment, Zamasu had seized Frieza by the throat with his left hand, while his right hand manifested a lethal blade. Die. Zamasu sneered, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Frieza. A profound despair flickered in Frieza's eyes as he struggled desperately to escape Zamasu's grasp. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he could not free himself from Zamasu's formidable grip. It felt as though Zamasu's hand possessed infinite divine power, chilling Frieza to the core. Is this how it ends? Am I, the Emperor of the Universe, to perish in such a manner? I refuse to accept this. Ah, is that not Zamasu? Vegeta called out, as Zamasu was poised to extinguish Frieza's life. The sound of Vegeta's voice caused his expression to shift dramatically. He was all too familiar with that voice. How did that brat Vegeta come to this place? Zamasu shivered slightly and immediately released Frieza. With a thud, Frieza collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his face pallid with fear. Soon after, he noticed Vegeta's presence nearby. Flames of fury ignited in Frieza's pupils. It's that wild monkey. It seems he is acquainted with this self-proclaimed deity. Vegeta. Zamasu addressed him. Zamasu, enjoying yourself here. Are we? Vegeta replied with a smile. Just passing the time, coincidentally encountering this lizard, Zamasu responded with a grin. Seeing that I am still alive, you appear decidedly unfazed. Vegeta remarked with a chuckle. Zamasu thought to himself, this is bad. I should have feigned surprise. You haven't disclosed anything regarding my identity, have you? Vegeta gazed at Zamasu with a knowing smile. Who could I possibly tell? Zamasu's heart skipped a beat as he hastily denied it. For instance, regarding the delicacies. Vegeta said cheerfully, what delicacies? I know not of them. Zamasu endeavored to maintain his composure. That is satisfactory, Vegeta nodded. Did you seek me out? Zamasu asked. His voice tinged with unease. Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with you, Vegeta smiled. What do you say? Shall I take you to a more exhilarating location? Can I refuse? Zamasu was reluctant to leave. I'm still waiting to complete the task assigned to me by Lord Zamasu. If I depart now, when will I have the opportunity to cleanse this galaxy of its inhabitants? You may refuse. Vegeta's smile grew increasingly radiant. Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically. If I truly refuse, I sense that this individual may not let me off easily. Very well, I concede. Zamasu gritted his teeth. That is more like it. Now come with me. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction. After uttering these words, Vegeta turned to glance at Frieza once more. Oh, are you not Frieza? Vegeta inquired with a cheerful grin. Frieza, Vegeta. What on earth is happening? Why am I here? Frieza rose from the ground, his face cold and questioning. Chapter 126. Zamasu, accompany me on a journey. You may ponder that at your leisure. I have no time to indulge you here. Vegeta chuckled lightly. What did you say? Do you realize who you are addressing? Frieza seethed with rage. Bam! Zamasu soared into the air and delivered a kick to Frieza's face. Frieza fell back to the ground, feeling utterly defeated. You cannot even best me, yet you dare to bare your teeth at Mr. Vegeta? Zamasu scoffed, chastising Frieza. Frieza felt a pang of humiliation. I am the Emperor of the Universe. Zamasu had already decided to treat Vegeta favorably. Perhaps he could devise a scheme to lead him to Lord Zamasu. This is surely Lord Zamasu's desire, is it not? Lord Zamasu must despise Vegeta with a vengeance. At least on this matter, my thoughts align with Lord Zamasu. As long as I can bring Vegeta to his side, my chances of becoming a disciple of the God of Destruction will increase. Ah, but he is currently alone. Yet how can I contact Lord Zamasu? This is unfortunate. I should have obtained a means of communication. No matter, since he is alone now. There will be future opportunities for solitude. I shall wait. It is not a matter of urgency. There will be a chance. Let us depart. Vegeta beckoned to Zamasu, placing his hand upon Zamasu's shoulder. In an instant, Vegeta utilized instant transmission, and they appeared in the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 6. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with resentment. That detestable wild monkey. I will not forgive you. Zamasu looked around, bewildered. Where's this place? Soon after, he spotted the distant figure of Roshi. Zamasu. Ramsey paused for a moment, then stepped forward and delivered a swift blow that rendered Zamasu unconscious. In that fleeting instant of losing consciousness, Zamasu was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of despair. Did Vegeta bring me before Lord Beerus to have me killed? Vegeta. Why on earth did you bring this wretched creature here? Ramsey inquired, his curiosity piqued. As he spoke, a recollection struck him. This individual had indeed partaken in excrement. I just struck him with my hand. I hope I haven't sullied it. Quickly, Fetch your alcohol disinfectant for me to use, Ramsey requested. Vegeta leisurely produced the disinfectant and sprayed it on Ramsey's hands. Feeling considerably relieved, Ramsey nodded in satisfaction. What purpose do we have in bringing this despicable fellow along? Is it to challenge the inhabitants of the 6th universe? I initially intended to bring Frieza, but upon encountering Zamasu, I had a change of heart, Vegeta murmured. Moreover, I suspect that someone named Kampa might know Frieza. Should that information slip here, it could prove problematic. Zamasu, however, is one of our own. Ah, I see now. Your foresight is commendable, Ramsey acknowledged with a nod of approval. By the way, that individual is aware of your identity, correct? Yes, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. Make sure he doesn't disclose it. Ramsey insisted. He possesses his own mouth. Can you truly control what he chooses to say? Vegeta chuckled. If he dares to speak, I shall obliterate him. Ramsey huffed, yet I remain somewhat uneasy. I should summon him for some guidance. Perhaps offer him a few sweet incentives to prevent any rebellious thoughts, as that would render the game less enjoyable. Vegeta suggested, for instance, promising him a chance to become a trainee destroyer. Ramsey nodded thoughtfully, then delivered a kick to Zamasu, forcefully awakening him by stepping on his face. Zamasu awoke, confusion etched across his features. How did I lose consciousness? I recall now. I must have been struck down by Lord Ramsey. Why did you knock me out? Lord Ramsey, I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Zamasu clenched his teeth and bravely inquired. That is of no importance now, Ramsey replied. It is important. It matters greatly. How can it not be significant? You are not the one who has been knocked unconscious. I am still in pain. The reason I summoned you is that there is a matter of great importance I wish to discuss, Ramsey said, patting Zamasu on the shoulder with a smile. Please. Lord Ramsey, speak. Zamasu obediently nodded. I suppose I should just yield. I will refrain from arguing with Ramsey. Let me first see what this matter is. It might even be beneficial. To put it simply, we are in the realm of the destroyers of the 6th universe, Ramsey stated. The realm of the destroyers of the 6th universe? A wave of excitement surged within Zamasu, and he immediately looked around. So this is the realm of the destroyers. It is my first time here. Zamasu felt increasingly exhilarated. Lord Ramsey, may I fly up to take a look? Zamasu asked eagerly. Feel free, Ramsey permitted. It will take some time for Zampa to return, and since we are idle, why not? Zamasu swiftly ascended into the sky, soon hovering above. Gazing down at the entire realm of the destroyers, the realm resembled an inverted pyramid. While its area did not appear vast, it was sufficient for living. Zamasu marveled inwardly. The structure of the realm of the destroyers is far superior to that of the Kaishin realm. This place feels much more like a true divine realm. He glanced at Vegeta, a look of envy and resentment on his face. Why do you get to be a disciple of the destroyer? Meanwhile, I am not even considered a disciple of the Kaishin anymore. As a disciple of the god of destruction, it is one thing. But to covet the disciples of the supreme Kai of my realm is quite another. Vegeta, I will not let this matter rest. I shall ensure that you pay a blood price for your transgressions. Taking a deep breath, Zamasu gradually calmed himself amidst the heights of the sky. I must not display any semblance of hatred towards Vegeta. Such emotions would be too easily detected. Zamasu felt a serene stillness envelop him, allowing him to descend slowly from the heavens. Indeed, the realm of the god of destruction exudes a divine aura, a stark contrast to the supreme Kai's domain, he mused. Ramses remained silent. What is your command, Lord Ramses? Zamasu inquired respectfully. It is quite simple, shortly. The god of destruction from Universe 6 wishes to select several humans for a contest against our universe, Ramses replied. Chapter 127. Zamasu, are you attempting to deceive the god of destruction once more? Does Lord Ramses imply that I am to participate in this competition? Zamasu grasped the meaning immediately. I understand what you intend. You have already exploited the exquisite beings of the mortal realm. And now you seek to deceive the god of destruction from the 6th universe. You are truly cunning. Wait a moment. Should I report this? Let me ponder it carefully. If I do raise an alarm, I might find myself at the mercy of Rumshur. The god of destruction from Universe 6 may not offer me protection. Perhaps it is best to refrain. However, how do they intend to deceive this god of destruction from Universe 6? I shall observe for now. Indeed, your participation in the competition is required. Do you feel confident in your ability to emerge victorious? Rumshur inquired with a smile. I can certainly give it a try. Zamasu responded respectfully with a nod. That is reassuring. Soon, you shall face 5 opponents alone, Rumshur stated. If you achieve victory, I could recommend you to other gods of destruction as a disciple. This time, Rumshur was quite earnest. He believed that, with proper training, This individual might indeed evolve into an exceptional apprentice god of destruction, despite his lackluster talent. Yet, talent is a fickle thing. When Rumshire first encountered Vegeta, he did not perceive his aptitude as particularly remarkable. Yet now, he has become an impressive figure, has he not? Therefore, the true measure of talent can only be discerned through rigorous practice, as one uncovers their own potential. At present, it remains uncertain. Rumshire considered recommending this individual to Helios, the pure black frame. Vegeta, what do you think about recommending him to the black frame? Rumshire quietly inquired of Vegeta. Vegeta replied, very well. Let us first secure victory in the competition. Vegeta nodded. Have we truly begun to refer to it as the black hoop? Have you seen that basketball hoop? You are indeed correct. My anticipation grows ever greater. Ramsey smiled broadly, his face reflecting boundless contemplation. After this matter concludes, should I truly gain a considerable amount of work experience, I ought to follow Vegeta's advice and engage in a heartfelt discussion of ideals with that black and blue frame. Perhaps we could even conceive a little god of destruction together. The union of our two universes would certainly be a momentous occasion worth celebrating. Just the thought of it exhilarates Ramsey. Vegeta, you truly are my strategist. Now, do your best. I hope you do not disappoint me. Ramsey patted Zamasu's shoulder once more. Yes, my lord Ramsey. I shall exert every effort to secure victory in the competition, Zamasu replied. In the distance, Kes and Bardos were enjoying tea while engaging in light conversation. Sister, how's the tea? Bardos inquired. The tea is quite good, though it is a bit aged. Fresh tea is certainly more delightful, is it not? Kes remarked. Ah, Lord Kampa is rather stingy, insisting I serve this tea to you and Lord Ramsey, Bardos chuckled. Not to worry. Although the tea is somewhat stale, it does not significantly affect the flavor, Kes replied with indifference. Indeed, Bardos concurred. The two continued their banter, swiftly shifting the topic to Vegeta. When did Vegeta come back to life? Bardos asked. It has been 2 or 3 years, I believe, Kes responded. 2 or 3 years. You say? Bardos mused as she gazed thoughtfully at Vegeta in the distance. Yes, Kes nodded, sipping her tea, somewhat apprehensive. Sister, you must be aware that he is from the 7th universe, correct? Bardos continued. I only recently learned of it myself. Kes smiled slightly, but it matters little. If Vegeta prefers the 10th universe, then let him remain there. While this may be true, if Lord Beerus were to find out, he might cause quite a stir. Bardos remarked with a grin. Even so, he cannot come to our 10th universe and wreak havoc, Kes replied. That is also true, Bardos nodded. Returning to the earlier topic, Kes asked, Bardos, when do you intend to marry Vegeta? Bardos responded, Sister, please do not tease me. You know I was only playing with him at the time. She sighed. Back then, I thought it was merely a joke, assuming he would not be able to find our realm of destruction once he grew up. Yet now he has. Kes laughed, but he has not grown up yet. Bardos chuckled in response. Suddenly, Vegeta approached. What do you mean by not grown up? He inquired directly. Bardos replied, what else could it possibly mean? It certainly refers to your height. Look at how short you are. If I grow up, will you marry me, Vados? Vegeta asked excitedly. All right, if you grow up, I shall marry you. Fine, Vados sighed, not wishing to engage in further dispute with Vegeta. Vados could discern that with Vegeta's current physique, attaining adulthood would likely take several years. In 3 to 5 years, anything could transpire. Who knows, there might be another destruction. Kiss, keep the evidence. I intend to wed Vados shortly, Vegeta chuckled. It has been secured, Kiss nodded. Shortly? Vados pondered, glancing at Vegeta and then at Kiss. Why shortly? After a brief moment, Kappa finally descended with 4 humans. Vegeta scrutinized them. Why is there 1 person missing? There are only 4. I shall not bully you. Since you claimed you would take on 5, I will graciously allow you to face 4, Kappa scoffed, beckoning to Vegeta. Vegeta understood. Kappa was yielding to him by bringing only 4 individuals. These 4 had all participated in the power tournament and had competed against the 7th universe. They were Badamo, Magetta, Frost, and Hit. The missing individual was Kaba, the scion from the 6th universe. Vegeta contemplated carefully. Kaba was likely quite young at this time. Or perhaps he had not yet been born. It was probable that he had not been born, as Kaba seemed younger than Gohan. During this period, Goku was still under the tutelage of Master Roshi. No wonder Kappa brought only 4. There were no suitable candidates among the Scions. Very well, I shall not press you. Let my disciple challenge them first. Vegeta pointed to Zamasu standing nearby. Disciple? Kappa blinked in surprise. Zamasu, meanwhile, fixed his gaze upon Kappa. Greetings, Lord Destroyer. I am Zamasu. I am Vegeta's disciple. We have previously trained under our universe's Supreme Kai, Lord Whis, which is why I bear this title. Zamasu uttered this last sentence through gritted teeth. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. Whom do you refer to as your junior? Even if there truly exists a brotherly bond, I am, after all, your senior, am I not? Chapter 128, Vados. You may borrow the staff for your research. Have you also undergone training with the Supreme Kai? If so, does that make you disciples of the Supreme Kai? Xiangpa nodded slightly, not particularly concerned. What significance does being a disciple of the Supreme Kai hold? There is nothing to fret over. Ramsey, are you certain you wish to let this fellow named Zamasu take the stage first in the competition? Xiangpa inquired. I intend to allow him some experience. You have no objections, do you? Ramsey replied. If you seek experience, let him return to your universe and take his time. Xiangpa retorted, displeased. This is a competition. Do not squander time on him. Unless you are prepared to adhere to our prior agreement should you lose, then perhaps that would be acceptable. Very well. We shall abide by the previous agreement. If Zamasu loses, I shall work for you for a century. Surely that will suffice? Ramsey nodded gravely, and then called out to Zamasu, urging him to perform well in the competition and not to lose. Otherwise, I would be compelled to work for them for 100 years. Zamasu found himself at a loss for words. A mere century of work. And you dare to bring it up? You have requested that the esteemed Wei may provide you with employment for 8,000 years. This is merely a century. I am truly astounded. Zamasu, though internally grumbling, dares not exhibit even a hint of negligence on the surface. Should anything be improperly assembled, it might very well be destroyed. Indeed, I shall strive earnestly. Zamasu nodded gravely. Vados, hasten to create a platform. Xiangpa called to Vados. Very well, Lord Xiangpa, Vados replied as she swiftly approached, gently pointing her staff at the ground. With a whoosh, a surge of angelic energy rapidly emanated, evenly enveloping the surface. In the blink of an eye, a circular arena materialized. There we go, Vados announced. All right, you may enter in order, Xiangpa instructed Hit and the others. Hit and the others nodded lightly. Vegeta then flew to Bardos's side. Vados, could you teach me how to create a platform out of thin air? Vegeta inquired. You wish to learn this? Vados was taken aback. It seems quite intriguing. I wish to learn, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. However, it is not easy to master. One must possess angelic power to create a platform from nothing, Vados explained. Furthermore, do you see the staff in my hand? Vegeta nodded vigorously. This staff possesses unique characteristics. The crystal orb atop it serves as a powerful amplifier for angelic energy, Vados elaborated. An amplifier? Vegeta scratched his head. For instance, if your angelic energy releases 1 point. Through the staff it can be amplified to 10 points, Vados clarified. I understand, Vegeta nodded. Could you possibly give this to me? I can allow you to study it. But I cannot give it to you, Vados replied. How stingy. You are to be my future wife. Your belongings are my belongings, including yourself. Vegeta declared assertively. Vados responded. Slap. She pinched Vegeta's cheek. You little brat, do you dare covet your elder sister? Moreover, I am yours. What are you thinking? Vegeta remarked. You've twisted my mouth. In return, I shall distort something of yours. Hee, if you have the ability, then do come at me, Vados chuckled. Next time. Refrain from speaking such words to your elder sister. Understood, Vegeta obediently nodded. There is no rush. I intend to engage you in a thrilling basketball match at a leisurely pace. Given your compliance, I shall permit you to examine this staff for a while, Vados said, extending the staff towards Vegeta. With delight, Vegeta grasped the staff and brought it to his nose, inhaling its essence with keen interest. What does this smell signify? Vegeta remarked. Inhaling deeply. It carries the essence of my sister, and it is rather delightful. Vados covered her face, regretting ever having bestowed the staff upon Vegeta. You little rascal. All you do is tease your sister. Oh well, he is merely a child. Let him indulge in his whims. Transform, Vegeta suddenly declared, pointing the staff at Vados while chanting an incantation. What do you intend to transform my sister into? Vados inquired with a smile. I shall strip her of her garments. Vegeta replied. Vados chose not to respond further. You little brat. Meanwhile, on the arena, the combatants had already stepped onto the stage. The first match, Zamasu versus Bardamo. The rules were simple. Killing was strictly prohibited, and being knocked out of the ring constituted a loss. Kappa addressed Zamasu and Bardamo. Zamasu was momentarily taken aback. This match does not permit killing? How has a god of destruction become so lenient? If we cannot kill, then we shall simply eliminate him. Bartamo immediately prepared for battle. While Zamasu stood there, calm and composed. Come forth, human, Zamasu beckoned to Bartamo, who appeared utterly bewildered. Do you refer to me as human? As if you are not human yourself? This individual truly knows how to feign. Swiftly, Bartamo charged towards Zamasu. Bartamo, a large brown bear, was composed of a unique material resembling a highly advanced rubber. Observing the rapidly approaching Bartamo, Zamasu understood that employing a hand strike could potentially be fatal. Opting not to use a hand strike was acceptable as well. With precision, Zamasu delivered a powerful punch to Bartamo's face, causing it to indent deeply. Nothing remarkable. Zamasu smirked and followed up with a kick that struck Bartamo in the chest. Bartamo toppled to the ground, rebounding slightly before crashing into Zamasu with great force. Zamasu felt a twinge of annoyance from the collision. The next moment, Zamasu unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Bartamo, who resembled a rubber ball. Enduring the blows without retaliation, however, Zamasu soon sensed an unsettling change in the situation. After pushing Bartamo aside, his expression grew slightly grave. This creature is more troublesome than I anticipated. Chapter 129, Zama's Consecutive Victories. You must understand, no matter how you attack, I will remain unscathed. Bartamo rose from the ground, gazing at Zamasu with a cheerful smile. Really? Then let us see how you fare against this move, Zamasu declared, thrusting his hands forward. Instantly, a surge of divine power enveloped Bartamo. Bartamo suddenly found himself unable to move. Go. Zamasu flung his hands to the side. Bartamo's body was uncontrollably propelled out of the ring. This is bad. I'm going to be eliminated, Bartamo exclaimed. In an instant, he was unable to react and fell out of the ring, thus being disqualified. In the first match, Zamasu emerged victorious. Xiangpa remarked. This young man's manipulation of divine power is quite impressive, truly worthy of being a disciple of the Kaioshin. Vegeta, stop pondering over your scepter, Ramses urged. Come and observe the match. Vegeta silently approached, holding his scepter. Look, that fellow Zamasu performed adequately, Ramses chuckled. In our universe, Zamasu is considered a formidable presence. Wouldn't you agree? I suppose so, Vegeta nodded. Do you think we should cultivate his abilities further? Perhaps send him to the Black Basket? Ramses contemplated. Do you hold a grudge against the Black Basket? Vegeta inquired. What does it mean? Ramses was momentarily taken aback, sensing that this Zamasu harbored ill intentions that could one day incite turmoil across the universe. Vegeta pondered deeply. Surely not. Ramses gazed at Vegeta with skepticism, then turned his attention to Zamasu in the arena. Could such a character truly stir chaos throughout the universe? I possess the ability to read faces. I can generally discern the trajectory of your future through your countenance, Vegeta remarked. If that is indeed the case, then perhaps we should consider eliminating him after this match concludes, Ramses suggested. Let us first observe his performance, Vegeta replied. Ramses, do not rejoice prematurely. Do you believe that just because this fellow has triumphed in the first match, all will be well? Kappa snorted, nodding towards Vegeta. Suddenly, a plume of white gas erupted from Vegeta's head as he strode confidently onto the stage. Vegeta, a colossal metallic being, was said to weigh around 2,000 tons. Upon stepping onto the arena, his immense weight caused several portions of the ground to cave in beneath him. Zamasu squinted at the imposing figure of Vegeta across from him. I believe I have encountered a similar race in our universe. Another of these metallic beings. It seems there are numerous species scattered throughout the cosmos. I recall that this race possesses some weaknesses, but what could they be? As Vegeta took his position in the arena, he produced a vat of magma and poured it into his mouth with ease. A fierce plume of hot gas erupted from his head once more. Let the match commence. Kampa called out to Zamasu and Vegeta. Suddenly, Zamasu's eyes brightened with realization. I remember. The minds of these metallic beings are rather fragile. Just a few insults can sap their will to fight. However, their physical strength is quite formidable. Engaging them in direct combat would merely exhaust my energy. I must conclude this battle swiftly. Come forth, you heap of scrap metal, Zamasu bellowed. Vegeta, Vegeta, that's my line. You dare to steal my lines? It seems you have no desire to live, Vegeta remarked, his expression darkening. Vegeta's countenance grew even gloomier, and soon it shifted from shadowy to pale. As if a circuit had shorted out within him, smoke billowing from his body. With a sudden crack, Vegeta's head tilted, and he collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Kappa's felt a wave of unease wash over him. This fellow named Zamasu knew Vegeta's weakness? No wonder victory came so easily. You possess quite a bit of knowledge. Young one, Kappa squinted at Zamasu. I was once the North Kai of our universe and happened to encounter the Metal Man race, thus I am aware of their vulnerabilities. Zamasu bowed respectfully. Consider yourself fortunate, Kappas replied curtly, summoning the next participant. The forthcoming contender was Frost, causing a flicker of anxiety in her MS. Let us hope Zamasu doesn't breach the 6th universe. How would we continue then? Our MS whispered to Vegeta. Fear not. He lacks the ability to penetrate the 6th universe, Vegeta reassured him. That last contestant with the peculiar head is indeed formidable. Peculiar head? RMS blinked, glancing at it in the distance. What is so peculiar about his head? You need not concern yourself with such details, Vegeta replied. RMS retorted, if you speak halfway. Do you believe I won't curse you? Are you implying that this fellow is strong? RMS pondered. Indeed, very strong, Vegeta affirmed, nodding. I sense his power is nearly on par with Toppo. That is indeed impressive. Zamasu stands no chance against him. RMS sighed in relief. Had Zamasu been privy to RMS's current expression, his mental state would surely have crumbled. How fervently you long for my defeat. I am a denizen of your universe. Do you still wish for me to fight? Upon seeing Frost, Zamasu felt a surge of amusement. Wasn't this individual of the same race as that creature named Frieza, whom I had previously tormented? Though their appearances differ somewhat, I can discern that they undoubtedly belong to the same lineage. Give it your all. Kappa seemed increasingly agitated. This Zamasu had already vanquished 2 warriors from our universe. I fear we are losing face. Indeed, Lord Kappa, Frost responded promptly, bowing in respect. Let the contest commence, Kappa declared. The match officially began as Frost feigned a move, soaring high into the air above Zamasu. With a thunderous roar, Frost swung his massive hand downward, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy that rapidly enveloped Zamasu. This overwhelming force seemed to consume him entirely. Humph, he is not as impressive as he thinks, Frost smirked. Is that so? Am I truly insignificant? Zamasu's voice echoed ominously behind Frost. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. When had this foe appeared behind me? Chapter 130, Zamasu. I detest those who stand with their hands in their pockets. With a swift kick, Zamasu struck Frost at the back of his head. Frost plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and leaving a substantial crater in his wake. Zamasu descended slowly to the edge of the pit, beckoning Frost with a casual gesture. In an instant, Frost found himself levitating helplessly under Zamasu's control. Zamasu unleashed a flurry of punches from a distance, pummeling Frost mercilessly. Frost cried out in anguish, lamenting his plight. With a gentle flick of his hand, Zamasu sent Frost hurtling out of the arena, thus eliminating him from the contest. In this confrontation, Frost had not even had the chance to transform before succumbing to Zamasu's might. In truth, even had Frost transformed, he may not have been a match for Zamasu. Kappa felt utterly disheartened. Another defeat. This is utterly infuriating. Thankfully, I have brought Hit along this time. It is undoubtedly the strongest warrior from our 6th universe. He will not falter against this opponent. Hit, it's your turn, Kappa urgently called out. Hit, who had been meditating in tranquility, slowly lifted his head upon hearing Kappa's summons, casting his gaze upon the formidable Zamasu in the arena. With deliberate steps, Hit approached unhurriedly. Begin, Kappa gritted through his teeth. This young man possesses remarkable potential, facing 3 opponents alone. Lampsey, filled with emotion, mockingly addressed Xiangpa. You beings from the universe are truly lacking. Your skills are abysmal. Those earlier incidents were mere flukes. Mere flukes, Xiangpa bellowed. You need not repeat yourself. I can hear you perfectly well, Lampsey replied with a smug smile. How infuriating. Such a situation shall not arise again. Just you wait. It will undoubtedly triumph over that fellow named Zamasu. Xiangpa declared through gritted teeth, his face set in a grimace. Then I shall cheer for him, Lampsey said with a smile. The final match commenced. Hit, with his hands tucked into his pockets, coldly regarded Zamasu across the arena. Vegeta. It seems this Hit fellow also enjoys keeping his hands in his pockets, Lampsey remarked with a chuckle. Perhaps I should consider taking him under my wing. Vegeta pondered for a moment. Let's abandon that notion. We have already brought many from the 7th universe to the 10th. So there is no need to covet those from the 6th universe. Lampsey shook his head, recalling a phrase. What was it you said? Something about having a wish from the dragon and still looking at a mouse. Yes, that captures the sentiment perfectly, Vegeta nodded. You are correct, with the dragon. What need have we for that wretched Kakarot? Lampsey chuckled. Vegeta remarked, is it truly possible for you to twist matters in such a way? You are quite the character. Lampsey. Zamasu, gritting his teeth, seethed with rage, especially upon witnessing Hit with his hands in his pockets, igniting an inexplicable fury within him. That detestable fellow. Your hands tucked into your pockets resemble that scoundrel named Vegeta. It is precisely this kind of pretentious demeanor that I detest. Zamasu swiftly charged towards the direction of Hit. In an instant, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing behind Hit in the blink of an eye. Hit seemed utterly oblivious to his presence. Seizing the opportunity, Zamasu aimed a powerful strike at Hit's back. Just then, Hit made his move. He activated his time skip ability, freezing time momentarily. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch that landed squarely on Zamasu's nose. Zamasu was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, staggering several steps backward before finally regaining his balance. How could I not perceive his punch? Zamasu's eyes widened in astonishment. Humph, Hit scoffed, his expression laden with profound disdain. What kind of look is that? Zamasu retorted angrily. You are no match for me, it would be wise to concede. Hit stated coldly. What did you say? You claim I am not your opponent? Zamasu fumed, incredulous. I have yet to show my true power. With that, Zamasu conjured a violet blade of energy in his right hand. Come on, Zamasu shouted defiantly. Hit regarded Zamasu with a frosty glare. Do you think wielding that knife makes you remarkable? With a swift motion, Zamasu lunged at Hit with his blade. Hit nimbly dodged, evading Zamasu's strike. Bang! Hit retaliated with a swift kick, landing squarely on Zamasu's face, leaving a distinct shoe print. Rubbing his sore visage, Zamasu's expression morphed into one of utter fury. How dare you? Zamasu roared, charging at Hit with ferocity. Bang! Hit activated his time skip ability once more, delivering a powerful punch directly to Zamasu's chest. Zamasu coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees, overwhelmed by pain. Bang! Hit followed with another kick, propelling Zamasu high into the air. He arced gracefully before plummeting out of the ring, thus being eliminated. Zamasu was left in a state of shock. Is this how I am eliminated? By this mere human? How could this be? I am a god. Although my status as a supreme Kai pales in comparison to that of the gods of destruction, I am still a figure of considerable renown across the universe. And yet, I have been bested by a human. Grinding his teeth, Zamasu rose from the ground, an air of despondency enveloping him. Ha! What a spectacular match! Exclaimed Kampa, his laughter echoing. Finally, a victory. It has indeed lived up to my expectations. A century. A full century. Kampa patted the shoulder of Ramsey, who remarked, This phrase sounds oddly familiar. It seems I once said this to Whis. Kampa had now turned it against me. A century? It's nothing to me. I relish my work, Ramsey scoffed. Keep pretending to be tough. Kampa rejoiced. With this century ahead, I can take it easy. That fellow Beerus has a subordinate to assist him in destroying planets. I too have other gods of destruction to help me. The thought alone is exhilarating. Ramsey rolled his eyes. Kampa, you pitiful creature. It's merely a century. Must you gloat so? I have profited from Whis for 8,000 years. Chapter 131. The Demise of Zamasu. Zamasu, you have truly disappointed me. I had hoped you would achieve victory, Ramsey lamented, shaking his head in dismay at Zamasu. Zamasu remained silent. The year has passed, and it seems you serve no purpose anymore. Perhaps it's time for you to perish, Ramsey coldly remarked. What did you say? Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically. Do I need to enumerate all the things you have done? Ramsey scoffed. What have I done? A heavy weight settled in Zamasu's heart. Could it be that Ramses had discovered my collusion with Lord Waymay? Bang! Without hesitation, Ramses unleashed a powerful strike that pierced through Zamasu's heart. Gushing forth, Zamasu expelled a copious amount of blood, his complexion instantly paling. In the next moment, Zamasu's vitality waned gradually. Soon, his head tilted, and he succumbed to death. Regarding the events that transpired, Kampa remained silent. A destroyer need not provide justification for extinguishing the life of a being from their universe. Even if that being is a Kai, as long as they are not a supreme Kai, a disciple of a supreme Kai could, in principle, also fall victim to a destroyer's wrath. Venting his frustrations upon that individual, Ramses, your temperament remains unchanged, Kampa remarked with a smile. Humph, he is useless. Keeping him alive serves no purpose. I have long held a disdain for him. Ramses grunted. I shall not concern myself with your universe's affairs, starting tomorrow. You will come work for me, understood? Kampa chuckled. Certainly, no problem, Ramses readily agreed. As I have stated, I thrive on work. I have nearly obliterated all the planets in our universe. I intentionally lost to you. And yet, you still killed him? Who would believe that? Kampa laughed. I killed him merely because he displeased me, Ramses grunted. Well then, I'm off. With that, Ramses beckoned to Vegeta, urging him to leave promptly. Why should I leave? I have yet to participate in the tournament. Vegeta showed no intention of departing. Do you wish to embarrass yourself here as well? Ramses reprimanded. You promised I could compete. Yet you summoned that fellow Zamasu. Vegeta contested. Spare me your complaints. Ramses roared. Just tell me if you will leave. If you refuse, I wouldn't mind ending your life as well. Humph. I, Vegeta, stand by my word. Vegeta asserted, immediately brandishing his staff, ready for battle. Young man, do you believe that wielding an angel's staff grants you the audacity to contend with a destroyer? Ramses sneered, extending his hand towards Vegeta's form. Kampa interjected. What on earth has caused you two to clash again? Ramses, it's merely a competition. Another match would suffice, wouldn't it? Kampa felt a stirring in his heart and decided to initiate another bout. A century felt insufficient. For a destroyer, a century passes swiftly. Since this fellow named Vegeta is so eager to compete, what a splendid opportunity this presents. Why should I engage in another match? Am I not already humiliated enough? Lamsey let out a scoff. If I were to lose, completing your tasks would merely entail wreaking havoc upon the planet, wouldn't it? Vegeta remarked. You see. With Vegeta expressing such sentiments, what do you have left to be concerned about? Xiangpa chuckled. Let us have another round, shall we? After all, idleness is a bore. Why the rush to return? Humph. Lamsey grunted, neither consenting nor declining. In that case, there is no need for Vegeta to take on 4 opponents. Let him face off with Hit instead. What do you think, Xiangpa? Seems fair, doesn't it? Lamsey continued to scoff. If I lose, you can consider my 100 years of labor as forfeited. How does that sound? I am quite generous, wouldn't you agree? Xiangpa proposed with a grin. Are you certain? Lamsey finally cast a glance at Xiangpa. Absolutely, Xiangpa nodded. I wish to secure a bit more. If I win, you shall grant me another 100 years of service. Totaling 200 years. What do you say to that? 200 years? Is that truly a matter of significance? Lamsey snorted. If we are to play, let us play for something grander. This 100 or 200 years is rather mundane. What scale do you have in mind? Xiangpa inquired, taken aback. At least starting from 2,000 years, Lamsey declared. Xiangpa replied, you certainly are relentless. Did you really just multiply it by 20? Asked Ramsey, his trunk swaying playfully. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, and after a brief moment of hesitation, declared, let us play then, who is afraid? Clenching his fist, Xiangpa added, the year 2000 is upon us. And this truly allows for a carefree existence. This is the year 2000, after all. So tell me, what is the game plan? Xiangpa inquired. Let us erase the past century in one swift motion and go for something grand, Ramsey suggested with a sweeping gesture. Xiangpa retorted. On what grounds can you simply erase it? You think I'll let you evade the truth of this century? Not a chance. Xiangpa was visibly agitated at that moment. Your thoughts are indeed quite beautiful. Are you engaging in a grand scheme, attempting to dismiss my century of efforts? Do you take me for a fool? Very well. Let us add a century to that, proposed Ramsey. If I emerge victorious, you shall concede to me 1900 years, should I be defeated. I must grant you 2100 years of service. This arrangement delighted Xiangpa, who nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, no objections there. Aha! This utter fool. He has unwittingly forfeited 200 years. Regardless of the outcome, he has unwittingly agreed to an additional century. How splendid! The mere thought exhilarated Xiangpa. This fellow's mathematical skills must have been nurtured by his physical education teacher. In a moment of mischief, Ramsey added, furthermore, the loser must deliver 3 kicks to Beerus and wreak havoc upon his palace. Agreed. Let us finalize this merriment. Xiangpa replied with a nod of acquiescence. I too relish the thought of kicking Beerus. After all, he has a penchant for idleness. Given such an opportunity, why would one refuse? Very well. Let a single match determine our fates. Ramsey secretly reveled in his triumph. Chapter 132. Xiangpa's mental collapse. Let the games begin. Xiangpa proclaimed. A surge of excitement coursing through him. At long last, there exists someone who can offer me 2,000 years of service. Am I not aware of Vegeta's prowess? When I first encountered him, his strength was utterly lacking. Even with his resurrection and subsequent training, how much could his innate talent possibly evolve? Even the Kaioshin has attempted to mentor him. I dare say Vegeta lacks the might of Zamasu. Wait, Ramsey dares to play for high stakes. Perhaps this lad named Vegeta possesses some formidable technique. It must involve destruction. Yes, undoubtedly destruction. Perhaps this young man has acquired a modicum of destructive power. But fear not. With Hit's time-skip ability, I shall certainly evade any threat. In the next moment, Vegeta stepped onto the arena, hands tucked into his pockets, while Hit mirrored the action. Casting a disdainful glance toward Vegeta, the two locked eyes. We may commence, Xiangpa instructed, reiterating the rules. No killing. and any contestant who falls outside the arena is deemed the loser. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement, while Hit wore an expression of unwavering confidence. This little one dares to challenge me? And he even mimics my posture of hands in pockets. I do this to better execute my time skip. Why do you have your hands in your pockets? Is it to show off? Go ahead and attack me with all your might, Hit. A faint smile graced Vegeta's lips as he addressed Hit. Then I shall oblige you. With a disdainful snort, it transformed into a streak of light, swiftly appearing directly before Vegeta. Whoosh! In a flash, Hit launched a punch at Vegeta, his speed akin to lightning. Bang! Without any extraneous motion. Vegeta retaliated with a swift kick to Hit's abdomen. A howl of agony escaped Hit as he clutched his stomach and knelt on the arena, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This kid certainly knows how to deliver a punishing blow. How could a kick hurt so much? What? Kappa's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Did Vegeta really make Hit kneel with a single kick? Surely, I must be seeing things. Gritting his teeth, Hit rose from the ground. What just happened? His speed and strength had surged significantly. Moreover, his velocity was so great that I barely had time to respond. I was careless. You were stronger than I anticipated. Hit clenched his jaw, determined to get serious from now on. Then give it your all and try again. Come at me with another kick, Vegeta declared, swiftly launching a kick toward it. In that crucial moment, Hit quickly activated his time skip. Time suddenly froze at that instant. Seizing the opportunity, Hit aimed a punch at Vegeta's face. Whoosh! Vegeta deftly tilted his head, skillfully evading Hit's strike. Bang! Simultaneously, Vegeta's foot connected directly with Hit's chest. A pain cry escaped Hit as blood spurted from his mouth, and he collapsed onto the ground. Kappa stood in shock, rubbing his eyes in confusion. How could this be? Hit has fallen again? This is impossible. Bergamo, Magetta, and Frost were equally astonished. This little fellow is truly remarkable, having knocked Hit down twice in succession. Beerus cast a deep glance at Vegeta. Though Kappa may not have noticed, Beerus was keenly aware. He sensed that Vegeta had, in an instant, elevated his power to its zenith. Furthermore, it seemed he had just evaded Hit's attack through the understanding of Ultra Instinct. Oh my, was that Ultra Instinct just now? Beerus marveled. Higi, you caught me. Kusa chuckled softly. Kappa perked up his ears, mechanically turning his head to glance at Beerus. What did you say? Ultra Instinct? How could that be possible? Indeed, it is the state of Ultra Instinct, exclaimed Kappa, recalling Vegeta's recent actions with unwavering certainty. Kappa's mouth hung open, unable to close for quite some time. This is impossible, absolutely impossible, he shouted, incredulously questioning how that young man could possibly grasp Ultra Instinct. There's no need for such astonishment, as I am a genius, Vegeta remarked with a grin. Suddenly, Kappa realized something and swiftly turned to face Rumsey, exclaiming in anger, Rumsey, you deceived me. When did I ever deceive you? Rumsey retorted nonchalantly. You still dare to speak. You intentionally made Vegeta appear weak, didn't you? Just so I would do your bidding. Kappa bellowed. It was you who proposed the wager. I never agreed to play along. Rumsey laughed, reminding him to reflect on who initiated the suggestion. Kappa rubbed his temples, pondering deeply. It seems I did propose it, he admitted, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. But wait, I sense you subtly led me to make that proposal. Lord Kappa, we have yet to determine the victor. Why should I assume I will lose to him? Hit, gritting his teeth, rose from the ground, dramatically discarding his cloak behind him. He no longer kept his hands in his pockets. Kappa took a deep breath, realizing, yes, we have yet to settle this. However, he soon swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety. If that young man truly comprehended Ultra Instinct, Hit would stand no chance against him. Hit's instant transmission would not be able to touch Vegeta. All he could do now was hope for a miracle. Boom. A layer of blue flames suddenly erupted from Hit, elevating his energy to its zenith. So you are Vegeta. Are you? Hit said with a smile. You are my first opponent whom I take seriously. Unfortunately, you are not my very first serious opponent. Vegeta shook his head. Oh? Then who was your first serious opponent? Hit inquired, intrigued. It seems to be someone named Cui Yi, Vegeta mused. Hit looked perplexed. Who is Cui Yi? I do not recognize that name at all. Kappa and Beerus exchanged glances. Isn't Cui Yi that fellow who resembles a frog? Indeed, that battle was initially challenging for Vegeta. However, he later transformed into a great ape and utterly obliterated that Cui Yi. Yet, contemplating Cui Yi's strength, Kappa felt a surge of frustration. That sort of individual was your first serious opponent? Do you compare such a person to Hitler? Fortunately, Hitler is unaware of this individual. Had he known even a fraction of this person's prowess, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of humiliation. Who is Cui Yi? Do you recognize him? Ramsey inquired of Kex. Unfamiliar. I have not heard of him, Kex replied. Yet judging by Lord Xiangpa's expression, it seems he has encountered Cui Yi before. Chapter 133. Xiangpa, your opportunity has arrived. Surely, the first opponent who commands Vegeta's earnest attention must be exceptionally formidable, Ramsey mused. Perhaps so, Kex nodded. It was evident that Xiangpa and Vados had overheard Kex and Ramsey's conversation. Xiangpa, Vados, the two exchanged a silent glance. That fellow who resembles a frog seems to have reached the pinnacle of life. Though you have perished, your glory endures. You have surprisingly garnered praise from the angels and destroyers of the 10th universe, becoming the first opponent that Vegeta earnestly regards. One wonders what mindset Cui Yi would possess if resurrected at this moment. But I digress. Prepare to witness the extent of my formidable prowess, Hit declared, casting a glance at Vegeta. Let us go. Vegeta nodded. In a flash, Hit transformed into a streak of light, instantaneously appearing beside Vegeta. Concurrently, Hit unleashed his time skip ability. Seizing the moment when time stood still, he thrust his finger towards Vegeta's chest, intent on inflicting grave injury. At this juncture, Hit was resolute in his desire to win the match. I am the mightiest assassin in this universe. I shall not concede defeat to you. Just as Hit's finger was poised to pierce Vegeta's heart, Vegeta vanished from sight. What? Hit's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did he go? Behind you. Vegeta smiled faintly. When did you slip behind me? Hit turned around, bewildered, his gaze fixated on Vegeta. Do you truly believe that controlling time is remarkable? Vegeta chuckled softly. How did you know I could manipulate time? Hit inquired, astonished. There is nothing I do not know. Vegeta replied with a subtle smile. It fell silent. Allow me to conclude this match at once. Vegeta proclaimed, launching a powerful kick that struck Hit's abdomen once more. Bang! Hit was unfortunate to receive the blow, his body sliding backward, leaving deep grooves in the arena's surface. With a resounding thud, it was ejected from the ring, eliminated from the contest. Kampa felt as if he had been struck with 2 heads worth of confusion. This is troublesome. I never anticipated that Vegeta would be so formidable. I feel deceived. I lost to Ramses after 1900 years of labor. That is indeed a millennium. How many 1,900-year spans does a destroyer's lifetime encompass? Kampa gazed upward, his expression one of utter despair. Kampa, fret not. There is no rush regarding our universe's affairs. Focus on your own responsibilities first, Ramses reassured, patting Kampa's shoulder. What do you mean? Kampa asked, taken aback. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Ramses laughed heartily, a mischievous glint in his eye. You must have been setting me up. You intentionally dug a pit for me to fall into. Am I wrong? Kampa demanded, teeth clenched in indignation. Did I? Ramses chuckled, maintaining that it was you who insisted on the competition, and it was you who wanted to play a game. I merely complied with your wishes. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible, Kampa exclaimed, incredulous. There must be a recording with Kes and Vados. If you don't believe me, take a look at the footage. Ramsey chuckled, then instructed Kes, please replay our earlier conversation. Certainly, Lord Ramsey, Kes replied, utilizing her staff to replay the dialogue. After viewing it, Kampa felt utterly disheartened. Indeed, Ramsey had been the one to discuss the competition with him. If this matter were to escalate to the Grand Priest, it would be him who suffered the consequences. How infuriating. You deliberately led me to say such things. Kampa seethed. If that is how you choose to perceive it, I cannot change your mind. Ramsey replied with a smile. Humph, Kampa, as the god of destruction, haven't you worked for our 10th universe for 1900 years? It's hardly a significant issue. Vegeta interjected. What nonsense are you spouting, you little brat? Kampa retorted, his face darkening. Whom are you addressing? Are you unaware of proper titles? I'm giving you a chance. It's up to you to seize it, Vegeta said with a grin. Perhaps you can recover those 1900 years. Considering you have assisted me in the past. Vegeta, don't meddle. Ramsey snapped, visibly agitated. Mind your own business. I haven't yet settled the score for the destruction you caused. Vegeta huffed. Helping you reclaim those 1900 years is already a significant favor. What did you say? Do you believe I want to destroy you again right now? Ramsey retorted angrily. Calm down, Kampa hurriedly interjected, attempting to mediate. It's not a big deal. Look, Vegeta has already helped you regain 1900 years. You should be grateful to him, shouldn't you? Were it not for Kampa's reputation, I would have destroyed you today. Ramsey exclaimed furiously, secretly giving Vegeta a thumbs up. Vados observed the entire scene with clarity, sensing that Lord Kampa was about to be deceived once more. Should I inform him? Perhaps it's best to refrain. We angels don't involve ourselves in such trivial matters. Vegeta, quickly share what this opportunity of yours entails, Kappa urged, winking at Vegeta. It's quite simple. I challenge you, Vegeta declared. What did you say? Kappa was taken aback, stunned for several seconds. Indeed, I challenge you, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. How do we proceed? Kappa's interest was piqued. Kappa, do you have the audacity? You are the god of destruction, Ramsey admonished. You are correct. Kappa contemplated carefully, then nodded lightly. Very well. I shall not take advantage of you. If you can withstand 30 seconds against me without being defeated, you win. Ramsey sighed softly beside them. 10 seconds, just 10 seconds. Kappa insisted. 30 seconds is a bit excessive. No need for that. Let's make it a minute, Vegeta replied. You little brat, you seem quite confident. Kappa's eyes sparkled with intensity. I do possess that confidence. I believe I have grown quite formidable. I can certainly endure for a minute in your hands, he declared. Vegeta smiled faintly. All right then. This is your assertion. Kappa nodded with excitement. As the god of destruction, I have no doubt that I can defeat you in just 10 seconds. You dare to insist for a full minute. Soon, I shall pin you to the ground and rub your face in it. Chapter 134, Kappa. What shall we do? Kappa inquired with a smile. If I remain standing in the arena after 1 minute, without falling, then consider it my victory. Vegeta stated, if I fall or step out of the ring, I shall be deemed the loser. Is that not correct? Indeed, that is correct. Kappa nodded with a smile. Allow me to articulate what I shall forfeit should I lose. Vegeta declared. Pray, enlighten me, Kappa responded. Should I be defeated, the wager between you and Ramsey shall be nullified, and the year 1900 will consequently be annulled. Vegeta continued. Moreover, I shall serve you for a millennium. Serve me for a millennium? Kappa's eyes sparkled with excitement. For that millennium, you may remain idle. Vegeta smiled. Wait a moment. It seems you might not live that long. Kappa suddenly regained his composure. You are a Saiyan. I recall that the lifespan of a Saiyan is only 200 to 300 years at best. No matter, I am now an apprentice Supreme Kai. And my lifespan has been significantly extended. Vegeta replied, I believe living for a millennium is quite feasible for me. You have a remarkable talent for persuasion. We have all been convinced by your words. You now possess not merely a lifespan of 10,000 years, you have transcended to a state of immortality. Your life shall never meet its end. Of course, Ramsey did not express this sentiment aloud. It is quite natural for Vegeta to jest with the feline. You shall toil for me for a millennium. Xiangpa pondered the weight of this statement. Vegeta, unperturbed, kept his hands in his pockets, patiently awaiting Xiangpa's response. Very well. Xiangpa perceived no fault in this proposition. Having this young one labor for me for a millennium is undoubtedly advantageous. After all, his prowess is evident. Allowing him to venture forth and wreak havoc upon planets would certainly compensate for my own insufficiencies in labor. At that juncture, I shall command you as one would a donkey. Should you disobey, I shall wield the whip upon you. And what if I were to lose? Xiangpa inquired with a smile, though the likelihood of such an outcome seemed minimal. If I prevail, you need only ensure that Ramsey works an additional 3,000 years. In conjunction with the previous 1,900, totaling 4,900 years. Vegeta replied, rounding down, how does 5,000 years sound? Xiangpa initially contemplated expressing anger. Yet upon realizing he was merely agreeing to a 5,000-year service, his ire gradually dissipated. Why not exchange 5,000 years for 10,000? Very well, Xiangpa nodded. Additionally, there is a minor detail, Vegeta stated. Speak on, Xiangpa replied. Should you lose, you must consent to betroth Vados to me, Vegeta calmly asserted. As this had been previously agreed upon, and you need merely act as an intermediary. Certainly, that poses no issue. Xiangpa readily acquiesced. Vados interjected, so? After listening for so long, I am to be involved? I am merely a spectator here. I have not consented, she exclaimed. This matter does not concern you any longer. Vegeta retorted. Vados, clutching her forehead, rolled her eyes. I am the party involved, and you dare claim I am not part of this affair? Thus, it has been joyfully resolved, Vegeta declared with a smile. Very well, Xiangpa beamed, suddenly realizing something and swiftly turning to Ramsey. Ramsey, what is your opinion? Your approval is essential for this agreement. Whatever, after all, that 1,900 years was facilitated by Vegeta. Ramsey huffed, swaying his trunk. I have previously stated that I do enjoy working. I regard your 1,900 years as trivial. Xiangpa fell silent. If 1,900 years is deemed insignificant, how many years would warrant recognition? Vados contemplated speaking, but ultimately refrained. After careful consideration, She concluded that agreeing at this juncture bore no harm. Besides, have I not already assented? What significance does Xiangpa's agreement hold? Moreover, this little rascal has yet to mature. At such a tender age, he already contemplates marrying me? Let us commence. Kappa grinned widely. Are you ready? If so, do let me know. All right. Vegeta inhaled deeply. Suddenly, a murky angelic power surged forth from Vegeta's being. Ultra Instinct. Vegeta once again unleashed this extraordinary ability. This was Vegeta attempting to utilize Ultra Instinct in his normal state, aiming to challenge the weakest of the gods of destruction, Kappa. Vegeta sought to ascertain whether he could withstand a full minute against Kappa's onslaught in his current form. Through Kappa's attacks, Vegeta intended to gauge the strength of the various gods of destruction. This, indeed, marked Vegeta's true contest with a god of destruction, unlike his previous skirmish with Beerus, where he had employed his trump card right from the outset. However, this time was different. It was a genuine confrontation. Kappa chuckled softly, instantly appearing directly before Vegeta, his speed leaving Vegeta astounded. Truly, he was a god of destruction, and his velocity was remarkable. Take this. Kappa bellowed, launching a punch at Vegeta. With Ultra Instinct activated, Vegeta evaded Kappa's strike with remarkable agility. Indeed, it's Ultra Instinct. No wonder even hit couldn't he land a blow on you. Kappa remarked, unfazed, as he let out a scoff and accelerated his assault, aiming to grasp Vegeta's arm. Despite Vegeta's mastery of Ultra Instinct being rudimentary to a god of destruction, it was hardly impressive. Kappa's speed was astonishing. His hand swiftly reached for Vegeta's arm. Vegeta, quick to react, sidestepped the attack once more. Kid, you're quite nimble, Kappa huffed, realizing he needed to get serious. Whoosh. With that, Kappa's speed surged again. Swish. In an instant, Kappa was behind Vegeta. His velocity so swift that Vegeta barely had time to react. By the time Vegeta regained his composure, bam, he was struck squarely on the head by Kappa's fist. Vegeta staggered and collapsed onto the arena, momentarily twitching before lying still. Humph, the victor is clear. That was merely 4 seconds. Kappa laughed. That you survived my punch is a testament to my mercy. A mere human struck by that blow would likely be reduced to a vegetable. Beerus remained silent, sensing something amiss. Chapter 135, The Skills of a God of Destruction? Self-extreme instinct. I asserted that it is utterly inconceivable for me to take his life. If I were to do so, who would employ me for a decade? It is as if he is secretly reveling in delight. He appears to be in a state of euphoria. The loss of 1900 years to Ramsey has now been entirely negated. This audacious individual dares to challenge the god of destruction, who bestowed upon you the audacity to endure even for a mere minute. Do you believe that merely grasping the essence of freedom makes you remarkable? A novice in the realm of liberation dares to flaunt before a deity of destruction. Kappa, tend to him, commanded Xiangpa with a smile. I fear it is unnecessary, Lord Xiangpa. Vados gently shook her head. What do you mean? Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback. Mister, Vegeta is merely jesting. He is unharmed, Vados replied with a smile. What did you say? Xiangpa was stunned for 2 seconds. Just then, with a sudden flourish, Vegeta sprang to his feet like a fish leaping from the water. You saw through my ruse. Vegeta grinned at Vados. Oh dear, the timing has been rather impeccable. Only 5 seconds remain, Vados noted, glancing at the countdown. Xiangpa felt a wave of despair wash over him. I thought this fellow was incapacitated on the stage. It turns out he was merely waiting for me. How shameless. To feign weakness and lower my guard, only to buy time. In a panic, Xiangpa exclaimed. Only 5 seconds left. I must defeat this scoundrel at once. Wait. Vegeta quickly distanced himself from Xiangpa and declared loudly, the match is paused. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa came to an abrupt halt. What are you up to now, boy? Xiangpa inquired. The time I was down on the stage does not count, Vegeta replied. So we still have 56 seconds left. No need to worry. What did you say? Xiangpa was momentarily bewildered. Are you familiar with the sport of basketball? Vegeta smiled. In basketball, the clock only runs during active play. Time is halted during free throws or inbounding. Basketball? Xiangpa scratched his head. Indeed, in the adjacent book. Dragon Ball. Understanding the erasure technique, one can no longer regard basketball without a hint of disdain. Vegeta continued. Xiangpa was left with a puzzled expression. What is so remarkable about this sport? It seems that the book allows for a direct gaze at basketball. Rumsher scoffed. Vegeta, what on earth are you all talking about? Vados was still somewhat perplexed. Vados, I shall teach you how to play basketball another time. Vegeta turned to her. Vados? Basketball? Though the blue hoop is somewhat hard to look at, I find it rather intriguing, Vegeta pondered. Vados and Kusu exchanged glances, both sensing that something was amiss in Vegeta's words. Rumshire was almost ready to give Vegeta a thumbs up. You, my friend, possess quite the audacity, daring even to flirt with angels. You behold the angel's hoop. My request is rather simple. I prefer a pitch-black hoop. Is that all? If so, let's proceed swiftly. Kampa cleared his throat and instructed, Bardock, you shall keep time. Only the duration of the match shall count. How splendid. Vegeta, your confidence is remarkable. He added, the previous Ultra Instinct was no match for you. It was vanquished in under 4 seconds. Vegeta pondered. It seems that even when I unleash Ultra Instinct, a similar fate awaits. What is this Ultra Instinct? Kappa inquired, taken aback. It's merely a new name Vegeta has given to the God of Destruction's technique, nothing more. Explain, Lamesy. The God of Destruction's technique? Ultra Instinct? Kappa was momentarily stunned. Indeed, a technique centered around oneself, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. Isn't it quite similar to the God of Destruction's skill? Are you implying that you have comprehended the God of Destruction's technique? Kappa exclaimed, his expression shifting. This young man is quite extraordinary. Not only has he grasped the angelic Ultra Instinct, but he has also mastered the God of Destruction's technique. Yet, Lamesy had previously mentioned that he had taught Vegeta some of the God of Destruction's skills, so it seems reasonable that Vegeta could understand the skills of an outer deity. Did you not realize? You have diversified your studies too much. Kampa chuckled. If you had focused solely on Ultra Instinct or the God of Destruction's technique, you might have been able to endure a minute against me, but as it stands, you are far from that. As he spoke, Kampa lunged swiftly toward Vegeta once more. Bang! A golden radiance erupted from Vegeta, his hair extending rapidly backwards, soon cascading past his waist. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Witnessing this transformation, Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! Just then, Kampa's attack landed. His fist targeted Vegeta's chest, delivering a powerful blow. Bang! This time, Vegeta did not merely defend. He raised his arm to block Kampa's fist. This was the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, after assuming this form, Vegeta unleashed Ultra Instinct. Naturally, Kampa did not employ his full strength. Vegeta successfully deflected Kampa's assault. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta executed a sweeping kick, striking Kampa's ankle with considerable force. Kampa grimaced in pain. Hey! Vegeta exerted more effort, causing Kampa's body to tilt. However, Kampa's reflexes were remarkably swift. He gently pushed off the ground with his right hand, immediately levitating and retaliating with a kick. Clap. Vegeta once again raised his hand to block Kampa's attack. Bang. He then swiftly delivered a powerful kick towards Kampa, who unfortunately fell victim to the blow, nearly soaring into the sky like a soccer ball. Hey. Kampa halted midair, his fury igniting. I never anticipated that you could transform. Kampa huffed, realizing he had underestimated you. Thank you for the compliment, Vegeta replied with a slight smile. Do you think that was all my power? You truly underestimate the God of Destruction, Kampa said with a grin. After uttering these words, Kampa deliberately turned to Beerus and remarked, Beerus, the time I spoke just now doesn't count. Chapter 136, Another Bomb is Coming. Indeed, Beerus nodded. How much time remains? Kampa inquired. There are still over 28 seconds left in the match, Beerus responded. We've only used half the time so far. Kampa laughed, yet even so, you've proven to be quite formidable, managing to withstand my attacks for so long. It's nothing, Vegeta chuckled. If we were to disregard the match time, I would have already lost the previous bout. Kampa snickered. That is indeed the case, Vegeta agreed. You're quite confident, aren't you? Kampa laughed. Well then, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. As he spoke, a purplish-red aura enveloped him. This time, Kampa was unleashing nearly all of his true power. He had resolved to end the battle swiftly, having already consumed over 28 seconds. If this continued, he risked losing the match. Kid, I hope I don't end up killing you. Hopefully, you can dodge my attacks. Though the likelihood seems slim, Kampa smiled, but rest assured, even if you perish, I will have Beerus revive you. After all, if you die, I will have no one to do my bidding. In light of this, I shall no longer simply evade. I will unleash my full power to combat you. Vegeta huffed. What did you say? Are you joking? Kampa was taken aback. Rumshire suddenly shivered. Kess also seemed to have a realization. In the next moment, Kess and Rumshire exchanged a glance. Upon confirming this silent communication, both wore increasingly grave expressions. Is Vegeta about to unleash another devastating attack? It certainly seems likely. We must make our exit at the earliest opportunity. Kess and Rumshire communicated through glances. Beerus. If Vegeta decides to confront Kampa head-on, you must ensure you cast a protective barrier for yourself, Kess whispered, lowering his voice to speak to Beerus. Why? Vados had not yet regained her composure. Listen to me, it is indeed correct, Kess remarked. All right, Vados nodded. What on earth is about to transpire? Kid. Do you even know who you're speaking to? Kampa laughed heartily. Come on. Vegeta stretched out his arms. With the power of an angel in his left hand and destructive energy in his right, he condensed both forms of energy into small orbs of light. Oh, one of angelic power and one of destructive energy. Kampa quickly discerned the significance. Vegeta nodded. With just these two tiny orbs of energy, what can you possibly do? Kampa declared, swinging his large hand forward with great force. You had better dodge, or you will surely meet your demise. Kampa's mighty hand thundered towards Vegeta's position. Unperturbed, Vegeta swiftly merged the two orbs into one and gathered it upon his fist. Then, he unleashed a punch. You dare to flaunt your insignificant skills in my presence. Kampa chuckled lightly, once again aiming his hand at Vegeta's fist. Do you still dare to clash with me head-on? You shall meet your demise. Yet, at this juncture, it is impossible for Xiangpa to retract his hand. You have sought your own destruction. It bears no relation to me. It is a pity that Vados is destined to become a widow. Flee, Lamsey shouted, swiftly turning to escape. Whoosh. Kasai and Vados exhibited no hesitation, immediately soaring into the sky. However, Shite and the other three were left utterly bewildered. Why has everyone fled? Had also sensed that something was amiss. However, he was not capable of fleeing with such swiftness. Let us pray together. Berdama was on the verge of tears. Even the god of destruction had fled. This was a harbinger of calamity. With a swift motion, Vados pointed her staff at Hit and the others. In an instant, they were transported high into the sky by Vados. She did not wish to witness the demise of these individuals. After all, they were the elite of Universe 6. It would be a great loss if they perished. It is worth noting that Vados had initially gifted her staff to Vegeta. However, as Vegeta was to participate in the tournament, he returned the staff to Vados to absorb her essence, ensuring a more enjoyable experience in the future. Thank you. Berdama expressed his gratitude hastily. What will transpire? Frost inquired. Surely, something significant is about to occur. Berdama replied solemnly. Chatter. A white gas emitted from Vegeta's head, signaling his attempt to speak. At that moment, Vegeta's fist collided with Kampa's palm. As their hands met, Kampa suddenly felt a powerful aura of death enveloping him. What is happening? Kampa's pupils constricted, filled with profound terror. Boom. In the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted from Kampa's location. The realm of the gods of destruction was on the verge of disintegration, fragmenting in an instant. A colossal black hole materialized out of thin air, resembling a monstrous entity that consumed the surrounding light and warmth. Vados was utterly astounded. This was the formidable energy unleashed by Vegeta. It seemed he had fused the destructive power with that of the angels. You truly dare to do anything. Vados immediately turned her gaze towards Vegeta and Kampa. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the forms of Vegeta and Kampa. Kampa's arm was severed, the limb having vanished in a shattering destruction. Vegeta experienced a similar fate, with only his right arm reduced to fragments. Simultaneously, Vegeta's body was marred with wounds, bloodstaining his attire. Nevertheless, such injuries were trivial for Vegeta, who had long been accustomed to battling with missing limbs. The current surface wounds barely registered as pain for him. Perhaps the immense agony he had previously endured dulled his perception of this minor discomfort. Oh dear, what a chaotic scene! Vados sighed in exasperation, swiftly employing her staff to restore the nearly obliterated realm of the gods of destruction. KRS also joined the restoration efforts. Rumsey sighed, observing, this lad has once again unleashed his ultimate move. Yet, this time, Vegeta has not been annihilated. It seemed Vegeta had managed to reduce the blast radius of his attack. KRS mused. Has this boy really mastered his ultimate move so swiftly? Rumsey was taken aback. The power of this latest blast was also somewhat diminished, simultaneously. He had cast a shield around himself to prevent his own obliteration, KRS assessed. If this trend continues, it appears his mastery of the ultimate move will only improve. Rumsey contemplated. That seems to be the case, KRS nodded. Following her statement, KRS darted off to another location to continue the restoration of the divine realm. Rumsey fell silent. If the current situation persists, any god of destruction who provokes Vegeta may find themselves in grave peril. Fortunately, I stand on the same side as him. I understand now. Vegeta has noted another value of animosity in that little book, likely directed towards Kampa, who had previously forsaken him and treated him poorly. There is no comparison to the kindness I have shown to Vegeta. However, if this is indeed an animosity value, why did it suddenly diminish after reaching a certain threshold? I see now. In the past, Vegeta harbored intentions of confronting Kampa to settle the score. However, as his strength gradually ascended over the years, his animosity towards Kampa waned significantly. It seems to follow this principle. I recall that his hatred level now stands at a mere 5,000. The saddest part is that the despicable merged Zamasu has reached an astonishing level of 100,000 in terms of hatred. I fear that, given Vegeta's temperament, he might impulsively launch a surprise attack on the God of Destruction in Universe 11. If he were to eliminate the God of Destruction, merged Zamasu would inevitably vanish as well. Oh, that unfortunate soul. Vegeta, you must absolutely refrain from extinguishing merged Zamasu. If you were to kill him, who would provide me with employment? Soon another destroyer shall take his place. Ramses felt a surge of excitement, his mind racing with countless thoughts. Xiang Pa was left utterly dumbfounded, staring at his severed arm, engulfed in confusion. Almost immediately, he was struck by waves of excruciating pain, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. Bardos, is it not time? Vegeta inquired of Bardos. Bardos replied, what time do you think it is that you still ask? Have you seen the state you've left the realm of destruction in? At that moment, Beerus let out a resigned sigh while attempting to mend the devastation. In this match, Vegeta emerges victorious. Kampa fell silent, his expression shifting from one of disbelief to fear as he cast a wary glance at Vegeta. This fellow is truly formidable. What just transpired? I felt as if I were on the brink of annihilation. Had I not reacted swiftly, I might have truly perished. How is this young man so powerful? My apologies, Lord Kampa, Vegeta replied with a smile. What was that technique you just employed? Kampa inquired with a stern demeanor. Royal Flush, Vegeta declared. Do not arbitrarily bestow such peculiar names upon strange techniques. Kampa retorted angrily. I demand to know what that was. I sensed you amalgamated angelic energy with destructive power. Indeed, I fused those two energies together, Vegeta nodded. Kampa fell silent, realizing the source of such overwhelming power. This is remarkable. My apologies, but I have one, Vegeta grinned. For 1,900 years. A swift Rumsher arrived, patting Kampa's shoulder vigorously. It was then that Kampa snapped back to reality, feeling utterly disheartened as 1,000 frustrations coursed through him. For 1,900 years. I must toil for another universe for that long. Is there any possibility of rounding that down to 0? Kampa lamented helplessly. Dream on. Rumsher scoffed. What if we round it off? Let S drop the last 900 years. Wouldn't 4,000 years suffice? Kampa sought Rumshi's opinion. Does your arm not hurt? Rumsher pointedly gazed at Kampa's severed limb without responding. After a brief silence, Kampa winced in pain, hissing as he inhaled sharply. I thought you weren't in pain, Rumsher chuckled. How infuriating. When did Vegeta become this powerful? Kampa gritted his teeth. What do you think? This is the fruit of my arduous training, Rumsher laughed heartily. Smack. In the next moment, Kampa observed as Vegeta's body rapidly rejuvenated. In an instant, his severed arm restored to its original form. Simultaneously, a brilliant aura enveloped Vegeta, and his injuries vanished without a trace. Even his attire appeared renewed. At Vegeta's current level, his clothing had long been condensed through his own energy. Otherwise, after several self-detonations, he would have been left without garments. The current attire was crafted from energy, allowing for effortless adjustments, making the addition of 2 pockets entirely plausible. Nonetheless, Vegeta's outfit retained the distinctive style characteristic of the Saiyan race, although the design was primarily associated with the Frieza Force. For Vegeta, however, such affiliations held little significance. This ensemble suited his persona far better. Can this kid regenerate? Kampa pondered, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Rumsher affirmed with a nod. Kampa shivered slightly at the revelation. What is wrong with you? Rumsher inquired, surprised. You fool. Doesn't he losing an arm hurt? Of course, it hurts. Kampa retorted with a scowl. Yet Vegeta, who just had his arm severed, shows no signs of pain. Rumsher remarked sarcastically. Humans have an excessively long reflex arc. Moreover, with such rapid arm loss, there is a delay before the brain registers it, Kampa huffed. And given this fellow's regenerative abilities, his sensation of pain should be less intense than mine. Your reasoning seems somewhat valid, Rumsher conceded with a nod. Allow me to provide you with treatment, Vegeta offered with a smile. After all, I can harness angelic power, which possesses healing properties. Kampa glanced at Beerus and then at Whis in the distance. Presently, Beerus and Whis were occupied with mending the damaged God of Destruction realm. leaving no time to attend to Kampa's injuries. Kampa winced in pain. Hurry up, he urged, nodding in agreement with Vegeta's suggestion. Vegeta swiftly positioned himself directly opposite Kampa. Still in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he concentrated, conjuring a swirling mass of murky angelic energy in his hands. Rumsher looked up at Vegeta, his lips moving slightly. Vegeta mirrored the gesture. Kampa observed both of them. "What are you two doing?" he asked, curious if they were communicating silently. "Sort of," Rumsher chuckled. Chapter 138, Kampa. "I shall heal you." Kampa remained silent. At the mere movement of Rumshi's lips, Vegeta had discerned the unspoken question. Why not use a Senza bean to heal Kampa? Vegeta replied, "What Senza beans? Is it a waste to use the heavenly beans? I have employed the power of the angel to treat him. Is that not sufficient?" Lamusi pondered. Suddenly, under the influence of Vegeta's angelic power, the severed arm of Kampa began to gradually regenerate. "Why does it hurt so much?" Kampa gasped. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "It's only natural," Vegeta replied. "Your arm was severed. Would it not hurt as it grows back?" "I experienced pain when I regenerated as well, but I endured it." Kampa reflected. Upon further consideration, that seems to be the case. However, I do not recall it being this painful before. It has been over 10,000 years since I suffered such a grievous injury. The last time I was so severely wounded, Beerus treated me, and I don't remember it hurting this much. Was it because I had just ascended to godhood? "Just endure it," Vegeta said. "It will soon be over." "Is this what you call soon?" "It has taken nearly a minute for my arm to grow back just 10 centimeters. Kampa retorted angrily. "There is nothing to be done." "Didn't Beerus say that the scepter amplifies angelic power?" Vegeta responded helplessly. "I returned the scepter to her, so she could repair your destruction of the God of Destruction Realm." "Who blew up the God of Destruction Realm? And you speak of it so nonchalantly." Kampa replied coldly. "Kampa, perhaps you should limit your words. You might distract Vegeta, and that would delay the recovery of your arm." Lamusi advised. Kampa huffed and fell silent. "Once my arm is restored, you will see how I deal with you. That little brat has caused me great suffering." Vegeta enveloped Kampa's arm with angelic power, diligently repairing it for a full 2 minutes. At last, Kampa's arm was completely restored. "It's done," Vegeta declared to Kampa. "Humph. I suppose you are somewhat perceptive." Kampa scoffed before suddenly slapping his palm towards Vegeta's chest. Whoosh. Vegeta deftly sidestepped, evading the incoming strike. Wham! He leaped back, creating distance between himself and Kampa. "Kampa, what are you attempting to do?" Lamusi shouted angrily. "Who healed your arm, you ungrateful wretch?" "Humph. You might as well ask who inflicted the injury upon me," Kampa retorted. "That was a match. It has already concluded, yet you still wish to play tricks." Lamusi admonished. "I simply find this brat displeasing and wish to teach him a lesson. Since he has evaded my strike, I shall let it be." As Kampa chuckled, Vegeta remained silent. After a brief moment of stillness, Vegeta nonchalantly produced a small notebook and inscribed a number within it. 10,000. Following this figure, he wrote the letter X. Kampa's level of animosity was quantified at 10,000. The reason it was merely 10,000 was that Vegeta could perceive the force of Kampa's earlier strike. As Kampa himself had stated, that punch was intended merely as a minor lesson for Vegeta, a means to inflict injury without the intent to kill. In stark contrast, the punch from Beerus was far more severe. Although Beerus did not harbor the intention to slay Vegeta, it was undeniably aimed to deliver a near-fatal blow. This distinction was likely the reason Vegeta managed to evade Kampa's attack. Perhaps Kampa had not unleashed his full strength. Or it might be that his power was inferior to Beerus's. After all, Kampa was dubbed the weakest of the gods of destruction. Lamzi swiftly approached, glancing at the number Vegeta had recorded. Whose animosity was this? It should have belonged to Kampa. Who, then, did that previous number represent? Could it be that of Beerus? Yes, it must be Beerus's. How foolish of me. Beerus had commanded Frieza to annihilate Vegeta's home planet, so naturally, that animosity belonged to him. With a swift motion, Vegeta returned to his usual demeanor. Kampa, the agreement we made earlier still stands, right? Lamzi grinned. Humph. Do you think I'm the type of god of destruction who would renege on promises? Kampa bared his teeth. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he was seething inside. Damn it. I can't believe I have to work for this elephant for 4,900 years. You should take solace in that, Lamzi consoled. Get lost. I don't wish to converse with you. Kampa retorted angrily. Really? Lamzi added. For there is another god of destruction working for me as well. Huh. Kampa paused. Lamzi wore an expression of smug satisfaction. Who else is working for you? Kampa inquired, puzzled. That fellow, Beerus, Lamzi responded. Beerus? What do you mean? Kampa pressed. Beerus is set to work for me for 8,000 years. Lomzi revealed, flashing a bright smile. You, what did you say? 8,000 years? Kampa was taken aback. Indeed. Lomzi chuckled. Is this for real? Kampa stammered, bewildered. Why would I deceive you? Lomzi laughed. Thus, you have nothing to worry about. Once Beerus has completed his 8,000 years of service, you shall fulfill the remaining 5,000 years for me. It is 4,900 years, not 5,000. Xiangpa corrected loudly. Isn't this merely a matter of rounding? Lang Si chuckled. Is that how you round? Xiangpa retorted angrily. A brief silence ensued. Speaking of which, how did you win those 8,000 years from Wei Mei Da? Xiangpa inquired. I simply won them, Lang Si replied, after a moment of bewilderment. Xiangpa immediately grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that your method of winning is akin to how you defeated me? Xiangpa felt a wave of unease wash over him. That would be the general idea. Lang Si beamed with increasing brightness. You are utterly shameless, Lang Si. Xiangpa fumed. Haha, without such tactics, how could I possibly remain idle during the next 10,000 years? Lang Si laughed heartily. Vegeta. Xiangpa bared his teeth. Glaring at Vegeta, do you dare conspire with Lang Si to deceive me? Stop. Lang Si quickly interjected. This matter has nothing to do with Vegeta. It was my directive for him to act this way. If he had not complied, I would have destroyed him. Chapter 139. If you wish to marry me, we must consider the Grand Priest's approval. Xiangpa pondered carefully. Faced with the threat of a god of destruction, Vegeta had no choice but to acquiesce. Now, apart from this 4,900-year task, we can fulfill your second promise, Lang Si smirked. TCH. Xiangpa trembled with rage. The second promise is for you to act as a witness to the marriage between Vegeta and Vados, Lang Si stated with a smile. At that moment, Kaisai and Vados had finally restored the realm of destruction. The black hole in the sky gradually vanished. Kaisai and Vados descended, landing beside Xiangpa and Lang Si. Oh dear, regarding my marriage with Vegeta, there is no rush, Vados smiled. After all, Vegeta has yet to mature. We shall discuss it when he is older. Besides, he is rather small, and his physique is not quite harmonious. Wouldn't you agree? Vados was not mistaken. Xiangpa nodded vigorously. How about this? Once Vegeta surpasses my height, we can reconsider the matter of marriage, Vados suggested. That sounds agreeable, Xiangpa chimed in. If a man cannot even exceed the height of his wife, it may create a sense of imbalance in their relationship. So, as long as I surpass your height, you will agree to marry me? Vegeta asked. Provided that you do not use any external means, such as the Dragon Balls, to increase your height, Vados replied. Then how about this? Vegeta transformed, seamlessly shifting into Super Saiyan 4. His height noticeably increased, surpassing that of Bardos by a slight margin. Bardos, taken aback, widened her eyes in astonishment. What kind of transformation is this? It seems even more powerful than the previous one, she pondered. This form has not been achieved through the Dragon Balls. It is a manifestation of my essence, Vegeta smiled, adding that this transformation reflects the very nature of the Saiyan race, capable of being maintained even in slumber. Bardos fell silent. Tonight, let us consummate our union. Vegeta exclaimed with excitement. Clearing his throat, Bardos inquired, by the way, how old are you this year? I'll be 18 soon, Vegeta replied. So you are still a minor. Bardos chuckled, noting that under divine law, minors cannot marry. To hell with divine law, Vegeta retorted, casting a glance at Whis, who confirmed the regulations about the age of marriage. Vegeta fell silent once more. However, you are nearing 18, and after waiting all these years, what is another year and a half? Whis softly suggested. Very well, let us engage to ensure you do not change your mind, Vegeta stated. Bardos covered her face, rendered speechless. Hurry, Kampa, be the witness, Rumshur urged, patting Kampa on the shoulder. Kampa wore an unhappy expression. If you agree to be the witness, I'll round down your term, eliminating those 900 years, Rumshur whispered, indicating that Kampa would only owe 4,000 years of service. Subtract another 1,000, Kampa grumbled. That totals 3,000 years. Agreed. 3,000 years it is, Rumshur replied nonchalantly, as these years were won by Vegeta. Isn't it just subtracting 1,900? That leaves 3,000. Plus the 8,000 from the deliciously delightful, that sums up to over 10,000 years. Rumshur was unfazed by the calculations. Then it is settled, Kampa said enthusiastically. This was already agreed upon, and now we've inexplicably reduced it by 1,900 years. How splendid. Bardos, let us proceed with the engagement as planned, Kampa declared. Bardos shot Kampa a withering glance. The engagement ceremony in the divine realm is quite simple. You merely exchange tokens to signify your bond. As a witness to your union, I, as a representative of the sacred institution of marriage, can now officiate your entrance into this hallowed bond following Vegeta's coming of age. Vados. Here lies my token of affection, Vegeta declared as he stepped forward, embracing Vados tightly and bestowing a tender kiss upon her cheek. Vados, initially, Vegeta intended to kiss her lips, but she deftly evaded, allowing him the embrace, which was already a significant concession on her part. You are excessively demanding. Vegeta found the taste to be acceptable, despite its blue hue, which has become inconsequential. I recall in my previous life, someone even shared an image of a female version of Frieza. It seemed that even with eyes closed, it was deemed acceptable. Subsequently, Vegeta released Bardock. Very well. This is my token, Bardock stated, handing the scepter to Vegeta. Vegeta accepted the scepter and nodded in satisfaction. All right, the engagement ceremony is concluded, said Kappa. Vegeta exclaimed. This is utterly ridiculous. Is it truly over so soon? What a pity. If only I were of age, I would have to wait a bit longer. By the way, I want to mention something beforehand, Vegeta said, looking at Bardock. You may speak, Bardock nodded. I am the Prince of the Saiyans and the future King of the Saiyans. Our Saiyan royalty possesses 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, with a strictly regulated harem system, categorized into 1 queen, for consorts, and 9 concubines, Vegeta stated earnestly. Ramzi and Kess expressed their bewilderment. Is it appropriate for you to say this now? The queen has already been reserved, Vegeta remarked. So, Vados was taken aback. Therefore, I can bestow upon you the title of consort, Vegeta replied. Vados covered her face, unwilling to speak further. I am a dignified angel, a true deity. And you merely allow me to be a consort? Is the queen Kess' sister? Vados inquired with a smile. No, Kess is the virtuous consort, Vegeta stated. Vados, I am quite curious about who this queen you mentioned is. Vados asked. An ordinary person. We have been childhood friends, Vegeta replied. Vados truly wished to strike Vegeta down with a single blow. Your audacity knows no bounds. Never mind, never mind. For now, just acquiesce to his wishes. Once you meet my father, I am certain you will abandon this dreadful notion of yours. You wish to marry me? That will depend on whether the Grand Minister consents. It's merely a child's play, a fanciful game. Chapter 140, Kicking Beerus very well, if it brings you joy. Vados responded with a perfunctory smile. Thus, a delightful decision has been made. Vegeta nodded with enthusiasm. The wedding is set. The next step is to devise a strategy for rigorous training, striving to surpass the Grand Minister at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, marrying his daughter could prove perilous. Moreover, there are 3 to wed. I fear I might be mercilessly beaten to death by the Grand Minister. Let me first establish a modest goal. The initial aim is to surpass the God of Destruction. Following that, I shall strive to exceed the angels. Finally, I will endeavor to surpass the Grand Minister. Ultimately, I shall court an angel. Though it is said that I shall come to marry Vados upon reaching adulthood, Vegeta is fully aware that these aspirations are unrealistic. If a marriage were to occur, could the Grand Minister possibly refrain from attending? If he were to attend and merely assess your power, would you not be left crying and wailing? What? Are you planning to use a trump card against the Grand Priest? Perhaps it's best to refrain. Such a tactic may intimidate the destroyer. But it would be rather inappropriate when directed at the Grand Priest, who is, after all, your future father-in-law. Vegeta has already accomplished his objective. First, he must secure an engagement with Beerus, ensuring she becomes his beloved. The future can be navigated step by step thereafter. Is that agreeable? Kappa inquired, noting that their engagement ceremony had concluded. What do you think, Vegeta? Ramzi asked softly. That is acceptable, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed with the 3rd agreement. Ramzi chuckled, proposing a visit to Beerus' planet to deliver 3 kicks to Beerus and wreak havoc upon his castle. Kappa interjected, it is getting late. Let us postpone this for another day. Indeed, it would take quite some time to travel there. No worries, I can teleport and take Lord Kappa with me, Vegeta suggested. Kess, can you project an image of Beerus' planet from here? Certainly, Kess affirmed. With a swift motion, Kess activated her staff, and a shimmering image materialized. The figure depicted was none other than the destroyer, Beerus, currently slumbering soundly in his small bed. Very well, Lord Kappa, I shall transport you there now, Vegeta smiled. Kappa fell silent. Let us go. To ensure you do not bully Vegeta along the way, I will accompany you, Ramzi declared. Kappa clenched his fists, finding it impossible to decline. Without hesitation, Vegeta placed his hands on Ramzi and Kappa's shoulders. In an instant, Vegeta utilized his teleportation ability, bringing the 3 of them to hover above Beerus' planet. We've arrived, Vegeta announced to Kampa. Indeed, Ramsey nodded, turning to Kampa. Now, please commence your performance. Kampa. Whoosh. Vegeta promptly vanished with Ramsey. Kampa was left seething with rage. Those two rascals. He gritted his teeth, swiftly charging towards Beerus' castle. Meanwhile, in the distance, Whis was basking in the sun while the prophetic fish dozed in its tank. In the next moment, they observed a figure swiftly entering Beerus' castle. Someone has arrived, Whis remarked. It appears to be Lord Kampa, the prophetic fish replied. Lord Kampa? What brings him here? When did he arrive? The prophetic fish was taken aback. It seems he was transported here by the Supreme Kai's teleportation, Whis explained. As for his purpose, I cannot say. Such a curious fellow, sneaking into Lord Beerus' castle. The prophetic fish shook its head and suggested, Whis, let us project an image to discern the intentions of that fellow. Very well, Whis nodded, promptly conjuring an image with his staff. The projection revealed Kampa standing before Beerus' slumbering form. What is he up to? The prophetic fish inquired. Uncertain, Whis replied, shaking his head. Then, to the astonishment of both Whis and the prophetic fish, an unexpected scene unfolded. Kampa raised his foot and delivered a vigorous kick aimed at Beerus' posterior. Bang! Kampa's kick sent Beerus tumbling from his bed. He sat up abruptly, his eyes wide in confusion, akin to Tom from the classic cartoon Tom and Jerry. I feel as though I've been kicked, he muttered. Kampa's expression shifted rapidly as he appeared behind Beerus in an instant, delivering another kick. Bang! This time, Kampa's foot struck Beerus' head, producing a muffled thud as Beerus' head collided with his little bed. He felt a dizzying sensation wash over him. Bang! Kampa followed up with yet another kick, this time aimed at Beerus' side. Oh! Beerus cried out, his weight collapsing the bed beneath him. After this series of assaults, Kampa swiftly made his escape from Beerus' castle. In a swift motion, Kampa gestured downward, unleashing a destructive energy that crashed down. Crack! Upon contact, Beerus' castle disintegrated into nothingness, vanishing entirely. With haste, Kampa ascended into the sky, searching for Vegeta and Ramsey. To his dismay, he discovered that they were nowhere to be found. Kampa's expression morphed through various shades of alarm. The events had transpired so suddenly that even Whis and the prophetic fish were momentarily taken aback. They exchanged incredulous glances, their faces etched with disbelief. What is Lord Kampa intending? Why would he kick Lord Beerus? You may proceed with your kick. You have also destroyed Lord Beerus' castle. Beerus fell to the ground, suddenly lifting his head and opening his eyes. Upon witnessing Beerus in such a state, Kampa turned pale with fright, neglecting his search for Vegeta and Ramsey. Whoosh! Kampa transformed into a crimson stream of light, swiftly fleeing from Beerus' planet. At that moment, he called out to Whis. Don't say it was me. Whis replied. And regarding that fish, if you dare to speak of it, I shall stew you. Kampa then threatened the prophetic fish, who nervously wiped its brow. Beerus patted his head, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. Chapter 141. Beerus, who kicked me? Beerus felt somewhat dazed. How could he not be? Kampa had kicked him 3 times in succession, once in the rear, once on the head, and once in the lower back. Every part of his body ached. What had transpired? Moreover, how did I end up sleeping outside? Did I sleepwalk again? It felt as though I had been beaten up. With bleary eyes, Beerus called out for Whis. Coming, Whis sighed in resignation, swiftly appearing at Beerus' side, followed by the prophetic fish. Oh dear, has Lord Beerus awakened? Whis asked with a smile. I'm not fully awake. It feels as though I've been beaten, Beerus complained while rubbing his aching head. Whis did not respond, and the prophetic fish was at a loss for words. It truly dared not speak. Given Kampa's temperament, revealing the truth could very well lead to being stewed. Best to remain silent. Hey, Whis, where is my castle? Beerus inquired, yawning once more. Oh dear, it seems Lord Beerus sleepwalked and inadvertently destroyed the castle. Whis chuckled. Why does my head hurt so much? Beerus asked again. The stones from the castle fell upon Lord Beerus' head, Whis explained. I think I heard Kampa's voice, Beerus remarked. Perhaps Lord Beerus misheard, Whis smiled. Never mind, please assist in repairing the castle, Beerus said, his eyelids heavy, stretching lazily. I am still not awake. I shall take another nap. With that, Beerus leaped into the air, landing atop a distant tree, reclining against it. Soon, the sound of his snoring echoed down. Whis. Even in this state, has he not awakened? The prophetic fish lamented. Oh dear, Lord Beerus truly can sleep. Weiss smiled, simultaneously using his staff to mend the ruined castle. Weiss, do you think I could go over and kick him without any repercussions? The prophetic fish expressed a mischievous eagerness. Champa has already kicked him 3 times. Despite everything, Beerus remains asleep. This is simply delightful. If I don't seize this opportunity to give him a good kick, it will be too late when he awakens. You may attempt it, Weiss replied with a grin. However, the prophetic fish reconsidered, ultimately too fearful to act. What if Beerus releases destructive energy? I would be obliterated. Yet, he pondered, what is Champa doing here? Why would he kick Lord Beerus for no reason? I cannot say. Weiss shook his head. In the vastness of space, Champa had already entered the cosmos. Hey, Vegeta, can you hear me? Hurry and bring me back, Champa shouted. On planet Champa in the 6th universe. This projection is quite significant. It must be preserved, Ramsey remarked with a sly grin, instructing Kess. Understood, Lord Ramsey, Kess replied with a gentle nod. Let us depart. Ramsey called, as their mission had been accomplished. Bardos, we bid you farewell, Kess said to Bardos. Very well, Bardos nodded. I shall miss you, my lady, Vegeta declared. Who are you calling my lady? Bardos retorted. Let us go, Ramsey urged. Indeed, Vegeta said, as he suddenly embraced Kess from behind. Remove that thing. It's too uncomfortable, Kess exclaimed, wiping her brow. We haven't even begun. How could it be uncomfortable? Vegeta responded, taken aback. I was referring to the staff. What are you implying? Kess replied irritably. I forgot. Vegeta chuckled, quickly adjusting the position of his staff. Also, transform back into a child immediately. Holding you like this is quite uncomfortable for me. Very well, Vegeta nodded, swiftly reverting to his childlike form. Being a Super Saiyan 4 while holding Kess was indeed somewhat taxing, especially since Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta towered over Kess by a significant margin. By the way, don't you have instant transmission? Let us use that to return to Universe 10, Kess suggested. No, I can only use instant transmission 4 times a day, Vegeta replied. Who believes that? You just want to hold me. I am not oblivious to your intentions, Kess remarked. Forget it. Let us go, she concluded, radiating a brilliant light. Bardos. Wait for me. I will return to marry you. Vegeta waved at Beerus, who remained silent. Whoosh. Whoosh. With a swift motion. Kess enveloped Vegeta and Ramsey in beams of distinct colors, swiftly vanishing into the starry expanse, soon disappearing without a trace. Just shortly after their departure, the voice of Kappa resonated from Kess's staff. Kappa, we shall return now. You can make your way back to Universe 6 on your own, Ramsey chuckled. Kappa retorted. You shameless rogue. Hurry and use instant transmission to send me back. It would take me several hours to fly back myself. Unfortunately, this rascal can only utilize instant transmission 4 times a day, and he has already exhausted that limit. We must return to Universe 10 by flying, Ramsey replied. What nonsense! How could there possibly be a limit on instant transmission? Kappa exclaimed in disbelief. Whom are you deceiving? Vegeta's mastery of instantaneous movement appears rather hasty. Thus it is quite reasonable for it to have limitations. Hurry and fly on your own. Do not dawdle, as I have already reduced your time by 1900 years. Exclaimed Ramsey, filled with irritation. In exasperation, Kappa had no choice but to propel himself towards Universe 6. Ramsey's grin stretched from ear to ear, reveling in his delight. Today is truly joyous. I have ensnared that detestable Kappa for an additional 3,000 years. For the next 10 millennia, I can afford to relax. Vegeta. Shall we pay a visit to that enigmatic black hoop? Ramsey chuckled mischievously. I shall not accompany you, replied Vegeta, shaking his head. You will not go? Ramsey was taken aback. Are you not curious to glimpse the pure black frame? Vegeta retorted. You truly possess a generous spirit. No need. You may proceed on your own. Vegeta shook his head, remarking that it seemed rather inappropriate, and expressed his disinterest in the pure black frame with blue accents. Very well. Ramsey pondered carefully. Vegeta's statement appeared to hold some merit. Such matters need not be shared with that young rascal Vegeta. After all, does he not already possess a blue frame pair? There is no need to personally inspect the pure black variant. Chapter 142. Ramsey, beware of the retribution from the flavorful delicacy if possible. I shall capture a photograph for you, Ramsey offered. Vegeta replied, What a good brother you are. This fellow is indeed my true companion, Vegeta exclaimed with excitement. Promptly retrieving his small notebook he carried with him. In a swift motion, Vegeta erased the 5,000 points of enmity. Is this not the enmity of that character, Beerus? Has it been resolved so quickly? Ramsey was taken aback, leaning in for a closer look. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. While Kess silently wiped the sweat from his brow. How could you possibly consider it to be Beerus's level of animosity? Why do you not consider it yours? And that young lad, Vegeta, seems rather generous, doesn't he? Has he truly eradicated 5,000 points of hatred in an instant? Is it merely because Ramsey wants to show you a black frame? When did the bond between you two become so profound? Vegeta genuinely believes Ramsey is quite considerate. To harbor any further animosity towards him would be rather inappropriate. If you do not accompany me to see the Black Frame, where do you intend to go? Ramsey inquired. I shall return to Earth in the 7th universe, Vegeta replied thoughtfully. For the next year, I intend to stay on Earth to train diligently, whilst also attracting all the elite individuals from the 7th universe to the galaxy where Earth resides. So, once the Super Dragon Balls are restored, will you relocate that entire galaxy to the 10th universe? Ramsey grasped the implication. Indeed, that is precisely the plan, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. You must exercise utmost caution. Ramsey cautioned. Although that fellow, Zampa, is rather unpleasant, the likelihood of him seeking vengeance against you is relatively low. However, that other individual, Wei Mei, is quite different. He is vengeful by nature. Should you find yourself alone, be wary of his retribution. Do not forget, I can instantly teleport, Vegeta chuckled. If he dares approach, I shall simply torment his Supreme Kai. You are indeed formidable, Ramsey exclaimed, giving Vegeta a thumbs up, and added, but you must be cautious of his ambushes. Rest assured, I shall be vigilant. Now, you should hasten to meet the Black Frame, Vegeta urged. Very well, should you encounter danger, contact me immediately, and I shall rush to your aid, Ramsey reassured, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. You can also teleport to my side. I plan to return to the 10th universe after I return from the 2nd universe. That works, Vegeta nodded, dismounting from Kess. They parted ways, with Ramsey waving farewell. Farewell? Vegeta, Kess also bid him goodbye. I shall miss you too, my dear queen, Vegeta replied. Kess silently wiped away the sweat. Make sure to train diligently, and refrain from spending all your time plotting mischief with your queen, Kess advised. Am I truly that sort of person? Vegeta scoffed. Moreover, it would be wise to familiarize yourself with the Ultra Instinct. If you can master it to its fullest potential, the purity of your angelic powers will increase, thus heightening your chances of becoming an angel in the future, Kess urged once more before departing. I shall remember that, Vegeta nodded, adding however, I still prefer the fusion of angelic and destructive powers. After all that, it seems we have said little of substance, Kess remarked. The choice is yours. Kiss is no longer persuasive. Each individual possesses their own method of cultivation. Perhaps Vegeta's choice is justifiable in its own right. In the next moment, Vegeta bids farewell to Kiss and Rams. Kiss and Rams wave goodbye to Vegeta, transforming into two distinct streams of colored light, swiftly soaring towards the direction of the 2nd universe. Vegeta is filled with a sense of nostalgia. Did you truly venture into the 2nd universe to witness the Black Rim? Vegeta inhaled deeply. In a flash, he executed instant transmission, appearing high above the Earth in an instant. Now, let us focus on honing the fundamentals. There is no rush to meet my queen, Bulma. She isn't going anywhere. Below, on a vast island, Master Roshi was training little Goku and Krillin. Let us commence our training, Master Roshi declared, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the eager young warriors. Krillin, have you previously practiced martial arts? Master Roshi inquired. Yes. I trained at the Korin Tower for 8 years, Krillin replied. Ah, so both of you possess some foundational skills, Master Roshi acknowledged. Allow me to assess your strengths. The distance from this rock to that tree is precisely 100 meters. Let us see how quickly you can traverse it. Although swiftness alone does not guarantee excellence in martial arts, it at least indicates the robustness of one's legs and waist. Humph. I shall run first to demonstrate the prowess of my swift legs, Krillin declared, brimming with confidence. Little Goku seated himself nearby, observing. Master Roshi approached the tree, standing at a distance to time the run. Ready, go, he shouted. Krillin sprinted off with remarkable speed. Thud, thud, thud. Krillin pushed his velocity to the limit, legs thrashing through the air. Hey, I've reached the finish line, Krillin exclaimed. Master Roshi stopped the timer. Excellent. 10 for seconds, that's quite an impressive feat. Master Roshi praised. 10 for seconds, not bad. My personal best is 10 seconds, Krillin chuckled, but given these conditions, that's quite commendable. Grandpa, may I run now? Little Goku called from a distance, ready to take his turn. Very well, you may proceed, Master Roshi nodded. Little Goku assumed his stance. Krillin glanced at him, convinced he would not perform well. Ready, go. Master Roshi pressed the timer. Thud, thud, thud. Little Goku dashed forward with great speed. As he ran, he glanced down briefly. Krillin found himself somewhat surprised. Little Goku was quite fast. A time of 11 seconds. Decent, though it pales in comparison to Krillin. Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction. This little one is lacking. Compared to his kin, Vegeta, he is significantly inferior. Ha, he truly pales in comparison to me, even though little Goku exerted all his effort. Krillin chuckled. Your speed is commendable, Master Roshi complimented again. Grandpa, may I have a new pair of shoes? I wish to try again. Little Wukong remarked. What? Are you blaming your shoes for not being able to outrun me? I am not even wearing athletic shoes. Krillin raised his foot and addressed little Wukong. Chapter 143. Vegeta, I have come to learn. My shoes are damaged, little Wukong stated, lifting his foot as well. His shoes were indeed torn, with the upper part detached from the sole. Master Roshi and Krillin fell silent. They exchanged their worn footwear for a new pair. Little Wukong prepared himself once more. Ready. Go. Master Roshi commanded. Krillin swallowed hard, sensing an ominous premonition. Pat, pat, pat. Little Wukong accelerated, swiftly darting past Master Roshi. 5 seconds. Master Roshi marveled. I am indeed faster. Aren't I? Little Wukong chuckled. How did you train to achieve this? Krillin inquired, astonished. Vegeta runs even faster and can fly. I still do not know how to fly, little Wukong expressed in awe. Vegeta? Who is that? Krillin asked, taken aback. Vegeta is incredibly formidable, little Wukong replied. Master Roshi remained silent. Could you refrain from mentioning that fellow, Vegeta? The mere thought of him unsettles me. What on earth has he been up to? Just as I pondered this, a sudden thud echoed as Vegeta descended from the heavens, landing before the trio. Vegeta, you've arrived, exclaimed Goku, his excitement palpable as he stepped forward to greet him. I came to observe and, in addition, I wish to train under Master Roshi, Vegeta replied. Master Roshi felt overwhelmed, as if his very essence had been shaken. Please do not follow me in my training. I have little left that I can teach you. What's the matter, Master Wutien? Am I not welcome? Vegeta smiled as he glanced at Master Roshi. Cough welcome, of course, Master Roshi replied, hesitant to say more. By the way, what about that turtle? Did you not bring it along? Vegeta inquired. No, Master Roshi shook his head. Then it matters not, Vegeta responded with a smile. To speak candidly, I have acquired a rather eclectic mix of knowledge during this period, and my thoughts have become somewhat disordered. Thus, I require a moment of tranquility to diligently refine my will under your guidance. Master Roshi chose not to respond. Seek solace in the depths of the forest to strengthen your resolve. Why follow me? Old man, should an opportunity arise, I could escort you to a place of amusement. Vegeta whispered softly into the turtle hermit's ear. A place of amusement? The turtle hermit paused momentarily, glancing up at Vegeta. A place abundant with young women, Vegeta replied. Upon hearing these words, the turtle hermit's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Ever since I consumed your miraculous water, I have been in a period of dormancy. You later aided in my recovery, yet I have yet to indulge in any pleasures. Truly? The turtle hermit exclaimed with great enthusiasm. When have I ever deceived you? Vegeta responded. The turtle hermit silently wiped the sweat from his brow. When did you deceive me? That extraordinary elixir you mentioned claims to double one's strength. However, I find myself perplexed. After consuming it, why do I feel weakened? You deceitful one. I shall momentarily place my trust in you. Master Roshi nodded. However, you truly cannot glean anything of substance from me. No matter, I shall merely listen, offering no opinions. You may proceed with your endeavors. Vegeta remarked as he nonchalantly seated himself upon a nearby rock. Master Roshi took a deep breath. For the sake of this young girl, I suppose I can tolerate Vegeta's demeanor. Who knows, he might indeed be able to assist me. Little Goku, who is that fellow? Krillin inquired of the young Goku. That is Vegeta. He is quite formidable, little Goku chuckled. He is not even taller than I am, Krillin said with a hint of pride. Vegeta mentioned our lineage. But never mind that, it is of no consequence. Little Goku scratched his head and replied. He stated that our kind undergoes a rapid growth phase at a certain age, maturing swiftly into adulthood. Your kind? I just noticed that fellow also possesses a tail. Are you from the tail tribe? Krillin asked curiously. It is of no importance. Little Goku responded. Krillin, ahem, both of you are quite swift. But remember, beyond the mountains are more mountains, beyond the heavens are other heavens. And beyond men are other men. Master Roshi explained to little Goku and Krillin. There are indeed greater men than man, Vegeta added. Precisely, there are those who surpass man. And flesh is but a vessel, Master Roshi continued, only to abruptly halt as he sensed something amiss. Master Roshi, Vegeta, might you refrain from speaking? You have thrown off my rhythm. Did you not say you would remain silent here? Krillin remarked, clearing his throat. Master Roshi, please keep an eye on the time. Master Roshi promptly handed Krillin the stopwatch. Is Master Mateto running as well? Krillin inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Prepare yourselves. Master Roshi nodded affirmatively. All right, on your marks. Krillin announced loudly, go. Master Roshi swiftly dashed forward, transforming into a streak of light, reaching the finish line in mere moments. How many seconds? Master Roshi asked. Grandpa is truly remarkable, Goku exclaimed in awe. 5.6 seconds. Krillin was taken aback. 5.6? That's fairly mediocre, Master Roshi chuckled. You are still young. You will surely surpass 5 seconds. Vegeta, why not give it a try? Goku eagerly suggested. Me? Vegeta smirked. I am also curious to see how fast you can run. Goku added excitedly. If I were to run, that stopwatch would be useless, Vegeta replied. Useless? What do you mean? Goku was momentarily puzzled. Very well. I shall demonstrate what true speed entails, Vegeta declared. I'll start the timer. Krillin quickly ran to a distance to prepare. Vegeta stood calmly, hands in pockets. It's merely a run. Does it even take a second? On your marks. Go. Krillin shouted. In a flash, Vegeta reached the finish line, leaving Krillin stunned. Unable to react or press the stopwatch, only feeling a gust of wind pass by. When Krillin regained his senses, he realized Vegeta had already crossed the finish line. He was utterly astonished, while Master Roshi remained speechless. Are you here to undermine? Did you not say you were coming to refine your state of mind? How can I teach my disciples like this? Vegeta, with astonishing speed, prompted a sense of awe in Goku, who pondered when he might reach such swiftness. Keep it up. Kakarot, I firmly believe you can achieve it, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Krillin was utterly dumbfounded, marveling at the extraordinary speed that seemed to defy the capabilities of a stopwatch. No, it must be that I failed to react in time. He arrived in less than 0.1 seconds. Is he even human? You all can continue. Just pretend I am not here. Do not let my presence affect you. I am here to humbly learn, Vegeta stated. Master Roshi and Krillin were silent, while only Goku displayed an expression of excitement. Chapter 144. Observing in silence, the atmosphere grew quiet for an extended period as dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings. The sun was nearing the horizon, and before we dined, Master Roshi expressed the desire to test the strength of the two of them. Tomorrow, we commence formal training. Do we still have to run? Goku inquired. Yes, but there will be more than just running, Master Roshi replied, picking up a stone from the ground and inscribing the character for turtle upon it with a marker. Goku and Krillin exchanged puzzled glances. Do you see this stone? Master Roshi asked. Both Krillin and Goku nodded in unison. Hey. Master Roshi swiftly hurled the stone into the distance. It's been thrown quite far, he remarked. Is this a stone-throwing contest? Goku questioned, still unclear of Master Roshi's intent. No. It is a contest to find the stone, Master Roshi clarified. Is it that same stone? Krillin probed. Indeed, Master Roshi affirmed. While finding something may not seem like a significant skill, it requires intense concentration and, of course, ample physical stamina. The first to retrieve it wins. And the losers shall not partake in the meal. Goku and Krillin were taken aback. However, what about Vegeta? Does he not have to search? Krillin asked. Vegeta is exempt from searching, Master Roshi replied, shaking his head. Now, hurry along. The timer has already begun. Goku and Krillin dashed away, observing their departing figures. Master Roshi turned to Vegeta with a satisfied smile. Vegeta, I believe 30 minutes will suffice. It has been far too long since I last ventured out. With a chuckle, Master Roshi added, Are we going now? Vegeta hesitated momentarily. Yes, indeed. I can hardly contain my excitement, Master Roshi eagerly nodded. Very well. I shall take you there at once. Vegeta did not oppose. He gently placed his hand on Master Roshi's arm. In a flash, Vegeta utilized instant transmission. And in an instant, he and Master Roshi found themselves in a women's bathhouse. Master Roshi's eyes sparkled with delight, overwhelmed by sudden joy. He was exhilarated, to say the least. Enjoy yourself. I shall return in 20 minutes. Is that sufficient? Vegeta inquired. It has already cooled off, Master Roshi lamented. Nearly on the verge of tears. Ever since I drank the super divine water, it has been an eternity since I last had such enjoyable recreation, Vegeta remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. You may return on your own. Farewell, he concluded before vanishing in an instant. Master Roshi fell silent, tears streaming down his face as he beheld the exquisite scene before him. Upon realizing that an elderly man had entered the women's bathhouse, the women gasped in shock. Soon, a portly woman approached and unceremoniously sat Master Roshi down on the ground. Once Master Roshi managed to escape from the bathhouse, he looked around, nearly in tears. He discovered that he was approximately 10,000 kilometers away from the Kame house. By the time Master Roshi returned, several days had passed. During this time, Vegeta had taken the opportunity to briefly train little Goku. As for Krillin, the little bald fellow, whatever he could accept would suffice. In Universe 6, Kappa finally returned from his travels. That scoundrel, Ramsey. Kappa growled. Oh dear, it seems Lord Kappa has fallen for Ramsey's trickery, Beerus commented with a sigh. How infuriating. I shall not spare that fellow. Kappa huffed. It appears that Vegeta was not actually destroyed by Lord Ramsey, Beerus analyzed thoughtfully. What do you mean? Kappa asked, taken aback. I suspect that Vegeta is not dead, but rather that Lord Ramsey intentionally made such a claim to prevent us from reclaiming him, Beerus mused. I believe Lord Ramsey may have recognized Vegeta's potential and intends to exploit it, he concluded. Your reasoning seems quite sound. Kappa nodded in agreement. Kappa then turned to search for Hit and the others. Where are they? Kappa inquired. I took the liberty of sending them back, Beerus replied. By the way, can Zamasu be revived? Kappa asked, recalling that he had been pierced through the heart by Ramsey, rather than obliterated. Does Lord Kappa wish to resurrect Mr. Zamasu? Beerus questioned. Yes, bring him back. He should have knowledge about Universe 10, Kappa said with a sly grin. Very well, Beerus acknowledged. Vados nodded, offering no objections. In the Hall of Yama, the Lord of the Underworld, Zamasu's soul confronted him with bravado. Do you know who I am? I do not, replied the Lord of the Underworld, shaking his head. Are you someone of great renown? At this, Zamasu scrutinized the Book of Life and Death. Strange fellow, the Lord mused. There appears to be no record of you. Humph, I am the King of Worlds. A disciple of the King of Worlds. Zamasu retorted defiantly. You are the King of Worlds? Do not jest. The Lord of the Underworld chuckled. I know the 4 kings of the East, West, South, and North. Who do you think you are? Send this fool to hell. His words are mere nonsense. Yes, the little spirits advanced, sealing Zamasu's soul and preparing to transport him to the underworld. Zamasu's essence was engulfed in an abyss of despair. I am the King of Worlds from another universe. It is natural that you do not recognize me. Zamasu shouted desperately. I care not which universe you hail from. Here, you shall kneel before me. The Lord of the Underworld retorted. It is worth noting that each universe possesses its own unique underworld, with a distinct Lord of the Underworld presiding over it. Exiting through the back door of the Lord leads to paradise, and above paradise lies the realm of the gods, in the 4 cardinal directions of the divine realm. For planets exist, each governed by one of the 4 kings, tasked with observing the respective directions of the universe. Zamasu is the king of the 10th universe. Yet he met his demise in the 6th universe, thus the Lord of the Underworld there did not recognize him. At the moment Zamasu was engulfed in despair. A sudden clap resounded. Kappa and Vados descended from the heavens, appearing in the Lord of the Underworld's hall. Upon seeing Kappa, the Lord trembled in fear. Greetings, Lord Kappa. The Lord of the Underworld hastily prostrated himself in reverence. I wish to take this individual with me. Do you have any objections? Kappa inquired. None whatsoever. How could I possibly object? The Lord of the Underworld fervently shook his head. Let us depart, Vados, Kappa beckoned. Subsequently, Kappa escorted Zamasu's soul away from the Lord's hall. With a sudden clap, Vados cast a fierce glare at Zamasu. In an instant, Zamasu's body materialized before them. Simultaneously, his soul swiftly merged back into his newly formed body. Zamasu had been resurrected. I have returned to life? Zamasu exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Lord Kappa and Lady Vados. Zamasu, tell me, how much do you know about Vegeta? Kappa asked. I am aware of nearly everything, Zamasu replied. Zamasu understood that Lord Kappa sought to inquire about Vegeta. Share everything you know with me, Kappa commanded. Very well, Lord Kappa, Zamasu replied without hesitation, recounting in detail the matters concerning Ramsey and the delectable dishes created by Vegeta. After listening to Zamasu's narrative, Kappa was momentarily taken aback, enveloped in silence. So, these nefarious ideas were all conceived by that little rascal Vegeta? Kappa seethed with irritation. Indeed. Zamasu nodded. Are you aware of Vegeta's past? Was he not initially thwarted by Ramsey? Kappa inquired. That might not be the case, Zamasu pondered. To my knowledge, Vegeta trained under Lord Ramsey for a lengthy 12 years. Vados, you were indeed correct. Kappa scoffed. It is possible that initially, Lord Ramsey was drawn to the exquisite cuisine crafted by Vegeta and subsequently nurtured him, recognizing his potential, thereby retaining him within Universe 10, Vados analyzed. Those 2 deceivers, Kappa declared grimly. Zamasu remained silent, eager to depart, for Lord Ramsey awaited his assistance to disrupt the galaxy. He felt compelled to act swiftly, no longer able to linger. Enough. You may leave as you wish. Kampa waved dismissively at Zamasu. Lord Kampa, may I become your disciple? Zamasu implored. You wish to be my disciple? Kampa was taken aback, scrutinizing Zamasu from head to toe. Lord Ramsey has taken a disciple from another universe. As the apprentice god of destruction of Universe 10, I am, in principle, eligible to accept disciples, Zamasu respectfully asserted. Oh, are you not the apprentice god of destruction? Why do you wish to become a disciple of a god of destruction? Kampa queried. Because I believe I am more suited for the role of a god of destruction. Zamasu replied. Are you certain you are better suited for such a position? Kampa inquired, slightly taken aback. Lord Kampa may test my abilities, should you find me suitable. You may accept me, Zamasu responded. Do you enjoy the destruction of planets? Kampa's eyes gleamed with excitement as he asked. Yes, I absolutely do. Zamasu affirmed eagerly. Do you see that galaxy over there? Kampa pointed towards a galaxy in Universe 6. Would you like me to handle that galaxy properly? Zamasu inquired. You know how to manage it, correct? Kampa asked. I do. I have experience, Zamasu smiled. I once governed a galaxy in Universe 11. And Lord Ramsey even praised my efforts. That is splendid. Go and properly govern that galaxy. Let me first observe your capabilities. If you truly possess the potential to be a destroyer, it would be no remarkable feat for me to take you as my disciple, Xiangpa chuckled. Thank you, Lord Xiangpa, for your guidance. Zamasu trembled with excitement. Let that fellow, Wei Mei, wallow in disgrace. That impertinent individual has already been designated as the temporary destroyer. Meanwhile, Lord Xiangpa of this universe, he undeniably has no disciples. If I could truly become Lord Xiangpa's disciple, it would be an excellent opportunity. Filled with fervor, Zamasu bowed deeply to Xiangpa and swiftly soared towards the galaxy. It is worth mentioning that the various universes in the Dragon Ball world are constructed from one galaxy after another. Thus, it is not solely the galaxy where Earth resides that is termed a galaxy. The location of planet Namek also belongs to a different galaxy. If one were to perceive galaxies as star systems, it would indeed be clearer. In essence, these galaxies are vast star systems, each immense in size. It is important to note that the galaxy containing our Earth is also incredibly vast. Humanity's exploration of the Milky Way is merely the tip of the iceberg. Does Lord Xiangpa truly intend to accept Mr. Zamasu as a disciple? Vados inquired. If he can assist me diligently, what is the harm in taking him as a disciple? Xiangpa nodded. Moreover, even that fellow Beerus has a little assistant to aid him. Should I accept Zamasu, it would indeed make my tasks considerably easier. Vados nodded in agreement and chose not to elaborate further. In Universe 11, Wei Mei inquired, Makarita, what are the recent movements of Ramsey and the others? Are they still together? Allow me to check, Makarita replied as she retrieved her staff and began to search for Ramsey. Soon, she located him. It seems Lord Ramsey is heading towards Universe 2, Makarita mused. What could he possibly want in Universe 2? Wei Mei furrowed her brow in confusion. I cannot say. Makarita gently shook her head and added, however, there appears to be good news. Vegeta seems to be absent. Absent? Wei Mei's eyes sparkled with delight. Initially, she felt somewhat displeased by Ramsey's interest in Hellas, but now, upon hearing that Vegeta was alone, her excitement was palpable. Currently, Mr. Vegeta is in the 7th universe. On a planet called Earth, Makarita responded. What is he doing? Wei Mei curiously asked. Makarita's face flushed crimson. It appears that this Vegeta is up to no good. You boldly ventured into a young girl's abode, unabashedly observing her while she bathed. Makarita was at a loss for words. Never mind, it was of little consequence. Whis. Indifferent to Vegeta's activities on Earth, inquired. So, does this mean they have completely parted ways? Chapter 146. Whis. Vegeta is finally alone. Indeed, Vegeta is in the 7th universe. While Ramsey and the others are on the verge of entering the 2nd universe, Makarita analyzed. Splendid. That rascal is finally unaccompanied. The opportunity for revenge has arrived. Whis exclaimed with excitement. Now, tell me the location of Earth, and I shall promptly journey to the 7th universe to give that scoundrel a thorough lesson. Makarita revealed the precise coordinates of Earth. Then I shall depart. Whis nodded in agreement. With a snap, a crimson glow emanated from Whis, transforming into a radiant stream of light that swiftly disappeared into the cosmos. Not long after Whis had left the God of Destruction realm, Makarita, either intentionally or inadvertently, cast another glance towards Vegeta. To her surprise, she found Vegeta gazing back in her direction. Makarita was taken aback. Could it be? Was Vegeta aware of my surveillance? That seemed improbable. Taking a deep breath, Makarita remained silent. Vegeta, with a slight upward curve of his lips, wore a faint smile. He then resumed his focus on Bulma. who was in the midst of bathing and changing. As Margarita had noted, Vegeta was indeed admiring a young lady. However, this lady was to become Vegeta's future wife, the legitimate queen. Surely, it isn't illegal to appreciate one's own spouse, is it? Bulma's bathroom was spacious enough that even with Vegeta standing nearby, she remained oblivious to his presence. Stretching languidly, Bulma suddenly felt an odd sensation. Why did it seem as though someone was watching me? She glanced around. And in the next moment, her gaze collided with Vegeta's. Bulma, it has been a while. You are looking increasingly splendid, Vegeta remarked with a smirk. Ah, Bulma exclaimed, snapping back to reality. What is it? It's not as though we haven't seen each other before, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. Bulma, momentarily at a loss for words, decided to hastily dress to avoid catching a chill. Have you returned? Would you like to take a bath? Bulma inquired. Will you wash me? Vegeta suggested. Humph. You can wash yourself, Bulma retorted. Bulma exclaimed in frustration. Forget it. The dirt on me is generally shattered by energy directly, cleaner than any bath you could take. Would you like to take a look? As Vegeta spoke, he was already preparing to remove his jacket. Don't look, don't look, don't look, Bulma cried out repeatedly. Last time you showed me your golden tail, what are you going to show me this time? But speaking of which, what about your red-tailed form? Bulma inquired. Ah, so you like the red tail? Vegeta realized, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Come, let me show you plenty today, he said with a smile. After spending a brief moment playing with Bulma, a boundless smile appeared on Vegeta's face. Bulma had already dressed herself neatly. Vegeta reverted to his normal state. Ramsey was right. Indeed, the delightful taste carried a hint of revenge. Just now, while observing Bulma, I felt as though someone was watching me. Who could it be? The staff in Bardock's possession is with me, so it cannot be Kampa or Bardock. The most likely candidate is Margarita. She must now be aware that I am alone. This means that Whis is also aware of my solitude. Perhaps Whis is currently heading towards the 7th universe. However, this is of little concern. With a swift motion, Vegeta produced a crystal ball from his pants. Such a large ball? Bulma asked. How did you put it in there? What is this? Bulma inquired as she leaned in for a closer look. Vegeta placed the crystal ball on Bulma's chest and gestured with it. Don't you dare compare this to me. Bulma retorted, her voice filled with indignation. It's not that different, Vegeta replied. Bulma's chest heaved with emotion. This is a crystal ball. It allows one to see anyone they wish, Vegeta elucidated. Anyone I wish? Bulma paused, realization dawning upon her. You often use that thing to sneak peeks at me. Don't you? Sneak peeks? I observe you quite openly, Vegeta countered. Bulma covered her forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. Your words are rather blunt, Bulma remarked. Who are we observing now? Is it that Smith? No, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. As he spoke, he extended his hands towards the crystal ball, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the crystal sphere, revealing a captivating figure. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Vegeta muttered once more. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow and leaned closer to scrutinize the crystal ball. Is that a clown? A circus clown? Bulma inquired. You could interpret it that way. Vegeta nodded. Why would you want to watch a clown? Are you so desperate that even clowns are of interest to you? Bulma sighed. And it appears to be a male clown, Bulma added. You can't be serious, Vegeta? Silence. Vegeta shot her an exasperated glare. Your imagination is truly remarkable. Am I truly that kind of person? Vegeta scrutinized the scene before him. Indeed, just as he had anticipated. The delectable fellow was on the verge of departing from Universe 11, soon to enter the realm of the Void. Once he crossed into the Void, it would likely take an additional 2 to 3 hours to reach Universe 7. Perhaps I shall wait for 2 to 3 hours before reassessing the situation. If you dare to arrive in Universe 7, I shall demonstrate how I will handle you. With a swift motion, Vegeta dismissed the image projected by the crystal ball. The display ceased, leaving no signal. Bulma approached and tapped the crystal ball. After doing so, it seemed Bulma suddenly recalled something. Where did you acquire this crystal ball? Tapping it feels akin to tapping you. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Bulma, what are you pondering now? Vegeta inquired. Oh, it's nothing. It's just a bit warm inside, she replied, shaking her head and hastily diverting the topic. She then gazed at the staff in Vegeta's hand and asked, What is that black rod of yours? It's quite amusing, Vegeta chuckled. Amusing? What do you mean by that? Bulma queried with curiosity. Chapter 147. Rumsey arrives in Universe 2. You can ride on it and soar through the air, Vegeta explained. Like a wizard's broomstick? Bulma grasped the concept. Yes. You could interpret it that way, Vegeta nodded. May I give it a try? Bulma's interest piqued. Here, Vegeta handed the staff to Bulma. She mounted the staff and exclaimed, "Fly?" However, the staff remained motionless. "Why isn't it flying?" Bulma asked. "Just a moment. I need to recite a spell." Vegeta replied as he promptly retrieved a communicator and pressed a button. "Vegeta? Is there something you need?" KRS's voice emanated from the communicator. Bulma paused in surprise. That voice resembled that of the petite blue sprite. "KRS, how can you communicate through the staff?" Vegeta inquired. "Don't you possess the God of Destruction's crystal ball?" The principle is quite similar. You merely need to infuse the angelic power into the crystal ball and silently chant my name to establish a connection, KRS explained. "Of course. This requires my prior consent. Then please call me," Vegeta requested. "Certainly. I shall call you right away," KRS responded. "All right, I'll hang up for now," Vegeta concluded as he ended the communication. "Vegeta, didn't you mention needing to recite a spell to make it fly?" Bulma asked, perplexed. "Why are you chatting with her?" "Do not utter a word. Simply immerse yourself in the moment," Vegeta declared. Suddenly, the staff upon which Bulma was seated began to tremble violently. "Eek!" Bulma exclaimed. Her voice filled with surprise. Indeed, it was that very sound. A satisfied smile graced Vegeta's lips. "Oh, Vegeta, you are insufferable." Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. The staff quivered for a brief moment before falling silent. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta's communicator began to emit a series of beeps. "Why aren't you answering?" KRS asked. "No need to respond. I have already discerned how to operate it," Vegeta replied. "KRS? What do you mean? By the way, have you arrived at the God of Destruction realm of Universe 2? Vegeta shifted the topic. "We'll be there soon," Kes replied. "Give it your all," Vegeta nodded. "Vegeta, once I succeed, I will send you a video," Ramsey said, drawing closer to Vegeta. Vegeta responded, touched. "Ramsey, you truly are a good friend. I think I shall consider you my brother from now on." A true brother indeed. In Universe 2, within the God of Destruction realm, Kes had already concluded the call. Simultaneously, Kes and Ramsey appeared in the skies above the realm. With a whoosh, they descended, landing upon the ground of the God of Destruction realm. "Ramsey? What brings you here? What do you want?" Hellas inquired, rolling her eyes at him. "I came to play basketball with you," Ramsey replied. "Hellas? Hello." "Lord Hellas, it's been a while," Kes greeted with a smile. "Indeed," Hellas nodded. "Where is Sava?" Kes asked. "Sava went out for some leisure. He found it quite dull here," Hellas responded. "Very well then," Kes said, choosing not to elaborate further. "Ramsey, what do you mean by wanting to play basketball?" Hellas asked, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to ask how work has been for you lately," Ramsey chuckled, glancing at Hellas. Hellas was the only female among the 12 gods of destruction. As for her appearance, it was passable, certainly not comparable to the angels, yet her figure was quite commendable. Nonetheless, she embodied the essence of a god of destruction. Ramsey believed that as a god of destruction himself, he should seek a partner who is also a god of destruction. "What gives you the right to inquire about my work?" Hellas retorted, amused. "Are you here to supervise me?" "Ramsey, you should focus on your own universe," she added, her tone laced with disdain. "Come now, don't be so hostile." Ramsey laughed heartily. "I bear no ill will. Quickly tell me, what exactly are you doing here?" "You are not welcome." Hellas expressed her discontent towards Ramsey. Ramsey felt a surge of irritation. This woman is truly quite barbaric. Could you not be a little gentler? However, her identity was evident. If she were gentle, she would cease to be a destroyer. Ramses took a deep breath. "Recently, I've been rather idle and managed to win nearly 10,000 years of work time from other destroyers." Ramses chuckled. "Thus, for the next 10,000 years, I can essentially take it easy." "What did you say?" Helios was momentarily astonished. "You can lounge for the next 10,000 years? Hiki, that fellow, Waymay, owes me 8,000 years of work, and that guy, Pa, owes me 3,000. Ramses joyfully swayed his trunk. Helios' eyes widened in disbelief. A brief silence ensued. Cough. "Is that true?" Helios coughed, still somewhat skeptical of this reality. "If you don't believe me, just ask them," Ramses replied with a smug grin. "How did you manage that? What were you all wagering?" Helios displayed a look of envy and resentment. "Why should someone work for you for such an extended period, while I toil relentlessly in my own universe? Currently, aside from the first universe, 5th universe, 8th universe, and 12th universe, the destroyers of the remaining universes generally engaged in minimal work, merely going through the motions. After all, destroyers have existed for over 1 billion years, with their sole task being the obliteration of unnecessary planets. Although destroying a planet takes but a mere flick of a finger over time, a destroyer may find this task monotonous. Even with the ability to annihilate a planet with a mere gesture, they often refrain from doing so. This scenario is akin to a designer crafting an advertisement on a computer. A client might suggest that moving the text slightly to the left would enhance it. As the designer, one could easily shift the text with a simple mouse movement. However, even designers can find such tasks tiresome and may lack the motivation to engage. Quickly. Tell me, what games were you playing? Helios eagerly inquired. Nothing much. I took on a disciple, and upon seeing him, that fellow Waymay insisted that his disciple compete with mine. The loser would work for the winner. We started wagering from 100 years and escalated to 8,000. Isn't that exhilarating? Ramses laughed heartily. Helios responded, from 100 years to 8,000? Did that fellow Waymay not lose his temper? Chapter 148. Helios. Shall we strike a deal? I've heard that Waymay's disciple is quite formidable, and there is also a human named Jillian in their universe who is exceptionally powerful. Helios pondered, recalling that the last time he encountered Waymay, he had merely boasted about superficial accomplishments. What do you think? Isn't it intriguing? Lang Musi chuckled softly. Are you here to show off? Halisi's expression turned icy. Get lost. Immediately. Lang Musi replied, No, I truly did not come here to boast. He resolved to endure. For the sake of the pure black-blue frame, I must persevere. I still need to take photos of Vegeta. What do you mean by that? Halisi scoffed and then asked, by the way, I suddenly forgot to ask, how did Xiangpa win after 3,000 years? Lang Musi fell silent. The manner in which you navigate this bend is rather swift, is it not? It is akin to a contest among disciples, Ramsey responded. As far as I know. That fellow Xiangpa has not taken on any disciples, Heli scoffed. It is of little consequence now, Ramsey chuckled, casting a flirtatious glance at Helis before lowering his voice. I must ask you a singular question. Would you care to share something with me? What do you mean? Helis paused in surprise. Consider this. It has been 10,000 years. Ramsey continued, if I were to remain idle for that duration, it would not bode well for me. Though those two could handle my responsibilities, I fear that I might cultivate a habit of negligence in the management of our universe. Moreover, should the High Priest come down to investigate, it would spell disaster for me. What exactly are you insinuating? Helis furrowed his brow. I propose to grant you 3,000 years, Ramsey suggested. As I find myself favorably inclined towards you among these destroyers, are you truly willing to bestow upon me 3,000 years? Helis felt an overwhelming sense of unexpected joy. What if I were to give you Xiangpa's 3,000 years? Ramsey replied. If you would allow Xiangpa to work for me for that span, I would owe you a significant favor. Helis exclaimed with excitement. Spare me the favor. I merely wish to see the hoop. Ramsey chuckled. Helis. When you first arrived, you mentioned the hoop. What exactly do you mean? Helis inquired with curiosity. Lean in closer, Ramsey instructed. Helis obliged, bringing his ear closer. Ramsey whispered a few words into Helis' ear. Helis' expression shifted dramatically, cycling from black to white, then to purple, and finally to green. His face contorted in anger, trembling with rage. Destruction. Helis struck out with a palm, landing a direct blow to Ramsey's chest, imbued with destructive energy. With a splatter, Ramsey coughed up a mouthful of blood. Feeling utterly unwell, bang! Helis delivered a powerful kick, sending Ramsey soaring into the sky. Crack! A flash of light surrounded Helis, manifesting a bow and arrows from thin air. Helis knocked an arrow, aiming it at the airborne Ramsey. Die! Helis shouted fiercely. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Ramsey. Just as Ramsey stabilized himself in midair, he noticed the arrow rushing towards him. Crack! With a swift motion, Ramsey swatted the incoming arrow aside. Helis, can we not engage in civil discourse? Ramsey shouted in anger. Is it merely a matter of seeing your hoop? How could you reduce me to this state? Spare me your words, you shameless scoundrel. Helis seethed with rage, trembling with fury as he unleashed another arrow. Bang! Ramsey effortlessly swatted the projectile away, sending it soaring into the distance. In the blink of an eye, Ramsey swooped down, appearing less than 10 meters above Helis, casting a formidable shadow upon him. With a mighty roar, Ramsey summoned his power, unleashing an invisible wave of energy that enveloped Helis. Instantly, Helis felt a dizzying sensation, nearly toppling to the ground. Hey! Ramsey descended, confronting Helis directly, his trunk striking with ferocity. Thwack! The force of Ramsey's trunk slammed into Helis' face. With remarkable speed, Ramsey charged forward. launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Hellas quickly regained his composure and began to counterattack. For a time, the two deities of destruction clashed fiercely within their realm, their battle raging for approximately 3 minutes. Enough, Ramsay bellowed. Hellas halted. If you disagree, then I shall take my leave. Ramsay scoffed, beckoning to Kes. Let us depart, Kes. Very well, Lord Ramsay. Kes sighed, a hint of resignation in her tone. Fortunately, the ferocity of their confrontation had not caused extensive destruction, sparing them the need for repairs. Wait a moment. Hellas gritted his teeth. Do we truly need to continue this fight? Our strengths are nearly equal. Determining a victor would take several days. Ramsay snorted. If we were to fight at full strength, your realm of destruction might cease to exist, perhaps even affecting the entirety of the second cosmos. Enough, enough. Hellas shook his head. Do not rush to leave just yet. I am not in haste to depart. Will you not invite me to dine with you? Ramsay retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. Hellas hesitated. There are not many gods of destruction as generous as I. Ramsay exclaimed, vexed. You would refuse a gift of 3,000 years? It seems you prefer your work. I shall not intrude further. Consider my previous words as unspoken. If I have offended you, I apologize. It's nothing. Hellas bit his lip. Since it is nothing, then let us part ways. Farewell, Ramsay waved, preparing to exit the realm of destruction. Actually, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Hellas blushed, clenching his fists tightly. I am a god of destruction. What is there to fear? It is merely a glance, after all. It seems that it is not entirely out of the question. The primary allure lies in the prospect of being employed for 3 millennia. Ramsay's eyes widened in surprise. Are you certain? He inquired. Just a glance. Hilarious responded. What a stingy fellow. Ramsay rolled his eyes, contemplating the situation. I increasingly feel that I am at a disadvantage. After all, someone is offering you work for 3,000 years, while I only get a mere glimpse. Chapter 149. I still need to record a video. What else do you wish to do? Hilarious asked, somewhat nervously. I want to record a video, Ramsay declared. Hilarious exclaimed. Destruction. In a fit of rage, Hilarious unleashed another surge of destructive energy. Once again, Ramsay fell victim to it. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. You unreasonable woman. Ramsay seethed with fury, waving his hand forward to send forth a wave of destructive energy towards Hilarious. Bang! Hilarious seized the destructive energy and crushed it with force. Whoosh! Ramsay suddenly materialized behind Hilarious and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Ramsay's foot connected with Hilarious's waist, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Hilarious trembled with rage. Are you going to film a video as well? How shameless. This isn't over between us. The two individuals swiftly engaged in another fierce struggle. Kes held her forehead in silence, observing the scene. The scuffle continued for approximately 5 minutes. Hellas opened his mouth and clamped down on Ramsay's nose. That hurts. Ease up, will you? Ramsay winced in pain. Do you believe I could bite your nose off? Hellas grunted defiantly. You think I wouldn't dare to bite you? Ramsay retorted, stepping forward to sink his teeth into Hellas' shoulder. A soft cry escaped Hellas' lips as he winced. Kes stood to the side, wiping the sweat from her brow. Your voice is excessive. In the next moment, the two deities of destruction were biting each other's bodies. I tell you, Ramsay, my teeth are quite sharp. You better release your grip, or I shall bite off your nose, Hellas declared. Do you not recognize ivory? This is indeed ivory. My teeth are sharper. Do you doubt that I could shatter your collarbone? Ramsay scoffed. Ivory is typically fashioned into ornaments. Hellas retorted. You better let go, I assure you. I am only utilizing 60% of my biting force. Ramsay countered. I am employing 50%. Hellas asserted. I am at 40%. I am at 30%. I am at 1%. I am at 0.000001. Kes shook her head incessantly from the side, as Hellas continued to bite. She suddenly felt discontent. If I bite your nose and inadvertently extract your snot, that would be quite disgusting. Hellas released her grip. Humph, you have finally conceded, Ramsay huffed. Crack. Hellas opened her small mouth again and bit Ramsay on the face. Ramsay could only grasp Hellas by the neck and bite down on her neck. The two engaged in a mutual tearing contest. Approximately half an hour later, they finally, almost simultaneously, released their grips. Primarily, maintaining that position had become rather tiresome. Ultimately, Ramsay found herself slightly defeated. In the art of biting, she felt she could not surpass a woman. That is enough for today. Ramsay huffed. Humph. Hellas wiped the blood from her mouth. Let us depart, Kes. Ramsay called out. Shall we not bite a little longer? It would be good exercise for our teeth. Kes said with a smile. Ramsay. Hellas, very well. Let us go, Kes smiled. Wait a moment. Hele bit her lip and turned to Ramsey. Is there something else? Ramsey rolled her eyes. If we are to record a video, let us do so. Hele pondered carefully and said to Ramsey, but we cannot show our faces. Is it not merely a video? We need not reveal ourselves. Even if it were to leak, who would know it was me? You are forbidden to share it. And absolutely not to disclose that it is I. Otherwise, I shall not let this rest. Hyles declared gravely. I assure you, I will keep it confidential. Ramsey nodded in agreement. I shall only show it to Vegeta. If others wish to see it, I shall deny them. That is your promise. Should I ever come across this video, I shall ensure your ruin. Hyles warned coldly. Agreed. Agreed. Ramsey readily consented. It is merely for Vegeta's eyes. He won't show it to anyone else. Good things are meant to be shared with good friends. By the way, is it true that Zampa has been working for you for 3,000 years? You are not pulling my leg, are you? Hyles pondered, his thoughts quite meticulous. What if this elephant is deceiving me? That would be quite unfortunate for me. Do I strike you as such a destroyer? Why would I deceive you? Ramsey scoffed. Very well, if you dare to trick me, I shall seek the Grand Priest to restore my honor. Hyles clenched his fists as he spoke. Chris, make sure to document this. Certainly, rest assured, Lord Hyles. Chris nodded in agreement. Come with me. Hyles instructed Ramsey, then turned and entered the castle. Chris. I will be back shortly, Ramsey remarked. All right, Chris replied, not probing further. Angels typically prefer to remain uninvolved and are not overly inquisitive. Before long, Ramsey followed Hyles into the castle. By the way, is it pure black? Ramsey inquired. Not at all. Hyles shook his head. Then I shall not view it. I had believed it to be pure black. Ramsey expressed his disappointment. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Hyles erupted in fury. I had prepared myself for this. Are you truly willing to relinquish? Are you jesting with me? This matter is far from over. The destruction within Hyles' grasp has once more coalesced. Wait. Ramsey hastily gestured. Is this still not sufficient? Hyles' fury gradually subsided. However, upon further contemplation, Hyles sensed an unsettling notion. Was it not as though I were pleading for you to undertake this task? How utterly demeaning. Hyles' recently quelled anger surged anew. What do you truly desire? Hyles demanded. Is this still insufficient? Ramsey chuckled. Hyles felt his mood darkening. Do not be vexed. Consider this. Someone is offering you work for 3,000 years. You ought to feel elated, remarked Ramsey. Hyles pondered this and conceded. Outside the castle, Cress awaited silently. It was at this moment that the angel Sava from the second universe descended from the heavens. Sava had just returned from a journey. Ah, Cress, dear sister. What a rare visit. Sava greeted warmly. Greetings, Sava. Cress replied with courtesy. Sister, it has been quite some time. What brings you here for leisure? Sava smiled. I have come accompanying Lord Ramsey, Cress responded. Where is Lord Ramsey? Sava inquired, slightly taken aback. Lord Ramsey and Lord Hyles are within the castle, Cress answered. What are they doing in the castle? Sava asked, puzzled. It seems they are watching something, Cress replied. It is indeed a rarity for deities of destruction to coexist so harmoniously, Sava remarked with a smile. Indeed, Cress nodded in agreement. Approximately 5 minutes later, Ramsey emerged from the castle with a look of disappointment, while Hyles' face was ashen with rage. What expression is that on your face? It truly infuriates me. That scoundrel Ramsey. Having gained an advantage, he still wears a frown. Wasn't it agreed upon for 3,000 years? You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Hyles remarked darkly. I feel as though I have been cheated. Can I retract my agreement? Ramsey replied. You, Hyles, gritted your teeth in frustration. Never mind. I shall inform that fellow Xiangpa to come and work in your stead. Ramsey sighed. What do you mean by sighing? Hyles fumed. Enough of this. It is time for us to return. Ramsey called out, Chris, let us depart. Is this truly the end of our journey? Chris inquired. Ramsey replied. 3 seconds later, Chris and Ramsey transformed into 2 streaks of different colored light, swiftly merging into the starry expanse, soon vanishing without a trace. Upon entering the cosmos, Ramsey fulfilled his promise, allowing Chris to directly contact Xiangpa through the staff. What did you say? You want me to work in the second universe for 3,000 years? Xiangpa remarked with a grim expression. Xiangpa, I am doing this for your benefit. Think carefully. The distance from your 6th universe to the 10th universe is considerably greater than to the second universe, making your work more convenient there, Ramsey explained. Xiangpa pondered this carefully. Indeed, the journey from the 6th universe to the second universe is slightly shorter. Just slightly, mind you. It is only a mere 10,000 kilometers. Xiangpa exclaimed angrily. 10,000 kilometers is hardly significant for us gods of destruction. It is irrelevant. You will work in the second universe henceforth, as I promised Hyles, Ramsey stated. Absolutely not. I intend to work for your 10th universe. I do not agree to being transferred to the second universe. Xiangpa huffed, unless you subtract another 1,000 years. Subtract another 1,000 years? What are you thinking? Ramsey scoffed. If not, then so be it. I will not be doing you any favors. After saying this, Xiangpa ceased to engage with Ramsey. Ramsey felt a headache coming on and had no choice but to have Chris contact Hyles once more. What? You want to subtract 1,000 years? Hyles gritted his teeth in frustration. Hyles, let Xiangpa work for you for 2,000 years first. As for the 1,000 years he wishes to deduct, we can find a way to recover that later, Ramsey proposed. Do you have a plan to recover it? Hyles queried. There will be a way, Ramsey assured him. Very well. After careful consideration, Hyles agreed to have Xiangpa work for 2,000 years and then added, have him come to work for me immediately tomorrow. You should contact him directly. It would be rather inappropriate for me to relay the message, Ramsey stated. So be it. Hailers did not express any opposition. After concluding the call, Ramsey generously forwarded the video to Vegeta. This was a communication device established exclusively between Ramsey and Vegeta at the time of their separation, imperceptible to others. At that moment, Vegeta was dining at Bulma's residence. Sensing he had received a message, he promptly retrieved the communication device from his storage space and glanced at it. Coincidentally, Bulma was right beside him. Upon seeing Vegeta with such an unusual device, her curiosity compelled her to lean in closer. Consequently, Bulma beheld a peculiar video display resembling a phone on Vegeta's device. Vegeta. You. Bulma exclaimed, her anger flaring. Vegeta remarked, Ramsey, you are truly remarkable. You truly sent it to me. However, it would have been preferable if that Hyles had made a brief appearance. Even if not in full view, it would suffice to shift the camera to another angle. Is it amusing to merely present a basket? Have I not encountered a basket before? In my previous life, I certainly saw enough baskets on the D drive of my computer. Vegeta, you. Bulma's chest rose and fell in agitation. What is it, Bulma? Vegeta feigned indifference, casting a brief glance at the screen while enveloping it in his angelic power. Indeed, Bulma, why the sudden outburst? What has Vegeta seen? Bulma's mother, Bikini, inquired curiously. Vegeta, what have you been observing? Let us take a look as well. Dr. Brief smiled. You cannot look, Bulma exclaimed. There is nothing to see. Vegeta handed the communicator to Bulma's parents. Bulma buried her face in her hands, unsure of how to respond. Vegeta, how shameless of you to show such a thing to my parents. Is this not mere cosmetics? What brand of cosmetics is this? It appears quite impressive, Bikini remarked with a smile. Indeed, the women depicted here are rather lovely. Dr. Briefs wiped his mouth. Where are the beauties? Isn't this just makeup? Bikini was taken aback and turned to glance at her husband. Look at this image on the screen. Isn't this a beauty? Dr. Briefs pointed at the communicator's display. No, it's clearly just cosmetics. Isn't this merely a lipstick? Bikini shook her head, pondering the shade of the lipstick. A lipstick? Beauties? Bulma leaned in once more, rubbing her eyes. Then, she immediately turned her face away. Why do I still see the same image as before? What on earth is happening? This device reveals what lies within your heart, Vegeta explained. You will see what you truly desire. Bulma exclaimed. Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder I saw beauties. Dr. Briefs laughed heartily. I saw merely cosmetics, Bikini added, though I also glimpsed a handsome man, yet I chose not to mention it. Dr. Briefs inquired, by the way, Bulma, what did you see? Vegeta turned to ask Bulma. Bulma, feeling frustrated, replied, I saw nothing at all. It was merely a blank. Angrily, she walked away. This device is quite remarkable, Vegeta. May I take a look at it for research purposes? Dr. Briefs asked. I'll get you one later. This one I shall not part with, Vegeta replied. Chapter 151. The flavor reaches the 7th universe. Very well, Dr. Briefs did not object and returned the communicator to Vegeta. Having eaten enough, I shall step out for a bit, Vegeta announced as he rose. That guy, Flavor. You possess quite a remarkable audacity. You have indeed arrived in the 7th universe. Not only have you arrived in the 7th universe, but you have also ventured towards the galaxy where Earth resides. I would not believe you if you claimed your presence here was not to seek me out. Since you dare to trouble me, I shall seek you out in return. Oh, where are you headed? Bulma inquired curiously as she returned. You mentioned that you would step out for a while. Yet it took an extensive period for you to return. Are you not planning to make a special trip to see that blue frame this time? This communicator must certainly be deceiving me. Do you think I am unaware? I am no longer the innocent girl of 16. Oh, but I am still 16 this year. Just stepping out briefly. I shall return shortly." As Vegeta spoke, he grasped his staff with his left hand and executed an instantaneous teleportation, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he materialized in the realm of the God of Destruction of Universe 11. With a resounding crack, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 during the teleportation. Vegeta? The God of Destruction, Kai, stared in astonishment, a hint of fear flickering in his gaze. "Did I not call you Darl?" Vegeta chuckled. "Who dares call me Vegeta?" "Ah, yes, Darl. I misspoke in my nervousness," Kai quickly corrected himself. "Pray tell, who revealed my true identity to you?" Vegeta's amusement grew, his eyes twinkling as he regarded Kai. Kai was at a loss for words. Suddenly, with a swift kick, Vegeta struck Kai squarely in the abdomen. "Ack!" Kai cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground while clutching his midsection, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "You refuse to speak, do you?" Vegeta's voice turned icy as he surveyed his collection of instruments of torture. As he spoke, Vegeta rummaged through his storage ring, producing an array of tools, a whip, candles, handcuffs, electric rods, and chains, an abundance of implements. Kai's complexion shifted from a shade of blue to a pallid white, his distress growing palpable. "What a shameless individual to carry such instruments," he thought. "These are hardly suited for you." In a swift motion, Vegeta returned the tools to his storage ring, allowing Kai a momentary sigh of relief. "Let us utilize this instead," Vegeta declared with a disdainful snort, conjuring a luminous orb in each hand. One orb shimmered with a deep violet hue, while the other sparkled like a multitude of stars. Vegeta gradually drew the two orbs together, causing Kai's face to drain of color once more. He recalled the devastating power of this very technique. The last time it had left a significant impact on the being known as Weemeat. Is he truly going to unleash this upon me? I cannot withstand such an assault. I am merely a god of destruction. My defenses are woefully inadequate. Kai trembled with fear. Without uttering a word, Vegeta continued to bring the orbs closer. "I will speak. I shall reveal everything. Ask me anything you wish," Kai exclaimed urgently. "It was Zamasu from your universe who informed us. He revealed it to Lord Weemeat. And then Lord Weemeat conveyed it to me. Thus, we are all aware of your true identity and know that Darl is but a transformation of yours. Had you cooperated sooner, it would have been far more agreeable." Vegeta smiled gently. "You see, I told you, quickly put those two items away. Kay truly fears this thing. If it accidentally explodes, I cannot bear the consequences." With a swift kick, Vegeta sent Kay sprawling to the ground, his consciousness fading rapidly. Soon, Kay succumbed to unconsciousness. Vegeta approached and gently tapped Kay's cheek. "Are you out?" he inquired. The attendant of the Supreme Kai trembled in fear. "You won't speak of this, will you?" Vegeta asked with a mischievous smile. It is noteworthy that after returning from the 10th universe, Supreme Kai K relinquished his status as a disciple of the Kai of Destruction. He had initially taken him as a disciple to confront the Supreme Kai's disciple from the 10th universe, yet it turned out that the disciple was still Vegeta. Subsequently, K selected another Supreme Kai to cultivate as his attendant. This current attendant had only recently assumed his position. When he witnessed Vegeta kick the Supreme Kai, he was utterly unprepared for such an encounter. "Of course not," the Supreme Kai's attendant replied promptly. "By the way, can you teleport?" Vegeta asked. The attendant, nearly in tears from fright, stammered as his legs trembled incessantly. "Can you keep up with the Great Whis?" Vegeta inquired with a grin. "The Great Whis? Where did he go?" The attendant stuttered, bewildered. "I have no knowledge of his whereabouts." With a swift motion, Vegeta raised his right hand, revealing a crystal ball. He lightly brushed his left hand over the orb, and instantly, the figure of Whis materialized within it. "You can comprehend this, right? He is currently in the 7th universe," Vegeta stated. The attendant nodded vigorously and declared, "As long as the crystal ball can locate him, I can find him. What do you require of me?" "Inform him of the events that have transpired here. Tell him I am waiting for him in the Supreme Kai realm," Vegeta replied with a smile. "Understood." The attendant responded eagerly. "Did you not just inquire whether I might divulge this information? You are now allowing me to speak freely. I truly cannot comprehend your intentions." "Very well," Vegeta remarked with a smile. The attendant solemnly nodded in response. "By the way, let him return on his own. Do not use instant transmission to bring him back," Vegeta instructed. "Understood," the attendant replied. In an instant, the attendant vanished without a trace. The Kaioshin attendant utilized instant transmission and swiftly arrived in the 7th universe. In the vast expanse of the 7th universe, a figure known as Weimeta transformed into a streak of crimson light, racing through the cosmos. Before Weimeta lay a stunning galaxy, which appeared quite enchanting. This galaxy is rather appealing, Wei made amused. Now that I have reached the galaxy where Vegeta resides, I am not far from his planet. I shall locate him within 10 minutes at most. After uttering these words, Wei Maida took a deep breath. With a sudden crackle, the crimson aura enveloping Wei Maida dissipated. This fellow's sensing ability must be quite formidable. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, I shall slightly conceal my destructive energy. I will surprise him. Materializing before him and pinning him to the ground for a thorough tussle, Wei Maida thought, a smile of delight curving upon his lips. Not only do I intend to pin Vegeta down, but I also plan to take him back for some well-deserved repair. How dare you deceive me? This is the consequence of your treachery. I shall ensure you pay the price. Chapter 152, Delicious Tidings. What? The Supreme Kai is in trouble? Delicious Tidings rushed towards the galaxy where Earth resides. However, just as she reached the edge of the galaxy, a sudden flash occurred. The Supreme Kai's attendant utilized instant transmission, appearing near Delicious Tidings in an instant. Lady Delicious Tidings. The attendant called out loudly. Although sound cannot travel through the vacuum of space at their current level, they could convey sound through energy. Thus, the words of the attendant manifested as a wave of energy, rapidly enveloping Delicious Tidings, allowing her to hear him. Delicious Tidings was taken aback, turning to glance in the direction of the attendant. Aren't you the former South Supreme Kai? How did you end up here? She inquired. Lady Delicious Tidings, I am now the attendant and disciple of the Supreme Kai. The attendant replied respectfully. I have come specifically to seek you out. What do you want with me? Has something happened to the Supreme Kai? Delicious Tidings gasped, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over her. Vegeta has gone to the Supreme Kai realm and has knocked him unconscious, the attendant hurriedly explained. What did you say? Delicious Tidings felt a wave of dread wash over her. Vegeta asked me to deliver a message to you. The attendant lowered his head. He said for Lady Delicious Tidings to return to Universe 11 immediately. That insufferable scoundrel. Delicious Tidings trembled with rage. She dared not return to Earth, fearing that if she did, Vegeta might annihilate the Supreme Kai. If he dared to fuse with such power, what else was he capable of? With Vegeta's strength, defeating the Supreme Kai would be all too easy. Take me back immediately. Use instant transmission to return me. Delicious Tidings commanded, placing her hand on the attendant's shoulder. The attendant hesitated momentarily. Hurry back. Why are you dawdling here? Delicious Tidings snapped through clenched teeth. Vegeta insisted that you fly back on your own. I cannot use instant transmission to bring you, the attendant said with a wry smile. Delicious Tidings was infuriated, raising her hand as if to obliterate the galaxy containing Earth. Lady Delicious Tidings, you must not. The Supreme Kai's attendant quickly stepped forward to restrain her. Get away. Delicious Tidings barked. Lady Delicious Tidings, if you dare cause destruction in Universe 7, I fear that the one named Vegeta will certainly kill the Supreme Kai. The attendant wept, and Wei Mind slightly twitched at the corners of his mouth, hastily retracting the destructive energy. He truly believed that Vegeta was capable of such actions. I shall refrain from obliterating that galaxy. Just you wait, young one. Once I find you, I shall teach you a lesson. Return and inform Vegeta that I am on my way back, and he should await my arrival. With a grand gesture, Wei Mind instructed the attendant before swiftly soaring towards Universe 11. The attendant dared not linger, promptly utilizing instant transmission to return to the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 11. Mr. Vegeta, Lord Wei Mind has stated that he is en route, the attendant relayed, casting a fearful glance at Vegeta. How long will it take for him to return? Vegeta inquired. It will take at least several hours, the attendant responded. Very well. I suppose I shall have to put you through some discomfort. Vegeta grinned at the attendant. What do you intend to do? The attendant stammered, suddenly recalling that he had yet to master that particular technique. Vegeta shook his head. In an instant, Vegeta vanished. The attendant, bewildered, widened his eyes, staring at the spot where Vegeta had just been, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Meanwhile, on Earth in Universe 7, Master Roshi was sprinting towards Kame House. Where on earth has that rascal Vegeta brought me? How far is this? The most exasperated were Krillin and Goku, who had finally located the stone, only to discover that Master Roshi was not at home. As Master Roshi sped towards his abode, Vegeta executed instant transmission, appearing in the vicinity of Master Roshi almost instantaneously. Hey, old man, Vegeta called out to Master Roshi. Upon hearing the voice, Master Roshi immediately turned to see Vegeta. Vegeta? Why have you brought me to such a far-off place? He asked. What? Was that location not satisfactory? Vegeta chuckled. It was indeed fine. except for the fact that the elderly woman there was exceedingly fierce. Master Roshi rubbed his nose and mouth. Elderly woman? If you're calling her that. It's clear how old she must be. Master Roshi lamented. After all these years, this is the first time I've faced such treatment. That woman is utterly shameless. Do you think it is appropriate to use my face as a seat, especially during my time of discomfort? By the way, there is a question I would like to consult you about, Vegeta inquired. What question? Master Roshi was taken aback. Do you still seek my counsel? Vegeta inquired. I have an adversary who seeks my demise, and at present, I find myself unable to contend with him. However, he possesses a vulnerability, one that is intricately linked to his very existence. Should I eliminate this weakness, he too shall cease to exist. Master Roshi stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Yet, I am not the sort to revel in the act of killing, Vegeta continued. Thus, I harbor no desire to extinguish that which constitutes his vulnerability. Master Roshi was rendered speechless. You are not a demon. Who is the demon? You must have compelling reasons for not eliminating your enemy's weakness, Master Roshi inquired. What do you intend to do? Vegeta pondered. Is there a way to keep this enemy's vulnerability under my control? Perhaps by sealing it away? Magic Sealing Wave. I believe that with your energy, you should be able to execute the Magic Sealing Wave without perishing, Master Roshi replied. Magic Sealing Wave? Vegeta feigned ignorance. In simple terms, it involves employing a mystical energy to confine the opponent within a rice cooker, Master Roshi elucidated. If you practice diligently, you could even seal them in a smaller bottle, enabling you to carry it with you. A bottle of such diminutive size? Vegeta rummaged through his storage space and produced a small bottle that could fit in one hand. You will need to refine your skills significantly, Master Roshi nodded. Teach me now, Vegeta insisted. Very well. Master Roshi agreed readily and began to explain that the principle of the Magic Sealing Wave is quite straightforward. It involves harnessing one's formidable energy to control the opponent's body, compressing it to a certain extent, and allowing it to enter the small bottle. Finally, one must seal it with a cap and affix a seal to complete the confinement. Vegeta nodded slightly. Chapter 153. Learning the Magic Sealing Wave I shall demonstrate, Master Roshi stated as he searched for something to seal. Vegeta waved his hand lightly in the distance. A wild boar came rushing towards them. All right, I will seal this creature, but this technique is perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to my demise. Master Roshi's demeanor grew serious. So, while I seal this boar, you need only observe the process. The outcome is irrelevant. Understood. Vegeta nodded. Here we go. Master Roshi waved both hands forward, and a spiraling energy rapidly enveloped the wild boar. Then, guiding the boar, Master Roshi made it spiral towards Vegeta's small bottle. The boar, bewildered, thought, what is happening? I feel so dizzy. Bang. Master Roshi inadvertently sent the boar crashing against the exterior of the bottle. I miscalculated. Master Roshi scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. The boar, dazed and confused, fell to the ground, its head spinning, before it quickly scampered away. Did you comprehend it? Master Roshi inquired. Mostly, yes, Vegeta nodded. This technique requires gradual practice. Although you may understand it conceptually, executing it is a different matter altogether. Master Roshi chuckled heartily. Magic Sealing Wave. Vegeta uttered 3 words, elegantly gesturing with his small hand towards Master Roshi. In the next instant, Master Roshi was seen spinning rapidly in the air, completely under Vegeta's control. Master Roshi exclaimed. This kid has mastered it so swiftly, having only observed it once. And now, you must demonstrate. Please, do not seal me away, exclaimed Master Roshi, as Vegeta exerted control over him, compelling him to enter the diminutive bottle. Master Roshi felt utterly disoriented. How shameless. To imprison me like this. Inside the bottle. He gazed upward, only to find Vegeta peering down, revealing a colossal eye. Ah, you truly are inside, Vegeta remarked with astonishment. Release me at once. Master Roshi urged anxiously. What if I were to seal you within a magical wand instead? Would you not perceive certain experiences more vividly that way? Vegeta mused whimsically. Master Roshi silently wiped the sweat from his brow, momentarily captivated by the notion. It didn't seem entirely outlandish. His mouth watered at the thought. However, he quickly shook his head vigorously. Hurry, Vegeta, do not jest. Let me out, he implored loudly. Vegeta inverted the bottle and tipped Master Roshi out. With a resounding thud, Master Roshi emerged and instantly regained his original stature. His complexion turned pale with fear. This is the magical sealing technique my master taught me. Experiencing it firsthand is utterly terrifying. Is it merely sealing someone inside this bottle and placing a lid on it? Vegeta inquired. One must also affix a seal, which I shall write for you, Master Roshi replied. Writing on the bottle should suffice. Vegeta shook the bottle in his hand. This method is effective. It eliminates the need for a separate seal. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. He then procured a pen and inscribed the characters for seal upon the bottle's surface. Done, he declared, handing the bottle back to Vegeta. Write a few more, Vegeta suggested, retrieving 2 additional bottles. Master Roshi wiped his brow and complied, with a mischievous grin. Master Roshi nudged Vegeta with his elbow. Look, Vegeta, since I am cooperating so well, how about taking me to a place similar to the last one? He chuckled. Very well, Vegeta acquiesced. Since Master Roshi was so amenable, it seemed reasonable to indulge him. This time, could we find a location with more young ladies? Master Roshi requested. Without a hint of hesitation, Vegeta produced a crystal ball. This is the crystal ball of the King Kai, he stated. With a gentle sweep of his right hand across the surface, several images materialized within the orb, each depicting a different women's bathing area. Choose one, he instructed. Vegeta exclaimed. Master Roshi gazed at the crystal ball, drooling in awe. If you dare to soil my crystal ball, I shall send you to the North Pole, Vegeta declared with a dark expression. Master Roshi quickly wiped away his drool and coughed. What is this marvelous object? He was almost tempted to commit theft. This crystal ball is truly fascinating, perhaps even superior to my sister's, which seems incapable of displaying such wonders. Hurry up, I am quite busy, Vegeta urged. Here? No. Perhaps here is better. I feel this spot is more suitable, Master Roshi pondered indecisively. Vegeta remained silent, simply smiling at him. This is the spot. Yes, it is decided. Master Roshi, feeling a twinge of fear, pointed to a specific image. In an instant, Vegeta wasted no time. He utilized instant transmission to whisk Master Roshi away to the women's bathhouse. Moments later, Vegeta reappeared in the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 11. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the unconscious Supreme Kai and his attendant had vanished, undoubtedly hidden away by the attendant. However, this was of little concern to Vegeta. He immediately focused on the crystal ball at the top of his staff. If the Supreme Kai's crystal ball was a mere crystal ball, then the Angel's staff could be considered a crystal ball pro. This object required angelic power to access its insights. Vegeta's mastery of angelic power was still somewhat imprecise, making the task a tad challenging. He swiftly channeled his angelic energy over the staff. With a flash, the crystal ball atop the staff shimmered and promptly revealed the coordinates of both the Supreme Kai and his attendant. At that moment, on a distant planet at the edge of Universe 11, the attendant had successfully relocated the unconscious Supreme Kai. He breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his quick thinking and seizing the opportunity while Vegeta was away. Immediately, the attendant contacted Whis. Lord Whis, I have successfully hidden the Supreme Kai, he reported with a proud smile. What did you say? Whis responded, momentarily stunned. My lord, here is the situation, the attendant explained with excitement. Vegeta suddenly departed from the Supreme Kai's realm, and I seized the chance to relocate the unconscious Supreme Kai. Whis, initially taken aback, soon felt a surge of joy. Chapter 154, The New Supreme Kai of Universe 11? You have done exceptionally well. The exquisite flavors elicited great praise. Our position was conveyed to the esteemed Waimide by the attendant. You must immediately bring the Supreme Kai to me, Waimide mused. Although your location is already quite concealed, I remain uneasy. As long as the Supreme Kai is by my side, Vegeta will dare not cause a ruckus. I intended to approach Lord Waimide, yet I remained unaware of your precise location. Previously, I learned of it through Vegeta's crystal ball, the attendant respectfully replied. Waimide promptly disclosed his location to the attendant. Very well, I shall escort the Supreme Kai at once, the attendant responded. Kai Kai, he chanted, invoking the technique of instantaneous movement. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. However, at that moment of departure, the attendant felt an inexplicable chill in his hand. What could this mean? He thought little of it. Soon, the attendant appeared beside Waimide. Upon seeing the attendant, Waimide was momentarily taken aback. Where's your hand? He inquired. Hand? What hand? The attendant replied, somewhat bewildered. The right hand you use for chopsticks, Waimide stated. The attendant immediately glanced at his right hand, and his expression morphed into one of disbelief. Where has my right hand gone? He exclaimed, soon thereafter feeling a surge of intense pain. It seemed the loss had occurred so swiftly that he had not registered the pain earlier. Where's the Supreme Kai? Waimide's demeanor grew stern, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. The attendant, sweating profusely from the agony, surmised that it must have been Vegeta's doing. Waimaid's expression darkened as he seized the attendant by the collar, reprimanding him. You fool. This is all your fault for your incessant chatter. You should have brought the Supreme Kai to me directly. The attendant retorted, my hand is gone, and you still blame me? How was I to know Vegeta would react so swiftly? This is a serious predicament. Waimaid pushed the attendant away. The attendant quickly cast a healing spell upon himself, restoring his hand. He gasped for breath, his complexion growing pale. What should I do now? He pondered, feeling a twinge of fear. If I return, I fear Vegeta will subject me to severe punishment, perhaps even to the brink of death. This truly was dire. It appeared that I must henceforth stay close to Lord Waimaid. Proximity to him offers a greater sense of security. Can you ascend to the position of Supreme Kai at once? Waimaid proposed after a moment's thought. What? You want me to become the Supreme Kai immediately? The attendant was momentarily taken aback. A universe's Supreme Kai can exist in multiples, as long as one Supreme Kai remains alive. The god of destruction will not cease to exist. With a slight hum of satisfaction, Wei-Mei declared, do not worry, if Vegeta truly slays Supreme Kai, I will find a way to revive him, provided I do not vanish. The attendant hesitated, pondering the implications. Enough with the deliberations. If you linger any longer, he may capture you, and I shall be entirely subjugated. Wei-Mei exclaimed through gritted teeth. Very well, I shall give it a try, the attendant responded. How long will it take for you to become a true Supreme Kai? Wei-Mei inquired. At least 2 hours, I suppose, the attendant replied. Then hasten, and strive to become a Supreme Kai as soon as possible, Wei-Mei urged. Yes, I will do my utmost, the attendant affirmed, his expression growing exceedingly serious. I shall remain by your side to guard against Vegeta's ambush, Wei-Mei nodded in agreement. On a distant planet, it was indeed Vegeta who had appeared, swiftly severing the attendant's right hand while leaving the Supreme Kai intact. Following this, Vegeta examined the situation concerning Wei-Mei through the staff in his grasp, and a grin spread across his face. This fellow has the audacity to make the Supreme Kai's attendant the Supreme Kai himself. If he were to eliminate Supreme Kai, Wei-Mei would still endure. How intriguing. Hey, wake up, Vegeta insisted, stepping forcefully onto Kai's face to rouse him from slumber. What is this thing pressing down on me? Kai mumbled, blinking his bleary eyes to find Vegeta before him. Upon recognizing Vegeta's visage, fear coursed through Kai's being. Vegeta, please do not act recklessly, he implored hastily. Stand up. I have matters to discuss with you, Vegeta smiled, lifting his foot from Kai's face. Kai clambered to his feet. With a swift motion, Vegeta's staff projected an image. The scene displayed Wei-Mei along with the Supreme Kai's attendant. Take a look at what they are doing, Vegeta remarked. Kai gazed at the projection emanating from Vegeta's staff. Is that not Lord Margarita's staff? This audacious fool dares to seize even the angel's staff? Where did you acquire that staff? Kai exclaimed in astonishment. However, an even more shocking sight unfolded before Kai. Through the staff's projection, he witnessed his own disciple assuming the mantle of Supreme Kai. What is he attempting to do? Kai gasped in disbelief. If I am not mistaken, it appears your disciple intends to become a true Supreme Kai, Vegeta stated with a smile. I understand now. Kai suddenly realized that this was a good thing. With such deliciousness, the adult would no longer be threatened by you. As long as there exists a Supreme Kai, the god of destruction shall not vanish. This is the essence of the matter, is it not? Vegeta offered a gentle smile. Kai did not respond. Thus, do you believe that if you were to be vanquished before your disciple becomes a true Supreme Kai, the deliciousness would cease to exist? Vegeta gazed at Kai with a playful smile. Kai trembled violently, his eyes filled with boundless fear. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Do not project the discord between you and Wei-Mei onto me. Can you confront him directly? Kai was genuinely terrified. Then, you should swiftly contact Wei-Mei, urging that fool beside him to abandon his aspiration of becoming a Supreme Kai. Vegeta scoffed. I will contact him immediately. Kai nodded, raising his right hand gently, a crystal ball appearing in his grasp. He placed the crystal ball upon a nearby rock and began to chant incantations. Soon, Kai established a connection with Wei-Mei. Lord Wei-Mei. This is Kai, he stated. Wei-Mei paused momentarily. Lord Wei-Mei, we are fully aware of the situation on your side, as Vegeta and I are observing it closely. Kai remarked with a wry smile. Chapter 155 Wei-Mei. Very well, I grant you 20 years. What did you say? Wei-Mei's expression shifted dramatically. Order my disciple to cease his pursuit of becoming a Supreme Kai at once. Kai spoke firmly. Otherwise. At this point, Kai cast a fearful glance at Vegeta. Otherwise, before the disciple of the Supreme Kai achieves his status, I will not hesitate to eliminate the Supreme Kai. Vegeta interjected, Wei-Mei. How do you suppose things will unfold then? Vegeta, if you wish to duel me one-on-one, I am more than capable. Wei seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. You, a mere destroyer, dare to challenge me, and even contemplate ambushing me? Do you not feel the slightest shame? Vegeta retorted with a scoff. Your alliance with Ramusi to undermine me will not go unpunished. Wei exclaimed. Thus, I shall be compelled to terminate your Supreme Kai. For I do not wish for any surprises while I slumber, Vegeta sighed, extending his hand towards the Supreme Kai K from a distance. K trembled in fear. His pupils filled with despair. Lord Wei, save me, K's voice quivered. Wei's expression fluctuated with concern, realizing that Vegeta might indeed act upon his threats. Release him. Wei grit his teeth. I shall refrain from seeking trouble with you. Then, to demonstrate your sincerity, you must immediately send that Supreme Kai's attendant to me, Vegeta huffed. Wei turned to glance at the attendant, whose face was etched with profound despair. You shall go, Wei commanded sternly. The attendant, fearing non-compliance, complied without hesitation. In an instant, the attendant executed a technique of instantaneous movement, appearing beside Vegeta and Supreme Kai K in the blink of an eye. Destruction. Vegeta harbored no intention of courtesy towards this individual, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. With a resounding crash, the attendant was obliterated, reduced to mere nothingness, dead beyond revival. Vegeta had already granted him a chance, yet this fool dared to transport the Supreme Kai in his absence? I am left with no choice but to bring about your demise. Moreover, Vegeta is reluctant to focus his attention on the Kaioshin Kai and his disciple. Eliminating one would indeed simplify matters. The expression on Kaioshin Kai's face shifted dramatically as he called out his disciple's name in a voice filled with profound sorrow. I, for one, do not wish to engage in underhanded tactics. Should you challenge me through legitimate means, I shall meet you openly and honorably, Vegeta remarked with a cold smirk. But if you conspire against me from the shadows, I shall resort to even more sinister methods. Tears streamed down Kaioshin Kai's face, while the disciple clenched his fists tightly. With a snap, Vegeta produced a small vial containing the magic seal wave, placing it beside a nearby rock. Kaioshin, will you enter willingly, or shall I seal you within? Vegeta inquired, his smile unsettling as he gazed at Kaioshin Kai. What do you intend to do? Kai's expression flickered with anxiety. I plan to bind you to my very existence, ensuring that even if the disciple attempts a surprise attack, he shall vanish alongside you. Vegeta replied with a grin. Kaioshin fell silent, while the disciple seethed with rage, his body trembling more violently. This scoundrel! It appears I cannot outmaneuver you in your deceitful games. Since you refuse to enter willingly, I shall seal you myself. Vegeta extended his hand, aiming it directly at Kaioshin's form. Allow me to handle this. Kaioshin sighed in resignation. In an instant, Kaioshin transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the vial. Vegeta nonchalantly secured the lid and placed it into his storage space. So, disciple, shall we continue? Vegeta inquired cheerfully. The disciple remained silent, simmering with frustration. This shameless fellow. If you wish to challenge me, do so openly, Vegeta huffed. Then I now issue my challenge to you. Do you dare to accept? The disciple retorted coldly. Are you jesting, disciple? Vegeta chuckled. You are a god of destruction, while I am merely a humble human. How many years have I trained compared to you? What do you propose? How will you free Kaioshin? The disciple gritted his teeth and asked. Give me 10 years. After a decade, we shall engage in a fair battle. Is that acceptable? Vegeta suggested. You are the one making this promise. The disciple scoffed. Indeed, it is I. I grant you 10 years, but during this time, you must refrain from any excessive actions against Kaioshin. The disciple insisted through clenched teeth. Rest assured, my sole desire is to avoid ambushes. Besides, Kaioshin has not provoked me. He merely suffers due to his bond with you, Vegeta chuckled. Humph. Do you truly believe that 10 years of training will suffice to defeat me? With a disdainful smile. Wei retorted, what you say seems reasonable. Let us reconvene in 20 years. Vegeta pondered. Wei, feeling at a loss for words, thought, what an audacious individual. It is my first encounter with someone so shameless. Just moments ago, he proposed 10 years, and now he extends it to 20. Very well, let this decision stand. Vegeta chuckled. Moreover, during these 20 years, should you dare to wreak havoc in the galaxy where I reside in the 7th universe, I wouldn't hesitate to unleash the seal of the Kaioshin in a certain location for you to destroy. Hence, it would not be me who kills the Kaioshin, but rather you. Wei ground his teeth in frustration, wishing he could tear Vegeta apart. And when you work in the 10th universe, I expect you to take it seriously, Vegeta added. Waymeda remained silent. Let this be for now, Vegeta concluded the call. Subsequently, he rested his chin in contemplation, sensing that Waymeda was akin to a ticking time bomb. A solution needed to be found promptly. After a brief moment of reflection, Vegeta executed an instant transmission, returning to the 10th universe in an instant, appearing near Ramsey and Kess. Vegeta? What brings you back? Ramsey inquired, slightly taken aback upon seeing Vegeta. He then leaned closer to Vegeta, exchanging a knowing glance. So what do you think? Does the black frame look good? Ramsey whispered. You should let her show her face. A mere blue frame lacks significance, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. She refuses to reveal herself, Ramsey sighed. I've endured several punches just to see this frame. What did you trade for it? Vegeta asked. 3,000 years of Compass service, Ramsey replied. 3,000 years just to glimpse a frame? Vegeta was both amused and exasperated. That fellow Compa was even haggling, suggesting he only needed to work for Hellas for 2,000 years. Ramsey swayed his elephantine trunk in response. It's fortunate you're not my son, otherwise. You would drive me to my grave, Vegeta sighed. What nonsense are you spouting? Ramsey's expression darkened. You were the one who insisted I see the black frame. Besides, isn't it just someone getting work? Just find another destroyer to continue the ruse. Do you think these destroyers are so easily deceived? Vegeta shook his head. Isn't Compa the perfect example? Ramsey chuckled. Vegeta had no retort. Your statement seems quite reasonable. Sure, you are indeed correct. It appears we must seek another deity of destruction for your task, as that delightful fellow is not suitable. Vegeta pondered thoughtfully. How can we dismiss him? Sure, taken aback, gazed at Vegeta with a hint of confusion. I wish to keep him in check, Vegeta whispered softly, lowering his voice near Ramsey's ear. What did you just say? Sure exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock. Keisai. So, am I not considered one of our own? Why are you two speaking so quietly? Kex asked. I am not evading your point, Kex. Rather, I believe it adds an air of mystery, Vegeta replied with a smile. Kex silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Do you wish to seal away Waymeda? Ramusi inquired, bemused. Oh dear, Vegeta, you truly have bold aspirations, Kex said, holding his forehead, unsure of how to respond. So, regarding our cosmic endeavors, if we can ensnare another destroyer, we shall do so. If there are no others, perhaps I shall simply cultivate one for you, Vegeta suggested. Is cultivation truly necessary? You could simply become the destroyer of Universe 10, Ramusi generously remarked. No, I have no interest in being a destroyer, Vegeta shook his head. If you refuse to be a destroyer, what do you aspire to be? A Kaishin, perhaps? Ramusi was taken aback. I aspire to be an angel, Vegeta stated. Ramusi suddenly understood. Kex rolled his eyes. Ahem, Lord Ramusi, is this the crux of the matter? Kex wiped his brow, emphasizing that the focal point was whether Vegeta intended to seal Waymeda. Ah, yes, indeed, that is the crux. Ramusi quickly regained his focus and asked. What exactly transpired? Why do you wish to seal that fellow away? Did he ambush you when you were alone? Humph, I suspected that scoundrel would act shamelessly. Lord Ramusi. You have posed quite an array of questions, Kex chuckled. Indeed, Vegeta, do elaborate, Ramusi urged. Vegeta had little to conceal and recounted the events that had unfolded between Waymeda and himself in full detail. That shameless rogue. He truly intended to ambush you. Ramusi comprehended, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. Yet, you managed to intimidate him to this extent. Had I not reacted swiftly? Although I believe I would not have perished at his hands, our queen, the earth she resides upon, and indeed the entire galaxy could have been obliterated. Vegeta's expression turned cold. You make a valid point. I truly believe that Waymeda is capable of such destruction, Ramusi acknowledged with a nod. So, have you agreed to a one-on-one confrontation in 20 years? Kex inquired. I cannot wait that long. When I have a grudge, I prefer to settle it immediately, Vegeta grinned, displaying a mischievous smile. Kex chose not to speak further. Your little notebook does not record it this way. You harbor grudges meticulously, only seeking revenge when the animosity exceeds 100,000. Vegeta comprehended the implications of Krix's intentions, the delectable being planned to ambush me and annihilate the galaxy containing Earth. Such a vendetta is far more significant than merely 100,000. Therefore, do you intend to seal him? Ramsey pondered, recognizing the complexity of the task. I came here to inquire whether sealing a god of destruction or a supreme Kai is permissible, Vegeta questioned. There is no prohibition against sealing a god of destruction, Ramsey replied, yet the challenge lies in the execution. Do you truly believe that a god of destruction can be easily confined? Naturally. Sealing a Supreme Kai is comparatively less arduous. Didn't he, the Supreme Kai of Universe 11, voluntarily enter a vessel? Indeed, Vegeta nodded. Pray tell, how do you plan to seal this delectable being? Ramsey inquired. Primarily, once he is sealed, you will have to assume responsibility, Vegeta remarked. Yet I anticipate that the duration of his confinement will not be extensive. Once my power surpasses his, I shall release him for a thorough reckoning. No matter. If it proves too difficult, I can have that fellow Kappa perform the labor in my stead, Ramsey responded indifferently. Moreover, did you not mention your intention to train a god of destruction to assist me? Vegeta nodded. The current dilemma is that sealing a god of destruction is no simple feat, Ramsey reflected, and it would not be appropriate for me to undertake such a sealing. Given my status, I could at best engage him in combat. As you have observed, our strengths are closely matched. Determining a victor would require no less than several days of conflict. Lord Ramsey speaks true, should a battle with the delectable being ensue. A suitable location must be selected, preferably the Void Realm, as it is an undeveloped universe where combat would not impact the cosmos, Crick stated. I understand. Your implication is that I should engage in a fierce battle with the delectable being until he is exhausted, allowing you to devise a method to seal him. Is that correct? Ramsey inquired of Vegeta. No, Vegeta shook his head. Not so. What do you mean then? Ramsey asked, perplexed. I recently learned a sealing technique. Known as the magic sealing wave, from a human, Vegeta replied. I wish to ascertain whether this magic sealing wave can confine that delectable being. Crix and Ramsey exchanged a moment of incredulity. Are you acquiring skills of sealing by following a human, only to apply them upon the destroyer? Do you think it's possible? Vegeta, after your trip to Earth, I can't shake the feeling that you've grown a bit foolish, sighed Ramsey. Chapter 157, The Sealing of the White Mouse indeed. The sealing techniques of humanity may not suffice to contain a god of destruction, Kess nodded. I have meticulously analyzed that sealing wave and conceived an audacious idea, Vegeta mused. The sealing wave employs energy to bind humans. What if I were to substitute that energy with divine power? Perhaps I could imprison that delightful fellow. The likelihood is minimal. Ramsey countered, shaking his head. As a god of destruction, he should be able to easily break free from your seal. Shall we give it a try? Vegeta proposed. Looking at Ramsey, Ramsey replied, cough, you've said quite a bit. This must be your primary objective, right? Ramsey's reflexes had noticeably sharpened. Hiki, you caught me, Vegeta chuckled. Ramsey let out a resigned sigh. What kind of predicament have I created for myself? Am I to become your guinea pig? You can do it, Ramsey, Vegeta praised, impressed by his newfound swiftness. You should have struggled to keep up before. Hee, let me share a secret. Ever since I beheld that blue frame, I've noticed my mind has become more agile, Ramsey exclaimed, excitedly swaying his elongated trunk. Have you not tried using that trunk for a slam dunk? Vegeta inquired. Is such a maneuver even possible? Ramsey's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new realm. Ah, I merely jest. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow. Your gaze seems rather unsettling. Surely, you do not genuinely wish to attempt it, do you? Kashi habitually wiped the sweat from her brow beside me. It is indeed disheartening to have been vanquished by you all. What occupies your minds? Your words seem rather intriguing. Ramsey stroked his chin. A look of hopeful anticipation gracing his face. Even his nose began to lift in expectation. Vegeta remarked, have I inadvertently offended the god of destruction of Universe 2, Hellas? I assure you, it was not my intention. He whispered, don't forget to record the video. Of course, Ramsey replied, visibly excited. Shall we now attempt my sealing technique? Vegeta suggested. Are you serious? Ramsey responded with a mix of laughter and disbelief. That fellow, Wei Mei, is always lurking, ready to ambush me. If I don't seal him away, who knows what might happen while I'm resting with my queen. It's utterly intolerable, Vegeta added softly. It's akin to someone interrupting you while you're aiming for the hoop. Ramsey nodded gravely. If you can indeed seal him, that would be a splendid choice. Indeed. Vegeta replied with a slight smile. All right, show me what your sealing technique looks like. Perhaps I can offer some guidance, and who knows, we might actually seal him away. Ramsey patted his chest and called to Vegeta. Vegeta retrieved another small vial from his storage space, inscribed with sealing symbols by Master Roshi. Only those bearing these inscriptions could not escape from the vial. You think such a trinket can seal me away? This is a human artifact, isn't it? Ramsey glanced at the vial. It may suffice for sealing a Kaishin, but I doubt it will contain a god of destruction. Let us give it a try. Vegeta urged Ramsey. Come on then, Ramsey nodded. I won't resist. Let me see if I can emerge from this vial. Sealing wave. Power of angels. Vegeta called out. the angelic energy coalescing rapidly around Ramsey. Vegeta felt a newfound camaraderie with him, having never realized how admirable he truly was. In fact, Vegeta even felt a twinge of guilt for any past animosity toward Ramsey. Ramsey is indeed a worthy ally, willing to try the sealing technique for me. As the angelic energy enveloped Ramsey, Vegeta controlled his movements, propelling him swiftly toward the vial. Ramsey did not resist. In an instant, Vegeta sent Ramsey into the vial. However, he did not immediately seal it, instead leaning closer to inspect it. Is this little vial sturdy enough? Ramsey inquired from within. It's fine. If you could easily shatter it, then it would serve no purpose at all. Vegeta responded, let me give it a try. Ramsey, with determination, struck the small bottle with his fist. A low hum resonated as the bottle trembled slightly, yet it remained unscathed. This is rather peculiar. Ramsey expressed surprise, astonished that he had failed to shatter the small bottle with a single blow. It was quite remarkable. Let us attempt to destroy it again, Vegeta proposed. I'll deliver a few more strikes. With renewed vigor, Ramsey intensified his efforts, landing blow after blow upon the bottle. The vibrations grew increasingly intense. Yet the bottle seemed to possess an inexplicable resilience, refusing to break. This is truly extraordinary, Ramsey marveled. With a final, forceful punch, he exerted nearly all his strength against the interior of the bottle. The hum of the bottle evolved into a more distinctive resonance. Vegeta, this object evokes memories of a toy for me. If it is sealed away, let us present this small vial as a gift to Master Roshi. I believe his girlfriend would be quite fond of it. How peculiar. Ramsey expressed his astonishment. It would be futile for you, Master Ramsey. As the conventional method would not suffice to shatter this vial, Kess remarked. How could this be? Ramsey was taken aback. Am I not the god of destruction? Can I not even break such a trivial item? Master Ramsey was confined within the vial by the angelic power of Vegeta, hence it is fortified by this divine energy. Were it an ordinary energy that had placed you inside, you could easily shatter the vial with your own strength, Kess elucidated. So, if I deplete the angelic energy within, I can escape? Ramsey inquired. Indeed, Kess nodded. However, the angelic energy released by Vegeta is substantial. Merely exhausting the energy within the vial could take 3 to 5 years. One might understand that Vegeta's angelic energy was compressed into the vial, resulting in a remarkably high concentration. Moreover, Ramsey has diminished in size, and his power has likely waned as well, Vegeta added. Chapter 158, The White Vial Crafted by Ramsey Precisely, Kess affirmed. I shall attempt to destroy it once more. Ramsey declared. Very well, Vegeta did not oppose. Previously, Ramsey had relied solely on his own strength to assault the vial without invoking destruction. However, Vegeta's next endeavor would be to seal away this god of destruction. Naturally, destruction would be employed. Destruction. Energy of annihilation surged forth from Ramsey's hand, striking within the vial. Crack. In an instant, Vegeta noticed the vial in his grasp dissolve into nothingness. Whoosh. Ramsey transformed, returning to his original size. See? It is indeed possible, Ramsey exclaimed. While pure strength may not suffice to destroy the vial, a single act of destruction can liberate me. This is certainly a dilemma, Vegeta nodded. It seems that to seal away the god of destruction, we must contemplate alternative methods. Kess, do join in the deliberation. Oh dear. I shall refrain from involvement in such matters. I shall pretend I have seen nothing. Kess shook his head. Assisting you in ensnaring Lord Vegeta is already pushing it. Are you still considering having me seal away the delectable adult? A brief silence followed. What do you mean? Asked Ramsey. What if I do not solely rely on angelic power during the sealing process? Vegeta pondered aloud. What if I also incorporate some destructive energy? Are you suggesting using that ultimate move? Ramsey shook his head. That would not be sealing. That would be akin to detonating a bomb. What if I envelop the ultimate move within the confines of the small bottle? Vegeta mused. In that case, the ultimate move would merely shatter the bottle, Ramsey opined, believing this strategy to be less than ideal. Indeed, that poses a dilemma, Vegeta sighed heavily. Have you considered addressing the matter from the perspective of the bottle itself? Kess could no longer hold her tongue and interjected. Ah, yes. Ramsey's eyes lit up as he responded. That small bottle is a human creation, correct? We could venture to the realm of destruction and forge a new bottle from the sturdiest metal. I am confident that even with destructive force, it may not be able to vanish. Vegeta nodded vigorously. Kess, I am grateful to you, he declared. You are truly my wise consort. Oh dear, I have said nothing. I merely believe that your little bottle lacks durability, Kess replied with a playful smile. Understood, Vegeta nodded. Let us proceed to the realm of destruction at once. Ramsey called out. Vegeta swiftly leapt onto Kessa's back, embracing her from behind. Aren't you capable of instant transmission? Let us return using that, he suggested. Kess sighed. But isn't that limited to 4 uses a day? We've exhausted today's quota. I stand by my assertion, Vegeta retorted confidently. Kess, Ramsey, let us not linger. We must make haste. The realm of destruction is not far off, Ramsey urged. Whoosh. The 3 transformed into streaks of light, each radiating a different hue. Speeding towards the realm of destruction. Vegeta, have you considered one more question? Ramsey inquired. What is it? Previously, I remained still, allowing you to seal me intentionally. Ramsey explained slowly. If I were to resist during your sealing process, I believe I could escape. We can address that issue later, Vegeta acknowledged, prioritizing the material concerns of the bottle. Fair enough, Ramsey nodded. Isn't the hardest substance in the universe adamantium? Vegeta queried. How about crafting the bottle from that? Ah. Young one, you misunderstand, Ramsey chuckled. Adamantium is merely a material of the human realm. A single stone from the realm of destruction surpasses adamantium in hardness. How come I have never encountered such a stone? As if I haven't spent time in the realm of destruction, Vegeta mused. Vegeta hummed, observing only the surface of the god of destruction realm, while Kess interjected, suggesting that there existed something far sturdier beneath. Beneath? Vegeta pondered as he gazed at Kess's back, which possessed a captivating grace. Despite the fabric that separated them, an ethereal beauty emanated subtly. With a chuckle, Vegeta rested his face against Kess's back, relishing the comfort of the moment. Kess, oblivious to these nuances, continued on. After approximately 10 minutes, Vegeta, accompanied by Ramsey and Kess, finally returned to the God of Destruction realm. Upon their return, Ramsey immediately seized a large stone, extending his arms to scoop within its cavity. With a resounding clap, Ramsey revealed a piece of metal as pure as jade, radiating brilliance. This was known as Thunderclap Steel, the hardest metal within the divine realm, primarily found in the God of Destruction domain. Ramsey shook the white metal in his hand, asserting that crafting a small vial from it would render it nearly indestructible. As he spoke, Ramsey concentrated his energy in both hands, rubbing the metal until its form transformed. Soon, the Thunderclap Steel morphed into a petite white vial. Ramsey casually tossed the vial to Vegeta. What about the cap? Vegeta inquired, concerned about the potential for it to break. The cap must also be crafted from this metal. He insisted. You speak true, Ramsey agreed, returning to the Thunderclap Steel. It would be best to create a threaded cap, one that screws on tightly and is difficult to loosen, Vegeta proposed, adding that it should also require a pressing action before twisting to prevent accidental openings. What do you mean? Ramsey asked, perplexed. Vegeta rummaged through his storage ring and produced a potion bottle. This type of cap, he explained, handing the bottle to Ramsey. First press down, then twist. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ramsey quickly grasped the concept. You are quite meticulous, he remarked, proceeding to meticulously refine the cap and vial in accordance with the threaded design. In no time, a pristine small vial appeared in Vegeta's hands. He weighed it thoughtfully, recognizing the Thunderclap Steel, which he had heard of before. It was the very material to be used in the upcoming strength tournament arena. You must also inscribe that talisman. It seems to hold significant power, Ramsey suggested. Very well, I shall find someone to inscribe it, Vegeta replied, preparing to set off immediately. Chapter 159, The Flavorful Demand. Hand over the Supreme Kai. Oh dear, it has been ages since I last wrote, Kess interjected, unable to contain her impatience. Bring that item over so I can indulge in some writing. If a human were to inscribe a spell, would the God of Destruction still be able to escape? If I were the one to write it, the God of Destruction would find it exceedingly difficult to break free. Vegeta handed a small white vial to Kess. Kess concentrated her angelic power and inscribed a line of incantation upon the vial. With this incantation's enhancement, even if the God of Destruction were sealed within, the likelihood of escape would be almost negligible. Oh dear, it has been quite some time since I last wrote, and I feel rather out of practice. Kess chuckled playfully as she returned the small white vial to Vegeta. Vegeta understood that Kess's remark was an indication of her desire to refrain from becoming involved in the matter, so he chose not to elaborate further. The reasoning you provided is quite fitting. I shall pretend I did not hear it. Shall we try again? Vegeta suggested. Very well. Ramsey swayed his elephantine trunk. With a swift motion, Vegeta seized control of Ramsey's body and confined him within a small white vial. I will seal the cap now, after 10 minutes. I shall release you, Vegeta declared. Ramsey protested, you mustn't seal it. If you do, I shall be overwhelmed with anxiety. I suffer from claustrophobia. Vegeta retorted with irritation. You, a destroyer, experiencing claustrophobia? Nonsense. All right, just cap it. I will see if I can escape through the lid. Ramsey waved dismissively. Vegeta secured the cap. Immediately, he felt the vial convulse violently. Yet, remarkably, the vial did not shatter. In an astonishing turn of events, the vial's body generated considerable heat. Vegeta tested the temperature, noting it reached around 60 degrees Celsius. Why is it heating up? Vegeta inquired of Chris beside him. Perhaps it is releasing destruction, Chris speculated. Indeed, the steel is truly formidable. It can unleash destruction without breaking, Vegeta mused. Yes, indeed, Chris nodded in agreement. Speaking of temperature, it suddenly occurred to me, Chris, I have noticed that your body temperature is quite similar to that of humans. Vegeta pondered aloud. Yes, indeed. My body temperature, by your standards, is around 36 degrees. Chris smiled and nodded. Can it heat up locally? Vegeta inquired with curiosity. What do you mean by local heating? Chris asked, taken aback. For instance, could certain areas reach a higher temperature? Perhaps up to 40 degrees or even higher? Vegeta probed further. That is certainly possible, Chris affirmed with a nod. Vegeta became quite exhilarated. Really? What is the maximum temperature it can reach? He pressed on. Any temperature is feasible. 100 million degrees would be no problem, Chris replied. Vegeta fell silent. I must train diligently, then. If it truly reaches 100 million degrees, will I be burned? I can regenerate. Should I be harmed? I will immediately be restored, Chris remarked. The vivid imagery was rather striking. Time is nearly up. May we release Lord Ramsey now? Chris suggested. Do you think if I were to seal him away, he would become furious with me? Vegeta chuckled. Chris replied, just jesting. As Vegeta spoke, he twisted open the cap. Ramsey leapt lightly from the vial. Bang! Ramsey had returned to his original size. He inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the sheer darkness of this realm. Akin to a purgatory of the divine, the space was constricted. If that delectable individual were truly confined within, I fear his emergence would surely incite his wrath. Therefore, when the time comes to release him, we must find a more suitable location, Vegeta mused. Indeed, Ramsey nodded in agreement. The next step involves attempting to seal him away. A smile spread across Vegeta's face as he remarked, I will need you to serve as my test subject. Ramsey replied, bring it on. However, I must insist that once this matter is resolved, you must promptly cultivate a suitable destroyer for me. Agreed, Vegeta affirmed. Without delay, Vegeta commenced his experiments on Ramsey. What type of energy would suffice to encapsulate a destroyer within this small vial? Approximately an hour later, he declared, this method seems promising, if we catch him off guard. I believe sealing him shouldn't pose a significant challenge. Ramsey nodded affirmatively. Very well, let it be so. A slight smile graced Vegeta's lips, curving into a subtle arc. However, I believe we ought to deliberate further on this matter, Ramsey cautioned. Although sealing a destroyer is not a grave sin, it is still rather inappropriate. And should the other destroyers discover my assistance to you, they would surely unite against me. Let us grant him one final opportunity. It is up to him to seize it, Vegeta suggested. How so? Ramsey inquired. We shall return the Supreme Kai to that delectable individual, Vegeta replied with a slight smile. Ramsey suddenly understood. Vegeta intended to employ diplomacy before resorting to conflict. Should this attempt fail to resolve the discord, that delectable character would indeed be in dire straits. Very well, I shall accompany you, Ramsey nodded. With that, he placed his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. I will abstain from joining. Consider me oblivious to the proceedings, Kesh chuckled. Vegeta did not oppose this. It was indeed advantageous for an angel to remain uninvolved in the affair. One can only hope that the delectable individual will recognize the opportunity for peace. In a flash, Vegeta and Ramsey executed a technique of instant transmission, arriving in but a moment at the realm of the Destroyer in Universe 11. The delectable individual, having just returned from outside, was brooding in frustration. As for the angel, Margarita, she had gone traveling through the cosmos and was absent from the Destroyer realm. In a fit of rage, the delectable individual shattered his latest tea set into smithereens and smashed a large rock, finally feeling somewhat relieved. How could I allow a mere human to threaten me? Just you wait. Witness how I will deal with you. At that moment, Vegeta arrived with Ramsey. Vegeta, how dare you approach? Waymind seethed with rage, preparing to strike Vegeta. Enough, Ramsey exclaimed, raising his hand to block Waymind's fist. Step aside, Ramsey. This matter does not concern you. Waymind retorted furiously. I have stated that it was I who asked Vegeta for assistance in this affair. If you seek trouble, come at me instead. What sense is there in bullying a mere human? Ramsey replied, his expression stern. Return the Supreme Kai to me. Waymide snorted disdainfully. I brought him here precisely to return the Supreme Kai to you, Ramsey urged. Calm yourself. Vegeta acted out of necessity. After all, he must ensure his own safety. Enough of your chatter. Hand over the Supreme Kai. Waymide demanded sharply. Chapter 160. Waymide. This matter is far from over. I can hand over the Supreme Kai. But you must resolve your grievances at this point. Is that agreeable? Ramsey proposed. Even if there are lingering resentments, you may settle them 20 years hence. At the very least, grant Vegeta time to cultivate. Very well. Waymide replied through gritted teeth, the words escaping him. Vegeta, relinquish the Supreme Kai. Ramsey nodded at Vegeta, unhurriedly. Vegeta retrieved the small vial containing the Supreme Kai and tossed it to Ramsey. Ramsey then personally handed the vial to Waymide. Waymide immediately uncapped it and peered inside. Is the Supreme Kai safe now? May I leave? Kai, trapped within, eagerly inquired upon glimpsing a glimmer of hope. Wait a moment. Waymide's heart stirred after uttering this. He promptly resealed the vial. Safe, my foot. Outside, one could be ensnared by Vegeta at any moment. After all, this fellow possesses the ability to instantaneously transport himself. Is it not an opportune moment for him to seal you away? With a swift motion, Waymada devoured the small vial containing the sealed Supreme Kai. Waymada, what are you doing? Longshi was taken aback. This way, I shall have no vulnerabilities, Waymada replied with a gentle smile. You once mentioned setting aside your grievances for a while, granting Vegeta 20 years for cultivation, Longshi remarked darkly. That works for me. I never disagreed, Waymada huffed. I simply wish for the Supreme Kai not to be controlled again. That is all I need to hear, Longshi nodded. Now, be gone. You are not welcome here. Waymada issued an eviction notice. One last thing, Longshi said with a stern expression. I can forfeit the 8,000 years of work you assigned me. But cease your deliberate targeting of Vegeta. What are you suggesting? Did I not say I had already forgiven him? Waymada scoffed lightly, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, depart swiftly. As for work matters, they shall proceed as they will. Since I have lost, I shall work for you. Let us go. Longshi refrained from further comment. Vegeta nodded slightly, having remained silent throughout this encounter. There was no necessity for words. He had discerned that Waymada was utterly unrepentant. If he were willing to let matters rest, everything would be manageable. Yet now, Vegeta sensed that Waymada might not be inclined to relent. Longshi had annulled his 8,000 years of service to the 10th universe, yet Waymada surprisingly did not acquiesce. It appeared that this contention had penetrated to the very core. Nevertheless, Vegeta felt that the magical sealing wave he had painstakingly cultivated had yet to find its purpose. In an instant, without further ado, Vegeta employed instant transmission to return with Longshi. In a mere moment, they arrived at the God of Destruction's realm in the 11th universe. You must have seen it, correct? Vegeta smiled faintly. He truly seems unwilling to let you go, Longshi sighed. This is partly my fault. Who could have anticipated that he would become so agitated in defeat? No, it is not your fault. Vegeta shook his head. It is merely that he perceives me, a mere human, as having wronged him, thus losing face. If he seeks vengeance upon you, your strengths being somewhat equal, the only path left is to eliminate me to vent his fury. Your reasoning bears some merit. Yet you appear entirely unconcerned, Longshi remarked. You ought to refine that magical sealing wave to ensure it is foolproof. Then I must entrust you to continue serving as my test subject, Vegeta grinned broadly. Alas, I have ensnared myself once more. Longshi lamented. Magical sealing wave. Vegeta let out a mighty roar, channeling his angelic power swiftly over Ramsey. In an instant, he manipulated Ramsey's body, causing it to spin wildly in the air, transforming the entire space into a spiral vortex. Ramsey's form was uncontrollably whirling at a rapid pace. Suddenly, a surge of violet-red energy erupted from Ramsey, and an overwhelming divine force swiftly radiated outward. In a heartbeat, the spiral waves dissipated. Ramsey, suspended high above, waved his hand downward, unleashing a destructive energy directly towards Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta evaded the onslaught of destruction and soared skyward. The golden aura around him erupted as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, engaging in an intense clash with Ramsey. The battle raged on for approximately 10 minutes. With a resounding thud, their fists collided. Let us pause here, Ramsey suggested. Vegeta retracted his fist. You've noticed it too, haven't you? Ramsey analyzed. You have but a single opportunity. Should he react during the sealing process, a mere release of destructive energy would instantly break the seal. Then, Access to that small vessel would be impossible. In these past several minutes of combat, you've struggled to find an opportunity to seal him. Haven to you? You're right. I need to ponder this further, Vegeta nodded, acknowledging Ramsey's valid points. However, it's not insurmountable. There is still time. Vegeta decided to remain temporarily on Ramsey's planet to further study the magical sealing wave. 3 days passed, and Vegeta had mastered the technique. He believed he could seal the delectable entity. What? You're returning to Earth? Ramsey exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Are you out of your mind? While you have learned the magical sealing wave and possess some confidence in sealing him, I can't shake the feeling that it's somewhat precarious. After all, a god of destruction has his own combat strategies. Should he sense even the slightest hint, he could easily shatter your seal. Until he is confined within that vessel, anything is possible. I've been feeling a bit restless lately. Living on Earth would help restore my tranquility, Vegeta replied with a smile. The restlessness stems from seeing Kess's ambitions thwarted, doesn't it? Ramsey lowered his voice. Kess interjected, Ahem, Lord Ramsey, please refrain from involving me in all matters. Kess sighed. Why do you always involve me in your discussions? You say, your argument seems somewhat valid. Vegeta nods thoughtfully. In truth, I believe my stature is quite compatible with Kaisa's. It allows for a certain connection. What do you mean by that? Rammus inquires with curiosity. Chapter 161. Delivering milk to Kaisa. Such matters cannot be disclosed, for to do so would breach regulations, Vegeta replies with a smile. Rammus vigorously sways his trunk in response. Kaisa, meanwhile, covers her forehead, genuinely exasperated by the antics of the two. Just be careful, Rammus says, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. Understood, Vegeta nods. And do not forget about the Super Dragon Balls a year from now. We still need to transfer that galaxy to the 10th universe. Rammus, you certainly possess remarkable abilities. You have managed to offend the exquisite taste, and that is quite unfortunate. Are you truly willing to offend that fellow Beerus? In an instant, Vegeta executed his instant transmission and vanished from sight. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Master Roshi finally returned to his abode after a week of arduous travel. Grandpa, where have you been? Young Goku inquired. I ventured to a distant place. Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses. Master Roshi, we have located the stone, Krillin announced. I shall retrieve it now. However, the stone is of little significance at this moment, Master Roshi replied, shaking his head. Today, you shall commence your formal training. Are you mentally prepared? The Turtle School's training is about to begin. Krillin felt an overwhelming sense of joy at this unexpected turn of events. I thought Master Roshi might have abandoned us entirely. Young Goku was equally filled with excitement and anticipation. By the way, Grandpa, where is Vegeta? He has other matters to attend to and will not join you in your training, Master Roshi responded. What a pity. I believe I could learn a great deal from Vegeta, young Goku expressed with a hint of disappointment. Just as they were conversing, whoosh, Vegeta returned via instant transmission. Master Roshi, why have you returned once more? Why are you following me? Do you not have a girlfriend? How delightful it is to accompany your girlfriend. Or perhaps, you might take me once more to the ladies' bathhouse. You all may continue. I shall merely observe in silence. A smile appeared on Vegeta's face as he settled onto a nearby stone. Ahem, let us commence. Master Roshi cleared his throat and began. First, I shall enlighten you on the path of martial arts. What I wish to convey is that the pursuit of martial arts is not merely for the sake of combat or to gain an upper hand in battles. One must not act recklessly through brute force. The study of martial arts fosters both physical and mental well-being, engendering abundant energy and enabling one to live a meaningful and joyous life. Young Goku wore a perplexed expression, while Krillin nodded gravely. However, for those nefarious individuals who threaten oneself or others through unscrupulous means, we must deliver a resounding blow. Master Roshi asserted with righteous fervor, his demeanor serious, imbued with a profound sense of justice, and inquired of Goku and Krillin, do you both comprehend? Not at all, Goku shook his head. In essence, it means to diligently practice and savor a fulfilling life. Master Roshi rephrased. I see now, I understand, Goku said with a smile and a nod. You fool. Krillin rolled his eyes. Now, let us begin our training with a bit of running, Master Roshi beckoned, leading the way as they commenced their jog. Hee-haw, hee-haw, hee-haw. The trio jogged leisurely along the distant seashore, basking in the warmth of camaraderie. Vegeta felt a twinge of warmth. Though Master Roshi's training methods seemed trivial in the realm of the gods and somewhat amusing, Vegeta found a sense of tranquility here, akin to an emptying of the mind. If I had not been endowed with extraordinary abilities, perhaps this is why Kakarot will surpass me in the future. Vegeta mused. In comparing the pure essences of himself and Goku, Vegeta's initial training focused on the physical, honing his body, while Goku cultivated his inner self, nurturing his spirit. This journey begins with Master Roshi. One might say Goku is the late bloomer. When considering their innate talents, Vegeta's gifts are undeniably formidable. However, he had not previously refined his inner self. Having survived in the cosmos from a young age, he grew accustomed to the life of warfare, leaving little room for inner cultivation. This disparity elucidates why Goku consistently leads in later stages. What Vegeta lacked was this very inner refinement. Now that I embody Vegeta, I shall earnestly cultivate his spirit. I aim to reach a pinnacle that Kakarot will never attain. Subsequently, Vegeta joined Master Roshi and young Goku in delivering milk. Tears welled in Master Roshi's eyes. This young man, Vegeta, is beginning to evolve his mindset in a positive direction. You are actually going to deliver milk alongside my disciples. How remarkable. Master Roshi believes that Vegeta taking this step signifies tremendous progress. Future achievements are bound to be immeasurable. Wait a minute. This young man's strength has already far surpassed my own. What nonsense are you still practicing? Master Roshi mused, momentarily lost in thought. Yet, despite his musings, he continued to skip energetically ahead, leading the way. Little Goku and Krillin followed closely behind, each cradling a box of milk. Vegeta, don't you feel weary carrying 2 boxes of milk? Goku inquired without glancing back. We're already feeling the strain on our shoulders after lugging just one for such a distance, Krillin lamented. You two still need to hone your skills. Don't even mention Vegeta carrying 2 boxes. He could effortlessly manage 20, Master Roshi chuckled. After their exchange, they noticed Vegeta had fallen silent. Goku and Krillin turned around to look. Huh, where did Vegeta go? Goku asked, perplexed. What a strange fellow. How could he just vanish? Krillin echoed, equally bewildered. What? He disappeared again? What about the milk? Master Roshi suddenly exclaimed, realizing something. Could it be that Vegeta took the milk with him? Krillin inquired. Though 2 boxes of milk may not hold great value, they were promised to a client for morning delivery. Now, halfway through our journey, we've lost the milk. How am I supposed to explain this to the client? In the 10th universe, on the planet Ramsey, Vegeta approached with 2 crates of milk. Chris, come and drink my milk. Vegeta beckoned to Chris, who swiftly flew over. Ramsey followed suit, landing beside Vegeta. Chris, hurry and have some milk, Vegeta said, handing a glass bottle of milk to Chris. You little rascal. All you do is invite Chris for milk as if I don't exist, Ramsey remarked irritably, opening a bottle of milk for himself. Vegeta remained silent. Chris, too, took a bottle of milk and savored a sip. This is delicious. The flavor is quite unique, Chris nodded, expressing her admiration. Chapter 162, Vados, come and drink milk. Ramsey also took a small sip, nodding in delight. Not bad at all. Ramsey found it enjoyable as well. I'll leave 1 bottle behind. The rest are for you. Vegeta said with a smile. Why leave 1 bottle? Do you want some? Ramsey inquired. I intend to present it to my esteemed concubine, Vegeta replied. Are you going to the planet Kampa in the 6th universe? Ramsey shuddered. What's the matter? Why that expression, Ramsey? Is Kampa planning to target me too? Vegeta chuckled. No, I'm just worried that if you take a bottle of milk over, Kampa might have no choice but to target you, Ramsey said, genuinely concerned. Fearing for Vegeta's safety from the god of destruction. You should take 2 bottles, 1 for that guy Kampa. Is it really necessary? You make it sound as if I'm trying to curry favor with him. Vegeta shook his head. Trust me on this, Ramsey insisted. What kind of logic is it to take just 1 bottle? If Kampa finds out, his animosity towards you is already at its peak. And you're only adding fuel to the fire. If he doesn't seek trouble with you, who will? Ramsey was now genuinely fearful, afraid that Vegeta might get harmed outside. Unbeknownst to him, Ramsey had already begun to see Vegeta as a brother. All right, I'll heed your advice, Vegeta agreed without objection. And you're not being fair. I've accompanied you in training for so long, and you bring milk but only invite Chris and ignore me. Ramsey huffed, visibly displeased. Chris chuckled quietly from the side. Come here, lend me your ear, Vegeta beckoned. Ramsey leaned in. It's not that I'm withholding from you. It's just that milk is somewhat special, Vegeta whispered. What is so special about it? Ramsey asked, taken aback. We often liken milk to, well, you understand. Vegeta replied with a knowing glance. Vegeta lowered his voice, and Ramsey's eyes flickered. A brief silence ensued, followed by a sudden realization from Ramsey. Was it that thing? Goodness. Ramsey immediately spat out the milk he had just consumed. What have you made me drink? He glared at Vegeta, his anger almost igniting. You're overthinking it. It's not what you think, Vegeta whispered. Is that so? Ramsey replied, still skeptical. I'll take you to see the production facility for the milk later, Vegeta suggested. I'd rather not drink it anymore. Ramsey shook his head, tossing the milk bottle aside and rushing to the lake's edge to rinse his mouth with water. What's wrong with Lord Ramsey? Kes looked on, puzzled. It's nothing important, Vegeta replied with a smile. I can't help but wonder if this beverage you call milk has some issues. Kes regarded Vegeta with suspicion. What could possibly be wrong? Don't overthink it, Vegeta said with a slight smile. At that moment, Ramsey returned from rinsing his mouth in the distance. Ramsey, I've always wanted to ask. Do you drink water through your nose? Vegeta inquired. Of course, it's a characteristic of my race. Ramsey nodded in affirmation. You wouldn't be swallowing mucus, would you? Vegeta chuckled. Ramsey felt utterly defeated at that moment, while Kes held her forehead, bemused. Can we not be so disgusting? Ramsey exclaimed, infuriated, charging towards Vegeta. Kai. Vegeta instantly teleported away, milk bottles in tow. This kid is driving me insane. Ramsey huffed, shaking his nose in frustration. Lord Ramsey, perhaps it's best to refrain from moving your nose. Kes sighed. Less chatter, Ramsey retorted. But on another note, Lord Ramsey. I've been wanting to ask the question Vegeta just posed. Kes chuckled mischievously. Kes. Ramsey glared at her. In Universe 6, on planet Kappa, Vegeta appeared in an instant, clutching 2 bottles of milk. Oh my, is that Mr. Vegeta? Beerus smiled. Drop the title, just call me sir, Vegeta replied with a grin. Very well, Beerus nodded, opting for the simpler address to avoid anyone claiming our literature is verbose. Indeed, that's exactly the intention. Vegeta was beaming with joy. However, addressing him as sir carried a hint of a more intimate connotation, as this term was historically used by wives to refer to their husbands. For instance, one might say, my dear husband is doing well. It was time to gently guide Badass. What brings you here, sir? Badass inquired. I have come to deliver some milk for you, Vegeta replied, producing 2 bottles of milk and surveying the surroundings. Where's Kampa? Oh dear, Lord Kampa has gone to the 2nd universe for work. Badass wiped his brow. What a diligent god of destruction he is, returning to work so swiftly. Vegeta mused. He was not always like this, Badass smiled. It seems working for a female god of destruction provides ample motivation, Vegeta remarked once more. I hope Rumshire isn't being neglected. I must prepare a gift for him as a gentle reminder to stay vigilant. What is this? Milk? I've never heard of such a beverage, Badass said, shaking the bottle. Why not taste it and see? Vegeta suggested. Later, I will pair it with something else to ensure a more distinctive flavor. Very well, I shall give it a try. Badass nodded, opening the bottle and taking a sip. How does it taste? Vegeta asked. Indeed, it possesses a unique flavor, Badass praised, then inquired. What could be paired with it to enhance its uniqueness? Coffee. Coffee? What is that? Badass had never heard of it. You will find out in due time. I look forward to it. Thank you for the milk, Badass expressed her gratitude. In the future, I will ensure you have even fresher and more unique milk, Vegeta grinned. That sounds delightful, Badass replied, not pondering it further. She quickly finished the milk, both bottles emptied. I shall take my leave, Vegeta waved. I will visit you when I have the chance. Safe travels, sir, Badass nodded. With a swift motion, Vegeta executed instant transmission and vanished. Shortly thereafter, he returned to Earth, where he procured a green hat from a store. With another flash, he arrived back on Rumshire planet in the 10th universe. Vegeta tossed the hat to Rumshire. Chapter 163. Rumshire, what does this hat signify? What is this? Why are you gifting me a hat? Rumshire asked, perplexed as he accepted the hat. I simply found this hat to be rather unique and thought to present it to you, Vegeta responded with a smile. Rumshire placed the green hat upon his head and gazed in the mirror. What a peculiar and mismatched item. Ramsey found the hat to be quite unappealing. Why did you gift me such a thing? He inquired. I heard that Kappa has taken up a position in the 2nd universe and is working diligently. Vegeta remarked with a hint of surprise. Oh, Kappa is so industrious? Ramsey responded, somewhat taken aback. Perhaps it is because he is a female destroyer, Vegeta speculated. What of it? Ramsey shook his head in disbelief. Did you not mention that your mind became sharper after seeing the hoop? Vegeta queried curiously. What do you mean? Ramsey still seemed bewildered. Vegeta floated slightly above him, adjusting the green hat upon Ramsey's head. Ramsey, this is all I can do to assist you, Vegeta sighed, feeling that some matters lose their significance when articulated directly. What exactly do you intend? Ramsey rolled his eyes. I'm off. Vegeta waved his hand and vanished once more. What does this fellow mean? Ramsey truly could not grasp Vegeta's intentions. Perhaps the hat is rather unique, Chris conjectured. Never mind him. Ramsey shook his head. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at a temple on a high mountain, Master Roshi sat at the entrance steps, smoking and patiently awaiting Goku and Krillin, gasping for breath. Goku approached, carrying milk and drenched in sweat. Even Goku is exhausted? Master Roshi smiled. Grandpa, can I use the flying Nimbus to deliver the milk? Goku panted. If you do that, you won't develop your skills, Master Roshi chuckled, taking a puff from his cigarette. It brings back memories. My former disciples, Gohan and the Ox King, also delivered milk here. Huh, did my grandpa also deliver milk? Goku exclaimed, astonished and suddenly invigorated. Put in your best effort. Perhaps one day you may surpass Vegeta. Master Roshi encouraged with a smile. I will try my hardest, but surpassing Vegeta seems quite challenging, Goku chuckled. Vegeta is your kin, if he can achieve it. So can you? Master Roshi assured him. Yes, Grandpa, Goku replied, now filled with confidence. At that moment, Krillin finally arrived, carrying the milk and promptly placing it into the milk crate. Thank you for your hard work. A monk emerged to express his gratitude. Hi. Hello. Goku waved at the monk. Thwack. Master Roshi struck Goku on the head with his cane. That hurts. Goku exclaimed, a sizable bump forming on his head. It's not high. It should be good morning. Master Roshi began his teachings. Good morning, little Goku said, clutching the large bump on his head. Haha, Master Wutian is training his disciples. How delightful, how delightful. The monk chuckled. It has been a long time. Master Roshi nodded earnestly. How is your health? The monk inquired, observing Master Roshi. You seem to be sweating profusely. Is your health deteriorating? Cough, cough. I've been exercising a bit too much lately, Master Roshi replied with an awkward smile. What kind of exercise are you referring to? The monk asked curiously. You, a monk, should refrain from prying too much. Can you handle it? Master Roshi said with a smug expression. The monk chose to remain silent. Cough, cough. How are your two disciples faring in their training? The monk redirected the conversation. They have only just begun, but I believe they both have great potential, Master Roshi said with a smile. The master says we have potential, Krillin exclaimed, grabbing little Goku's hand. I'm absolutely thrilled. Little Goku danced with joy. If we adhere to a strict regimen, they could participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament in 8 months, Master Roshi contemplated. The World Martial Arts Tournament, how remarkable. The monk remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Actually, I have a mysterious senior disciple who is quite formidable, Master Roshi whispered. Really? The monk was taken aback. Just then, Vegeta reappeared using instant transmission. Look, that is my mysterious senior disciple, Vegeta, Master Roshi declared proudly. How did he arrive? The monk asked in astonishment. That is precisely why he is so mysterious. Master Roshi chuckled. All right, old man, let us proceed to the next training session, Vegeta called out. Ha ha ha, your mysterious senior disciple is rather impolite. The monk laughed. Master Roshi chose not to respond. Vegeta, will you also participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Little Goku asked excitedly. I shall not partake in that tedious tournament. I will effortlessly claim the first place, Vegeta replied with a smirk. Is that so? That seems reasonable, little Goku nodded. We also aspire to claim first place, Krillin added. Your goals are not merely to seize the top title. This world is not as simple as you envision. Master Roshi interjected. Only with the determination to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament can you truly immerse yourselves in training. Are there many strong individuals in this world? Little Goku inquired. Indeed, there are countless, Master Roshi affirmed. Didn't Vegeta claim he could easily secure first place? Little Goku asked again. Master Roshi was momentarily speechless and gazed up at the distant sky. Look how blue the sky is over there. Little Goku appeared puzzled. Do you know how high the sky reaches? The turtle sage inquired. Little Wukong shook his head in confusion once more. Do your best, little one, the turtle sage sighed. Only when you comprehend the vastness of the heavens will you truly grasp the enormity of the world. Still perplexed, little Wukong scratched his head. We must continue delivering the milk. The turtle sage bid farewell to the monk with a wave. Best of luck. The monk nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta, where's your milk? The turtle sage asked. I gave it to my friend to drink, Vegeta replied honestly. The turtle sage, you are indeed remarkably generous. Never mind. I shall not impose upon you. Chapter 164, The Inner Trials of Vegeta. Subsequently, Master Roshi guided Vegeta, Goku, and Krillin across a perilous narrow bridge spanning a dizzying chasm. traversing a vast desert fraught with peril and fording the tumultuous waters of a raging river, ultimately entering the territory of ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex hunters. The morning training had reached a temporary conclusion. Vegeta joined them in their exercises, focusing not on physical prowess, but rather the fortification of his spirit. After all, Vegeta had already honed his body to its utmost limits. Moreover, both he and ultra-pure water had ceased to be effective. Vegeta recognized that the forthcoming endeavors must center on the cultivation of his inner self. With his corporeal form perfected and possessing an immortal physique, future growth and strength would inevitably be intertwined with the refinement of his spirit. To truly comprehend the essence of ultimate freedom, one must first achieve a tranquil mind. Vegeta's thoughts were currently tumultuous, making time spent training under Master Roshi a prudent choice. Of course, accompanying Master Roshi in training did not preclude him from indulging in other activities. The morning's training session had concluded, and now commenced the next phase. Master Roshi addressed Vegeta and the others, while Goku and Krillin huffed and puffed from exhaustion. Vegeta, however, felt no fatigue. The morning's task involved aiding the farmers in tilling the land. Master Roshi gestured towards a vast stretch of barren soil. Vegeta, will you join us in cultivating the land? Goku inquired. Very well, Vegeta replied, nodding. Let us begin without tools. Use your hands to till the soil, as this will strengthen your waist, legs, and arms. Master Roshi suggested. Do I still need to train? Vegeta asked. You may do as you please, Master Roshi replied, shaking his head. That plot of land belongs to me. Vegeta declared, pointing to a distant patch of wasteland. Let us commence. Master Roshi commanded with a sweeping gesture. Goku and Krillin swiftly began to dig with their hands, while Vegeta closed his eyes, channeling his will to cultivate the earth. In an instant, the patch Vegeta had chosen was transformed by an unseen energy. Master Roshi was rendered speechless, caught in a moment of silence. Vegeta, perhaps you might consider slowing your pace. You may achieve even greater results, he suggested. The Turtle Sage proposed an idea. Vegeta cast a profound glance at the old man. Despite his lecherous demeanor, it was undeniable that this elder possessed remarkable prowess in martial arts. There were numerous aspects of cultivation that even Krillin had failed to elucidate. Yet the Turtle Sage could discern the subtleties. Upon reflection, Vegeta found this quite reasonable. Krillin, being an angel, trained under divine guidance. While his own progress had been exceedingly rapid, it was nearly impossible to glean further knowledge from Krillin. In contrast, training under the Turtle Sage would refine his inner self. The Turtle Sage was adept at identifying the shortcomings of human cultivation. Vegeta nodded gently. Tonight, we shall continue our search for a suitable location. I shall take you out for some enjoyment, he declared. Really? The Turtle Sage was filled with excitement. After a morning of labor, Goku and Krillin were utterly exhausted. You two have taken such an inordinate amount of time to cultivate so little land. Just look at the expanse Vegeta has transformed, the Turtle Sage remarked, gesturing towards a distant stretch of wilderness that Vegeta had effortlessly converted into arable land using his invisible energy. Krillin and Goku were taken aback. Beginning tomorrow, you shall increase the area you cultivate. Failure to do so will result in no meals, the Turtle Sage instructed. At breakfast time, Vegeta and Goku consumed a mere 1% of the Turtle Sage's savings, leaving him on the verge of tears. Kakarot, do not overindulge. Merely achieving a moderate fullness will suffice, Vegeta advised. Huh? Why? Goku asked, taken aback. Excessive consumption can adversely affect your health, Vegeta replied with a smile. All right. Then I shall limit myself to this amount. Goku nodded in agreement. The Turtle Sage, however, was left in a state of despair. Are you both only a third full? My savings. With 8 months left, will my savings be depleted by you two? Fortunately, your farming will provide me with a fair amount of money. There is a time for learning between breakfast and lunch. Merely exercising one's body does not suffice to become an exceptional martial artist. Mental training is equally essential. Master Roshi has prepared a stool and a small blackboard for his lesson. I am not fond of studying, young Goku remarked, feeling overwhelmed. Heh. This is where my advantage lies, Krillin replied with a grin. Vegeta silently listened from his seat. Let us begin with you, Goku, Master Roshi instructed. Open the Dragon Ball. Start by comprehending the book on the erasure technique by the Omni King, beginning at chapter 27. Young Goku commenced reading aloud. Did you come to my house today merely to mock me, Bai Dilly? Asked Utian. Shut your mouth. Bai Dilly retorted before storming out. I didn't say anything. Utian scratched his head in confusion. At noon, 12:30 p.m., Master Roshi set up the hammock. From now until 1:30 p.m., it is time for a nap. he declared. Exercise well, study diligently, play happily, eat heartily, and sleep soundly. This is the way of turtle school cultivation. Young Goku lay down and quickly fell asleep, soon joined by Krillin. However, Vegeta struggled to drift off for quite some time. Vegeta, your mind is too burdened, which is why you find it hard to sleep. Master Roshi observed. How long has it been since you last had a good night's sleep? I indeed have not slept well in a long time, Vegeta admitted. Sleep is a process of recharging, Master Roshi explained. You can think of us as machines. If we keep working without pause, we will run out of power. Sleep replenishes our energy, allowing us to function better. You are right, Vegeta nodded slightly. In fact, sometimes, sleeping while holding a girl can expedite the recharging process. You could consider it a quick charge. Master Roshi continued, glancing at the already slumbering Krillin and young Goku. Since they are asleep, shouldn't we find a place for a quick charge? I'll go cuddle with Bulma, Vegeta thought, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Master Roshi, Vegeta appeared in Bulma's room through instant transmission. She was in a deep, peaceful slumber. Vegeta quietly slipped under the covers beside her. Ah, Bulma gasped. It's me. Vegeta, he whispered. Vegeta? What are you doing in my bed? Bulma exclaimed angrily. No need to shout. I merely wish to hold you and sleep. He replied. Vegeta gently embraced Bulma. Bulma remarked, I truly am merely holding you to sleep, just a hug. Vegeta reiterated, I shall not engage in any excessive actions. What is this? You've become so diminutive. It feels as though I am sleeping beside a child, Bulma huffed. Would you prefer me to grow larger? Vegeta chuckled softly. Just refrain from that, Bulma responded, shaking her head. Chapter 165, Matey. Does he dare seize even the staff of the angel? Universe 11, Planet Matey. Matey extracted the seal of the Supreme Kai from his mouth and opened the lid. Whoosh. Supreme Kai swiftly appeared, returning to his original state. Is Lord Matey safe now? Kai, now psychologically shaken, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. With me here, do you still feel insecure? Matey scoffed. That is indeed true, Kai chuckled heartily. Supreme Kai, do you not possess a crystal ball? Immediately use it to check whether Vegeta is alone, Matey commanded. Huh? Now to observe Vegeta? Kai was taken aback. Right this moment. Hurry, Matey urged. All right, I shall take a look now. Kai nodded, promptly raising his hand. Clap. A crystal ball materialized in Kai's grasp. He secured the crystal ball against a stone and began to chant. Suddenly, the crystal ball displayed a flurry of snowflakes. What is happening? Why can't I see Vegeta? Kai was dazed for several seconds. What is going on? Matey inquired, a frown adorning his face. Ah, I just recalled. Did Vegeta not seize Lord Margarita's staff? Kai asked in astonishment. What are you saying? Matey, having never seen the staff in Vegeta's possession, was bewildered. When Vegeta visited Universe 11, he left the staff on the planet Ramsey of Universe 10. When I encountered him, I discovered he held Lord Margarita's staff, Kai explained. What color was it? Matey inquired. Red, Kai affirmed. I distinctly remember that Lord Margarita's staff is red. How could it possibly end up in Vegeta's hands? The exquisite flavors left one utterly astonished. It is worth noting that each angel wields a staff of a distinct hue. Vados' staff is a vibrant crimson, while Margarita's is a lovely pink, and Kessa's staff is a delicate shade of rose. Upon closer inspection, one might find that Vados' staff bears a striking resemblance to Margarita's. This similarity is precisely why K deduced that Vegeta had stolen Margarita's staff. I am certain that my crystal ball's inability to reveal Vegeta's presence is due to his concealment through Lady Margarita's staff, K remarked solemnly. That rascal possesses quite the audacity. He dares to seize an angel's staff. Why-Mind fumed. Where is Lady Margarita? Is she not here? K inquired. She has gone on a journey and will likely not return for several days, Why-Mind replied. Then let us discuss matters upon her return, K suggested. I shall return to the Supreme Kai's realm. What do you mean by returning to the Supreme Kai's realm? If you leave, what if Vegeta ambushes you again? Why-Mind retorted angrily. Indeed, you make a valid point. I shall remain here for the time being, K scratched his head, until the matter between Vegeta and myself is resolved. Your presence by my side is the wisest choice. Why-Mind huffed. How did you manage to bring me back? K asked curiously. Humph. He was terrified and voluntarily begged for mercy. Returning you to me, Why-Mind scoffed. I see, K exclaimed in realization. Then I should be safe to return. Have you not already reconciled your grievances? Do you truly believe this matter is settled? Why-Mind chuckled lightly, as the god of destruction. I cannot allow a mere human to threaten me without consequence. What are your intentions, Lady Wymide? Kay asked. Fear not. I do not intend to kill him. Did he not seal you? Then I shall seal him. A chilling glint shone in Wymide's eyes. Kay remained silent. I will seal him away and bring him back to deal with him at my leisure. I wish for him to comprehend the dire consequences of provoking me. Wymide narrowed her eyes, her voice growing increasingly frigid. Very well, you certainly should not oppose us gods. Kay clenched his fists, filled with righteous indignation. He ought not to have sealed me. His actions are profoundly disrespectful. Since you have reached this conclusion, that is splendid, Wymide smiled. Shortly, when he is alone, you shall transport me to his vicinity, and then you will immediately enter this small vial, which I shall conceal within my own being. Thus, I shall have no further reservations. I can thoroughly teach him a lesson while simultaneously sealing him. Kay glanced at the small vial and ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Now, the two awaited the return of Margarita. However, this wait extended for an interminable duration. Margarita had ventured out for leisure and roamed outside for several months before finally returning. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Vegeta continued to train his mind under the guidance of Master Roshi. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant regarding the movements of Mei and Kay. Should these two dare to appear within the 7th universe, Vegeta would undoubtedly be the first to notice. He sensed that someone was observing him, and upon careful contemplation, he deduced it was the Kaishin Kay. This type of observation was easily detectable by Vegeta, unlike the subtlety of an angel's watchfulness, which only registered as a faint presence to him. For the time being, Vegeta paid it no mind and indulged in romantic moments with Bulma during his leisure. Seizing this opportunity, he disseminated information about himself throughout the universe, claiming that he had captured Frieza. Consequently, over the ensuing months, numerous members of Frieza's army hastened towards the galaxy where Earth resided. Months later, with the resurrection of the Super Dragon Balls, Vegeta planned to relocate this galaxy to the 10th universe. He believed that with the support of Rumsey in the 10th universe, he would be better equipped to protect Bulma and Earth. Naturally, Vegeta also aimed to grow stronger, though surpassing the God of Destruction would require considerable effort. As time progressed, Goku and Krillin gradually acclimated to their new routines of delivering milk and farming. The two young ones were continuously maturing. At this juncture, only a month remained until the World Martial Arts Tournament. In Master Roshi's room, Vegeta was enjoying tea with him. Suddenly, he recalled that he had seen launch and inquired, "Did you not have Krillin and Kakarot find you a lovely young lady to teach martial arts to?" Master Roshi's eyes sparkled as he replied, "What a splendid idea. How did I overlook that? Alas, it may be too late now. They are already on their path." What a pity. Vegeta chose not to elaborate further. Launch was indeed a delightful girl. If he could find her and spend time with her, it would be a very suitable choice. Moreover, her ability to transform added an element of intrigue. Wouldn't it be more amusing if she suddenly changed into another form during their adventures? "Hey, you're drooling," Master Roshi remarked. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Nothing," Vegeta replied. Vegeta chuckled softly. After more than 7 months of companionship, the relationship between him and Master Roshi had significantly improved. After all, Vegeta often took Master Roshi to the women's bathhouse for leisure, a place the old master relished. "When shall we go again? It's been several days since our last visit," Master Roshi inquired, nudging Vegeta with his elbow. "Did we not just go yesterday?" Vegeta retorted with mild irritation. "Was it yesterday?" Master Roshi scratched his head. "I have fully recovered recently, feeling robust and vigorous. Such embarrassing incidents as the first time will no longer occur. Over the past few months, how many places have I taken you to? Perhaps around 100? Vegeta posited. "A total of 189. Master Roshi chuckled heartily. "I hadn't realized we had visited so many places. Perhaps you could teach me that instant transmission technique?" Master Roshi suggested. "That's beyond your grasp." Vegeta shook his head. "Only true deities can master such instantaneous movement." "What a pity," Master Roshi lamented. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" At that moment, little Goku burst through the door, exclaiming in excitement. "What is it?" Master Roshi asked. "Grandpa, come quick," little Goku urged, pulling Master Roshi outside, while calling back to Vegeta, "Vegeta, if you're free, come and see." Vegeta sauntered behind them leisurely. Little Goku led Master Roshi to a massive boulder. "What is wrong with this rock?" Master Roshi wondered, eyeing the great stone curiously. Vegeta also glanced up at it. "We can push it now," Krillin exclaimed excitedly. "Look," little Goku said, giving it a strong shove. With a rumble, the boulder trembled and shifted forward by about an inch. Master Roshi's eyes widened in astonishment. "I'm so tired." Little Goku gasped for breath. Now it's my turn to show you what I can do. Even if it's not as far as what little Goku did, Krillin declared with enthusiasm. With a vigorous push, Krillin managed to move the rock slightly forward. Master Roshi fell silent, his expression one of shock. Vegeta stood nearby, hands in his pockets, a smile gracing his face. This old man likely hadn't anticipated such rapid progress from his two disciples. Is it time to teach us some martial arts now? Little Goku asked eagerly. It's acceptable, Master Roshi wiped his brow quietly. I was merely jesting, yet they took me seriously. I find I have little left to teach. Master Roshi reflected. What? Both Krillin and little Goku were taken aback. The fundamental principles of the Turtle School's martial arts have all been encompassed within the 7 months of your training, Master Roshi explained. Unbeknownst to you, you have honed your eyes, fists, feet, entire bodies, and minds. Furthermore, the primary focus of your cultivation lies in your state of mind. Vegeta interjected with an additional remark. Indeed, Master Roshi nodded in agreement. I don't understand, little Goku shook his head. State of mind? Are you referring to a lecherous mindset? Krillin rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He was well aware that Vegeta frequently took the teacher out for leisure activities, prompting an internal monologue of skepticism from Krillin. You may choose not to bring along the little Yukon, but at the very least, you should have included me. Bang. Master Roshi struck Krillin on the head with his staff, causing a significant bump to form. Where was I? Master Roshi inquired. You were saying that we have perfected our bodies and minds, little Wukong replied. Indeed, martial arts are merely the application of fundamental skills, Master Roshi elucidated. The essence of martial arts is not to determine victory or defeat, but to conquer oneself. Thus, you must adeptly apply the foundational skills you have learned over the past days and develop your own unique fighting style. The purpose of the World Martial Arts Tournament is not to establish a victor, but rather to inspire individuals to strive for greater heights through the contest of martial prowess. Such sentiments hold little significance for me, Vegeta murmured. I pursue martial arts solely to become the true champion of the universe. Master Roshi interjected, do not digress. With a sigh, he continued, you may proceed. Vegeta smiled. With merely a month remaining until the World Martial Arts Tournament, I find that I have little left to teach you. It is best that you continue your training as before, Master Roshi advised. What? Little Wukong and Krillin exclaimed. Their faces filled with surprise and disappointment. However, from now on, you must bear a turtle shell that is twice as heavy. Increasing from the previous 20 kilograms to 40 kilograms, Master Roshi declared. Little Wukong and Krillin responded in unison, understood. Time swiftly passed, and a month later, the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament finally arrived. Vegeta found himself perplexed. That guy, Wamid, truly possesses remarkable patience. It has been 8 long months. Why has he not sought revenge upon me? This is not his usual style. However, unbeknownst to Vegeta, Wamid had waited in vain for Margarita to return. As he remained uncertain whether Vegeta had parted ways with Ramusi, if he were to be with Ramsey, my plan to ambush him would be exceedingly difficult to execute. I must seize the opportunity to seal him away swiftly when Ramsey is absent and abduct him. When Ramsey eventually comes looking for me, I shall vehemently deny any involvement. Furthermore, by the time Ramsey realizes what has transpired, I would have already thoroughly tormented Vegeta. Naturally, Vegeta would no longer participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Such a competition would lose its allure if Vegeta were to take part. Ultimately, Goku and Master Roshi contended for the championship, with Master Roshi claiming victory by the slightest margin. After the tournament concluded, Goku requested the Dragon Radar from Bulma to embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Simultaneously, the Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 6th and 7th universes had finally been revived. Chapter 167, The Quest for the Super Dragon Balls in Universe 10, on Ramsey's planet. With a swift motion, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to arrive on Ramsey's planet. Ramsey, the Super Dragon Ball should have revived, correct? Vegeta inquired. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it, Ramsey nodded, shaking his elephantine trunk. But do you truly intend to relocate the galaxy from the 7th universe to the 10th? Why not? Vegeta chuckled. You've already offended that character from the universe. And you still wish to provoke Beerus? Ramsey lamented. Since I've already angered one, what difference does it make to offend Beerus as well? Vegeta replied with a smirk. By the way, has that character from Universe 11 not troubled you for nearly a year? Ramsey asked curiously, sensing it was out of character for him. Oh dear. That is because Margarita has not returned and has been frolicking in Universe 11, Kess interjected. Currently, Lord Whis has no knowledge of whether Vegeta is alone. Oh. So that's the reason, Ramsey realized. Vegeta understood as well. No wonder that character had remained silent for an entire year. It makes sense now. Relocating that galaxy to Universe 10 would be beneficial. Ramsey resolved, this way, if you encounter any danger in our universe, I can rush to your aid at a moment's notice. Then I shall trouble the two of you to search for the Dragon Balls, Vegeta smiled. You certainly have a plethora of ideas, Ramsey laughed heartily, and thus the decision was made joyfully. Kiss, let us set off immediately. Very well, Lord Ramsey. Kiss expressed her agreement. Nowadays, nearly all significant figures from the 7th universe have made their appearance in the galaxy that encompasses Earth. However, planets such as Namek, Yardrat, and Cyril do not belong to the galaxy of Earth. They reside in other galaxies. There is also a particularly noteworthy planet that seems unable to relocate, Vegeta inquired. What significant planet? Ramsey asked. Namek and Yardrat, Vegeta replied. What are the characteristics of those two planets? Ramsey was taken aback. These planets can incite points of conflict and provide individuals with reasons to engage in combat, Vegeta responded. Speak plainly, Ramsey said, his expression darkening. What are you saying? It no longer matters. We shall discuss it later. Vegeta shook his head. In a year, the Dragon Balls will be revived, won't they? Very well. Kess and I shall set out to search for the Dragon Balls. Ramus nodded. And what about you? Will you return to the 7th universe? Indeed. I shall await your return there, Vegeta responded with a nod. You should use instant transmission to transport us to the 7th universe. It will save considerable time. Ramus suggested. If you were willing to accompany us in the quest for the Dragon Balls, I feel we could complete the collection in a day rather than 7. Allow me a moment to contemplate, Vegeta mused, stroking his chin. Kess interjected. Ramus, what is there to ponder? If you wish to go, then go. If not, be on your way. However, Ramus continued, that aside, have you visited the 2nd universe during this past year? Vegeta suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired. Why would I venture to the 2nd universe? I have already sent you a video, Ramus asserted confidently. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. Is that video the reason? That pure black frame revealed not even a face. Are you trying to make me feel lonely? It seems that Ramsey has not ventured into the 2nd universe all year. He likely hasn't been in contact with Hellies either. Quite remarkable. Ramsey, when time permits, I shall take you to see the grasslands. Vegeta patted Ramsey on the shoulder. What nonsense. Ramsey huffed. Now, will you join us in the search for the Dragon Balls? Please give us a definite answer. Very well, I shall reluctantly accompany you, Vegeta replied, stepping forward to embrace Kess. Be gentle, I want to run away, Kess sighed. Ramsey placed his hand on Vegeta's shoulder. In an instant, Vegeta executed a technique of instantaneous movement, transporting Kess and Ramsey to the vast expanse of the 7th universe. Let us commence our search for the Dragon Balls, Ramsey called out, glancing at Kess. The crystal orb atop Kess's staff shimmered brilliantly, scanning for the Super Dragon Balls within the 7th universe. With a crack, Vegeta's left hand manifested the Angel S staff, utilizing the orb atop it to seek out the treasures. There are 3 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. Let us gather these 3 together, Vegeta proposed. Impressive. Young one, you wield the Angel S staff with such finesse, Ramsey remarked, filled with admiration. I shall collect the 2, while you gather the remaining 1. Vegeta outlined his strategy. Let us proceed. Ramsey did not object, and both parties set forth. With his ability to teleport, Vegeta swiftly pinpointed the location of the Super Dragon Balls, appearing almost instantaneously in the starry void where one resided. This Super Dragon Ball was colossal, nearly the size of Earth itself, radiating a golden glow that illuminated the cosmos. Vegeta landed upon its surface and touched the ground. In a flash, he executed instantaneous movement, causing the Super Dragon Ball to vanish from sight. In less than 5 minutes, Vegeta had gathered 2 of the Super Dragon Balls. 20 minutes later, Ramsey and Kess finally arrived with the last one. You are exceedingly slow, Vegeta lamented. I have been waiting here for quite some time, even managing a brief nap. With all that time, why didn't you assist us in transporting the Dragon Balls? Ramsey rolled his eyes. Let us head to the 6th universe. Vegeta dismissed Ramsey's comment. Hey, I'm speaking to you, Ramsey retorted, his expression darkening. Onward, Vegeta declared, once more embracing Kess. Once again, I have been ignored by this brat, Ramsey thought as they set off. Vegeta, accompanied by Krillin and Ramses, executed a swift instant transmission. In but a fleeting moment, the trio materialized within the cosmic expanse of Universe 6. It is said that Universe 6 harbors 4 Dragon Balls. Pondering this, Vegeta stroked his chin and remarked, I shall exert a bit more effort. You two should search for the nearest Dragon Ball. Chapter 168. The Mysterious Death Galaxy. Krillin and Ramses nodded in agreement, and they parted ways. Vegeta swiftly navigated into a galaxy, where he soon discovered a Super Dragon Ball. Just as he prepared to claim this extraordinary orb, he was struck by an unsettling realization. This galaxy seemed peculiar. How could such a vast expanse of space harbor not a single trace of life? Being a disciple of a supreme Kai, Vegeta possessed a rudimentary understanding of cosmic systems. It was evident to him that this galaxy was not newly formed. Typically, newly birthed galaxies lack life, as they are imbued with vitality by the supreme Kai. The age of this galaxy appeared to be comparable to that of the Milky Way. So how could every celestial body within it have transformed into a lifeless wasteland? Driven by curiosity, Vegeta sought out a planetary body for investigation. To his horror, he discovered that the inhabitants, both human and animal, along with various other beings, had been ruthlessly slaughtered. Who could be so merciless? Not a single survivor remained. No animals. Not even the most resilient of plants. Shaking his head in disbelief, Vegeta proceeded to another planet that once teemed with life, only to find it similarly desolate. The manner of death for its inhabitants mirrored that of the previous world. After inspecting 2 or 3 more planets, he encountered a dishearteningly uniform scene. Clearly, this devastation was wrought by human hands. It appeared that a dreadfully formidable entity had emerged within this galaxy, annihilating all forms of life. Truly a force to be reckoned with. Was this the doing of that rogue, Hit? It does not seem like him. Regardless, this is neither the 10th universe nor the 7th universe. It has no bearing on me, for I am merely a spectator. Upon learning of the situation, Vegeta did not delve further, instead departing this galaxy with the Super Dragon Balls. He positioned the Super Dragon Balls at the edge of the universe, as it would facilitate a better convergence with Kess and the others. Subsequently, transporting these 4 Dragon Balls to the 7th universe would enable the summoning of the Eternal Dragon. Vegeta then set out to locate the 2nd Dragon Ball. Unlike the first, the 2nd Dragon Ball resided in an isolated expanse of cosmic space. With ease, Vegeta gathered the 2nd Dragon Ball alongside the first. The 3rd Dragon Ball was located in another galaxy. The universe of the Dragon Ball realm is composed of a series of galaxies, each akin to vast star systems. For instance, the galaxy containing Earth is indeed a substantial star system. Given the current technological advancements of humanity, the entirety of the Milky Way has yet to be thoroughly explored. Vegeta swiftly appeared within this galaxy, successfully locating the 3rd Dragon Ball. Shortly thereafter, he was perplexed to discover that this galaxy too had transformed into a dead star system, similarly eradicated by human intervention. The methods of demise for both star systems were fundamentally alike. Vegeta chose not to linger, quickly departing with the Dragon Balls. As he congregated the 3rd Dragon Ball with the previous 2, Kess and Ramses arrived bearing the final Dragon Ball. The 4 Dragon Balls of the 6th universe were completely collected. The process had unfolded with unexpected ease. Ramses chuckled, remarking on the simplicity of gathering the Dragon Balls via instantaneous movement. Vegeta sighed in admiration. By the way, have you made any discoveries on your end? Ramses inquired. Turning to Vegeta, are you referring to the situation with the galaxies? Vegeta responded, momentarily taken aback. You noticed it too? Ramses exclaimed in astonishment. The 2 galaxies I gathered the Dragon Balls from have both transformed into lifeless star systems, devoid of any existence. Vegeta lamented, uncertain who could orchestrate such a grand scheme. I have observed the same. During my return flight, I discovered that not only was my galaxy affected, but many nearby galaxies have also succumbed to this fate. All transformed into dead star systems. Ramses nodded, swaying his long nose. Alas, a total of 21 galaxies have become lifeless star systems. Kess, observing through her staff, expressed her astonishment. What? So many? Ramses gasped. Does that fellow Pa know about this? Has he not gone to the 2nd universe for work? I suspect he remains oblivious. Vegeta replied, shaking his head. What do you intend to do? Should we inform him? If this continues, all life in the universe may very well be extinguished. Ramses lamented that when the time truly arrived, the 6th universe would likely no longer warrant existence. So that is the case. It seems we must take action. Vegeta responded. Kess, can you discern who is responsible? Ramses inquired. Let's investigate first. It would be prudent to prepare in case such a fiend ventures into our 10th universe. Understood. Lord Ramses. I shall look into it immediately, Kess replied, promptly gazing into the crystal orb atop the staff to analyze the origin of the Death Star. Upon her examination, Kess was momentarily taken aback. It is Zamasu, she revealed, uttering his name. Zamasu? What nonsense is this? Did I not have him killed? When did he come back to life? Ramsey asked, bewildered. It must have been Kappa who resurrected him. Seeking intelligence regarding our 10th universe, Vegeta speculated. You make a valid point, Ramsey nodded, then turned to Kess. Kess, immediately check what that scoundrel Zamasu is up to. Kess nodded slightly and resumed her search for Zamasu's precise location using the staff. After her investigation, Kess gently shook her head. It appears he is already dead. She remarked. Dead? How did that happen? Ramsey queried. With a flash, the staff in Kess's hand illuminated, projecting an image. The scene depicted Zamasu. This occurred 7 months ago. Kess explained. So he has been dead for 7 months? Ramsey comprehended. Vegeta glanced at the image. It showcased a reddish-yellow planet, where Zamasu was mercilessly slaughtering the inhabitants. Suddenly, a cloaked figure descended from the sky, stabbing Zamasu in the back with a finger. With a sickening sound, the figure's finger effortlessly pierced through Zamasu's body. Emerging from his chest, the figure seemed somewhat familiar to Ramsey, who pondered deeply. It's Hit, Vegeta answered. Indeed, Hit. The assassin from the 6th universe, Ramsey nodded, recollecting. You, how could you? Zamasu trembled violently. It is said you have annihilated numerous galaxies. As a cosmic-level assassin, I only target the wicked, yet here you are. Showing no mercy, even to the innocent. Hit coldly retorted. Chapter 169, The Galactic Exchange of Universes. Is it truly you? Zamasu struggled to turn his head. Glancing back at Hit. Die? Hit bellowed, abruptly withdrawing his hand from Zamasu's chest, violently shattering his heart. Zamasu emitted a piercing scream. Boom. With a decisive wave of his hand, Hit unleashed a formidable energy that enveloped Zamasu, reducing him to mere ashes and causing his immediate demise. This individual truly had it coming. Ramsey shook his head. Since the deed was done, there was no point in dwelling on it. Though it was a pity for the 21 galaxies. Let us depart, he suggested. Vegeta remained silent, acknowledging that Zamasu's death spared him the necessity of taking action himself. In a swift motion, Vegeta began to gather the Dragon Balls. The 4 Super Dragon Balls were soon relocated to the 7th universe. At last, the Super Dragon Balls were assembled. Chris, summon the Eternal Dragon, Ramsey instructed. Very well, Lord Ramsey. Chris nodded, commencing the invocation in the divine tongue. In an instant, a colossal golden dragon emerged from the 7 Super Dragon Balls, coiling majestically within the cosmic expanse. To the one who has gathered the Dragon Balls, speak your wish. And I shall fulfill it, resonated the voice of the Eternal Dragon. Vegeta, make your wish swiftly, Ramsey urged, patting him on the shoulder. Eternal Dragon, could you relocate the galaxy that houses Earth to the 10th universe? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, any wish can be granted, affirmed the Eternal Dragon. Then I entrust you with this wish, Vegeta declared. No problem, replied the Eternal Dragon, its golden eyes shimmering with an ethereal power. This divine energy swiftly enveloped the galaxy containing Earth. In a blink, the galaxy of the 7th universe vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a vast galaxy appeared within the cosmic fabric of the 10th universe. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell, announced the Eternal Dragon, transforming into 7 golden flames that rapidly dispersed across the universe. Calm returned to the 7th universe. Chris immediately grasped her staff, peering into the crystal orb to confirm the presence of the galaxy in the 10th universe. Indeed, the galaxy has materialized in our 10th universe, Chris remarked with a smile. Vegeta, your mission is complete. Shall we return? Ramsey chuckled, adding that Vegeta would no longer need to visit the 7th universe, essentially never having to return. Vegeta cast a deep, contemplative glance at the cosmic scenery of the 7th universe. Farewell, 7th universe. I may very well reside in the 10th universe from now on. That sounds splendid. Should that troublesome fellow dare to confront you in our 10th universe, despite our comparable strengths, if we join forces, we shall surely leave him questioning his existence, Ramsey said, his excitement evident as he playfully wiggled his nose. No, I wish to defeat him with my own hands. Vegeta's expression grew serious. What did you say? Ramsey was taken aback. Do you truly believe that I have done nothing over the past year? A smile flickered on Vegeta's face. No, to be precise, it should be 8 months. What have you been up to? Were you not on Earth? Indulging in some shameless antics with your little girlfriend? Ramsey scratched his head, gazing at Vegeta with a peculiar grin. Vegeta immediately turned to Kess. You haven't shown that elephant the video of me and Bulma together, have you? Vegeta's expression darkened. Cough. Am I really that sort of person? Kess shook her head. That's good. Vegeta sighed in relief. You stingy little thing. What difference would it make? I even showed you the black basket. Ramsey rolled his eyes. Let's head back first. Vegeta beckoned. I want to return and check on Earth. I hope there won't be any issues with it being shifted to Universe 10. Of course there won't be any problems. After all, it's the Eternal Dragon. Ramsey grinned. In an instant, Vegeta, along with Kess and Ramsey, returned to Universe 10. Shortly thereafter, Vegeta executed an instant transmission, appearing above Earth and gazing downward. Indeed, everything seemed fine. Below, Goku was searching for the Dragon Balls and had already encountered the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma was also busy continuing her studies. The people on Earth remained unchanged, utterly oblivious to the fact that they had switched universes. Now we can rest easy, right? Ramsey smiled. I told you there would be no issues. And indeed there are none. Yet, I still feel as though something is amiss, Vegeta frowned. Aside from the matter with the delicious food, there shouldn't be anything else. Ramsey replied with a slight smile. Let us take a trip to the King Kai's realm, Vegeta suggested. Why do we need to go there? Ramsey was puzzled. Just to check. I can't shake this feeling of unease, Vegeta contemplated. All right, if you're worried, let us go take a look, Ramsey nodded in agreement. In a flash, Vegeta, accompanied by Kess and Ramsey, used instant transmission again, soon appearing above the realm of King Kai. Meanwhile, in the galaxy where Earth resides, at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, it is noteworthy that this is where Jack works, also situated within the same galaxy as Earth. Jack oversees the care of the planet Earth. In Mel's chamber, he was previously engaged in a work discussion with Jack. Mel's. We need to prioritize the capture of Sagambo and his gang, Jack informed Mel's. Indeed, this band of robbers is truly heinous. We should expedite their apprehension. Mel's nodded gently. Such an honorable task. I shall not contend with you for it. Jack patted his chest, generously breaking into a hearty laugh directed at Mel's. I will make the necessary arrangements and set off to capture Sagambo. Mel smiled nonchalantly, well aware of Gak's character. However, just as Mel finished speaking, an unsettling sensation suddenly washed over him. Furrowing his brow, he promptly moved to the window to gaze outside. What is wrong, Mels? Are you feeling unwell? Gak inquired. Taken aback, Mels remained silent, acutely sensing that the galaxy seemed to have shifted. How could this be? The subtle fluctuations of the galaxy did not escape the notice of the novice angel. It's nothing. I simply wish to be alone for a moment. Mels replied with a soft smile. Very well, I shall fetch the girl named Quiet for you. Gak nodded in agreement. Mels then clarified. I meant to say, I wish to be alone. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Understood. I will take my leave now. Gak promptly exited Mel's chamber. After Gak departed, Mel swiftly retrieved his staff. Ordinarily, while training in the human realm, he was advised against using the angelic staff or any celestial powers. Nonetheless, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. This time, Mels made an exception and employed the celestial staff. Using it, he sought to discern the cause of the peculiar sensation regarding the galaxy. Why did it feel as though an entire universe had changed? After a thorough examination, however, Mels found himself at a loss. Ultimately, his level of proficiency was insufficient to uncover the relevant information. Contemplating for a moment, Mels decided to summon Vados through the staff. In the Supreme Kai realm, high above, Vegeta, Kaiatsu, and Ramsey looked down at the Supreme Kai world. They observed Gawas instructing a figure adorned with a golden halo. Upon recognizing this individual, Ramsey felt a wave of despair wash over him. It's Zamasu. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. Is this wretched being never going to relent? Oh dear, I didn't expect Zamasu to return to our 10th universe, Kaiatsu lamented. We should descend, Vegeta sighed. I had a premonition of something ominous. We ought to resolve this matter swiftly. After all, we can't have him around for the next spring festival, can we? With that, they prepared to act. As Vegeta spoke, he promptly descended from the sky, with Ramsey and Kess following closely behind. On the hallowed ground of the Kaioshin realm, Gawas was imparting knowledge regarding the Kaioshin to Zamasu, who listened attentively. Having met his demise, he had little choice but to be compliant. Once I am resurrected, I shall devise a way to become a disciple of the god of destruction. That detestable hit. If I were to return, I would surely exact my vengeance upon you. You shall learn the consequences of provoking a deity. Should Zamasu possess a ledger of grievances, his animosity towards Vegeta would score a staggering 10,000, while his enmity towards Hit would reach 20,000. I was diligently engaged in my endeavors when you came and assassinated me. However, returning to the matter at hand, Zamasu, how did you find yourself in the 6th universe? Gawas inquired. I embarked on a journey across various universes to broaden my horizons, Zamasu replied. Unfortunately, I was outmatched and met my end in the sixth universe. Fortunately, the king of the sixth universe showed you exceptional mercy, allowing you to enter paradise and retain your corporeal form, thus enabling your return to our 10th universe to seek me out, Gawas remarked wistfully. Indeed. Zamasu nodded with a smile. The king of the sixth universe certainly did not dare to treat me harshly, after all. It was Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus who personally fetched me from the king of hell. Now, remain in the 10th universe and hone your skills, if the opportunity arises. I shall endeavor to secure your resurrection, Gawas encouraged. Thank you, Lord Kaioshin, Zamasu bowed respectfully. Just then, as their conversation unfolded, Vegeta, accompanied by Ramzi and Kess, descended with great force, landing beside Gawas. With a swift kick, Vegeta sent Gawas crashing to the ground, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why are you kicking me? Did you kick the wrong person? It seems you should relinquish the role of the Supreme Kai, Vegeta sighed. If it comes to that, I shall assume the mantle of Supreme Kai myself. Moreover, I have long found this individual intolerable. Vegeta, should you become the Supreme Kai, I shall support you. Ramshur exclaimed with excitement. Vegeta, however, disregarded Ramshur. Yet, if this fool, Gawas, continued on his current path, it was likely that Ramshur would soon find himself in misfortune as well. A plan was necessary to replace Gawas. The question remained, who would be a suitable candidate? Presently, there were no appropriate options at hand. Should they consider letting Reg come in? That individual was far too foolish. Best to avoid that. What about Broly? He too seemed ill-suited. It would be prudent to teach Gawas a lesson first, then reassess. Upon spotting Vegeta's arrival, Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically. Kai. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zamasu attempted to teleport away, sensing ill intent from the newcomer. I must quickly seek out Lord Kampa or Lord Vados. Otherwise, I fear I shall meet my end today. If I die again, my soul will shatter, making resurrection nearly impossible. With a whoosh, Zamasu's figure began to blur. Bang! Ramshur delivered a swift blow, and with a muffled thud, Zamasu cried out in pain, propelled backward to land unceremoniously on the ground. Did you think you could escape by teleportation, Zamasu? You believe you can flee? Ramshur scoffed. Zamasu's expression grew increasingly grim. At that moment, Gawas also rose from the ground. Cough. Is there some sort of misunderstanding, Lord Ramshur? Gawas inquired hastily. Misunderstanding? Ramshur snorted coldly. Chris, show this imbecile Gawas Zamasu's handiwork. Very well, Lord Ramshur. Chris nodded softly, her staff projecting a series of vivid images. Among these scenes, Zamasu transformed into a malevolent entity, slaughtering the beings across 21 galaxies. Soon, those galaxies morphed into realms of death. Upon witnessing such a shocking spectacle, Gawas turned pale, trembling with rage. Zamasu, look at what you have done, Gawas shouted furiously, pointing an accusatory finger at Zamasu. I never claimed I wished to be Supreme Kai. I aspire to become a god of destruction. Zamasu, aware that his misdeeds had been unveiled, ceased to feign innocence, and, rising from the ground, replied through gritted teeth. Even if you wish to be a god of destruction, you cannot slaughter innocent beings, Gawas lamented. Do you comprehend the vastness of those 21 galaxies? Do you have any notion of how many lives exist within them? I am well aware, after all, I was the one who annihilated all the beings across those 21 galaxies, Zamasu proclaimed with an air of triumph. You, Zamasu. I truly misjudged you, Guavas lamented, his countenance reflecting despair as he cradled his head in anguish. Lord Ramses, you have witnessed my masterpiece. Do you not believe I am more suited to the role of a destroyer? Zamasu chuckled. I can effortlessly obliterate an entire galaxy. Although my strength may not rival that of Vegeta, I am certain that with diligent training, I shall not remain inferior to him forever. Chapter 171. Zamasu is destroyed enough of your nonsense. Ramses interjected, shaking his head. The mere fact that you have exterminated the innocent souls of 21 galaxies renders you deserving of the gravest punishment. My destruction of you will elicit no complaints. What did you just say? Zamasu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Everything I have done is the work of a destroyer. What crime have I committed? Are you truly so ignorant? Ramses retorted, when has a destroyer ever engaged in the slaughter of innocent beings? Are you not slaughtering beings when you destroy planets? Zamasu shouted defiantly. What connection exists between planetary destruction and the slaughter of beings? Ramses replied with a gentle smile. The destruction of planets serves to maintain the balance of the universe. A destroyer never slaughters innocent lives. Zamasu was momentarily at a loss for words. If you have any last words, you might as well express them now, Ramses said, extending his hand towards Zamasu. No, this cannot be. The Supreme Being did not convey such a message to me. Zamasu screamed in desperation. Oh, the Supreme Being? Ramses paused, taken aback. I ventured to Universe 11. Where the Supreme Being assigned me to test my capabilities on a galaxy, I eradicated all life within that galaxy, and the Supreme Being praised my efforts, suggesting I possessed the potential to be a destroyer. Zamasu defended himself loudly. Oh, what else did he say? Ramses inquired with a smile. He mentioned that my pace was somewhat slow, and if I were to work in our own universe, I would surely be more adept. Thus, I returned to our 10th universe and entered a galaxy there, Zamasu explained. I encountered a white lizard who claimed to be the Cosmic Emperor. And after I dealt with him, you all brought me to Universe 6. Your understanding is flawed, Zamasu, Vegeta interjected, shaking his head. You have been duped. The Supreme Being intended for you to return to our universe and wreak havoc upon our galaxy. What did you just say? Zamasu appeared to realize he had been played for a fool. Destruction. Ramses had no intention of holding back. A surge of destructive energy struck Zamasu. In an instant, Zamasu's form disintegrated into nothingness, gradually dissipating with the wind. Zamasu was dead. This time, he has truly perished. Apart from the Super Dragon Balls, which possessed the power to resurrect him, the ordinary Dragon Balls can no longer bring him back to life. Guas, could you please put some thought into selecting your disciples in the future? Ramsey admonished Guas with a stern expression. If you truly accept that Zamasu fellow as your student and allow him to wreak havoc, our universe will be irrevocably destroyed by your own hands. Guas, burdened with guilt, lowered his head in silence. If it comes to that, you should promptly abdicate and pass the position of Supreme Kai to Vegeta, Ramsey instructed Guas. I can agree to that. I do not oppose. Guas nodded gravely. I, too, believe that Vegeta is far more suited to assume the role of Supreme Kai than I am. Vegeta, come here for a moment, Ramsey beckoned Vegeta aside. What do you want? I never agreed to become the Supreme Kai, Vegeta huffed. I do not wish to bind my life to anyone else. You brat. As if I would willingly bind my life to yours. Do you even realize how many people you have offended? Ramsey shot a glare at Vegeta. Not only have you antagonized Whis, but you've also incurred the wrath of Beerus. Shouldn't I be the one worrying? Am I the one who has offended anyone? Did we not both offend them together? Vegeta chuckled. In fact, there is an advantage to you becoming the Supreme Kai. At least Whis would not dare to kill you. Ramsey grinned at Vegeta. Should you merely be a disciple of the Supreme Kai or the God of Destruction, Whis could eliminate you without it being deemed a violation. If things escalate, the most that would happen is a reprimand from the Grand Minister. I truly have no desire to be a deity. My greatest aspiration is to become the strongest human in the entire universe. Vegeta sighed heavily. What are you pondering? Ramsey scoffed. Unbeknownst to you, you have already cultivated divine power. Do you still believe you are an ordinary human? Moreover, you should serve as Supreme Kai for a time, then select a suitable disciple. When you no longer wish to continue, simply pass the position to him, Ramsey proposed. Guas seems to have lost his wits if he continues on this path. I fear our 10th universe will truly be in peril. Very well, since you plead so earnestly, I shall reluctantly assume the role of Supreme Kai for now. Vegeta remarked with a resigned expression. Why do I feel as though I am begging you to take on this role of Supreme Kai? Do I not have any suitable candidates? Ramsey mused. It appears I truly lack any suitable alternatives. Vegeta indeed stands as the most fitting choice for the position of Supreme Kai. All right, then, let us settle this pleasant decision. Ramsey nodded with palpable joy. He believed that Vegeta being appointed as the God of Destruction was indeed an excellent choice. After all, their relationship was well established, which would facilitate their future collaboration. Moreover, and most importantly, Vegeta was already well-versed in the duties and responsibilities of a God of Destruction. As you venture out to work, you might as well handle the tasks of the Destroyer, which would indeed simplify matters for me, allowing me to recline in ease. Furthermore, since Vegeta has ascended to the rank of Kaioshin, even the deliciously formidable being dares not confront him, at least not to the extent of ending his life. This consideration is also for Vegeta's well-being. Guas, if it does not trouble you, perhaps you should promptly abdicate your position in favor of Vegeta. Ramsey called out to Guas. Of course, if you have a more suitable candidate, I would not oppose. Do not say that I am coercing you. Well, it is not coercion. Guas nodded gently. Having long contemplated retirement, and Vegeta indeed stands as an excellent choice. That is splendid. Ramsey contentedly swayed the trunk of the elephant. Vegeta, stand firm here. I shall now transfer the position of Kaioshin to you, Guas solemnly declared to Vegeta. Vegeta did not object, remaining with his hands in his pockets, his scepter firmly planted in the ground, just as Guas was about to commence the transfer ceremony of the Kaioshin to Vegeta. A series of beeping sounds emanated from the scepter beside Vegeta. Is someone contacting me? Vegeta paused, turning to Guas. Please wait a moment while I take this call. Guas responded affirmatively as Vegeta activated the communication function on the scepter. Chapter 172. You should call me brother-in-law. Sister Vados, it has been a long time. Melis's voice resonated from the other end. Vegeta was taken aback. Who is this person, and why does he refer to Vados as sister? Which universe does he hail from? I am not Vados. I am her husband, Vegeta replied directly. Melis? Melis was instantly bewildered. Has my sister married? There has never been a precedent of angels marrying. Moreover, how could she not inform me? Oh dear, I truly did not know. How rude of me. Melis responded with a hurried smile. Who are you? Vegeta inquired. I am Melis. Melis? Vegeta muttered, promptly turning to Kes, feigning unfamiliarity with Melis. Kes exhibited a similar expression of confusion, for she too was unaware of Melis. Melis belonged to a newly born angel, who immediately sought out the Grand Priest to report. The Grand Priest had initially intended for Whis to take Melis for training, but as Whis was out on a journey, the Grand Priest summoned Vados to mentor Melis instead. I do not know you. Kes shook her head. When did I acquire a brother? Can we video chat? Melis inquired. Very well. Vegeta did not object and activated the video function. Soon, he beheld Meruz through the crystal orb atop his scepter. At that moment, Meruz had donned the attire of a Galactic Patrol officer, clad in a uniform befitting his role. His skin tone had transformed from blue to a delicate shade of lavender. Are you the husband of Sister Vados? Meruz scrutinized Vegeta from head to toe. You should be addressed as brother-in-law, Vegeta smiled. Indeed, brother-in-law. Meruz did not express any skepticism. After all, even Sister Vados' scepter was in his possession. If he was not the brother-in-law, then who could be? Meruz? Kusu also approached, gazing into the crystal orb at Meruz, and inquired. When were you born? From which universe does this angel hail? Oh, Sister Kusu? Meruz was momentarily taken aback, feeling his mind struggling to keep pace. As for why Meruz recognized Kusu, it was quite natural. The Grand Minister had introduced all the angels to him, and Meruz had diligently memorized each one. However, what perplexed Meruz was the presence of Kusu alongside his brother-in-law. Wasn't he supposed to be with Sister Vados? Moreover, why was his brother-in-law so short? It seemed that he was even shorter than Sister Kusu. Your appearance distinctly suggests that you are but a child. Are you certain you are my brother-in-law? Melis inquired. Would Sister Bardosh truly come to cherish such a diminutive being? I believe I have been in existence for nearly 18 years, he added. Oh? So you and Vegeta were born in the same year, Kes remarked while casting a glance at Vegeta. Wait, is it true that you, brother-in-law, are nearly 18 years old as well? Melis exclaimed, taken aback. I never anticipated that Sister Bardosh would choose such a young human as her husband. Indeed. In a few months, I shall turn 18, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. I am an angel born of the 7th universe, Melis continued, once my physical form stabilized. I sought out the Grand Priest. It was he who assigned Sister Bardosh to guide me in my training, leading me to the Galactic Patrol headquarters of the 7th universe, where I became a Galactic Patrol officer. Melis, dear brother, train diligently and strive to become a formal angel soon, Kes encouraged with a nod. Yes, Sister Kes, Melis smiled, though a hint of confusion clouded his expression as he added, however, I suddenly feel that something is amiss today. It seems that the galaxy I am in has abruptly transitioned to another universe. Kes chuckled. Changed universes, you say? I suspect we are now in the 10th universe. Melis murmured. Quite normal, Kes replied with a smile, after spending so long training in the 7th universe. It is time for you to embrace a new universe and absorb some fresh air. Is that so? Melis seemed to grasp the concept. Yes, Kes confirmed. But wait. I was actually asking why that galaxy would change universes, Melis suddenly realized. Well, that was my doing. I orchestrated the transition of that galaxy into our universe to help you adapt in this new realm. Do you understand now? Kes chuckled. So that's how it is. Melis mused thoughtfully. Just then, a knock echoed from Melis's room. Someone is here. I must conceal the staff. Sister, brother-in-law, farewell, Melis waved. All right, Kes nodded. With a snap, Melis ended the call, and the image on the other side vanished. Thus, it seems the Grand Priest sought out Bardosh due to Melis, Kes finally pieced together. Years ago, because of Melis's situation, Bardosh left Vegeta in the Void Realm. Consequently, Kes brought Vegeta into the 10th universe, and from that point on, he became intertwined with it. It has certainly been quite some time since an angel was born, Ramses mused. Indeed, indeed. Kes nodded, feeling a sense of joy at the birth of Beerus. After all, the angelic lineage was exceedingly rare. The emergence of a new angel was indeed a fortuitous event. He is the angel born in the 7th universe. Will it be problematic if we bring him to the 10th universe? Ramses expressed a hint of concern. Fear not, dear brother Beerus is merely undergoing training. He has already gained experience in the 7th universe, and transitioning to another universe will ultimately be beneficial for him. It will have no adverse effects, Kes reassured. Then I can rest easy, Ramses replied, nodding in understanding. Shall we proceed with the God of Destruction ceremony? Guas has been waiting for quite some time, Kes suggested. Let us begin, Vegeta concurred without objection. In the 11th universe, Whis eagerly awaited the return of Margarita, having longed for her presence. Margarita, you have finally returned, Whis exclaimed, taking a deep breath in relief. Oh dear, I got a bit carried away during my outing and lost track of time, Margarita giggled, casting a knowing glance at Whis. You seem rather troubled. Is something amiss? At that moment, Margarita noticed the God of Destruction, Kai, approaching from a distance. Is that not Lord Kai, the God of Destruction? Have you come to visit? Margarita smiled, waving at him. Margarita, let us not delve into too many questions right now. Why did you not leave me a communication device when you departed? Whis inquired with a hint of frustration, gritting his teeth. Did I forget to leave a communication device? Oh dear, I must have overlooked it. Margarita scratched her head sheepishly, feeling a pang of regret as Whis nearly teared up. You have forgotten. Leaving me to wait for such an extended period. Do you know how I have spent this past year? What urgent matters could the esteemed Lord Whis have to discuss with me? Margarita inquired with curiosity. What else could it be but that scoundrel Vegeta? Whis clenched his teeth, recounting in detail the humiliations he had endured at the hands of Vegeta. Margarita shook her head and sighed, falling into silence for several moments. Does Lord Whis intend to seek vengeance against Vegeta? Margarita asked. Of course, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Whis huffed. Did he truly believe that the God of Destruction could be easily bullied? I cannot swallow this grievance without properly teaching him a lesson. However, Lord Whis has already promised Lord Rumshire that this matter would conclude here. Margarita lamented, and besides, wasn't he the work for the past 8,000 years already annulled? Lord Rumshire surely does not wish for you and Vegeta to continue this quarrel, does he? After all, that 8,000-year task was devised by the two of them to conspire against me. The thought of that 8,000-year task made Whis seethe with resentment. If it weren't for your schemes, would I have fallen for it? It was clearly Lord Whis who was deceived by his own desire to gamble continuously. Margarita sighed. While that may be true, they were the ones who ensnared me first. Whis huffed again. So, what is it that you require of me, Lord Whis? Margarita asked helplessly. Naturally, I need you to observe what Vegeta is up to. See if he is separated from Rumshire. Once he is alone, I shall confront him. Whis tightened his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger palpable. Oh, Margarita, have you retrieved the scepter from Vegeta? Kai had long noticed the scepter in Margarita's hand and had yet to interject. Scepter? What do you mean? Margarita was taken aback. Did Vegeta not seize your scepter? Whis inquired. No, how could he possibly take my scepter? Margarita shook her head. Then whose scepter is that in his possession? It seems quite similar in color to yours. Whis scrutinized Margarita's scepter. If it resembles the color of my scepter, then it must belong to Vados, Margarita mused. That audacious fool has even dared to take the scepter of the Angel of Universe 6. Whis' disdain for Vegeta deepened. What else could this scoundrel be capable of? Perhaps it was not stolen. It might have been a gift from Vados for him to play with. Margarita replied noncommittally with a smile. Regardless of whether it was given or taken, it matters not. Whis huffed. For it is precisely due to the existence of this scepter that the Supreme Kai cannot monitor him through the crystal ball. It appears that Mr. Vegeta's angelic powers have also increased. Margarita murmured to herself. All right, let us hasten to see what Vegeta is up to. The words, bursting forth from her lips, hinted at her eagerness to confront him the moment he was alone. I would prefer to let this matter rest. It would be more fitting for Lord Waymede not to be overly finicky, Margarita sighed. Do not be ridiculous, Waymede retorted with a huff, urging her to check on Vegeta's activities. Reluctantly, Margarita resorted to her staff to locate Vegeta's whereabouts. Before long, she discerned that Vegeta was in the realm of the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Oh dear, Mr. Vegeta is undergoing the divine ceremony to become a Supreme Kai. I believe it won't be long before he ascends to this esteemed position, Margarita observed, promptly responding. What? That brat is about to become a Supreme Kai? Waymede exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, her countenance darkening. Lord Waymede, if Vegeta truly becomes a Supreme Kai, will it not hinder our plans? Kai inquired from the side. Humph. What difference does it make if he becomes a Supreme Kai? Supreme Kai means nothing. Waymede scoffed. If you wish to speak of Vegeta, then let it be solely Vegeta. Do not involve all the Supreme Kais. I have neither provoked nor offended you. I am not speaking of you, so do not take it to heart. Waymede glanced over. Ahem, no. Kai chuckled awkwardly. If he desires to become a Supreme Kai, let him be one, although I cannot destroy him. The thought of sealing him away and tormenting him gradually still brings a sense of accomplishment. The corners of Waymede's mouth lifted slightly, forming a wicked smile. In truth, his ascension to the role of Supreme Kai could be beneficial. Cui Yi replied with a smile. How so? Waymede asked, taken aback. If Vegeta becomes a Supreme Kai, he will no longer be able to be with Lord Ramses at all times, Cui Yi explained with a grin, thus increasing the likelihood of him being alone. In that moment, Waymede's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Cui Yi was indeed speaking the truth. You have ascended to the position of a Supreme Kai. It is time for you to embark on your duties, is it not? You must venture forth to construct a new world, correct? How could Ramses possibly accompany you at all times? Previously, you were Ramses' disciple, which made your frequent companionship quite natural. However, now that you are on the verge of becoming a true god of destruction, is it feasible for you to remain by Ramses' side perpetually? The moment you part ways, you risk losing your identity. If that is the case, in 3 to 5 days, I should be able to seek him out for some trouble. With a huff, Waymede expressed her thoughts. Indeed, Kai nodded in agreement. By the way, I recall that Vegeta has a romantic interest on Earth in the 7th universe. Since I find myself with some idle time to celebrate his ascension to the role of a genuine god of destruction, I shall pay a visit to the 7th universe and lay waste to that planet. Waymede chuckled, pondering whether destroying Earth in the 7th universe constitutes a violation. It is merely a small celestial body, after all. Perhaps I could provide that fellow Beerus with some work. Lady Waymede, it would be unwise to act rashly, sighed Margarita with resignation. If you wish to confront Vegeta, it would be better to approach him directly without involving his friends. Chapter 174, Vegeta's Glorious Ascension. Waymede's calculated revenge. Humph. If he intends to trouble me, let him come directly. Why must he seek out the god of destruction? Waymede's expression darkened, pointing toward the god of destruction Kai beside her. That is likely due to his desire for self-preservation, Margarita replied. Margarita, please do not defend him. I have already made my decision. Waymede huffed coldly and instructed Kai, shortly you shall use instant transmission to transport me to the 7th universe. After which I will seal you away. I will destroy that planet, Earth, in the 7th universe. Very well, Kai readily agreed. Margarita chose to remain silent. Kai, how much longer until this ceremony concludes? Waymede inquired with a huff. At present, it appears there are approximately 5 minutes remaining before the ascension ceremony for the god of destruction is complete, Kai replied. Excellent, we can prepare to depart. Waymede let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with boundless hatred and resentment. Initially, she had no intention of annihilating Earth. However, seeing Vegeta thrive and nearing his transformation into a god of destruction deepened her bitterness. Once, you were merely an ordinary human, I could easily defeat you, and if displeased, destroy you without consequence. Yet now, you have ascended to the status of a god of destruction. Once Vegeta becomes the god of destruction, my capacity to harm him will be significantly diminished. The most I could do is deliver a beating, even if I were to imprison him. It could not be for an extended duration. Such confinement for too long would be unjust. Furthermore, should this matter reach the Grand Minister, it would be challenging to justify my actions. It is fundamentally misguided to confine a Kaishin. In the past, Vegeta could merely be regarded as a disciple of Ramses. It would have been trivial for Whis to detain him or even to undermine him. The Grand Minister would hardly concern himself with such minor affairs. Furthermore, Ramses would never escalate such matters to the Grand Minister. Even if the Grand Minister were to become aware, he would most likely only reprimand Whis, perhaps imposing a brief standing punishment, and that would be the extent of it. However, once Vegeta ascended to the status of a Kaishin, his identity transformed entirely. Why does the Kaishin of Universe 7 often proclaim himself to be the greatest deity in this universe? Although the Kaishin of Universe 7 may lack extensive knowledge, his assertion is not devoid of merit. Indeed, the Kaishin is the most exalted deity within their respective universes. The term great here carries a unique connotation. It does not merely denote strength, Greatness implies that the Kaioshin serves as the god of peace and creation within the universe. There is no fault in associating creation with greatness, is there? Conversely, the god of destruction reigns as the most powerful deity in the universe. As for the angels, they exist primarily as observers. Nonetheless, this is not entirely accurate. Angels generally oversee the balance and trajectory of the universe. They also provide guidance for the universe's development, ensuring that the god of destruction does not stray from the path. At this moment, Margarita was attempting to persuade Whis to refrain from pursuing the matter further, to avoid unnecessary complications. However, Whis, blinded by hatred, was impervious to her counsel. In fact, Whis contemplated making an immediate journey to Universe 10 to disrupt Vegeta's ascension ceremony. Yet, upon further reflection, he deemed such an action unnecessary. Even if you were to thwart his ascension to godhood now, it is but a matter of time before he becomes the Supreme Kai. Moreover, such an action may merely provoke him. First, I shall obliterate the planet where your beloved resides, and then I shall return. What recourse do you have against me? Subsequently, I shall bide my time. When you find yourself isolated, I shall deliver a severe reckoning upon you. The preparations are already in place. At this moment, Vegeta's ascension ceremony is nearing its conclusion, with less than a minute remaining before he truly becomes the Supreme Kai. Let us go, Kai, remarked the elegant Mai. Very well, Lady Mai, Kai replied, nodding as he took her hand. There is no need to draw too close. Simply escort me beyond this galaxy in the 7th universe, Mai suggested. Then, you shall instantly enter this small vial, and I shall consume it, ensuring absolute safety. Understood, Kai responded, albeit with a momentary hesitation. He wouldn't dare harm me, for we are all Supreme Kais now. A sudden thought struck Kai, and he added, but he is a madman. Can one truly compare with a lunatic? Humph. He is indeed deranged. Can you rival a madman? Mai scoffed. That is true. It is best not to take risks. Should he resort to a desperate gambit, it could prove troublesome, Kai conceded with a gentle nod, recognizing the wisdom in Mai's words. We are not madmen. That scoundrel Vegeta is the true lunatic. We dare not take his life. However, that does not imply he would refrain from taking mine. If I were to perish, Lady Mai would vanish as well. Let us depart, Kai declared, promptly utilizing instant transmission to whisk Mai away to the 7th universe. The two found themselves amidst the vastness of cosmic space. Whoosh! Kai swiftly entered the vial. Mai sealed the cap and swallowed it whole. Thereafter, she soared toward the galaxy where Earth resides. Suddenly, Mai halted mid-flight. How peculiar. Where has that galaxy gone? I distinctly recall its position. How could it have vanished? She pondered. This expanse has transformed into an endless void of space. Where could such a vast galaxy have disappeared? Have I misremembered? Wei Mei gently tapped her forehead, skeptical of anyone's capacity to relocate an entire galaxy. She circled in another direction, searching for the galaxy that housed Earth, but finding it seemed improbable. Her eyes were filled with confusion. In the 10th universe, within the realm of the Kaioshin, Guavas circled around Vegeta repeatedly. Finally, after concluding his orbit, Guavas took a deep breath and announced, Vegeta, from this day forth, you are the 18th Kaioshin of the 10th universe. I hope you can lead our universe to even greater heights. Understood, Vegeta nodded. He took a moment to attune himself to his body. Upon becoming a true Kaioshin, he realized that his physical strength had slightly increased, likely a result of his divine ascension. Furthermore, his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, allowing him to see farther than ever before. As a Kaioshin, he could instantly teleport to any place within his sight. Additionally, the divine energy within him, even the power of an angel, had also grown, a testament to his divinity. He was no longer a mere half-hearted deity. He had truly become a god. From now on, you shall oversee the 10th universe. I can retire with peace of mind, Guavas said with a smile. Well, when do you plan to move out? Vegeta inquired. I intend to renovate this Kaioshin realm thoroughly. Guavas, you are indeed quite direct. Chapter 175. Ramsey, you need not take action. Ahem, I shall be relocating today. Guavas displayed an expression of helplessness. Why do I feel as though you are eagerly awaiting my departure? Very well, Vegeta nodded, stating, you may take whatever you wish from the Kaioshin realm. I desire nothing. All right, I shall begin packing now, Guavas replied, hastening to his task. However, Vegeta felt a sudden impulse and swiftly turned to glance at Cress. Oh, has becoming a Kaioshin made your vision more radiant? Cress smiled at Vegeta. You should be content. You are the youngest Kaioshin. Ramsey approached and patted Vegeta on the shoulder. No, just moments before my ascension, I sensed someone observing me, Vegeta pondered. I must see if Margarita has returned. With that, Vegeta directed his gaze toward Universe 11. His eyes pierced through the cosmos, focusing on the realm of the Destroyer in Universe 11. Instantly, he spotted a striking figure within the Destroyer's domain. Who but Margarita could it be? Indeed, she had returned. Just moments ago, Margarita had been watching me. Moreover, Vegeta sensed that during her observation. She seemed to be offering me subtle hints, as if communicating in Morse code, observing twice, then pausing, only to observe again. Vegeta's gaze remained fixed on Margarita. Suddenly, with a clap, Margarita looked up and smiled gently at Vegeta. Did you truly notice that? Vegeta asked. Oh dear. Why has the delightful Mai not yet returned from Universe 7? Margarita mused aloud. Upon hearing her words, Vegeta snapped back to attention. Mai has gone to Universe 7? Why have you ventured to the 7th universe in search of me once more? No, that cannot be right. You ought to be aware that I reside in the 10th universe. What brings you to the 7th universe? Are you intent on wreaking havoc upon the earth of that realm? Vegeta furrowed his brow, a glint of murderous intent flickering across his visage. What began as a solitary spar between us has escalated into destruction of the earth. Vegeta's expression grew increasingly frigid. What transpires? Asked Ramzi. Is that troublesome fellow Wymite seeking to confront you? He has already ventured into the 7th universe. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if he were to go to the 7th universe now, it would be futile, wouldn't it? After all, you have relocated all connections there, haven't you? Ramzi chuckled heartily, patting Vegeta on the shoulder. While that is indeed accurate, he is fully aware that I currently reside in the 10th universe, yet he has chosen to journey to the 7th universe. What could his intentions be? Vegeta snorted disdainfully. What? Are you implying that he seeks to target your queenly little friend? Ramzi regained his focus. There is a significant likelihood he intends to obliterate the earth directly. Vegeta's countenance darkened further. Wymite's actions are utterly excessive. Ramzi clenched his fists tightly, veins protruding on his forehead. Come, I will accompany you to confront him. You are the Supreme Kai now. He wouldn't dare to harm you. No, this time you need not intervene. It is time to settle the grievances between us. Vegeta stated calmly. What do you intend to do? Ramzi was taken aback. Are we going to seal him away right now? You need not take action. Vegeta smiled gently at Ramzi. Don't jest with me. Ramzi was both amused and exasperated. You have just become the Supreme Kai, bound to my life. And yet you wish to engage in such perilous endeavors without my support? Fear not, I shall not perish. Do you truly believe Wymite dares to slay me? Vegeta chuckled softly. Ramzi pondered and realized Vegeta's assertion held merit. Even if Wymite had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to take Vegeta's life. He never dared before, and now he is even less inclined. However, a cornered rabbit will bite. If Wymite were truly provoked, and he were to kill you, to whom could you appeal for justice? The crux of the matter is that if you perish, I too would cease to exist. I remain unconvinced. I will accompany you. Ramzi proposed. Unhurriedly, Vegeta produced 3 Senzu beans. What are you doing? Ramzi was somewhat perplexed. Do you know what these are? Vegeta inquired with a smile, gently waving the 3 floating beans in his hand. A mere Senzu bean, is it not? Haven't I seen them before? Ramzi replied nonchalantly. Eating one immediately restores your stamina and injuries. Does Wymite possess any? Vegeta inquired. No. There are at most a few healing fruits that can only restore a portion of one's injuries and vitality. Ramzi swayed his elongated trunk in response. For the likelihood of injury to us, the gods of destruction, is nearly negligible. We typically have angels to heal us, rendering such items unnecessary. With a swift motion, Vegeta enveloped the 3 Senzu beans in a layer of angelic power. Ramzi looked on, perplexed. Vegeta opened his mouth and consumed the 3 beans. Oh. With the angelic energy infused within, should Vegeta desire it, he could shatter the beans within his body to restore his injuries and vitality instantaneously. Kes quickly grasped the situation and clarified, indeed, that is the essence of it. Vegeta nodded in affirmation, and Ramzi appeared enlightened. 3 attempts. Should I fail to defeat him thrice, you may intervene, Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile directed at Ramzi. Aren't you intending to seal him? Ramzi's lips twitched slightly. From your demeanor, it seems you wish to engage him in a fierce struggle. First, I shall give him a sound thrashing, and then I will seal him. Vegeta huffed. Your battle there may have significant repercussions for Universe 7, Ramzi pondered gravely. If we rouse Beerus, that fellow may not offer his assistance. Understood. I shall first transport him to the void, Vegeta replied. Since you have made your decision, I shall accompany you. I cannot be at ease knowing you might confront him alone. If I perceive that your soul is in jeopardy, I shall intervene immediately. Ramsay expressed his lingering concern. You venture out to engage in combat. Should you meet your demise, I too would vanish into oblivion. To whom could I voice my grievances? Let us proceed. Vegeta offered no dissent. Alas, I have heard nothing at all. Kes turned away, extending 2 fingers towards Vegeta, her intent unmistakable, a gesture wishing him triumph in his endeavors. Chapter 176. Deliciously awaiting you in the realm of nothingness. Vegeta uttered little, swiftly transporting himself and Rammus with instantaneous movement, vanishing in an instant. As for the Supreme Kai Guas, he busied himself within the castle, preparing for departure. Once his packing was complete, he would relocate, leaving this place to become Vegeta's planet. Vegeta had resolved to bestow a new name upon this Supreme Kai realm planet Vegeta. In the 7th universe, amidst the cosmic expanse, Waymide's fury contorted his features. What of the galaxy wherein Earth resides? I distinctly recall it being in this very location. Why has it disappeared? Could it be that I misremembered its position? Or perhaps that scoundrel Vegeta has relocated this galaxy? Waymide then chuckled helplessly to himself. Could Vegeta truly possess the power to displace an entire galaxy? Should you attempt to relocate a lifeless celestial body, I might comprehend your endeavor. However, given your abilities, it is not merely the transfer of a galaxy that poses a challenge. Even the relocation of a living planet would prove exceedingly arduous. It is not the act of moving a planet that is formidable, but rather the preservation of life upon it that presents insurmountable difficulties. To shift a vibrant planet to an alternate galaxy necessitates an intrinsic connection between the new galaxy and the original celestial body. To illustrate, consider a planet akin to Earth, where the temperature of the nearby sun is perfectly suited for sustaining life. If one were to traverse to another galaxy, the temperature of its star and the various forms of radiation may prove unsuitable for human beings. Should they fail to acclimate to the radiation and other factors introduced by the new star, the life forms on that planet would gradually perish. Relocating a planet while ensuring the survival of its inhabitants is an exceedingly arduous task. Transferring an entire galaxy? That is simply impossible. Just how vast is a galaxy? It is well understood by those who dare to contemplate it. I must have miscalculated its location. I intend to release the god of destruction, Beerus, to assist in the search. Yet, I harbor some apprehensions regarding Vegeta's potential ambush. After all, an agreement has been made between us. I am not to venture near this galaxy in the 7th universe. Otherwise, Vegeta might perceive it as a provocation. It is enough to make one exclaim in frustration. The problem is that I have yet to locate that galaxy. I shall continue the search. I soar toward a more distant location. Suddenly, I perceive a distortion in the nearby space. It is instantaneous movement. Could it be that rascal Vegeta? My eyes blaze with fury as I suppress the impulse to strike. If Vegeta is indeed approaching, he might be accompanied by Ramsay. It would be prudent to avoid alarming them. I cross my arms, attempting to maintain a semblance of calm. In the next moment, Vegeta and Ramsay appear in proximity to me. Well, if it isn't Ramsay, what brings you to the 7th universe? I exclaim, a smile breaking through. Enough of your pretense. We know very well why you are here in this realm, Ramsay retorts with a huff. Then enlighten me. What purpose do you think I serve? I respond with a grin. You have wreaked havoc upon an entire galaxy. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Ramsay admonishes. If the Grand Minister were to learn of this, prepare for consequences. What did you say? I erupt in outrage. Who has destroyed this galaxy? I have yet to even locate it. You are indeed here in search of that galaxy, Ramsay replies with a scoff. This is outrageous. How have I fallen for this again? If you wish to confront Vegeta, then do so directly. Targeting the planet where his allies reside is utterly unjust. Ramsay glares at me. Is this how a god of destruction ought to behave? Cease your ramblings. I retort darkly. If I intend to trouble Vegeta, can you refrain from interfering? You are insufferable. Your words ring hollow. Were it not for you, would he dare seal away my god of destruction so brazenly? You have previously stated that I have nullified your 8,000-year labor, and thus the grievances between you and Vegeta shall be resolved in one fell swoop. Ramses let out a helpless sigh. Has it truly been only a year, and you can no longer remain patient? Ha! The flavor is so exquisite that it compels a howl to the heavens. How could you take such matters to heart? Do you think the matter in which you deceived me will simply be overlooked? The taste was delightful, and the laughter was filled with joy. Are you truly a fool? Do you actually believe such words? If it weren't for Makalita's escapade, having just returned, I would have already taken action against Vegeta. However, the situation has become rather troublesome. That rascal Vegeta is accompanied by Ramsay wherever he goes. It appears I must bide my time for vengeance. Allow me to indulge in a bit more laughter. I shall laugh freely while they remain oblivious to my true intentions. I relish in creating an air of mystery around myself. Waymeda, with her head held high, laughed joyfully. Why waste so many words? As Vegeta spoke, he snapped his fingers, and a sphere of energy struck Waymeda right in her mouth. Boom. The energy orb exploded upon impact, releasing plumes of black smoke. Waymeda's smile gradually faded, her expression becoming frozen in shock. She never anticipated that Vegeta would launch a surprise attack at this moment. Furthermore, while the damage inflicted was minimal, the insult was profoundly severe. The harm was nearly negligible. Yet the humiliation soared to near perfection. As the energy orb detonated, it enveloped her in layers of black smoke, transforming her into a comical figure. I await you in the void, for our one-on-one duel. Do not claim I have not granted you an opportunity, Vegeta declared before swiftly employing instant transmission, his figure becoming increasingly indistinct. There shall be no escape. Waymeda bellowed, lunging towards Vegeta. Slap. Ramsey raised his hand, intercepting Waymeda's attack. Ramsey, if you meddle again, I shall hold you accountable. Waymeda's fury contorted her features. While I am here, I merely wish to advise you that your matters with Vegeta should be resolved in the void. I shall not interfere, Ramsey replied calmly. Are you certain you will not intervene? Waymeda paused, taken aback. Vegeta has now ascended to become a true Kaishin, bound to my life. Ramsey stated candidly. As long as you do not kill him, I shall remain uninvolved. It would do him good to face some hardships, after all. He has scarcely endured any in all these years. Rest assured, I shall not take his life. I merely wish to teach him a lesson. Waymeda nodded in agreement. Let us battle in the void, as it is ultimately inappropriate to clash here in Universe 7. Ramsey advised once more. Humph. As if it will be such a fierce battle, Waymeda chuckled lightly. Very well, I hope you will uphold your promise and refrain from intervening. Chapter 177. Vegeta's new transformation. Rest assured, I have always been a person of my word. Ramsey chuckled softly, the exquisite flavor leaving little more to be said. A radiant purple-red glow enveloped him, transforming into a streak of shimmering light that sped towards the void realm. Without hesitation, Ramsey followed closely behind, his own body aglow with the same resplendent hue. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before both Ramsey and Waymeda entered the void realm, one after the other. The void realm, an uncharted expanse of the universe, existed as a realm of nothingness. Thus, combat here would leave no impact on the cosmos. Waymeda, where is that fellow Vegeta? Ramsey inquired as they crossed into the void realm. However, upon glancing back, Waymeda discovered that Ramsey had vanished without a trace. With a huff, Waymeda widened his eyes in search of him. Vegeta, take care of yourself. He is coming. Ramsey's voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Instantly, Waymeda turned his gaze towards the source of Ramsey's voice, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Oh, Ramsey, what tricks are you trying to play? This is the void realm. Sound cannot be localized. Did you intend to entice me only to have Vegeta unleash some chaotic trump card upon me? I cannot be so easily deceived. Ramsey, spare me your pretenses. Do you truly believe I would fall for it? Waymeda let out a dismissive hum. Yet, no sooner had she spoken than an unsettling sensation washed over her. A sense of impending crisis began to arise within Waymeda. She quickly lifted her gaze upwards, where a familiar energy beacon was hurtling towards her. Without a doubt, she knew the culprit. There could be no other than Vegeta. Waymeda was acutely aware of the devastating power this energy possessed. In the past, she had fallen victim to it, losing an arm and a leg in the process. However, she now understood how to counter it. The only solution was to flee swiftly. The projectile was not particularly fast. Whoosh. In a mere flicker, Waymeda vanished from sight. In an instant, she had distanced herself from the impending blast. Boom. Accompanied by a blinding flare, the explosive device detonated at the very spot she had occupied moments before. The realm of nothingness was momentarily engulfed in a dark void, yet it was not akin to a black hole. The shadowy space was quickly consumed by the surrounding emptiness, vanishing entirely. To put it succinctly, the explosive had ceased to exist within mere seconds of its creation. Vegeta was somewhat taken aback. In the realm of nothingness, could a trump card not stir greater turmoil? It seemed he could truly display his might here. Whoosh. Just then, Vegeta sensed Waymeda rushing towards him. After evading the explosive, she immediately detected Vegeta's presence and launched a kick in his direction. Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Crack. He raised his arm to block Waymeda's incoming kick. His body shuddered violently as he slid backward at great speed. Humph, impressive. Vegeta, you dare to take it head-on now. Waymeda smiled lightly. Whoosh. In quick succession, she flicked her hand, sending two energy blasts hurtling towards Vegeta. Whoosh. Whoosh. With a slight movement, Vegeta evaded the oncoming blasts. His agility had noticeably improved, which explained his desire to confront her here. Waimai chuckled derisively. Vegeta remained silent, his body radiating a crimson glow as he activated his God of Destruction form. Are you not the Kaishin? Why resort to the techniques of a God of Destruction? Waimai observed carefully but dismissed it as she prepared for the ensuing confrontation. Whoosh. In an instant, Vegeta materialized directly before Waimai, launching a punch. Bang. Waimai swiftly retaliated, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. The velocity of both combatants surged, their forms shifting rapidly as they engaged in a fierce clash within this realm of nothingness. From a distance, Ramsey observed the battle, refraining from intervening for the time being. He conducted a brief analysis. At present, their strengths appeared evenly matched. However, Ramsey was acutely aware that Waimai had yet to unleash his true power, while Vegeta was likely fighting at full capacity. If this trend continued, it was probable that Vegeta would succumb within 10 minutes. Bang, bang, bang. The confrontation between Vegeta and Waimai raged on. Despite Vegeta having transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and activating the God of Destruction form, there remained a noticeable disparity when compared to Waimai. After several exchanges, Vegeta found himself at a slight disadvantage. No wonder Jiren is no match for you. With your current strength, how could he possibly defeat you? Waimai remarked with a light chuckle. Bang. As he spoke, Waimai delivered an uppercut. Slap. Vegeta quickly pressed down with his hand, intercepting Waimai's punch. Nonetheless, the immense force propelled him upward. Whoosh. Waimai swiftly maneuvered to position himself directly above Vegeta. Bang. A powerful kick struck Vegeta's shoulder, sending him tumbling through the air. Boom. Vegeta's energy erupted, stabilizing his body in mid-flight. Impressive reflexes, kid. Waimai's voice suddenly echoed from behind Vegeta. Bang. With a swift motion, Vegeta slapped Waimai across the face. Damn it, Waimai muttered, caught off guard. How infuriating. Waimai seethed, launching a fierce palm strike. Vegeta deftly evaded the attack. Bang. Waimai followed up with a kick to Vegeta's chest, sending him flying backward. Slap. After hurtling several hundred meters, Vegeta regained control through sheer energy. Waimai hovered in place, grinning as he watched Vegeta. Well, let us conclude the warm-up. Show me your true strength. I know you enjoy concealing your power, and it surely exceeds this. Vegeta took a deep breath, preparing himself for the next phase after a brief respite. Slap. Vegeta's hair suddenly stood upright, followed by flames igniting around him. Upon closer inspection, his hair had transformed into a deep crimson hue. Chapter 178, Super Saiyan 4 combined with Super Saiyan God. Witnessing this remarkable transformation, Ramusi in the distance rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What new metamorphosis was this? He had never seen anything like it before. When had this young warrior acquired such an ability? This transformation was the result of a year of research by Vegeta. A novel form that combined the Super Saiyan 4 state with the Super Saiyan God. If this form proved insufficient to defeat the clown of a God of Destruction, known as Whis, Vegeta would have no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique, a move fraught with peril that he preferred to avoid unless absolutely necessary. Vegeta was acutely aware of the immense power possessed by the gods of destruction. He had perused numerous fanfictions of Dragon Ball and noted that in most, once Goku mastered True Ultra Instinct and transformed into the White God, he could easily overpower the God of Destruction, Beerus. Even if he could not surpass Beerus, he could at least hold his own against him. True Ultra Instinct corresponded to the full power of Super Saiyan 5, characterized by an entire body radiating white light, with hair and fur also turned white, accompanied by a lightning-like aura. This was not the half-baked Super Saiyan 5 of Regyu. It was said that the full power of Super Saiyan 5 was on par with True Ultra Instinct, both capable of contending with the gods of destruction. However, these were merely fan creations. The actual gods of destruction were far more formidable than a Goku who had grasped True Ultra Instinct. In the latest chapters of Dragon Ball Super, Frieza had already mastered his black gold form, easily dispatching both the Goku who had achieved True Ultra Instinct and the Vegeta who had attained self-mastery. He could handle both with effortless ease. Nevertheless, even Black Gold Frieza dared not challenge Beerus, a testament to the latter's undeniable supremacy. Despite this, other gods of destruction were no less powerful. Vegeta believed that this so-called Whis, the clownish god of destruction, likely possessed strength surpassing that of Black Gold Frieza. Therefore, He could not afford to be careless. Even with the combination of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, this form was not beyond Vegeta's comprehension, as he was, after all, a deity in his own right. Did you think that a new transformation would allow you to challenge me? Has Ramusi not informed you? The gods of destruction are the most powerful entities in this universe. No matter how hard you strive, you will never surpass a god of destruction. Whis smiled softly. Slap. The moment the delectable Vimide erupted with a brilliant crimson glow, he realized that he could no longer afford to be careless. I shall make you question your very existence. Young man. With a swift motion, both fighters charged towards one another. The clash of their fists resonated with a tremendous force, unleashing an overwhelming surge of energy. This colossal energy quickly spread throughout the void, only to be consumed entirely by its boundless emptiness. As the battle intensified, their attacks quickened in speed and rhythm, leaving behind fleeting shadows in the void. Ramsey could not help but marvel at Vegeta's prowess. The lad was undoubtedly a prodigy. How many years had he trained? 13, perhaps? In a mere 13 years, Vegeta had already reached a level where he could rival Vemide. If granted another decade of training, I believe he could very well surpass Vemide. The fierce confrontation between Vegeta and Vemide continued, shaking the very fabric of the void itself. After approximately 10 minutes had elapsed, Vemide landed a punch squarely on Vegeta's chest. In retaliation, Vegeta delivered a sharp slap to Vemide's face. Do not grow complacent, young one. Vemide sneered, his hands radiating with flickering light. Destruction. With a wave of his hand, Vemide unleashed a wave of destructive energy that enveloped Vegeta. Vegeta's form rapidly began to dissipate. Ramsey, startled into a state of panic, prepared to intervene. However, he was taken aback by the astonishing scene that unfolded. Vegeta allowed his body to dissolve, yet with a fierce grip, he seized the destructive energy, contorting it with sheer force. With a sharp sound, the destructive energy shattered into fragments, gradually dispersing within the void. Almost instantaneously, Vegeta's disintegrated body began to restore itself. In a flash, Vemide appeared behind Vegeta, seizing the opportunity while he had yet to fully regain his form, and struck with tremendous force. The resounding strike from Vemide landed squarely on Vegeta's back, causing him to lurch forward momentarily. As he dove ahead, Vegeta retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Vemide's chin, connecting with a solid impact that elicited a pained cry from his opponent. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath, though the crimson flames enveloping him had begun to wane. In contrast, Vemide wore a smirk of disdain upon his face, rubbing his chin as he regarded Vegeta with a glint of amusement. Impressive, indeed, you are quite formidable in this state, Vemide scoffed. But alas, how long can you sustain it? Vegeta acknowledged with a nod. Indeed, my energy has significantly diminished, whereas I've only expended a mere fraction of my strength. Vemide replied with a chuckle. You truly are boastful. You've clearly consumed tenfold your energy. Longxi called out from a distance. Silence. Vemide snapped, glaring at him. I did say I wouldn't intervene, but I never claimed I wouldn't speak, Longxi retorted with a smirk. Soon, I'll shove my nose into your mouth. Vemide nearly retched at the thought. Perhaps I should keep my nose for playing with the black basket, Longxi continued, shaking his head. Black basket? I can't comprehend what you're saying, Vemide frowned. Could you refrain from speaking, Longxi? Vegeta interjected, feeling exasperated. In the midst of such a fierce battle, your antics are making me want to laugh. Continue without me, Longxi chuckled, stepping back slightly. Vemide shot Longxi an irritable glare, realizing that his presence was more of a hindrance than a help. If I wish to seal Vegeta, this is proving to be quite a challenge. Should I retreat for now and bide my time for a more opportune moment? No, I cannot endure the humiliation of leaving now. It would be wise to observe Vegeta's true strength. This young man is proving to be more formidable than I anticipated. I am determined to discover how much energy it will take to subdue him. I can no longer afford to waste time. This time, I shall unleash all my power. I must inflict severe damage upon him in an instant. Only then can I prepare for his eventual sealing. Chapter 179. The True Power of Vemide inhaled deeply, unleashing a brilliant burst of crimson energy. Sensing the overwhelming destructive force emanating from Vemide, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes betraying a profound seriousness. Is this truly the extent of Vemide's power? Indeed, it is far more formidable than I had anticipated. It appears that my Super Saiyan God form, augmented to Super Saiyan 4, might find it exceedingly challenging to contend with him. How audacious! To confront a god of destruction, must you summon all your might? Ramsey's voice resonated loudly. In an instant, without a moment's hesitation, he launched a fierce assault against Vegeta. In the blink of an eye, he had already positioned himself directly opposite Vegeta. His speed was astonishing, so much so that Vegeta could scarcely react. At that moment, concepts such as Ultra Instinct seemed to hold little significance in the face of his prowess. Evading was nearly impossible. Humph! With a scornful smile, he extended his massive hand forward. Thud! His hand pierced directly through Vegeta's body. Vegeta trembled violently, his complexion draining of color. What is this? Have you now grasped the true power of a god of destruction? He sneered. Do you truly believe you are worthy to engage in battle with a deity of annihilation? Subsequently, he twisted his arm within Vegeta's body, contorting his visage in tandem. Does it hurt? If so, feel free to cry out. He laughed heartily. Ramsey exclaimed. You can't do this. Fear not, Ramsey, I shall not take his life. I merely wish to torment him thoroughly. Your existence remains unthreatened. And I advise you to refrain from meddling. He shouted loudly. Yet, after his proclamation, he suddenly noticed a slight upward curve at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. What does this mean? I have awaited this moment for far too long. A smile graced Vegeta's face, for the agony I have endured is 100-fold greater than this. You have merely pierced my body. What is this trivial pain in comparison? What did you say? Ramsey's expression shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Indeed. The pain Vegeta had displayed moments ago was merely feigned. The sensation of having his arm penetrate his body was, for Vegeta, hardly significant. The super divine water he had consumed far exceeded the salt he had ever ingested. What is super divine water? That is indeed highly toxic. If one were to categorize the pain experienced after consuming that substance, it would undoubtedly reach the highest level. Initially, upon the first sip, Vegeta felt little discomfort, primarily because he succumbed to slumber shortly thereafter. His mind activated the latent consciousness within his body, inducing a state of sleep. However, in subsequent attempts, he found it increasingly difficult to enter this state of rest. Consequently, each time Vegeta partook of the super divine water, he subjected himself to endless torment. During his prior training sessions with Ramusi and Keisai, he had also honed his tolerance for pain. After all, enduring pain only served to strengthen his resilience. As he spoke, Vegeta swiftly conjured a formidable energy. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and embraced Wymide. The tips of his fingers collided, his left hand wielding the power of an angel, while his right harnessed destructive energy. The two energies met at his fingertips. Don't do anything reckless, Wymide exclaimed, her face paling as she sensed the impending danger. Unfortunately, it was too late for her to escape. Ultimate blast. Vegeta grinned, uttering those two words. With a muffled thud, the explosion radiated outward from Wymide's posterior. The epicenter of the blast revealed a dark void, which was swiftly engulfed by the surrounding emptiness, vanishing in an instant. The scene bore no trace of smoke or debris. Upon inspection, it was evident that Wymide had suffered severe damage. Her rear was utterly devastated, her thighs exposed to the bone, and her waist punctured. Vegeta, however, remained relatively unscathed, having only sustained minimal injury from Wymide's earlier assault, while most of the damage was absorbed by her. With a swift motion, Vegeta delivered a resounding slap to Wymide's face, sending her tumbling through the air. He then calmly utilized his regenerative abilities to restore his form, and in an instant, he returned to his original state, even donning a fresh outfit. Vegeta regarded Wymide with keen interest. She cried out in agony, baring her teeth and twitching at the corners of her mouth, overwhelmed by waves of intense pain. Damn it! Wymide gritted her teeth in frustration, realizing her earlier oversight. Raising her hand, she conjured a fruit, and without hesitation, consumed it in one swift motion. Almost immediately, her injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Wymide, you're underhanded, resorting to healing fruits? Ramsey shouted from a distance. Silence. You were the ones who played foul first. Wamy let out a disdainful hum. Vegeta, observing in silence, noticed that after consuming the healing fruit, not only had Wamy's injuries healed, but even his destructive energy had restored to about 90%. It appeared that the efficacy of this healing fruit was inferior to that of the mystical beans. Vegeta, having expended a considerable amount of energy, found himself reduced to merely 1/3 of his peak power. It must be said that battling a god of destruction was indeed taxing on one's energy. With such little energy remaining, it was inconceivable for Vegeta to vanquish Wamy. However, this was not a concern for him. Vegeta had prepared for this. With a decisive crack, he shattered a mystical bean within his body. The bean was swiftly absorbed, and in an instant, Vegeta's stamina surged back to its zenith. As for his injuries, they had long been fully mended through his immortality ability. Upon witnessing Vegeta's complete restoration of stamina, Wei exhibited a hint of surprise. This fellow not only possessed the ability to regenerate but could also restore his stamina autonomously. This could not continue. If it did, he sensed he would be at a disadvantage. He must render Vegeta incapable of recovery. I've discerned your strategy. While your trump card is formidable, it is not lethal enough. Wei scoffed. If your trump card were any stronger, you'd end up annihilating yourself. Chapter 180. The accumulation of 99 layers of angelic power, is that so? Vegeta replied with a subtle smile. This time, I shall strike you down until you can no longer recover. Wei chuckled lightly, his purplish-red energy surging forth once more. In a flash, he accelerated his attacks, appearing behind Vegeta in an instant. Bang! Wei delivered a punch to Vegeta's back just as he was preparing to counter. Whoosh! Wei vanished at lightning speed, reappearing at Vegeta's side in the blink of an eye. Bang! Wei launched a kick that struck Vegeta's arm. Vegeta swung a punch in retaliation but found only air. Whoosh! Wei flickered again, positioning himself directly in front of Vegeta. Bang! With a swift palm strike, he hit Vegeta squarely in the chest. Swish, swish, swish. Wei elevated his speed to its zenith, his form shifting constantly, leaving behind fleeting afterimages beside Vegeta. Vegeta found himself unable to counter the relentless onslaught. Ramsey could no longer bear to witness the spectacle. Once Wei summoned all his energy, Vegeta was utterly outmatched. The sounds of Wei's fists and feet echoed throughout the venue. Vegeta appeared somewhat disheveled. Ramsey could no longer restrain himself and transformed into a streak of light. Prepared to assist. Ramsey, I have not yet been defeated, Vegeta suddenly declared. Ramsey immediately halted. With a resounding crack, Vegeta delivered a powerful slap to Wei's face. Wei staggered back momentarily, glaring furiously at Ramsey. Had it not been for Ramsey's interference, Wei was confident he would not have been struck. Rubbing his sore cheek, Wei scoffed and slowly spoke. Ramsey, you promised not to interfere. I never claimed I would intervene. I merely wanted to draw closer to observe. Ramsey replied with a chuckle, shaking his large trunk and inadvertently spraying a bit of mucus toward Wei. With a cold laugh, Wei waved his hand, evaporating the offending substance entirely. Ramsey, do you truly believe these petty antics serve any purpose? Wei asked, his expression darkening. Ah, my apologies. I inadvertently shook it out. I meant no offense. Ramsey stubbornly denied any ill intent. Enough. I understand your intentions. You are deliberately stalling for time to allow Vegeta to recuperate. Wei said with a disdainful smile, turning his attention back to Vegeta. Indeed, during Ramsey's dialogue, Vegeta had already begun to regenerate his body. Simultaneously, he shattered another Senzu being within himself, restoring his energy to its optimal state. Merely regaining stamina and energy, it does not equate to an increase in power. Wei scoffed repeatedly. I am eager to see just how many times you can recover. Ramsey, however, stood slightly taken aback, glancing at Vegeta in astonishment. Had Vegeta absorbed a second Senzu being so swiftly? You should hasten to absorb the third celestial being. I shall confront Wei in a grand battle. While you take the opportunity to seal him away, thus concluding the matter, is it not? Why must we engage in a one-on-one duel? Ramsey cast a subtle glance at Vegeta, urging him to devise a way to seal Wei. What do you mean by that look, Ramsey? Are you two conspiring to ensnare me? Wei chuckled softly, believing I would fall for such a ruse. Ramsey, kindly keep your distance. Vegeta suddenly instructed Ramsey. What do you mean by that? Ramsey was momentarily taken aback. It seems that this ordinary transformation cannot contend with him. A smile crept upon Vegeta's face. Thus I intend to employ my ultimate move. Humph, a mere charlatan. Wei scoffed. Your ultimate move is merely that energy amalgamation you boast about as a royal trump card. Do you think I would be ensnared again? Vegeta glanced once more at Ramsey. Ramsey noticed the sharpness in Vegeta's gaze, and his expression changed instantaneously. Without hesitation, Ramsey swiftly retreated, creating a considerable distance between himself and Vegeta. A bit farther, Vegeta commanded. Ramsey complied and flew further away. Wei felt a twinge of unease. He quickly assessed the distances between himself, Vegeta, and Ramsey. The distance between Ramsey and Vegeta was at least 5 times greater than his own. Wei was now prepared to flee. Should you dare to unleash that royal trump card, I shall depart immediately. I refuse to endure it. Once you have expended your power, I will come forth to deliver a thorough beating, and then I shall seal you away. No, I cannot seal you just yet. I must take advantage of Ramsey's absence to seal you. For now, I shall first give you a thrashing, and then proceed to obliterate the planet where your beloved resides. My vengeance shall be somewhat appeased. Wei Mei heightened his vigilance. The moment Vegeta dared to unleash the hybrid energy of angelic and destructive power, Wei Mei would make his swift escape from this place. Your contraption operates at an exceedingly slow pace. Had I been more vigilant, I would undoubtedly have evaded the trap. It was truly careless of me to fall for it just now. If my ultimate technique proves ineffective against you, I shall concede. Vegeta inhaled deeply. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and an angelic staff materialized before him. After a year of rigorous training, Vegeta had mastered the ability to summon the staff into his own being, allowing for effortless transport. What? An angelic staff? Wei Mei was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Vegeta believed that merely wielding the staff would enhance his powers. Vegeta raised the angelic staff high, leaving Wei Mei utterly perplexed regarding his intentions. What purpose does that object serve when you raise it? Its sole function is to unleash the power of angels. The sheer offensive capacity of angelic power is limited. Do you truly believe I would fear you? If you were a genuine angel, perhaps I might experience trepidation. However, you are merely a human who can harness impure angelic energy. Ramsey cast a perplexed glance toward Vegeta, equally baffled by his intentions. Suddenly, amidst their scrutiny, the crystal orb atop Vegeta's staff flickered with radiant angelic energy. This divine essence rapidly enveloped Vegeta, layer upon layer. 1, 2, 3. Soon, he had amassed a staggering 99 layers of angelic power upon himself. What do you intend to do? Wei Mei, utterly bewildered, furrowed his brow and spoke coldly, questioning whether he aimed to create a shield with this immature angelic energy. Chapter 181. The Fusion of Dual Extremes. Unleashing a fury upon Wei Mei, Vegeta disregarded his words and effortlessly absorbed the angelic staff into his being. Humph. So you wish to don a shield before unleashing a more formidable force? Wei Mei seemed to grasp Vegeta's intentions, a faint smile gracing his lips. This way, you might evade the damage inflicted by your own explosive power. Prepared for an escape, Wei Mei took a cautious step back. If you dare to unleash that contraption, I shall immediately vacate this place. Once the explosion subsides, I will return to rectify the situation. In fact, to ensure his safety, he slid backward a short distance, mindful that being unable to escape later would be utterly humiliating. I will not allow you to detonate that upon me. Wei Mei scoffed derisively. Tell me, Wei Mei, can you withstand a beating? Vegeta inquired with a slight smile. Humph, even facing imminent demise, you remain audacious. Wei Mei chuckled disdainfully. Dual extremes. Vegeta intoned slowly, and in an instant, his form erupted in a dazzling blaze akin to stars, suffused with violet-red streams of light. When the brilliance subsided, Vegeta had undergone a complete transformation, still retaining the form of a Super Saiyan 4. Bang! The radiant aura emanating from Vegeta radiated symmetrically around his subordinate, dividing into two distinct halves. The left half shimmered with resplendent light, while the right burst forth in a deep crimson flame. Simultaneously, Vegeta's hair mirrored this division. One side gleamed silver-white, the other a striking purplish red. The overall effect was as if Vegeta himself were split into two entities, one half of silvery locks gently billowing, the other half of crimson tresses dancing with the breeze. Furthermore, the brilliance surrounding him exhibited a similar duality. This was Vegeta's latest achievement, a transformation known as the bipolar intent fusion. One aspect embodied the freedom of ultimate intent, while the other represented self-ultimate intent, merging seamlessly into a singular form. It bore a resemblance to the legendary Zhou Buodong's technique of mutual combat with both hands, capable of drawing circles with one hand and squares with the other. Upon witnessing this transformation, the distant Rumsey momentarily stood in stunned silence, while the closer widened his eyes in astonishment. The spectacle was further heightened as the very fabric of nothingness around Vegeta was violently shattered into darkness, as if forcibly delineating the cosmos itself. The nearby space dimmed instantly. What in the world is this? Whis exclaimed, utterly bewildered. This is the bipolar intent form. Vegeta grinned broadly and began striding toward Whis, covering vast distances with each step. With a mere shift of his form, he closed the gap with astonishing speed, leaving Whis no time to react. With a swift motion, Vegeta delivered an uppercut that connected squarely with Whis' chin. A cry of agony escaped Whis, his jaw dislocating as he spun rapidly through the air. In a fluid motion, Vegeta followed up with a powerful kick to Whis' face. Whis howled in pain, his body transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly retreated through the void. In an instant, Vegeta split into two distinct flames of color, pursuing Whis with remarkable swiftness. Whis' eyes widened in terror as he beheld the path Vegeta carved through the void, which seemed to disperse, creating a realm of impenetrable darkness. Yet, As quickly as the darkness appeared, it was soon enveloped by the surrounding void, reverting to its original state. With a resounding impact, Vegeta caught up to Whis, landing a devastating kick upon his arm. The sickening crunch of bone echoed through the air as Whis suffered a catastrophic fracture. Simultaneously, the force reverberated through his torso, shattering 2 ribs in the process. Vegeta's form continually shifted, striking Wei as if he were a mere football, careening wildly through the realm of nothingness. Wei was utterly powerless to resist. After a mere 10 seconds, Wei was left in a pitiable state, battered and bruised. His body bore numerous scars, and blood gushed from his mouth, rendering him a vision of utter despair. An overwhelming terror flickered in Wei's eyes. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from Vegeta, the sound reverberating in a cacophony that stirred the stillness of this void. In an instant, a vast expanse of darkness emerged at the epicenter where Vegeta stood, rapidly spreading outward to a radius of 10 kilometers. The darkness even encroached upon the periphery where Ramsey resided. With a thunderous crash, a powerful shockwave enveloped Ramsey in an instant. "Ramsey, no wonder you urged me to keep my distance. You await me here." The shockwave sent Ramsey sliding backward for a considerable distance before he came to a steady halt. Wymead, paralyzed by fear, hurriedly raised his arms to shield his head. Boom. The tremendous explosion unleashed by Vegeta engulfed Wymead entirely. He emitted anguished cries, his body tumbling incessantly within the engulfing darkness. In an instant, Wymead conjured a protective shield, fully amplifying his energy to withstand the lethal blow. The explosion gradually subsided, and the surrounding darkness was swiftly consumed by the void. The space vanished entirely. Once tranquility returned, Vegeta's form gradually became visible. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Vegeta's body had been thoroughly ravaged, limbs blown apart. Wymead's pupils constricted sharply, momentarily stunned, before he regained his composure. "I understand now. His current state is akin to merging the power of an angel with that of destruction within his being. Thus, one can fathom the magnitude of his energy and the grotesque nature of his destructive capabilities. However, his body is utterly incapable of enduring such a potent influx of energy. Consequently, within a mere 10 seconds, his body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion." Wymead finally grasped the situation. No wonder this individual had enveloped himself in layers of angelic power. With the enhancement of those 99 layers, he managed to prevent his body from disintegrating into a mist of blood, and his soul remained unscathed. Nonetheless, Vegeta was still left in tatters. Yet, it was of little consequence. Vegeta swiftly regenerated his form. Crack. Immediately after, he shattered the last remaining Senza being within his body. In an instant, the being was absorbed by Vegeta. Whoosh. His energy revitalized, returning him to his peak state. Chapter 182. Vegeta, you cannot kill me. Wymead was utterly bewildered. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Given your current condition, is it truly possible for you to recover so swiftly? Are you really human?" The result is finally here. A smile appeared on Vegeta's face as he gazed intently at Wymead. Wymead was so frightened that her complexion turned pale. However, she reacted swiftly, immediately pulling out a healing fruit, ready to consume it. Whoosh. With a flick of his hand, Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy. Bang. Vegeta's energy struck the healing fruit, shattering it into smithereens. "Do you wish to recover? You might as well abandon that dream," Vegeta chuckled softly. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ramsey remained in a daze for an extended period, unable to regain his composure. After a prolonged astonishment, Ramsey finally managed to close his mouth. "This kid truly dares to play with fire. You have astonishingly condensed the ultimate trump card within your own being. Do you still wish to live?" At this moment, Ramsey even regretted appointing this lad as the Supreme Kai. "I sense a bomb beside me, a bomb that could detonate at any moment. If you were to blow yourself up, I would also vanish along with you." Cold sweat dripped down Ramsey's back. Wei's countenance turned as grim as it could possibly be. The previous blow had inflicted considerable injury upon Wei, and due to this trauma, the energy within her had significantly diminished, most of it having seeped away from the wound. Now, her energy reserves were alarmingly low. In stark contrast, Vegeta's energy had surged back to its peak. It was hardly surprising that Wei felt aggrieved. After battling for an extended duration, Vegeta appeared unscathed, with his energy fully restored. How could she possibly continue this fight, especially considering his new transformation, which was nothing short of grotesquely powerful? "You have indeed integrated the ultimate trump card into your very being. This individual is utterly reckless. What manner of being have I provoked? He is undoubtedly a madman." "You lunatic! The exquisite flavor bursts forth from my very teeth. No matter how you articulate it, history will invariably be inscribed by the victors. Vegeta smiled lightly. You no longer possess any destructive energy, do you? The figure remained silent. Then prepare for my performance. Vegeta's lips curled into a subtle arc whiz. He transformed into a streak of light, swiftly appearing directly in front of the figure. Bang! Vegeta delivered an uppercut, striking the chin with precision. Howling in pain, the figure winced. Bang! 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 Vegeta unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon his opponent, who was now powerless to resist. Occasionally, the figure retaliated with a punch, only to tragically realize that Vegeta's blows had intensified. Resignedly, the figure ceased to retaliate, gritting their teeth in defiance. Ramsey stood nearby. I dare you to think you can defeat me. Bang! 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 For the subsequent hour, Vegeta's fists and feet rained down upon the figure mercilessly. The figure had fallen completely silent. How exhilarating! Vegeta grinned, glancing over at Ramsey. Aren't you going to join me? Ramsey, the figure seethed, baring their teeth in frustration. You dare to bare your teeth at me? I see you still haven't had enough from earlier. Vegeta huffed coldly, delivering a punch that shattered several of the figure's teeth. Bang! 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 For another 10 minutes. Vegeta continued his relentless assault. The figure emitted cries of anguish. You should never have provoked me. You ought to have known when to retreat, Vegeta remarked coldly. The figure remained mute, even refraining from showing their teeth. Moreover, if you wish to provoke me, you should approach me directly, rather than seek out my friends. Vegeta sneered. The figure remained silent. You wish to destroy my friend's planet. You have crossed my threshold. I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Do not presume I lack the courage. As he spoke, Vegeta extended his hand, aiming it toward the figure. The figure's expression shifted dramatically. A brief silence ensued. You cannot kill me. I am a god of destruction. I am the god of destruction of Universe 11. If you kill me, you will face divine retribution. The figure ground their teeth. Oh, is that so? Do I fear divine retribution? Vegeta chuckled softly, energy coalescing in his palm. Vegeta, perhaps you should reconsider. Ramsey flew over and offered a word of persuasion, asserting that he was not wrong. Slaying a destroyer is indeed a grave sin. Forget it? He mused. He wishes to obliterate my friend's planet. And you suggest we simply let it go? Vegeta scoffed, declaring that no crime bore significance to him. Whoever dares to confront me shall find themselves utterly speechless. Ramsey, with his back turned to Waymer, gestured fervently at Vegeta. That should suffice. It is quite inappropriate for you to take his life. Ahem. For the sake of our long-standing acquaintance, I implore you to reconsider, Ramsey urged once more. In light of your request, I shall spare him. Vegeta conceded after a brief moment of contemplation, nodding slightly. Wymide discreetly exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Ramsey. At this critical juncture, it seems that Ramsey proves to be a reliable ally. While I may refrain from ending his life, I shall not permit him to wreak havoc upon my friend's planet. Vegeta scoffed, for the Earth of the 7th universe is my sole homeland. Ramsey then turned to Wymide, letting out a sigh of exasperation, admonishing him. If you seek to trouble Vegeta, then confront him directly. What purpose do you serve by coming to the Earth of the 7th universe? Wymide was rendered speechless. How about this? I shall act as a mediator here. Wymide, you must promptly apologize to Vegeta to quell his anger. Ramsey winked at Wymide. I am doing this for your own good, so do not disregard my efforts. Wymide remained silent. Hurry up, it's just an apology. Why be shy about it? Ramsey chastised. Wymide retorted, is this really a matter of shyness? You speak without understanding the burden of the situation. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wei Mei gritted her teeth and lowered her noble head towards Vegeta. Indeed, I should not direct my ire towards the Earth of the 7th universe. However, what Wei Mei intends to convey is that you should not target the Supreme Kai. If you do not target Lord Kai, shall I then turn my attention to the Earth of the 7th universe? There are no buts. Silence yourself. Vegeta snorted, just as Wei Mei was about to continue speaking. Vegeta's energy surged, rendering her speechless. Wei Mei gasped in pain. Chapter 183. The God-Sealing Wave. Wei Mei, you must swear that you will no longer target Vegeta's family and friends. Ramsey urgently nudged Wei Mei with a knowing glance. I promise you. From now on it will only be a contest between the two of us. Wei Mei nodded. Don't merely promise. Ramsey shook his head. You previously assured me that you would cease troubling Vegeta, yet you came to the 7th universe with the intent to annihilate the planet where his friends reside. Such actions are utterly ungracious. Ultimately, Wei Mei felt somewhat guilty and fell silent. Quickly, make your vow. If you dare to target Vegeta's friends again, you shall be devoid of a younger brother, Ramsey coaxed. Fine, I swear that if I ever target Vegeta's friends again, I will have no. Wei Mei suddenly regained her senses. Damn it, I nearly fell into your trap again. Ramsey, are you playing the role of the villain here while Vegeta plays the hero over there? Did you two intend to humiliate me in this manner? Indeed. If you continue with such remarks, you shall be rendered impotent, transformed into naught but a mere clamp. Ramsey interjected with a supplementary comment. Ramsey, cease that fade. Do you presume I would fall for it again? Wei Mei scoffed coldly. I am merely looking out for your well-being, Wei Mei, Ramsey sighed. What a pity. We were so close to fooling him completely. What the hell? Wei Mei exclaimed with a burst of profanity. Divine Sealing Wave. Vegeta calmly uttered 3 words. What? Wei Mei was taken aback, turning to glance at Vegeta. In an instant, a layer of angelic power emanated from Vegeta's hands, swiftly enveloping Wei Mei. This angelic force began to envelop Wei Mei, causing him to spin rapidly in the air. Wei Mei, now depleted of strength and energy, was utterly defenseless. The countless rehearsals of the Divine Sealing Wave with Ramsey now proved somewhat futile. However, those practice sessions had certainly enhanced proficiency. Preparing for the sealing of other deities in the future. Whoever dares to provoke me henceforth shall find themselves sealed away. Wei Mei spun rapidly in this void of space. Once, twice, thrice. A wave of despair washed over him. What is this? Just as Wei Mei began to feel dizzy, Vegeta controlled his body and promptly deposited him into a small vial crafted from thunderous steel. However, Wei Mei's reflexes were remarkably quick. As he entered the vial, he immediately poked his head out, seeking escape. Bang! Vegeta swiftly slapped his head back inside. Quite the quick reaction, I must say. Vegeta was in no hurry to seal the lid. Whoosh! Not yet appeased. Vegeta summoned a flicker of angelic power and a hint of destructive energy at his fingertips and swiftly tossed them into the vial. Then, he blocked the vial's opening with his thumb. Once Wei Mei regained his senses, he realized he had been sealed into a dark space. This chamber was illuminated only by a faint light above. Wei Mei soon comprehended that he had been sealed away by Vegeta, much like the sealing of the Kaishin. Should the lid be closed, he would be confined to a realm devoid of light. In that moment, Wei Mei leapt up, desperate to escape the vial. Bang! Vegeta struck Wei Mei with a forceful slap, sending her crashing down. Dazed and disoriented, Wei Mei felt as though she were on the brink of collapse. What instilled further dread in her was the sight behind her. Vegeta had unleashed a sphere of angelic power and another of destructive energy. These 2 minuscule orbs rapidly coalesced as they descended. Wei Mei was gripped by terror. This is disastrous. I am going to be obliterated. Ramsey, save me. She cried out desperately. Just as she finished her plea, Wei Mei observed Vegeta blocking the mouth of a bottle with his finger. Her mind raced with 1,000 frantic thoughts. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the small container. In an instant, Wei Mei was left battered and bruised, letting out cries of anguish. Vegeta's finger bore the brunt of the blast as well, though he emerged relatively unscathed from the explosion, which had only occurred in the confines of the bottle. With a leisurely demeanor, Vegeta secured the lid, applying pressure and twisting it tightly. He chuckled, vigorously shaking the bottle containing Wei Mei. Ramsey stood by in speechless disbelief, thinking it wise to avoid provoking this vengeful individual in the future. Poor Wei Mei was destined for tragedy. The torment she would endure in that small bottle over the coming time would be innumerable. This unfortunate soul, despite the warning signs, had chosen to persist in her defiance. Inside the bottle, chaos ensued as Wei Mei was tossed about. Vegeta's vigorous shaking left her head spinning, compounded by the recent explosion she had experienced within the confined space. She was gravely injured, and the turbulence nearly claimed her life. Wei Mei felt as if death were imminent. If I were not a god of destruction, I would surely perish. Fortunately, after a while, the shaking subsided, and it seemed the bottle had returned to a semblance of stability. Hastily, she retrieved her last healing fruit. Though it could not restore her energy to its peak, it would at least mend her wounds. Once healed, with a period of proper recuperation, she could regain her full strength and devise a way to escape. But what then? Should she seek vengeance against that insufferable Vegeta? I find myself unable to contend with him any longer. Upon further reflection, I realized that this individual had thoroughly disoriented me moments ago, leaving my mind in a haze. With remarkable swiftness, Wei Mei consumed the healing fruit, and soon her injuries were mended. Subsequently, she endeavored to calm herself, settling within this confined space to silently replenish her energy. Ramsey, What do you suppose we should pour into this small vial? Vegeta inquired, turning to Ramsey. What do you have in mind? Ramsey pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps we could let it soak in the latrine for a while, Vegeta suggested. That small vial is airtight. Putting it in there would be futile, Ramsey lamented, as he opened the lid and swiftly retreated. We'll discuss it later. For now, let's just set it aside. After contemplating, Vegeta vigorously shook the small vial. Chapter 184. The sealed Wami. As Wami meditated to restore her energy, she found herself disoriented from the shaking. Her frustration simmered, her teeth grinding in irritation. Wait for me, he declared. Once I am out, I shall find a way to exact my revenge on you. Ramusi fell silent beside him, reflecting on the intensity of the boy's desire for retribution. Let us depart, Vegeta beckoned, feeling relieved to have resolved a troublesome matter. You are quite remarkable. Having even defeated Waymede, Ramusi expressed, his admiration evident. I previously thought Vegeta was destined to lose, yet he triumphed over Waymede with such ease. His transformation into the dual polar form is truly terrifying. Such an ability is not something ordinary individuals can conceive. It cannot be said that I defeated him purely through strength, Vegeta remarked, acknowledging that he had consumed 2 sins of beans during their battle. I too utilized healing fruits. Ramusi consoled. You should feel satisfied, for you have vanquished a god of destruction. There is little to feel satisfied about, Vegeta replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. The duration of that state was far too brief, and it inflicted significant harm upon myself. Moreover, had it not been for the augmentation of my angelic power through Vados' staff, I would be the one facing defeat today. You possess a measure of self-awareness. Ramusi nodded in agreement. Vegeta's assertion was indeed accurate. Without the enhancement provided by Vados' staff, even the 99 layers of angelic power enveloping him would not suffice to withstand the burden imposed by the dual polar form. It was akin to concentrating a king's weapon upon oneself. I cannot fathom how you devised such a monstrous technique. Shall we return now? Ramusi suggested. Do you not wish to visit the second universe? Vegeta inquired. Are you interested in seeing the Black Rim? Ramusi hesitated, contemplating how to persuade her to allow such a visit. Ah, dear brother, you are exceedingly generous, Vegeta quipped. No, I shall take you to see the grasslands. Is the grassland in the second universe particularly special? Ramusi questioned, perplexed by Vegeta's mention. Let us observe first. Are you not planning to score a basket with your nose? Vegeta laughed. Is that truly possible? Ramusi's interest piqued. Let us proceed. Vegeta swiftly reverted to his usual demeanor and placed a hand upon Ramusi's shoulder. Wait a moment. Ramusi interjected, raising his hand. You are now officially a Supreme Kai. If you were to visit other deities, it would be prudent to don the attire of a Supreme Kai. Wear whatever you wish otherwise. Even if you were to run naked in the 10th universe, none would take notice. Who would run naked in the 10th universe? Vegeta retorted, bemused by Ramusi's comment. With a flash of light, Vegeta transformed, adorning the distinctive garments of a Supreme Kai. Now, let us go. Vegeta executed instant transmission, promptly arriving alongside Ramsey in the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 2. With a resounding thud, they descended from the heavens, landing beside Hellas. Vegeta immediately scrutinized Hellas from head to toe. Hellas was passably attractive, earning a score of 85 out of 100 in Vegeta's estimation, a commendable achievement indeed. Although her beauty was not exceptionally high, she was certainly not unattractive. While her looks were of a respectable standard, her physique was truly impeccable, especially given her status as a god of destruction, which bestowed upon her a distinctive muscularity. One could only wonder what it would be like to engage in playful banter with her. Hellas, I have returned, Ramsey exclaimed with a hearty laugh, greeting her with enthusiasm. Hellas cast a glance at Ramsey and then at Vegeta standing beside him. Pray tell, is this your universe's new Supreme Kai? She inquired. Vegeta, clad in the attire of a Supreme Kai, prompted her question. Indeed. Allow me to introduce you to our new Supreme Kai of Universe 10, Vegeta. Guavas has retired. Ramsey nodded in affirmation. What purpose does a Supreme Kai serve here? Hellas questioned, her brow furrowing with skepticism. It's nothing much. Although Vegeta is a Supreme Kai, he is also my brother, Ramsey chuckled. And what of that? Hellas responded, momentarily taken aback. By the way, where is Sava? Ramsey deftly shifted the topic, glancing around. Vegeta was aware of whom Ramsey referred to. Sava was the Angel of Universe 2. Out on an outing. Do you have a problem with that? Hellas huffed. Out again? Ramsey swayed his large trunk in disbelief. What exactly brings you here? Our transaction has concluded. You are not welcome here, Hellas declared, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta, adding, Nor are you, little Supreme Kai. Have I offended you in any way? Vegeta expressed his bewilderment. Cough, cough. Vegeta, could you refrain from sparring with a woman? Ramzi quickly pulled Vegeta aside, admonishing him. I did not spar with her. Vegeta protested innocently, scratching his head. Do not speak. Let me do the talking, Ramzi instructed firmly. Fine, if you wish to speak, go ahead. I shall pretend not to hear. I am quite magnanimous, Vegeta replied with a nonchalant smile. Subsequently, Vegeta calmly retrieved a small notebook, opening it to jot down the number 10. He then inscribed the letter H before this number. Was this the measure of Hellas' animosity? Ramzi has now come to an understanding. Lower your voice. We must not let her hear us. For that would shatter the mystery, Vegeta remarked. You even keep track of a mere 10 points of hatred, Ramzi retorted in disbelief. Just remember it for now. Do not forget later, Vegeta chuckled. After saying this, Vegeta produced a small bottle containing a sealed essence and shook it vigorously. Ramzi thought to himself, this fellow holds grudges far too well. Indeed, the situation for Wei Mei is quite dire. Wei Mei, having finally stabilized, sought to meditate and regain energy, only to be tossed about within the confines of the small bottle. Dizziness overwhelmed Wei Mei as he cursed Vegeta, yet he found himself powerless to act. Upon sensing the bottle's motion cease, Wei Mei suddenly had a thought, opened his mouth wide, and extracted another small vial from within. A flash of purplish-red light emanated from his fingertips, illuminating the surrounding darkness. He then unscrewed the cap of the small bottle. Chapter 185. Was my hint not sufficiently clear? How is Lord Wei Mei faring? Where are you? Kei called cautiously from within the bottle. Something feels amiss about Lord Wei Mei's location. Why does it seem so dim? Only a purplish-red glow? Lord Wei Mei, where are you? Please emerge, he urged. Do not worry, it is quite safe here, Wei Mei reassured, without a trace of hesitation. Kei immediately soared out of the small bottle. However, upon his emergence, he was left utterly astonished. Did I truly exit? Why does it feel akin to having flown from one bottle into another? Am I within a bottle of bottles, or perhaps a lid of lids? What is going on? Kei inquired, perplexed. As you can see, I too have been sealed, Wei Mei confessed candidly. Kei felt a wave of dismay wash over him. How could you possibly be sealed? Lord Wei Mei, he exclaimed in shock. Humph, I was caught off guard. Wei Mei did not concede defeat to Vegeta. What trickery has Vegeta employed? Kei pressed. He launched a surprise attack while my guard was down, and by the time I realized, I found myself trapped within Wei Mei's side. That insufferable Vegeta. Daring to seal even a god of destruction. Kei fumed indignantly. Enough of this. Let us devise a plan to escape this place, Wei Mei proposed. Do you not possess the ability to teleport? Perhaps you can use it to leave directly. It is futile. Teleportation is unfeasible. As a Kaishin, I can only teleport to places I can visually perceive, and this peculiar bottle obstructs my view of the outside world entirely. Kei rubbed his eyes and gazed outward, only to be met with an expanse of darkness. When he sealed me, he utilized the power of angels, and the bottle's surroundings are also imbued with that celestial energy, rendering it quite normal that you cannot see outside. Wei Mei pondered for a moment before inquiring, by the way, can you heal? Or can you restore your identity as a Kaishin disciple? I recall that disciples possess healing abilities. Are you injured, Lord Wei Mei? Kei asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Not necessarily injured, but my energy has not yet reached its peak state. If I could attain that pinnacle, I believe I could shatter this bottle, Wei Mei expressed his thoughts. I cannot heal you, nor can I restore your stamina, Kei replied, shaking his head. As they conversed, Vegeta once again shook the bottle vigorously. The two collided within, their forms jostling against one another. Kei, being a Kaishin of relatively lesser strength, nearly succumbed to the violent motion. Once the shaking subsided, Wei Mei was drenched in cold sweat, for Kei had been rendered dizzy by the force. Hey, Kei. Wake up quickly, Wei Mei exclaimed. Fortunately, Kei's vitality proved resilient, and he eventually regained consciousness. What just happened? Kei asked, his expression one of bewilderment. That was more terrifying than an earthquake. That rascal Vegeta is shaking the bottle. Wei Mei fumed, gritting his teeth. I felt as if I were on the brink of being shaken to death. Kei wiped his brow. You should enter my body. At least there is some cushioning space within. Wei Mei grasped his fist tightly. It seems we have no choice. If I were to be shaken to death, Lord Wei Mei would vanish with me, Kei spoke solemnly. Curse it. Wei Mei ground his teeth in frustration. With a rush, Kei entered the bottle without a moment's hesitation. Wei Mei sealed the lid and swallowed it, harboring a deep-seated resentment toward the detestable Vegeta. Now, I have no one to converse with. Even if the Kaishin outside cannot assist, At least they could alleviate my sense of solitude. Now, I am left here all alone. Ramsey, what has happened to your Kaioshin? Has he lost his mind? Hellas inquired curiously. It is nothing. It is no longer of consequence, came the retort. Ramsey shook his head. Clearly, Vegeta had heard Heller's words. And once again, he nonchalantly took out his notebook, changing the figure from 10 to 20. Ramsey cast a distant glance. Heller, do refrain from provoking Vegeta further. Have you not noticed that his animosity towards you is steadily accumulating? Fortunately, it is merely 20. It seems that Kampa's hostility is around 10,000. Speak quickly. What is it that you intend to do here? If you remain silent, depart at once. Heller was growing somewhat impatient. I came here to inquire. I have heard that Kampa has begun working in your universe? Ramsey asked. Indeed, he is quite diligent in his efforts. Heller nodded with satisfaction. It appears that Kampa, instead of working diligently in his own universe, is expending such effort in yours. I find his behavior rather peculiar. Ramsey chuckled. What do you mean by that? Heller inquired. Taken aback. You do not suppose that Kampa harbors feelings for you, do you? Ramsey whispered, lowering his voice. Humph, cease with such trivial jesting. Heller rolled his eyes. Do you truly believe that is possible? Then why is he working so hard? Ramsey retorted. Who knows? Heller shook his head. Perhaps he is simply bored and finds it more gratifying to work in a different universe. Hasn't he done anything inappropriate towards you, has he? Ramsey pressed on. What are you suggesting? What could he possibly do that is inappropriate? Heller furrowed his brow. I was merely asking casually, do not take offense. Ramsey laughed heartily. Are you simply searching for conversation? Heller genuinely could not comprehend Ramsey's intentions. Well, there is indeed something of great importance that I wish to discuss with you. Ramsey felt a bit embarrassed. What is it? Speak quickly. Heller exclaimed, eyes wide. Ramsey remained silent, his elephantine trunk swaying back and forth, altering its form in various ways. Heller displayed a look of confusion. Are you showcasing your lengthy trunk before me? Heller questioned with a stern expression. My trunk serves additional purposes, Heller. Have you not yet realized this? Ramsey remarked as the trunk morphed once more. Heller still did not grasp the meaning, primarily because he had not considered it in that light. Could you provide a hint? Heller asked, frowning. Ramsey, is my hint not sufficiently clear? Chapter 186 Heller's Furious Outburst. You suggested that if one were to utilize this trunk for a slam dunk, well, you understand. Ramsey giggled. Heller's expression shifted from black to white, from white to blue, and from blue to purple. After all this time, you were simply waiting for me here. Destruction. Helios was filled with fury, and the destructive energy in his hand was unleashed, striking Ramsey with tremendous force. Ramsey howled in pain. With a swift motion, Helios seized Ramsey by the nose, violently tossing him around. Ramsey grimaced in agony. With a resounding thud, Helios pressed Ramsey's head down, creating an indentation in the ground. Are you tired of living? Helios thundered. Ramsey, stop using the basket as an excuse. Ahem, I merely offered a friendly suggestion. If you disagree, you could simply voice your opinion. Resorting to violence is rather inappropriate. Ramsey replied, feigning innocence. Everything is negotiable. Simply express your disagreement if you must, came the retort from Hyles. Look, you've made me unleash a torrent of mucus, Ramsey remarked. A small amount of snot escaping his nose. Are you not the least bit disgusted? Hyles seethed, his chest heaving with rage. Calm down, Ramsey urged hastily. Get lost. Roll as far away as you can. Hyles bellowed, forcefully kicking Ramsey away. Ramsey tumbled to the side of Vegeta. Notably, Ramsey had not retaliated much, and Hyles had not been excessively brutal. And you, what are you staring at? Hyles shot a fierce glare at Vegeta. Vegeta, visibly displeased, retorted. What have I done to provoke you? You have persistently provoked me. Previously, out of consideration for your basketball hoop, I chose not to hold it against you. You have provoked me thrice. Are you aware of the adage 3 strikes and you're out? Humph. The black and blue frame is hardly appealing. I am the Supreme Kai, and there is nothing I cannot behold. Vegeta huffed, responding with irritation. Hellas momentarily appeared dazed. Suddenly, Hellas' anger erupted violently. What did you say? Hellas quickly regained his composure. Glaring at Ramsey. Ramsey, what did you show him? I did not show him anything. Ramsey fervently shook his head, refusing to admit it. Why would I need him to show me anything? I have declared, I am the Supreme Kai. There is nothing beyond my sight. Vegeta scoffed, remarking, just now. When Ramsey was speaking of noses, your basket became damp. Do not feign ignorance. Ramsey. Hellas. Ramsey was instantly taken aback. Immediately, he sprang to his feet and swiftly covered Vegeta's mouth. You truly dare to speak your mind without reservation. You have just sealed away the exquisite flavor. Are you now provoking Helles? What have I done to deserve this? Why must I accompany you to the second universe? Quick, flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Ramsey seized Vegeta's arm while Helles was momentarily distracted, transforming into a crimson streak of light that swiftly vanished into the horizon. Whoosh. Ramsey and Vegeta soon disappeared without a trace. Helles, consumed by fury, seethed at the thought of such an incident being witnessed by a Supreme Kai. I will not let this go. You shall not escape. A radiant crimson aura enveloped Helles as she pursued them. As she chased, a bow and arrow materialized in her hands, the bowstring drawn taut. Whoosh. An arrow soared towards Ramsey in Vegeta's direction. Crack. Unfazed, Vegeta brandished the angel's staff, deflecting the arrow effortlessly. What? The angel's staff? Helles was momentarily taken aback. Who is this boy? How does he possess the angel's staff? Nevertheless, that is of little consequence now. You stop right there. Helles commanded loudly. Not a chance. Vegeta retorted. Helles exclaimed, what time is it? And you still have the audacity to jest? Ramsey sighed, suggesting, find a place for me to hold her off. You use instant transmission to leave at once. Why should we run? Are we incapable of battling her? Vegeta countered. Do you truly intend to fight a woman? Ramsey wiped his brow. She provoked me first. There's a limit to everything. Vegeta huffed. You know that gods of destruction often have a rather abrasive manner. She meant no offense toward you. Ramsey defended Helles. Enough. Enough. It seems you harbor some fondness for her. If that is the case, I shall not press her further. Vegeta chuckled lightly. I have no particular fondness for her. I merely wish to dunk her on the nose. As Ramsey and Vegeta fled swiftly, he casually added, Vegeta, your interests are truly unique. Are you certain about what her basket just did? Ramsey inquired with curiosity. No, I was merely guessing. I did not witness it, Vegeta chuckled. Ramsey, holding his forehead, was at a loss for words. I thought you had seen it. Hey, Helles, was I right about what I just said? That was just a guess. I truly saw nothing. Vegeta called out to the approaching Helles. Helles' expression momentarily froze. Oh no, I've been deceived. How could a Kaioshin possibly perceive my inner self? I am a god of destruction, after all. There's no way he could have spied on me. If he had, I would have sensed it immediately. Thus, your frantic pursuit indicates that I must have guessed correctly. Vegeta grinned. Please, brother, must you continue? I have already addressed you as brother, Ramsey lamented, nearly in tears. You are determined to thoroughly offend Heller. You have just sealed away the exquisite flavors. Do you intend to seal Helles once more? Halt. I assure you I shall not kill you. Helles gritted out through clenched teeth. Absolutely not. Vegeta shook his head. You scoundrel. The two parties transformed into streaks of light, racing through the second universe. Ramsey and Vegeta surged ahead, with Helles trailing behind, the distance between them steadily increasing. Vegeta discerned that, setting aside their differing strengths, Ramsey's speed surpassed that of Helles. Keep it up, Black Basket. Vegeta waved at the increasingly distant Helles. Helles' expression momentarily froze, suddenly struck by a thought. Ramsey, did you show him my video? Helles shouted. No, how could I? Am I that kind of person? Ramsey immediately refuted, not even glancing back. You lie, Helles retorted. How else would he know about the basket? Chapter 187. He is fragile. Tread carefully. It was Vegeta who mentioned the concept of the basket. I merely borrowed it. Please do not take offense. I truly did not show it to him, Ramsey assured. Ramsey, how could you be so inconsiderate? With something so captivating. You wouldn't let me see it? I still want to know if it's entirely black. Vegeta scoffed. Brother, could you be silent for a moment? Ramsey replied, gritting his teeth in frustration. At such a time, you still add fuel to the fire? Ramsey, how dare you? Helles shouted in exasperation. Rest assured, I would never do such a thing. Ramsey hastily replied. Stay right there. Helles sensed he was falling further behind Ramsey and Vegeta. If this continued, he might not catch up. It would be best for them to halt promptly. I do not wish to strike you. I never strike women, Ramsey huffed. I promise I won't hit you, Helles assured. What about Vegeta? You wouldn't strike him either, would you? Ramsey inquired without looking back. Indeed. I swear I shall not lay a finger on him. I can guarantee I won't resort to violence. Helles gritted his teeth. Ramsey gradually came to a halt. Helles quickly closed the gap, appearing before Ramsey and Vegeta. Do not emulate Mei, Ramsey cautioned. Mei? What do you mean by that? Why bring him up all of a sudden? Helles was taken aback. I nearly forgot until you mentioned it. Vegeta promptly produced a small vial, shaking it vigorously once more. Helles? What on earth was that boy shaking in the vial again? You claimed you wouldn't resort to violence, correct? Ramsay urged. Let us speak civilly. Resorting to violence is quite inappropriate. Although we are gods of destruction, some matters can be resolved peacefully. It is rather unbecoming to engage in constant fighting. Has no one ever informed you? The more beautiful a woman is, the more prone she is to deception. Helios chuckled softly. In a swift motion, she appeared beside Vegeta. Helios swiftly grasped Vegeta's tail. Helios, you! Ramsay exclaimed angrily. With a firm grip on Vegeta's tail, Helios pulled him closer, ensnaring his neck with her arm. The position was rather peculiar, as Vegeta, in his normal state, appeared somewhat diminutive. Helios, with her arm around his neck, made Vegeta acutely aware of the softness beneath him. Where am I seated? He pondered. Ah, I see. I suppose I shall indulge you for a moment. After all, even if you had 10 times the courage, you would not dare to slay me. Ramsay, stand still. Helios tightened her grip on Vegeta's neck and threatened, if you dare approach, I shall snap his neck. Vegeta hastily exchanged glances with Ramsay, communicating silently. Helios, do not act recklessly. Our Universe 10 has but one Supreme Kai. Should he perish, I would cease to exist. Ramsay appeared somewhat apprehensive. Enough of your prattling. This brat is insufferable. Helios seethed with frustration. Did you hear what he just uttered? If I do not teach him a lesson, he will think our destroyer is easily trifled with. Just do not kill him. Truth be told, I have long found him displeasing as well. He often speaks ill of me. Ramsay interjected hastily, chastising Vegeta. I have warned you about the destroyer. Do you now grasp your folly? Vegeta nodded obediently. Knowing is one thing. You ought to apologize. Ramsay commanded sternly. I truly did not intend this. I saw nothing, Vegeta replied apologetically. You still dare to speak. Can we not move past this? Heli scolded darkly. Fine, fine, let us move on. Let us move on. Ramsay raised his hand in assurance. Just do not act rashly. Helios, the Supreme Kai is quite fragile. Do not accidentally take his life. Rest assured, I am aware of that, Helios replied with a scoff. No, he is indeed very fragile, Ramsay said with a wry smile. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Vegeta's neck emitted the sound of snapping bones. His head tilted awkwardly, and he appeared to be on the brink of death. Lord Ramsay, Vegeta spoke in a halting whisper, barely clinging to life. Hey, do not die. Ramsay was taken aback, while Helios appeared somewhat dazed. I didn't apply any force, he exclaimed. Ramsay, don't blame her. It's my fragility that has caused you trouble. Vegeta remarked just before his body suddenly expanded. Boom. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a mist of blood, vanishing before Helios' very eyes. Helios was utterly bewildered. What just happened? How did he perish? This is disastrous. I'm about to disappear. Ramsay cried out, clutching his oversized head in despair. Helios panicked, feeling utterly helpless. Ramsay, I truly didn't mean it. I had no intention of killing him. Helios urged, desperately racking his brain for a solution. Convinced that there was still a chance to save him. With what shall we save him? Ramsay retorted. Didn't I tell you? He is extremely fragile. Yet you insisted on suffocating him. Ramsay shouted angrily. I'm on the verge of disappearing. I can't believe you've caused my demise. I apologize. I will find a way to revive you, Supreme Kai. Helios responded hastily. If he comes back, you will too, right? That may be true. But you've caused my disappearance. Do you really think that is acceptable? Ramsay huffed. I truly didn't mean to. I am sincerely sorry, Helios reiterated. Moments passed, and Helios furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Why haven't you disappeared yet? He inquired. Ramsay suddenly exclaimed, I just remembered. That old rascal Guavas mentioned he isn't ready to fully retire and still occupies the position of Supreme Kai. So, does that mean you don't have to disappear? Helios breathed a sigh of relief. It seems so. That insufferable Guavas is playing tricks on me. Ramsay scoffed. Though he may be playing tricks, he has indirectly saved your life, Helios believed. You were right. I was terrified just now, thinking I was about to vanish, Ramsay nodded, patting his chest, his trunk swaying back and forth. Chapter 188. Helios, you have killed the Supreme Kai? It's all well and good. I'm relieved, Helios exhaled deeply. What do you know? Ramsay displayed a look of helplessness. Do you realize the trouble you've caused? What? Aren't you fine now? You haven't disappeared, have you? I can just revive him. Helios replied, his soul should be unharmed. I haven't damaged it. I'll contact Saba and have him bring him back from the underworld. What do you understand? Do you know his true identity? Ramsay hurriedly lowered his voice. Isn't he the Supreme Kai? Does he have some special identity? Helios inquired. He is Bardos' husband. Ramsay sighed. What did you say? Hellas gasped in astonishment. Bardos' husband? Indeed. Ramsay nodded gravely. What a jest. Surely, you cannot be deceiving me? Hylas expressed his disbelief. How could Bardos possibly choose such a youthful spouse? He appears quite young, perhaps still in his adolescence. Indeed. He is a Saiyan, a race known for their peculiarities. In truth, he has reached maturity, it is merely that his physique remains diminutive. However, upon reaching a certain age, he will experience a significant growth spurt, Ramsay elucidated. Your skepticism is not unfounded. Referring to him as Bardos' husband is somewhat misleading. I knew it. How could Bardos ever consider marrying so readily? Hylas chuckled. In reality, he is Bardos' fiancé, Ramsay clarified. They are already betrothed, and once Vegeta's physique has matured, they shall wed. You have circled around so much, yet it ultimately leads back to their marital relationship. If you doubt it, you may inquire with Xiangpa. Ramsay proposed, and Xiangpa remains their witness. No need to ask. If that is indeed the case, then we are in trouble. Hailei's expression darkened, and he turned to Ramsay, questioning whether the high priest was aware of their circumstances. As for whether the high priest knows, I cannot say, Ramsay replied, a hint of unease in his tone. There is no time to ponder that. We must urgently venture to the underworld and revive him, Hailes declared, preparing to contact Sava immediately. Hailes wished for Sava to accompany him to the underworld to resurrect Vegeta. Please wait a moment, Ramsay urged, halting Hailes from utilizing the communicator. Are you truly planning to go directly and revive Vegeta? Ramsay inquired. You killed him. Do you think he will simply let that slide? I did not kill him. I did not use much force, Hailes insisted, shaking his head vigorously. If you hadn't ensnared his neck, how could it have broken? I warned you how fragile he is, Ramsay sighed, and added, moreover, this fellow holds grudges. You may not realize this, but the figures he recorded in his little notebook represent the level of animosity each person holds against him, Ramsay lamented. Do you know how high the hatred value reached for Wayme after provoking him? Hailes glanced up at Ramsay. 100,000. Ramsay extended his fist, signifying 10. 100,000, Hailes chuckled bitterly. And as for Xiangpa, that fellow has deliberately targeted him, and his hatred value has already reached 10,000, Ramsay continued. Hailes exhaled in relief. I seem to recall the number he wrote to me was 20. My hatred value is merely 20. That is trivial. Indeed. Your previous hatred was only 20, but having killed him, I suspect his hatred for you will escalate to over 500,000, Ramsay reflected. You must understand. When Wayme merely entertained the thought of wanting to thrash him, his hatred already surged to 100,000, having directly killed him. I doubt he will simply let it go. Humph, who is afraid of whom? He is merely a Kaioshin. Hailes retorted defiantly. Do not speak so assuredly. Ramsay lowered his voice, reminding him, do not forget his identity. If this matter reaches the high priest, do you comprehend the severity of the crime of killing a Kaioshin? Upon hearing Ramsay's words, Hailes trembled violently, fear etched across his face. I seem to have overlooked such crucial information. I have slain a Kaioshin. I shall face divine retribution. This is indeed a predicament. What do you suggest we do? Hailers gritted his teeth and cautiously inquired. I believe my relationship with this young man is fairly amicable. Therefore, I shall allow Kex to resurrect him. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Ramsay patted his chest reassuringly, adding, just wait patiently for the outcome. Is that truly feasible? Hailers expressed his lingering unease. Leave it to me, Ramsay pondered. Although I cannot guarantee he will relinquish his vendetta. However, if you are willing to invest a little effort, I am confident he will harbor no further resentment towards you. What must I do? Hailers asked, taken aback. Never mind, it is better left unsaid. Discussing it might hurt feelings, Ramsay shook his head. After a brief silence, Ramsay added, furthermore, you would be upset if I disclosed this, so let us refrain from discussing it. In any case, the most effective strategy is to ensure he does not leave the 10th universe, as he surely would not dare to inform the Grand Priest, would he? Speak quickly. Why are you dawdling? Hailers expressed his impatience. Are you certain you want to be angry? Ramsay tentatively asked. How can I know unless you speak? Hailers scoffed. Let us agree that you must not become angry. Otherwise, even if you threaten me, I shall remain silent, Ramsay replied. Hailers retorted. When did you become so overly cautious? Very well, I shall divulge. Ramsay lowered his voice and whispered into Hailers' ear. In truth, there are two effective methods. The first is to show him that video. Hailers did not react with anger this time, pondering the situation. Well, if it's just a viewing, I suppose that is acceptable, as I am not identifiable. Are you certain that after watching the video, He will abandon his animosity? He will not report me, will he? Hailers asked, uncertainty evident in his voice. Aside from his pettiness, his most prominent trait is his lasciviousness, Rumsey responded. I believe that after watching the video, his anger should dissipate. Very well. Since I am not identifiable, you must not reveal that it is my video, Hailers declared, shaking his fist in front of Rumsey. Chapter 189. Hailers' dilemma. We have already discussed the matter of the basketball hoop. He should be able to deduce it was you, Rumsey cautiously replied, bracing himself for potential repercussions. Hailers felt utterly disheartened. Another silence ensued. Regardless, I shall not acknowledge it, Hailers declared through gritted teeth. That is acceptable, Rumsey nodded. Indeed. I shall assert it was not you. Do not feel compelled to assert it was not me. Hailers' expression darkened. Before he queried, what is the second point? You mentioned there were two. The second point is rather embarrassing to articulate, Rumsey sighed. Continue to dawdle, and I swear I shall strike you. Hailers fumed. I said. Rumsey said, nodding briskly, suppressing his excitement and feigning nonchalance. He lowered his voice once more. The second point is rather simple. Create a video of me making a basket using my nose. Destruction. Hailers erupted in fury, delivering a blow that sent Rumsey tumbling through the cosmos, flipping several times. As he spun, Rumsey shouted, Get lost. Hailers turned to leave. Hey, Hailers, think it over. Rumsey called after him. This matter is significant. You've just killed the Supreme Kai. Hailers paused, his stride faltering. He remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Gritting his teeth, he finally resolved himself. Are you certain you won't show your face? He whispered. Yes, I am certain. Rumsey nodded. Then follow me, Hailers said. His face flushed. All right, Rumsey thought, secretly pleased. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into streams of light, rapidly appearing on a lifeless planet. Shortly after their disappearance, the blood mist that formed from Vegeta began to coalesce, returning to its original form. A slight smirk graced Vegeta's lips. Rumsey's coordination with me is improving. I've done you a significant favor. How will you express your gratitude? Vegeta did not linger, instantly teleporting back to the Supreme Kai realm. Chris had already departed from the Supreme Kai realm, returning to Rumsey's planet, as she wished to avoid involving herself in the conflict between Vegeta and Yamite. Upon arriving at the Supreme Kai realm, Vegeta discovered that Guas had already moved away. Where he relocated was of no concern to Vegeta, dissatisfied with the current structures. Vegeta obliterated the original Supreme Kai palace with a single strike. I shall reconstruct planet Vegeta. Vegeta first made a trip back to Earth. Bulma, let me take you somewhere splendid, he beckoned, grasping her hand. Splendid? Where to? Bulma asked, taken aback. To my planet, Vegeta replied with a grin. Your planet? Didn't you say it had exploded? Bulma inquired. Not my previous planet. I have just acquired a new one, and I need your help to plan it properly. Vegeta smiled. Bulma asked, how large is this planet? About 10 times the size of Earth, Vegeta replied with a wry smile. Vegeta responded, Bulma has chosen to remain silent. How am I supposed to plan on such a vast planet? Bulma retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Let us take it slow. How about we start by building a palace for the two of us? Vegeta suggested. Fine, let's go take a look first, Bulma considered, deciding to visit the planet. Let's bring the doctor along. He can offer his insights. Vegeta glanced at Dr. Briefs, who was cycling in the distance. Very well, Bulma agreed without objection. Doctor. Brief soon arrived, pedaling over. What? You want me to assist in constructing a planet? This is quite the undertaking. He adjusted his glasses. Dad, don't get too excited. That planet is 10 times larger than Earth, Bulma sighed. With such size, it must generate considerable wealth. Dr. Brief stroked his chin thoughtfully. What are you thinking? Does Vegeta possess wealth? Bulma chuckled incredulously. Of course I have money. Whatever precious metals or materials you need, I can procure them. Vegeta smiled slightly. Moreover, I can assist you in acquiring extraterrestrial technology. Then it's settled. How do we reach your planet? Is there a spaceship? Dr. Briefs inquired. No need for that. I can teleport us instantly. I will take you there now. You can explore, Vegeta proposed. Bulma, call your mother, Dr. Briefs suggested. So she can offer her advice as well. Sounds like a trip, Bulma remarked, yet did not object. Soon, her mother, Bikini, arrived. Oh, Vegeta's planet seems quite intriguing. She exclaimed with a grin. Please wait a moment. I will prepare some lunch. Mom, we're not going on a vacation. Bulma chuckled in disbelief. Are we not going to take a look first? Bikini finally understood. In the next instant, Vegeta teleported Bulma and her family to the King Kai's realm. Landing there in the blink of an eye, Welcome to my planet, Vegeta. He greeted with a smile. Make yourselves comfortable. The entire King Kai realm, aside from the temple that Vegeta had destroyed, was overgrown with lush vegetation. The air was fresh, resembling a paradise. What a beautiful planet, Bulma exclaimed, taking a deep breath and feeling immensely rejuvenated. Indeed, I feel as if I have regained my youth, Bikini echoed, equally enchanted. I too feel as if I am basking in the spring breeze, Dr. Briefs added. Dr. Briefs nodded, surveying the exquisite scenery around him. The location where Vegeta and the others currently found themselves could certainly be considered one of the most enchanting places in the realm of the Supreme Kai. A vast expanse of lake, reminiscent of the ocean, stretched before them, while towering mountains loomed behind Vegeta. All around, lush blue grass carpeted the ground, adorned with a plethora of blooming flowers that filled the air with their delightful fragrance. Curious little creatures observed Bulma's family with keen interest. Is that a rabbit? Bulma inquired, pointing to a small, snow-white creature, her uncertainty evident. If you believe it to be a rabbit, then it is indeed a rabbit, Vegeta replied with a nod. The small creature protested, I am not a rabbit. Come here. Vegeta beckoned to the little animal with a gesture of his fingers. The snow-white creature hopped over eagerly and knelt before Vegeta in reverence. The animals residing here possessed a remarkable intelligence and recognized Vegeta as the newly appointed Supreme Kai, the ruler of this planet. From this moment forth, you shall be a rabbit, Vegeta commanded. The small creature, somewhat distressed, nodded in acceptance. I am truly not a rabbit. However, if you insist I be one, then I shall comply. Vegeta, look at how pitiful it is. It seems on the verge of tears, Bulma remarked, feeling a pang of sympathy. And you dare to chide me? It was you who insisted on calling it a rabbit, Vegeta chuckled. All right, Bulma conceded, shifting her attention to a distant creature that bore a resemblance to a chicken. Is that a chicken? She asked. No, that is a coin, Vegeta corrected, shaking his head. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the creature nodded vigorously in agreement. See, it understands, Vegeta smiled. Clearly it looks like a chicken, Bulma whispered under her breath. But that is inconsequential. Vegeta waved dismissively, proposing, what do you think? Should we transform this area into a new city? What do you think, Mom and Dad? That would indeed be a monumental undertaking, Dr. Briefs mused. Isn't it a bit of a shame to turn it into a city? It could serve splendidly as a resort instead. Vegeta, do you perceive the divine realm as a mere vacation resort? Can anyone simply wander over to play? If it were a resort, it would be a different matter. Not everyone is deemed worthy of visiting this planet, for this is the divine realm, declared Vegeta. Is this truly the divine realm? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses, revealing an expression of sheer shock. Bulma widened her eyes in surprise. She had always squinted before, but now they were suddenly wide open. I am the most magnificent deity in this universe, Vegeta proclaimed with a smile. What kind of deity are you? Bulma inquired curiously. The god of creation, also known as the Supreme Kai, Vegeta replied. The god of creation? Are you suggesting that all these beings are your creations? Bulma asked, intrigued. Some of these beings were created by previous gods of creation. That individual has retired to enjoy his golden years. I have now succeeded him as the latest god of creation in this universe, Vegeta elucidated. You are truly remarkable, Bulma expressed with admiration. Vegeta then guided Bulma's family around the new planet Vegeta before escorting them back home. Upon their return, Vegeta shared a lunch with Bulma's family. After calculating the time, he bid farewell to them and returned to the second universe, successfully meeting up with Ramsey. Ramsey, you did well, Vegeta commended, giving him a thumbs up. What do you mean? Ramsey replied, taken aback. You took a full 4 hours, Vegeta remarked. Look at your nose, it's gleaming. It's nothing. Nothing at all, Ramsey chuckled, placing an arm around Vegeta's shoulders and whispering, I will send you the video shortly. Did she appear on camera? Vegeta inquired. Not yet. She was hesitant and even reviewed the video. If she had appeared, she would be furious with me, Ramsey shook his head. What a pity, Vegeta lamented. No worries. There will be opportunities in the future, Ramsey replied quietly, glancing around. This isn't the place for discussion. We should leave the second universe swiftly. You are right. Vegeta agreed, swiftly transporting them back to the God of Destruction's realm in the 10th universe. Ramsey finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, Ramsey generously shared the video with Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at it briefly and found it indeed quite unique. Did she say anything while reviewing the video? Vegeta asked with curiosity. She mentioned why she sounds so cheap, Ramsey chuckled. Suddenly, I have a craving for seafood, Ramsey mumbled, swaying his trunk. How did I notice that my God of Destruction realm has a scent of seafood? Have you not been eating all along? Vegeta inquired with a smile. What? What are you saying? Ramsey responded, momentarily taken aback. It's of no consequence. Vegeta chuckled to himself. Within the small vial, the energy had nearly been fully restored after over 4 hours of recuperation. Do you think a mere vial can contain me, the god of destruction? Watch as I shatter this insignificant container. With a newfound strategy in mind, Ramsey contemplated Vegeta's transformation. While formidable, the process was somewhat prolonged. If he could seize the opportunity to land a powerful blow, inflicting significant injury, Vegeta would find it exceedingly difficult to transform again. Then, he could pin him down and deliver a thorough thrashing. First, I shall smash this vial. Once I'm out, I'll make my escape. I'll return when the time is right to settle the score. If his intuition served him correctly, Vegeta was likely with Ramsey at that moment. With both of them present, it would be unwise to act. Concentrating energy in his right hand, Ramsey unleashed a powerful punch. The vial trembled violently in response. Vegeta too sensed the vibrations emanating from it, instantly realizing that Ramsey was striking the vial. Amusement spread across Vegeta's face as he promptly retrieved the vial. Beckoning Cress from a distance, Cress, come here for a moment. I have something entertaining to show you. Cress swiftly approached, glanced at the vial in Vegeta's hand, and immediately covered his forehead, wishing to refrain from speaking. Do you wish to see the sealed entity, the delightful one? Might that be somewhat impolite? Vegeta inquired. What is this, a new toy? Kes feigned ignorance. Indeed, I stumbled upon it while frolicking on another planet, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. Let us see how this contraption operates, Ramsey expressed with eager anticipation, nodding in agreement. A shared smile emerged among the three, unspoken yet understood. None mentioned that the delightful one had been sealed away. With a swift motion, Vegeta produced a small wooden mallet. He then pressed down on the lid and twisted it open. Kes silently wiped the sweat from her brow, sensing the impending misfortune for the delightful one. Ramsey, however, displayed a face of eager expectation. The delightful one struck the interior of the small bottle twice, finding it ineffective, and was just about to unleash destruction when Chapter 191, Master Roshi, this is for your amusement, an unexpected turn occurred. The delightful one suddenly realized the bottle's opening had been breached. Without hesitation, it attempted to escape. Look, Kes, its head is showing, Vegeta exclaimed, raising the mallet to strike. With a resounding thud, the delightful one was met with disorientation. Alas, just as the delightful one emerged, Vegeta's mallet knocked it back inside. Notably, due to its reduced size, the delightful one's powers had significantly diminished. Within the confines of the seal, once it fully exited the small bottle, it would regain its true strength. Presently, Vegeta merely needed to imbue the mallet with destructive energy to easily incapacitate it. Is this entertaining? Vegeta grinned. It seems rather dull, Kes pondered, glancing at Vegeta. What makes it amusing to you? She inquired. I mean, especially at the moment it peeked out, it felt rather intriguing, Vegeta replied with a mischievous smile. I don't quite understand. Kes shook her head. Neither do I, Ramsey added, swaying like an elephant. Never mind, I shall take my leave. Once I have arranged the King Kai's realm, or rather the new planet Vegeta, I will invite you to savor exquisite delicacies. Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. With that, Vegeta vanished in an instant, reappearing at Master Roshi's abode. Old man, I have something amusing for you, Vegeta said with a smile, producing the sealed bottle containing the delightful one. What is this? Master Roshi stared, bewildered, at the peculiar little bottle. Vegeta unleashed a cascade of angelic power from his hands, swiftly enveloping the small vial. With the enhancement of several layers of this celestial force, it would be utterly impossible for an ordinary person to open the vial. Not only ordinary folk, but even someone of Frieza's caliber would find it exceedingly difficult to shatter the container. The vial was not merely crafted from a unique metal. It was fortified with angelic energy, rendering it exceedingly resilient. Even if Vegeta were to gift this vial to Master Roshi, the latter would not provoke any issues. After meticulously examining the vial and confirming its integrity, Vegeta casually tossed it to Master Roshi. The old master caught the vial, gazing at Vegeta in bewilderment. Utterly perplexed by the gesture. How is one meant to interact with this? Master Roshi scratched his head in confusion. Give it a vigorous shake and see what happens, Vegeta suggested with a smile. Master Roshi complied, shaking the vial with considerable force. This action promptly roused the unconscious Mai from within, inciting her immediate fury. Shake it again. You seem to be endlessly swaying, don't you? The exquisite flavor delivered a forceful punch directly onto the small bottle. The bottle vibrated intensely, with a remarkably strong amplitude. Master Roshi was momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain his senses. Adjusting his sunglasses, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a new species. What a delightful object this is. Master Roshi immediately grasped the small bottle in his hands. What is the principle behind this? Does it generate vibrations through a battery? He inspected the bottle with curiosity, feeling his hand sway along with it. A mere shake would inevitably trigger such vibrations, possibly even raising the temperature. Vegeta grinned widely. Automatic temperature increase, you say? Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Mei, in a fit of rage, unleashed a destructive energy blast at the small bottle. Buzz. The internal temperature of the bottle surged dramatically. The heat rapidly radiated outward. Master Roshi sensed the temperature had already reached around 40 degrees Celsius. This. He was once again astonished. What a marvelous little bottle. Isn't it fun? Vegeta chuckled. Can I give it to my girlfriend? Master Roshi laughed heartily. Do you have a girlfriend? Vegeta smiled. I will go find one right now. Master Roshi was filled with excitement. He was no novice. The utility of the small bottle was abundantly clear to him. Take it and enjoy. Vegeta nodded graciously. The turtle sage, in high spirits, set out to sea with a small bottle in hand, seeking a place to amuse himself. The exquisite taste that followed would haunt him for a lifetime. Within the confines of the bottle, he felt as though he had entered some peculiar realm, occasionally jolted violently. The frequency of these shakes increased rapidly. Naturally, he was filled with ire and relentlessly pounded against the bottle. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he could not breach the defenses of his glass prison. Eventually, he succumbed to despair, ceasing his resistance. Nevertheless, the bottle continued to be shaken vigorously from time to time. Initially, he paid it no mind, but as time passed, his frustration grew, leading him to unleash a series of powerful strikes, even resorting to a few destructive maneuvers. He suddenly discovered that by delivering a flurry of punches followed by a destructive blow, the bottle would remain undisturbed for a considerable period. Upon uncovering this pattern, he became more cooperative. The turtle sage had also discerned this rhythm. At that moment, in a hotel, the turtle sage sat on a sofa engaged in a lively discussion about ideals with a young woman. My dear lady, to express my affection for you, I have decided to present you with a gift of great sentimental value, he declared, handing her the small bottle. Despite his advanced age, referring to her as my lady was entirely appropriate. The young woman examined the white jade bottle closely, scrutinizing its material, and muttered, What material is this made from? Is it jade? It is crafted from PL steel, the turtle sage replied. Having received the information from Vegeta and recognizing it as an opportune moment to boast, What is PL steel? She asked, taken aback. Having never encountered such a term, it is a metal even harder than PL steel, the most resilient material in the universe, he explained. Even I cannot crush this small bottle. No matter how you try, it will sustain no damage. Is that so? How astonishing. Although she was intrigued, she found the turtle sage's claims somewhat exaggerated. After all, it was merely a small bottle. You have also fabricated the most resilient material in the entire universe. Yet, this is not its most astonishing feature. The true marvel lies beyond. The turtle hermit chuckled, stating that if you shake the small bottle vigorously, it will rhythmically vibrate for approximately 1 minute, and its temperature will gradually rise. The young lady, being seasoned in such matters, understood immediately and covered her mouth, giggling softly. Let us speak plainly about the vibrating device, one might say, without the need for embellishments. In Chapter 192, delicious flavor generates passion. Master Roshi enthusiastically demonstrated by shaking a small bottle vigorously. Is this ever going to end? Exclaimed the irate Videl, delivering a powerful punch to the bottle. Following this, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon it. Destruction. Videl invoked her destructive power. The bottle responded rhythmically, moving in accordance with Master Roshi's instructions. The young lady's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It was astonishing that the old man spoke the truth. Come, allow me to play with it myself, Master Roshi chuckled. After Vegeta tossed the bottle to Master Roshi, he paid it no further mind. After all, it was nearly impossible for any earthling to open the bottle. Not even Frieza could breach its defenses. Thus, there was no way for Videl to escape. Indeed, this bottle had been the subject of extensive research by Vegeta and Ramzi, who had meticulously identified every flaw and escape route, ensuring that Vegeta had rectified them all. It would be quite astonishing if you could manage to escape. Vegeta had originally intended to give the small bottle to Master Roshi for his amusement. What? To let Bulma and the others play with it? That seems rather inappropriate. It feels entirely awkward. Bestowing it upon Master Roshi is undoubtedly the wisest choice. The arch-nemesis has already been sealed away by Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta found himself at a loss for what to do, even contemplating releasing Majin Buu for another thorough beating. However, he understood that if he were to free Majin Buu now, there was a real chance he might flee. The troubles in the later stages are already overwhelming. Vegeta is acutely aware of the vulnerabilities inherent in his transformation. The duration of his transformation is slightly prolonged, yet the persistence is alarmingly brief. Should Majin Buu become privy to these weaknesses, he could easily escape the scene at the first opportunity, returning only after Vegeta's transformation had concluded. In such a scenario, the likelihood of Vegeta's defeat would increase significantly. Vegeta knows that Majin Buu must have recognized this flaw as well. Thus, he resolved to utilize this period of Majin Buu's confinement to diligently hone his skills. Perhaps sealing him away for a decade or two would be prudent. He intended to visit Universe 11 and find someone to take over his duties. I shall surpass you all, with the god of destruction absent. The tasks of destruction have become even more remarkable. If the Grand Minister were to learn of this, what could he possibly say? Most likely, he would be rendered speechless. True to his word, Vegeta journeyed to Universe 11, adopting the guise of the Supreme Kai to cultivate a few planets. Subsequently, he sought out Toppo, administering a brief but firm reprimand, and assigned him certain responsibilities. Toppo felt utterly helpless, yet dared not defy him. Thus, he embarked on the path of a god of destruction. After ensuring that everything in Universe 11 was in order, Vegeta resolved to devote himself entirely to the development of Planet Vegeta. Naturally, he had no intention of personally overseeing the planet's development. It sufficed to delegate these tasks to capable individuals. There was no need for him to be involved in every single matter. Vegeta still needed to return to Earth to continue refining his state of mind. On planet Namek, Frieza was lost in thought. On this particular day, he suddenly received a message from Dodoria. Frieza remained in a daze for quite some time. Was it Dodoria? Frieza hastily inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. My Lord Frieza, we have finally located you. Dodoria exclaimed, filled with excitement. Where the hell have you been for nearly a year? Why are you only contacting me now? Frieza was filled with immense fury. We are equally perplexed by the situation, as numerous space stations have inexplicably vanished. It was only after 2 months of relentless effort that we managed to restore our communication systems, replied Dodoria, who felt somewhat aggrieved. Dodoria and his companions were equally bewildered. 2 months prior, Dodoria had received an important message indicating that Frieza had seemingly appeared in a certain galaxy. Consequently, the Frieza force set forth with great determination towards that galaxy, with even Guldo and King Cold joining the expedition. How could Frieza have gone missing? Upon their arrival in that galaxy, they soon discovered that it had shifted from the 7th universe to the 10th universe. Naturally, all of the planetary bases and communication systems that Frieza had painstakingly established in the 7th universe became utterly ineffective. Guldo and King Cold increasingly sensed something amiss, suspecting it to be a ruse, and promptly exited that galaxy. Once they emerged, the father and son duo realized they had indeed been deceived. To their dismay, their home had been robbed. Their home was no longer there. Not only had their residents vanished, but all 99 planets that Frieza had laboriously established had mysteriously disappeared as well. In a fit of rage, Guldo commanded all of his subordinates to reconstruct their planets. The subordinates immediately set out to take action. However, they soon returned with reports that this universe appeared to be quite different from the one they had previously encountered. Guldo and King Cold could not articulate the reasons behind this anomaly. Different or not, they resolved to continue building their dark empire. The first priority was to restore the communication systems. Nearly 2 months passed before they managed to establish a rudimentary communication system. Presently, the subordinates of the Frieza force could send messages over vast distances. Previously, they had relied on a Bluetooth-like connection, utilizing Bluetooth technology version 985.2, which had a transmission range of about 1 light-year. Now, having established a communication station, Dodoria attempted to reach Frieza and, to his astonishment, actually made contact. At that moment, Dodoria delivered the communicator to Guldo and King Cold. Frieza, you are still alive, Guldo exclaimed with a smile. Guldo? Frieza scoffed. Has that little brat Dodoria joined you? Humph. I have no desire to take on your subordinates, Guldo replied with a chuckle. Quickly, tell me what you have been up to during this time. I'll explain later. Just hurry and come pick me up. You should be able to track my location, Frieza instructed Guldo. Your location is indeed quite remote. It will take our spaceship at least 2 months to reach you, Guldo remarked while examining Frieza's coordinates. Hurry up and come. I'm growing impatient, Frieza proclaimed. 2 months later, a colossal spacecraft descended upon the planet of all races. Upon Frieza's arrival, the spacecraft took off into the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Was that Frieza's spacecraft? Naba gazed upward at the disappearing vessel. Chapter 193, The Collective Relocation of the Saiyans and the Reconstruction of Planet Vegeta. It seemed that Raditz scratched his head. We should report this matter to Lord Reg, Naba suggested. The two swiftly made their way to an opulent palace and informed Reg of Frieza's departure aboard the spacecraft. What? He possesses a spacecraft as well? Where did Frieza acquire such a vessel? Reg scoffed, narrowing his eyes slightly. Naba and Raditz shook their heads. Whatever. I intend to seize control of this planet. It holds great potential, and once I become the ruler, I can restore the glory of our Saiyan race. Reg spread his arms and laughed heartily. Long live Lord Reg. Naba immediately bowed in respect. Raditz, too, bowed out of necessity. During this period, Reg gradually established his influence on the planet of all races. After all, Reg's power was evident. No one on this planet could rival him. Broly had gone out to explore and thus had not encountered Reg again. Reg had no desire to compete with Broly in a battle of superiority. He understood well that in a conflict between a clam and a heron, it is the fisherman who benefits. Reg had resolved that as long as Broly did not bring trouble to him, he would treat him as if he did not exist. Meanwhile, Frieza had finally returned to his father and brother. However, he chose not to disclose the events that transpired on the planet of all races, nor how he had arrived there. Frieza felt a sense of embarrassment. It was entirely unnecessary to mention it. The most pressing matter now was to find Lord Beerus. Once he located him, he could deal with that little monkey, Vegeta. Frieza instructed his subordinates to search for Beerus's whereabouts, although the likelihood of finding him was slim. After all, this was Universe 10, in the 7th universe, in the underworld. Today, the King of Hell welcomed a distinguished guest. This individual appeared youthful, standing at around 1.2 meters tall, with a fluffy tail trailing behind him. It was none other than Vegeta. I beg your pardon for not welcoming the Supreme Kai in person. The King of Hell immediately knelt. After the destruction of planet Vegeta, where had the Saiyans gone? This matter had transpired over a decade ago. Had they been reincarnated, or were they imprisoned in Hell? Vegeta inquired, and the King of Hell found himself at a loss for words. The question posed was rather intricate. It was evident to the King of Hell that the Supreme Kai was indeed a Saiyan. Would it be wise to mention that they were all imprisoned in Hell, lest I offend this esteemed Supreme Kai? To be frank, Vegeta spoke coldly. The King of Hell admitted, trembling with fear, that they had yet to be reincarnated. Take me there, Vegeta commanded. The King of Hell personally led Vegeta to the realm where the Saiyans were confined. Typically, the most heinous of individuals are sent to Hell after death to endure punishment, which generally lasts for no less than 100 years. Once subjected to unbearable torment, their souls are collected for processing and thereafter purified before being reincarnated. Thus, in a mere span of over a decade, most Saiyans have suffered in Hell. Under the guidance of the King of Hell, Vegeta soon beheld the desolate domain of the Saiyans. The environment was exceedingly harsh, a deep valley ensnared by protective nets, with temperatures fluctuating between 100 degrees and -100 degrees. The deceased Saiyans resided in this area, enduring the torment inflicted by their surroundings. After years of suffering, the Saiyans had been rendered unrecognizable. This is the place, Supreme Kai, the King of Hell quickly stated. Would you have any objections if I were to take them away to my Supreme Kai realm? A smile graced Vegeta's face. No, no. The King of Hell fervently shook his head. How could I possibly object? You need not concern yourself with anything here. You may leave. Vegeta waved his hand, signaling the King of Hell to depart. Relieved, the King of Hell promptly made his exit. As for where Vegeta intended to take his kin, the King of Hell chose to turn a blind eye. After all, he was a Supreme Kai. In an instant, Vegeta employed instant transmission, effortlessly entering Hell and witnessing numerous kinfolk enduring their punishment. The Saiyans were a dwindling minority. By Vegeta's generation, only around 2,000 remained. Continuous warfare had claimed many lives, and coupled with a persistent decline in population, having 2,000 survivors was a remarkable feat. With another flash, Vegeta appeared near King Vegeta. Vegeta? Have you also perished? King Vegeta paused, gazing at his son with bewilderment. Wait, why do you lack the golden halo above your head? And what is the meaning of your attire? Father, I have ascended to divinity. I am now the greatest god in this universe. A smile graced Vegeta's face. What did you say? King Vegeta appeared dazed. I have come to take you back to the new planet Vegeta. Vegeta smiled faintly. The new planet Vegeta? Are you implying that we can be resurrected? King Vegeta was somewhat perplexed. We shall discuss resurrection later. It depends on your performance. Vegeta chuckled, as long as you all perform well. I can grant you a chance at resurrection, but there are only 10 slots available each year. Can you truly take us away from this place? King Vegeta exclaimed, filled with excitement. For now, let us not dwell on resurrection. We must first escape this wretched hell. It is unbearable here. Gather all your kin. I shall lead you away, Vegeta commanded. Immediately, at King Vegeta's call, numerous Saiyans assembled, joining hands to form a circle. In an instant, Vegeta, along with King Vegeta and the others, executed instant transmission, transporting them from the hell of the 7th universe to the realm of the Supreme Kai in the 10th universe. Welcome to the new planet Vegeta, Vegeta announced with a smile. King Vegeta and the multitude of Saiyans were momentarily dazzled, observing their surroundings with wonder. Indeed, this was no longer hell. However, they noted with confusion that the new planet Vegeta seemed barren, resembling a primordial world. Is it acceptable to use this mountain as building material? Vegeta pointed to a distant rocky hill. What do you mean? King Vegeta was bewildered. Chapter 194, A God of Destruction and a Supreme Kai. I require you to reconstruct planet Vegeta. Do you think I brought you here for a leisurely visit? Vegeta chuckled, soaring into the sky to survey the area before descending. This mountain will serve as the center, and the territory extending 100 kilometers around it will belong to the Saiyans. Is that acceptable? King Vegeta and the others displayed expressions of confusion once more. Why is the territory only 100 kilometers? Weren't we promised the entire planet? Intruders shall perish, Vegeta declared, raising a hand slightly. With a swift motion, a surge of destructive energy was propelled into the sky. The energy coalesced above, forming a spherical dome that encompassed the 100-kilometer area. You will have ample space to build your planet here, with nearly 8,000 square kilometers of land for your use. Sufficient for over 2,000 of you, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that you are currently merely souls, should you perish again. Even I would be unable to resurrect you. Cherish your lives. With that, Vegeta gradually ascended into the sky, and do not even think about attempting to leave. In the area I have delineated for you, at the very end, there exists a shimmering violet-red light. The moment you step into this radiant glow, you shall vanish into thin air. If you wish to test this, feel free to approach. After Vegeta uttered these words, he vanished in an instant. Hey, Vegeta, I'm your father. Do you not even spare your own father? Beckoning loudly, Bei Wang found that Vegeta could no longer hear him. Allow my people a territory to develop independently. I have rescued them from the depths of hell, and my benevolence has reached its limits. Should they exhibit commendable behavior, I may grant them resurrection. As for the relationship between Vegeta and King Vegeta, it is noteworthy that Vegeta did not traverse through time since childhood. Thus, no father-son bond exists between them. Subsequently, Vegeta returned to Earth, spending his leisure time training alongside Goku, honing his inner strength. 3 years swiftly passed, and Vegeta reached the age of 20. However, he found it perplexing that his physical form had yet to mature. During this 3-year span, Vegeta successfully collected the Super Dragon Balls 3 times. His wishes resulted in the relocation of 3 planets from Universe 7 to Universe 10, Namek, Yardrat, and Cyril. Namek and Yardrat are well known among fans of Dragon Ball, while Cyril made its appearance in the Dragon Ball Super manga. In the future, a warrior of unparalleled might, Granola, will emerge from Cyril, a being brought into existence through the Dragon Balls of that planet, a somewhat crafty maneuver. It is also worth mentioning that Namekians inhabit Cyril. During the crisis on Namek, several Namekians wandered the cosmos and settled on Cyril, coexisting with its inhabitants. They even created Dragon Balls, albeit only 2 exist on this planet, each the size of a pinball. Collecting both grants the ability to fulfill any wish, and intriguingly, the wishes granted here appear to surpass those of Namek's Eternal Dragon. With the transfer of these 3 planets to Universe 10, Universe 7 was nearly depleted. Rams and Kes found themselves at a loss for words regarding Vegeta's wishes. One could only speculate how Beerus would react upon awakening. As Vegeta succinctly remarked, should a martial arts tournament be held among the universes in the future, Beerus would find himself devoid of contenders, having left even Frieza's minions behind. Additionally, during these 3 years, Vegeta toiled diligently. He took on the responsibilities of both the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction without requiring Ram's assistance. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Rams could not contain his delight, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Entrusting Vegeta with the role of Supreme Kai was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. This young man is accomplishing the tasks of two individuals single-handedly, which is truly remarkable. If I were to become a boss, I would awaken from dreams filled with laughter. Moreover, Vegeta works with great diligence, and his contributions to the 10th universe have been exceedingly commendable. Ramusi believes that, given the current development of the 10th universe, even the Grand Minister would find no fault in Vegeta's sealing of the Majin Buu, regardless of the circumstances. This is particularly notable as Vegeta had previously dedicated some time to the 11th universe, where he also made significant advancements. For Vegeta, work serves as a means to hone his inner self. It is merely a trivial task. In the 7th universe, in the realm of the Kaishin, Shin and Jebet are observing the cosmos. Jebet, have you noticed something peculiar? Shin inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. What issue do you refer to? My Lord Kaishin, Jebet responded, somewhat taken aback. The earth has vanished. Shin furrowed his brow. Vanished? Could it be that Majin Buu has awakened and destroyed the earth? Jebet's expression shifted slightly. It is not as such. The earth seems to have mysteriously disappeared, along with Majin Buu himself. Shin elucidated. How could this happen? Jebet was completely bewildered. Not only has the earth disappeared, but the entire galaxy it resides in has also seemingly evaporated into thin air. Shin too was at a loss regarding the unfolding events. This is indeed strange. Why would such a phenomenon occur? Jebet pondered, shaking his head. Could this be a normal cosmic occurrence? Might a colossal black hole have suddenly emerged, consuming the galaxy? Your theory holds some merit, Shin nodded gently. If that were the case, would not the seal on Majin Buu also be engulfed by the black hole? Jebet displayed a hint of excitement. You are correct. Does this mean our universe has truly averted a crisis? Shin expressed his exhilaration. The two clasped hands and joyfully danced a square dance. In the 10th universe, the Earth. A passenger plane is soaring swiftly through the sky. We are nearing Dalian Airport on Babaya Island, the host of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Please fasten your seatbelts. The announcement on the plane suddenly rang out. Among the passengers are Vegeta, Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, Oolong, Leping, and Pu-Er. It has been a long time since they last flew on an airplane. Vegeta glanced towards the window. Chapter 195. In this universe, all planets are under my command. This marks the 3rd year of Vegeta's life on Earth. Throughout these 3 years, he has diligently honed his inner self, believing that when he next unleashes his true power, he will possess the strength to decisively dominate his opponents. At long last, the World Martial Arts Tournament has arrived. Leping stood nearby, exuding confidence. Over these 3 years, Leping has also been training under Master Roshi. He believes his strength has significantly improved. As for the past instances of being bullied by Vegeta, those memories remain vivid in Leping's mind. However, he now dares not provoke Vegeta. Leping, you have remarkably survived the effects of the super divine water. Master Roshi remarked with a hint of admiration. Can we not dwell on the past? Leping replied. What is wrong with the super divine water? Krillin inquired. His expression one of curiosity. It no longer matters. Master Roshi chuckled heartily. Indeed, it is of no consequence now. Leping quickly shifted the topic. Why bring up the super divine water? Hey, Leping, come and see the fruits of my labor from these 3 years. Krillin said with a smile. Vegeta, are you not participating in the tournament? Bulma turned to ask the Vegeta sitting beside her. My mere presence here as a deity is already a favor to them. Vegeta replied with a slight smile. That is true. Bulma nodded thoughtfully, then inquired. By the way, how's the construction of your planet Vegeta coming along? I haven't visited in quite some time. The areas designated by my father are nearly complete and are fundamentally on the right track, Vegeta responded. Next, it will be up to the doctor to personally develop the planet. He has already enlisted a skilled city planner, hasn't he? My father mentioned that if all goes well, we should see initial results in about 10 years. Bulma pondered, stroking her chin. What planet Vegeta? Vegeta, do you own a planet? Krillin asked curiously. Indeed. Vegeta affirmed with a nod. I possess not just one planet. All planets in this universe are subject to my will. Vegeta's assertion held merit. His relationship with Ramusi was exceptionally cordial. One can only imagine that Ramusi is able to share such videos with Vegeta. It is fair to say that Vegeta and Ramusi have become closely allied. When Vegeta proclaims that all planets in this universe belong to him, Ramusi would certainly refrain from contesting that claim. Very well, Krillin decided to remain silent. Why do you continue to boast with such fervor? You previously claimed to be a deity, and I was skeptical. Now, however, you assert that all the celestial bodies within this universe are under your dominion, leaving me utterly speechless. Regarding Vegeta's status as a god of destruction, only Bulma is truly aware of this. Master Roshi possesses a vague understanding. Yet his knowledge is far from comprehensive. He merely recognizes Vegeta as enigmatic and immensely powerful, while also being rather kind to him. Particularly noteworthy is that little white vial, which proves to be extraordinarily effective. Its success rate in attracting women is remarkably high. No girl can resist its allure. Flight attendant, I urgently need to relieve myself. Master Roshi exclaimed, turning to the flight attendant. I'm terribly sorry, but we are about to land. Please hold on a little longer, she replied with an awkward smile. Please hurry, I can hardly contain myself. Master Roshi pleaded, visibly distressed. The flight attendant hastily retreated. Master Roshi, please do not embarrass yourself. Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. Vegeta stood by, utterly at a loss for words. He decided to feign ignorance of the situation, as it was far too embarrassing. Upon disembarking the aircraft, the group proceeded to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Master Roshi and Krillin approached to register. With only 3 minutes remaining. Where on earth is Goku? Krillin scanned the surroundings, searching for Goku's familiar figure. Ah, is that not Master Roshi? At that moment, a shrill voice pierced the air. Master Roshi turned to see the nearby presence of Crane Hermit. It's you, Crane Hermit. I thought you had perished. Master Roshi scoffed. Humph. You remain the same, ugly and fond of mockery, Crane Hermit retorted with a light chuckle. I have heard tales of your disciple's remarkable performance in the last World Martial Arts Tournament. This time, I have brought my disciple to showcase what true martial prowess looks like. The championship shall undoubtedly belong to my apprentice. For the sake of your pride, I advise you to retreat post-haste. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged disdainful snorts. Vegeta, observing the spectacle, chose to remain indifferent. I must cultivate a tranquil heart. This fellow is not deliberately targeting me. Thus, I shall not stoop to quarreling with such a petty human. Ha ha ha, what a jest. You remain as oblivious as ever. Master Roshi laughed heartily. Soon after, the two elderly men began hurling insults at each other, saliva flying in the heat of the moment. Humph, let us depart. There is no point in engaging with a fool. Crane Hermit signaled to Tien and Kairatsu to leave. Tien cast a provocative glance back at Yamcha, believing that he was the strongest among them. Hey, everyone. Just then, Goku's voice rang out from a distance as he dashed forward. Hello, everyone. Goku greeted breathlessly. Sun Wukong waved at everyone, saying, long time no see. How have you been? Lu Ping took the initiative to greet him. Who are you? Sun Wukong was taken aback and looked up at Lu Ping, inquiring. I am Lu Ping. Have you forgotten? Lu Ping managed a wry smile. Now I remember. You are the one who got kicked down by Vegeta, Sun Wukong said, realization dawning upon him. Your posture while lying down was truly impressive. Lu Ping replied. Could you please speak properly? Oh, Vegeta, you are here too? Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta. Are you participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament as well? Vegeta chuckled. Do you really think I would attend such an event? Indeed. I wonder when I will ever catch up to you. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Damn it. Why have you grown so much taller? Krillin felt a twinge of discomfort but turned to look at Vegeta, feeling a bit more balanced inside. Vegeta. It seems you haven't grown much over the years, Bulma whispered to Vegeta. It doesn't matter. I will definitely grow, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. For the Super Saiyan 4 form had already reached maturity. Chapter 196, if it weren't for me, Universe 10 would have crumbled long ago. Although Vegeta appeared indifferent on the surface, he was struggling internally. He had promised that once he grew up, he would marry Vados. Yet, his current body still resembled that of a child. He wondered when his physique would mature. No need to rush, he reassured himself. My strength has yet to surpass the Grand Priest. How could I dare to marry his daughter? Moreover, he desired to marry all 3 of her daughters. The Grand Priest would surely eliminate me, he thought. I should focus on enhancing my strength instead. I'll set myself a small goal to defeat the God of Destruction. Weiss. Once the time is right, I shall unleash Weiss and give him a thorough beating. Old man, where did you toss that small bottle? Vegeta asked Master Roshi. I carry it with me. How could I possibly discard something so valuable? Master Roshi replied, pulling the small bottle from his pocket. Have you been shaking it regularly? Vegeta inquired. Indeed. Master Roshi nodded emphatically. In my spare time, I shake it vigorously. This thing is practically high-tech. Just a little shake and it charges. Saying this, Master Roshi shook the bottle energetically. Inside the bottle, Weiss unleashed a flurry of punches and simultaneously released a destructive force. The bottle trembled violently in Master Roshi's hand and began to heat up rapidly. Yes, This is the sensation, Master Roshi said, satisfied as he stored the bottle away. Vegeta also smiled contentedly. Wukong, where is your flying nimbus? The turtle sage inquired. Did not grandfather say that one is prohibited from using such abilities during training? Son Wukong scratched his head in response. Could it be that you ran here? Wulong questioned. Indeed. Son Wukong nodded affirmatively. Attention all participants of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The preliminary rounds are about to commence. Please gather at the combat pavilion. The announcement echoed once more. Son Wukong and his companions hastened to partake in the competition. The turtle sage had also donned a new outfit. Entering the contest under the name of Jackie-chan, Vegeta observed the matches for a while, only to find himself rather bored. The skill levels were disappointingly low. 3 years had already passed. He ought to remind Ramsey to deepen his relationship with Hellas. Moreover, throughout these 3 years, Kampa had been diligently working in Universe 2. Ramsey, you truly seem unconcerned about anything at all. Are you not concerned that grass might grow upon your head? I shall take my leave for a moment. You may continue watching the match. With a brief remark to Bulma, Vegeta immediately executed instant transmission and vanished. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the sacred water of the Korin Tower, returning the super divine water to Master Korin. The super divine water no longer held any significance for Vegeta. He believed that before long, Kakarot would find it useful. With a swift motion, Vegeta once again employed instant transmission, manifesting on the planet of Universe 6. There, he found Ramshur lounging in a chair, basking in the sun with an air of idleness. Vegeta, what brings you here? Ramshur greeted him from his reclined position. Come, enjoy the sun. It is quite pleasant to lie here without a care. If it weren't for me, Universe 10 would have crumbled long ago. Vegeta sighed in resignation. Hey, what are you talking about? Ramshur replied with a scoff. Did it not collapse before you even existed? How many years have you been around? How old are you this year? During all those years without you, wasn't Universe 10 thriving just fine? Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. You are absolutely right. I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. One should not always place themselves at the center of everything. It is essential to understand that even in your absence, the universe shall continue to function normally. Ramsey let out a hum. If I'm gone, will you cease to exist? Vegeta chuckled. Don't be absurd. Ramsey retorted, still lounging there, huffing in annoyance. Do you believe I want to find another Kai to replace you? God seal wave. Vegeta suddenly waved his hands towards Ramsey. A surge of angelic power swiftly enveloped Ramsey. Vegeta, do you intend to rebel? Ramsey howled, his body rapidly spinning in the air. Before completing a full rotation, a thunderous sound erupted. A purplish-red glow radiated from Ramsey, boosting his energy. Just as he prepared to resist, Vegeta shouted, "Ha!" The angelic power surged uncontrollably once more, enveloping Ramsey entirely. Ramsey's struggle was rendered futile. In an instant, Vegeta manipulated Ramsey's body, causing it to spin continuously in the air. With a decisive motion, Vegeta pressed downwards, forcing Ramsey's body into a small vial that had been prepared beforehand. Vegeta beckoned to the vial, which then flew into his hand. He grinned at Ramsey inside the bottle. What do you intend to do, you little rascal? Ramsey exclaimed in shock. How about it, Ramsey? Vegeta inquired, a smile illuminating his face. Now, you can no longer escape. Humph. A sudden ambush is hardly a display of skill. Ramsey exclaimed in anger. Weren't you able to evade before? One could say my strength has significantly increased. Vegeta grinned, tilting the vial to pour Ramsey out. In an instant, Ramsey sprang forth from the bottle, glaring at Vegeta in a fit of rage. You've certainly grown bolder. Daring to seal me? Ramsey shouted. Well, idleness breeds idleness. I must refine your will and reflexes, lest you find yourself at a loss when Beerus awakens and leaves you searching for your teeth, Vegeta replied with a slight smile. Oh dear, mister. Vegeta has achieved profound insights in his mental training over the past 3 years, Kess remarked from the side. I share that sentiment. I believe in my current form. I could hold my own against Whis, Vegeta declared, transforming into the Super Saiyan 4 combined with Super Saiyan God form. What? Ramsey was taken aback. 3 years ago, Vegeta's state had been utterly overwhelmed by Whis. Just 3 years have passed, and you claim you can match Whis? How about we test this, Ramsey? Vegeta smiled as he glanced at Ramsey. Humph, how utterly tedious. I have no intention of indulging in your whims. Ramsey hesitated for a moment, snorted disdainfully, and swayed his elephantine trunk. You think you can use me as a mere guinea pig? Not a chance. If you truly wish to experiment, perhaps you should consult that fellow Kampa. Ramsey chuckled, For Kampa is the weakest of the gods of destruction, should you easily defeat him. Handling the delectable whisk would pose no challenge. Why not give him a try? Vegeta pondered, feeling a flicker of intrigue. You best reconsider, refrain from stirring up trouble everywhere. Isn't it preferable to work diligently in our universe and simply relax? Rumsey let out a cold snort. Chapter 197. Rumsey, let us proceed to the second universe. Now Rumsey had truly adopted a laid-back attitude. After all, Vegeta took charge of all the work-related matters, leaving Rumsey free from any concerns about labor. This young man served as both the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction. What more could one ask for in a diligent worker? Under his dedicated stewardship, Universe 10 experienced remarkable progress. This was far superior to the prospect of competing with other gods of destruction to secure employment. Rumsey felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. If Universe 10 continued to develop along this trajectory, it might very well surpass Universe 1 in terms of construction and advancement. Please refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Why must you stir up discord? You have provoked the deity of destruction. After much effort, you have managed to seal him away. A confinement of 10 or 8 years would suffice. Yet, you insist on competing with other deities of destruction. Does that hold any merit? Ramsey, how fares the obsidian hoop? Vegeta inquired. What more can be said? It remains as it is, Ramsey replied. Do you not wish to indulge in some amusement? Vegeta pressed. No, it's rather dull, and it leaves an uncomfortable sensation in my nostrils, Ramsey huffed. A brief silence ensued. Moreover, you mentioned taking me to see the planes. Where are these so-called planes? Ramsey added. With Kampa exerting himself so diligently in the second universe, do you truly believe no planes will emerge above your head? Vegeta sighed. What do you mean? Ramsey still did not comprehend. How do you remain oblivious? Are you not concerned that one day Kampa might seize your obsidian blue frame? Vegeta, out of exasperation, emphasized his point to Ramsey. Ramsey's expression gradually hardened. So this is how it is. You have given me much to ponder, Ramsey remarked, rising from his reclined position with the spring-like energy of a coiled spring. Lead me to the second universe at once. His expression transformed into one of grave seriousness. Vegeta's words resonated deeply within him. The thought of allowing other deities of destruction to intrude upon his personal court filled him with dread. What if they were to damage his cherished arena? Could his hoop withstand such tumult? No, absolutely not. The notion was untenable. After all, Zampa had diligently toiled in the second universe for such an extended period. Why, then, did I sense an underlying issue? You do not diligently fulfill your duties within your own universe. Why do you excessively cater to the second universe? Do you also wish to make a layup? That court is exclusively mine. Now you feel anxious, do you? Vegeta chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. Stop playing games with me and just speak plainly, Ramusi retorted with irritation. I wanted you to comprehend it on your own. I've pointed it out to you numerous times, yet you remain indifferent, Vegeta sighed. Damn it. The mere thought of that fellow, Sampa, potentially encroaching upon my court unsettles me. Ramusi clenched his nose tightly, adding, Humph, if anyone were to seize my court, it should rightly be you, Vegeta. Vegeta, moved to tears, exclaimed, What a good brother you are. He even began to feel remorseful. I should not have sealed you earlier. Kes stood nearby, covering her face, unwilling to speak. You two brothers have become increasingly outrageous, brazenly discussing such matters in my presence. Do not assume that I am oblivious to everything. Alas, I shall pretend I have not heard a word. So, are you implying that the grassland refers to my being cuckolded? Ramsey's complexion has turned slightly ashen. Am I wrong? I have made my hints quite apparent. Vegeta nodded. That detestable Zampa. Let us depart immediately. Hasten and utilize instant transmission to take me to Universe 2. Ramsey urged. Let us go. Vegeta offered no dissent. If you wish to be idle, first attend to the matters at hand before you relax. Leave the work to me. Understood. Ramsey nodded, urging him not to dawdle and to set off promptly. Vegeta ceased his chatter and lunged directly at Kes. Kes, Ramsey, were you not intending to use instant transmission? Why are you clinging to me like an octopus? Kes wiped the sweat from his brow. I am accustomed to it, Vegeta grinned, reluctantly sliding off Kes. Kes was left speechless. Your sliding action is somewhat excessive. By the way, are you not going, Kex? Vegeta inquired. I won't be going. I have no interest in the hoop, Kex replied, shaking her head. That makes sense, as you already possess one, Vegeta responded. It is precisely because Rumsey and I lack a hoop that we yearn for one. There is no need for such a detailed explanation, Kex rolled her eyes. Rumsey, why are you dawdling over there instead of placing your hand on my shoulder? Vegeta turned to glance at Rumsey, who appeared to be turning purple from holding his breath. "Oh dear, Rumsey, are you trying to suffocate yourself by pinching your nose?" Kex sighed. Rumsey glanced down at his hand, realizing he was indeed pinching his nose. He immediately released it. "I thought I was experiencing some difficulty in breathing. It startled me, as I feared it was the Green Prairie Syndrome." Rumsey took a moment to calm himself. "Look at you. After lounging around for these past few years, it seems your mind is deteriorating." Vegeta shook his head in exasperation. "Stop with the nonsense and hurry up," Rumsey huffed. "Kex, we are leaving." Vegeta waved at Kex. Whoosh. Vegeta and Rumsey executed instant transmission, appearing in an instant above the God of Destruction's realm in the second universe. The two looked down from their elevated position. On the ground of the God of Destruction's realm, Hellas was lounging in a chair, basking in the sun. "Rumsey, you really can do it." "Hellas' sunbathing posture is quite similar to yours," Vegeta remarked with some surprise, "and it seems you both have the same type of chair." "Hiki," Rumsey nodded happily, "truly. It is my exclusive court. We both enjoy reclining." While they were conversing, Kappa approached from a distance and appeared beside Hellas. Then, Kappa extended his paw towards Hellas. Rumsey's eyes widened, and his expression slightly changed. Vegeta was indeed correct. "Is that guy trying to take over my court?" "No worries. It appears he is merely giving Hellas a massage," Vegeta analyzed while resting his chin on his hand. Chapter 198. Vegeta challenges Kappa. "A massage?" Rumsey pondered, nodding thoughtfully as he observed. Indeed, it was a massage. However, not long after, Hellas began to emit a series of moans. The sound was exceedingly loud, which reminded Rumsey of the scenario of playing basketball with his nose. "No way, not even a massage. That rascal Kappa," Rumsey shouted, quickly descending from the sky. "Wait, are you really just going down like that?" Vegeta inquired. Rumsey abruptly halted in midair and looked up at Vegeta. "What solution do you propose?" Rumsey inquired. "Close your eyes and count to 10, and I shall devise a plan." Vegeta smiled. "Is it truly that magical?" Believing in his words, Rumsey promptly shut his eyes and began counting. Meanwhile, Vegeta descended swiftly from the heavens, launching a kick directly at Kappa's face. Kappa had indeed been providing massage services to Hellas. "Kappa, you possess remarkable skills," Hellas remarked with a satisfied smile. "What do you think? If that's the case, should we consider reducing a few hundred years?" Kappa chuckled. "I feel that 1900 years is rather excessive. After working diligently these past few years, I haven't even attended to my own universe. As per our agreement, if you perform well, I may grant you a few additional years off." Hellas nodded gently. "I have observed your work ethic over these 3 years. You have indeed shown commendable performance. Thus, I shall reduce your sentence by 30 years. "Only 30 years? Kappa's expression darkened. "Reducing 30 years for 3 years of work is quite generous. How much more do you desire?" Hellas chuckled with pride. Kappa, vexed, tightened his grip significantly. "Ouch!" Hellas cried out in pain. "What are you doing? You've hurt me!" He shouted angrily. "I didn't mean to," Kappa retorted with a huff. Just then, Vegeta descended from above, delivering a kick to Kappa's face. Kappa was momentarily stunned. "What is happening? Who dares to strike me?" Caught unawares, Kappa staggered back several steps before tumbling to the ground. Rubbing his sore face, he turned his gaze to Vegeta. "Vegeta? Is that you, you little rascal?" Kappa shouted furiously. "What do you want? Are you seeking death? You have returned to life? How splendid!" Hellas breathed a sigh of relief. Kappa promptly sprang to his feet. "Kappa, you previously provoked me, and my hatred for you stands at 10,000. Thus, I have come to exact my revenge today," Vegeta declared with a huff. Kappa appeared bewildered. After a brief silence, he retorted, "Young one, have you mistaken me for someone else? When did I ever provoke you?" Kappa demanded angrily. "You and Rumsey conspired against me, robbing me of 1900 years, and I have yet to settle the score with you. As for how you provoked me, the details escape my memory. But my hatred for you remains at 10,000. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. "Well then, tell me how you intend to proceed," Kappa said, suddenly intrigued. "Do you still harbor animosity towards me? Over the years, I have refrained from troubling you, which I believe has been quite considerate. Let us engage in a fair one-on-one duel." Vegeta responded, "What is this? Have you grown wings and now dare to challenge me?" Kappa chuckled. "Do you truly believe you can provoke the God of Destruction without facing dire consequences? Do you trust that I won't obliterate you, even if I were to destroy you?" "Rumsher wouldn't utter a word." "Kappa, you cannot destroy him," Hellas interjected. "What do you mean?" Kappa was taken aback. "He's the Supreme Kai," Hellas clarified. Kappa felt a wave of despair wash over him. "When did you become the Supreme Kai?" Kampa's expression darkened. About 3 years ago, Vegeta replied with a slight smile. Well then, shall we begin? By the way, would you prefer a different battleground? I fear I might inadvertently damage Hellas' realm of destruction. His words suggested a fierce confrontation was imminent. Here's just fine. Kampa scoffed dismissively. Very well, Vegeta nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. 910. Rumshire was still floating above, counting with his eyes closed. Once he reached 10, he opened his eyes. Vegeta, do you have any clever strategies? Rumshire inquired. However, to his astonishment, Rumshire realized that Vegeta had vanished. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Vegeta had already positioned himself directly opposite Kampa, leaving an unmistakable shoe print on Kampa's face. That little rascal! You have compelled me to close my eyes and descend into the fray to strike others? How utterly shameless! Hello, wait for me. Whoosh. Ramsey descends from the heavens. Boom. Vegeta, without a trace of hesitation, instantly transforms into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Crack. Immediately, flames engulf Vegeta, and his hair turns a striking red. Super Saiyan 4 combined with Super Saiyan God. This transformation appears quite extraordinary, exclaimed Pan. What kind of transformation is this? Hellas is utterly astonished. Why, at this moment, do I sense that Vegeta's transformation possesses an unusual strength? Hold on. Didn't Ramsey mention that he was rather fragile? With a single blow, you effortlessly sent Xiang Pa crashing to the ground. Is this what you call crisp? Furthermore, your current transformed appearance seems far from it. Have I been deceived? I must take a moment to reflect. According to Xiang Pa's words, Long Mu Shi and Vegeta conspired together, costing him 900 years of labor. It appears they also swindled Wei Mei out of more than 8,000 years of toil. Could it be that they would not join forces to deceive me as well? The more Halisi pondered, the more unsettling it became. This is dire. I feel I have been duped. If that is indeed the case, I shall not let them off lightly. You have gone too far. I am indeed a girl. Hallis clenched her fist in anger. I shall launch my attack now, Kampa. A faint smile graced Vegeta's lips. Come forth. I am eager to witness the resilience of your wings as you dare to challenge the god of destruction. Kampa chuckled lightly. Bang. Vegeta swiftly struck, delivering a fierce punch directly to Kampa's abdomen. Pooh. Kampa was utterly unprepared for Vegeta's rapid assault and the sheer force behind it. He immediately spat out a mouthful of acidic fluid. Bang. Following the impact, Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, landing squarely on Kampa's form. Chapter 199. He is truly fragile. Why do you not believe it? Kampa stumbled and fell to the ground, his body scraping against the surface, leaving a long trail behind. You scoundrel. Kampa, filled with rage, sprang to his feet, glaring furiously in Vegeta's direction. However, upon looking, he realized that Vegeta had vanished from sight. Where is he? Behind you. Vegeta's voice echoed from behind Kampa. Kampa's expression shifted slightly. Without hesitation, Vegeta launched a punch aimed at Kampa's back. Yet, at that very moment, he sensed a chilling aura rushing towards him. Whoosh. A streak of light zipped past Vegeta's chest. He narrowly avoided the attack. Vegeta quickly turned to identify the source of the light. It was an arrow, shot by none other than Hallis. Bang. Seizing the opportunity, Kampa retaliated with a punch aimed at Vegeta. Slap. Vegeta raised his hand to block Kampa's fist and swiftly leaped back, creating distance between them. At that moment, Ramsey descended from the sky, landing near Hallis. Hallis, what are you doing? Ramsey bellowed. Oh, Ramsey, you have arrived as well? Hallis scoffed. What do you think I am doing? Did you not claim that your god of destruction is frail? Ramsey, oh no, I've revealed too much. For a moment, Ramsey found himself at a loss for words. Was that truly frail? Kampa had almost been defeated just moments ago. Hallis, with a scowl, demanded an explanation. Ramsey was at a loss for how to respond. I, Kampa, felt wounded by your words. I was merely not taking him seriously. I shall engage him properly soon. You are mistaken. While my offensive capability is commendable, my defensive skills are lacking. Thus it is only natural for Lord Ramsey to deem me fragile. Vegeta responded on behalf of Ramsey regarding this question. Ramsey, you possess remarkable talent. Indeed, I have not deceived you. Ramsey nodded repeatedly in agreement with Vegeta's words. Healers, do not be deceived. These two scoundrels have exploited the labor of Wei Mei for 8,000 years and have also taken advantage of me for 900 years. With a snort, I expressed my confusion about what I had been deceived into here, suddenly finding myself in your universe to work. Did I also gain something from you? Absolutely not. I have not been duped in any way. Healers replied with unwavering determination. Yes, apart from being exploited, there was nothing else. Ramsey nodded in affirmation. Healers? A hint of confusion appeared on Healer's face. Vegeta looked at Ramsey with astonishment. Ramsey, you are quite impressive. You have mastered the art of driving. The manner in which you drive this vehicle has caught me entirely off guard. I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Kappa exclaimed, questioning. Do you dare to assert that you have not gained any advantage from Hellas? Otherwise, why would you have sent me to work in the second universe? No, absolutely not. Ramsey shook his head. Is such a matter even worth discussing? I would never divulge that to you. Indeed, absolutely not, Hellas responded with unexpected compliance. Kappa appeared somewhat bewildered. Is it truly the case that there is nothing? Regardless of the truth, one thing is certain, Vegeta is certainly not as fragile as you claim. Kappa's expression darkened as he addressed Hellas. You previously mentioned accidentally choking Vegeta to death. Do you truly believe that is possible? Upon reflection, I feel deceived. Hellas' expression darkened. Indeed, you have undoubtedly been deceived. Kappa chuckled with self-satisfaction. With Vegeta's physical resilience, how could a mere choke lead to his demise? Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Kappa vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Vegeta. He aimed to strike at the spot between Vegeta's shoulder blades. Kappa, have you lost your mind? Ramsey exclaimed in horror. Bang! Kappa's palm struck heavily against the back of Vegeta's heart. Humph! With his level of physical strength, even receiving my blow would not result in any harm. Kappa scoffed. However, with a sputtering cough, Vegeta expelled a copious amount of blood, collapsing onto the ground, his body convulsing as if on the brink of death. Kappa froze momentarily at a loss. You shouldn't be in any trouble. This must be an act. Do not be fooled. This lad's performance could certainly be deemed worthy of a cosmic leading actor. Kappa huffed. There is no use in pretending before me. Vegeta, are you alright? Ramsey rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta's body convulsed violently, reverting from Super Saiyan 4 to his normal state. Simultaneously, the flames surrounding him dissipated. Blood continued to pour from his mouth, as he appeared to be on the verge of death. Hurry! Is Sava here? Quickly, get him to provide treatment. Ramsey shouted. Sava is out playing. He is not here. Hellas widened his eyes, casting a sympathetic glance towards Ramsey and Vegeta. This. Kappa seems to have miscalculated. How could this happen? Lord Ramsey, it was wise of you not to allow Guas to retire completely. While I am powerful, my defensive capabilities are lacking. One day I shall become a burden to you. Vegeta spoke in a halting manner. Vegeta, do not die. Ramsey cried, tears streaming down his face. You are my dearest friend. There is no need to seek vengeance. Hatred will only blind your vision. Vegeta remarked, winking at Ramsey. Vegeta. Ramsey bellowed the name of his companion. Boom. In the next moment, Vegeta transformed into a cloud of crimson mist, vanishing into thin air. Ramsey was utterly devastated. Kappa? Hellas, Kappa. You scoundrel. Ramsey rose to his full height, glaring furiously at the distant Kappa. Kappa was at a loss. This was inconceivable. Could Vegeta truly be so fragile? Let me ponder this. Why do I feel deceived? Kappa, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Ramsey admonished angrily. This cannot be real, can it? Kappa's lips twitched. Had he truly perished? Given the circumstances, do you believe he could possibly survive? Ramsey shouted. Kappa stared vacantly into the distance. It appeared he had indeed succumbed. His aura was entirely absent. Furthermore, he had disintegrated into blood mist. It seemed he was truly gone. But how could he have been so vulnerable? I recall him being quite valiant. Chapter 200. Kappa, you have slain the Supreme Kai? I previously emphasized that Vegeta's offensive power was nearing that of a god of destruction, yet his defensive capabilities were merely at the level of a Supreme Kai. Ramsey exclaimed angrily, adding that when not engaged in battle, his defenses were even weaker. Once, I inadvertently struck him, nearly bringing about his demise. Fortunate that Kess was beside me and provided timely assistance, averting a catastrophe. Kappa fell silent. Kappa, do you realize the trouble you have caused? Ramsey pointed accusingly at Kappa. Fury etched on his face. He is the Supreme Kai of our 10th universe. Do you understand the consequences of murdering a Supreme Kai? Kappa's countenance shifted slightly. Goodness. I had forgotten this fellow was a Supreme Kai. This could be problematic. Moreover, Vegeta is still the fiancé of Beerus. Ramsey continued, Kappa, you are the officiant. You have committed the act of murdering Beerus's future husband. Kappa's complexion changed from red to purple, then to pale, as waves of dread washed over him. Hellas, why does this scene feel so familiar? However, witnessing Kampa in distress suddenly lightened my mood considerably. I will contact Beerus immediately and find a way to resurrect Vegeta, Kampa declared, promptly retrieving his communicator to reach Beerus. Bang! Ramsey slapped Kampa's communicator out of his hand. Ramsey, what are you doing? Kampa exclaimed, taken aback. Are you an imbecile? Ramsey scoffed. What do you mean? Kampa's expression darkened. Do you intend to confess to having killed Vegeta? Do you believe Beerus would react favorably upon discovering this? Ramsey rebuked, while Kampa scratched his head. What could possibly happen? It seems nothing significant, right? I did not intend for it to occur. It was merely an unfortunate incident resulting in the death of a Supreme Kai. Moreover, your Universe 10 has a backup Supreme Kai, so you will not perish. Do you know what others might say? Ramsey spoke in a low voice. Others might comment that Beerus has become a widow before even marrying. Kampa replied, Helios, the title of widow is rather distasteful. What do you propose we do? Kampa inquired. Naturally. I shall have Kes devise a method to resurrect Vegeta, Ramsey scoffed. Allowing Kes to revive Vegeta would indeed be the most prudent choice. Kampa nodded gently, agreeing with Ramsey's reasoning. It would be quite improper to rush back and inform Beerus that her future husband was slain by my hand. Furthermore, I have killed a Supreme Kai, and the act of a god of destruction slaying a Supreme Kai is a grave sin. When scrutinized closely, even a god of destruction could face repercussions. Enough, enough. You should leave. Universe 2 does not welcome you. Ramsey waved his hand at Kampa. Oh? Are you implying that I am no longer required to work in Universe 2? Kampa's eyes brightened at once. You shall work in Universe 11, Ramsey commanded. Why? Kampa was somewhat bewildered. You are to go where I direct. There is no need for so many questions, Ramsey waved dismissively. If I work diligently, will I reduce my time by years? Kampa inquired. If you work diligently for 3 years and yield results, I shall grant you a reduction of 300 years. Does that seem fair? Ramsey proposed. Really? Kampa felt an overwhelming rush of joy. Of course, I am a man of my word. Ramsey nodded. Now focus on your work in Universe 11. All right, it is settled. Helios will serve as our witness. Kampa nodded vigorously. Hey, what about my job? Helios expressed his displeasure. These 3 years of leisure have been too enjoyable. Suddenly, with no work, I must find my own way. Your work can be discussed later. I will ensure you are not at a disadvantage, Ramsey replied. If I find it unsatisfactory, I will not agree, Helios huffed. I assure you, it will meet your expectations. You need not worry. Ramsey comforted. Very well. Helios nodded. I shall take my leave. I apologize for Vegeta's incident. I truly did not mean to. I did not anticipate his fragility. Kampa slowly ascended, a purplish-red glow emanating from him as he uttered these words. Whoosh! Xiangpa swiftly departed from the realm of destruction, soaring rapidly towards the 11th universe. How splendid! 3 years of labor could be exchanged for a reduction of 300 years. That shameless woman, Helios, after all the toil and effort for 3 years, only granted a mere 30 years off. I even went so far as to give her a massage. Yet, it is Ramushi who truly understands the situation. Observing Xiangpa's departure from the planet Helios, Ramushi let out a slight sigh of relief. He was eager to see Xiangpa hastily sent on his way. Do you hear how degrading the sounds of that Heller makes while being massaged by that individual? Your voice resembles that of our basketball games, does it not? That shameless woman. Ramsey, you have dismissed Xiangpa. What am I to do about my job plans? Heller inquired. For the hoop is not merely for show. I have been rather indolent of late. Thus I have resolved to take your place for a while. Ramsey chuckled. You? Heller was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, given our close relationship, we could engage in a game of basketball during our leisure time, don't you think? Ramsey swayed his trunk playfully. Vegeta nearly broke into laughter. Is your manner of speaking always so direct? Fury surged within Helios as she unleashed a torrent of destructive energy towards Ramsey. Bang, bang, bang. Helios unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Ramsey, who merely parried a few strikes in a perfunctory manner. With a swift motion, Ramsey's elongated trunk ensnared Helios by the neck. Release me at once. Helios bellowed in rage. Whoosh. Ramsey showed no intention of relinquishing her grip, soaring into the sky with Helios in tow. Seizing this moment, Vegeta swiftly regained his composure and executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing in an instant. I have already created the perfect atmosphere for you. Continue on. Once Kappa heads to Universe 11, I shall pilfer his abode. You may have ambushed me first, yet that holds little significance now. With a swift motion, Vegeta executed instant transmission, returning promptly to Earth, reappearing beside Bulma at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Let Kappa soar for a while. We shall discuss matters once he reaches Universe 11. For now, I shall return to my meditative practices and observe the contest. Chapter 201. We are a warrior race. Oh? You have returned? Bulma exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yes, Vegeta nodded. Your timing is impeccable. The finals have yet to conclude, and the tension is palpable. Bulma smiled. Vegeta cast a brief glance at the scene. The final match featured Goku against Tien. They had been engaged in combat for some time, and at that moment, Tien had just sent Goku plummeting from the sky. However, Goku sprang back up from the ground, wiping the blood from his face. You're quite formidable, I must admit. You caught me off guard, Goku remarked with a smile. That is precisely what I intended to convey. You too are no mere opponent, proving more resilient than I anticipated. Tien replied with a huff. I shall repay you in kind. Goku chuckled lightly. Don't make me laugh. You've already exerted all your strength. Tien retorted with a slight grin. That was merely energy for the match. Goku smiled slightly. If you wish to vanquish me, I shall counter with my battle energy. Battle energy? You're all bluster. Tien scoffed. I heard from Vegeta that we are a warrior race, hence I am naturally endowed with battle energy, Goku declared. Readying himself for combat. Vegeta? Tien was momentarily confused. With a sudden move, Goku launched a powerful punch that connected squarely with Tien's face. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately following, Goku unleashed a series of fierce strikes to Tien's abdomen. Bang. Goku then delivered a kick that sent Tien hurtling backward. Thud. Goku swiftly closed the distance, delivering another kick that propelled Tien high into the air. Kamehameha. Goku gathered energy, preparing to unleash a Kamehameha wave upon Tien. However, after a brief hesitation, he withdrew his attack. Thud. Tien, clutching his abdomen, descended from the air. You scoundrel. Tien grimaced. Now you've experienced my strength, haven't you? Goku chuckled. Humph. I am exceedingly pleased to have you as an adversary. It brings me immense joy. Tien laughed heartily. Victory shall be mine, so tread carefully. Not so fast. Sun Wukong shook his head. What a foolish fellow. Why didn't he use the Kamehameha just now? Krillin inquired. He possessed great foresight. Master Roshi lamented. Even had he employed the Kamehameha at that moment, it would have had little effect, merely wasting energy. The battle raged on, and Wukong's vision extended far. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sun Wukong swiftly left behind a series of afterimages with his double-image fist. Foolish one, your afterimages are utterly futile against me. Tien Shinhan laughed heartily. I saw you long before, you're up there. With that, Tien launched a kick, yet found nothing but air. His expression shifted slightly. What a pity. Sun Wukong quickly appeared behind Tien, launching a punch. Whoosh. Wukong's fist also met only emptiness. Tien had similarly utilized the double-image fist. Ha ha ha, you've fallen for my trap. I played you at your own game. Tien suddenly materialized behind Sun Wukong, aiming a palm strike at him. However, Tien's hand also missed its target, and his expression grew dim. Bang! Sun Wukong reappeared directly above Tien, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the ground. A trap within a trap. Sun Wukong chuckled. Damn you, kid. Tien gritted his teeth, rising from the ground. You're quite resilient to still be standing. Wukong marveled. This is the first time in my life I've been so thoroughly beaten, it truly embarrasses me. Tien snorted. The game ends here. Witness my solar flare. With that, Tien placed his hands beside his cheeks. Instantly, a blinding white light radiated outward from his head. Vegeta stepped forward, raising a hand gently, unleashing a divine aura that shielded Bulma's eyes, ensuring she wouldn't suffer from the solar flare's effects. Ha! Your eyes are blinded. Tien cackled, charging towards Sun Wukong. Clap. Sun Wukong easily caught Tien's fist, delivering a powerful blow directly to his midsection. Ack! Tien grimaced in pain, glancing at Wukong, who was now wearing a pair of sunglasses. Where did you get those? Tien was taken aback. I borrowed them, Wukong replied with a grin. When did this kid take my sunglasses? Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank you, Master Roshi. Sun Wukong returned the sunglasses to him. Bang! At that moment, Tien swiftly launched an attack, delivering a powerful knee strike to Sun Wukong's head. The collision between Sun Wukong's skull and the wall elicited a cry of pain. Following this, the two engaged in another intense bout. However, as the battle progressed, Tien sensed something amiss, realizing that someone had intervened. He noticed that Sun Wukong lay incapacitated on the ground. Vegeta remained indifferent, believing these hardships were what Sun Wukong deserved. Interfering in your battle from my current position seems rather inappropriate. Dumpling, was that your doing? Tien inquired telepathically. Yes, Dumpling replied. Free him, Tien commanded. Huh. Dumpling was taken aback. Release him at once. I refuse to win in such a manner. Tien suppressed his rising anger. Teacher, look. Dumpling is completely indecisive. You fool. What does winning or losing matter? Seize the opportunity and eliminate that boy. Master Roshi commanded through telepathy. I order you to kill him. Tien stood firm, unmoving. Tien, I shall repeat myself. Kill him. Master Roshi growled, his teeth clenched. Cease this at once. Tien suddenly shouted, startling Dumpling and causing his special abilities to falter. Sun Wukong sprang up from the ground, dashing towards Tien. Wait, Wukong. Master Roshi called out loudly. Sun Wukong halted abruptly. Tien, do you intend to betray me? I am your master. Master Roshi fumed. I merely wish for a fair competition, Tien replied solemnly. I seek victory through my own strength, without any assistance. I order you to kill him. Master Roshi insisted once more. I cannot take a life. If I do, I shall forfeit the championship. Tien resolutely shook his head, adding, and I refuse to become a killer. Chapter 202. It's too noisy. Go be a satellite on Earth. What did you say? You've been incited by that foolish turtle hermit. Master Roshi seethed, his teeth grinding. Have you forgotten who taught you all your skills? You ungrateful wretch. If that is the case, I shall eliminate both of you. Dumpling, bind their movements. Dumpling hesitated. Dumpling. Master Roshi barked. This is Tien's first serious match. I wish to see it through. Dumpling stammered in fear. You dare betray me too? Master Roshi exploded with fury, advancing to seize Dumpling. With a swift motion, Vegeta raised a hand, gripping Master Roshi's arm. You dare challenge me, boy? The crane hermit, infuriated and amused, exclaimed, You, the turtle hermit's disciple. Do you dare to underestimate my resolve? I shall vanquish you first. The commotion was unbearable. With a swift motion, Vegeta flicked his hand, and in an instant, the crane hermit soared into the heavens, becoming a mere speck before vanishing entirely. It seemed he had exerted too much force. As he appeared to have ascended into the cosmos, Vegeta glanced skyward, but fortune smiled upon the crane hermit. He was ensnared by the Earth's gravitational pull, ultimately becoming a satellite of the planet. Bulma observed, her eyes wide in astonishment. Is this sharp-haired individual truly so formidable? With just a flick of his hand, he sent my master into the abyss. Has he truly become a satellite? This cannot be real. Kaiotsu, equally bewildered, pondered, who is this person? With the troublemaker now absent, the turtle hermit encouraged Goku and Tien to resume their competition. Do not fret, my apologies for the misunderstanding, Goku offered, expressing remorse. Tien, however, remained conflicted. For the crane hermit was indeed his mentor. Fear not, Vegeta reassured with a smile. Tien was momentarily taken aback. Did you not claim that they have all become satellites of the Earth? He reassured me not to worry. He has already passed away, Vegeta added. Thus you have nothing to be concerned about. Tianjin Fan felt utterly despondent. Are you saying that there is no need for concern because he has already passed away? What kind of logic is this? If you wish to compete, then proceed. If not, then depart swiftly. Vegeta's patience was wearing thin. The greatest deity of this universe has already shown you considerable favor by allowing you to participate in this competition. What more do you desire? A god? You claim to be a deity? Tien momentarily paused, bewildered. Tien, none of that matters anymore. As Vegeta has stated, let us engage in the competition earnestly, Master Roshi advised. Very well, Tien hesitated for a couple of seconds before finally nodding in agreement. With the competition having reached this stage, it would be a disservice to himself not to determine a victor. I am about to unleash my ultimate attack. Tien gritted his teeth. Are you prepared? Goku immediately heightened his vigilance. Tien emitted a series of agonized cries as two additional arms sprouted from his back. For Witch's fist. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, Tien and Goku resumed their fierce clash. After a period of intense combat, Tien realized that the Four Witches' fist was no match for Goku, compelling him to resort to the Kamehameha. At the instant Tien unleashed the Kamehameha, Goku soared skyward. Boom. The entire arena was transformed into a square black hole by the Kamehameha. Tien gazed upward, continuing to ascend until he found himself directly opposite Goku. Impressive. To leap to such heights in an instant, Tien praised. Remarkable indeed. As you mentioned, being struck could be fatal, Goku remarked. What a pity, this time. You were destined to lose. Tien smiled subtly. You can only descend, but below, there is no platform. This means the outcome of the match hinges on who lands first. The first to touch the ground is the loser. I possess the ability to fly freely. The victor is already evident, as Goku observed his body descending. He couldn't help but scratch his head. This is troublesome. I should have learned to fly from Vegeta sooner, Goku lamented, shaking his head. I have relied too heavily on my flying Nimbus. What? That kid named Vegeta can fly? Tien was taken aback. It no longer matters. I shall make you experience my final attack, Goku declared, gazing at Tien across from him. What? Tien was stunned. I will unleash all my remaining power. Goku clenched his fists. In the air, you cannot move freely. What can you do? Tien inquired. Given that you just released that Kamehameha, you must be quite fatigued and unable to maneuver effectively. Goku extended his hands, preparing to concentrate the Kamehameha wave. What? Is that the Kamehameha? Tien momentarily froze, then burst into laughter. I thought it was some grand technique. It turns out to be just the Kamehameha. Such things are of no use to me. So spare your efforts. The Kamehameha. Son Goku conjured a Kamehameha wave and executed a swift, graceful turn. What? Tianjin Fan's expression changed dramatically. Whoosh. With his back turned to Tianjin Fan, Son Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave, propelled by a powerful force towards Tianjin Fan's direction. Oh no. Tianjin Fan's complexion shifted once more. Bang! Son Goku's head collided forcefully against Tianjin Fan's chest. Unfortunately, Tianjin Fan succumbed to the impact and lost consciousness, utterly devoid of strength to employ the instant transmission technique, allowing his body to descend freely. Exhausted, Son Goku gritted his teeth and released a small Kamehameha to stabilize himself momentarily. Both fell rapidly towards the ground. Bang! Fortune did not favor Son Goku, as he crashed headfirst into a moving vehicle, hitting the ground first. Son Goku. The unfortunate contestant Son Goku has met with misfortune, crashing into a speeding car, thus granting Tianjin Fan the victory. The referee announced loudly. Krillin, what a pity. Goku was so close to winning the championship. Master Roshi was also left speechless. Anything is possible, Vegeta mused. Indeed, who would have thought Goku would lose? Bulma felt a twinge of disappointment. Since anything is possible, you shouldn't be surprised about my marriage arrangements in the future, right? Vegeta smiled. Bulma, after laying the groundwork, are you here waiting for me? Chapter 203. I shall revive him. I do not concur. Bulma huffed. Bulma, should you perceive it this way, I am the king of the Saiyans. And you shall be my queen. You are indeed the most esteemed woman in the realm. Vegeta elucidated. Bulma pondered carefully, realizing that this title seemed quite significant. The most esteemed woman in the realm. It appears that your concubines pale in comparison to this honor. Are you truly certain you wish for me to be your queen? Bulma inquired. Certainly. Regardless of how many exceptional women I may encounter in the future, you shall always be my queen, Vegeta assured. Still, I remain unconvinced, Bulma retorted. It no longer matters, Vegeta chuckled. Bulma, it no longer matters, yet you still ask me. Thus, over an hour passed. Tien and Kaiatsu had also tidied up, preparing to bid farewell to everyone. Vegeta calculated the time once more and gazed at the crystal ball atop his scepter. Through the crystal, Vegeta discerned that Kappa had yet to depart from Universe 2. It was anticipated that Kappa would require over an hour to enter the Null Realm. Your flight has certainly been rather slow. I shall wait for you. Wukong, allow me to give you my clothing, as yours has become tattered, Krillin remarked, changing out of his own attire to dress Son Wukong. Thank you. Wukong nodded in gratitude. Such a pity, Krillin lamented. It is what it is. A loss is a loss. Son Wukong displayed a nonchalant expression. Are you truly not going to take half of the prize money? Tianjin Fan inquired, feeling somewhat guilty. I do not want it. I have no idea how to spend money anyway, Son Wukong chuckled. Yet you are entitled to the reward. My victory was merely a stroke of luck, Tianjin Fan mused, regretting that in terms of strength, I have been bested by you. Haha. Luck is indeed a part of strength, Master Roshi chimed in, and Wukong has learned much from facing an opponent like you. Indeed, Son Wukong acknowledged with a nod. So, how about we all go out for a meal? Master Roshi suggested, noting that Wukong and Tianjin Fan would surely regain their strength with a good feast. Let us use my prize money to treat everyone, Tianjin Fan replied. Hee, perhaps not. Are you not aware that there are two rather voracious eaters among us? Krillin laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Tianjin Fan paused for a moment. Where is the Rui Bang my grandfather gave me? Son Wukong suddenly recalled. You must be exhausted. I shall fetch it for you, Krillin smiled. Thank you. Son Wukong nodded. What are your plans for the future? If you wish, you are most welcome to come to my home, Master Roshi proposed, adding that he often wanders outside to experience life. Vegeta, Your words about wandering the world sound so grandiose. I appreciate your intentions, but as a disciple of Master Crane, I cannot shamelessly impose upon you for shelter. Tien Shinhan shook his head, then immediately turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Is my master truly deceased? Am I deceiving you?" Vegeta replied with a smirk, "You seem remarkably powerful. Why do you not participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Tien Shinhan asked, puzzled. "That tournament, akin to a child's brawl, is hardly worthy of my participation." Vegeta replied nonchalantly, "Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, do you call this a fight among preschoolers? Vegeta is immensely powerful. If he were to participate, we would stand no chance against him." Goku nodded in agreement. "Is that so? I thought you were the strongest." Tien exclaimed in astonishment. "I feel it would take me at least a decade to even come close to Vegeta's current prowess." Goku chuckled lightly, scratching his head. "What? Is the gap between you two that vast?" Tien was taken aback. "Indeed, it is," Goku replied. "Kakarot," Vegeta interjected. Goku turned to face him. "In another decade or so. The likelihood of you reaching my current level is minuscule." Vegeta shook his head. "Goku." Tien. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from a distant room. That was Krillin's voice. Goku exclaimed. Without hesitation, he and the others rushed toward the room. Upon entering, they found Krillin lying lifeless on the floor, devoid of any breath. Aside from Krillin, the judge,